Family, who would have thought that at the age of 6, I actually kissed Qian Renxue, the granddaughter of QianDaoliu, the 99th level limit Douluo, right in front of him. At that moment, the old man's expression instantly turned fierce. This story goes back 6 years when I crossed over to the Douluo continent and became the god-grandson of the Spirit Hall, after which the system issued a task. It was so thrilling. I tell you, I've never done anything so reckless in my life. Right in front of her grandfather, the legendary 99th level limit QianDaoliu, I, a 6-year-old kid, directly kissed my so-called sister, the future angel god Qian Renxue. Just like that, smack, the entire offering hall's air froze. Let me tell you, that old man's gaze instantly switched from kind grandpa to the king of hell who wants to grind my bones to ashes. It was unbelievable. This story needs to start from the beginning, tracing back to 6 years ago when I just fell into this cursed place. 1 second, I was competing with a few bros on who had the weirdest diving posture, and the next second, good heavens, I transformed into a human-shaped meteor and crashed down onto the Douluo continent. At that moment, I was completely dazed, feeling the wind rushing past my ears like I was on a roller coaster without a ticket. In the offering hall of the Spirit Hall below, the little girl Qian Renxue pointed at me, this extraterrestrial being, and said to her grandpa QianDaoliu, "Grandpa, look, UFO?" QianDaoliu, the old man, was also a straightforward person. Seeing that my meteor was about to crash down and fearing for innocent lives, he flew up without a word, using his martial spirit. He had originally prepared a move called Angel's Holy Sword to turn me into cosmic dust, but when he got closer, he saw that there was actually a chubby baby wrapped up inside this meteor. The old man immediately stopped, steadily catching me. I tell you, even with his strength as a limit Douluo, he was pushed back to the ground by the impact. He held me, looking bewildered, probably thinking, whose child is this? Is airdropping this hardcore? When he brought me back to the offering hall, Qian Renxue immediately came over and asked, "Grandpa, where's my orange?" But when she looked down, she saw me. "Grandpa, who is this child?" QianDaoliu explained the situation, and Qian Renxue, this future angel god, opened her mind and directly defined me. "Grandpa, do you think this could be a child of a god? Otherwise, how could he not die no matter how he falls and still sleep so soundly?" At that moment, I wanted to give her a thumbs up, girl. You really are a great prophet. When QianDaoliu heard this, he also thought it made sense. He originally wanted to send me to an orphanage, but seeing Qian Renxue's eager eyes for family, he swallowed his words. After all, this child had a rough life. Her biological mother, Bibi Dong, treated her as an enemy, and she had lacked love since childhood. Then Qian Renxue blinked her big eyes and said, "Grandpa, I want him to be my little brother, can I?" Family, who understands? Just with this one sentence, I directly went from an unknown black household to the god-grandson of the great offering of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue's little brother. QianDaoliu, being a doting grandfather, agreed without thinking. Qian Renxue took me over, and when she turned me around, she found a note stuck on my back that read, "White Shadow." Well, they even arranged a name for me. On the other side, Bibi Dong in the Pope's palace also received the news and sent the chrysanthemum Douluo and ghost Douluo to investigate. Of course, they couldn't find out anything, and in the end, it just fizzled out. The scene shifted, and I woke up in Qian Renxue's palace. I tell you, my brain was lagging. I stretched and started complaining. Why did I jump into the water for no reason? Now, great, I'm either in a hospital or on the way to one. But when I opened my mouth, all that came out were wah 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 baby cries. When Qian Renxue heard the sound, she came over. Seeing me just making noise and not crying, she thought something was wrong with my eyes and reached out to give me a forced restart. I was there, eyes closed, doing freestyle Tianjin quickboard when suddenly I felt someone pulling my eyelids. I opened my eyes abruptly, and, good heavens, a stunning girl with golden hair and purple eyes was right in front of me. I was about to shout, "You bold commoner, dare to disturb me." But again, it was just wah. Qian Renxue was startled by me, and, seeing that I still had no tears, probably gave up. She muttered, "The way to open is wrong," and left me alone in the palace to find her grandpa. I lay on the bed alone, looking at the splendid ceiling with a high-end aroma wafting through the air, and at that moment I realized, this overwhelming wealth, is it finally my turn? No, wait, I'm just a single loser who would adopt me. Could it be that I'm actually a lost, rich second generation? I thought about standing up to take a look, but as soon as I moved, good heavens, my hands and feet were short, and I couldn't get up at all. I crawled on my stomach to a full-length mirror, and when I looked at the chubby little baby in the mirror, I was completely dumbfounded. This is me? I moved my hands, and the baby in the mirror moved its hands too. At that moment, I had only one thought. I crossed over. Just then, Qian Renxue came in with a nanny. Seeing me lying on the floor, she quickly picked me up and scolded me. "Don't you know this is very dangerous?" I thought to myself, this sister is quite nice. To cooperate with her, I even nodded slightly. This shocked both her and the nanny, a baby who could actually understand words. I felt so proud inside. Huh. With just a little show, I was already a genius in your eyes. Then, Qian Renxue instructed the nanny that she had to go execute a very important task and might not come back for a long time, so I should behave. She pinched my cheek, said I was cute, and then Mua gave me a kiss on the cheek. Before leaving, she even gave me a nickname, Little White. At that moment, I wanted to protest. Little White? Are you calling me a dog? After she left, I heard some keywords. Offering hall, young master. My mind went buzz. Good heavens, I crossed to the Douluo continent and became the young master of the spirit hall. Time flew by, and 6 years passed. I grew from a drooling baby into a lovable little kid, trained every day like a livestock by those old men, the golden crocodile Dalu. Finally, the day of martial soul awakening arrived. The night before the awakening, I lay in bed, finally unable to hold back, and shouted at the air, "Damn it, where's the standard system for crossers? It's been 6 years. If you don't show up, they'll give you a bad review." I thought maybe my posture was wrong, so I stood by the window, struck what I thought was the coolest pose, and shouted dramatically, "System activate." Guess what? It worked. A ding sounded in my head, and a mechanical voice echoed. Ding command verification successful. Please choose daily sign-in system or capture goddess system. I laughed at that moment. Only children make choices. I want them all. Ding integration successful. Welcome to use the daily sign-in and capture goddess integrated system. I quickly signed in and received a space ring and a beginner's gift pack. When I opened the gift pack, I was stunned. Twin martial souls. One light attribute and one dark attribute, dragon, slaying martial soul. Family, who understands? This is simply an unbeatable start. The system said this martial soul specializes in countering dragon types and can devour attacks of the same attribute to replenish soul power. It's simply heavenly. At the moment I obtained my martial soul, the Shura god in the divine realm sensed it and even became interested in me. I shivered at that moment, thinking those old men in the offering hall were plotting against me again. The next day, Qian Renxue returned. After 6 years, she had grown into a graceful beauty. We were on the balcony, eating skewers and drinking. Oh no, she wouldn't let me drink alcohol. I complained to her about how miserable I had been under the training of old men these past few years. She felt sorry for me, while jokingly saying that if I awakened a cooking utensil martial soul, I would have to cook every day in the kitchen. Finally, the day of martial soul awakening arrived. The square was crowded with people. Qian Renxue found it too slow and directly took me to the worship hall to have QianDaoliu personally awaken my soul. Standing in front of QianDaoliu, just as I was about to awaken, the system in my head dinged. Ding detected goddess Qian Renxue. Issuing task. Force a kiss on Qian Renxue. Reward. Innate level 20 soul power. Task failure penalty. None. At that moment, my mind buzzed. System, are you out of your mind? Force a kiss on his granddaughter in front of a 99 level limit Douluo? Do you want me to perform a live act of dying on the spot? But thinking of the innate level 20 soul power, I gritted my teeth. Damn it, I'm going for it. Fortune favors the bold, and the timid starve. I pretended to be nervous and called Qian Renxue over. Just as she asked me, "What's the matter?" I stood on my tiptoes, aimed at her soft red lips, and kissed her. The whole place fell silent. QianDaoliu was instantly petrified. By the time he reacted, the killing intent in his eyes was almost palpable. I quickly released Qian Renxue, and she blushed, asking me what I was doing. I puffed out my chest and announced loudly, "Sister Schwerer is now mine." "You brat." QianDaoliu's furious roar and soul power pressure erupted simultaneously. Qian Renxue instinctively stood in front of me. Seeing my opportunity, I stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and said in a booming voice, "I have come not only to awaken my martial soul, but also to propose to the great worshipper." Qian Renxue was directly stunned. QianDaoliu laughed in anger. "Propose? What qualifications do you have?" I looked up and met his gaze, speaking each word clearly. "After the great worshipper awakens my martial soul, he will know what my qualifications are." QianDaoliu was taken aback by my boldness. He sized me up for a long time, probably curious about where my confidence came from, as he had seen me grow up over the years. Ding host. Innate level 20 soul power has been credited. Trigger hidden task. Proposal successful. Reward artifact. Time Warblade. Hearing that the reward was credited, I felt more assured. QianDaoliu said solemnly, "Come here." I walked up to him, and a golden light shone, lifting me off the ground. In the next moment, the entire sky of Soul City was suddenly enveloped in endless darkness. QianDaoliu was stunned on the spot, surely shouting in his heart, "Divine level, martial soul." But it wasn't over yet. Just when everyone thought it had ended, the darkness was instantly dispelled, and the whole Soul City was again engulfed in blinding white light, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. This alternating phenomenon of light and darkness directly blasted all the offerings from the Hall of Spirits out, each one teleporting to the offering hall. Goodness, as soon as these old men landed, the leading golden crocodile offering couldn't hold back anymore, and shouted, "Great offering! What's going on? Why such a big commotion?" Let me tell you, QianDaoliu was incredibly calm, waving his hand as if nothing happened. "Oh, just awaken a martial soul for my adopted son." The 6 offerings were instantly petrified, looking completely bewildered, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Awaken a martial soul? After that earth-shattering display, just now, you call this awakening a martial soul? Are you kidding me? Everyone's gaze suddenly focused on me. I tell you, my appearance at that moment was simply too impressive. Half of my body was covered in black dragon scales, looking sinister. The other half had white dragon patterns, exuding an air of holiness. The most explosive part was that 2 dragon shadows erupted behind me, one black and shiny, radiating a sense of death, the other bright white, like a walking holy light. Twin martial souls. One of the offerings nearly lost his voice. Let me tell you, the most explosive part is here. QianDaoliu, a level 99 limit Douluo, just went down with a thud. Really, he just knelt down? He was still mumbling this. This is even more sacred than our angel martial soul. I was also shocked at the time and quickly retracted my martial soul, flustered as I went to help him. This old man is quite a character. As soon as he steadied himself, he immediately called over his granddaughter Qian Renxue and started matchmaking on the spot. "Schwerer, come here. You should communicate more with BaiYing, and you're not allowed to bully him. Do you hear me?" Qian Renxue's face turned so red. I tell you, she looked like a ripe peach. Wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in, stomping her feet and shouting, "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" QianDaoliu, that old man, went straight to the point. "Are you going to listen or not? If you don't listen, then you're no longer my granddaughter." The few old offerings nearby were all sneaking laughs, their expressions almost suggesting they wanted to press our heads together for a wedding. Seeing Qian Renxue about to ripen on the spot, I quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. How about we test my soul power first?" QianDaoliu slapped his thigh, "Right? Bring out the crystal ball." I placed my hand on it. Goodness, that crystal ball instantly exploded like a supernova, nearly blinding these old men's titanium alloy eyes. Innate soul power, level 20. 7 people, 7 gasps of cold air. The whole offering hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, and then came QianDaoliu's laughter like a tidal wave. Good. Another god-level martial soul. Another innate level 20. Our martial soul hall will surely unify the continent. I looked at this group of old men who seemed like they had won the lottery, feeling both amused and helpless. I could only weakly remind them, about my relationship with Sister Schwer. QianDaoliu, that old rascal, immediately jumped in and waved his hand. "What about you two? Aren't your matters one and the same? My grandson-in-law, what else do you have to discuss?" Qian Renxue couldn't bear to watch any more and covered her ears, squatting in a corner and drawing circles. What else could I say? I could only clasp my hands and say, "It's nothing." Just like that, at the age of 6, I was unofficially engaged. The worship hall was filled with joy. But let me tell you, outside, Bibi Dong, who was eavesdropping, was turning green with anger. A god-level martial soul, and he's engaged to Qian Renxue? Isn't this just adding fuel to her career troubles? A few days later, QianDaoliu called me over again and seriously warned me that before becoming a titled Douluo, I must never add a soul ring to my second martial soul. At that moment, I thought, how could I not know this? I directly told them about the risks of exploding from dual martial souls and the optimal configuration of soul rings later on. After listening, these old men looked at me differently, as if they were looking at some kind of monster, continuously praising me for being humble and composed, a genius among geniuses. Then QianDaoliu asked me which martial soul I would add a soul ring to first. I pondered for a moment. The White Dragon Master focuses on strong attack and control, while the Black Dragon Master focuses on strong attack and agility. It's better to be agile at the start for escaping, so I chose the Black Shadow Dragon. As a result, this guy suddenly changed his tone and started criticizing, saying he saw a ridiculously abstract book in a library called The 10 Core Competencies of Martial Souls. What a terrible book. I immediately started to rant. The first point says that the strength of a martial soul determines the innate soul power. Isn't that nonsense? By his logic, isn't the 7-treasure glazed tile school filled with soul saints? Isn't the blue lightning tyrant dragon family composed of average titled Daoliuos? And that's saying there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters? I thought about giving him a quality three-piece combo. ISNT that pure nonsense? A useless martial soul is just a useless martial soul. No matter how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures you feed it, it remains useless. When he said this, didn't he think about how he was stuck at level 29 and couldn't level up? Isn't that just a boomerang hitting himself? Qian Renxue couldn't help but laugh out loud beside us. The most ridiculous part was the third point, claiming that there are only two types of martial souls, beast martial souls and weapon martial souls. Which author just got internet access from a village wrote that? Did he eat the body martial soul? Eyes, arms, ears, these, has he never seen any? The more I talked, the more fired up I became. The rest were either copied or wrong. Yet he shamelessly claimed they were his original ideas, truly a hypocritical little person seeking fame. After hearing this, QianDaoliu directly said, then just throw this book away. No, I said, I think it should be made public. Let everyone on the continent see how ridiculous this thing is, and it can also serve as an explanation for those who were poisoned by it. After thinking about it, QianDaoliu agreed. And let me tell you, BaiYing, who was eavesdropping outside, was about to explode with anger. Why criticize anyone else when you can criticize her? The white moonlight? But when she heard that this book was going to be made public, she smiled again. That smile, TSK, was filled with a sarcastic vibe, just waiting to see how our offering hall would be overwhelmed by fans from all over the continent. That night, Qian Renxue and I sat on the balcony stargazing. Feeding each other, it was so sweet. Next to us, QianDaoliu and BaiYing, one bright and one dark, were secretly watching, reminiscing about their youth. After dinner, I suddenly became emo, looking at the stars and said, Schwerer, can you understand the sadness of stars that can't return to the sky? Qian Renxue was taken aback at that moment, hugged me with a pained expression, and comforted me. Are you homesick? This is your home. I held her close, inhaling her fragrance, feeling warm inside. But in the next moment, I completely broke the mood. So, how about it? Is my flirting technique okay? Qian Renxue was stunned. And when she came to her senses, she punched me lightly, her face as red as the evening glow. Idiot. It doesn't work on me. She said that. But everyone understood she just wanted to give me an out. After the commotion, my expression turned serious, and I laid it all bare. Schwer, I'm not from this world. She was taken aback. I come from another world. You can understand it as beyond the universe or another dimension. So how did you get here? I can't exactly say that I was kicked over here after losing a swimming match against a bunch of old men, right? That would be too embarrassing. I can only calmly say, I don't know, since I've come, I might as well make the best of it. Then, I dropped the Real bomb. I'm telling you this because besides me, there's another time traveler in this world. He's not a good person. In the future, he will personally destroy the Spirit Hall. QianDaoliu and BaiYing, who were eavesdropping, initially believed me, but upon hearing this, they scoffed. Come on, destroy the Spirit Hall? Qian Renxue was also shocked. How is that possible? I know you don't believe me. I looked at her with utmost certainty, but you can ask your grandfather tomorrow if he ever loved Poseidon of Sea God Island. You can ask your mother BaiYing if she really doesn't love you. As soon as these words were spoken, Qian Renxue was stunned. The two eavesdroppers were even more shaken. How did this kid know about these old stories? What was that person's name? How did the Spirit Hall fall? Qian Renxue was anxious. His name is Tang San. As for the reason for its downfall, there were many. There were traitors, and he was allowed to grow too freely. Your grandfather QianDaoliu, that old bastard, spends every day in the offering hall like a recluse, and even when Tang Hao came knocking, he didn't say a word. QianDaoliu, who was named, twitched at the corner of his mouth, while BaiYing gave a knowing glance. Traitor? Qian Renxue's face instantly turned cold. Who is it? I looked at her and shockingly reported 3 names. Your mother BaiYing, her apprentice Ulaina, and you? Huh, me. Qian Renxue pointed at her own nose, completely bewildered. How could I possibly be a traitor? This is my home. At least after I arrived, you weren't one anymore. I waved my hand, but on your mother's side, it's a big problem. I looked at Qian Renxue's displeased expression and continued. She's a genius with twin martial souls and innate full soul power. Incredibly impressive. But unfortunately, she's been blinded by love and is still thinking about that hypocritical bastard Yu Xiaojiang. Let me tell you that Yu Xiaojiang says he loves you. But after breaking up with her, he immediately hooked up with his cousin Lu Erlong, making a seamless transition. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue slammed the table and stood up, saying, Where's that bastard? I'm going to kill him. Calm down. I pressed her down. That guy is just a useless leech who mooches off everyone. His disciple, Tang San, is our biggest enemy. Then why not send someone to assassinate him? It's not that easy. He's currently the son of destiny in this world and has some sort of protection. So, I need to retrieve my weapon first. Your weapon? Yeah, a divine artifact, I said casually. Qian Renxue and the two eavesdroppers felt their hearts skip a beat. A divine artifact? There's a god standing behind that. I briefly described the appearance of my knife and then told her that I planned to first bring Hulaina back. If I couldn't bring her back, I would assemble a team myself, calling it the Hell's Seven Affinities, to represent the offering hall in the Soul Master competition. After Qian Renxue left, I directly found QianDaoliu. I knew she had gone, so I leaned against the wall and got straight to the point. I came to find you because I have something to ask. What is it? I need Grandpa Golden Crocodile and Grandpa Green Luan to go out with me. And also, I would like to ask you to open a back door. Open a back door? QianDaoliu asked, puzzled. I said, I want to pull someone into the offering hall. Who? A person worthy of being drawn to the offering hall. Douluo. QianDaoliu frowned, clearly not understanding why I was so obsessed with someone who ranked at the bottom among title Douluos. I smiled and directly confronted him. That night, the conversation between Schwerer and me, the high priest must have heard it, right? Seeing his shocked expression, I explained that my martial soul allows me to sense his presence, as well as the killing intent from BB Dong. I told him that Douluo is the most important stepping stone on Tang San's path to rise, and we must take him away. Moreover, I guarantee that he will definitely join us. QianDaoliu was persuaded by me and immediately called for Jin, Yi, and Qing Wan, ordering them to follow me, and directly promised that as long as Douluo nods, he would be appointed the 8th High Priest. After leaving the Spirit City, the High Priest summoned his martial soul to fly us. On the way, the two old men were still muttering, not understanding why the High Priest valued Douluo so much. It was I who asked the High Priest to do this. I spoke up directly, saying that Douluo is indeed weak in one-on-one battles, but what makes him impressive is that he can defeat opponents to the point where only a title Douluo remains. The two old men immediately gasped in shock, recalling the terrifying scene where amidst the thousands of troops, with poison gas filling the air, only a title Douluo could survive. But will he join us? His relationship with the Spirit Hall is not good. Jean, he still had doubts. I scoffed at that. Humph. His relationship with the Pope isn't great. What does that have to do with our worship hall? As soon as I said this, the two old men exchanged glances and fell silent. Hey, guess what? I wasn't idle. I directly pointed at a dark hole below and said to Grandpa Chingwan, let's stop here. The two old men were completely taken aback. Huh? Why stop here? This place is isolated, with no village in front and no shop behind. There are no soul beasts here, and that old poisoner Douluo isn't around either. I was a bit speechless at that moment and replied, didn't the Grand Worshipper explain it clearly to you? They both replied in unison. What did he say? I sighed and said, I'm out here mainly to retrieve my exclusive weapon. Finding Douluo and getting the soul rings are just side tasks. No hurry. Weapons. The two old men were even more confused. Grandpa Golden Crocodile looked at me as if I were an idiot. Xiao Ying, you grew up in Spirit City since you were little, right under our noses. Where would you get a weapon? Grandpa Qing Wan echoed, yeah, even if you had one. It couldn't possibly be hidden in such a wild place, right? No one understood my family. I was momentarily at a loss for words and could only force myself to make up a story. When I was born, my weapon came with me. And after my martial soul awakened, I sensed that it was here. The looks in their eyes made me feel that if I said one more thing, they would take me to see a doctor. The three of us landed at the cave entrance, and I pointed to the cave. There it is. Grandpa Golden Crocodile and Grandpa Qing Wan scanned inside with their soul power, but felt nothing. Just as I was about to go in, they immediately wanted to follow. I quickly stopped them. You two grandpas just wait for me here. I'll be right back after I get it. They exchanged glances and said in unison, we need to protect your safety. What if something unexpected happens? I thought to myself, you can just forget it and wave my hand. Don't worry. My weapon won't harm me. You two guarding the entrance counts as protecting me. Besides, if my weapon detects outsiders, I'm afraid it might actually pose a danger to you two grandpas. As soon as I said this, Jean, Yi, and Qing Wan burst out laughing. Xiaoying, do you know what kind of strength your grandpa Jean Yi has? Do you know how powerful your grandpa Qing Wan is? I nodded. Of course I know both grandpas are powerful, but I'm afraid you might still get hurt. They both laughed even harder and waved their hands. Then go get it. I want to see what kind of divine weapon can hurt us. Haha. All right. This flag is set. It's practically textbook level. Seeing that they wouldn't follow, I turned around and walked deeper into the cave. Once inside, I glanced back to confirm that the two old security guards hadn't followed, and only then did I feel relieved. I quickly called out in my mind, System, extract rewards. Ding extraction, successful. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward obtained. Time Warblade, artifact. As the system's voice faded, I took the items out of the soul guide device. Wow, besides a stunningly cool knife, there was also a right arm armor and a right shoulder armor. I immediately complained. System, you're a bit stingy here. Why not give a full set? Just one arm? Reply to the host. This is a complete set of equipment. All right. My mistake. I'm sorry. It's fine. I forgive you. I stared at the bracers and shoulder armor, lost in thought. The sword is fine, but isn't this a bit too big for me right now? System, can this thing be made smaller? Replying to the host. The bracers and shoulder armor are also of artifact level, but they cannot be made smaller. They can only grow larger as your body grows. Great. So it's like turning children's clothing into haute couture. I picked up the Time War sword, and with a hum, I instantly felt like I was about to merge with it. The pressure was immense. But after a moment, with a swoosh, the war sword directly merged into my body. And now I can summon it with my mind. Looking incredibly cool. I was thinking, a divine weapon must have skills, right? Even Poseidon's trident has them. System, does it have skills? Reply to the host, of course it does. Current weapon skills, dissuasion, time seal, time scar. Dissuasion directly applies a debuff to all enemies, making them feel like they're facing a level 100 deity, with all attributes reduced by 30%. Time seal, time pause. In the stillness of time, only I can move freely. I can also grant others permission. Time scar packages all the damage the opponent has suffered in the past and detonates it all at once. Wow, that's amazing. I couldn't help but exclaim. With these skills, who need the soul weapon? I'm the strongest in the world. Okay. The host can use soul power to activate. Since the host is not wearing shoulder and arm armor, these are the only 3 skills for now. This is already amazing. Okay. My shout startled the 2 old security guards at the entrance, and they rushed in, fearing something had happened to me. What happened? Yes. Xiaoying, we thought you were in danger. I quickly cupped my hands and apologized. I'm sorry for making the 2 grandfathers worry. Seeing that I was fine, they sighed in relief, their gaze falling on the large sword behind me. Grandfather Qingwan pointed and asked, "Is this your weapon?" I nodded. "Yes, this is my weapon." The golden crocodile Dalu laughed again, his expression carrying a hint of disbelief and teasing. "Is this the weapon that can hurt both of us?" Ha ha ha. I thought to myself, the opportunity has come. I smiled slightly. Doesn't Grandpa Golden Crocodile believe it? He was about to brag, saying that after staying in the offering hall for so many years, I must know about the angelic holy sword, right? I was about to tell him, but before I could finish my sentence, I directly cast a dread on him. In an instant, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire cave, and the smiles of Golden Crocodile and Qingwan froze on their faces. Turning pale, their legs were probably trembling, unable to utter a word under the pressure. Before they could react, I followed up with a time seal. In that moment, the entire world fell silent, turning gray and white. Family, who understands this feeling of the whole world pausing for you? It's simply amazing. I leisurely walked past them, circled around to their backs, and then snapped my fingers. The pressure instantly vanished, and the world regained its color. As soon as the 2 old men recovered, they found that I had disappeared. Where's Xiaoying? Yes, she was just here. Even if it were a spatial soul skill, it shouldn't be possible to disappear in an instant right under our noses, right? I stood behind them and softly said, "I'm here." They both turned around abruptly, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight, utterly shocked. From in front of them to behind them, they hadn't noticed a thing. Xiaoying, how did you do that?" Grandpa Qingwan stammered. I pretended to explain in a profound manner. Grandpa Golden Crocodile knows about the angelic holy sword, so he should also know what just happened, right? Grandpa Golden Crocodile was taken aback for a moment, then his pupils shook. "Are you saying?" I nodded. "Where are you 2 playing at? Stop beating around the bush." Qingwan was anxious. It was only then that Golden Crocodile Douluo trembled and explained to Qingwan, "The angel holy sword is a divine weapon, and the blade behind Xiaoying is also a divine weapon." "What? Divine? Divine weapon?" Qingwan Douluo's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He looked at me again. "So what was that instant teleportation you just did?" I smiled slightly. This skill shouldn't be mentioned casually. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Everyone has their little secrets, right? Qingwan scratched his head and then burst into laughter. "Exactly. Ha. Xiaoying is already exceptionally talented. And now with the divine artifact in hand, how can our spirit hall's grand ambitions not succeed? Let's set off to find Douluo. Once we deal with him, we can go get the soul rings." All right. 2 the 3 of us set off after finishing our conversation. This time, Qingwan Do Tian directly unleashed its martial soul true form, flying much faster than before. We soared in the sky, and the enormous Qingwan blocking out the sun left many people below in awe. Coincidentally, not far away, Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and Sword Douluo Qinshin also took notice. Ning Fengji asked the nearby Sword Douluo, Sword Uncle, "What do you think is going on?" Sword Douluo flew up into the sky and used his mental power to investigate from a distance. It was only after we had moved far away that he returned to the ground. I just took a look. There are two titled Douluo and a relatively young child. Probably not much older than Rongrong. How strong are they? One of them is the Qingwan Douluo from the Spirit Hall, and their strength is impressive. The other one dispersed my mental power directly. Incredibly strong. I only noticed that child just before my mental power was dispersed. Ning Fengji murmured, "Two powerful titled Douluo, huh?" He then asked, "Sword Uncle, is that child a boy or a girl?" "It's a boy. Is there something wrong with that, Sect Master?" Ning Fengji waved his hand. "It's nothing. Do you remember the news that the scout reported not long ago? Are you saying this is one of those 3 children?" Ning Fengji nodded. "It's very likely. The Pope accepted a girl as a disciple, and this child should also be one of those 3. The next day, we arrived at the Sunset Forest. This place was indeed the ideal retirement location for a reclusive old man like Douluo. The Qingwan Douluo was still a bit uncertain. "Xiao Ying, are you sure Douluo is hiding here?" I nodded and then directly asked the 2 grandfathers, "Do you 2 know about the ice and fire yin-yang eye in the Sunset Forest?" They exchanged a glance, looking confused. "Ice and fire yin-yang eye? What is that?" You can understand it as a yin-yang pot hot spring that works." The golden crocodile Daluo seemed to understand. "Are you saying that it's at a spring where Douluo is?" I nodded. "He must be there. Just not sure if he is at home now." Qingwan asked again, "Xiaoying, how do you know?" I hesitated for a moment, and then I began my performance. Douluo has a reclusive personality and definitely doesn't live in the city. People need food, clothing, and shelter, right? Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. If one day the Pope wants to hunt him down, he must have a backup plan. This Sunset Forest is an excellent choice. He has surrounded it with poisonous miasma, and even soul beasts dare not approach. There's a natural hot spring for bathing and relaxation, and he would definitely claim it as his own, treating it as a secret base. My analysis left the 2 of them stunned. Although they felt something was off, they couldn't refute it. My ability to talk nonsense is truly unmatched. I quickly urged, "Grandpas, let's use our spiritual power to scan first. The Sunset Forest is not that big, so we should be able to find it quickly." Gold Crocodile Douluo immediately unleashed his spiritual power and soon made a discovery. There was a place over there that had almost no soul beasts nearby, so Douluo must be hiding there. Qingwan Douluo immediately sped up and soon arrived at the edge of the poisonous mist. "This is it," I said, looking at the scene below. As soon as we landed, Golden Crocodile Douluo asked, "Xiaoying, are you sure this is the place? Why don't we see Douluo?" I scanned the area and said with certainty, "I'm sure it's here. He must have just stepped out. Let's wait for him here." "So, are we waiting for him? Or should we take you to hunt for a soul ring first?" "Let's wait for him. The soul ring can wait." What I was thinking in my heart was to absorb all the immortal herbs here first, and then go for higher year soul rings. I secretly asked the system, "Can the soul guide device you gave me hold living things?" Of course, it can not only hold living things, but also allow them to continue growing. I see. In the next second, without saying a word, I rolled up my sleeves and started to gather herbs. These were not ordinary herbs. They were all immortal herbs. This scene left Genie and Qingwan dumbfounded. "Xiaoying, by destroying Douluo's medicinal field like this, it will be even harder to win him over." Yes. As soon as I heard this, I thought, great, this is even more exciting. I pushed the speed to the max, and it was already fast. But now it was even faster. Not only did I clear all the herbs, but I even dug up the roots and tossed everything into the eye of ice and fire. After finishing all this, I wiped my sweat and pointed at the last 2 best herbs by the hot spring, saying, "These 2, I'll need your help with them, gentlemen." Only then did they notice those 2 plants, and when they looked around at the chaotic battlefield, they helplessly rubbed their foreheads. "Are you trying to empty out his entire stock? What else? If he still has resources, how can he come with us?" The 2 old men paused, as if realizing the logic in that. Cutting off his desires and leaving him with no attachments would make it easier for him to join the Spirit Hall. They came to me and asked, "What should we do?" "Just pull them out and hand them to me." As the 2 old men approached the octagonal profound ice grass and the fire apricot flower, one of them shivered from the cold, while the other sweated from the heat. However, this little difficulty was nothing for them, and soon, the 2 immortal herbs were delivered to me. Before they could even ask why, I, right in front of them, chomped down on them one by one. This action nearly scared the souls out of the two venerables. Xiaoying, are you okay? Xiaoying, are you alright? I chewed on the grass, feeling a wave of heat in my body, but I calmly said, I'm fine, but I need to absorb some energy first. After speaking, I asked the system in my heart, System, should I jump directly into that eye of ice and fire? Host, please rest assured, with me here, you won't encounter any accidents. Then I trust you. With that, I jumped straight into the eye of ice and fire with a splash. The feeling was half ice cellar and half furnace, intensely uncomfortable. But the next second, my two dragon-slaying martial souls automatically emerged, and with a hum, they instantly suppressed the energy of the eye of ice and fire and the two immortal herbs. All the discomfort vanished in an instant. System, is the absorption done? Why is it so quick? Returning to the host, the eye of ice and fire is essentially the place where the ice and fire dragon king fell. Your martial soul is the dragon-slaying martial soul, which inherently has suppressive abilities against dragons, not to mention these two souls that have been dead for who knows how long. So that's how it is? It was my martial soul that suppressed the powers of the ice and fire dragon king souls. The system explained that my martial soul is a super ancient, mysterious martial soul dedicated to hunting dragon souls. I rushed out directly from the ice and fire two eyes. After coming out, a blue line appeared on my left arm, and a red line appeared on my right arm. System, what's going on with these lines? The host's martial soul has undergone mutation. Now you're not only immune to light and dark attributes, but also to ice and fire attributes. At the same time, you can devour ice and fire attributes to restore your own soul power. Really? So now I can be immune to attacks of 4 different attributes. Replying to the host, yes. I was having a great time when Jin, Yi, and Qingwan were about to ask me about my situation. Suddenly, a blood-red beam of light struck me from the sky with a bang. At the same time, the Shura god in the divine realm popped open champagne and started dancing in the great hall. Wow, I've hit the jackpot. Dual martial souls, a natural counter to the dragon race, innate level 20 soul power, and I've just devoured the souls of the ice and fire dragon kings. Isn't this exactly the dream job I've been longing for? He murmured, I need to hurry and lower the divine exam before those old guys snatch it away. In the next moment, a dignified voice echoed in my mind. Young Junior, I am the Shura god, one of the highest ranking gods in the divine realm. I admire you. I directly interrupted him. Enough, enough, stop pretending. Don't you just want to quickly find a suitable successor to pass on the divine position so you can retire and wander the universe? You say you appreciate me, but finding the right person is secondary. Wanting to get away is the real reason, right? This statement left the Shura god speechless. How do you know? There's nothing impossible about it. You just want to leave the divine position and see the vast world outside, right? I come from one of many worlds. Sure enough, beyond the universe, there are vast worlds. I looked at him and began to negotiate. I promise to inherit your divine position, but you better not be stingy. What does that mean? You know that our Pope of the Spirit Hall inherits the Rakshasa god, right? Look at her. She takes the divine test and fights for her life every day, but the rewards are either none or pitifully small. Don't be like that trash of the Rakshasa god. I added, my fiancé E is from the Qian family, with innate soul power of level 20, destined to become an angel god in the future. Regarding the first-generation angel god, what's in the past is in the past, I understand. The Shura god immediately understood what I meant. I can finally relax. I'm still young, and with this first trial, I have reached the domain of the god of slaughter. But I can't go to the city of slaughter. I know, the divine trial is determined by me, and I won't let you go there just yet. That's good. What is the first trial of the Azura? Azura Legacy First Trial. Hunt 30 soul beasts with dragon bloodline. Requirements. No less than 100 years. No reliance on others. Time limit, 6 months. Reward, 2 divine soul rings. Little one, how about it? Does this task and reward suit you? The god of Azura asked proudly. Only those who have bathed in dragon blood can become true dragon slayers. Ha 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 ha. Good. After saying that, the god of Azura disappeared, and my consciousness returned to reality, with a blood-red sword-shaped mark appearing on my forehead. Second brother, what is going on? The blue phoenix Douluo looked at the golden crocodile Douluo. The golden crocodile Douluo stared intently at the mark on my forehead. It was quite conspicuous. Divine trial? You mean? The blue phoenix Douluo also looked at me. The deity, inheritance. The 2 old men rushed in front of me. Xiaoying, have you obtained the inheritance of a deity? I nodded and made a shushing gesture. They immediately understood that this matter must not be made public. The golden crocodile Douluo lowered his voice and asked tremulously, Is it the 9th test? Of course, it is the 9th test. Hearing this, the golden crocodile Douluo nearly fainted on the spot and stammered. N. Ninth test. The Qingwan Douluo quickly supported him, looking bewildered. What ninth test? The golden crocodile whispered in his ear, the ninth test means you will become a god in the future. What? Qingwan shouted, completely weakening in his legs, and collapsed to the ground together with the golden crocodile Douluo. However, this soaring red light was also clearly seen by Douluo, who was rushing back with all his might. He was running at full speed towards a medicinal field that I had already cleared out with Douluo by his side. As he saw it as the hope for curing his granddaughter, I stared at the eye of ice and fire, and suddenly a bold idea emerged. Since I am immune to ice and fire now, and I can also absorb ice and fire attributes, what will happen if I drain the energy from this spring? The golden crocodile Douluo noticed me staring at the spring and felt a pang of anxiety. Shouting, "What are you planning to do?" I seemed to not hear anything, and with a splash, I jumped down again. Once more entering the spring, I opened my eyes wide, opened my mouth, and began to frantically absorb the energy from the spring. Goodness! The originally distinct red and blue of the ice and fire yin-yang, I instantly transformed into a massive whirlpool, with the water level rapidly dropping. All the energy surged into my body like crazy. In no time, the entire ice and fire yin-yang, I was completely dried up, resembling a dry well. Now I truly felt an endless supply of soul power. Jean Crocodile and Qingwan watched from above, dumbfounded. Xiaoying, what have you done? Why is the entire spring dry? I shouted, it's nothing. I just absorbed all the energy from this spring. And, can you help me get up there? I can't climb up. Qingwan used her soul power to pull me up. Xiaoying, you said you absorbed the energy, so why is the spring all dried up? Jean, he still didn't understand. I shook my head. I don't know either. Maybe this spring water is maintained by energy, and since I absorbed the energy, the water disappeared. Just as we were chatting, the main character arrived. Bold! Who dares to trespass into my medicinal field? Do you want to die? Before the person arrived, the voice came first. Douluo rushed in with his granddaughter. Jean E and Qingwan scoffed at his words. One is a second elder of the Spirit Hall, level 98, and the other is a third elder, level 97. I, holding a divine weapon, am a man destined to become a god. How dare you, Douluo? When Douluo and Douluyin rushed over and saw the scene before them, they were dumbfounded. The ice and fire yin-yang, I was dried up, and his precious medicinal herbs were completely gone. Did you do this? I will kill you. Douluo was furious and didn't even see clearly who was before him, ready to attack. But as he approached, he immediately recognized the golden crocodile Douluo, who presided over his promotion to the title Douluo. Looking at the person beside him, the pressure was immense. They were definitely also an elder. Finally, when he saw me, he realized I was clearly a treasure being cultivated by the Spirit Hall. Douluo instantly felt embarrassed. The harsh words he just spoke echoed in his ears, and he wondered who was attacking whom. He knew he couldn't escape, so he could only use his soul power to transmit a message with a hint of pleading. Please don't let my granddaughter see when you kill me. I beg you to spare my granddaughter's life. I stepped forward and smiled, saying, I think Senior Douluo must have misunderstood the situation. We mean no harm. Douluo glanced at Jean E and Qingwan, and seeing their lack of reaction, he immediately understood that this child in front of him was the one who truly held the power to speak. I hypocritically apologized. It was our fault for accidentally damaging Senior Douluo's medicinal field, and I apologize to you here. Douluo knew this was giving him a way out, so he quickly waved his hand and said, Enough, enough, it's just a medicinal field. I saw him come down the steps and get straight to the point. As a junior, I prefer to be direct. We have come this time to invite Senior Douluo to join the Hall of Worship. Douluo found himself in a difficult position. Joining the Spirit Hall would mean losing his freedom, but if he didn't join, both he and his grandson would have to account for themselves here today. I saw him hesitate and softly said, Senior, why not listen to the reward the Offering Hall has for you? Reward? The reward from the Offering Hall for you, Senior, is to remove the poison from you and your granddaughter. This reward should be enough to move you, right? Upon hearing this, Douluo's eyes lit up at first, but then dimmed again. If it were that easy to detoxify, that would be great. Senior, it seems you still don't quite believe us. I can understand, as the actions of those people from the Pope's Hall are indeed quite annoying. Therefore, we would like to invite Senior Douluo to join the Offering Hall. It was then that Douluo noticed that I had been talking about the Offering Hall the whole time, not the Spirit Hall or the Pope's Hall. The Offering Hall. I nodded. Not bad. As long as you are willing to join, you will be the 8th offering in the Offering Hall. This is something I discussed with the Grand Offering. If you agree, not only will you directly become the 8th offering, but we will also help you and your grandson with the antidote. I added, you don't have to obey the orders of any elder or worshiper, nor do you need to pay attention to the commands of the Pope and the great worshipper. In other words, you could be a nominal worshipper without it interfering with your freedom to enjoy life. Douluo thought to himself, this condition is too tempting, but he still had doubts. Then whose orders should I follow? I anticipated he would ask that, and immediately said, only listen to me. Compared to a superior-subordinate relationship, I still think it's better to be friends. How about that? It's really an enticing offer. I want to build an invincible team, and your granddaughter seems to be a great choice. That way, you won't have to worry about her. She will enjoy the highest at the Spirit Hall, the best resources. After receiving the answer, Douluo made a decisive decision. All right, I'm in. But just to be clear, none of the conditions we just discussed can be missed. I laughed and said, no problem. I can also let you go and get beaten up by the Douluo of the Golden Lotus as a welcome ceremony for your joining the Hall of Offerings. Poor Yuegwan, sitting at home and having trouble come from the sky. At this moment, Douluo was in a dilemma, rubbing his forehead helplessly and saying, I am currently a guest elder of the Tiando royal family. It's fine. You can continue to serve as a guest elder for a few more years in the Tiando royal family, repay the favor, and then leave. After all, no one in the Tiando royal family can keep you here, and they dare not force you to stay. After saying that, I looked at his granddaughter, Douluo, and immediately asked, where's your granddaughter studying now? Douluo replied, at the Tiando Royal Academy. I understood. In this situation, I had to take the initiative. I directly stepped forward to Douluo and said, hey, beautiful, can I ask you something? Do you know someone named Yilingling? To my surprise, her eyes lit up as she said, that's my best friend, but she's a bit socially anxious and doesn't have many friends besides me. Great. I got a lead. I immediately turn around and ask the old man, where is the Jiuxin Haitang family? Respond quickly if you know. The QianDaoliu said, it's near Tiando City. We'll get there in no time. I quickly stopped him, saying, Grandpa, keep it low-key. We just arrived, and it feels like someone is watching us. Let's not make it look like a parade. The golden crocodile Douluo, with his bad temper, scoffed, TCH, isn't it just that sword-wielding Chenxian? But I insisted. Let's visit incognito and keep the noise down. So, we sneaked over like underground workers. And guess what? The legendary Jiuxin Haitang family lived in a place that was utterly dilapidated. It was basically a model of a family in decline. The golden crocodile and the others were still lamenting about the unpredictability of life when a little head peeked out from the crack of the door and quickly ran back to report. Before long, an old lady and a middle-aged sister came out with Yilingling. As soon as the two best friends saw each other, they leaped into a big bear hug. The golden crocodile Douluo said, I am the head of the family. I was taken aback. It turned out the head was this sister. She informed us that her father, the former head of the family whom Golden Crocodile Douluo was looking for, had passed away long ago. Golden Crocodile Douluo expressed his regret, saying that he had received a life-saving favor from her father back in the day and had come to repay the favor this time, along with an offer from the Spirit Hall, but unexpectedly, he had already passed. The sister was a bit stunned when she heard about the second offering from the Spirit Hall. At this time, it was my turn to step in. I took a step forward, cleared my throat, and said, then let me repay the favor on behalf of the second offering. Golden Crocodile Douluo immediately understood what I meant and raised my status, introducing me to the sister of the Yi family. This is our holy son of the Spirit Hall. Huh, I was promoted right on the spot. The holy son of the Spirit Hall? Why didn't I know about this? I don't even have to memorize the KPIs. I just got airlifted in, right? Although I had 1,000 questions in my mind, I maintained a steady expression on my face. I'll get straight to the point. Head of the Yi family, let us talk business. I can solve the problem of your 9-heart, sea pearl martial soul being passed down alone. The conditions are simple. Join our Spirit Hall. This will not only repay the favor owed to Grandpa Jean Crocodile, but also serve as a welcoming gift for your family. What do you think? The eldest sister of the Yi family, Yi Renxue, was so shocked that her eyes widened, and her voice trembled. You can really solve the flaws in our martial soul? I said, of course. You consider whether to join or not first. If you don't join, I'll help your family restore its former glory. If you do join, your martial soul problem will be solved in no time. I tell you, without even thinking. She just jumped up excitedly and said, I'm joining. I must join. Over the years, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has been giving us a hard time. And those people from the Heaven Do Imperial family are like they're blind. That old man Shui, he only knows how to play in the harem every day, leaving the political affairs to the crown prince. If it weren't for their oppression, how could our 9-heart begonia have come this far? Seeing her so enthusiastic, I was also filled with passion at that moment and directly gave an important speech. That's right. The kings make everyone kneel with just a bit of false fame and bloodline. But our Spirit Hall is here to make everyone stand up. With that said, If we don't take action, it would just be a presentation. Without saying another word, I directly started the feast. First, I flaunted the rare mushrooms and heavenly flowers I got from the old poison master, like the mystic fragrance and the celestial products. Half an hour later, I suddenly got a notification in my mind. The system informed me that I had obtained a poison immunity physique. I also checked the sign-in reward for the past few days, and wow, detox pills, scarlet ghost mask, and 10 bottles of happy water. This system really solved my urgent problem. Then, I took out 2 immortal herbs, 1 mystic tulip for Yi Lingling and 1 blood swan kiss for Dugu. I told them, don't be polite, Senior Dugu. This herb is a great tonic. Absorb it, and your talent will soar, your martial soul will mutate, and it will cure all kinds of grievances. This one for Lingling is just right to break the curse on your family. Yinzi, yours is quite fierce. The toxicity is hundreds of times that of ordinary poison. Even your grandfather can't handle it. I'll have to protect you personally. 2 hours later, Yi Lingling finished first. When she opened her eyes, her soul power skyrocketed to Great Soul Master. And when her martial soul manifested, wow, her mother was stunned on the spot. Her mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. And this is the legendary 10-heart begonia. Immediately after, Dugu also finished. She excitedly ran to her grandfather, Dugu, and when her martial soul appeared, let me tell you, the scene was incredible. That original azure-scaled snake directly evolved into a dragon. A genuine azure-scaled poison dragon. Dugubo's eyes were about to pop out. I calmly took out 2 detox pills and tossed them to him. Here, detox pills. Clean out the ancestral toxins in both your bodies, once and for all. And you 1T drop a rank. This old poison master held the pills, trembling with excitement, unable to speak for a long time. I laughed. What's wrong? Old poison master, don't you trust me? Only then did he come back to his senses, filled with emotions, saying that he wished he had joined the spirit hall sooner. I patted him on the shoulder and said, it's not too late now. The grandfather and grandson took the elixir, and not long after, they started detoxifying crazily, with all sorts of dark substances covering their bodies. After detoxifying, Dugu, let me tell you, looked like a completely different person. His hair and beard turned black, and he looked 20 years younger, with his soul power breaking through to level 93 on the spot. He stood there laughing wildly. I've completely detoxified. QianDaoliu looked at him with disdain. All right. Old poison, hurry up and wash yourself. You're dirty and stinky. The 2 old men, Qingwan and Jini, seeing Dugu rejuvenated, had green eyes and immediately came over, rubbing their hands and asking me, Little Shadow, Grandpa treats you well usually, right? Is there any more of that elixir? I was both amused and helpless, explaining to them, this thing is for detoxification, not hyaluronic acid. The old toxin can only become young after the toxins are cleared. But you 2 don't have any toxins in your bodies, so it's useless to take it. Once Dugu and his granddaughter finished washing up, our group set off directly to the Stardow Forest to get them their soul rings. On the way, Golden Crocodile Douluo asked me, Xiaoying, since you and Dugu both have dragon-type martial souls, have you thought about what kind of soul beast you want? I waved my hand. I don't need soul rings. My first assessment is to personally slay 30 soul beasts of dragon lineage, starting for 100 years, and no one is allowed to interfere. Dugu was left dumbfounded, and Golden Crocodile Douluo quickly used his soul power to explain it to him in a secure call. When we arrived at the location, I directly ordered, Elder Dugu, go find a 1,000-year poison dragon for your granddaughter. Grandpa Qingwan, feel free to find a 1,000-year soul beast for the Yi family girl. Remember, it must be 1,000 years. Both of them had consumed celestial herbs, and their physiques had dramatically improved, so don't bother with a few 100 years. Not long after, Qingwan returned with a barely alive 1,000-year silver-horned evil wolf and dropped it in front of Yi Lingling. The girl was still a bit scared, and Qingwan gently encouraged her, saying that to protect her mother, she must personally end it. I leaned over to Golden Crocodile Douluo and whispered, why do I feel like these 2 have chance? Golden Crocodile Douluo nodded in agreement. As a result, the 2 involved heard us. Yi Jingshue's face turned red instantly, and Qingwan angrily shouted, Second brother, why are you also messing around with Xiaoying? In the evening, Dugu also brought back a poison-scaled giant python over 1,000 years old, and Dugu swiftly dealt with it. Then, the main event came. Golden Crocodile Douluo caught nearly 23 dragon lineage soul beasts over 100 years old, including several subdragons. He asked me what I planned to do. I drew out my Time War Blade and said lightly to that group of soul beasts, let them go all at once. Everyone was stunned, and Golden Crocodile Douluo panicked. Xiaoying, are you crazy? More than 20 of them. And there's a nearly 1,000-year-old subdragon. I smiled slightly and said, that's right. Just the right opportunity to practice. Seeing my confidence, Qing Wan and Dugu Bo exchanged glances, moved to the sides, and formed a surrounding circle. Once the soul beasts were released, some tried to run away, while others charged directly towards us. I swung my knife horizontally and calmly uttered 2 words. Time. Seal. With a hum, the entire world pressed the pause button. This move was aimed at delivering a dimensional strike. My figure flickered, and the blade light swept through the vital points of each spirit beast. By the time I returned to my original position after the killing, I resumed my previous stance and gently snapped my fingers too. In the next second, as the golden crocodile Douluo and the others shouted for death, they saw more than 20 spirit beasts, plopping down like dumplings, all collapsed on the ground in an instant, gone in a flash. The scene fell into a deathly silence. Douluo Bo and Yi Jingxue were left in shock, their jaws nearly dropping. Your Highness the Saint Sun. How did you do that? I waved my hand and said, just call me Little Shadow. As for how I did it, that's a business secret. Everyone has their little secrets. Once everything was sorted out, Jean E. Douluo said that we would camp here today and return to the Spirit Hall tomorrow, where there are captive soul beasts. So we wouldn't miss those last few. At night, everyone was asleep, and I leaned against a tree to look at the stars. Douluo Bo came over with roasted meat and wine and asked me what was wrong. I sighed and said, Poison Grandpa, how should I deal with this mother-in-law? Old Poison chuckled and said, in this land, strength is everything. Any mother-in-law will have to make way for you. I said, you can't say that. Not all mothers-in-law look at strength. There's a saying that goes well, mother-in-law, big bad wolf. Hearing this, the golden crocodile Douluo, who was meditating nearby, had his mouth twitching wildly. He knew I was implying something about BB Dong. The next day, we flew back to Seoul City on the martial soul of the Qingwan Douluo. Just as we reached the city gate, we heard a sissy shouting, you old poison, how dare you come to Seoul City? It was the chrysanthemum Douluo. Douluo Bo's status had changed, and he didn't even acknowledge him. When the chrysanthemum Douluo saw that the second and third worshippers were standing beside me, he was so scared that he fell from the sky and quickly bowed. The golden crocodile and Qingwan, those 2 old men, were very protective and immediately exploded in anger. Chrysanthemum Douluo, ignoring the no-fly order and provoking the 8th worshipper. Douluo worshipper, go, beat him up for me. We'll hold him down. After saying that, the 2 of them unleashed their soul power, directly tying up the chrysanthemum Douluo tightly and dragging him to the small black room. Before long, Douluo Bo came out satisfied, with the chrysanthemum Douluo following behind, looking lost and dejected. It seemed he had been psychologically attacked. The mental blow was more painful than being beaten. Back in the worship hall, QianDaoliu finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw I returned safely. The golden crocodile and Qingwan, like they were telling a comedic story, exaggeratedly recounted the experiences of the past few days, leaving even the unparalleled QianDaoliu in a daze. Once they left, QianDaoliu stared at me, still not daring to believe. Did you really pass the divine test? I helplessly revealed the blood-colored totem on my body. Old man, could this be fake? You're at least a peerless Douluo. Can't you be a bit more composed? He was extremely excited, saying that his good buddy Tang Chun went missing while searching for the divine test, and unexpectedly, I ended up encountering it. I proudly said, how about it? My granddaughter's husband is pretty good, right? He nodded repeatedly, not bad, not bad. From today on, you're the rightful holy son of the Martial Soul Hall, and you can freely mobilize all resources. Just then, a notification sounded in my mind. Ding, please complete the first assessment of the Shura God as soon as possible. I said to QianDaoliu, old man, stop chatting. We still need the last 8 soul beasts for the assessment. Grandpa Jean, he said you have some captive here? Take me there. Without saying a word, he teleported me to the soul beast breeding ground. I told him to stand back. Then I wiped them all out in one go, activating the time seal again, and the 8 soul beasts were instantly killed. QianDaoliu watched from the side, his eyelids twitching, muttering, pause time. What a freakish skill. Just as I finished, a red totem above my head erupted with a brilliant red light. And a majestic voice echoed. The first test of the Azura God S9th trial is complete. Reward, 2 divine soul rings. Damn, divine soul rings. QianDaoliu's eyes turned red as he said that he only got 1 after the 8th test, and I got 2 in the first test. I immediately began to absorb them, while QianDaoliu stood beside me to protect me. As the 2 soul rings entered my body, a terrifying energy erupted instantly. In the next moment, amidst his terrified gaze, 2 soul rings slowly rose from my body. Black ones, both were 10,000-year soul rings. The first and second soul rings were directly 10,000 year. At that time, I was so smug that I was almost about to write the words awesome on my face. Teasing QianDaoliu. Old man, are you envious of me? He was just about to scold me when the Shura god, far away in the divine realm, probably thought I was too idle, and his voice exploded directly in my head. Shura 9 trials. Second trial. Endure under the hands of the Peerless Douluo for the duration of 2 incense sticks. Duration. 3 years. I was completely frozen. I'm telling you. That old man QianDaoliu, his laugh. It made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. He patted me on the shoulder and kindly said, "Good grandson-in-law, it seems you can't escape this beating. Don't worry, as your examiner. Your grandpa here will definitely take good care of you. I tell you, that girl Yilingling came back and looked like her soul was sucked out, slumped at home, her face as red as a monkey's but gasping for air. Her mind filled with that little incident from earlier. She kept murmuring, 'Did I just get kissed? Goodness, all men are really no good. But this feeling, hey? It's quite exhilarating.' Her mom, Yi Jingxue, came out of the kitchen wearing an apron and was puzzled when she saw her like this. 'Lingling, where have you been going crazy? It's time to eat.' 'Huh? Oh. Mom, the Holy Son wanted to talk to me about something.' 'All right, hurry up and eat.' As a result, the girl just picked at her food a couple of times and then slipped away, locking herself in her room, leaving her mom outside completely bewildered, thinking, did she take the wrong medicine today? The scene then shifted to me, directly flashing to Douluo's place. The old poisonous man and his granddaughter Daoliu were both there. I went up and patted him on the shoulder. 'Senior Dalu, have you been living well lately?' The old man was so happy to see me. 'Oh my, young Bai, you've come. Thanks to you, I feel completely comfortable now. All the toxins in my body are gone, and I feel like my soul power is almost reaching level 94. Congratulations, senior. No need for politeness.' He waved his hand. 'I should actually thank you for letting me beat up that pompous guy from the Chrysanthemum clan. I tell you, the attitude he had was just ridiculous. If it weren't for him bullying me with his level 95, would I have ended up as a guard for the Tiando royal family? Come on, we're family. No need to be formal.' I smiled and got straight to the point. 'By the way, senior, I'm here today to tell you something. I plan to form my own battle team, and I've already thought of a name. The 7 Dwellers of Purgatory.' The old poison master's eyes lit up. 'You brat. You're planning to cultivate your own core team.' 'Exactly.' I snapped my fingers. 'I need my own people. The future goal of this team is to win the championship in the Continental Soul Master Competition. I want the name the 7 Dwellers of Purgatory to echo throughout the Spirit Hall and even the entire continent.' 'Good boy, ambitious. What do you need this old bone for? Just ask any time.' 'That's great.' I winked at him. 'Right now, is there a chance for your granddaughter to have a private chat with me?' 'No problem.' He called out, 'Yin, go chat with him.' Daoliu nodded, and we walked to the side. I looked her up and down and asked, 'How's your body feeling now? Any discomfort?' 'I'm completely fine now, thank you.' The way she looked at me was different now. I could feel that not only had her cultivation improved, but her training speed was also much faster than before. 'Of course,' I said proudly. 'You now have the Poison Dragon Martial Spirit, which is on a completely different level from your previous Poison Snake. As long as you put in the effort, achieving title Douluo or even Peerless Douluo in the future is a sure thing.' As we chatted, I changed the subject. 'By the way, let me ask you, which is better, the Spirit Hall or the Tiando Royal Academy?' 'The Spirit Hall,' she thought for a moment and said. 'At least there aren't as many arrogant young masters here. Although everyone comes from ordinary backgrounds, I feel the atmosphere here is much better.' As she spoke, she noticed I was staring at her, making her a bit uncomfortable, and her voice softened. 'Your Highness, why do you keep looking at me?' I grinned and directly flirted. 'It's nothing, I just think you're too beautiful.' I couldn't help but be captivated. 'Huh, am I really that pretty?' Daoliu instantly lost her confidence, her little face turning red. 'Of course,' I said with a tone that was absolutely decisive. 'In my eyes, you're the most beautiful. By the way, there's one more thing in the Spirit Hall. Don't keep calling me Holy Son like that. It sounds so formal. You can call me BaiYing or Xiao Bai. Either is fine. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have so many rules.' 'Okay, BaiYing. All right, I've said what I needed to say. While the iron is hot, I have a small request. I'm free tomorrow. How about we go shopping together?' 'Shopping? Sure. I'll definitely go tomorrow.' In our conversation, that old fox Dalu was listening closely nearby. When he saw his granddaughter's shy and timid demeanor, he knew there was a chance. As soon as I walked away, he immediately approached her. 'Granddaughter, what do you think of that BaiYing kid? He's pretty good, and he's quite handsome.' Daoliu's face was almost buried in her chest. Hee, Dalu was like an old matchmaker. 'Granddaughter, I heard from the golden crocodile Douluo that this kid has passed the goddess assessment and is destined to become a god in the future. Although I don't know if it's true or not, This potential is definitely God level. Why don't you take the initiative and pursue him? Grandpa, what are you saying? She said this. But her expression, who in the family understands, was simply a textbook case of saying one thing and meaning another. The next morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, the system's voice sounded in my head. Host reward has been signed in. Would you like to extract it? Extract. Congratulations. The host has obtained the Qian Divine Ring. Goodness, let me tell you, this ring is simply heaven-defying. It has infinite space inside, and the flow of time is different from the outside. One day outside equals 10 years inside. The speed of cultivation inside increases dramatically, and the most crucial part is that it can hide one's aura and change appearance. Wearing it, not to mention titled Dalu, even gods wouldn't be able to see through my true nature. I put on the ring and happily went to the shrine. Old man, say it. How do you plan to train me? The old guy from the Thousand Ways sect was kneeling in front of the angel statue, pretending to be profound. Upon hearing this, he didn't even lift his eyelids. The best training is real combat. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Are you suggesting that I fight you? No, I'm just a soul master in my 20s. And you're a peerless Douluo at level 99. This is not even in the same weight class. Besides, the second test from the Azura God still has plenty of time left. So why are you in such a hurry? QianDaoliu then turned his head, his expression heavy. I want you to grow up quickly. Didn't you say that the Spirit Hall will be destroyed by someone named Tang San in the future? For the sake of the Spirit Hall, I must hurry. As soon as I heard this, I sighed and said, all right, but you have to go easy on me. Don't just slap me to death. And guess what happened? He didn't make a sound, but suddenly, a terrifying aura exploded from him. And the pressure almost made me kneel down on the spot. I can't worry about anything else, so I'll directly reveal my super artifact, the Time Battle Blade. First soul skill, Hidden Dragon Roar. Time Battle Blade, first divine skill, Deter. With a roar of the dragon, QianDaoliu's eyelids twitched for a moment. But that was it. Then he acted as if nothing had happened, with no effect at all. I silently gave him a thumbs up. He truly is the unparalleled Dalu, able to take a beating. I took a deep breath, and the aura of the divine erupted, directly countering. QianDaoliu's expression finally changed as he felt his soul power being suppressed. Time Battle Blade, Time Seal. As soon as the words left my mouth, time around us instantly froze. Just when I was feeling a bit smug, QianDaoliu's voice rang out. Kid, you really are impressive. If you were at the Soul Saint level and wielding this blade, I might truly not be your match. But right now, you're just too weak. Second soul skill, Holy Light Illuminates. Damn, he erupted with that angelic golden light exclusive to divine beings. And the moment that light touched me, I felt like I was going to disappear. My soul power was crushed, and I couldn't move a single finger. The first soul skill, Judgment Sword. A massive golden sword came slicing down towards my forehead. With a loud boom, I flew out like a broken sack, rolling on the ground for several laps. I clumsily got up and pointed at him, cursing, old man, you really hit hard. You're bullying the weak. You're disrespecting your elders. Disrespecting my elders? He sneered. Today I'll show you what true disrespect for elders looks like. Following that, the entire offering hall was filled with screams like that of a slaughtered pig. After he was done, I dragged my injured body, limping towards Qian Renxue. Once I left, the golden crocodile Douluo emerged from the shadows, a bit worried, and asked QianDaoliu, Grand Offeror, isn't this a bit too hasty? Little Ing is still just a child. QianDaoliu sighed, this is not just for him, but also for little Shui. I can sense that Bibi Dong has also received divine inheritance, and it is definitely not simple. He must grow up quickly to protect our angel lineage. When Qian Renxue saw my injured state, she was so heartbroken that tears nearly fell. Who did this? It's okay. I hurriedly comforted her. It was Grandpa. He was helping me complete the Shura God's assessment. He was already merciful, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to withstand even one move. I forced a smile and said, all right, don't forget we agreed to go shopping yesterday. Would you like this? Can you still go? It's fine, it looks scary, but it's just superficial injuries. After we three met up along the way, Dugiyan and Yi Lingling kept stealing glances at me, while Qian Renxue remained gloomy, as if she had something heavy on her mind. By evening, the two girls went back, and I followed Qian Renxue to her place. As soon as we entered, she looked at me and said very seriously, Xiao Ing, I've made a significant decision. What decision? I want to go to the Tiando Imperial Palace. I was furious at the time. Are you crazy, Sister Schwer? I told you long ago that plan would definitely fail. If you stay in the Spirit Hall, with Grandpa's help, you will absolutely be the first to become a god. Xiao Bai, I've thought about this decision for a long time, and Grandpa agrees. What? I was directly taken aback. That old man agrees to? That damn old man, I'm going to find him. I grabbed her hand, almost begging her. Do you know how dangerous it is to be an undercover? And didn't we agree that once I passed the second test of the Azure God, we would be together? I'm begging you, Sister Schwer, don't go. My mind was made up. I had to go. Her attitude was incredibly resolute. I looked at her and finally sighed, feeling cold inside. So it really can't be changed? Fine. Since it's your own decision, I wish you good luck. I turned around and left without looking back. Is it really fate that cannot be defied? As I walked, I felt a tightness in my chest. Just halfway through, I saw dozens of soul saints marching in a straight line towards one direction. In that group, I immediately spotted Bibi Dong, along with Daoluo and Ghost Douluo. Goodness, these three together definitely mean trouble. What are they up to? A sudden bad premonition surged in my heart. No, I must get to the bottom of this. I turned around and rushed back to the offering hall. Before I even arrived, my voice echoed. Old man, come out. Why did you send Schwerer to the Heaven Do Imperial Palace? QianDaoliu had long anticipated that I would come back to settle the score. Standing there with his hands behind his back, calmly saying, this is Xiao Xue's own choice. I have no right to interfere. Aren't you afraid she might encounter an accident? She's your own granddaughter. What if something happens to her? I've told you 100 times that undercover plan is useless. Keeping her by your side to inherit the angel god is the right path. I said, this is her own decision, and it's also a form of training. He remained unmoved, saying if I came to persuade him to change his mind, then I should just go back. Fine, you're something. I was so angry that I was panting. Since this is Schweder's decision and you don't care, then I won't waste my breath on you. Let me ask you, what was Bibi Dong doing leading so many people out just now? Bibi Dong seems to be heading to the Stardo Forest to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring. A 100,000-year soul ring. Stardo Forest. My mind buzzed, as if some key information was about to explode. Just then, the system's voice chimed, ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special mission. Save Xiao Wu. Mission reward. Soul power increased by 10 levels. Xiao Wu's favorability 100. Damn, how could I forget about this? According to this timeline, isn't Bibi Dong going to hunt Xiao Wu and her mom? I immediately changed my expression and said to QianDaoliu, old man, promise me one thing. As long as I can pass the second test of the Azure God, I want to travel to the Douluo continent. Okay, with his permission, I didn't say a word and directly flashed back to my room. With Bibi Dong's lineup, 2 titled Douluo, plus herself and a bunch of soul saints, going head-to-head was definitely not an option. I quickly calculated in my mind. It seemed I could only cheat. System, give me a 3-minute God-level experience card. Congratulations, host. Usage successful. A destructive power instantly filled my body. I immediately put on the Qinkoin Divine Ring, changed it to a set of night clothes for disguise, and then, relying on this God-level power, I tore open a spatial rift with my bare hands. Stardo Forest. Here I come. As soon as I landed, I released an overwhelming amount of spiritual power and began to frantically search for the location of Xiao Wu and the others. Soon, I heard a woman's hoarse shout, Xiao Wu, run. Mom will hold them off for you. Hurry up. It was a row. By the time I arrived, she had already been surrounded by dozens of soul saints and 3 titled Daluo, clearly on the verge of collapse. You will never get my soul ring and soul bone. Aro's eyes were filled with determination, and she was about to self-destruct. Bibi Dong sneered, want to commit suicide? Can you do that in front of me? Don't worry. After you die, I'll take your soul ring and soul bone, and soon I'll send your daughter to reunite with you. Spatial rift abyss slash. The spider spear behind her directly tore through space and slashed toward Aro. Aro used her last bit of strength to activate an invincible golden body, barely blocking it. But then, Daoluo and Daoluo also made their moves. 9th soul skill, Petals of the Withering Chrysanthemum. 9th soul skill, Hell's Wraith. Countless petals of chrysanthemum shot over like knives, and numerous ghostly hands emerged from the ground to try to grab her. Plus Bibi Dong's 6 spider spears that could pierce through everything. It was over. This wave was a sure kill. Just at this critical moment, I made my move. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire scene. And let me tell you, it felt like the whole world had been paused. Their devastating attacks, in front of me, were like fireworks poofing away into nothingness. Immediately after, a rose figure disappeared from their encirclement and appeared in my arms the next second. Who? Come out. Bibi Dong was stunned at that moment, looking around warily. I held a Ryu in my arms, dressed in all black, slowly appearing from midair, revealing just a pair of eyes. I gently waved my finger, pointing at the 3 people below, and said in a tone devoid of any emotion, You three, let's go. The pressure, let me tell you, had their legs trembling and their soul power was almost unable to function. BB Dong's face was filled with disbelief. This kind of power. Is it a god? Impossible. How could there be a god in the Stardo forest? I couldn't be bothered to waste words with them. So I raised my hand and said, "Trace of time." As soon as the words left my mouth, a beam of light enveloped the three of them. In the next moment, a pain that directly affected their souls made them scream like pigs being slaughtered. The old ghost, Daluo, tried to activate his ninth spirit skill. Immortal body, but it was useless. He rolled on the ground in agony, shouting, "How is this possible? Why do I still feel pain with my mortal body?" This move ignores both physical and soul defenses. What exactly is this technique? I held a row in my arms. Looking down at them from a high vantage point, my voice cold as ice. This is divine skill. BB Dong, do you see it? The gap between mortals and gods is immense. I advise you to leave early. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to make you stay here forever. As that terrifying killing intent was released, the three of them scrambled away, rolling and fleeing in panic. Far away in the divine realm, the Azura god suddenly sensed the situation here, his blood-red eyes snapping open in shock. What is going on? Why does he have the aura of another god? Which bastard dares to steal my people? This old brother was immediately anxious, fearing that I, his inheritor, might run away, and a divine thought was sent directly over. The Azura god mark on my forehead suddenly flashed. Second trial of the Azura god completed. Reward. Soul power increased by 5 levels. What the hell? I was dumbfounded at that moment. I just passed. Immediately afterward, the Azura god's voice filled with killing intent roared in my mind. Kid, did you also obtain the inheritance of other gods? Tell me, which bastard is it? As soon as I heard it, I instantly understood. Wow, this guy is mistaking the power of my experience card for some other divine intervention, afraid that I might jump ship. So he quickly sent me a reward to keep me steady. I immediately played dumb. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I haven't received the inheritance of any other gods. It's better if I haven't. Otherwise, if I find out, I'll kill that bastard. In the voice of the Azura god, I detected a hint of jealousy. Mom, how are you? In the distance, Xiao Wu ran over crying. I gently placed Aru down and infused a bit of soul power into her, but my heart sank. It was too late. She had shattered her internal organs in order to self-detonate, and now she was barely hanging on by a thread. Xiao Wu suddenly knelt down in front of me, grabbing my clothes and crying out, "Please, save my mom." Sighing, I asked, "Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person too?" Xiao Wu shook her head vigorously. "You must be a good person. Only good people would help us. Please, save my mom." I wanted to help, but her injuries were too severe. There was no hope. Just then, Aru woke up. She looked at me weakly and said, "Thank you for saving me." Then she turned to Xiao Wu and said, "Xiao Wu, those people will definitely come back. You should leave quickly." "Mom, I won't leave." Watching the scene of parting life and death made my heart ache. So I began to call out to the Shura god in my mind. "Great Shura god, are you still there? What do you want?" He replied irritably, "My lord, I would like to ask for your help. You must have a way to save this soul beast, right? Why should I help you? It's just a soul beast. Besides, gods cannot interfere in the mortal realm." "Oh, come on, my lord, rules are dead, but people are alive. You are the enforcer of the divine realm. Who would dare question you for breaking the rules? Just do it for the sake of being my only heir. Please save her." The Shura god fell silent. I guessed he was thinking, what if this hard-to-find heir doesn't meet his demands and runs away? Wouldn't his retirement plan be ruined again? After a long pause, he reluctantly said, "I do have a way. For your sake, I will tell you." As soon as he finished speaking, a gigantic blood-red phantom suddenly appeared in the sky above the Stardo forest. 10,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, I am the Shura god. I give you a chance to become a god. Do you accept? Aru and Xiao Wu were stunned, but soon realized this was a true god. Xiao Wu wanted to kneel again, but I quickly supported her. "Don't worry, the Shura god is very powerful. He will definitely save your mom." Aru also respectfully asked, "Senior, what method is it?" The Shura god coldly replied, "The method is simple. You must sacrifice your soul, along with your soul rings and soul bones, to my heir. When he later inherits my divine position, you will be revived." Sacrifice. Aru hesitated, but looking at Xiao Wu's tear-filled eyes, she knew she had no choice. Rather than die in vain, she might as well take a gamble. "I understand, senior. I know what to do." She turned to me, her eyes filled with pleading. "Benefactor, may I ask you for one thing?" I nodded solemnly. "You speak." "I hope that after I die, you can take good care of my daughter and not hurt her. This is my only request. Rest assured, I swear, BaiYing, swear to the heavens that I will never harm Xiao Wu in the slightest. All right, thank you. Aro's body began to burn, and blood-red flames soared into the sky. Her figure gradually dissipated in the flames, ultimately transforming into an incredibly brilliant 100,000 year soul ring, which slowly and voluntarily merged into my body. The sacrifice was complete, and Xiao Wu was left in a daze, staring blankly at the sky, murmuring, "Mom." I walked over and gently hugged her. "I'm sorry, if I could have been a bit faster." Xiao Wu wiped her tears and shook her head, saying, "It's not your fault. It's them. They killed my mom. My name is BaiYing. What's your name?" "Xiao Wu. Don't worry. Your mom will definitely come back to life. The day I become a god, I will make sure she returns to your side. Congratulations, host." Task completed. Soul power increased by 10 levels. Xiao Wu's favorability reached 100. I looked at the little rabbit in front of me, drenched in tears, and a bold plan instantly formed in my mind. "Xiao Wu, meeting you is fate. How about you consider me your brother? Your mother gave me the soul ring, so I have the duty to take care of you. Would you be willing to recognize me as your brother?" "Brother?" Xiao Wu raised her tearful big eyes and looked at me seriously. "Are you really willing to be my brother?" "Of course, as long as you are willing. I am your brother." "All right, from now on, I will be your sister." I was overjoyed. "Tang-san, oh Tang-san, your future wife is calling me brother now." I took out a ring and handed it to her. "This is for you. This ring can conceal the aura of your soul beast, and it has a space inside that allows for super fast cultivation." "Thank you, brother, but this is too precious. I can't accept it. This isn't just a gift for you." I began to seriously make up nonsense. In our human world, giving a girl a ring signifies the intention to marry her in the future. By accepting this ring, you are agreeing to marry me. And marry me? Xiao Wu's little mind went blank, as her innocent thoughts couldn't withstand my persuasion. "Of course, I'll only give this ring to you. Once you wear it, you will be my woman." Xiao Wu looked at the beautiful ring, cherished it as she put it on her hand, and blushed as she nodded. "Okay, then I am willing to marry brother. My mom said that when I find a man who is willing to comb my hair, I should give him this comb." Xiao Wu took out a wooden comb from her little bunny backpack and said, "Brother, this is for you. This is the only thing my mom left for me." I solemnly took the comb and took out a piece of fairy grass. "This is called Bodhi Transformation Saliva, which can improve your constitution. You should absorb it. Be obedient. You are still too weak to seek revenge on them. Once you have cultivated enough, leave the Stardow Forest and come to Nodding Academy to find me. I will be waiting for you there." Xiao Wu understood and said, "Thank you, brother." I ruffled her hair and finally reminded her, "Remember, never expose your soul beast identity, and never take off the ring I gave you." After saying that, I activated the teleportation talisman and disappeared from the spot. As soon as I was teleported away, the voice of the Shura god echoed again. The third trial of the Shura 9 tests. Within 10 years, kill a title Douluo. A title Douluo? No problem. I went straight back to the offering hall and found QianDaoliu standing right in front of him. "Old man, I have some good news for you. I passed the second test of the Shura god." QianDaoliu looked at me with a confused expression, as if he thought I had been hit in the head. "Xiaoying, I know you're worried about Xiaoxue, but you can't lie about this." "Who is lying?" I directly revealed my soul ring, and that bright red 100,000-year soul ring nearly blinded him. "Look for yourself. Feel the soul power on me. Haven't I broken through level 30? And this, the 100,000-year soul ring, it's the real deal." This completely stunned QianDaoliu. Let me tell you, his expression at that moment was like someone who dropped their phone in the toilet, completely dumbfounded, and his CPU seemed to be overheating. He was thinking, when did the test of the gods become so easy? Back in the day, when he himself went through the 6th test of the angel, it was a near-death experience, almost costing him his life. He muttered to himself, could it be that the Shura god's KPIs are relatively lenient? Or is our angel god too competitive? I looked at his face, full of skepticism, and I couldn't help but feel delighted inside, but I had to maintain an innocent expression on my face. "Oh, you just don't understand. The Lord of Shura saw my unique physique and recognized me as a chosen worker, feeling sorry for me, and directly let me win the second round effortlessly." Honestly, I was just as confused as he was. As soon as I said that, QianDaoliu became even more bewildered, thinking I was joking, but he couldn't explain my 100,000-year soul ring. Seizing the opportunity, I threw out a bombshell. "By the way, the Lord of Shura also gave me the task for the third trial, to kill a title Douluo within 10 years. I spread my hands and said casually, "So, what do you think? Isn't it super easy?" "Easy?" Those two words instantly ignited the old man, and he exploded with a curse. "You little brat, what do you know? Do you have any idea what a title Douluo represents? That's the pinnacle of Douluo continent. Kill one? Do you think it's as easy as chopping cabbage? I curl my lips. What's so difficult about it? Isn't it just a title Douluo? Just a piece of cake. Seeing my unyielding demeanor, QianDaoliu probably got so angry that he couldn't say anything and waved his hand saying, forget it, you're amazing. In a few days, Xiaoshua's plan is about to start, so go see her off. I nodded, feeling quite heavy-hearted. That night, I thought a lot. To put it bluntly, this world is ruled by those with power. I must become stronger, strong enough to trample all the rules underfoot. Only then can I relieve my sister from her hardships. The next morning, there was a palpable sense of killing intent on the streets of the Heaven Do Empire. Let me tell you, the Spirit Hall operates with such professionalism. The two Daluos, Snake Spear and Qingwan, personally led the team, clearing the entire street, waiting for that unfortunate second prince, Xue Qinghe, to drive his luxurious carriage into the encirclement. Before long, the resplendent carriage swayed its way over. When it reached the designated spot, without any warning, with a few swift moves, the guard team was instantly annihilated. The Soul King expert inside the carriage probably didn't even have time to unleash their martial soul before being killed by Qingwan Daluo in one swift strike. Turning into a mist of blood, it was clean and decisive. The true prince, Xue Qinghe, was so frightened that he wet himself. He had never seen such a scene. A loyal soul sage even tried to use their royal status to intimidate, but before they could finish their words, the snake spear Douluo's spear flashed, and a good person's head flew off. At that moment, Qian Renxue, my unfortunate sister, stepped forward. The unfortunate prince was still shouting, "Don't come over. I'm the second prince." My sister sneered, "The one I'm killing is you, second prince." With a swift motion of the knife, there was a snap, and the world became quiet. She immediately activated her soul bone skill and transformed into the appearance of Xue Qinghe in an instant, then coldly commanded her subordinates, "Clean up the body." After my sister finished her work, she instinctively looked out the window. I knew she was waiting for me. The snake spear Douluo noticed and whispered, "The grand offering is worried you might let your emotions get the better of you, so he didn't let you come." I understood. My sister's voice sounded particularly lonely. "Let's go back to the Heavenly Do Palace." Wait. I ran over, breathless. The snake spear Douluo and the others were surprised. "Little Shadow, how did you get here?" "Hurry back." I ignored them and walked directly to the side of the carriage, whispering, "I'll just say a couple of words to Sister Schwerer and then leave." "Don't worry. I know my limits." Inside the carriage, neither of us spoke. We just quietly looked at each other, feeling like there were so many things we wanted to say. Yet not a single word came out. In the end, I was the first to speak. "Sister Schwerer, take care." She nodded and asked if I had anything else to say. I took a deep breath. The plan succeeded. That's great. You made a choice, and I respect you for it. Don't worry, I will grow up soon, and then it will be my turn to protect you. After saying that, I turned and walked away. "Don't you hate me?" My sister asked softly from behind. I didn't look back. I just respectfully said to the two Daluos, the Serpent Spear and the Azure Phoenix, "Grandpas, please go back and tell the grand offering that I am going to travel the continent. I will naturally return during the Continental Soul Master competition. I want to go and become stronger." The carriage slowly started moving, and I could hear suppressed cries coming from inside. Just as I turned around, the system's voice echoed in my mind. "Ding, main quest activated. Please head to the Nodding Academy to serve as a teacher." I'm a bit annoyed. "Got it. What's today's sign-in reward?" "Congratulations, host. You have received a bronze mask. Wearing it can change your appearance and hide your aura, effect max." "All right, that's quite thoughtful." I put on the mask and headed straight to Nottingham City. A few days later, I finally arrived at Nottingham Academy. Goodness, a shabby archway. Just as I was about to enter, a young gatekeeper stopped me with a disdainful look. "What do you want?" "Country bumpkin, is this a place you can come to?" I presented the documents of the Spirit Hall. "I am the new intern teacher." That guy laughed. "You? An intern teacher? Are you kidding me?" I was furious at that moment. How dare this lowly creature look down on me? "Hurry up and let me in, otherwise you'll regret it." "Hey, you still dare to insult me?" That guy clenched his fist and charged at my face. I let out a cold laugh. "I originally didn't want to cause trouble, but you insisted on stepping into the line of fire." I reached out and firmly grabbed his fist. His face turned red as he struggled to break free. "Let go." "All right." I released my grip and swung my hand back, delivering a hard slap that knocked him to the ground. He covered his face, both shocked and furious. "You dare to hit me?" That's exactly who I hit. Just then, someone who looked like a leader approached. The security guard jumped up like he had found a savior and complained, "Dean, someone has intruded into the academy." The dean ignored him and politely asked me, "Little friend, Why did you hit him? I handed over my credentials from the spirit hall. Hello, I am the new intern teacher. The director took a glance at the credentials and was taken aback, but he didn't dare to disrespect the spirit hall, so he immediately put on a smiling face. Oh, so you're a teacher sent by the spirit hall. My apologies for the lack of hospitality. However, he still didn't believe me and added as he led me into the academy. Teacher Bai, although our academy is not large, teachers must at least be soul masters of the third ring. The meaning was clear. He doubted my strength. I don't want to waste time on nonsense, so I'll go all out. The shadow of the dragon martial soul flashed behind me, and the 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, and purple, of course, disguised by a mask, lit up directly. The dragon's roar nearly shattered the academy's glass. I tilted my head and asked him, now, can we go in? The dean's attitude took a complete 180-degree turn, almost bending at a 90-degree angle. Of course. I'll take you to the teacher's dormitory right away. When we arrived at the dormitory, he eagerly asked if I needed anything else. I glanced around and said, add another bed. He looked confused, but I just smiled mysteriously. Just do as I say. Once the bed was set up, I sat on it, touching my bronze mask and pondering. According to the plot, Xiao should be arriving in the next few days. The first meeting between Tang San and Xiao Wu happens in the dormitory. Now, I want to see what happens to Tang San without Xiao Wu. But before that, I need to meet that so-called master, Yu Xiaojiang. I sneaked into the teacher's cafeteria, and all eyes instantly focused on me. After all, wearing a mask and having an aloof demeanor made it hard not to attract attention. A teacher came over to remind me, this is the teacher's cafeteria. I nodded. Yes, I'm a new teacher. Just as everyone was discussing, the dean rushed over in a flustered manner, looking quite humble. Teacher Bai, you're here for dinner too. He quickly introduced me to everyone, saying that I was a new teacher sent by the spirit hall, and despite my young age, I was already a 3-ring soul master with a bright future ahead. As soon as he said that, the whole room fell silent. Just as I was about to leave after dinner, a voice came from behind. Teacher Bai, please wait a moment. I turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor and stubble. I knew right away that it was Yu Xiaojiang. He approached me, trying to assert his dominance, pretending to be mysterious. White shadow, shadow dragon martial soul, innate full soul power. But I was certain that you have a twin martial soul, and your innate soul power is at level 20, right? I pretended to be surprised. How did you know? He became smug, probably thinking about how to trick me, but said it's simple. I am a master. I have studied countless martial souls, and with your talent, you must have a twin martial soul. How about that? Impressive, right? Do you want to take me as your master? I almost laughed out loud. It turned out he wanted to take me as his disciple. I politely declined, saying, I'm sorry, but I already have a teacher. He looked disappointed but still persisted, asking, who is your teacher? Bibi Dong. As soon as those 3 words came out, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes lit up as if he had been energized. You're her disciple? No wonder. It seemed like he had found some spiritual support. And then he said, my name is Yu Xiaojiang. You can come to me if you need anything in the future. I pretended to be shocked. Are you the Yu Xiaojiang who wrote the 10 core theories? He became even prouder. That's right. You can also call me Master. Master? I immediately switched to mockery mode. My teacher mentioned you, saying that a useless person pursued her for a long time and even wrote something called the 10 core theories to show off everywhere. I didn't expect it to be you. Your first theory is wrong. And the second one, there are no useless martial souls. Only useless soul masters. Doesn't that make you a living example of that? You still want to take me as your disciple. Do you think you're worthy? This conversation left Yu Xiaojiang speechless. His face turned green, and his fists were cracking from being clenched. I decided to add fuel to the fire. My teacher also said that luckily her teacher, Qian Sunji, had the insight to recognize her talent and pulled her away from you, or else her talent would have been wasted by you. I can't believe it. That waste is actually you. Enough. You finally couldn't hold back anymore. Did Bai Dong really say that? What else? I shrugged my shoulders. Why would I lie to you? All right, since the master is fine, I'll take my leave. Oh, by the way, just a friendly reminder. That broken book of yours has long been proven by the Spirit Hall to be a scam for kids. If you don't have a strength, don't force yourself to write theories, patching up the works of predecessors and claiming them as your own. People like you are now called academic tailors. Got it? After saying that, I walked out, leaving Yu Xiaojiang so angry in the room that he flipped all the books over. I turned around and went to the dean's office, where the dean greeted me with a smile. I got straight to the point. What's going on with it, Yu Xiaojiang? He said he wanted to take me as his disciple. Upon hearing this, the dean's face turned pale. I continued to say, someone who can write such nonsense as there are no useless martial souls, is precisely proving that he is a waste himself. I don't want this to happen a second time. The dean was so shocked that he stammered and quickly assured, I understand. I'll go drive him away right now. I laughed. It's pointless to drive him away. Isn't he claiming to be invincible in theory? I'll keep him. I want to see him ruined. I patted the dean's shoulder. You're a smart man. You know what to do. A few days later, the academy officially started. I strolled by the school gate every day, just waiting for the plot to unfold. Sure enough, old Jack brought Tang San along. The security guard I had dealt with before was much more polite now. Coincidentally, Yu Xiaojing also appeared. Upon seeing me, his face looked as if he had eaten something unpleasant, and he couldn't help but say, Teacher Bai, isn't it a bit unseemly to be idle all day? I shot back directly. I'm willing to. What can you do about it? You, who have been living off free food and drink for 3 years, still have the face to manage me. He was so angry that he couldn't speak, and just happened to see Tang San, so he went over to strike up a conversation. It was the same old rhetoric, saying something like you were the 4th dual spirit, which left Tang San stunned and ready to apprenticeship on the spot. I really couldn't stand it anymore, so I walked over and said, Little brother, I advise you not to be brainwashed by this kind of person. He's just a scammer, and you'll regret it later. What happened next? Tang San didn't listen at all. He thought that Yu Xiaojing could see at a glance that he had a twin martial soul, so he must be an extraordinary master. He politely nodded at me, and then with a thud, he kowtowed to Yu Xiaojing. Fine, respect others' destinies. I watched as Yu Xiaojing took Tang San away like he had found a treasure, and I only had one thought in my mind. My experience pack is finally complete. I waited until the afternoon, and finally, the girl with the ponytail and the little bunny backpack appeared. Xiao Wu, my long-awaited sister, has finally arrived. I must intercept her before Tang San does. She walked to the door and was about to ask for directions when I quietly called out from behind her, Xiao Wu, long time no see. She turned around abruptly and, seeing me wearing a mask, hesitated to ask, Brother, is that you? Of course it's me, silly sister. I took off the mask, revealing the face she was most familiar with. In that moment, tears filled her eyes, and she was so excited that she could barely speak. Is it really you? I finally found you, brother. I smiled and took her bag, pulling her hand as we walked inside. Come on, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Your status in the academy is a work-study student, right? It's okay. I have a room with an extra bed. You can live with me. Xiao Wu nodded happily. Sure. As soon as we arrived at the dormitory and settled in, a teacher came to us and politely said that the college regulations prohibit students from living with teachers. I didn't even raise my eyelids. Which rule? Should I talk to the dean? How about this? I'll take my sister to check out the work-study student dormitory first. If the environment isn't good, then there's no room for discussion. If it really doesn't work out, I'll cover all her tuition fees. The teacher didn't dare to say more and quickly slipped away. I brought Xiao Wu to the work-study student dormitory, which is the 7th dorm. As soon as I pushed the door open, I saw Tang San sitting cross-legged on the bed, looking like he had already become the boss here. When he saw me, he immediately jumped off the bed and respectfully said, Hello, teacher. I nodded. The few work-study students beside me looked stunned and whispered, Yes, actually a teacher? He looks about the same age as us. However, Xiao Wu curiously surveyed the messy yet lively dormitory, her eyes sparkling. Brother, I like it here, so we'll live here from now on. But I have to tell you, these work-study kids are quite particular. They insist that newcomers have to fight it out, and whoever wins becomes the boss of the 7th dorm. I thought this was just perfect. My little Wu wouldn't go on a rampage. Sure enough, her eyes lit up and she asked me if she could do it. Could I say no? I would love for her to pin that Tang San to the ground. Wow, she struck without hesitation. Little Wu leaped up like a rabbit. Her agility was incredible. That Tang San kid only relied on having practice for a few days, and he dodged quite quickly. He grabbed little Wu's ankle, trying to throw her out. But who is our little Wu? Her flexibility is just amazing. In midair, she twisted her body like a pretzel, and with a swift motion, her long legs wrapped around his neck, executing a shoulder throw that sent Tang San crashing down. I can see clearly that Tang San didn't use his full strength at all. He was just putting on a show. But it doesn't matter, anyway. My Xiao Wu is now the leader of the 7th dormitory, so we must maintain our prestige. Just as I was feeling pleased, the dean of Nodding Academy, an old man, came rushing in, looking at me as if he had seen his own father, bowing and scraping. Oh, Teacher Bai, what brings you here? I waved my hand and said it was nothing. The kid was just playing around. I also informed him that my sister and I lived in the teacher's dormitory. That old man didn't dare to say a word against it and hurried off to make arrangements. Now the way those poor students in Dormitory 7 looked at me changed completely, and Xiao Wu was even more boastful. proudly saying her brother was a soul master from the third ring, which made me feel a bit embarrassed. Of course, I had to say some polite words and assured them that with me around, no one would dare to bully them, the work-study students. But then the problem arose. That silly girl Xiao Wu got addicted to being the boss and insisted on living with those boys. Could I agree to that? I went through so much trouble just to get her away from Tang-san, right? I directly picked her up and said, "You're a girl, living in a dorm with boys. Is that appropriate? Besides, I'm your brother. How could I harm you? That Tang-san is not a good person. You need to stay away from him." I made my point very clear. Xiao Wu was a bit unhappy, so I quickly changed the subject, saying, "Let us go. Brother will take you to eat something good." As soon as she heard there was food, this little bunny immediately forgot about Tang-san and happily bounced with me to the second floor of the cafeteria. That place was not something ordinary students could afford. I casually ordered several expensive dishes, and Xiao Wu enjoyed it immensely. After the meal, I also treated all the students in Dormitory 7, considering it a welcome gift for the new boss. However, I scanned the room and, hey, I still didn't see Tang-san. As soon as I walked out, lo and behold, he was again hanging out with that Master Yu Xiaojiang. Back at the teacher's dormitory, I decided I couldn't delay any longer and needed to quickly raise Xiao Wu's strength. I told her that from today on, I would personally guide her training, and those so-called masters would have to step back. Saying that, I took out the 100,000-year soul bone that her mother left behind. Let me tell you, as soon as Xiao Wu saw that pink bone, tears streamed down her face. She recognized that aura so well. She even wanted to decline, saying it was left for me by her mother. I directly gave her a light smack on the head. "Silly sister, my martial soul is special. I can't absorb soul bones at all. This thing is just a decoration for me. It was meant for you." Only then did Xiao Wu, with tears in her eyes, stick the soul bone to her forehead. Guess what? In less than a while, she absorbed it all. I was envious just watching. "That is talent. Brother, I did it," she exclaimed excitedly. I nodded and said, "Don't be too happy just yet. Come on, let me see how strong you are now. Use all your strength, don't hold back." As soon as I finished speaking, Xiao Wu instantly teleported to my face. The skill from this 100,000-year soul bone is indeed overbearing. Immediately, she unleashed a series of soft skill combos, her jade-like feet kicking with great force. I activated my second soul skill, Dragon Claw, and my third soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. A layer of golden light burst forth from me, and no matter how hard she kicked, it felt like just a tickle. Seeing that her physical attacks were ineffective, she quickly changed tactics, wrapping her legs around my neck, trying to throw me down from the air. "Hey, little girl, you want to play this with me?" I charged upward with her, and in midair, her soft skills had nowhere to exert force. Seizing that moment of stillness, I suddenly yanked her down from my body. Family, who understands? Those legs, wow. That flexibility is simply a natural standout. Even AI can't draw it out. I held her and teased, "Is that all you've got? That's not enough." As a result, Xiao Wu gave a sly smile and said, "Brother, you underestimate me." Her legs, like snakes, instantly wrapped around me, locking my neck tightly and executing the initial move of an 8-section throw. I couldn't help but laugh. Is this it? First soul skill, Dragon Roar. With a loud roar of a dragon exploding right by her ear, Xiao Wu's mind went blank in an instant, and she fell limp. I was startled and quickly turned in midair, tightly holding her in my arms and landing on my back. With a loud thud, fortunately, thanks to my invincible golden body, neither of us was hurt. However, Xiao Wu in my arms was knocked out cold. I panicked at that moment, shook her for a long time, but she didn't respond. I thought to myself, oh no, what if I've shaken her soul out of place? Then a thought popped into my head. Artificial respiration? I tell you, at that moment, my heart was in turmoil, battling between the thought of saving someone and the little beast inside me that was almost out of control. "Xiao Wu, you mustn't blame me. Circumstances forced my hand." I chanted to myself, then suddenly leaned in and kissed her. After the kiss, I still felt it wasn't enough, so I pressed on her heart location and did something. As a result, Xiao Wu, in a daze, instinctively sucked for a moment. Good heavens, that almost took me out right there. The beast sealed within me was about to break free. She slowly woke up, and when she opened her eyes, she saw me pressing down on her, and that position. TSK, even a little bunny like her understood, and her face instantly turned bright red. "Bro, what happened to me?" I quickly got up and pretended to be a virtuous person, saying, "You just fainted. I was saving you. Please don't misunderstand." I felt a bit guilty saying that myself. Xiao Wu's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom, and she stammered, I understand, bro," seeing her shy appearance. I quickly changed the topic and analyzed her current physical condition. With the dual support of the 100,000-year soul bone and the Bodhi transformation saliva. The soul rings she produces in the future will definitely last longer than others. When she breaks through level 20, her second soul ring must be at least 1,000 years old. Then, I told her the most crucial thing. The reason I didn't let her get close to Tang San, aside from his questionable character, is that his father is a titled Douluo, the famous QianDaoliu Tang Hao. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's mouth dropped open as if she could fit an egg in it. She was genuinely scared. Seeing her in low spirits made me feel uneasy, so I reached out and rubbed her little rabbit ears. To be honest, at that moment, I was thinking about how it would be if she wore a bunny girl outfit. Cough, cough, calm down, calm down. It's not the right time yet. The more I rubbed, the stranger Xiao Wu's expression became, and finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore and said, "Bro, please stop rubbing. I can't take it anymore." It was then that I remembered rabbit ears are sensitive areas. I almost got carried away. In the evening, Xiao Wu said she was afraid of the dark and insisted on sharing a bed with me. What could I do? I could only hold her while sleeping. The next morning, I woke up early, signed in, and received a book titled Heaven-Defying Alchemy, which made me feel incredibly pleased. I packed breakfast to take back, but Xiao Wu was still sleeping in. I directly pinched her rabbit ears to wake her up, saying, "Little rabbit, it's time to get up. Don't forget you're still a work-study student. You need to go sweep the playground." Only then did Xiao Wu remember, letting out a wail, and hurriedly wolfed down a few bites of food before rushing out. I quietly followed behind and saw that Tang San was indeed cleaning all by himself. Xiao Wu approached him, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said she was late. To show her apology, she directly took out a gold soul coin from a rabbit backpack and handed it to Tang San. Tang San's eyes widened at that moment. He probably had never seen so much money in his life. Xiao Wu confidently said, "Take it. My brother gave it to me. From now on, I'll take care of you as the boss." I was watching from the shadows, and I was so furious. That night, these two actually huddled together to stargaze. As they looked at the stars, they even said they wanted to spar a bit. They were fighting so intimately that my jealousy flared up in an instant. "You two, what are you doing?" I shouted, interrupting them directly. When Xiao Wu turned around and saw me, she was so scared that she broke out in a sweat and stammered, "Bro, we're just sparring." "Sparring? In the middle of the night, a lone man and a woman, and your movements are quite intimate," I said with a forced smile. Just then, a patrolling teacher came by, and upon seeing this scene, the look in their eyes was quite meaningful. I casually explained a couple of things to the teacher, then grabbed Xiao Wu by the back of her collar and pulled her back to the teacher's dormitory like she was a little chick. As soon as we entered, I locked the door. "What did I say to you? Don't get close to Tang San. Do you think I was just talking in the wind?" At such a young age, not learning properly, and sneaking out to meet with boys at midnight. Do you know what it means to know a person's face, but not their heart? I opened my aura and gave her a scolding right off the bat. Xiao was so scared she looked like a quail, lowering her head and repeatedly admitting her mistakes. "Bro, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please forgive me." "Forgive? Relying on my affection for you. You think you can do whatever you want in the academy, right? If you make a mistake, you have to be punished." When Xiao Wu heard this, she immediately tried to run away. But could she outrun me? I instantly flashed in front of her. And when she tried to resist with some soft techniques, I directly pointed at her acupoint, making her unable to move at all. "Still dare to resist? It seems that today I must give you a deep lesson." I sneered and directly picked her up, pressing her onto my lap, raising my hand. Mom said that naughty kids should get their butts spanked. Xiao Wu's whole face fell. As the head of the 7th dormitory at Notting Academy, how could she face anyone if they knew her brother spanked her? Smack! I brought my hand down. No wonder she's the female lead. This feeling, damn, it's really soft. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. Xiao Wu immediately started crying, pleading for mercy. I was going to go soft on her. Well, spanking. I taught her a lesson. Now you know it hurts, huh? Where were you before? Let me tell you, you can't escape this beating. The sounds of smacks echoed in the room continuously. I didn't stop until I had no idea how long had passed. Then I released her acupoint. She immediately jumped up, only to find her but stinging painfully, grimacing in pain. "All right, stop howling," I said impatiently. "I'll go get you some medicine. From now on, regarding your work-study tasks with Tang San, I'll talk to the school about it. I'll cover all the expenses, so now you have no excuse to find him, right?" When Xiao Wu heard this, she finally calmed down a bit. I held the cold ointment and asked her to lie down properly. The moment the ointment was applied, her whole body tensed up and she let out a rather, strange moan. I was momentarily stunned, and the beast within me began to roar again. In the end, I had to close my eyes and use all my self-control to finish applying the ointment. If you dare to be overly intimate with Tang San again, the consequences will definitely be worse than this. Do you believe me? I warned her in the end. Xiao Wu was truly scared this time, nodding frantically, probably thinking she would have a psychological shadow for the rest of her life. That night, lying in bed, I wrapped one arm around her waist, and she noticeably flinched. After a while, I heard her mumble softly, "What a big bad guy if I had known. I wouldn't have recognized you as my brother." "What did you say?" I asked intentionally. Xiao Wu jumped in fright, stammering, nothing. I held her tighter and whispered in her ear, "I can hear you. Want to deny me as your brother? It's too late. Have you forgotten that you said you would marry me? You've already accepted the ring. You are mine for this lifetime. Brother, will you really marry me in the future?" I didn't answer, just turned over and told her the answer with my actions. Those clear eyes looked at me, and I lowered my head to kiss her, breaking apart only when she was almost out of breath. "Xiao Wu, never leave me, understood? Don't worry, brother. I will never leave you. That's good. Tomorrow, I'll help you get the second soul ring, and then you can leave everything to me, don't worry." The next day, let me tell you, that scene was fantastical. Xiao Wu sat cross-legged, and suddenly a pink light burst out from her body. Before long, a purple 1,000-year soul ring materialized out of thin air. I was so proud inside. Sure enough, my wife crossed out, "My sister is the chosen one." The second ring directly reaches 1,000 years. This talent would make Tang San next door change his name to Tang Lao Air overnight. Xiao was still a bit dissatisfied, showing off. "Brother, it's just 1,000 years. Compared to your 10 and 100,000-year soul rings, I'm so weak." I almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, quickly showered her with praise, talking about future title Douluo predictions, encouraging her, and casually mentioning avenging her mother. Mentioning this, her mood dropped again. Sigh, this girl is too heavy-hearted. I could only comfort her a bit and send her off to class. As soon as she left, I started complaining to the system, saying my soul power was stuck at level 27 and couldn't go up. What was going on? To my surprise, the system actually mocked me back, saying I was busy raising my sister every day, and it was no wonder my cultivation was stagnant. It even said if I got surpassed by Tang San, it wouldn't care. I was so angry, I was just hitting a bottleneck. I understand that breaking through a god-level martial soul is difficult, but at least give me a task. The system didn't respond. So I thought I couldn't just wait around, and I ran to the market to buy a bunch of herbs, preparing to learn from the novel-esque protagonist and make some pills for emergencies. Just as I finished preparing the medicine, the door was knocked loudly. A little brother rushed in, breathless, shouting, "Teacher, something happened to Sister Xiao Wu." As soon as I heard it, my anger flared up. Which blind person is it this time? Upon asking, I found out it was Xiao Qinyu from the senior class. His father is the Lord of Nodding City, and he's used to acting all high and mighty. Today, he decided to bully my people. Little Wu, with her fiery temper, immediately went to stand up for the younger ones. I found out they were at the back mountain and thought to myself, fine, when the tiger doesn't show its might. Do you think I'm Hello Kitty? When I rushed to the back mountain, wow, it was tense. Xiao Qinyu and a group of people were confronting Xiao Wu, and Tang San was nearby, apparently wanting to play the hero and save the beauty. As soon as I appeared, the whole place fell silent. When Xiao Qinyu saw me, he clearly became a bit intimidated, but he still tried to hold his ground in front of his little brothers, putting on a tough face as if to say, "What are you looking at? I'll get straight to the point. It's you who bully my apprentice?" He's still being tough, saying, "So what?" I laughed and said, "Stop talking nonsense. You all come at me together. If you win, I won't interfere with this matter. If you lose, I'll let you get back to class." Those kids saw that I wasn't that old and thought I was at most a second tier, and they really rushed at me all together. I laughed at that moment. Let me tell you, with just one kick, I flew into the air, performed a flying kick, and knocked one down, then used his face as a springboard to deliver a series of punches. The sound was crisp and pleasant, except for the city lord's son, Xiao Qinyu. Everyone else was left with a bright red handprint on their faces. I landed in front of Xiao Qinyu and directly unleashed 3 soul rings. Yellow, purple, purple. As soon as the dragon-shaped phantom appeared, the terrifying pressure instantly scared him to the point of losing control. He knelt down on the spot, shouting, "Teacher, I was wrong." Tang, sitting beside me, was already dumbfounded, his eyes nearly popping out. After I warned that bunch of little punks, Tang Sin came over and said that Yu Xiaojiang was looking for me. I thought to myself, what kind of trick is this old guy up to again? When I got to his study, he actually wanted to talk business with me, asking me why I said his theory of martial souls was wrong. I couldn't help but want to laugh. Fine, today I'm in a good mood, so I'll give you a free lesson. I crossed my legs and said to him, the first soul ring you gave Tang San is the mandala snake, right? That's a big problem. You don't understand the essence of twin martial souls at all. Only martial souls of similar quality can coexist. Do you really think that a physique capable of producing a terrifying martial soul like the Haotian hammer would have another ordinary martial soul like blue silvergrass? Also, your theory about soul ring absorption years is purely theoretical. Everyone's physical limits are different, as long as the body can handle it. A 10,000-year first ring is not a dream. You, the theoretical master, how many days have you actually practiced? Real theory needs to be tested in practice, got it? I directly overwhelmed him with my arguments, leaving him speechless. In the end, he even shamelessly asked me how BB Dong was doing. I simply told him to mind his own business and stormed out. That night, I called Xiao Wu over and had her try and enter my universe ring. The energy inside that ring was incredibly abundant, practically a cultivation cheat. I gave her a strict order. From today onwards, no more classes. She would undergo intense training in the ring, primarily focusing on physical strength, and she had to reach the 3-ring soul master before graduation. Xiao Wu turned pale upon hearing this, but there was nothing she could do. She could only accept it with tears. Time flew by, and soon it was almost graduation. That old guy Yu Xiaojiang kept bothering me, insisting that Xiao Wu go to Shrek Academy after graduation. I found him annoying, so just a few days before graduation, I took Xiao Wu and ran away. On the way, I told Xiao we were going to Soto City, a place called Shrek. Honestly, I didn't want to go there at all. That broken academy was a pit, but there was no choice. This was a mandatory task issued by the system, and I couldn't resist it. As a result, on the way to Soto City, night fell, and we stopped at an inn to rest. Just as I was about to sleep, the system dinged and gave me a hidden task: save Zhu Zhuqing, with the reward being for her to become my most loyal servant. Wow, system, this is a precise airdrop, and such good fortune. I instantly felt wide awake and followed the system's prompt to sneak into the small woods outside. Once I arrived, I saw a big scene unfolding. A stunning black-clad beauty with a cold demeanor was surrounded by a dozen men in black. That beauty I recognized immediately as Zhu Zhuqing. Her left arm was injured, blood staining her clothes, but her eyes were incredibly stubborn. Those black-clad men were sent by her sister, mocking her for coming out for that waste of a prince. Dai Mu Bai, and now threatening her life in this desolate wilderness. One of the sleazy men even had ulterior motives and was trying to take advantage of her. I couldn't stand it at that moment and directly spoke up. Hey, a few big guys bullying a little girl. Don't you have any shame? The group was startled and tried to intimidate me with the name of the Zhu family from the Star Luo Empire. I couldn't help but laugh and said, what a coincidence. The one who will kill you is the holy son of the spirit hall, BaiYing. I'm interested in her and want her to be my woman. Do you have any objections? When they heard I was from the spirit hall and saw I was young, they thought I was easy to bully and charged at me. I didn't even activate my martial soul. A Dragon Shadow Roar made them dazed, and with another move, Dragon Shadow Claw, I tore a few of them apart on the spot. The remaining ones were scared out of their wits and tried to run away. But I used a Time War Blade, Time Seal. The space froze, and when time resumed, those few heads had neatly rolled to the ground. After taking care of this trash, I turned to Zhu Zhuqing. The system notified me that the task was completed, and a slave mark was directly implanted into her body. This little wildcat was quite fierce and wanted to escape, but with just a thought, she couldn't move. She still wanted to attack me, but I simply said, stop and sit down, and her body obediently sat down uncontrollably. She was stunned and asked me what I had done to her. I said, I didn't do anything, just made you my exclusive little kitty. She was so angry she trembled all over, her eyes nearly overflowing with killing intent. But it didn't last long before she fainted from blood loss. Looking at her wounds, I clicked my tongue. It would be a shame if they left scars. I brought her back to the hotel, prepared a tub of medicated bath for her, and then controlled her to take off her clothes. Let me tell you, that figure was incredible. After her bath, I even prepared a cat-eared maid outfit that I had designed myself. When she came out of the bathroom in that outfit, I admit I was stunned. That scene was just amazing. I bandaged her wounds and then told her it was getting late and time to sleep. When she heard this, she jumped up in fright, looking at me with a face full of vigilance. I teased her, saying, you're still too young. I'm not interested in kids. Then I pointed to the sofa for her to sleep on and kindly reminded her that the bottles on the table contained poisons I had concocted, so she mustn't touch them. After saying that, I lay down on the bed and fell asleep. However, I didn't expect Zhu Zhuqing to be so fierce. She saw that I was asleep and actually thought it was her only chance. She walked over to the table and drank all the poisons in those bottles. Actually, they were my potent tonics in one go. As the effects kicked in, she collapsed to the ground in pain, her face turning pale. I was still a bit dazed at the time when I heard someone on the ground humming and whimpering like a little cat. I opened my eyes and, good heavens, Zhu Zhuqing was lying on the ground, her face as white as A4 paper, feeling like she was about to meet the king of hell. The expression on her face was something else, half relief and half despair. After a while of pain, she realized she was still alive and was completely stunned, probably thinking, why does this poison come with after-sales service? Is it expired? Then that sense of despair hit her, and she cried like a rain-soaked pear blossom. At this point, I was fully awake. I walked over and saw that all the precious medicine bottles on my table were empty, not a single one left. Let me tell you, my heart was bleeding, family. My Tian Shan snow silkworms, 1,000-year-old ginseng, ice spirit fruit, and fire spirit fruit. All of them were blown away like soda. I covered my face, heartbroken to the point where I couldn't even speak clearly. My medicine, all gone. How long did I save up for all this? I took half a day to remember the main issue and quickly asked her, how are you feeling now? Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable? I explained to her, sister, most of that stuff inside is nourishing soup. I've already used up the poison. That little dose would at most just give you a stomachache. Want to die? Not in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, her expression became even more colorful. She was happy she wasn't dead, but also sad that she fell into my hands. She wobbled to her feet, striking a pose of brave martyrdom. You can kill me or slice me. Do as you please. I was both angry and amused at that moment. Dream on. If I kill you, wouldn't all my precious herbs and elixirs be in vain? I won't make a losing deal. I looked her up and down, asking, did you really drink all those things and feel no reaction at all? The potency of that medicine is so fierce it could take down a soul beast on the spot. And you, with your small frame, somehow endured it? Guess what she said? With a deadpan expression, she replied, I'm fine, really good. Either you let me go now, or I'll keep doing this in the future. Her words completely ignited my anger. I yanked her over and threw her onto the bed, saying, let you go? Are you dreaming? I was planning to have a proper conversation with you, but you insisted on throwing yourself into the line of fire. She was so scared that she tightly shut her eyes, probably thinking I was going to do something to her. I thought I'd go for something tough, but I ended up pulling out a feather. Let me tell you, the expression on my face at that moment was definitely a devil smile. Soon enough, you'll experience what true torture is. She must have been thinking, a feather? Are you trying to give me a gua sha treatment? The next second, I took off her shoes and socks. Family, who understands? When dealing with a tough girl like this, physical attacks are no match for magical ones. I dragged the feather across the sole of her foot, and at first, she tried to hold it in, her toes curling tightly. But in less than 2 seconds, she burst out laughing uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face, writhing on the bed like a snake. I scratched while asking, how is it? Do you admit your mistake? She laughed so hard that she couldn't catch her breath, but still insisted, bah, if you have the ability, face me head on. Using such underhanded tricks is nothing impressive. Seeing that she really couldn't take it anymore, I finally stopped. She lay there, her face as red as an apple, gasping for air, and her little eyes looked like they wanted to swallow me whole. I was just about to say a few polite words, warning her not to do it again in the future, when I pulled her into my arms to prevent her from causing any more trouble. But as soon as I held her, oh no, the effects of the medicine kicked in. I'm telling you, I brewed that with a bunch of top-quality herbs. The medicinal power is so overwhelming. It's like there's a little furnace ignited inside her body, and it just flared up. She started to feel hot all over. Her breathing became rapid, and her gaze at me started to blur. You, what have you done to me? Why am I like this? Her voice trembled, and she even scolded me as a lecher. I really feel more wrong than Do-e. Big sister, it was you who drank it, okay. With all those tonics I forced down you, it's a miracle you're not blown up. That just shows how strong your constitution is. You should be grateful I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of others' misfortunes. Otherwise, you would already be. She gritted her teeth, holding on to the last bit of rationality. You dare. After saying that, she tried to get out of bed to run, but her legs went weak, and she fell directly into my arms. Her mind must be a mess right now, her whole body hanging on me, mumbling, so cold. Come a little closer. I'm so hot. That voice, that posture, it was seductive to the bone. Brothers, who can withstand this? I certainly couldn't. The next second, she directly hugged me and started nibbling on me. The last thought in my mind was, does this count as a little kitty overpowering me? I even asked symbolically, but you're Dai Mubai's fiancé, E. She then drowsily replied, I want to be with you. All right then, you asked for this. The fire in my heart couldn't be suppressed anymore, and I suddenly pushed her down. The next morning, Zhu Zhuqing woke up suddenly. Looking at the messy marks on her body, then glancing at the red stain on the sheets, she was completely stunned. Probably the memories of last night came flooding back like a tide, when she turned her head and saw me sleeping soundly beside her. The killing intent in her eyes was almost palpable. I just woke up and opened my eyes to meet her hungry gaze, and she cheerfully greeted me. "What's up? Did you sleep well last night?" She immediately exploded. "I'm going to kill you, you little villain who ruined my innocence." I sat up straight and entered 3 rounds of counterattack mode. For heaven's sake. First, did you take the medicine on your own? Second, didn't you come to me last night on your own? I even stopped you and asked you, have you forgotten? Third, each bottle of my medicine is worth a fortune. You took my medicine and did my thing, and now you're blaming me? What about justice? She was completely speechless for my rebuttal, and it seemed that it was indeed the case. She couldn't hold it together anymore, hugged the blanket, and started crying. "You big bad guy, you've ruined my innocence. If Dai Mubai finds out, he won't let me off." While crying, her expression changed again. A fierce determination came over her. "No, I must kill you now. And after killing you, I will commit suicide." I looked at her and calmly gave her a second option. "You have a better path to take. Join the Spear Hall, and I will protect you. Don't worry, I will treat you well. You beast, I want you dead." She lunged at me like a madwoman and bit my neck. And what happened? With my physical strength, after gnawing for a long time, her teeth were almost shattered, and there wasn't even a bite mark on my neck. I patted her and said, "Stop wasting your effort. You're looking for Dai Mubai, right? Isn't it just to survive? In the Starfall Empire, that broken rule of having 2 princes fight for 1 throne means the loser has to die. What are your chances if you follow him? Look at me. What makes me worse than him? The future me is destined to be the man at the pinnacle of this continent. The entire Starfall Empire will have to bow down to me. That's my confidence." She stopped crying and just looked at me in silence. After a long time, she quietly asked, "Will you take responsibility for me?" Of course, a real man must own up to his actions. Seeing that her emotions had stabilized, I walked to the bedside, leaned down, and whispered in her ear, "Yesterday, I helped you detoxify. Shouldn't you give me some compensation?" Her face turned red all of a sudden, and she retorted, "Compensation? I'm the one who suffered, okay? You took advantage, and now you're playing innocent. All right then, I'll compensate you properly now." I pressed down on her, thinking that after last night's torment, it was my turn today. She probably had only one thought in her mind. Wow, is this guy a perpetual motion machine? At first, she struggled a bit, but later, she actually started to take the initiative. Half an hour later, she curled up weakly in my arms, panting like a little cat, and asked, "You really will take responsibility for me, right? Don't worry, I've got everything covered. I'll help you deal with your fiancé. You just focus on being my little kitty." "I'm not a little kitty," she huffed. "I'm a wildcat, and I can hurt you. Let me tell you, I'm now on your pirate ship, and if you treat me badly, I will definitely take you down with me." I laughed and gently patted her on the butt. "Don't worry, my favorite is the little wildcat." After I patted her, her face turned even redder, and she let out a strange whimper before kissing me directly. Well, the room was filled with spring warmth again. Just when things were heating up on our side, Xiao Wu woke up. She sneaked to my door and heard something wasn't right inside, along with a woman's voice. "Bro, are you awake?" Zhu Zhuqing and I were both startled. Zhu Zhuqing immediately became nervous. "Who is it outside the door? Is she also your woman?" I teased her. "What if I say she's my fiancé, eh? Would you believe it? Bro, are you okay? I'm coming in." As soon as Xiao Wu finished speaking, the door creaked open. Wow, there were 3 people, 6 eyes, staring at each other, and the scene became very awkward. We quickly put on our clothes. Xiao Wu pointed at Zhu Zhuqing. Her little face almost wrinkled into a ball. "Brother, who is she?" I quickly said, "Let me introduce you. This is Zhu Zhuqing, my newly acquired maid." There was no other way. I had to stabilize one situation before addressing the next. As soon as Xiao Wu heard this, her eyes filled with tears. "A maid? Brother, do you not want me anymore? You heartless scoundrel." I quickly explained, "How could I not want you? It's just, some feelings are hard to control, you know. Don't worry, what I promised your parents will definitely count." Over there, when Zhu Zhuqing heard the words concubine maid, her face darkened for a moment. But she quickly returned to her cold demeanor, probably cursing me in her heart. To comfort Xiao Wu, I leaned in and kissed her. Only then did Xiao Wu stop crying and start to smile. Just as I finished comforting her, I turned around and saw Zhu Zhuqing's gaze. Oh my. It was sharp like a knife, and she muttered, "Stupid man, bullying me and then bullying another woman in front of me. Do you really think I don't exist?" I'm feeling really bitter inside. Handling this relationship is harder than climbing to the sky. That dog system in my head even popped up to upgrade my soul power by 3 levels. So now I'm at level 35, which is my only consolation. The next couple of days, let me tell you, it was like hell on earth. The 3 of us were on our way to Soto City, and the 2 girls were constantly staging a drama, pretending to be polite on the surface, but their glares could spark electricity. I was stuck in the middle, and my CPU was almost overheating. That little wildcat, Zhu Zhuqing, kept showing off her affection in front of Xiao Wu, asserting her claim. I wasn't mediating. I was just on my way to mediate. Finally, we arrived in Soto City, and Xiao Wu looked like a bird released from its cage, finding everything new and exciting. She pointed at a magnificent hotel and said, "Bro, look at this Rose Hotel. Such a nice name. Let's rest here." I exchanged a glance with Zhu Zhuqing, and my heart sank. Oh no, this is definitely a couple's hotel? Just then, right at the hotel entrance, we ran into someone we knew. Zhu Zhuqing's fiancé, Bai, was swaggering past us, flanked by two twin girls. Zhu Zhuqing was instantly frozen, unable to move her legs, probably battling a world war in her mind. Who am I? Where am I? What identity should I use to confront him? Oh right, it seems I don't have the right to do that either. As soon as I saw her expression, I handed her a bronze mask. Not knowing how to face her, I decided to avoid it for now. She came back to her senses and quickly told me, "I have a history with him. After all, we grew up together. Please don't hurt him. I'm begging you." All right, if he doesn't provoke me, I won't touch him. Once we entered the hotel, I went straight to the front desk and said, "One room, please." The staff member, seeing two stunning beauties behind me, gave me a knowing look. Once we entered the room, a wave of rose fragrance hit me. I glanced at the door sign, black and sexy. Then I looked at Zhu Zhuqing, whose devilish figure was barely concealed by the mask, and I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. I went to the bathroom to soak in the tub, enjoying it, and called her, "Zhu Qing, come in for a moment and give my shoulders a massage." She came in hesitantly, and as she started to massage me, the atmosphere became just right. I turned around and kissed her directly. As a result, the noise caught the attention of Xiao Wu outside. She probably thought, "Oh, you're doing something bad behind my back," and kicked the bathroom door open with a bang. Zhu Zhuqing, understanding the situation, left and even glanced at Xiao Wu, implying, "Now he is yours, so perform well." In the bathroom, it was just me and Xiao Wu, who was blushing and silent. I was about to ask her to leave first, but then Xiao Wu exploded, accusing me of treating them differently, and asked with a puffed chest, "Brother, what do you mean I'm small? Didn't you say you would marry me? Why can he? But I can't." As she spoke, a pink light appeared in her eyes, and her second soul skill, charm, activated as she stepped closer to me. The dog system in my head kept popping up to stir trouble, saying that if I captured Xiao Wu, I would be rewarded with 5 levels of soul power. Let me tell you, at that moment, I was truly torn between heaven and man. I looked into her determined eyes and solemnly asked, "Xiao Wu, are you really sure about this? This is not a joke." She nodded heavily. "I am willing." Ever since her mother passed away, I was the only one left in her world. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed me, and in that moment, all defenses crumbled. After I carried the exhausted Xiao Wu back to bed and tucked her in, I turned around and saw Zhu Zhuqing sitting on the sofa, her expression incredibly complex, as if she had figured something out. "Is it over?" She looked at me, her voice very calm. "Can we talk?" I nodded, "Of course, let's go outside and talk." Xiao Wu was very tired right now. Sitting on the sofa outside, no one spoke first. In the end, I broke the silence. "Just say what you want to say. Why are you looking at me like that?" "I want to talk to you about my relationship with Bai." She took a deep breath, her eyes incredibly determined. "And now I want to clarify things with him." I said, "That's right, with this awareness, instead of wasting time on internal conflicts. It's better to go crazy and exhaust others. I assured you, I'll help you with this today. That kid Bai is weak, and there's still Davis above him, suppressing him. Is he going to take the throne? Following him is just a dead end for you. Let's go, let's head down now. I'll support you." She was quite kind, saying to try not to resort to violence and to part peacefully. After all, they grew up together. I said, "Fine, no problem. Let's aim for civility." Well, let me tell you, as soon as I got downstairs, I ran into a dramatic scene. In the lobby of the Rose Hotel, that grandson Bai was there, all over 2 twin girls, being all flirty, talking nonsense about how he was pin up and wanted to let loose tonight. I was taken aback. Really? I patted Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder and whispered, "Show me your performance. Don't let me down." Then I stepped aside, ready to watch the show. As soon as Bai looked up and saw Zhu Zhuqing, his face changed instantly, like he had seen a ghost. He pushed away the 2 girls beside him and rushed over. "Zhu Zhuqing, what are you doing here?" This time, Zhu Zhuqing stood her ground, her gaze cold as ice. "If you can come, why can't I? Any guilt I felt when I saw you with those girls has probably flown away by now." She was direct. "Bai, I thought you were just avoiding things for a moment, but I didn't expect you to fall this low. As a prince, you ran away. Do you know what kind of impact this has on me?" Bai was left speechless, stammering, "Zhuqing, I'm sorry, Let me explain. He reached out to grab Zhu Zhuqing, but she shook him off. Zhu Zhuqing completely erupted. Explain? I'm tired, really tired. I just want to survive. Such a simple request you can't even give me. What do you have? A useless guy who spends all day drinking and partying. What can you use to compete with your brother? Dai Mubai was still dreaming big, no? You are my fiancé. Believe me, one day I will rise to that position, and then you will be the crown princess. Family members, who understands? Zhu Zhuqing was directly amused by his childish remarks. Dai Mubai, can you be a bit more mature? I won't believe your nonsense anymore. She took a deep breath and dropped the bombshell. Enough. I already have a boyfriend now. Don't contact me again. I don't want him to misunderstand. Dai Mubai was instantly petrified. Boyfriend? Which bastard dares to steal my Dai Mubai's woman? You're lying to me, right? I'm not lying, Zhu Zhuqing said, pointing directly at me. That was my boyfriend just now, and he's the one I truly like now. So, Dai Mubai, we're done. After saying that, she turned and left, looking quite graceful. Dai Mubai was completely stunned, standing there questioning his life, probably wondering if he really was this useless. But with his hot temper, how could he endure this? The next second he yelled and rushed out. I want to see what sort of guy he is. As soon as he came out, he saw me holding Zhu Zhuqing in my arms. Wow, that scene probably made his head turn green with envy. He pointed at me and cursed. Is this the boyfriend you found? Just a pretty boy? Zhu Zhuqing, don't forget your identity. Who else is worthy of you besides me? I scratched my ear, which made him laugh in anger. Prince Xinghua, in my eyes, you are nothing. Do we need your input while we're talking? I directly took Zhu Zhuqing's hand, intertwining our fingers and waving it in front of him. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red, but she didn't pull away. This scene completely infuriated Dai Mubai. I decided to turn up the intensity, saying, Brother, have you ever heard the saying that the one who is not loved is the third party? You can continue your extravagant lifestyle, and when you die in the struggle for the throne, don't worry, for Zhuqing's sake, I will let her burn incense at your grave. As a final gesture of respect for me, you're seeking death. Dai Mubai's eyes instantly turned red, his aura erupting and his fists cracking. The way he looked at us was slightly unnatural, and he immediately foolishly shouted, I understand now. You must have used some despicable means to win Zhu Zhuqing over. I laughed. Brother, times have changed. If you can't keep up, don't blame others for using tricks. Your thinking is too outdated, right? What we have is called mutual affection. You understand? Even without me. Do you really think she would pin her hopes on a useless person like you? He was completely thrown off by what I said and started cursing. You dog couple. Hey, I can't let that slide. I directly wrapped my arm around Zhu Zhuqing's waist and, right in front of him, gave her a big kiss on the cheek, even deliberately saying, It's not like we haven't done it before. Why are you still shy? Oh, it seems your ex-fiancé still doesn't know that we. I left the sentence half-finished, just enough to get the point across. Dai Mubai was completely furious. So you two have already gotten together. I'm just a clown, right? You just figured that out? Looks like you're not too dumb after all. Oh, do you have the guts to fight me? His white tiger phantom appeared behind him, and he had 3 yellow and purple soul rings at his feet, a soul sovereign. What I've been waiting for is this sentence. All right, just in time. I also want to see how strong you are. Zhu Zhuqing was a bit worried and reminded me that he was very powerful. I reassured her and followed Dai Mubai to find a corner. I also revealed my soul rings, 3 in total. When he saw that I was younger than him, he acted a bit cocky. You have good talent, but it's not enough to defeat me. I directly mocked him. You talk too much, you're going to lose anyway. Let's start. We exchanged 2 punches, and with a bang, he was almost knocked down by my strike, completely dazed. He was a strong attack-type beast spirit, and physical fitness was his strong suit, yet he lost in strength to someone younger than him. He panicked and announced his level 38 soul power, trying to pressure me with his rank. Then he unleashed his ultimate move, the 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. His body swelled up, followed by a White Tiger Flame Wave, a white beam of light charging at me like a searchlight. What about me? I just stood there and took it, showing him what the law of smoke without injury really means. When the light faded, not even a corner of my clothes was torn. His eyes were almost popping out. I said, is that it? Too weak. Then I directly activated my skill, the 1st soul skill, Shadow Dragon Roar. A dragon's roar surged into his mind. A mental attack that made him immediately wilt, his momentum dropping significantly, and he could barely stand. He was still unconvinced and activated his 1st soul skill, White Tiger Shield, and charged at me. I directly used my 2nd soul skill, Shadow Dragon Claw, covering my arm with a layer of dragon scales, and met his tiger paw head-on. What was the result? His shield was as flimsy as paper. With 1 claw, I sent him flying, crashing against the wall like a broken sack, creating a large hole. and I could clearly hear the sound of his bones shattering. He lost, and it was a complete defeat. Zhu Zhuqing hurried over, worried that I might have killed him and that it would provoke the Star Luo Empire. I said, "Don't worry, he won't die. He just broke a few bones. He'll be in bed for a few days." I looked at her with a wicked smile and said, "So how about it? Am I awesome? I've solved such a big problem for you. Shouldn't you give me some reward?" She was taken aback and asked what I wanted. I leaned into her ear and softly said, "The reward I want is you." As I spoke, my hand started to get a little restless. "No," she exclaimed, startled. "Not here. I understand. We can just change places." Hand in hand, we went back to the room and had an intense and deep exchange on that huge sofa. After it was over, she was so exhausted that she didn't even have the strength to stand up, and she hit my chest, saying I was a bad man. I chuckled and said, "How can that be called bullying? You did it willingly, didn't you?" She couldn't argue with me and had to sit cross-legged to recover her soul power. I wasn't idle either. A ding sounded in my head, and, as usual, the system rewards were in. I received a book titled QianDaoliu and a card for breaking through any disguise. Wow, this cultivation technique is top-notch. I immediately began to practice, but with my current physical condition, I could only reach the second level. At that moment, Xiao Wu woke up, complaining that she was hungry and wanted to eat. Meanwhile, Dai Bai, who had been beaten up, was getting angrier the more he thought about it. Being beaten like a dog in front of his fiancé, he had completely embarrassed him. His two lively brothers, one named Ma Hongjun, a chubby guy, and the other Oscar, also arrived. Seeing his miserable state, they shouted that they wanted to help him get justice. Dai Bai thought for a moment and agreed. He would settle this score sooner or later. I was out shopping with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing when suddenly, without any warning, I sneezed. I thought to myself, who is talking about me? Xiao Wu really has strong purchasing power. She almost emptied my wallet. In the end, the three of us arrived at a store with a sign featuring a sword, a dragon, and a hammer. I sensed there might be something good inside. As soon as we entered, I ran into an acquaintance. "Tang San, what are you doing here?" He turned around, saw us, and was stunned. "Teacher Bai?" I told him not to call me teacher and that I was old now. After chatting for a bit, I found out he was also recommended to Shrek Academy by Yu Xiaojiang. This guy saw Xiao Wu and his eyes nearly popped out. His face turned red, and he quickly slipped away holding a piece of broken crystal. Xiao Wu then asked me why, if Yu Xiaojiang was a fake, he still wanted to go to Shrek. I said, "What is wrong with him to take a look? I just like being around monsters. It's interesting." The owner of the store was a middle-aged man with a face like a shoehorn, wearing glasses and looking quite cunning, dozing off in a chair. I thought, oh no, isn't this the stingy businessman Flander from the original story? Xiao Wu went up to ask if there were any good items, and the owner dismissively said, "Can't you just look for yourself?" Xiao Wu immediately got angry. However, when the owner heard we were there to enroll in Shrek Academy and that we were recommended by the master, he straightened up in his chair. His attitude did a complete 180, and he walked over with a big smile, saying, "I'm in a good mood today. Take whatever you like, and I'll give it to you for free. How about that?" I have to tell you, I was overjoyed at that moment. That old fox Flander, a real fighter among shady businessmen, actually let me take advantage of him today, making him lose big time. The feeling was just too exhilarating. But I had to keep a straight face, pretending to be very embarrassed, saying, "Boss, isn't this a loss for you? We're not related. Why give it away for free?" Guess what he said? He put on a mysterious air and said something like it doesn't matter now, but it will later, urging us to take it quickly, or he would back out. Hey, since you said that, if I don't take it, wouldn't that be disrespectful to you? I was shopping in the store with Xiao Wu and the others. Goodness, this place looked like a junkyard, full of strange-shaped stones and ores, or antiques that were so old, they were covered in dust. Xiao Wu pulled me and said, "Bro, what is all this stuff? Should we just leave?" I gave her a mysterious smile and said, "Don't worry, babe, I've already found it." I silently chanted in my heart, "System, give me the Universal Disguise Breaker card." Usage successful. The next second, I tell you, everything in the store looked completely different to me. All the item information was crystal clear. My gaze was directly locked on a box in the corner of the counter, which was about to fall apart. This is it. I rushed over and took the box down. Upon opening it, I found it was filled with blueprints and a bunch of extremely oddly shaped cannons, along with a pair of dim wings. But what made my heart race the most was the diamond-shaped soul guide device in the upper left corner of the box. I secretly injected a trace of soul power into it, and that thing buzzed alive for a brief moment. I quickly withdrew my soul power and looked up at Flandra with a sly smile, as cunning as can be. "Boss, this decoration of yours seems quite extraordinary, doesn't it?" A glimmer of surprise flashed in Flandra's old fox-like eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and waved his hand, saying, "Oh, you noticed? It really is a good thing. But unfortunately, it's been broken for a long time and is useless. If you like it, just take it. Keeping it here is just trash." Trash? I was almost laughing out loud. Fine, if you say it's trash, then it's trash. I won't be polite then. I grabbed the box of trash and left with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Flanders stood at the door, smiling as he watched us, probably thinking he was still in the atmosphere, unaware that I was already in space. Walking down the street, Xiao Wu shook the box and asked, "Bro, what exactly is in here? That diamond-shaped thing feels really powerful." I could almost stretch my mouth to my ears and told her, "I still need to study its specific functions, but today we have stumbled upon something incredibly valuable. This thing is very likely a level 9 soul guiding device." Level 9 soul guiding device. What is that? As soon as we got back to the hotel, I didn't even bother to drink water and directly dumped the broken box upside down. Besides the blueprints, wings, and that diamond-shaped soul guiding device, I also found a carving knife, 30 centimeters long, with ghostly patterns engraved on the blade, exuding a chilling aura. It was clearly not an ordinary item. Xiao Wu beside me rolled her eyes and said, "Bro, I think all this is just a pile of junk. Don't let yourself be deceived and end up counting someone else's money." Without raising my head, I said while organizing trash, "Let me tell you, this trash is treasure that can instantly defeat a soul master." The two of them were stunned on the spot, thinking I was crazy. No wonder. The current soul guide technology has long been outdated, and most of it is only auxiliary. I directly kicked the two of them out of the room. "All right, you guys go have fun, just don't come disturb me." As soon as the door closed, I was so excited that I could almost dance on the spot. Others might not know, but how could I not? I'm a seasoned novel enthusiast. The soul guide technology on the Douluo continent a million years later is terrifying. Even titled Douluo looks like paper in front of advanced soul guide devices. I'm convinced that these are definitely remnants from that era, although most of them are broken. As long as the core formation can be repaired, their power would be absolutely devastating. This thing is way more impressive than the hidden weapons of the Tang Sect. Hidden weapons require skill to use, but soul guides can be used by any soul master, focusing on being straightforward and powerful. However, when I tried to use it, I was completely dumbfounded. Even the simplest soul guides have core formations that are as complex as ancient texts. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, this technological gap is too severe." Looking at a bunch of treasures that I couldn't use, I felt like a deflated balloon. Just then, my dear system daddy came online. "Dear host, in light of your efforts to complete tasks, this system specially rewards you a complete guide to soul guide knowledge." I told you. I instantly came back to life and excitedly shouted, "System, are you my biological father? Are you the tapeworm in my belly? Whatever I think of, you bring it to me. Host, we are one. All right, stop flattering me, or I will get very happy. And don't think this is free. The advance reward is because there is a task. However, this task is too difficult for you right now." As soon as I heard that, my face immediately fell. I knew you weren't that kind-hearted. After so many years of friendship between us, you're so stingy with rewards? Is this what you humans call changing faces? Forget it, I won't hold it against you. The task is, kill Tang Hao. But don't worry, there is no time limit for the task. As long as you successfully kill him, it's considered completed, and there will be huge rewards. Wow, killing Tang Hao. This task is quite exciting. At that moment, over on the other side, that kid Tang San had also found small in. He was grinning at the crystal he picked up during the day, took out a big hammer and smashed it, discovering it was a spirit crystal. He was overjoyed, saying that he could finally create a hidden weapon that ranks high in the Xiantian treasure record. Then this guy lay on the bed and started dreaming. With his mind full of Xiao Wu, he thought to himself, since everyone is going to Shrek Academy, with his experiences from 2 lives and his charm, making a little girl like him wouldn't be a problem at all, right? Xiao Wu, you are mine. If I had known he thought like this, I would have definitely let him experience what social reality is. What a typical overestimation of oneself. Where does that confidence come from? After getting the complete knowledge of soul guiding devices, I went into seclusion. For 3 whole days and nights, I didn't step out of my room. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were anxiously pacing outside, with Xiao Wu mumbling, "Zhuqing, my brother can't be going crazy, right? He hasn't gone out for 3 days for that pile of junk." Zhu Zhuqing remained calm and said, "He's always been smart, so he shouldn't be acting foolishly. I think those things should be real treasures." On the 3rd day, I suddenly jumped up from the ground and let out a howl to the sky. I did it. The door was burst open with a bang, and the two rushed in, only to see me sitting on the floor, surrounded by a bunch of shining soul guiding devices, all looking as good as new. emitting a faint glow. The smile on my face was both excited and proud, looking just like a madman. I finally succeeded. I actually repaired a level 9 soul guiding device. I exclaimed excitedly. Thankfully, it was just the core formation that was broken. Otherwise, with my current ability, I really wouldn't have been able to handle it. Xiao Wu cautiously asked, "Brother, are you okay? What can I do? I'm perfectly fine." Zhu Zhuqing also looked at me with a worried expression. Without saying a word, I stood up, wrapped my arms around her, and kissed her without hesitation. She was completely stunned and took a long time to react, pushing me away with a flushed face. I smiled at her and said, "See, I told you I'm fine, right? Don't worry so much." At that moment, Xiao Wu came back with water, looking at the strange atmosphere, completely confused. What has happened? Is everything okay?" I directly took out 2 pairs of repaired wings and handed them to them. "A gift for you. Give it a try." The wings shimmered with silver light, as if made of moonlight. Zhu Zhuqing put hers on first, and paired with her black bodysuit, she looked cold and elegant. After Xiao Wu put hers on, she twirled under the sunlight, looking just like a little fairy. "This is a flying soul tool. Just use your soul power to drive it. Give it a try." The two exchanged a glance and jumped at the same time. At first, they were a bit wobbly, but they quickly found their balance and flew smoothly in the sky, drawing gasps of amazement from the pedestrians below. We flew straight to the enrollment office of Shrek Academy. Goodness, the line was endless. As soon as we landed, that guy Dai Mubai jumped down from a tree like a ghost, blocking our way, gritting his teeth and saying, "So, you think you can just come here without any consequences? You didn't take the path to heaven, but instead barged into hell. I haven't even looked for you, and you've come right to me." The enrollment teacher, Li Yusong, saw the situation and hurried over to ask what was going on. Dai Mubai pointed at me and said, "Teacher Li, it's him. He's the one who hit me last time." Teacher Li looked at me and asked, "Are you here to enroll as well?" I had an indifferent expression. "What else? Came here to travel?" I just didn't expect to run into the person I disliked the most. Teacher Li's expression suddenly became serious. "So you were the one who hit Dai Mubai?" I retorted directly, "What's wrong? Want to take revenge? Come on." To my surprise, the teacher not only didn't get angry, but instead laughed. "Good. You're really a little monster. Shrek Academy needs monsters like you. Being able to defeat Mubai, you're a genius. Come on, stretch out your hand and let me take a look." I casually let him take a look, then revealed my shadow dragon martial soul. As soon as the giant dragon's phantom appeared, the terrifying aura directly changed the teacher's expression. Without saying a word, he immediately instructed Dai Mubai to take us inside. Dai Mubai was extremely reluctant, muttering threats under his breath as we walked. "You wait and see. Once we're in the academy, I'll show you how I'll deal with you." I laughed and leaned close to his ear, saying, "I'm so scared. A defeated opponent trying to show off in front of me? Let me tell you, you'd better not provoke me, or I wouldn't mind letting you experience the feeling of being completely paralyzed again." This sentence scared him directly. His face turned pale and green, and he didn't dare to make a sound. At that moment, Tang Sect also arrived. As soon as he saw Xiao Wu, his eyes lit up, and he excitedly shouted, "Xiao Wu!" But Xiao Wu shot back with one sentence. "Why call me Xiao Wu? You should call me Sister Xiao Wu. Tang San, our relationship isn't that close, so don't let my brother misunderstand." Tang San's expression at that moment was as if he had lost his soul, looking utterly dejected. I glanced around and saw the little princess Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, who looked quite good. Just then, Xiao Wu pointed at a sausage stall at the entrance of the academy and said, "Brother, I want to eat sausages." The stall owner was a scruffy-looking uncle. I quickly stopped her. "Xiao Wu, you can't eat this." Tang San saw the opportunity and immediately said, "Isn't it just a sausage? I'll buy it for you." Saying that, he hurriedly ran over. I directly said to the stall owner named Oscar, "Bro, I guessed right. Your martial soul is food type, right? And it's a sausage? I've heard that food type soul masters have strange soul spells, but I wonder what yours is?" Dai Mubai also came over and shouted at Oscar, "Didn't I tell you not to sell grilled sausages at the school gate? You're really embarrassing the academy. Hurry up and make another one." I stared at Oscar intently, my gaze as if I wanted to eat him alive. In the end, he seemed to resign to his fate, sighed, and then shouted at the top of his lungs, "I got a big sausage. I tell you." At that moment, Xiao Wu's face instantly turned green as she looked at the sausage in her hand with disdain. Tang San was completely petrified, holding that sausage with trembling hands. He couldn't wash it clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. The opportunity he wanted to show off turned into a large-scale social death scene. Dai Mubai took us directly to the 4th round. On the way, he bragged, saying that the best graduate from their academy had become an elder of the Spirit Hall. I immediately fired back. Come on, stop with the false advertising, okay? Which elder of the spirit hall haven't I heard of? He was left speechless by my retort. Soon we arrived at the final round, where a man as sturdy as a small mountain was sitting in a chair. Teacher Zhao, I brought them for the assessment, I said. The man stood up, introduced himself as Zhao Wujie, and said that the 5 of us had to last for a stick of incense under his hands to pass. As soon as I heard that, isn't that the immovable wisdom king, Zhao Wujie? I directly asked, excuse me, can we use any means for this exam? Zhao Wujie nodded. You can use any means you like. Great. I took a step forward and said directly to Zhao Wujie, Teacher Zhao, how about this? Let's not waste everyone's time. I'll take you on one-on-one. If I lose, I'll voluntarily leave. But if I pass, do they also pass? Of course. Dai Mubai was secretly amused nearby, probably thinking that I was doomed. Xiao Wu behind me was anxiously repeating, Big brother Bai, don't be impulsive. I turned back and gave her a reassuring look. Don't worry. I'm confident it will be over soon. Zhao Wujie was also amused by my boldness. All right, I've seen arrogance before, but I've never seen someone as arrogant as you. Go ahead and make your move. Let me see what you can do. I laughed. Cut the nonsense. Let's get straight to the fight. It just so happened that I encountered an opponent who could make me go all out, and I was quite excited. He charged at me fiercely, kicking towards me, and the sheer force of his physical strength created a gust of wind. I immediately met his attack with a punch, using the power of the first level of the universe shift. With a loud bang, Zhao Wujie was actually knocked back several steps by my punch. Everyone present was dumbfounded, and Dai Mubai's eyes were nearly popping out. A soul sage over level 70 was actually pushed back by my punch, but I knew that relying solely on my fists wouldn't be enough. It was time I thought he was qualified to experience my level 9 soul guide. I took out the diamond-shaped crystal shimmering with 9-colored light from the soul guide. Zhao Wujie frowned and asked, what use do you have for this soul guide? I gave him a mischievous smile and said, Teacher Zhao, you need to be careful. I poured my soul power into it, and the diamond-shaped crystal burst forth with a blinding white light, quickly transforming in my hands into an ancient and majestic giant cannon. Bang! I yanked the lever, and a terrifying beam of soul power shot out instantly, aimed straight at Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie's expression changed dramatically. In a hurry, he activated his martial soul, transforming into the mighty diamond bear, crossing his arms in front of his chest. The next second, a deafening explosion echoed. The beam struck him hard, and he was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing into the ground and creating a large pit. The entire arena fell into silence. Zhao Wujie, who was seen as a godlike powerful soul sage in their eyes, was taken down by my single shot. I slowly walked over to him and helped him up. At that moment, his face was bruised and his mouth was stained with blood. I patted the cannon and casually said, a level 9 soul guiding device. Name God Slayer Cannon. You should be grateful that I can't unleash its full power yet, and it's not fully repaired otherwise. A soul sage like you would have turned to ashes under this cannon long ago. After saying that, the God Slayer cannon transformed back into a diamond-shaped crystal. Zhao Wujie's expression at that moment was more colorful than a palette. He never expected that a mere kid could defeat a dignified soul sage like him. Teacher, does that mean we passed? His face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth, saying you passed. I turned to Tang San and the others, who were already stunned, and said, it's resolved. Tang San looked at me with eyes full of deep apprehension. He was probably thinking that the power of my weapon had far surpassed that of the Tang Sect's hidden weapons, which he took great pride in. I turned to Dai Mubai and said, take me to the dorm. This guy is really scared now, and he respectfully led me to the dorm. Later, I heard that night, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar gathered together, almost peeing their pants. Dai Mubai said I was too terrifying, completely beyond the realm of understanding. Oscar even patted his shoulder, advising him never to have any ideas about the women around me. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dai Mubai wouldn't dare to have any thoughts about Zhu Zhuqing. Not in a million years. Let me tell you, he has to take a detour when he sees me now. I spent the whole night almost exhausting my soul power, and the next morning I got up early, ready to go to Soto City to look for some good stuff and get some new toys, a powerful soul-guided bomb. On the way, I casually signed in, and the system was quite considerate, directly giving me a defensive soul-guided device called Qingquan Shield. Wow, that name sounds really impressive. Guess who I ran into? A black-robed man reeking of alcohol, radiating a murderous aura. Oh my, it made my DNA stir. Isn't this the domain of the god of slaughter? Teacher Bibi Dong definitely wouldn't be getting drunk here. So who else could it be? Tang Hao. Does anyone understand? I ran into my enemy. This little system is quite clever, giving me a task right away. Defeat Tang Hao until his old injuries resurface. The reward? A golden Dan. Not to mention the thoughtful addition of a god-level experience card, just in case I get knocked out. I mean, isn't this like getting a pillow when you're sleepy? I have to take him down. Back then, he severely injured Qian Renxue's father, Qian Sunji, and I need to settle this score for my father-in-law. I quickly changed in my night gear and followed him. Goodness, this guy first sneaked a glance at his son Tang San, then proceeded to beat up our academy's Zhao Wujia into a pig's head, calling it a friendly exchange. Once he was done, I zipped right in front of his face. God-level experience card, activate. Tang Hao was momentarily stunned and asked me who I was. Could I tell him? I simply mocked him. It's time to settle the score for the injury you dealt to Qian Sunji 10 years ago. When he heard I was from the Spirit Hall, his eyes turned red, and he picked up his big hammer to smash me. Wow, that momentum, all 9 soul rings lit up looking like a neon light. But in front of my experience card, he was just a little brother. I held his hammer with just one finger. He was dumbfounded, asking who I really was. I told him, I'm a worshiper of the Spirit Hall. How's that feel? He was still unconvinced and insisted on using his ultimate move, detonating 2 soul rings with that big Sumitra hammer. I looked at it and thought, oh, that's quite flashy. But I took out my Time War blade and shouted. Time stopped. The whole world, bam, paused. At that moment, I wanted to say a hot meme from 2025. Buddy, you're playing real damage. But I've entered the realm of rules. What are you going to use to fight me? Then with one move of Time Trace, time resumed. Tang Hao let out a scream and fell from the sky, unharmed but rolling on the ground in pain, looking worse than a slaughtered pig. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of old blood and passed out. Let me tell you, hitting his dad was just one word. Satisfying? I left him with a dog's life. I still needed to milk some benefits later. After dealing with Tang Hao, I felt great and wanted to find my little kitty to play with. I directly used Time Freeze and slipped into their dormitory. Goodness, Ning Rongrong had just finished showering, smelling delightful. To be honest, I had a bit of a naughty thought. But I'm a serious person, right? In the end, I gently tapped Zhu Qing to wake her up. As for what happened later, hee, just some pleasant cat petting time between adults. The next day, Flinder, that old miser, made Ning Rongrong and Oscar go for a run. But the young lady quit after just a couple of steps. I saw my opportunity and followed her. But this little witch was stubborn. When I told her someone was following her, she said I was lusting after her beauty. I was like, wow, I directly fired back, saying her arrogance made her a worthless piece of trash, bringing shame to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. This really angered her, and she chased after me cursing. Later, she found me tinkering with a new toy and insisted on arguing with me. She even picked up a soul-guided bomb I had just made and waved it in front of me. I told her to give it back, but she wouldn't listen and demanded I kneel and beg her. The most outrageous part was when she actually cursed me, calling me a wild child born without a mother. I tell you, my head buzzed at that moment. This little girl had a sharp tongue. I couldn't help but laugh, giving her a chance, and she wasted it. I detonated it remotely using my mental power, of course, controlling the power since it was a half-finished product. With a bang, our little princess from the 7 treasure glazed tile school turned into a coal miner. Her little face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and her clothes were blown into rags. I told her this was just a half-finished product. If it were complete, she wouldn't even have a scrap left. The expression on her face, a mix of anger, fear, and helplessness against me, was priceless. Later, Flinder scolded Ning Rongrong for this, but that's another story. That night, we all went to the Soto Great Soul Arena. I had Xiao Wu team up with Tang San to grind for experience. But I found their little playtime too slow and directly signed up for the most exciting betting fights. You know, the kind where you sign a death contract and expect bloodshed. My first opponent was a scar-face guy at level 40, looking quite intimidating. And what happened? In a flash, I took him down with one move of Shadow Dragon Claw, breaking his arm, then punched his chest, and finally, with a crack, snapped his neck. It was a clean job. I went on to win 7 consecutive matches, all instant kills. After finishing up, the arena manager wanted to recruit me, but I couldn't be bothered and slipped away. To be honest, after dealing with Tang Hao and stretching my muscles at the arena, I suddenly found that Ning Rongrong, that little witch, though foul-mouthed, was quite interesting. Moreover, if I could handle her, wouldn't the 7 treasure glazed tile school become my most solid backing? Thinking of this, I chuckled and directly used a space teleportation talisman, zipping right to the entrance of their girls' dormitory. I tell you, at that time my little abacus was clicking away. Bang, bang, bang. I symbolically knocked on the door 3 times, and immediately came Ning Rongrong's delicate yet impatient voice from inside. Who is it? Who can I be? Your dad. Oh no, your future master. I'm too lazy to reply, just tapping away rhythmically, mainly to annoy you. Goodness, this little witch's bad temper flared up instantly. She yanked the door open with a bang, and when she saw me, her little face instantly fell. Are you crazy? Knocking on a girl's dorm door in the middle of the night. Have you lost your mind? I also kept silent, staring at her coldly. Let me tell you, my gaze was infused with a mix of killing intent and a touch of neurosis, something that most people couldn't withstand. Sure enough, her arrogance immediately diminished, and her tone softened. What? What do you want? What do I want? I'm here to settle the score with you. My soul-guided bomb was really expensive, and you blew it up and expect to just let it go? I stepped closer, insisting that we must clarify this debt today. She was still stubborn, defiantly saying, do you dare to settle the score with me? If your bomb really hurt me, do you know what our 7-treasure glazed tile school would make you pay? I laughed in anger. Oh, are you trying to recruit people here? Your father is Ning Fengji, and your grandfather is Sword Daluo and Bon Douluo, right? I can even recite your family tree. What a pity if I were to take you down right now. Do you think they would consult a fortune teller? Or would they check the surveillance footage? As soon as I finished speaking, I grabbed her wrist, which was as thin as a noodle. She was stunned, probably not expecting me to actually make a move, but she still wouldn't back down. Let go. If you don't leave, I'll call for help. Go ahead. It won't do you any good, even if you scream your throat raw. With a flick of my hand, I threw out a chinkoing cover, and with a hum, the entire dorm building was enveloped. I grinned at her. This thing is top-notch soundproofing, physical silence, you understand? Now, Ning Rongrong was truly panicking. The demeanor of the young lady instantly crumbled, her eyes filled with terror as she screamed. Help! Help! Save your breath, my little princess, I said, tightening my grip on her wrist and dragging her into the room. Come on, let us sit down and talk about compensation. If you had been this obedient from the start, we wouldn't be in this situation, would we? She completely surrendered, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Okay. Okay, I'll give you whatever you want. Money, I'll give you a lot of money. Just don't hurt me. I pushed her into the room and shut the door behind me, saying slowly, go ahead. What can you offer me? If it's not satisfactory, today you'll experience what it means to vanish from this world. She trembled and extended 3 fingers, saying 3,000 gold soul coins? I almost slapped her. 3,000? Are you begging for money? Do I look like someone who lacks money? I didn't want to waste time with her, so I revealed my true identity. I'm not afraid to tell you, I am the son of the Spirit Hall. Understand? She looked at me in disbelief. You're lying. How could the son of the Spirit Hall come to Shrek? Without saying a word, I took out the Golden Pope's order from my soul guide and waved it in front of her. Who understands family? Her expression changed from doubt to shock, and then to fear, faster than a Sichuan opera face change. As the princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she could tell the authenticity of this item at a glance. You really are the holy son of the Spirit Hall? Her voice began to tremble. My soul guide bombs are priceless and lost treasures. Do you think golden soul coins can measure their worth? Speak. Besides money, what else can you offer me? I pressed on, applying a bit more force to my grip. It hurts. Her beautiful face instantly twisted in pain, and tears streamed down like broken pearls. I beg you. I'll give you anything, really anything. You said it. I leaned closer to her ear, whispering in a low voice. I want you to be my servant. From today on, you are mine. After saying that, I raised my hand and directly grabbed her fair neck, lifting her off the ground. The sensation of suffocation made her dizzy. Do you agree? If not, I'll send you on your way right now. After all, the 7-treasure glazed tile school is already at odds with our Spirit Hall. Killing you would earn me a merit with the Pope. She shook her head desperately, so I increased my grip. The instinct for survival finally overcame her pitiful dignity, and she managed to squeeze out 2 words from her throat. I agree. Very good. I loosened my grip, and as she gasped for breath, I flicked my fingers, shooting a golden pill and a soul evolution pill directly into her mouth. I threw her to the ground, and after a long coughing fit, she finally caught her breath and pointed at me in terror. What did you make me eat? Good stuff. Don't worry, it's poison, but it won't kill you. I squatted down, pinched her chin, and forced her to look at me. As long as you obediently listen, this poison won't act up and will even bring you tremendous benefits. But if you dare to have any second thoughts, the antidote is only with me in the whole world. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing it was poison, the little princess completely broke down, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please let me go. It's too late, I said coldly. The poison has already seeped into your bones. If you dare to betray me, you'll immediately bleed from all 7 orifices, and no deity can save you. She still held onto a glimmer of hope, but the next moment, the intense pain from her body made her believe my words, and she curled up on the ground, writhing in agony. You really poisoned me. My father won't let you go. She cried while cursing, her voice growing weaker, feeling as if she was about to pass out. I watched her gradually despairing expression, and I couldn't help but smile. This ISNT poison. It's a miraculous elixir that can transform one's being. Just when she thought she was going to die here, the intense pain suddenly turned into a warm current, surging wildly inside her body. Her soul power, originally at level 26, skyrocketed as if she had sat on a rocket, breaking through the level 30 bottleneck in one go. I broke through level 30? Ning Rongrong was completely stunned, lying on the ground with a face full of disbelief. All right, stop lying there and get up quickly. I kicked her. Only then did she come to her senses, looking at me with confusion in her eyes. Why? Why do you want to help me? Help you? Don't be silly. I'm helping myself. I stood up looking down at her. You ate a golden pill. A martial soul evolution pill. Either one is enough to make people outside fight over it. This is called investment, got it? Investment needs a return. She slowly got up, expelling a layer of dark impurities from her body, stinking to high heaven. She looked at her appearance and couldn't help but want to cry. That's the garbage in your body. It's coming out now. I waved my hand impatiently. Hurry and take a shower. You stink. We'll talk about your reward after you're clean. When she came out of the bathroom, she was completely refreshed. Her skin so tender it seemed like water could be squeezed out of it, but her gaze at me was still timid. What? What kind of reward do you want? Didn't I already say? I want you. I looked her up and down, smiling like a villain. I have two great hobbies, pursuing supreme power and collecting the world's beauties. You, Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, just happened to meet my collection criteria. Just think about it. Having the future master of the continent's #1 support sect under me. How thrilling would that be? Her little face instantly turned beet red, both shy and angry. Give up on that thought. My dad won't agree. Who needs your dad's approval? As long as you agree, it's fine. Besides, do you have room to resist now? I walked up to her, gently lifting her chin, believe it or not. Even if your dad found out, he would probably send you to me with both hands? Don't believe me? Look at your martial soul. Ning Rongrong hesitantly summoned her martial soul, and the next second, she was dumbfounded. The originally 7-story glazed tower was now radiating brilliance, transforming into a 9-story tower. 9 treasure glazed tile tower. She screamed in disbelief. Is this what you did? What else could it be? I smiled proudly. Now you know how powerful I am, right? You 7 treasure glazed tile school will never break the curse of the soul sage. I have a way to solve it. Tell me, if your dad knew, would he worship me as an ancestor? She was completely stunned. The 9 treasure glazed tile tower. She knew better than anyone what it meant for the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Come here. My gaze became fervent. She shrank back a little but still gritted her teeth and walked over. I pulled her into my embrace, and she exclaimed, What are you doing? What am I doing? Of course, I'm teaching you how to serve a master well. My hand started to become restless, whispering in her ear, Don't be anxious from today on. I will teach you little by little. Saying that, I lowered my head and began to nibble on her. At first, she struggled stiffly, but soon she softened. After a long time, we finally separated. Her face flushed, but her eyes shone brightly, showing no resistance as I had imagined. Now it was my turn to be stunned. Have you learned how to serve your master? I asked tentatively. She nodded, her eyes charming. I have learned whatever the master wants. Rongrong will definitely satisfy. The next second, I can tell you, I was completely dumbfounded. This little demoness actually pushed me down on the bed, pressing her whole body against me, breathing softly. Master, don't worry. Let Rongrong test if I've learned it correctly tonight. Good heavens, this Ning Rongrong is simply a reincarnated fairy. I was stunned at that moment. Ning Rongrong, do you know what you're doing? She giggled, her eyes no longer showing any trace of the timidity from before, full of determination. Of course I know. I've long seen that your relationships with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing aren't simple, right? I've been watching you since your first day here. At such a young age, you're already at level 40 and can stand up to Zhao Wujia. And now you can turn my 7 treasure glazed tile tower into a 9 treasure tower. You're simply a monster. Since I can't resist anyway, instead of being half-hearted, why not go all the way? I see your potential. After saying that, she actively kissed me. And suddenly there was a clash of thunder and fire. I don't know how long it took, but she finally lay on me, gasping for breath and asking, You'll be responsible for me, right? I looked at the little witch whose style had suddenly changed and said softly, I hope you won't regret today's decision. I never regret what I do. She replied. Just then, with a creak, the door opened. My heart was in my throat at that moment. I saw Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu standing at the door with surprised expressions. Brother, how did you end up here? Xiao Wu exclaimed. My mind buzzed, and I frantically shouted at the system. System, what's going on? Where's my barrier? How did they get in? Ding, this system did it on purpose. Damn, are you trying to kill me? The two girls glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was already asleep on the bed, and clearly let out a sigh of relief, probably thinking I came to find them. Xiao Wu nervously asked, Bro, you didn't let Rongrong find out, right? Lying on the bed, Ning Rongrong felt her heart in her throat and could only continue pretending to sleep. No, I quickly laughed and said, I finally waited for you guys to come back. I felt like the flowers were withering while waiting. Zhu Zhuqing was fine, but Xiao Wu's face immediately turned red, and she rushed over, casting a guilty glance in Ning Rongrong's direction, whispering, Rongrong is still here. What if she wakes up? Don't worry, she's sleeping like a pig. Even thunder wouldn't wake her up, I said confidently. Xiao Wu was still uneasy and cautiously leaned over to the bedside to take a look. Seeing that Ning Rongrong was breathing steadily, she finally relaxed. Bro, you should leave quickly. Leave? I came all this way, and you're telling me to leave just like that? I grab her. I haven't tasted your flavor in a long time. I've been thinking about it a lot. Xiao Wu's face turned even redder. But this isn't the dormitory. How about we go outside? It's too late to go outside, and Zhu Qing won't disturb us, right? I winked at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing actually let out a sigh of relief and directly pulled her blanket open and lay down, as if to say, do as you please, I'm going to sleep. She was already scared of being messed with by me. If she could avoid it, she would. Seeing this situation, Xiao Wu could only resign herself to fate. I could hardly wait any longer and picked her up in a princess carry. I tell you, the most nervous ones at that time were not Xiao Wu, but Ning Rongrong pretending to sleep on the bed and Zhu Zhuqing pretending to sleep next to her. Bro, is this really okay? Xiao Wu was still making her last struggle. Don't worry, no one will notice. I started to shift her attention. By the way, you did great in the battle today. I'm proud of you. Of course, who doesn't look at their own sister? Xiao Wu was indeed let off track, but quickly reacted, Bro, don't change the topic. Are you flirting with other girls again? Sort of. Then who do you like more? Each has its own merits. I like them all. Xiao Wu immediately pouted, biting my lip, making me shiver in pain. Oof. Bro, you just want my body. Zhu Qing even said that men are the dirtiest. Zhu Zhuqing, who was pretending to sleep on the bed, was completely confused. When did I say that? I'm not taking the blame for this. As soon as I heard it, I knew it was Zhu Zhuqing who had corrupted her. With a mischievous smile, I said, all right, let's see how I deal with her tomorrow. Zhu Zhuqing was so scared that her toes curled tightly under the blanket. Ning Rongrong slowly opened her eyes in the dark, eagerly watching the show unfold. Xiao Wu, today I'm going to show you my strength. The next scene was, well, indescribable. At first, Xiao Wu was still tough, but later her voice became utterly enchanting. Brother, big brother. The way she called out made the two people pretending to be asleep next to her completely unable to sleep. Especially Ning Rongrong. She felt that familiar heat rising in her body again, and could only tightly shut her eyes. Cursing in her heart, these two are making too much noise. Unable to sleep, she really couldn't sleep. I don't know how long it took, but the commotion finally stopped. I kissed Xiao Wu on the lips. I have to go now. By the way, tomorrow I'll take you and Zhu Qing to the Stardow Forest to hunt for soul rings. As soon as I left, Zhu Zhuqing dared to open her eyes. Looking at the sweaty Xiao Wu, feeling a wave of fear. Xiao Wu, are you okay? I'm fine. I hope I didn't wake Rongrong. The two of them looked towards Ning Rongrong's bed in unison, and Ning Rongrong quickly closed her eyes, continuing to pretend to sleep. The next day, that kid Oscar actually broke through to level 30. Flinder, overjoyed, announced the traditional item for the second lesson. Everyone has to eat a sausage made by Oscar. That scene was simply something else. To hunt for soul rings, we found a small hotel to stay in. Zhao Wuji opened a room for himself and went upstairs. And I waved my hand. One room for each person. Stay however you like. Oscar immediately came over to flatter me. So generous. Brother Bai is much richer than Boss Dai. Ma Hongjun also joined in teasing. Then it must be Brother Bai treating us today? No problem. Eat and drink well. So we have the strength to fight soul beasts. This made Ma Hongjun extremely happy, and he ordered only the expensive dishes. Tangsen felt a bit embarrassed and quietly asked me, Brother Bai, how come you are so rich? I casually blurted out, my grandfather is the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall. Even the Pope has to give me some face. Tangsan's expression changed the moment he heard this, probably recalling the master's advice. Daimu Bai, on the other hand, looked displeased and snorted coldly. Just an elder of the Spirit Hall? What's so great about that? I teased, what's wrong, Daimu Bai? Did your ribs heal from last time? And now you're itching for trouble? Upon hearing this, he recalled the fear of being dominated by me and immediately wilted, unable to do anything but sulk. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, there was a loud bang as the hotel door was kicked open. A Mediterranean man accompanied by 8 boys and 1 girl walked in, wearing clothes that boldly displayed the words Tsanghue Academy. They were incredibly arrogant. Ma Hongjuan's LSP radar went off instantly as he leered at the female student. Hey, this girl looks pretty good. Dai Mubai joined in on the mockery. What is there to be arrogant about? A mere Tsanghue Academy. His gaze, however, was just as fixated on the female student as Ma Hongjuan's. These two were simply troublemakers. Sure enough, the Tsanghue Academy group heard them, and their faces turned green. The Mediterranean teacher, named Yi Zhiqiu, whispered something to one of his students. That student immediately followed a waiter bringing food and took the opportunity to shove a whole platter of dishes toward us. Tang San was quick to react, skillfully catching it with a controlling crane and capturing dragon move. The student pretended to apologize, but then maliciously kicked Dai Mubai's chair. This really angered Dai Mubai, who thought, just because I'm not making a fuss doesn't mean I'm a sick cat. He turned around and kicked that student away. The conflict erupted instantly. Yi Zhiqiu waved his hand, and his students charged at us with a roar. Sigh, what a pointless trouble. I sighed, swayed my body, and disappeared from the spot. Slap, slap, slap. A series of crisp slapping sounds rang out. The few students leading the charge hadn't even seen my figure before they were all sent flying, each sporting a bright red handprint on their faces. By the time Yi Zhiqiu reacted, his students were already lying on the ground. Meanwhile, I calmly returned to my seat and continued eating. Xiao Wu, who loved to stir up trouble, raised her hand and said, Brother, I also want to fight. I replied, What are you fighting for? You're a girl. It's uncouth. The few students who had been knocked down were about to retaliate, but I shot them a glance while 3 soul rings slowly rose beneath my feet. Black, black, black. 3 10,000-year soul rings. The entire venue fell silent instantly. Not only the Tsanghue Academy group, but even Dai Mubai and his friends were stunned, their eyes nearly popping out. Dai Mubai's previous discontent was instantly overshadowed by the enormous gap. Yi Zhiqiu turned pale, stuttering as he asked, Please, may I ask who you are? I couldn't be bothered to deal with him, so I slammed the Pope's order onto the table. Get lost. When Yi Zhiqiu saw the token, his legs went weak, and a flattering smile instantly filled his face. The Pope's order. So it's an esteemed person from the Spirit Hall. I'm sorry for not recognizing your greatness. Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? Yes. Yi Zhiqiu respectfully returned the token to me and then ran away with his group of students, scared out of their wits. Dai Mubai was still unhappy. I was hoping to stretch my muscles a bit. Why did you make them leave so quickly? Those useless people. Do they even deserve you to take action? It's beneath you. Dai Mubai scoffed. You talk like you're some kind of expert. You're not much older than us. At least I'm stronger than you. I directly choked him with that sentence. He snorted coldly, stood up, and walked out. Tang San hurriedly asked Mubai, Where are you going? I need to find a place to vent. Fatty, are you coming? Ma Hongjun couldn't hold it in any longer. And as soon as he heard this, he immediately followed. As soon as I saw the two of them, I knew what they were up to, and suddenly I lost my appetite. As a result, by midnight, it was a disaster. Oh no! Ma Hongjuan's ghostly screams echoed throughout the entire hallway. We were all awakened by the noise, and Oscar shouted angrily, What is wrong with you, Fatty? Are you out of money again? When we rushed outside to take a look, good grief, Ma Hongjun had been beaten into a pig's head. Something happened, he said with a mournful face. I went to cause trouble for those guys from Tsanghue Academy with Daoliu, but we ended up getting beaten up. Daoliu got captured, and I ran back just in time. Zhu Zhuqing listened and couldn't help but laugh in anger. That idiot Dai Mubai. As a 3-ring soul master, he went to provoke a 5-ring teacher. It's no wonder he lost. He deserves it. Tang San heard this and thought it was a good opportunity to show off in front of Xiao Wu. I yawned as I walked down from upstairs. You two really are a handful. All right, let us go save someone. And guess what? I hurried over to take a look, and there was Dai Mubai, that guy, all tied up like a pig ready for slaughter, looking utterly miserable. As soon as he saw us coming, his back straightened up instantly, and he yelled at Ma Hongjun, You fatso, are you just watching the show? Hurry up and save me. Then he turned to me and shouted, BaiYing, hurry up, show them what we, Shrek, are made of, so they know we're not to be messed with. I ignored him completely and walked straight up to the leader of Tsanghue Academy, named Yi Zhiqiu, and said just 2 words, let him go. He seemed to be intimidated by the Pope's decree, so he was quite sensible and nodded, allowing them to be untied. As soon as Dai Mubai was released, he He wanted to rush up and fight, but I quickly pulled him back. I was so angry that I almost laughed. Aren't you embarrassed enough? I pointed at his nose and scolded him. A prince of the Grand Starry Empire, the evil white tiger, is this all you amount to? Tied up like this. Where's your dignity? He still wouldn't accept it, arguing back. They have more people to bully the fewer ones. Would they dare to challenge me one-on-one? On the other side, Yi Zhiqiu also got angry. You're the one who first teased my student, okay? At that time, I expressed my stance. Our Shrek Academy indeed helps friends, not justice. Those people turned pale, thinking I was about to fight. But then I changed my tone and said, however, I pointed Dai Mubai. This matter today is purely his fault. Consider it a lesson for him. You can take him away. I even added, but I advise you to think carefully before you act next time. You can't afford to mess with this person's identity. Dai Mubai exploded on the spot, roaring at me. BaiYing, what do you mean? Why let them go? I'm not willing. I let out a cold laugh. Are you unwilling to accept this? When you were teasing your female classmates, did you ever think about the consequences? You've embarrassed all of us from Shrek. Want to get back at me? Fine. Do it with your own abilities. This is the Douluo continent where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, not your family's kindergarten. Feeling wronged? Then you'll have to hold it in. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly took his people away. Once they left, Dai Mubai completely turned his attention to me. Who do you think you were to make decisions for me? Why should I? I laughed. Just because I can pin you down and rub your face in the ground. Is that reason enough? This guy completely lost it, letting out a roar, third soul skill. White tiger transformation. His body exploded with golden light, charging at me like a lit-up light bulb. I couldn't be bothered to move. Oh, going crazy? How convenient. I'm just the one to deal with all sorts of defiance and madness. Today you're in luck. In the next moment, he was already sent flying with a few cracks. His ribs broke again, lying on the ground screaming like a slaughtered pig. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were stunned, and Ma Hongjun couldn't help but question me. What do you mean by attacking your own people? I shot him a sideways glance and said, what's wrong? Do you want to give it a try too? He instantly backed down. I clapped my hands and turned to leave. You all can clean up here. That guy Dai Mubai was so angered by me that he spat blood and passed out. Let me tell you, Ning Rongrong, who was watching the scene, had a look in her eyes that was simply overjoyed. Back at the hotel, when Zhao Wujia saw Dai Mubai's miserable state, he was furious. After hearing the whole story, he scolded Dai Mubai again, saying he was embarrassing himself. Dai Mubai was extremely frustrated, but he could only endure it. Once everyone had returned to their rooms, there was a sudden knock on my door. I was annoyed to death, and when I opened the door, it was actually Ning Rongrong. What are you doing here? I asked. She blushed and stammered for a long time. Can I come in and talk? I let her into the house. She took a deep breath and said softly, thank you for helping me take my revenge. I was taken aback. What grudge? It's just Dai Mubai. When I first came to the academy, didn't he insult me? Seeing him like that today was so satisfying. Oh, that matter. I waved my hand dismissively. I just simply found him unpleasant. Just go back and sleep. As a result, this girl came out with something heavy. I'm a little scared. Can I sleep here with you? Who understands, family? In the middle of the night, what kind of tiger wolf words are these? I warned her at that moment. Are you sure? Breaking into a man's room at midnight is very dangerous, you know? And guess what she said? She had this expression as if she had seen through me long ago, saying, what danger? Back when you were sharing a bed with Sister Xiao Wu. I watched the whole live broadcast, okay? Little scumbag. After saying that, she directly climbed onto my bed and lay down, even ordering me confidently, turn off the light. I tell you, I really wanted to slap myself at that moment. What was I pretending to be a gentleman for? Now it's good. The cooked duck is right in front of me, and I couldn't find an excuse to take a bite. That little enchantress was still restless while asleep, wrapping around me like an octopus. That feeling, ugh. I kept my eyes open and silently recited the core values 800 times in my heart just to make it to dawn. It was simply a sweet torment. The next day, she woke up and found herself pressed against me, pretending to be innocent, like, how did I end up like this? I, with dark circles under my eyes, replied irritably, what do you think? Do you know how much you torment people? I quickly pushed her away, urging her to leave before someone sees us. She just smiled slyly and slipped out the door. Then we entered the starry forest to find Oscar's third spirit ring. I found them searching too slowly, so I took out my treasure, the fragrant and enchanting immortal item. Tang San was shocked on the spot, saying that this thing would attract soul beasts, and it was too dangerous. I said, what are you afraid of? And directly activated a level 9 soul guide device, the Qian shield, to create a barrier, making it solid as a rock. Sure enough, as soon as the fragrance spread out, A 1,000-year-old phoenix tail chicken crown snake took the bait. I didn't even let Zhu Zhuqing make a move. I went straight in and, in a few quick moves, tore the snake's wings off with my bare hands. The scene was so bloody that Oscar almost threw up beside me. I shot him a glance. This is called survival of the fittest. Stop whining and quickly absorb the spirit ring. I feel something's not right. Just as Oscar sat down cross-legged, a voice came from afar. Stop right there. Goodness, an old lady and a little girl appeared. The old lady was a soul emperor, known as Snake Lady, and said that the snake was originally theirs and wanted us to give it to her granddaughter. Zhao Wujie directly replied, too late. My student has already started absorbing it. The old lady was unwilling. Her granddaughter, Meng Yiran, directly started to complain, saying we were bullying them. I couldn't help but laugh and said, it's just a soul beast, right? I'll compensate you. Just wait here. I'll get you one right away. I specifically reminded them that even a titled Daluo would have to fight for a while on my barrier. Then, I maximized the effect of the elixir. Goodness. The soul beasts in the entire forest surged over like they were on steroids, a black mass of them. The scene was simply a beast hide plus version. Even Zhao Wujie couldn't handle it. I quickly pulled them into the barrier as well. Then took out dozens of soul-guided bombs and started with a wave of bombardment to clear the area, causing a cacophony of cries from outside. Even Xiao Wu, watching from aside, felt a bit sorry. I said, next, watch me. I directly summoned my martial soul. As soon as the dragon-slaying martial soul appeared, the 3 soul rings, 2 black and 1 red, shone brightly, and the entire venue fell silent. Xiao Wu was stunned. She recognized the red one as her mother's 100,000-year soul ring. As I unleashed my dragon might, all the soul beasts felt a fear coming from the depths of their bloodlines and fled in a panic. All right, it's over now. I retracted my martial soul and pointed at one of the remaining soul beasts. Zhu Zhuqing, you're level 30 now, right? That one is suitable for you. I then pointed at another, Ning Rongrong. That one matches your attributes quite well. Both of them had also broken through and happily went to obtain their 3rd soul rings. I turned to look at the completely stunned Snake Lady and smiled. Senior, are there any soul beasts on the ground that you fancy? Only then did she come to her senses and stammeringly ask me what my background was. I faintly said 2 words, Sacred Hall. The old lady immediately bowed and apologized to me, showing utmost respect. However, her ignorant granddaughter, Meng Yiran, was still unconvinced and insisted on challenging me. I said, you're not even worthy to fight me. Tang San, it's up to you. If you can defeat him, then you have the right to challenge me. Tang San was reluctantly pushed out by me. As soon as they started fighting, a loud roar echoed, shaking the entire forest. The king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape, had arrived. Its target was clear. It was Xiao Wu. Zhao Wujie and Snake Lady couldn't withstand even one of its gravity fields. I acted quickly and used my spatial transfer technique to move Tang San, Zhao Wujie, and the unconscious Meng Yiran into the barrier. On the field, only Xiao Wu and I remained standing. Ming, they are my friends. Xiao Wu shouted at the Titan Great Ape. The giant indeed stopped. Seeing this, I said to Xiao Wu, it's time for you to get your 3rd spirit ring. You can go with your friend Ming, with it protecting you. I'll feel at ease. The Titan Great Ape then asked me in its deep voice what my relationship with Xiao Wu was. I couldn't be bothered to answer and let it ask Xiao Wu instead. Soon, Xiao Wu disappeared into the depths of the forest with the Titan Great Ape. Looking at the unconscious people around, I approached Tang San and checked on him. He was fine. My gaze then fell on Meng Yiran. I picked her up, thinking I needed to save her and infuse some internal energy to heal her. However, my internal energy from the spatial transfer technique was too overwhelming and directly tore her already tattered clothes to shreds. I have to admit, this girl had an amazing figure and extraordinary flexibility. But her grandmother was right beside us, so I couldn't act recklessly. Just as I adjusted her position, she woke up. Upon opening her eyes and seeing me, she looked down at herself and screamed, "You pervert!" Slap. A hard slap landed on my face. She quickly jumped back, glaring at me warily. I covered my face, feeling dazed. I was saving you. If it weren't for me, you would be dead by now. She quickly realized, but still stubbornly retorted, "Then you shouldn't have torn my clothes." I'm really speechless. Who wants to take off your clothes? It's your clothes that fell apart by themselves. Okay. I kindly saved you and got slapped instead. Fine, I'll remember this. When the Snake Lady wakes up, she'll quickly take her granddaughter to find her husband. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong have also absorbed their soul rings and are looking at the chaotic scene in confusion. I briefly explained to them that Xiao Wu was taken away by the Titan Giant Ape and that I was going to find her. I told them to leave as soon as teacher Zhao wakes up. After that, I directly piloted the flying soul guide towards the center of the forest. There's a life lake there, the base of the two great beast kings. I could sense the titan giant ape's aura and made my way without any obstacles. Soon I discovered them. Xiao Wu was enveloped in a layer of blood-red light, and above her original 2 soul rings. The phantom of a 3rd soul ring was slowly solidifying. It seems my theory was correct. As soon as I appeared, the titan giant ape named Erming shivered as if it had radar, suddenly turned around, and its huge eyes locked onto me. Wow, that roar and the aura of the soul beast king hit me like a freight train. But it didn't expect that this wouldn't work on me. I'm immune. I laid my cards on the table. Don't get excited. I'm not here to steal your bananas. I'm looking for Xiao Wu. She's my sister. I know her identity. Don't worry. Just friends. I won't harm her. Erming was still overloaded with CPU. How does this human know sister Xiao Wu's identity? At this moment, Xiao Wu had just completed her 3rd soul ring, heard my voice, and jumped down from Erming's shoulder, incredibly happy. Brother. I succeeded. She quickly explained to Erming. This is my brother, one of us. But Erming, the silly one, was still mumbling. Sister Xiao Wu, no human is a good thing. Don't be fooled. My temper flared up instantly, and I snapped. You're the one who's not a good person. Let me tell you, if it weren't for me saving her back then, Xiao Wu would have long become BB Dong's soul ring. Do you know that? Xiao Wu was nodding furiously beside me. Yes, Erming. My brother is a good person. My mother's soul ring was sacrificed to him. As soon as this was said, Erming was completely stunned, looking me up and down. Whoa, really sacrificed her soul ring to you? I'm too lazy to talk nonsense. Let's get straight to the show. Is it real? Can't you see for yourself? The next moment, I opened my soul rings, and the 3 circles, yellow, red, lit up. That momentum was simply astonishing. Erming's eyes were almost popping out. 2 10,000-year soul rings. How is that possible? I just smiled. Whether it's possible or not. I've already done it. Well, now he had nothing to say. Xiao Wu pulled me deeper into the forest, saying she wanted to take me to meet her brother. Erming was still behind, trying to persuade. Xiao Wu, that's your brother's territory. Isn't it inappropriate to bring a human in? Xiao Wu didn't even turn her head and gave him a reassuring look. I tell you, at the center of the starry forest, there is an enormous lake. So, Comet looks like a mirror. The life energy is so dense it feels like it could drip water. But there isn't a single fish in that lake. I know very well that something big is lurking beneath the surface. Erming shouted at the lake, Big brother, Sister Xiao Wu is back. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire surface of the lake erupted with a loud bang, waves crashing, and a massive creature with a dragon head and snake body emerged, sky blue bull python. Its aura was many times stronger than Erming's, and he had to obediently step back. Xiao Wu approached and whispered a few words to it. And then the giant's gaze fell on me, its voice old and authoritative. Are you the human that Xiao Wu mentioned? I nodded and made eye contact with him, not feeling intimidated at all. Yes, she's a friend of mine. I'm here to take her away. No ill intent. Then that big guy, named BaiYing, swam straight up to me, and the terrifying dragon pressure came crashing down. Unfortunately, my martial soul is Dragon Slayer, specializing in dragon hunting. So that dragon pressure felt like just turning on a humidifier for me. I said calmly, Is there something you want? BaiYing was surprised that I didn't react. You're young. With 2 10,000-year and 100,000-year soul rings, you have potential. And since you didn't act against Xiao Wu knowing her identity, your character is quite good. I thank you. No need for thanks. Can I leave now? I'm not fond of wasting time. I asked another question, and he didn't mind my attitude. Did you receive the inheritance of a god? I can sense the divine aura on you. You can sense it and still ask me? Fine, a future god for sure. After all this small talk, what do you want? If nothing, I'm really taking Xiao Wu away. You know what? This king of the forest surprisingly wasn't angry. Instead, he said, I want to make a deal with you, one that will definitely benefit you. What deal? I can't say now. You'll know once you reach title Douluo. All right, you can take Xiao Wu away. After parting from Xiao Wu, I let her go find the main group while I needed to get myself a 4th soul ring. I wandered alone in the forest for a long time and finally caught a good prey, a bloodthirsty dragon covered in red scales. The biggest feature of this thing is its ability to go berserk, doubling its combat power when it does. It looked quite tough. Without saying a word, I went straight into action. My movements were swift, dodging one of its claws. Then I unleashed my time battle blade, shouting, Time seal. Instantly, that giant's movements slowed down as if it was at 0. 5x speed. Seizing the opportunity, I circled around it and unleashed my time blade. Countless blade energies poured down on it like rain. Once the time freeze was lifted, The dragon howled in pain, its whole body flashing red light. There it went berserk. Interesting. But unfortunately, you encountered me. I sneered. While circling it earlier, I had already stuck several soul guide bombs on it. I snapped my fingers in goodbye. Boom! A loud explosion followed, and as the smoke cleared, the dragon was already swaying unsteadily. I went up to deliver the finishing blow, wrapped things up, and sat down to absorb the soul ring. The absorption process was thrilling, with my soul shaking, making me feel like I was on the brink of death. But in the end, I pulled through. I stood up and felt my new soul skill, Bloodthirsty Berserk, nice. Even more surprising was still ahead. When I went over to check, my family, who understands, saw that the dragon's corpse had actually dropped equipment, and it even dropped 2 soul bones at once. This luck was simply outrageous. Apart from BB Dong, I was the only one on the entire continent. Just as I was happily collecting treasures, I heard someone talking in the distance. I thought it was Zhao Wujie's group coming, so I went over to check. Guess who I saw? Meng Yuran and her 2 ancient relic grandparents. Dragon Lord and Snake Lady. What a narrow road for enemies. As soon as Meng Yuran saw me, she immediately complained to her grandfather. Grandpa, he's the one who bullied me. That old man, Meng Shu, banged his dragon-headed cane and stared at me. Did you bully my granddaughter? I'm so stunned. Old man, I was saving her, okay? She was unconscious at the time, and I was giving her soul energy, but her clothes were of such poor quality that they ripped on their own. It's really not my fault. The Dragon Lord and the Snake Lady exchanged a glance. Their expressions were quite subtle, and Meng Yuran's face was as red as a monkey's, but still stubbornly saying, "Who told you to save her? You're just a lecher. Hey, I have a bad temper. If I had known, I would have let you get crushed by the Titan Ape instead. Why did I even bother saving you? I'm not being polite anymore. Fine, you've ruined my good mood, goodbye." Meng Yuran was so angry she was stomping her feet, pulling her grandfather. Grandpa, he looked at my body. You have to make him pay the price. I shot back directly. Pa, who cares to look at your snake-like, withered body? Besides, you slapped me, so how do we settle that? I see you can't get married, you petty person. Do you really think you're fairy? This remark ignited the powder keg, and her grandfather, Meng Shu, was also furious. Kid, no matter what, you looked at my granddaughter, so you must give an explanation. All right, you want an explanation? I sighed and said, then let's do it according to the rules of Soul Masters. I challenge you. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. If I win, this matter will be over, and your granddaughter will have to be my servant. Do you dare? Meng still didn't think twice and agreed for her grandfather. My grandpa is a soul emperor. Just based on you? Fine, I agree for my grandpa. Meng Shu was also proud and said, all right, as long as you can take 3 of my moves, it's considered your victory. I shot back directly. 3 moves? You think too highly of yourself. If you can take one of my moves without falling, then you win. The old man immediately made his move, swinging his dragon-headed staff at me with force. I activated my 3rd soul skill, Invincible Golden Body, and took the hit head-on, grabbing his staff in the process. In the next second, as I unleashed my martial soul, the aura that restrained dragons emerged, and the old man's expression changed. He immediately displayed 6 soul rings, and a black light shot out from his staff. And guess what? I opened my mouth and swallowed that black light. It tasted good. I wiped my mouth. My martial soul can devour the blood and energy of dragon-type soul masters. Although I can't swallow you whole yet, absorbing some of your skills is a piece of cake. It's my turn now. I looked at the 2 of them and said, you might as well attack together with your martial soul fusion skill, or you'll end up dead. They still held their ground. What a joke. Do we need a martial soul fusion skill to deal with a junior like you? You're not worthy. Really? I laughed and directly pulled out a big guy from my storage soul tool, the destruction cannon. I hope you say the same thing later. You're the second wave to make me use this thing. Although it's not fully repaired yet, and its power is a bit lacking, it's still not something you can withstand. I'll give you one last chance to use your fusion skill. Seeing that they were still hesitating, I revealed my trump card. Since you insist on seeking death, I'll grant your wish and let you know what happens when you offend me, the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Witness the power of a level 9 soul tool. As soon as I finished speaking, the muzzle of the destruction cannon glowed red, and that terrifying aura instantly scared the Dragon Lord and Snake Lady into submission. They no longer dared to pretend and quickly unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, summoning a massive golden dragon that roared and charged towards me. What happened next? The golden dragon collided with my cannon's muzzle, shattering like an egg against a rock in an instant. The Dragon Lord and Snake Lady let out a horrible scream and were blasted away, lying on the ground gasping for breath, their eyes filled with fear. The commotion attracted nearby soul beasts, and since they were already severely injured, they were quickly surrounded by the soul beasts. By the time they clumsily got back on their feet, they realized that Meng Yiran and I had long since vanished. I carried Meng Yiran and ran wildly, while she struggled in my arms, shouting, "Let me go. My grandparents won't let you off." Her little fists hitting me felt like tickling. I directly broke her defenses. "You better be quiet. Your grandparents are almost done playing by themselves, and if you want them to be safe, you better behave. Otherwise, I'll leave you here in the Star Do Great Forest, and any soul beast that comes along will turn you into a dish." The girl immediately started crying. I didn't spoil her. "Why are you crying? You lost the bet, so you have to admit it. You are my servant now. Who told you to seek death? Today you'll learn what it means to be beaten by society." She was still begging for mercy. "I was wrong. I really was wrong. Please let me go." Too late. I directly refused. I had already given you a chance. Seeing her still look unconvinced, I smirked. "Didn't you just say I was a bad guy? Today I'll show you what a real bad guy is." Saying this, I kissed her right on the mouth in her terrified gaze. When I pulled away, she was completely stunned, her face red enough to bleed, both angry and embarrassed. You actually kissed me? This is what a real bad guy is. Do you understand?" Looking at her expression, I felt a rush of satisfaction. "Now you know you were wrong, right? You're already my servant, so just behave. The premise is that you have to listen. A disobedient servant has only one ending, death. Do you really dare to kill me?" She still didn't believe me. What has to be afraid of? I directly grabbed her by the neck, tightening my grip. The strong feeling of suffocation made her face turn pale. "Don't you want to die? I can fulfill that for you right now." Now she was really scared. Her desire to survive made her desperately plead. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." When I saw she was about ready, I finally released her and threw her to the ground, coldly saying, "Remember today, if you come looking for death again, this will be your outcome. Now you have two choices. Choose wrong and face the consequences. First, I could bring a few 10,000-year soul beasts over. If you can survive, we'll settle our scores. But with your little body, you'll probably just be enough to fill their gaps." She shook her head in fright. "Second, right now, obediently call me master. If you make me happy, not only will I not hurt you, but I'll also give you a huge gift." I started the countdown. 10 seconds. The girl was crying uncontrollably, tangled up in her emotions, and finally, before the countdown ended, she humiliatingly squeezed out 2 words. "Master." Louder. "Haven't you eaten?" "Master." That's more like it. I pulled her up, took out an 8-petal fairy orchid from the soul guide, and ate it. She didn't dare to resist, and started absorbing it as soon as she sat down. An hour later, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, her face filled with disbelief. I've broken through to level 35? I leveled up 5 times. Don't worry about that. Just follow me. You won't be treated unfairly. Just then, Long Gong and Shi Pe, covered in injuries, came over. When they saw Meng Yiran by my side, Meng Shu's old man turned dark. Let go of Yiran. "If there's something, come at me." I laughed. "Senior, you misunderstood. She agreed to be my servant herself." "Nonsense. How is that possible?" I pointed at Meng Yiran. "If you don't believe me, take a look at her soul power." Ko Xiangxiang took a look and was shocked right away. It hadn't been long, and she had really increased by 5 levels. "I'll increase the stakes. Senior, I promise that within 10 years, I will help her break through to title Douluo. I will only have her as a servant for 3 years, and she can leave at any time after that. During this period, I will never force her to do anything she doesn't want to do. How about that?" As soon as I said this, both elders fell silent. 10 years to title Douluo, this temptation was too great. In the end, Meng Yiran spoke up herself. "Grandma and Grandpa, I willingly follow the saint's son." With this, her parents had nothing more to say and could only agree, though they warned me not to mess around before leaving. Once they were gone, Meng Yiran huffed. "I hope what you said is true. 10 years to title Douluo." "Of course." I glanced at her and said, "You still haven't sorted out your spirit ring, have you? That previous fiery crown snake was stolen, and the man-faced demon spider ran away. It's all your fault." She was still a bit upset. "All right, brother will find you a better one." I took her for a walk in the woods, and soon we locked onto a blazing venomous snake. The fire poison of this creature could even scare the man-faced demon spider, making it a perfect match for her snake staff martial soul. Meng Yiran's eyes lit up, and without any hesitation, she charged forward with her snake staff. After a little help from me, she successfully subdued the snake in no time. Once she finished absorbing the spirit ring, she jumped up excitedly. "I did it. I succeeded." I asked her, "What is the 3rd soul skill?" She blushed with excitement and said, "The poison of flames." I have to tell you, Meng Yiran was so excited to get her new skill. She told me that her fiery venom would burn anyone who got touched by it. making them feel like they were being roasted alive. I nodded and said it was great, then put her back into the soul guide to stabilize her realm slowly, so she wouldn't be making a fuss in front of me. After taking care of this, I had to find that little rascal Tang San for some fun. I had to set something up for him before dark. I moved forward for a bit, and hey, there was some movement in the bushes again. This time, I learned my lesson and didn't rush in. I tiptoed and focused on stealth. Goodness, when I got closer, I saw a huge spider with a human face, emanating poisonous gas. My DNA immediately reacted. Wasn't this the face-devouring spider? Tang San's strongest external tool, the 8 spider lances, was about to be in play. With such an interesting scene, how could I not lend him a hand? I was amused, turned around, and directly used my cursed charm to lure a bunch of soul beasts over to him. Soon enough, the rustling sounds came from all directions, like surround sound. If it weren't for Tang San practicing some mysterious technique, his ears would probably have missed it. Think about it. He was already struggling to deal with one face-devouring spider, and now I had summoned an entire squad of soul beasts for reinforcement. Wouldn't he be done for? But he couldn't bear to give up such a top-tier soul ring and wanted a quick resolution. Just when things were at a critical moment, who showed up? Zhao Wujia and the others. Tang San shouted like he saw his father. Teacher Zhao, help me. This spider is perfect for me. Zhao Wujia, being a straightforward person, without a second thought, used a gravity compression to pin that spider down, then slapped it, sending it flying into a tree. The spider had already been severely injured by the Dragon King and the Snake Lady, and now it had taken a full set of attacks from a soul sage. Its health was almost depleted. Seeing the opportunity, Tang San took out his Zhuge Divine crossbow, and with a flurry of shots, he snatched the kill. I was standing far away at that time, and everyone was dumbfounded. Why was I shaking? Where were the soul beast army I summoned? Did I get disconnected or get lost? Is this it? Is he really the chosen one, and the whole world has to make way for him? And then the most infuriating part came. Tang San sat down and began to absorb the soul ring, wearing a mask of pain. But after he finished absorbing it, suddenly, 8 long, black, shiny legs grew out from his back. My heart was bleeding. Family, who understands? That was an external soul bone, a divine item that could level up and evolve with its owner. Mine. It should have been mine. If I had known, I wouldn't have done all those flashy things. I would have just done it myself. Now, I'm just watching him successfully install the strongest cheat. I was so angry that my teeth were grinding, and I could only go outside to show off. As soon as I appeared, I scared them all, and they thought I was an enemy. Zhao Waoqi asked where I had been, and I said, of course, I want to get my 4 soul ring. My martial soul is quite picky. It doesn't accept anything but dragon types. I glanced at Tang San behind me, who had 8 legs and looked like a monster, feeling unhappy. But I had to say something sarcastic. Oh, Tang San also got his 3rd soul ring, huh? Zhao Waoqi explained the situation to me, and then asked about Tang San's condition. What could I say? I could only hold back my anger and pretend to be mysterious. Don't worry, he is fine. The human-faced demon spider is too powerful. As long as his physical body can withstand it, he'll be okay. After a day and night, Tang San woke up, looked at the 8 legs on his back, and was still pretending, oh, I absorbed the soul ring, but what is up with these 8 legs? I almost rolled my eyes to the sky, but had to patiently explain, congratulations, this is an external soul bone. Wow. As soon as they heard it was a soul bone, those people got as excited as if they had won the lottery. Tang San was even more pleased, probably thinking, I, Tang San, am truly the child of destiny. Back at Shrek Academy, everyone was exhausted and went to rest. I had just sat down when the system's voice sounded, like a celestial melody. Ding! Congratulations! Host has obtained the Heart Sutra of the goddess. This skill is amazing, specifically for women to practice. When perfected, it can make one's physical body sacred, and the internal energy is endless, as long as there is a breath left. It could save one's life. Ding! Congratulations! Host has obtained the Taiji divine skill. Although this is not as good as the Heart Sutra of the goddess, it can easily crush Tang San's profound heaven skill. I was so touched at that moment. System, you are truly my rebirth parents. Just as I received the skills. Ning Rong Rong, call me away. Oscar's gaze was sharp, like a knife. He was probably cursing inside, thinking it was hard to get 3 junior sisters. But they all surrounded me, and he couldn't even get a sip of soup. Ning Rong Rong pulled me and said she had something important. She mentioned that although their 7-treasure glazed tile school was the #1 support in the continent, in simple terms, they were just a fragile power bank with no combat ability. As soon as I heard this, I understood. You want me to help your sect mass-produce soul-guided devices so that everyone can have self-defense capabilities, right? I added, Why don't you go find Tang San? His hidden weapons should work too, right? Ning Rongrong shook her head and said, I've observed it. His hidden weapons compared to the soul-guided devices you use are like toys for children. The power is not even in the same league. Plus, when I asked him, he was stingy and said it was a Tang Sect secret and needed to think about it. So, are you willing or not? Of course I am willing. I said, no problem, but I haven't managed to create the offensive one yet. If you're in a hurry, it can wait a few days. But you have to help me with something. She asked me what it was, and I said, I need to find materials for the soul guide. I need the 7 treasure, glazed tile tower, and natural treasure appraiser, so you have to come with me. She agreed at once, and said she was too tired today and would go with me tomorrow. I smirked and said, no, I will come find you tonight. Ning Rongrong's face turned pale with fright, and she stammered, You're coming? Please don't. Go find Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing instead. I laughed. What are you thinking? I'm here to pass on a set of cultivation techniques that are especially suitable for you. She was still half convinced. I thought to myself, if Tang San's broken Xiantian Gong could make him a god, then my system-produced Goddess Heart Sutra would surely allow you to take off right on the spot. In the evening, I appeared on time, scaring both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing quite a bit. Only Ning Rongrong understood me. She chuckled and said to them, Don't worry. I already knew about your little matters, and I won't say a word. I cleared my throat and said, Don't think too much. Tonight is for serious cultivation. I took the 4 of them. Yes, I also called Mengaran up to the back mountain and laid it all out. This is Mengaran, and now, like you all, she's one of my people. Ning Rongrong immediately mocked me. You big-hearted guy, how many women have you actually attracted? I replied nonchalantly, I don't know, but there will definitely be more in the future. Seeing them all speechless, I quickly got to the point. All right, sit cross-legged, and I'll transmit my power to you. I poured the Divine Girl Heart Sutra into their minds, and it was as if they had opened their run and due meridians. Xiao Wu was the first to exclaim, I feel all the fatigue in my body is gone. My soul power seems to have increased. The others also looked shocked. I proudly explained, This is the magic of this martial art. All right, you all practice for now. Rongrong, come with me. I pulled Ning Rongrong aside and took out another book. This Taiji divine art is for your family. It's suitable for anyone and has a very strong inclusivity. Then I directly announced, Tomorrow, I will go back to the 7 treasure glazed tile school with you. Ning Rongrong blushed and asked excitedly, You're going back with me? I nodded. Of course, it's time to meet the father-in-law. Moreover, my soul guide device needs to have in-depth cooperation with your 7 treasure glazed tile school, and you'll have to negotiate this matter. When Ning Rongrong heard that I was going to meet her dad, she exploded. No, absolutely not. She was so anxious, saying that our spirit hall has a bad relationship with her 7 treasure glazed tile school, and her dad would definitely not agree. I pat her to reassure her. I know what you're worried about, but you forget that I represent the offering hall, not the papal hall. There's a fundamental difference. Don't worry, your dad is very shrewd, and he will have to face it sooner or later, so it's better to go early. She still wasn't at ease and said that her family's sword grandpa and bone grandpa treasure her very much and are afraid I might come back missing an arm or a leg. I laugh, hey, what's this? The son-in-law visits the father-in-law, and if he doesn't suffer a bit, that's not following the process. It's tradition. All right, it's settled then. We'll leave tomorrow. I told her that when we arrive at the Tiando Imperial City, don't rush home. I need a few days to prepare to ensure you go back in style, and the gift I prepared for your dad, he absolutely won't be able to refuse. The next morning, we set off in a carriage. On the way, this girl kept looking worried, and I knew what she was thinking. I directly laid it out for her. Are you wondering why your dad would agree to us? She nodded. I leaned in and said, Because I prepared a trump card for him. Do you remember how your martial soul evolved? I specifically developed a pill that can directly evolve your dad's 7 treasures glazed tile into the 9 treasures glazed tile. Ning Rongrong's eyes nearly popped out, and she stammered, asking, Really? Is that possible? I snapped my fingers and said, Of course, with this pill that can change the fate of the sect, along with my soul guides that can give your entire sect combat power. If these 2 things are thrown down, do you believe that if your father has any sense, he will know what to choose? Half a month later, I followed Ning Rongrong to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect with dozens of freshly made soul guides and a bottle of pills. Goodness, that place looked like a colorful signal tower from a distance, piercing the clouds, and inside it was resplendent and dazzling, blinding my eyes. Ning Fengji personally came out to greet us with sword Douluo. As soon as he saw Ning Rongrong, he was incredibly excited. Ning Rongrong, like a little girl, rushed into her father's arms. After the pleasantries, Ning Rongrong pointed at me and said, This is the soul guide genius mentioned in the letter, the owner of twin martial souls. Ning Fengji examined me. Although he smiled, his gaze was penetrating like a CT scan, able to see through a person. I didn't waste words and directly revealed the pills and soul guides. When Ning Fengji saw those items, especially the pills, his expression changed. He had some doubts initially, but when Ning Renxue nodded seriously, he surprisingly swallowed the pills on the spot without a second thought. I was stunned at the time. This old fox is playing such a big game? This is a gamble. In the next moment, a dazzling light erupted from Ning Fengji's body. The seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda behind him shook violently, and with a whoosh, it grew 2 more layers, transforming into the brilliant 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Ning Fengji was so excited that he was almost in tears, looking at me and saying, "Go ahead, what are the conditions?" "As long as our 7-treasure glazed tile sect can afford it." I smiled and stretched out 2 fingers. "First, I need a large amount of money and materials. In the future, you will cover all my research and development." "No problem." Ning Fengji agreed readily. "What about the second condition?" I looked at him and said word by word, "I want to marry your daughter." As soon as these words were spoken, Ning Renxue's face instantly turned red. Ning Fengji fell silent, his expression becoming extremely serious. QianDaoliu even wanted to advise him to think twice. Ning Fengji waved his hand, looked at me, and said, "Okay, but I have a condition. As long as you leave the Spirit Hall and join my 7-treasure glazed tile school, Renxue can marry you right now." I didn't even think about it and directly refused. "That's impossible. The Spirit Hall raised me, and I will never betray it." Ning Fengji's expression darkened. "Then there's nothing to discuss. You can leave." Ning Renxue was so anxious she was about to cry. But I smiled and said, "Elder Ning, you need to think this through. I belong to the Hall of Offerings, which does not represent the entire Spirit Hall. Moreover, I came today to point out a brand new path for the 7-treasure glazed tile school." "Oh, go ahead." I took a step forward, my voice not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the entire hall. "You 7-treasures glazed sect are support type with no combat power, right? My soul guide can make up for that. But this is just the beginning. As long as I am given enough time and resources, I can even create soul guides that ordinary civilians can use. Imagine this. An ordinary person who has never practiced before, wielding my soul guide, can unleash the power of a soul master. The number of soul masters is limited, but the number of civilians is far greater than that of soul masters. Let me tell you, this reasoning is very simple. A commoner exchanging for a soul master. This deal is obviously a huge profit for the Tiando royal family. As long as you nod and agree to marry Renxue to me, I will present to you the technology of soul guides and the divine elixir that can evolve martial souls, and I will continuously supply them to you. I am teaching you to fish, directly equipping your 7-treasure glazed tile sect with an engine. You are a smart person, and you can calculate this better than anyone else." Just as I was subtly gently guiding you, a thought struck me, and the cold voice of the system came again. "Please have the host endure for 1 incense sticks time under the hands of the 2 title Dalu, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo." My heart skipped a beat. What the heck, are you serious? 2 title Daluos? I've already used up my divine experience card. Going up now would just be pure suicide, right? I can only leave it to fate. Ning Fengji's eyes indeed lit up with interest, filled with the desire for the word 2. The opportunity has come. I quickly seized the moment. "Ning Sect Master, let's not beat around the bush. How about a bet? I'll endure under the hands of your 2 protectors, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, for 1 incense stick's worth of time. If I make it, you agree to my conditions. If I can't hold on, all the pills I have on me will be yours for free. What do you think?" The Sword Douluo next to us couldn't hold back any longer. His gaze was like he was looking at a fool. "Kid, are you a bit too cocky? What level are you?" "I'm a title Douluo." I calmly spread my hands and said, "I'm not talented. I just reached level 40 this year." "Level 40? Ning Fengji's eyes nearly popped out, probably wondering where this genius came from. I didn't waste any words. As soon as my martial soul activated, 4 soul rings, 3 black and 1 red, lit up with a bang. At that moment, both Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo fell silent, their jaws almost dropping. Ning Fengji suddenly realized. "So it was you who caused such a commotion in the Stardo Force back then. The Spirit Hall actually has a genius like you." He pondered for a moment. Anyway, this betting game was clearly in his favor, and he immediately made up his mind. "All right, I accept this bet." Before long, Bone Douluo also arrived. After Ning Fengji explained the situation to him, the old man glanced at my soul ring configuration, wearing an expression similar to an old man on the subway looking at his phone. "All right, everyone is here, so let's get started. Kid, you're too arrogant. I'm a title Douluo at level 97. The sword Douluo's aura was fully unleashed. Daoliu chimed in from the side. Old Jin, why waste time with him? Just knock him down and see how he remains arrogant. No sooner said than done. The two old men came at me with their first soul skills. One unleashed a long sword, and the other launched a bone dragon thrust, instantly locking me down with their sword and bone energy. But was I flustered? Not at all. A light flashed beneath my feet as the flying soul guide activated, and I soared into the sky, performing a graceful backflip while looking down at the two of them. It felt simply amazing. Is that all? I activated my invincible golden body with golden light protecting me. Their attacks hitting me felt like mere scraping. Old Bones, we've underestimated him. The sword Dalu was anxious and said, watch this, my 7th soul skill, 7 killing true body. Bone Dragon True Body. 10,000 swords return to the origin. Bone Dragon Nether Array. Let me tell you, that scene was like having 8K ray tracing effects turned on. 2 massive energy storms were swirling towards me. I couldn't dare to take it head on. It was a life and death moment. But who am I? It's time to showcase my real skills. The super artifact, the Time Warblade, in my hand instantly erupted with dazzling light. With a roar, a huge blade aura shot out. The sky seemed to be cut open, and the blade aura collided with the energy storms, creating a loud explosion that silenced the entire world. Their ultimate moves were actually held back by me. But that wasn't the end. I directly unleashed my ultimate, divine skill, Time Seal, Time Trace. The next second, time went haywire. Their destructive ultimate moves were bounced back with a bang. That's right, literally bounced back. They ended up hitting themselves right in the face. Family, who understands? My family member Rongrong suddenly rushed out crying from some corner, shouting, stop, please stop. Grandpa, it was such a heartbreaking scene that it nearly shattered my heart. But these two old men were too into it. Even though the incense time was clearly up, they showed no signs of stopping. Wow, these two old men couldn't take a loss. They actually wanted to keep fighting. The sword Douluo even made a fierce remark. Take another move from me. Just then, the system chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2 divine skills from the Time Warblade, Time Reversal and Time Acceleration. Just in time. But the opponent was even fiercer, directly unleashing their 9th spirit skill. Bone Transformation Divine Dragon. Divine Demonic 2 Slashes. This was the ace in the hole of a title Douluo. Ning Fengji turned pale beside me, probably afraid that if I got killed, he wouldn't be able to explain it to the spirit hall. Kid, it's still not too late to give up now. I laughed. In my dictionary, there are no words like give up. In the blink of an eye, the armor on my body made a cracking sound, seemingly about to shatter, but suddenly, several pieces automatically reappeared, wrapping me up tightly. The light of the Time Battle Blade surged, and I unleashed all 4 divine skills at once. Time Reversal, Time Acceleration, Time Freeze, Time Rewind. Their devastating 9th soul skill met my blade aura, and it was like ice and snow encountering a hot iron, sizzling away, gone without a trace, disappeared without a shadow. As for Sword Daluo and Bone Daluo, they fell to the ground like kites with severed strings, crashing down with a thud, blood pooling everywhere. Unable to stand up, I sheathed my sword and slowly fell to the ground, looking at the two of them. Are you convinced? Ning Fengji stared at the outcome, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, and, in the end, he could only admit defeat. I walked up to him and smiled slightly. Master Ning, I won. Rongrong immediately rushed over to support me, her eyes filled with concern. Then she ran to check on her 2 grandfathers. The sword Daluo, gasping for breath, said, Rongrong, we're fine. This kid is very strong. Ning Fengji sighed deeply, realizing he had no choice but to agree. After all, regardless of win or lose, he would benefit either way. Back in the main hall, Ning Rongrong directly laid out to her father. Dad, brother Bai's already won. So you should agree now, right? Ning Fengji felt a pang of sadness, muttering, a daughter grows up and leaves. Once she has a man, she forgets her father. Rongrong blushed. Dad, stop teasing me. You're so smart. Can't you see how important BaiYing is to our 7-treasure glazed tile school now? In the end, Ning Fengji nodded, acknowledging it. I have also reconciled with the 2 old men, Sword Daluo and Bone Daluo. Although they are still not convinced and say they will fight again tomorrow, their expressions have already changed. Rongrong is also clinging to her grandfather's arm, acting cute, saying that if I bully her in the future, they should help me beat me up, and this matter is considered settled. I laid everything bare to Ning Fengji, saying that I currently only have more than 20 pills, but as long as the materials are sufficient and the time is enough, I can evolve all the 7 treasure glazed towers into 9 treasure glazed towers. Of course, I also kept the hand hidden, emphasizing that the difficulty of refining this thing is extremely high, requiring talent, soul power, and patience. Otherwise, giving them the formula would be pointless. Then, Ning Fengji started to quiz me on politics. He asked me how I viewed the current situation on the continent. I transformed into a political commentator, analyzing the drawbacks of the Heaven Do royal family, the dominance of the Star Luo Empire, and the balancing role of the Spirit Hall with great eloquence. I even made a special effort to praise the second prince, Xue Qinghe, saying he has a promising future, while belittling that wastrel, Xue Beng, to nothing. Ning Fengji nodded repeatedly, and the way he looked at me changed, feeling that Rongrong had not misjudged me. In the end, I threw out the trump card of soul-guided devices and briefly explained the situation of the Sun and Moon continent. At this point, the way Ning Fengji and the others looked at me completely changed. For the first time, I felt like I was being led by the nose. Once everything was settled, Ning Fengji directly arranged for me to stay next to Rongrong, which was incredibly obvious in its intent. That night, Rongrong looked at me with admiration and said, "You are truly amazing. You convinced my dad so easily." I rubbed her nose and said, "Fool, it's not me, it's the interests. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. But now, I have finally married you home." That night, I guided Rongrong to practice the Goddess Heart Sutra. As for the process, there was a tearing sound, and under the moonlight, that scene, TSK, was simply a work of art. After a gentle breeze quietly passed, both of us were exhausted. Let me tell you, the most amusing part is that I had already sensed 3 people outside the door eavesdropping. Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bon Douluo. Those 3 old men probably felt like cursing that their prize cabbage was being hogged by a pig. I could just imagine Ning Fengji's frustrated look, gritting his teeth, but not daring to push the door open. After they left, I told Rongrong. She was shocked at the time, her face turning as red as an apple, wanting to get out of bed to take a look, but I pulled her back. "You still want to run? It seems you still have some strength left." In the quiet of the night, the little witch's pleas for mercy could be heard again. The next morning, the system's check-in rewarded me with a divine soul ring. Awesome. Looking at Rongrong, who was still sound asleep beside me, I felt like I had reached the peak of my life. I've taken away the future biggest sponsor of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Let's see what business Tang men will have in the future. When we got up and went out, we saw Ning Fengji and the other 2 waiting there. Ning Fengji came over and teased us for being too eager, and Rongrong was so embarrassed that she directly hid behind him. This father-in-law is becoming more and more likable. He walked up to me and said earnestly, "Although I don't want to admit it, you are the first person Rongrong likes. I hope she can be happy." I hurriedly assured him, "Don't worry, I will treat her well." Then I said, "The holiday is over. We should go back to the academy." Ning Fengji sighed, handed me a gold card, and said there was a large sum of money inside, just as I was about to refuse. He glared at me. "What did you just call me?" I immediately reacted, took a deep breath, and called out, "Dad." Ning Fengji instantly beamed with joy, saying, "Ah, good son-in-law." After accepting the card, I took out a secret book titled Taiji Divine Skill, saying it was a gift from my father-in-law and the 2 seniors. The 3 of them immediately began practicing. And good grief, after just 1 cycle, Sword Douluo felt that he was only 1 step away from reaching level 98. At this point, the entire 7 treasure glazed tile school was completely under my control. After bidding farewell to the sect, Rongrong and I set off on our way back to the academy. On the way, Rongrong was still jealous, mumbling about whether I was thinking of Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, calling me a fickle-hearted big radish. I smiled and said, "I didn't say anything, it's all your guess. Besides, when you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. Since you married this pig, what does that make you?" As we were joking around, just before we reached Tiando City, I suddenly stopped. "Wait here for me for an hour. I have something very important to take care of." "What is it? So mysterious?" "I can't tell you yet. Knowing would only make you sad." Rongrong nodded understandingly and didn't ask any further. I am alone, turning and walking in one direction. The Heavenly Do Imperial Palace. As soon as I arrived at the door, the guard directly stopped me and asked what I was doing. I thought, isn't that obvious? I said I was looking for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, an old friend of his, and just tell him that Xiaobai has arrived. The guard, half convinced, went inside. Let me tell you, at this moment, Xue Qinghe was no longer the original Xue Qinghe, but my sister Schwerer, Qian Renxue. She had been undercover here for years, and her acting skills were simply award-winning. When she heard that Xiaobai had come, she was so excited, but on the surface, she had to keep her composure, casually having someone invite me in. Once everyone left, and the door was closed, the atmosphere instantly changed. She looked at me with a complex expression. I, on the other hand, just smiled and joked, "Wow, my sister Schwer, you look even more handsome in men's clothes." She laughed at my joke and asked if I had come specifically to see her. I said, "How could that be? Just passing by, just passing by. Seeing you as the crown prince of the empire, busy with affairs. How could I dare to disturb you?" As soon as I said this, her expression turned serious, and she asked what I was really here for. I quickly flattered her, saying, "Of course, I miss my sister Schwer. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. How many of those have we had?" She gave me a glance. Her lips said I was smooth talking, but she was obviously happy. Then she began to question me, saying she heard from her grandfather that I had also left the Spear Hall. I nodded and said yes, not only traveling across the continent, but I also found Hao QianDaoliu and Tang San. What? She suddenly stood up, asking where Hao QianDaoliu was. I said I had only met him once, and he had already run away. However, I guessed he would definitely show up at the Continental Soul Master competition, and by then, I was sure I could take him down and avenge you. She immediately softened, telling me not to be foolish and to protect myself, as she wanted to take revenge on her own. Then she changed the subject and asked me to tell her more about Tang San and Shrek Academy. I directly exposed the secrets of Shrek Academy, mentioning the Golden Iron Triangle's Flender, the fact that they only accept monsters and not ordinary people, and the members inside like Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, the Sausage Martial Soul Oscar, and the Phoenix Martial Soul Mahongjun. I gave her a complete rundown on everyone. After listening, Schwer's ambition surged, contemplating how to recruit all these people. I quickly poured cold water on her, saying that these individuals were all proud and arrogant. Even the Bala Kingdom's attempts to support them had been rejected, making it difficult to recruit them. Sister Schwe, I actually came today for another more important matter. I took a deep breath and revealed everything about my issues with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, as well as my marriage plan. As soon as I finished speaking, her face instantly darkened. "You dare to flirt behind my back." The next moment, I felt a sharp pain in my ear. She had grabbed it. Hey, let me explain." I started to cry out. Who understands family dynamics? Her gaze was like she wanted to stab me. The temperature in the entire room dropped by several degrees. I quickly explained, saying that I did all this for the great cause of the Spirit Hall. If I marry Ning Rongrong, won't the 7-treasure glazed tile school become our own people? By taking down Zhu Zhuqing, we can also get a foothold in the Star Luo Empire. This move of mine is focused on high-end business strategy for our common future. She had a cold expression and asked me, "Is that all? Didn't you say you would marry me? Now you're being ambiguous with other women. What do you want me to do?" I was completely at a loss for words. How could I explain this? In front of her, my little tricks were utterly insignificant. Her aura was fully unleashed, and she pressed down on me fiercely. "How many girls' hands have you held?" she asked. Quite a few, I guess." As soon as I finished speaking, her gaze turned colder, and she grabbed my hand tightly, asking what else I had to explain. I said nothing. It is what it is. I accept it. To my surprise, she suddenly relaxed and said that for her grandfather's sake, she would forgive me this time. Then she transformed back into her true self, and she was absolutely stunning. She stepped closer to me and asked, "So, compared to those women, who is more beautiful?" Of course, Sister Schwer is the most beautiful. Did she even need to ask? My survival instinct kicked in. She walked right in front of me, suddenly lowered her head, and gently licked my ear with her tongue. I felt a jolt run through my body, and I was frozen. She whispered in my ear, "Do you know why I forgave you? Besides the fact that I really like you, more importantly, if we have a child, just think about how extraordinary their talent would be. My angelic lineage would have a worthy successor." I was stunned by what I heard. Are they already considering the next generation? Then, she suddenly changed her tone. "But if you make a mistake, you must be punished." Before I could react, she lifted her foot and stomped hard on my face. I was completely bewildered, utterly shut down. As she stepped on my face, her gaze slowly moved down to a certain critical part of my body, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Tell me, if you were made a eunuch, would you behave yourself a bit better?" I was so scared that I almost lost my mind. This sister is serious. "Don't worry, just kidding." She lightly withdrew her foot. I just breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like I had been given a second chance at life. Suddenly, a sound rang in my head, and the system came. "The host has triggered a special mission. Please engage in dual cultivation with Qian Renxue. Reward unknown." I hadn't had the chance to complain about this bizarre task when Qian Renxue suddenly pounced on me. Does anyone understand this? Family? The plot twist is all about being unexpected. Her lips pressed directly against mine, the movement quick and fierce. The key point is, I could feel that she herself was also dazed, her body completely out of control. Gradually, a peculiar energy began to rise between us, and our soul power started to surge wildly. An hour later, I collapsed there, feeling completely drained. Sister Xue, are you trying to squeeze me dry? Her face flushed, but her words were unrelenting. You take advantage and still act innocent. How about it? Am I better than them? Wow, that was too straightforward. Just as we were both feeling awkward, she gave me the boot, saying she would personally investigate the Shrek Academy matter, telling me to get lost quickly and to keep it absolutely confidential. I quickly slipped away and joined Ning Rongrong, using the Flying Soul Guide to leave the Imperial City. On the other side, Qian Renxue sat cross-legged, feeling the surging soul power, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Little Bai, you have quite a few secrets and I like them the most. Just as she transformed back into the appearance of Xue Qinghe, the voice of Ning Fengji came from outside the door. Teacher, what wind brought you here? Ning Fengji, that old fox, smiled like a Mithril Buddha, holding a gun in his hand, the very thing I had given him. In front of Xue Qinghe, he fired a shot at the shooting range, and the power of it directly blasted a large hole in the wall. Qinghe, how do you like this weapon? I have to thank my good son-in-law BaiYing. Ning Fengxi sight proudly. Damn, if I had heard that outside, I would have laughed out loud. Qian Renxue must be cursing in her heart. Ning Fengji, you old fox. Showing off the things my man gave you in front of me? You want to introduce him to me too? Your schemes are almost hitting me in the face. When I returned to Shrek Academy with Ning Rongrong, I saw Tang San and the others running with big baskets on their backs, exhausted like dogs. Master Yu Xiaojiang was leisurely drinking tea. As soon as Ning Rongrong saw this, she joined the training without saying a word. When Yu Xiaojiang saw me, he immediately got excited. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and train. I just laughed. Yu Xiaojiang, do I still have to go running? Your tactics don't work on me. Either run or get out of Shrek Academy. He's using his position as a teacher to pressure me. I laughed. All right, let's make a bet. How do you want to play? Didn't you say your physical fitness is good? Carry 10,000 pounds of stones. Run 10 laps with them. And if you can still stand when you come back, I'll exempt you from all your training in the future. Okay, I found a basket and filled it with stones. The master personally checked the weight, and then I started running. Let me tell you, my body has been tempered by the eye of ice and fire. So this weight is nothing to me. I finished running in the afternoon without even breaking a sweat, just like it was nothing. Yu Xiaojiang's face turned green. I casually released my martial soul and soul rings, and when 4 shiny black 10,000-year soul rings appeared, his eyes nearly popped out. He looked like he had seen a ghost. In the end, it was Flander who stepped in to smooth things over, and that was that. By evening, Tang San and the others were all exhausted. I sneaked into Xiao Wu's dormitory and smelled a medicinal scent. It turned out they were soaking in a medicinal bath. The 3 of them were so tired that they passed out. I thought to myself, since I'm going to soak, let's go for something strong. I pierced my finger and let a few drops of my blood drip in. My blood was infused with the properties of the star anise, ice grass, and the fiery apricot blossom, and instantly, the gentle potion began to boil as if it were on the verge of erupting. The intense pain jolted the 3 of them awake. Xiao Wu was the first to wake up and was startled to see me. I told her not to speak and to quickly focus on absorbing the medicinal power. Although they were grimacing in pain, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Before long, they had absorbed all the medicinal power, and the 3 of them felt rejuvenated and completely relaxed. Once Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong entered a meditative state, I called Xiao Wu out. I pulled out a set of Killer Bunny Girl outfit that I had prepared in advance from the Soul Guide device and handed it to her. After she changed into it, my eyes went wide. It was stunning. We had a bite to eat, and I asked her if there was anything going on at the academy. She said that Tang San was being attentive to her, but she only listened to me and didn't pay him any mind. I patted her head and said, "Good girl." Seeing that there was still time, I said, "Come on, let me help you unblock your meridians." I held her hand, and the inner strength of the great shift of the universe was directly infused into her. Xiao Wu also cooperated by operating the Goddess Heart Sutra, feeling a torrent wash through her body. Her cultivation rapidly surged, skyrocketing from level 30 to level 34. You could try practicing the Goddess Step now. Combined with your 8 Duan throw, the effect will definitely be explosive. Come on, I'll be your sparring partner. Xiao Wu nodded, her gaze becoming incredibly determined. She began practicing under the moonlight, her figure becoming light and elusive, as fast as lightning. She suddenly charged at me, her speed so astonishing that I was a bit surprised, with continuous attacks that were lethal. As I dodged, I watched her perfectly blend the 2 ultimate skills. creating a brand new combat style that belonged solely to her. But just as I was ready to counterattack, Xiao Wu suddenly stopped, executing a graceful spin in midair before landing steadily. When I saw the shine in her eyes, I knew she had comprehended it. I walked over and patted her shoulder, saying, "Not bad, you've got this set of footwear down. But this is just the appetizer." I brought up a new idea to her, saying, "Just think about it. With your amazing teleportation and smooth footwork, if you add your set of 8 to it, wouldn't you be able to take off right on the spot and become the king of one-on-one battles in the canyon?" As soon as I finished speaking, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up like she had been enlightened. Without saying another word, she started practicing right there, treating me like a training dummy. Let me tell you, that scene was unbelievable. She vanished in an instant, and the next second, she appeared from my side and kicked at me. I quickly dodged, but she changed her footwork and followed up with a series of attacks. It was so fluid, with the suddenness of teleportation, the agility of her movements, the ferocity of her 8-section staff techniques, all in one. She was actually creating a combat system that belonged solely to her. Just when I thought she would continue, she suddenly performed a backflip, pushed off the ground with both feet, and shot towards me like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that I was momentarily stunned, and just as I was about to be hit, I had no choice but to unleash my soul power and use an afterimage to evade the attack. I suddenly appeared behind her and gently placed my hand on her shoulder. Xiao Wu's whole body stiffened as she slowly turned her head to look at me. I smiled and said to her, "You did very well. You've completely mastered it. I'm looking forward to your performance in actual combat." I noticed it was getting late, so I said, "All right, that's it for today. Let's move on to the next item." Xiao Wu was quite excited and asked me what other training we had. I directly picked her up in my arms and blew a breath by her ear, the hot air making her neck turn red. Who understands, my family? Xiao Wu's heartbeat was like a drum, her face as red as a ripe apple, and she quietly asked me, Is this also training?" I laughed at that moment and said, "Baby, this isn't your training, it's my training." Then, a lot of details are omitted here. The next morning, when Xiao Wu woke up, I had already slipped away, keeping my achievements and fame hidden. Then, I headed straight to the playground to find teacher Zhao Wujia. I told him, "Teacher Zhao, I have an idea and would like to ask for your help." He asked me what it was, and I said, "Please beat me to death." Yes, you heard that right. It's the literal meaning. Teacher Zhao was shocked and said he had never seen someone so ruthless. But I had no choice. Ordinary training was no longer effective for me. My physical fitness had hit a bottleneck, and I could only resort to this exclusive training method, pushing my limits through constant beatings. After all, my fifth soul ring aims for 100,000 years. How can I endure if my body isn't tough enough? Seeing my determination, Zhao Wujia didn't waste any words. He directly unleashed his martial soul, and the aura was astounding. I got into a horse stance and took a deep breath. The next second, teacher Zhao slapped down, and I felt my internal organs shift, my blood surging backward. But I gritted my teeth and didn't utter a sound. Bang, bang, bang. Teacher Zhao's fists fell on me one after another, and I felt like my bones were about to fall apart. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang ran over, shouting for him to stop. He wasn't worried about me getting hurt. He was afraid I would die at Shrek Academy, and he couldn't take that responsibility. Dai Mubai and the others also arrived. Upon hearing about my training method, they collectively broke down. Dai Mubai's arrogance surged instantly. Without saying a word, he turned around and ran off with his bamboo basket for weighted running. Tang San Oscar and the others exchanged determined glances and joined in. Wow, is this the self-cultivation of the king of competition? Just like that, I was pummeled by teacher Zhao for several days. Every night, I was covered in injuries, blood dyeing my clothes red, but I didn't complain. When I fell, I would sit cross-legged and use the Qian Kuan Great Shift and Soul Power to heal my injuries. Finally, after a few days, I felt my body's strength had reached a new level. When I returned to the dormitory at night, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong surrounded me, their faces full of concern. Ning Rongrong was heartbroken and directly activated the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda to help me recover my soul power, urging me not to push myself so hard. I told them, "Don't worry, the physical training is over. But now it's your turn." The three of them suddenly had a bad premonition. I directly took them to the Rose Grand Hotel and booked a big room. They still thought I was going to do something else, and I was speechless at the time. It's training. Be serious. Put away those messy thoughts in your heads. I first approached Ning Rongrong and said, "The Continental Soul Master Competition is coming up, and you want to slack off after reaching the 3rd level of your 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School's distraction control. You must train hard today. Then I taught her how to calm her mind and feel the flow of soul power, entering the state of being as gentle as water. Next was Xiao Wu. I told her to solidify her teleportation, footwork, and ate, making sure she could use them freely to create her own unique soul skills. Finally, I called Zhu Zhuqing into the bedroom alone and closed the door. I said to her, "Take off your clothes, and I'll teach you acupoint striking." Goodness. Her face turned pale, but she still complied. I quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand. It's purely educational. I want you to understand the vital and lethal acupoints in the human body, which are used for assassination. You need to know how to defend against them." At first, she was a bit flustered, but later realized I was indeed a gentleman and focused on learning. After a day of intense training, I saw that all three of them had made rapid progress. So I said, "Not bad, not bad. Let's go take a bath and relax." Upon hearing about the bath, they were all thrilled. But little did they know, this was no ordinary bath. It was like a den of silk spiders. Looking at the three graceful figures in the bath, I tell you, I felt the primal power within me could no longer be contained. My first target was Zhu Zhuqing. I quietly swam behind her and wrapped my arms around her waist. She shivered suddenly, trying to struggle, but that little bit of strength in my arms only seemed to ignite the fire. Then, she went limp in my embrace. I had just dealt with Zhu Zhuqing and was getting ready to find my next target. As a result, Ning Rongrong, this little witch, actually played the trick of, if the friend dies, the Taoist won't. She tricked Xiao Wu into coming over to see what was going on with me. Xiao Wu really swam over foolishly, and as soon as she arrived, I grabbed her wrist. When she saw the situation, her face instantly turned as red as a big apple, and she stuttered, "Brother, I just can't take a look, I'll leave now." "You think you can come and go?" I pulled her into my arms. Seeing that she couldn't escape, Xiao Wu actually leaned closer to my ear and said in a soft and charming voice, "Brother, I'm scared." I tell you, this sentence directly took away my last bit of sanity. I said to her, "Don't worry, I will be very gentle." Immediately, splashes of water flew everywhere. I don't know how long it lasted, but Xiao Wu also collapsed in my arms. I let the two of them rest first, then turned around and smiled at Ning Rongrong on the other side of the pool. Before Xiao Wu left, she shot Ning Rongrong a resentful glare and said, "Bro, treat Rongrong well, don't be polite at all." Ning Rongrong's face instantly turned pale, and her body started to shake in the hot water. Damn, what is this about? Indeed, when you mix in the world, you will eventually have to pay it back. I swam over to her with a friendly smile. "Did you call Xiao Wu over? You're really a little troublemaker." She wanted to act tough and said it was because she cared about me, trying to find an excuse to slip away. I blocked her directly. "You want to leave after doing something bad? Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" She still wanted to play dumb, so I stopped wasting words and showed her what a real troublemaker was. After another round of chaos, when she was finally in my arms, I asked her, "Do you dare to do it again?" She quickly shook her head and said she would never dare again. These days of intense training have led to significant breakthroughs in our soul power, and mine has shot up to level 46. One day, the four of us went out for a stroll and ended up bumping into a few clueless guys. The leader, wearing clothes from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, was clearly a rich second-generation kid named Qianheng. He immediately wanted to invite our three beauties for tea, his sense of superiority practically overflowing the screen. Zhu Zhuqing immediately shot back. "Where did this fly come from? So noisy." She pushed him back. Xiao Wu also told him to get lost. To our surprise, the guy wasn't too discouraged. He acted cool even after being rejected, leaving behind a card for the Soto Great Soul Arena, saying something like, "If you want to find me, are you trying to play hard to get?" I was furious at that moment. "Who do you think you are?" As soon as he turned around, I teleported right in front of him and slapped him hard across the face. Slap. The sound was crisp and loud. Yu Qianheng was spun around twice by the force of the slap and fell on the ground dazed. You dare to hit me?" I tell you, the expression on Yu Qianheng's face was like he had seen a ghost. He struggled to get up, his finger almost poking me in the face. I had the expression of an old man on the subway, looking at his phone, coldly staring at him. "I hit you, remember this. Some people are not to be messed with." After saying that, I couldn't be bothered with him, and turned to leave with Xiao Wu and the others. The group behind us, including Yu Qianheng, were all frozen in place, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. His little follower, Yu Feng, hurried to help him up, trembling with anger. "Boss, how could he dare to?" Yu Tianheng's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. I tell you, he must have already played out an entire episode of revenge of the overbearing young master in his mind, gritting his teeth and saying just 2 words, "Investigate. Find out." Good heavens, he still wants to investigate me? I thought that slap was too light. This matter was supposed to be over. But we hadn't walked far when Xiao Wu suddenly shouted, "Brother, look, it's the fatty and the others." I glanced over, and sure enough, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun were there. Ma Hongjun's chubby face was swollen like a pig's head, colorful, and clearly just had a fight. I asked, "Did you go to some abstract art exhibition as a model with that face?" Dai Mubai looked annoyed. "Don't mention it. The fatty was looking for girls and ended up getting beaten up. We were just about to help him out. Want to join?" As soon as Xiao Wu heard about a fight, her eyes lit up, jumping up and shouting, "Sure. I love fighting." Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes beside her, completely speechless. I also chuckled. All right, just in time to stretch my legs. Before long, we arrived at a narrow and dark alley that smelled damp and rotten. Ma Hongjun pointed at a man at the mouth of the alley, hopping with anger. "That's him. That bastard." We looked over and saw a lewd, middle-aged man named Dalu leaning against the wall with a gaze that looked at us like we were a buffet. Greasy and disgusting. There were also two people standing beside him. One was a middle-aged man, the other was a dwarf, looking like a child who hadn't grown up. I felt a chill in my heart, thinking this plot wasn't right. In the original story, wasn't it just him? Why were there two more? Moreover, I saw that there was one soul king and two soul ancestors. This configuration was really ramping up the difficulty for the fatty. Just as I was about to make a move, Xiao Wu, being her impulsive self, dashed out. The three of them gazed at Xiao Wu, a delicate girl, with eyes wide open, almost drooling. Bulu rubbed his hands and approached. "Little sister, where are you going?" Xiao Wu really got into character, blinking her big eyes. "Uncle, I'm going to buy candy. Do you know where I can find some?" I know. Uncle will take you to a good place where the candy is the biggest and sweetest." I couldn't believe the lines I was hearing. So retro, even in 2025. I felt like throwing up. Just as they tricked Xiao Wu into a darker corner, ready to make a move, I sprang into action like a ghost. Bang! A punch landed directly on the back of the middle-aged man's neck, and he didn't even grunt before collapsing unconscious. Bulu and the little dwarf were stunned. Still not reacting when I kicked Buli's knee, and he howled, kneeling down. Suddenly, the little dwarf exploded with rage, and his martial soul turned out to be a kitchen knife. I tell you, the sight of a child-sized person swinging a big kitchen knife was both bizarre and funny. He yelled and swung it at me. Still daring to move a knife in front of me, I sidestepped to avoid it, instantly appearing behind him, and delivered a knife hand strike to his neck, causing him to roll his eyes and fall. The remaining Dalu hadn't gotten up yet when Xiao Wu grabbed him. Friends, you know what happened next? It was Xiao Wu's personal show, 8-section brocade. The crackling sounds of bones breaking made Dai Mubai and the others turn pale. By the time we finished, those three were lying on the ground like 3 piles of mud. I looked at them and sneered. "To cut the grass, you must remove the roots. Otherwise, the spring wind will blow and they will grow again." Dai Mubai was startled. You aren't going to kill them, are you? Kill them?" I shook my head. Too easy for them, and it would dirty my hands. Xiao Wu curiously asked, "Then what are you going to do, brother?" I gave them a mysterious smile. "What do you think is the most painful thing for a man?" The few of them looked at each other, speaking in unison. "What is it?" "It's becoming a eunuch." I said word by word, that kind of feeling worse than death. TSK, TSK. As soon as I finished, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun instinctively squeezed their legs together, looking at me with fear in their eyes. Tang San also frowned, probably thinking this person is too twisted. I waved my hand. "All right, you guys go out first." The next scene is a bit bloody, mainly physical punishment, not suitable for children. They ran off faster than rabbits. By the time those 3 scumbags slowly regained consciousness, they were terrified to see me squatting in front of them. "W, what do you want?" "Don't come over." I smiled kindly. "Don't be afraid, it won't hurt. I'm just here to confiscate your tools of crime." "What tools of crime?" "Have a duel." "Duel? You're wasting my time." "All right, it might hurt a bit. Bear with it. Just a moment." The next second, the alley was filled with screams that could tear through eardrums, each one more chilling than the last. By the time I walked out satisfied, Tang San and the others had already run off, scared by the commotion. Xiao Wu came up. "Where are they?" "They ran off, scared." "Brother, you're too twisted. This is called punishment, understand? Let's go back to the academy." This matter soon passed, and a few days later, Yu Xiaojing announced the second phase of training, heading to the Soto Great Spirit Arena for a competition. I initially thought it would be boring, with only a few opponents, not enough to warm up. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be quite busy. Besides my own individual matches, I also had to help Xiao Wu and the others from time to time. Most of the matches I participated in were life-and-death fights, with high rewards. Before long, the name BaiYing spread throughout the spirit arena, and whenever it was mentioned, opponents would tremble. So it was time for the team competition, where we, the Shrek team, faced off against the Berserk team. Before going on stage, I asked Dai Mubai, Are you interested in finishing the battle in 1 minute? He raised his eyebrows. You have quite the mouth, but I like it. As the match began, Renxue's 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda opened, and 7 rays of light directly bestowed buffs on all of us. The opposing team captain, a muscular man named Guangxi, kept glancing at Zhu Zhuqing. His eyes not honest at all. Good heavens, he was really hungry, daring to eye anything. I got angry right away, not giving anyone else a chance, and charged straight at him. Guangxi roared, transforming into a giant rhinoceros, covered in armor, while his 2 teammates transformed into sheep and the 3 strong men charged towards me. I couldn't be bothered to unleash my martial soul, took a deep breath, and used the strength of the Qian Renxue great shift throughout my body, throwing a punch at the charging Guangxi. Crack! I tell you, that sound was crisp. His horned armor, harder than iron, was like paper under my fist, instantly shattering. He was sent flying by my punch, embedding himself into the wall like a broken sack. The entire audience, including you Xiaojiang and Flanders, had their jaws dropped. Probably their CPUs were overheating. Next up was my personal show. I was like a bolt of white lightning on the stage. Bang! One went down. Bang! Another flew out. The members of the crazy battle team were like kindergarten kids in front of me, utterly defenseless. In less than a minute, only 1 stunned support and a food-type soul master were left on the stage. I beckoned to them with my finger. Come on, it's your turn. The 2 of them went weak in the knees and collapsed on the ground, shouting that they surrender. Bai and the others had not lifted a finger the whole time, standing in the back, completely dumbfounded, probably questioning their lives. As soon as the match was over, I left to continue my solo competition. Later that night, Tang Sect came to find me, looking curious and asking how I managed to get so many awesome soul rings. I told him, there's no secret, just that my body is tough enough to withstand it. Not long after I sent him away, I heard Bai and the others mumbling outside. Bai was complaining. Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that I can't beat him, I would have made a move already. He stole my fiancé, Zhuqing. Then he started talking about his prince and noble issues. Ma Hongjun advised him, Boss Dai, it's not worth it to go against such a monster for a woman. Tang Sect also said that the master warned him to be careful of me. These guys have quite a bit on their minds. I ignored them, feeling the soul power within me about to break through to level 50. And my mood was incredibly pleasant. The next day, while I was walking and thinking, I accidentally bumped into someone. Damn, who is it? Not looking where they're going. I looked up, and lo and behold, it was Yu Qianheng, the guy I slapped yesterday. What a coincidence. I didn't want to make a fuss. So I just said, sorry. I turned to leave, but he blocked my way. Stop. Did I let you go? He reached out to take off my mask, but I grabbed his wrist. Apologies are fine, but taking off the mask is not allowed. With a little force, he cried out in pain, and his hand was thrown aside. At that moment, he recognized my voice, his eyes wide as saucers. It's you. Now, old grudges and new hatred came together. He was trembling with anger, but didn't dare to act, probably remembering the sting of that slap from yesterday. Just then, Xiao Wu jumped out, like a fighter. If you have the guts, go fight in the soul arena. I glanced at Yu Qianheng. Not interested, I don't fight with fools. This directly triggered him. Who are you calling a fool? If you don't fight me today, this matter is not over. Fine, if you want to seek punishment, I'll oblige. I just agreed when Yu Xiaojiang showed up. BaiYing, Xiao Wu, what are you doing? As soon as Yu Qianheng saw Yu Xiaojiang, he froze. Then excitedly shouted, Uncle! Wow, turns out they are relatives. The 2 started recognizing each other, and when Yu Qianheng explained the situation, Yu Xiaojiang turned pale, insisting that he shouldn't fight me. But his stubborn nephew thought he was tough and insisted on fighting. Fine, let us fight then. Arriving at the soul arena, I looked at him. Surrender, and you can still save some face. He sneered. The blue lightning tyrant dragon family has no such word as surrender in our dictionary. Fine. Considering your uncle's face, I'll give you 3 moves. He didn't hold back and launched a furious attack. But after 3 moves, he didn't even touch the hem of my clothes. It was my turn. I didn't even use my soul skills. With a flash of my figure, he was already flying out, crashing heavily against the wall like that crazy rhinoceros from yesterday, and passed out on the spot. Looking at him, lying unconscious on the ground, I coldly said, from the moment you chose to attack me, you have already lost. His lackey glared at me fiercely. Just you wait, we won't let you off. I couldn't be bothered with him, so I took Xiao Wu and left, leaving Yu Xiaojiang there sighing. On the way back, I said to Xiao Wu, I want to go home. Home? Where to? The Spirit Hall. The Continental Soul Master competition is about to start, and I need to go back. I hope you, along with Renxue and Zhuqing, will come with me. When Xiao Wu heard we were leaving Shrek, she felt a bit reluctant, but nodded nonetheless. That evening, we had a gathering at Shrek. After dinner, I called the three of them aside. Ning, Rong, and the others were also reluctant and asked me, "Do we really have to leave?" Zhu Zhuqing said, "Can't we reconsider?" I shook my head. There's no room for discussion on this matter. Pack your bags now. We are leaving immediately. Although the three of them were unwilling, they knew that once I made a decision, I wouldn't change it. So they could only sigh and return to their rooms. Just as I turned around, a voice full of authority sounded behind me. "Are you BaiYing?" I looked back to see Yu Tianheng standing next to an extremely intimidating old man. I raised an eyebrow. "Yes, and you are?" The old man's gaze was sharp as a knife. "Do you dare to find a place and have a chat with me? What is there to be afraid of?" The three of us left the battle arena and went to a deserted alley outside. The old man got straight to the point. "You bullied my nephew." His aura erupted instantly, and I tell you, the pressure felt like a mountain pressing down on me, a huge blue-purple electro dragon swirling and roaring behind him. I just laughed, completely unaffected. Blue lightning tyrant dragon family? Never heard of it. As for your nephew, if he is not as skilled, isn't it normal to get beaten? The old man turned purple with anger, and with a wave of his hand, the giant dragon roared and lunged at me. I didn't even move, just extended one hand with my palm facing up. The imposing electric dragon charged towards me and was instantly caught by an invisible hand around its neck, freezing in midair, unable to move. The old man's eyes nearly popped out, his face filled with disbelief. I looked at him, shook my head, and smiled. Blue lightning tyrant dragon. What a great top-tier beast martial spirit. Yet in your hands, it can only be played at this level. It seems you are wasting your talent. This remark completely infuriated the old man. I tell you, in that moment, all 9 of his spirit rings lit up at once. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, like a neon light, and the air in the alley began to distort. His blue lightning tyrant dragon, as if charged with adrenaline, howled, almost shattering my eardrum. But when he looked at me, I stood there as if nothing was wrong. Of course, my Dragon Slayer martial spirit specializes in dealing with all kinds of dragons. The more top-tier the dragon, the more I suppress it. It's simply divine justice. I couldn't help but laugh and said, "Oh, blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Now you've resorted to bullying kids with the title Douluo? I really underestimated you." The old man's eyes turned red with anger, and without saying a word, he charged at me with the dragon. The scene looked as if Godzilla had entered the city. And what happened? I barely lifted my hand, just gave a light wave, and a silver light shot out, hitting the dragon right on the head. Bang! With a loud crash, his majestic blue lizard was sent flying with a scream, crashing to the ground like a broken sack. Yu Lumyan was also shaken back several steps, his expression as if he had seen a ghost, filled with disbelief. He forced himself to stabilize his mind and stare at me intently. "Kid, you really surprised me. But don't think that this means you can win against me." I laughed at that moment. "Can you win? Just try and you'll know." The next second, we collided head-on. To be honest, he was quite strong. His 9 soul rings flashed like crazy, and various soul skills rained down on me. But for me, it was like strolling in a park. As I weaved in and out of the gaps in his attacks, moving leisurely, just as he was about to unleash a big move, I dodged and instantly teleported behind him. He must have panicked. The sense of crisis was almost palpable, but I wouldn't give him a chance. With one slap, I hit him squarely in the back. Those who understand know that in that moment, he froze completely. My move was simple and brutal, like a human water pump, crazily draining his soul power. Did he want to escape? No way. His body was stuck in place as if glued there, watching helplessly as he went from a fully charged power bank to a shutdown state. The guy next to him, named Yu Tianheng, looked like his eyes were about to pop out, shouting impossible. How could his uncle, a titled Douluo, be drained by me like this? Reality is that cruel. After draining him, let me tell you that energy exploded in my body, almost making me cry out in pain. But right after that, it felt amazing. Just one word. I felt a jolt throughout my body, and the bottleneck at level 46 that had been stuck for so long shattered with a crack. I shot straight up to level 50. My first thought was, oh no, I need to get out of here quickly. I messed with the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. This is a big deal. The 3rd trial of the Shura 9 trials is complete. Reward, 1 divine soul ring. The 4th trial of the Shura 9 trials. Gain the domain of the god of killing. Wow, another divine soul ring. With this setup, I'm way ahead of the game. Meanwhile, in a corner of the divine realm, the Shura god is probably sitting back with his legs crossed, sipping tea. Not bad, not bad. This kid is quite efficient. It seems I'm not far from retirement. I don't have time to think about these things. Hurry up and finding Rong and the others. As soon as I said I'd taken care of the members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, Ning Rong's little face turned pale. Are you crazy? That's on the top 3 sects. She stamped her feet anxiously. You only know how to cause trouble. They definitely won't let you off the hook. If they come to trouble me, then they have to be prepared to be counterattacked. You have to eradicate the roots when cutting grass. You'll understand this principle later. I said while urging them, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and pack your things. Target Spirit City. Quickly. Xiaowu nodded along. Brother is right. It's safest to leave here first. The few of them immediately took out their flying soul tools and shot out of Soto City like rockets. In Spirit City, even the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family wouldn't dare to act recklessly. And the shocked Yu Tianheng was probably rolling and crawling back to report the news. After flying for several days, everyone was exhausted, especially Ning Rongrong. As a support-type soul master, her stamina was already lacking, and even with the soul tool, she couldn't hold on anymore. They all shouted that they wanted a rest. All right, I saw that it was getting late, so we would stop here for today. Just in time for you to see my treasure. With a flick of my hand, I took out my Chinquan bag. In the curious gazes of the three of them, I pressed a button. The small orb buzzed and unfolded on the spot, transforming into a quaint and elegant little villa. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened. Wow, a soul guide can turn into a house. I've never seen that before. We walked in, and the space inside was quite large, with a bed, kitchen, bathroom. Everything you need. I proudly showed off to them. This thing may not be good for fighting, but its concealment and comfort are top-notch, and it can even be invisible. Ordinary people can't notice it at all. Xiaowu's eyes were filled with stars. Brother, you're amazing. All right, you must be exhausted these past few days. Seeing their tired expressions, I suddenly had a brilliant idea. Come on, let me help you relax. I had them sit properly on the bed, then walked up to Xiaowu and directly grabbed her little feet. Xiaowu's face turned red instantly, and she asked softly, bro, you really know how to massage feet? I didn't say anything and just got started. The feeling, wow. As I pressed, I couldn't help but mentally complain, damn, this sensation is incredible, truly amazing. As I applied a little more force, Xiaowu began making those strange sounds. The expressions on Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's faces were something else. They probably thought we were up to no good. Xiaowu, how does it feel? I asked, knowing full well what the answer would be. Comfortable, she replied vaguely, her face as red as an apple. But her expression was one of pure enjoyment. I raised my eyebrows at the other two. Don't worry, everyone gets their share, it's all about equality. They hesitated for a moment, but in the end, they couldn't resist the temptation. When I was giving Ning Rongrong a massage, she had a look of pure bliss on her face. When it came to Zhu Zhuqing, wow, this ice-cold beauty was initially quite reserved, but as soon as I started, her reaction was greater than anyone else's. The expression, the breathing, the sounds. TSK, Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu were both stunned beside her. I felt that if I continued, she would melt into water. After I finished serving all three of them, I made an excuse to go cook, leaving the space for them. As soon as I left, I heard Ning Rongrong teasing Zhu Zhuqing. Oh, Zhuqing, I really didn't see this coming. You're usually so cold. But when you relax, you turn out like this. Zhu Zhuqing was so embarrassed, she almost wanted to dig a hole to hide in. They were playing around, and later somehow ended up discussing their backgrounds. Ning Rongrong said she was from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. And Zhu Zhuqing also confessed that she was from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire and had a betrothal with Dai Mubai in the past. Finally, it was Xiaowu's turn, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. She took a deep breath and said, actually, I'm not human. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were immediately stunned. Not human? What do you mean? I am a 100,000-year soul beast. Xiaowu's voice was very soft, but the information was immense. She explained the risks of transforming into a human. If discovered by a tidal Dalu, she would become a walking 100,000-year soul ring. She said the reason she did this was to break through level 100 and gain immortality. Then, she told the story of me and her. She talked about how Bibi Dong hunted her down, how her mother sacrificed herself to protect her, and how I saved her from Bibi Dong. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were left dumbfounded. Are you saying his strength can match the Pope Bibi Dong? Xiaowu nodded. Now brother is my only family. I walked out holding a pot of porridge and happened to hear the last few sentences. I put down the porridge and said at that time, I borrowed the power of the Azure God. But don't be too surprised. Now, let me tell you how to break through to become a god at level 100. I told them that there are gods in this world, and there are two paths to become a god. Either inherit an existing divine position, like the angel god of the Spirit Hall, or the sea god of Sea God Island, or collect faith power on your own and create one. And I, pointing at myself, am the designated heir of the Shura God. So, meeting me is the greatest fortune of your lives. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes. I think meeting you is the greatest misfortune of my life. I was too lazy to argue with her, urging them to drink the porridge. All right, hurry up and drink. I've had a lot of good stuff in there. It's very nourishing. A few of them drank it half convinced. At first, they praised the taste, but soon enough, dark, smelly impurities started to ooze out of their bodies. Ah, what is this? It stinks. Ning Rongrong was the first to scream, covering her nose and rushing to the bathroom. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing quickly reacted and followed her with disgusted expressions. When they returned after washing up, their skin looked as smooth as peeled eggs. But the effect of the medicine wasn't over yet. As they lay on the bed, their bodies began to heat up uncontrollably, and their spiritual power was rapidly increasing. The first to give in was Ning Rongrong, whose constitution was the weakest. She was rolling around on the bed, unable to bear the heat, and finally, she couldn't take it anymore and came and knocked on my door. What exactly did you give me? I'm so hot. She questioned me with a flushed face. That's right, the medicine is improving your constitution. Hurry up and circulate your energy to absorb it. I sent her back and went to knock on Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's doors. Xiao Wu was also sweating profusely from the heat, but managed to hold on, asking me to check on Zhu Zhuqing first. I pushed open Zhu Zhuqing's door and wow. She was even more exaggerated than Ning Rongrong, looking like she had just been pulled out of sauna, her consciousness a bit hazy. As soon as I saw the situation, countless classic scenes from online literature flashed through my mind. The opportunity has arrived, I silently told myself. This is how it's written in novels. I'm saving someone. Yes, saving someone. Then, in a flash, I stripped off my clothes, sat on the bed, and pulled the scalding Zhu Zhuqing into my arms. Is this better? I asked him what I thought was the gentlest voice. Damn, this feels so good. The novels really weren't in vain. Zhu Zhuqing gently nodded in my embrace, her cheek pressed against my chest, and that heat seemed to be suppressed a little. But the effects of the medicine were too strong, and her gaze began to grow more and more dazed. I felt something was wrong with her body. Looking down, I saw her eyes tightly closed and her breathing rapid. This is bad. It seems like a reaction to the effects of the drug. I quickly laid her flat, placed my hands against her lower back, and began to channel my spiritual energy to help her guide the violent drug force within her. I tell you, once my soul power was infused, I finally managed to suppress the chaotic medicinal effect within her body. Her breathing stabilized, and her complexion improved. But then the problem arose. Who among the family understands? After I helped her channel the energy, I started feeling a bit off myself. Looking at her cold yet flushed face, holding her waist that felt as soft as if it had no bones, my blood surged. I tell you, who can withstand such a pure yet alluring beauty like Zhu Zhuqing? I certainly couldn't. I won't go into detail about what exactly happened, but it was quite loud, and the little dance and Ning Rongrong outside the door heard everything clearly. Those two girls complained that my energy was too vigorous, keeping them awake. And then they both blushed and returned to their rooms. I heard that after returning, they tossed and turned like pancakes, one filled with images in her mind, and the other repeatedly murmuring bro, bro, so no one had a good night's sleep that night. The next morning, I heard a ding in my head, and lo and behold, the system directly sent me a big treasure, a soul-guided tank cannon. I was thrilled. Isn't this just a dimensional strike? In this cold weapon world, if I pulled out a tank cannon, even Tang Sen would be stunned. His Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus would be nothing but a large firecracker in front of my iron lump. When I snapped back to reality from my excitement, Zhu Zhuqing also woke up, her face as red as an apple, quietly telling me it was nothing. Hey, the more she acted like that, the more embarrassed I felt. As soon as we stepped out of the living room, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu came over with dark circles under their eyes. Ning Rongrong, with her usual chatter, exclaimed, "Wow, I wonder whose house was making such a big noise last night that kept us both awake, right, Xiao Wu?" I quickly went over to apologize, touching faces and coaxing, and in the end, I was punished to make breakfast. Zhu Zhuqing ate like she was in a battle, clearly exhausted from last night. Ning Rongrong was fanning the flames. "Zhuqing, were you worn out last night?" Some people, like hungry wolves, have no sense of restraint at all. Zhu Zhuqing almost spat out her food, and I hurried to smooth things over, jokingly teasing Ning Rongrong. "Rongrong, you understand so well, why don't you give it a try?" She immediately blushed to her neck, wildly waving her hands, saying, forget it, forget it. After breakfast, I took them to the yard and revealed my new toy, the soul-guided tank turret. The three of them were astonished, surrounding the big guy and marveling. I proudly introduced it, saying this thing could flatten a small mountain with one shot and could automatically aim. To prove I wasn't bragging, I loaded a shell on the spot and fired at a distant hill with a bang. The hill instantly vanished in a cloud of dust. Wow, The three of them had stars in their eyes, extremely excited. Ning Rongrong immediately gave it a powerful name, the Destroyer. I heard that and thought, not bad, that's it. Just as we were enjoying ourselves over here, I heard that the atmosphere at Shrek Academy was quite heavy. Flender was heartbroken seeing me leave with 3 girls. Even more explosive was that Yu Qianheng ran to find Yu Xiaojiang in tears, saying that his grandfather, Yu Luomian, was killed by me. Yu Xiaojiang was stunned at the time, unable to believe it. Only then did Yu Tianheng cry and tell the whole truth. It turned out he lost a fight and was unwilling to accept it. So he went home to fetch help, tricking his uncle Yu Luomian to come. Originally, Yu Luomian intended to find Yu Xiaojiang and educate me as a junior. But unexpectedly, my words were so sharp that not only did I scold him, but I also insulted the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Yu Luomian broke down right there and attacked with full force, but I counterattacked and killed him. After hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang was dumbfounded and reportedly swore a blood oath to avenge his uncle. Meanwhile, I was fiddling with the Destroyer when I suddenly sneezed. Goodness, who was thinking of me from behind? Just as I was pondering this, a loud explosion suddenly echoed from afar. My first reaction was to ask Xiao Wu, "Are you playing with a turd again?" Xiao Wu shook her head, saying it wasn't her. While we were puzzled, we heard someone shouting for help. Following the voice, a blue-haired beauty was being chased by a soul beast exuding black mist. That soul beast looked incredibly sinister, with a tail like a hook. I focused and thought, what the hell, isn't this the dark demon tiger? Xiao Wu recognized it too, her face turning pale, saying that this type of soul beast is the enemy of all soul beasts and soul masters, relying on devouring life force to level up. Once it appears, it must be attacked collectively. The blue-haired beauty was Shui Binger. She used her soul skill to create a blue halo, barely holding off a few attacks. But it quickly fell apart with a bang, just as she was about to be devoured by that tiger. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong panicked and urged me to save her quickly. I calculated in my heart that Zhu Zhuqing had just reached level 40, and this dark demon evil god tiger was a super soul beast. This soul ring was simply tailor-made for her. I immediately said to Zhu Zhuqing, "This is a perfect 4th soul ring." As soon as I finished speaking, I activated my 4th soul skill, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, and transformed into a blood shadow, charging forward. Let me tell you, at that moment, it was enough to give her a little shock. I unleashed a flurry of punches on the tiger's body and head, knocking it dizzy and disoriented. Taking advantage of its confusion, I kicked it to the ground and shouted at Zhu Zhuqing, "Zhuqing, hurry!" Zhu Zhuqing understood immediately, flashing like a ghost to the tiger's side. With her hands transformed into claws, she swiftly and cleanly twisted its neck with a snap. Done. I breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I acted quickly. This creature had a time-reversing skill that could turn people back into children, which would have been a huge trouble. I urged Zhu Zhuqing to quickly absorb the soul ring, and then turn my attention to the unconscious beauty, Shui Binger. Ning Rongrong said she was wearing the uniform of the Tianshui Academy. It didn't matter where she was from. Saving her was the priority. I directly picked up Shui Binger and laid her on the bed. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong came over, worriedly asking if she was unconscious. I checked her breath. She was still breathing, but very weak. I quickly had Rongrong open the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda to give her a few sips of milk. After Rongrong exhausted her soul power, I had Xiao Wu help her to rest, preparing to take matters into my own hands. Before leaving, Xiao Wu gave me a skeptical look and said, "Bro, just the 2 of you here, don't do anything bad, okay?" I was so angry that I wanted to laugh. Am I that kind of person? Besides, the person is almost dead. Even if I want to do something, I have to wait for her to come back to life first, right? No, I'm not that kind of person. You're just a big pervert. Xiao dropped this line and ran away. I drove them away and looked at Shui Binger on the bed, her body a bloody mess, her clothes stuck to her wounds. There was no way around it. I had to take them off. As I worked, I repeatedly chanted to myself, "Do not look at indecent things. I'm doing this to save you. When you wake up, don't come looking for me to settle the score." As her clothes came off, the sight of her numerous wounds made me frown. Gritting my teeth, I took out several rare medicinal herbs from the Soul Guide device, chopped them up, and threw them into a large wooden barrel, mixing in hot water, then carefully placed her inside. I had a plan in my mind. The cost of these few rare herbs is too high. If they don't survive, won't I suffer a great loss? Looking at her outfit, she shouldn't be short on money. When she wakes up, I must make her pay. If it really doesn't work, offering myself isn't out of the question. Haha, the medicine is indeed effective. It wasn't long before she woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes and saw me, she looked a bit dazed. When she realized she was in the bathtub and not wearing anything, she was completely stunned. Where are my clothes? Her voice trembled. They were ruined and stuck to your wounds, so I took care of them, I explained. Then gentlemanly took out a white robe from my spirit guide device and draped it over her. She stared at me in a daze and softly said thank you. I cleared my throat and asked her name. She said her name was BaiYing from the Heavenly Water Academy. My heart skipped a beat. BaiYing? The one who had a crush on Tang San in the original story? Isn't she an enemy? However, I have to admit, she is truly beautiful. It seems I could have another Hakimi. My eyes were glued to her, making her blush and her heart race. My mind is racing. I've got it. The opportunity to trick her has come. I immediately put on a business-like expression. Since you're awake, let's settle the accounts. The herbs I use for your medicinal bath are all rare and expensive. You're from Renxue Academy, so you shouldn't be short on cash. Just pay up. She looked embarrassed and said, I don't have any money right now. I thought to myself that this was exactly what I wanted, and I pressed further. Is there anything valuable you could offer? She became even more embarrassed. There's nothing. Nothing at all? I feigned surprise, then changed my tone to a more playful one. So how you plan to repay me? I won't make a bad deal. I suddenly asked casually, what if you offered yourself? BaiYing's face instantly turned bright red, her eyes wide as she stared at me, completely taken aback by my straightforwardness. And she opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word for a long time. So guess what happened? After holding it in for a while, she suddenly looked up at me, her gaze incredibly firm, and said, okay. At that moment, my heart skipped a beat. Wow, is she being this direct? Is the plot speeding up a bit too much? Then she grabbed my collar and pulled me closer, and I thought, is she going to force herself on me? But who knew she blushed and said, you've misunderstood. I'm in, I can work to pay off the debt. I almost laughed out loud. I ruffled her hair and said, silly girl, what are you thinking? Then I cleared my throat and laid it out plainly. It's simple, be my personal maid, serve tea, wash clothes, cook meals, and when I'm satisfied, the debt will be cleared. Her eyes widened in shock. She probably never thought that a top student from Renxue Academy would end up as a maid. But there's no choice. The one who owes money is the boss. She hesitated for a moment, but still agreed, saying she had to go back to the academy to report her safety first. I said that's for sure. But with your injury now, it's hard to take even a few steps. Focus on recovery first. Am I afraid she'll run away? Let me tell you, no one has ever escaped from my hands. I believe she won't be able to run away. I directly tossed her a set of clothes. Go, change into this. It's your work uniform. In a short while, she came out in the new outfit. Hey, I have to say this simple maid outfit looked amazing on her. Her aura was incredible, pure yet a bit wronged. At that moment, two words popped in my mind, top tier. I simply lay back on the soft couch and started giving orders. From today on, you are my person. Remember, your job is to obey. Whatever I say, you do. Do you understand? She bit her lip and nodded. I could tell she wasn't happy, but there was nothing she could do. I commanded her, go boil some hot water. I want to take a bath. When she brought the water, I tested the temperature, nodded, and signaled for her to leave. Just as she turned around, I called her back. Wait, come here, your hair is messy. Help me comb it. She froze, probably cursing me in her heart, but she resignedly walked over, picked up the comb, and carefully started to brush my hair. Her little hands, though clumsy, were especially earnest. Let me tell you, at that moment my heart stirred, and I directly pulled her into my arms. She gasped and tried to struggle, but I tightened my embrace and whispered in her ear, don't move. Let me hold you for a bit. The little girl in my arms instantly became obedient. Her heart was pounding like a drum, and her face was burning hot. After holding her for a while, I finally released her. Seeing her flustered and angry expression, I felt overjoyed inside, while still maintaining a serious tone. Don't get me wrong. I don't see you as just an ordinary maid. I hope we can establish a closer relationship. Her expression was incredibly complex, but in the end, she nodded. I'm willing to give it a try. I waved her out with satisfaction and then shouted at the door. Rongrong, don't eavesdrop. Come in. As soon as the door opened, Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes and came in, immediately calling me out. Wow, you really got bold right after meeting her. Look at that lecherous look on your face. You must have your eyes on BaiYing. I'm not pretending anymore. Hee, with a smile. Of course, Rongrong, you have to help me create some opportunities. The little witch rolled her eyes and leaned closer, saying, that's easy, she's injured, right? You could take the chance to help her heal, focusing on companionship, and that way you'll have some alone time together, right? I slapped my thigh and said, of course. How did I not think of that? Let me tell you, Rongrong's brain is definitely top-notch among the Shrek 3 beauties, full of clever ideas. I was just about to say how to reward her when she blushed and quickly said, all right, there's a bit of a situation over at Zhu Qing's side. You should go take a look. As soon as I heard that Zhu Qing was in trouble, I rushed over. When I entered her room, I was stunned to see her absorbing the soul ring of the dark demon, evil god tiger. As a result, she found a bead on the tiger's corpse. She handed the bead to me, and as soon as I touched it, I recognized it. Isn't this the life bead of the dark demon, evil god tiger mentioned in the original work? It contains all of its essence. I was so excited at that moment. Zhu Qing, hurry. Use your soul power to absorb it. This is your immense fortune. Seeing me so serious, Zhu Qing immediately sat cross-legged without saying a word and began to absorb it. I nervously stood by, watching a thick black mist envelop her completely. That power was exceedingly evil. Meanwhile, Rong and Xiao Wu had already settled Shui Binger, introducing themselves and offering comfort. While Xiao Wu curiously asked Shui Binger if I had done anything to her, Shui Binger blushed furiously, repeatedly saying no, that it was voluntary. Seeing this situation, Rong quickly smoothed things over and used the 7-treasure glaze tile to help Shui Binger heal. The sisterhood officially welcomed a new member. Back to Zhu Qing. She finally fused the bead. I hurriedly asked, Zhu Qing, how is it? When she opened her eyes, I tell you, her aura had completely changed. She used to be aloof, but now there was a touch of wicked charm within that aloofness. Her gaze felt like it could steal one's soul. She said her martial soul seemed to have mutated and asked me to take a look. As she unleashed her martial soul, the entire room darkened. The phantom spirit cat had deep, mysterious eyes, exuding an aura that was both evil and powerful, definitely no less than Dai Mubai's evil white tiger. I then concluded, Zhu Qing, your martial soul can no longer be called the nether spirit cat. She asked me what to call it, and after thinking for a moment, I directly said, let's call it the nether evil cat. She repeated it and nodded in satisfaction. Nether evil cat. Good, let's use this name. With that settled, it was dark outside. I said to Shui Binger, you still have injuries, so I'll need to treat you again tonight. You can stay in the same room with me. Rong and the others are going to enter seclusion, so let us not disturb them. Before Ning Rong entered the room, she winked at me with a smile, which made Shui Binger's face turn red again. Once we were in the room, I asked her to take off her clothes so I could check the wounds. She was so nervous, taking her time before finally unbuttoning her clothes. As I applied medicine to her, I couldn't help but marvel at her figure. I pretended to ask her seriously how she got involved with that tiger. She recounted the whole story. After chatting for a bit, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. I told her that her injury was almost healed and that she could try channeling her soul power. When she did, it indeed felt much smoother. Once I finished applying the medicine, she was about to run away, but I grabbed her. Ice, I need to help you open up your meridians so that your talent can improve. She looked confused and said it wasn't necessary. I pulled out the servant contract. You said it yourself, whatever I ask you to do, you have to do it. She had no choice but to accept her fate. I placed my hands on her back and began to channel my energy. Let me tell you, her skin was as smooth as tofu. The admission standards of the Tianshui Academy are truly impressive. Once I was done, she felt completely transformed and was pleasantly surprised. I cleared my throat and said, all right, let's calculate the fees. She was completely stunned. What fees? I took out a pen and paper, quickly wrote down a series of numbers, and handed it to her. Ointment fee, healing fee, and the handling fee for unblocking the meridians, totaling 15 million gold soul coins. Her eyes widened like brass bells, and she almost fainted. Why don't you go rob a bank? I shrugged my shoulders and said, Binger, you can't say that. Just feel it. Hasn't your soul power increased? These are real benefits. I never said it was free, did I? She was left speechless by my response, her face puffed up in anger, looking like a little puffer fish. I looked at her adorable face and had a mischievous thought. With a bold face, I said, how about this, you give me a kiss, and I'll give you a 50 discount on this fee. She hesitated for a moment, probably calculating in her mind, and finally gritted her teeth and quickly leaned in to give me a peck on the cheek. I touched my face and smiled, saying, all right, the fee is halved, and we're even. Just as she sighed in relief, I leisurely added 15 million minus half. Well, you still owe me 10 million. She exploded at that moment. Did a PE teacher teach you math? But I knew she didn't dare to really do anything to me. Looking at her almost crying expression, I continued, as for the remaining 10 million. It's getting late, my bed is quite big. Why don't you take a nap and think about how to pay me back tomorrow? No way. I can't possibly sleep in the same bed as you. She outright refused. I shrugged my shoulders and said, well, you can find a place to sleep by yourself. I don't have a sofa here. And if you sleep on the floor and your wound opens up, don't blame me. Plus, Rong and the others have locked the door. Where are you going? She angrily retorted, what does it have to do with you? And pushed the door open to leave. As a result, she knocked on a few doors, but none opened. And eventually, She returned to my room, looking defeated. She came in and, seeing that I wasn't in bed, let out a sigh of relief. Just as she climbed onto the bed, I jumped out from behind the door, which scared her so much that she yelped and jumped up. Seeing her startled expression almost made me laugh to death. She lay down angrily, covering her head with the blanket and ignoring me. I lay down on the other side and pretended to be asleep after a while. In the middle of the night, I felt some movement beside me. I opened my eyes and, to my surprise, ice water had kicked off all the blankets and was tangled up like an octopus, rolling right into my arms. I couldn't help but laugh as I covered her with a blanket, but she was still mumbling in her sleep, "You big bad guy," always bullying me. I heard the heart is restless. Does anyone understand? Who can withstand this? But I still forced myself to hold on. After a while, she kicked off the blanket again. I sighed and leaned down to cover her once more, but as soon as my face got close, her eyes suddenly opened. Our eyes met, and the air instantly froze. I could hear my own heartbeat and saw her face turning red at a visible speed. After turning red, let me tell you, her reaction in the next second completely stunned me. She actually reached out both hands like an octopus and suddenly clung to me tightly. I froze completely, man. I swear I didn't dare to move at all. I could clearly feel her heartbeat, my heartbeat, thumping like a drum. Then I heard her mumbling to herself. Am I dreaming? Why is he always in my dreams? Goodness, after saying that, she fell asleep immediately. Does anyone understand? Her arms wrapped around my waist, her legs entangled around my thighs, her whole body perfectly clinging to me. This was not sleeping. It was purely a companionship-style sleep. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. Is this girl sleepwalking? We stayed like that, and I don't know how long it lasted. But I felt her breathing steady. She must have fallen asleep. I thought to myself, I need to sneak away quickly. If I stay any longer, it will be dawn. I started to inch away like a caterpillar, moving little by little. What happened? As soon as I moved a bit, she made a sound and tightened her grip on my back even more, as if she was welded to me. I was completely at a loss. All right, I'll just give in and accept it. But then I started to have doubts. Was she really asleep or just pretending? No, I needed to verify this. In the spirit of rigorous scientific exploration, I had to confirm the true state of the subject. Yes, purely for science, absolutely not for any personal gain. So, I quietly leaned down and kissed her on the lips. Soft, no reaction. I waited a bit longer, and she was still sleeping like a log. Okay, experiment successful, conclusion reached, she was really out cold. The next morning, as soon as the sunlight came in, her eyelids fluttered, and she woke up. When she realized she was embracing me in an extremely embarrassing position. Let me tell you, that scream almost blew the roof off. She shot up from the bed, her face red as a monkey's backside. Why? How did you get here? She pointed at me, stumbling over her words. I slowly sat up, stretched lazily, and with an innocent look said, Sister, you sleepwalked last night and insisted on holding me while sleeping. What could I do? You kicked the blanket off yourself and kept scooting closer to me. I couldn't just kick you off, could I? Upon hearing this, her face turned even redder, and she lowered her head, twisting her fingers, probably wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide in. After a long pause, she asked in a voice as faint as a mosquito's, so we didn't do anything, right? As soon as I saw her like this, so I couldn't help but tease her. I deliberately leaned closer, lowered my voice, and whispered in her ear, What are you doing? What do you think we should do? For example, wrap around me like an octopus? Her ears instantly turned bright red, and she suddenly looked up at me, her mouth opening and closing. But she couldn't say a word. I couldn't help but laugh, reached out to pinch her puffed-up cheeks, jumped off the bed and said, All right, don't worry, nothing happened. You were just simply sleepwalking. She was taken aback for a moment, then realized she had been tricked, stomping her feet in anger. You jerk. How dare you fool me? I ignored her and directly took out a stalk of fairy grass, the 8-petal xianlon, from the soul guide and held it out to her. Here, absorb this. She looked at me with a wary expression. Are you trying to trick me again? The single man nodded. You can think so. After all, you've been tricked by me more than once, so what's one more time? Besides, do you have a choice now? If you don't accept, I might have to use other means like kissing you again. She was so stunned that she couldn't say a word, glaring at me in anger. But her gaze was still fixed on that celestial herb, unable to look away. The herb emitted a faint glow and a fragrant aroma, clearly not an ordinary item. Is this really a celestial herb? Of course, it's the 8-petal fairy orchid, specially prepared for you. Once you absorb it, your injuries will heal in an instant, and your soul power will increase significantly. Then you can leave whenever you want. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted it. All right, I accept. I nodded in satisfaction. pressed her down on the bed, and urged her to absorb it quickly. Let me tell you, the fairy grass is amazing. Before long, the aura around her started to surge. When she opened her eyes again, they were filled with little stars. Wow! After just one mouthful of fairy grass, her soul power skyrocketed from level 44 to level 47. She basically ascended on the spot. She looked at me, smiling so sweetly. What reward do you want? I smiled widely and leaned in. Since you asked so sincerely, I won't hold back. First, promise me that no matter what happens in the future, you will unconditionally trust me and stand by my side. And secondly, give me another kiss as a farewell kiss. She knew I wasn't serious, but she didn't refuse and blushed as she leaned in. After the first kiss, she seemed to feel it wasn't enough and took the initiative to come closer. Give me a deeper kiss. This officially counted as a farewell. I smiled and then turned to leave the room. As soon as I stepped out, Shui Binger followed right behind me. As soon as we exited, we saw Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu sitting in a row, staring at us like they were judging a criminal, their eyes burning with gossip. Ning Rongrong was the first to crack, winking at me. Not bad, Lao Bai. Did you seal the deal? That was quick. I felt my face flush and I glared at her. What are you talking about? We are decent people. Ning Rongrong pouted, looking regretful. TCH, so you didn't manage to win him over? Sigh, you missed such a great opportunity with that overwhelming luck and love. Zhu Zhuqing also laughed and patted Shui Binger on the shoulder, teasing, Binger, you have to be careful, this guy is a big bad wolf. Not a good person at all. I shook my head helplessly and walked over to ruffle Shui Binger's hair. Don't listen to their nonsense. I'm a serious person. Don't let them mislead you. After causing a commotion for a while, Shui Binger took her leave. As for the rest of us, it was time to head back to Wuhuan City. Wuhuan City. I'm finally back. I stood at the city gate and shouted excitedly. Then, I ran all the way to the offering hall, not even knocking on the door, just barging in. Old man, I'm back, do you miss me? I dashed up behind QianDaoliu, placing my hands on his shoulders, feeling quite proud. QianDaoliu was reading and was startled by me, nearly dropping the ancient book in his hands. He looked at me helplessly, a doting expression on his face. Only you, this brat, would dare to be so disrespectful to me. I chuckled and said, Isn't it because you care about me the most, old man? Stop being glib, he said, scratching my nose. Now tell me, what trouble did you get into this time? I leaned in mysteriously and whispered in his ear. Strictly speaking, I did cause some trouble. But from another perspective, it's actually a great blessing. I killed you, Luomian. QianDaoliu's eyes instantly widened, his expression froze, and his voice trembled. You killed you, Luomian? The title, Douluo, from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Yes, I nodded nonchalantly. That old guy always wanted to oppose our spirit hall, so I just took the opportunity to solve a problem in advance. QianDaoliu gasped, staring at me intently. You really managed to kill a title Douluo? I smiled slightly and took out a small gadget from the soul guiding device, pressing it against the air. In an instant, a dazzling light blade shot out, actually carving a clear crack in space. QianDaoliu's jaw almost dropped in shock. He knew that the technology of soul guiding devices had long been lost, and what was available on the market were just broken gadgets. He had never seen anything with such immense power. The way he looked at me was like he was staring at a monster. Moreover, I continued to raise the stakes. I had already completed the third trial of the Azura, and the fourth trial was to go to the city of Slaughter to obtain the domain of the god of killing. All right, my soul power has also reached level 50, and I received a divine bestowed soul ring that I haven't absorbed yet. QianDaoliu's blood pressure shot up again. What? When did the trials of the Azura god become so easy? I laughed heartily. Old man, your grandson is a genius. All right. I know you're impressive, QianDaoliu said. Then changed the subject. By the way, old man, I want to establish my own sect, the Spirit Hall sect. He raised an eyebrow and immediately tapped my forehead. You brat want to set up your own shop? Want to betray the Spirit Hall? Ouch, that hurts. I covered my head, confused by his logic. I'm your own grandson. I just want to change my identity to participate in the Soul Master competition, using the name of the Spirit Hall. Isn't that just pure fishing in someone else's pond? There's no challenge in that. I'll lay out my plan. The main business of the sect is to sell soul-guiding devices, bringing Donggu Bo in as an elder, and then teaming up with the people I've placed in the 7-treasure glazed tile school to assist you in your plan, taking down the Heaven Do Empire without a fight. After listening, QianDaoliu fell silent for a long time and finally sighed. You brat. How it all planned out, huh? All right. If you need money, I'll give you money. If you need people, I'll provide people. Got it. Thanks, old man. I have things to do, so I'll be on my way. I quickly ran off. just as I arrived at the Wuhuan Hall Square. I saw the old poisoner Donggubo arguing with Zhu Huaguan. You old poisoner, you dare to challenge me the moment you arrive? Zhu Huaguan, I'm now a worshipper. In terms of status, you are beneath me. In terms of soul power, I'm not weaker than you. This is what they call higher rank suppresses lower rank. I hurried over to smooth things over. Senior Dugu, I didn't realize you were here. I've been looking for you for half a day. Then I turned to Chrysanthemum Elder and pretended to be sincere, saying, "Oh, Elder Chrysanthemum, I'm sorry. I didn't see you just now." Chrysanthemum Elder was so angry that her face turned green, and she could only squeeze out its fine. I pulled Dugabo aside and got straight to the point. Old Poison, I want to establish a sect called the Spirit Soul Sect. How about you become the first elder? Just in name, it won't take up your time. Dugabo's eyes nearly popped out. Little monster, are you crazy? How old are you to be founding a sect? Who are we to each other? Good brothers should make money together. I smiled and said, our sect's main business will be selling soul guides. Soul guides? Dugabo scoffed, what use are those? Are you insulting my strength as a title, Douluo? Times have changed. Old Poison. I took out a black long spear from the soul guide and handed it to him. Here, give it a try. He took it skeptically, infused it with soul power, and pressed it towards a distance. Boom! With a loud bang, a beam of light shot out, creating a cloud of dust. Dugabo was completely stunned and stammered. Little monster, where did you get this? Commercial secret. I patted his shoulder now. Our goal is to sell this thing all over the Douluo continent. Are we in? In. I'll make this deal. Great. I took out a scroll as a meeting gift. 7-colored poison classic. As soon as Dugabo saw it, his eyes lit up and he nearly drooled. You little rascal. Really have me in the palm of your hand. There's one more thing I need your help with. I told him about Shrek Academy and Tang San. Saying want to deal with them. You come with me to ensure everything goes smoothly. All right. Since you've asked, I'll go crazy with you. So, we both flashed and flew straight towards the Heaven-Do Royal Academy. Sure enough, when we arrived, Flinder was leading the Shrek gang, being chased away by Prince Shueshing like flies. Dugabo revealed his identity, and Prince Shueshing's back straightened even more, directly berating Dai Mubai and the others mercilessly. I watched from the shadows, my heart blooming with joy. All right, the plot is unfolding according to my script. They should be heading to Lu Erlong's Blue Tyrant Academy next. Yu Xiaojing, Lu Erlong, and Tang San. The good show is still to come. So, how is it, little monster? Am I performing well? Dugabo came back to take credit. Not bad. Not bad. On par with an award-winning actor. I praised him and then said, next, let's return to the Spirit Hall. But Dugabo stopped me. Don't be in a hurry to go back. Let's check out the Tindo auction house. That place gathers the richest and most powerful people in the entire empire. If you don't showcase your soul-guiding devices there, how can you make a big splash? I slapped my thigh and said, yes. Old monster, you are truly my Zhuge Liang. We headed straight to the Tindo auction house. The maid at the entrance took me to an appraisal room. The appraiser held the soul-guided cannon I provided, looking it over repeatedly with a bewildered expression. Sir, may I ask what this is? It's a soul-guided device, an attack type. Is there a place where you can personally try it out? We were taken to a specialized testing room. I handed the soul guide cannon to the appraiser. You give it a try, just press this switch. The appraiser trembled as he pressed it. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and a large hole was blasted into the several-meter-thick specially made steel plate in front of us. Not only that, the residual power of the beam continued to penetrate through the walls of several rooms behind. Everyone present was stunned. I calmly added, the biggest feature of this thing is its simplicity and ease of use. Even ordinary people can operate it. All right, it also provides a layer of defense. Not even a Soul King can break it. They tested it on-site, and sure enough, a Soul King was sweating profusely and couldn't even produce a ripple. The appraiser looked at me not like he was looking at a god of wealth, but like he was looking at an immortal. Wait a minute, I took the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. I still had something. Saying this, I took out the flying soul guide device, and in front of everyone, I gently flapped its wings and whoosh. It broke through the roof and flew straight into the sky. The speed was so fast it was like a ghost, leaving those few who had never seen the world below wide-eyed. A few minutes later, I slowly descended, retracted my wings, and looked at their stunned expressions, feeling immensely pleased inside. Those people from the auction house, when they saw my wings, their eyes almost popped out, standing there like wooden stakes. I walked over and slammed those 2 soul guide devices on the table, and the auctioneer, I tell you, was almost drooling, stuttering as he asked me where I got these. I couldn't be bothered to respond, just told him not to ask. It was pointless. He just needed to know that once these things were revealed, the whole place would explode tonight. He was nodding and bowing, saying, It will definitely explode. It must explode. Then he was almost ready to kneel down, insisting that my two treasures be the grand finale of the evening. I thought that was more like it, and asked him, "So, buddy, can I join the fun tonight?" His head was nodding like a garlic peeler. "Absolutely. You're invited. We save your prime spot." Wow. The beautiful waitress led me into the venue, and it was dazzlingly luxurious inside. I had just found a place to sit when I heard a very familiar voice. "BaiYing, what are you doing here?" I turned around and, wow. ISNT, this my future father-in-law. Ningfengji? What a small world. What a coincidence. He patted me with a smile and said since I was here, I should enjoy it. There is something good today. Soon the auction began, and the first item was a soul bone from a 1,000-year-old heavenly poison scorpion, and the people below were going wild, shouting bids like crazy. Seeing me acting like it was no big deal, Uncle Ning asked, "Aren't you interested in the soul bones?" I smiled and said the soul bones are good, but they're not my thing. I'm waiting for the hard goods later. As a result, before my stuff came up, they first brought out a so-called grand finale item, an attack soul guide wristband. I took a look and laughed, a level 3 soul guide device, a small thing. Then an old man stood up. Wow, Prince Shueshing, quite an authority, directly bidding 25,000, meaning he was taking it, and no one else should compete. I laughed at that moment. Just playing, right? Fine, I'll play with you. The auctioneer just shouted, 25,000 once. I lazily raised my hand, 30,000. The whole room instantly went quiet. Everyone turned to look at me, and that old man's face darkened immediately. The auctioneer's eyes lit up, shouting, 30,000. Before he could finish, I added, 50,000. Now, even Uncle Ning was surprised. I didn't give him any time to react, directly shouting, 100,000. The whole room exploded, looking at me as if I were a lunatic. That old man from Snowstar was so angry he was shaking all over, standing up and pointing at me, shouting, 200,000. The look in his eyes was as if he wanted to swallow me alive. Seeing the atmosphere was just right, I leaned back in my chair, spread my hands, and cheerfully said to him, "Your Highness the Prince, you're awesome. You have money, you decide. I can't afford to play. It's all yours. My family knows the key is to stretch it to the limit." That old man spent 200,000 on something worth 3,000 at most. His face turned as green as pig liver, sitting there panting heavily. Uncle Ning was dumbfounded beside me, whispering, "You kid, you just offended Prince Snowstar like that. You will have trouble in the future." I laughed at that, saying, "Uncle, have you forgotten who I am? The holy son of the Spirit Hall. Does he dare touch me?" Just as I was saying this, the next auction item came up, the Daluo iron mine. My eyes lit up immediately. I almost drooled. This is top-notch material for making soul tools. My father-in-law really knows his stuff. Seeing my expression, without saying a word, he directly bid 10,000 gold soul coins for me, like buying a big cabbage, saying this is a small investment for his future son-in-law. I didn't refuse and accepted it directly. Then it was time for my flying soul tool to make its appearance, and the effect made the whole audience stand up and applaud, finally selling for 1 million gold soul coins. I tell you, at that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. I'm financially free. Uncle Ning saw I made a big profit and said he had something to do and left, reminding me to be careful. As soon as he left, the auctioneer announced a mysterious finale, saying it was a benefit for all the men present. I thought, is there such a good thing? Then a large cage was pushed up, and inside was a cat girl. The host introduced her with a lewd expression, saying this was a mutated spirit, completely natural, starting bid at 100,000. As soon as he finished speaking, that old man from Snow Star stood up again. 200,000. It was him again. I got angry at that moment. "So you're going to go head-to-head with me, old man?" He bid 200,000, and I directly went with 400,000. He shouted 80,000 in frustration, and I shot back 100,000 without blinking. That old man probably got scared by me, glared at me fiercely, and sat down dejectedly. 100,000, the cat girl was mine. After that, I bought a bunch of other things. Anyway, Uncle Ning was paying the bill. My father-in-law is simply a walking ATM. As soon as the auction ended, I was invited to the backstage room. The money and auction items were quickly delivered, and of course, there was also the cat girl locked in the cage. I had everyone leave, leaving just me and her. I looked her over. Her little eyes were both terrified and vigilant, curled up like a frightened wildcat. I could tell she was already prepared to end it all if I dared to do anything reckless. I sighed and laid it all out for her. "I give you 2 choices. Either come with me, and I'll ensure you live a good life where no one dares to bully you, or I turn around and leave you here. And you can imagine what will happen to you in the hands of that old pervert from Snowstar." Her blue eyes fixed on me, probably trying to assess the truth of my words. In the end, She seemed to compromise and slowly extended her hand out of the cage. I held her hand and brought her out. She timidly called out to me, "Master." Let me tell you, just that one word made me feel a rush of heat straight to my head, and I almost couldn't hold back my nosebleed. Who can withstand that? This deal is worth it. I directly stored her in my soul guide storage device, letting her stay inside without any contact, and then slipped back to the spirit hall. As soon as I stepped inside, Ning Rongrong and a few others surrounded me, asking where I had been. I directly took out the new little cat from the soul guide, pulled her into my arms, and introduced her, my newly acquired maid, little cat, and from now on, we are all sisters. Then I started distributing the spoils the gifts. I gave 1,000-year-old ginseng to Rongrong to help her health, a cool leather jacket to Zhu Zhuqing, and a share for Xiao Wu. Everyone got a reward. They were all delighted. Once they finished celebrating, I said, all right, you all go out first. I need to talk to little cat about some private matters. Ning Rongrong and the others had a look that clearly said they didn't believe me, and Xiao Wu specifically reminded me, bro, don't do anything bad. Once they left, it was just me and little cat in the room. She was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands. I directly gave her another choice. Either I let you go now and give you your freedom, or you follow me wholeheartedly from now on. She hardly hesitated, nodded her head, and chose the latter. I smiled with satisfaction and named her little cat, then tossed her a set of night clothes to change into. After she changed, her figure was quite impressive. I walked over, couldn't help myself, and pinched her fluffy cat ears. The sensation was amazing. She shivered all over, her face turned red. I casually grabbed her tail and gave it a gentle tug. She let out a soft sound and melted into my arms. It was then that I noticed her back was covered in crisscrossing whip marks, old and new injuries overlapping, which looked shocking. I felt a surge of anger and asked her what happened. She quietly said it was from the people who had captured her before, who had whipped her. Holding her in my arms, I felt a nameless fire burning inside me, and I told her, don't worry, little cat. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to touch a hair on you. Maybe she was too tired or finally felt safe. She fell asleep in my arms. As a result, Ning Rongrong and the others were worried and pushed the door open to check, just in time to see the little cat sleeping in my arms. When Xiao Wu saw the injuries on her back, her face turned red with anger, cursing those people as scum. Zhu Zhuqing also looked icy, probably reminded of her own past experiences. I looked at them and smiled. What's wrong? Are you afraid I'll eat her? Since they were here, I asked them to help me apply medicine to her wounds. After the medicine was applied, I started to send them away. All right, you can go now. Rongrong immediately became unhappy, pointing at my nose. Are you planning to do something bad again? Xiao Wu rolled her eyes and said, brother, I'll stay here to take care of her tonight. You can sleep in my room. I directly refused. No need. I want to go to Rongrong's room. Ning Rongrong was stunned on the spot, pointing at herself, unable to speak smoothly. My room? Xiao Wu was beside her, stifling laughter and fanning the flames. I didn't care and pulled the shocked Ning Rongrong towards her room. Once we entered her room, the little girl was so nervous. I wasn't in a hurry. Smiling as I asked her, Rongrong, how's your focus control practice going lately? She seemed quite proud and said she had reached the 4th level. I immediately put on a stern face. Is that all? I'm very disappointed. Your speed is too slow. Her little face fell instantly, looking extremely aggrieved. Seeing that it was about time, I went over and rubbed her head, softening my tone. Of course, I'm not blaming you. Just keep working hard. As I spoke, I led her to the edge of the bed, and before she could react, she had already fallen down. Wow, this really stunned her. She lay there, her face as red as a tomato, and I estimated her heart was about to jump out. Guess what happened next? This little girl actually had the nerve to push me away and sit up abruptly, her eyes wide open, her little voice almost crying. You only know how to scold me. You only know how to bring me down. If you're so great, why don't you go find Zhuqing or Xiao Wu? Oh dear, I was at a loss for words. Seeing this little princess genuinely upset, I quickly sat by the bed, took her little hand, and spoke gently. Rongrong, I'm not scolding you. I have high expectations for you. Just think about it. You're the future leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. That's a heavy burden, right? How can I not worry about you? Once I said that, her expression softened a bit, but she still pouted. Then you can't be so harsh with me in the future. Otherwise, I really won't talk to you. I couldn't help but smile inside. Isn't this just being cute? How can I not understand? I quickly nodded and bowed, assuring her, Okay, it's my fault. I promise I won't be mean to you anymore, and I won't let you feel sad again, all right? Seeing my sincere attitude, her little temper faded away. She bit her lip, and the stubbornness in her eyes disappeared, replaced by a hint of shyness. Then you have to treat me a little better from now on. I took the opportunity to pull her into my arms and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, I will treat you well, always." But inside, I was frantically complaining. Who understands this among the family? Flirting with girls is simply an enigmatic art. I thought the timing was right, leaned down and rubbed my face against hers. And with a mischievous smile, I asked, "So, Rong, can you give me a kiss?" Her face instantly turned red, and she pouted her small fists and hit my chest. "You naughty boy, always trying to take advantage of me." I said this in all seriousness. We're like an old married couple now. How can you say I'm taking advantage? I'm just trying to feel your love, you know? As a result, she flipped the script and retorted, "Oh, old married couple? Are you saying I'm getting old?" "I really can't believe it," quickly explained. "Where can I? In my heart, you'll always be 18. At this, she finally let out a chuckle, happy, and wrapped her arms around my neck, leaning in to peck me. I tell you, in that moment, I felt my whole body heat up. After the kiss, she contentedly leaned against me, and I stroked her hair, teasing her on purpose. Rong, haven't seen you for a few days. Your stamina has improved." "Huh?" She immediately lifted her little face proudly. "Of course. I've been working hard on my training." The next morning, I went to the training ground of the Spear Hall. As soon as I arrived, my mind went ding wow. The system upgraded me again, directly giving me a spatial law, and upgraded my time battle blade to a time-space battle blade, adding a divine skill called space cutting, which supposedly allows me to directly slice through space for teleportation. I thought to myself, this is fantastic. I won't even need my legs to travel anymore. The training ground was packed with people, and I heard the people next to me discussing, "Look, the three beauties of the Spirit Hall, Yi Lingling and Dugu Yen. My goodness, they're so beautiful." As soon as I heard it, I couldn't help but smile. I never expected that the little girl I casually brought in back then has now become a prominent figure. I slipped into their classroom just as class was ending. In Hulaina, Dugu Yen, and Yi Lingling were the absolute center of attention. I leaned against the doorframe and shouted, "Lingling Yinzi, I'm back." With that shout, all the attention in the classroom immediately focused on me. Dugu Yen was the first to react. Upon seeing me, her eyes instantly turned red. Without saying a word, she launched herself into my arms like a little cannonball in front of everyone. The group of guys around us looked like their jaws were about to drop to the floor. I held her and patted her back, laughing as I said, all right, we're all grown up now, and you're still acting like a child. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Family, you should have seen the expressions on those guys' faces. You see, Dugu Yin is notorious in the Spirit Hall for being a violent viper, with a temper that could ignite at any moment. When she first arrived, a few foolish people made jokes at her expense, and nearly got sent away on the spot. Now, seeing her in my arms like a little kitten, their eyes were almost popping out. Am I seeing this right? Is that really Dugu Yin? Oh my, who is this guy? What's his background? I didn't pay attention to them and turned my gaze to Yi Lingling. "Lingling, long time no see. How'd you been these years?" Yi Lingling was also very excited, nodding and saying, "This is not a place to talk. Let's go outside." The three of us found a secluded corner, and only then did Dugu Yin get off me. Her eyes red as she asked where I'd been all these years. I casually said a few words and then asked how their cultivation was going. Dugu Yin immediately puffed out her chest with pride, saying she was already a Soul Sect member and a key training target of the Spirit Hall. Yi Lingling was not bad either, at the peak of the Soul Sect. I nodded in satisfaction and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to meet some of my friends." I directly brought the two of them back to my private room. Wow. As soon as I opened the door, there were four stunning beauties sitting inside. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Catwoman. Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling were instantly stunned. Dugu Yin pointed at them and, looking confused, asked me, "Brother Bai, who are they?" I directly laid it all out, pointing at Xiao Wu and the other two, and calmly said, "My women." Then I pointed at Catwoman, my maid. This stirred up a hornet's nest. Ning Rongrong was the first to get angry, rushing over. "BaiYing, you're too much. Isn't it enough with the four of us? You're still looking outside?" I'm feeling overwhelmed, so let me explain quickly. Rongrong, you misunderstood. They were my playmates when I was young, and we even have a marriage contract. Before I could finish my sentence, I regretted it. Isn't this just adding fuel to the fire? Sure enough, Ning Rongrong got even angrier. A marriage contract? What do you take us for? I hurriedly went up to hug her and comfort her, while Xiao Wu stood by, enjoying the spectacle and laughing without a care. After great effort, I finally managed to calm this little jealous one down, telling her that they were all irreplaceable in my heart. My approach is to treat everyone equally, all right? Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling watched the scene and completely understood that I was just a walking peach blossom debt. Once the commotion in the backyard finally died down, I cleared my throat and began to discuss serious matters. I have an important announcement to make. We are going to participate in the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition. and we must win the championship. Seeing them all become serious, I then dropped a bombshell. But we will not represent the Spirit Hall. We will compete under our own name, the Spirit Sect. A sect? Zhu Zhuqing quickly grasped the key point. I nodded, my eyes filled with ambition. That's right. The newly established sect of mine is called the Spirit Soul Sect. It does not belong to the Spirit Hall, but has a close relationship with the Offering Hall. The future research direction of our sect will be soul guidance devices. I told them that although the competition does not allow the use of soul guiding devices, as long as we win the championship and make the name of the Wuhuan sect known, won't we have trouble selling our soul guiding devices in the future? I also asked the Pope for an extra quota, so this time the Wuhuan Hall will have 2 teams, but only one is guaranteed. Our team has to start from the preliminaries of the Tiando Empire and fight our way up. Finally, I officially invited Duguyin and Yi Lingling. So, Duguyin, Yi Lingling, are you willing to join my Wuhuan sect? The two exchanged glances and answered in unison without hesitation. Yes. It was settled just like that. I took out a few flying soul-guiding devices and handed one to each of them. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were already used to them and prepared to take off as soon as they put them on. Duguyin and her 2 new teammates received theirs and were as excited as if they had gotten new toys. With a command from me, our group soared into the sky, heading straight for the Tiando Empire. At first, the 3 newcomers were a bit unsteady, but they quickly grasped the technique and flew smoothly. Enjoying the speed brought by the soul-guiding devices, each one exhilarated. After dark, we found an inn at the foot of a mountain to settle down. However, while we were eating, I noticed that Zhu Zhuqing had been preoccupied and her expression was off. I called her aside. Zhuqing, come here for a moment. Once we reached my room, I got straight to the point and asked her what was wrong. She was silent for a while, then slowly spoke, her voice trembling. She said that in this competition, the Xingluo Empire would definitely send people, and she would inevitably encounter her sister. The family rules of a Xingluo royal family were extremely cruel. Only one heir could survive, while the other had to either die or be imprisoned. She and her sister were the next generation's competitors, along with Dai Mubai and her brother-in-law, Davis. Therefore, this competition was not just a competition for her. It was a matter of life and death. She was scared that her sister would really kill her. Hearing this broke my heart. What a terrible rule. I pulled her into my arms and comforted her, saying, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. If it comes to it, I won't let her compete." But Zhu Qing shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. Yet her gaze was incredibly determined. No, I can't escape. I want to defeat her with my own hands and prove myself. Once this determination surged within her, she became emotionally charged, crying in my arms. As she cried, she suddenly lifted her head and kissed me directly. This kiss made me feel both guilty and moved. I sighed and held her, saying, "Zhu Qing, I'm sorry for neglecting you." She leaned against me and gently shook her head. "As long as I could be by your side, I'm very content." The more she said this, the more I felt indebted to her. With the atmosphere reaching this point, she suddenly blushed and began to unbutton her clothes. Softly calling me, "Husband, I told you just that one sound, and my CPU directly overheated." At that moment, my mind went blank and I lost all rationality. I just picked her up horizontally and walked toward the bed. Afterward, Zhu Zhuqing put on her clothes. Although her eyes were tired, there was more of a determination that came from having laid down a heavy burden. She told me she had to leave, and then she stepped out of the room, one step at a time. But I never expected that just as she left, someone knocked on the door. Outside, a pair of emerald green eyes had just witnessed everything. Duguyin stood in the shadows, watching Zhu Zhuqing's silhouette, murmuring, "Brother, Bai can only be mine." Then, she walked over and knocked on my door. As soon as I opened the door, I saw her, and my heart sank. Her eyes were as cold as ice, and she directly asked me, "Brother Bai, I just saw Zhu Zhuqing coming out of your room. What are you two doing?" "It's over. This time it's really over." Just as I was about to explain, she interrupted me, sneering. "Explain? What is there to explain? Don't forget, we are the ones who have a marriage contract. Do you think you are treating me fairly?" No, not just her, but also Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, that cat girl. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, directly questioning me. What exactly am I lacking compared to them? I was left speechless by her question and could only tell the truth. They all volunteered. "And you? I have to consider your grandfather's side, right?" It seemed that this only provoked her more. She snorted coldly and said, "Do you think I care about that?" After saying this, she suddenly rushed over and domineeringly kissed my lips. I was completely stunned at that moment, but the impulse surged up and I couldn't control myself. I instinctively held her tighter. When she finally released me, I gasped and asked her, "Have you thought it through? This is not a joke." Her eyes were resolute as she nodded heavily. All right then, what else could I say? I directly carried her into the bedroom. Early the next morning, we rushed to the Spirit Hall branch in the Tiando Empire, where the Platinum Bishop Salas was already waiting for us. I pulled him to the corner and laid out my plan in detail. I told him that Tang San was at Shrek, and his father, Tang Hao, would likely show up for the finals. Our goal this time was to catch him off guard at the grand finals in Spirit City. I specifically emphasized that we were participating in the name of the Spirit Hall, and he needed to remember that clearly. After sorting everything out, I returned to the room and called everyone together. The preliminaries were about to start, and Ning Rongrong stepped forward to begin arranging tactics. The preliminaries would be a team battle, and all 7 of us had to participate. However, Devian, Yi Lingling, and Catwoman, your coordination is still quite lacking, and that's our biggest problem right now. But that's not too big of an issue, my family, because we're heading to the arena soon. Let me tell you, the opening ceremony of the Continental Soul Master Competition was absolutely packed, with a cacophony of drums and cheers. And guess what? The center of attention was actually a bunch of guys in a shit green uniform. Upon closer inspection, oh, it's Shrek Academy. Dean Flender's taste is truly consistent. We couldn't be bothered with them and went straight into the arena. The Great Soul Arena was indeed impressive. A bunch of big shots were seated in the judges' seats, including Platinum Bishop Salas and the Tiando Emperor Xue, along with the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, who is also my future father-in-law, Ning Fengji. My eyesight is sharp. I glanced at Emperor Xue and realized he was quite deep in trouble, his face showing an abnormal flush, yet he was still holding on. No wonder he is a title Douluo. He has a strong foundation. I was just sitting there lost in thought when I suddenly felt a chill run down my back, as if something was watching me. I whipped my head around and saw that kid Tang San, his gaze piercing like an X-ray, staring directly at me. I was puzzled at the time, wondering what this little beggar was looking at me for. Did I have a flower on my face, or owe him money? The old emperor on stage and Ning Fengji were still whispering to each other, saying that our team had an unusual aura and that we were not ordinary people. Well, of course, if we were ordinary, why would we be here? We could just go straight to the factory and screw in bolts. Soon, the draw results came out. In the first match, we were up against a team called Tianxin Academy. Before the match, I told Rongrong and the others, just relax. The main thing is to accompany me and watch my performance. As soon as the referee's whistle blew, I was gone. No, I had already dashed out. The 7 guys on the opposite side probably hadn't even thought of what to say about their martial souls when they felt a gust of wind sweep past. And then they each got hit with 7 big punches. One big guy wasn't convinced and shouted, "You'd better wait for us to unleash our martial souls." I laughed at that moment and shot back. "Dude, we're in a battle. Are you still waiting for backup? Who gives you time to prepare on the battlefield?" As I said this, I unleashed a combo that knocked them all over the place like they had drunk fake alcohol. Just as it was about to end, I thought I should give everyone something shocking. The opposing captain panicked, let out a roar, and charged at me, ready to fight to the death. I couldn't help but laugh. Fine, no more pretending. I revealed my true power. With a flick, 5 black rings and 1 red ring exploded around me. That 10,000-year red ring was so bright, it was like a searchlight, almost blinding the judges in the audience. The entire venue fell silent. They were probably wondering if I had some kind of cyber cheat. The captain from the Heart Academy hit the brakes, his face turning pale. I didn't care about that. I flashed in front of him and lightly punched him, sending him flying like a sandbag. The crowd erupted, and the expression of Emperor Shui Yi on the judges' panel changed when he looked at Ning Fengji, as if to say, "Old Ning, you've been hiding deep." Ning Fengji was so pleased, smiling as he said, "Your Majesty's insight is commendable. My daughter Rongrong is also in this team." And guess what? The 7 guys on the opposing side still refused to admit defeat, standing up to form a circle and starting to charge their ultimate move. A light barrier suddenly enveloped me, and wow, a martial soul fusion technique. This thing even had tracking. Wherever I tried to dodge, it followed me. Just at that moment, Rongrong made her move. Her 7 Treasures Glazed Tower flashed, and several buffs landed directly on me. I instantly felt my soul power surge like a floodgate had opened. I unleashed all my soul skills. Shadow Dragon Claw, Invincible Golden Body, Shadow Dragon Annihilation Kill, Bloodthirsty Berserk, a full set of skills right in their faces. And with a shout of break, I shattered that light barrier. The 7 opponents immediately spat blood and were carried away. The whole match lasted only a few seconds. I single-handedly defeated their 7. On the Shrek side, Flander and Yu Xiaojing's eyes were about to pop out. Their worldview must have collapsed. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu were like 2 little fans, surrounding me and saying how amazing I was and that they didn't even get a chance to make a move. As soon as we returned to the hotel, Ning Fengji came looking for me. He smiled and said, "Xiaoying, come with me to meet a distinguished guest." Rong immediately pouted, acting spoiled, saying her dad was biased. I thought to myself, how could I not go? This was the main storyline. We went into a building, and upon entering the room, lo and behold, it was Prince Xue Qinghe. I knew right away. This wasn't just Xue Qinghe, but my future wife Qian Renxue. She was pretending, praising me for my soul guide device. I took the opportunity to say I wanted to chat with her alone. Once we were the only two in the room, she instantly revealed her true form, and she was breathtakingly beautiful. I went straight to the point. "Sister Xue, how did I do in today's match?" She still acted coy, saying my soul ring configuration was quite good. I slammed the blueprint of the soul guide on the table and said, "Let us join forces and bring some technological innovation to the Heaven Do Empire, militarizing it and getting rid of your father's poisonous old emperor." I made sure to point out that Tang San was no simple character. He was also a cheat and a master of poison, so she should be careful. As we wrapped up, I thought I couldn't leave empty-handed. Taking advantage of being her fiancé, I leaned in and kissed her. Hey, seeing her flustered and angry, I made a quick escape, keeping my achievements hidden. She probably cursed me as a little rogue behind me, but who knows how happy she was inside. Coming out, I ran into Ning Fengji, and I had to pretend, saying I had a great chat with the prince. But in my heart, I thought, "Old fox, you probably don't know your disciple is my wife. Just wait until I take you down, you'll have your time to cry." Back in the room, Rong asked what we talked about. I casually brushed it off and then got straight to the point, asking how her distraction control practice was going. We needed to practice some new tactics. The next second, the five of us started a live experiment. Once Rong activated her 9 treasures glazed tower, the powers of Zhu Zhuqing, Degayin, Yi Lingling, and Xiao Wu surged into me through her tower like charging a battery. I felt like I transformed instantly, my soul rings bursting forth, and I directly unleashed my martial soul true form. I was stunned. This was energy stacking, right? As long as Rong had enough control, we could fuse. This was incredible. We had our true trump card. The next day, we faced the Blaze Academy. I thought, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? I went straight up with Yi Lingling. The opposing captain, named Huo Wushuang, exploded on the spot, pointing at us and shouting, "Are you looking down on me?" I hadn't said anything yet when Yi Lingling spoke first, calmly saying, "It's not that we look down on you. It's just that the two of us are enough." Wow, this attitude deserves full marks. That guy from the Fire Dragon was so angry that he yelled and charged at me as soon as the match started. What happened? My movements were as fast as a ghost, and he couldn't even touch the corner of my clothes, let alone his fire, which I was completely immune to. When they saw they couldn't beat me, they decided to focus fire on our support. A guy with a fire leopard spirit yelled as he charged at Yi Lingling. But what did our family know? Our Lingling is not just a pure healer. She is a hexagonal warrior. I saw her dodge the attack with a quick movement, then countered with 2 quick strikes, directly sealing that fire leopard guy in place, making him unable to move. Yi Lingling even smiled elegantly and said, "Underestimating us is your biggest mistake. Although I'm a support type, I'm not just a support type." At that moment, the entire opposing team was stunned, and even Huo Wushuang looked at Yi Lingling in shock, probably thinking, have supports become this competitive nowadays? Let me tell you, this is not over yet. The people from the Blaze Academy just realized they were 1 person short, and then BaiYing, like he teleported, zoomed in on another person's face. The guy just raised his hand to use his soul skill, and a white light shot through him directly. Wow, that guy's eyes were wide open before he died, probably thinking, "Dude, are you cheating?" And guess what BaiYing said? He actually explained sincerely, "Oh, it's nothing, just compressing the soul power a bit and then shooting it out." I thought to myself, this sounds as easy as explaining how to fit an elephant into a refrigerator. At that moment, the focus of the entire arena, Huo Wu, finally unleashed a big move. She raised both hands, and a huge fireball like a small sun was formed, making the entire arena feel like a sauna. I thought this would finally be interesting, right? BaiYing looked at that fireball, and his expression became rare and serious. Huo Wu shouted, and the fireball came crashing down. What happened next? BaiYing sidestepped, elegantly dodging it like he was dancing the tango. Not only did he dodge, but he actually charged straight at Huo Wu. Who understands what kind of tactic this is? Just reckless face charging. Huo Wu was stunned and quickly activated her martial soul to brace for impact, but it was too late. BaiYing's speed was like a white lightning bolt, instantly right in front of her. Just as Huo Wu felt the pressure, BaiYing pointed a finger, using that same penetrating move, directly shattering her protective soul power. and his finger jabbed right at her chest. Huowu flew out like a kite with a broken string, coughing up blood. She struggled to stand up, her eyes stubborn, still wanting to fight. But then BaiYing disappeared in a flash again. Huowu was still dazed when she suddenly felt a chill behind her. She turned around, and a cold light flashed by, freezing her in place, unable to move at all. Then, let me tell you, the most ridiculous scene happened. BaiYing leaned close to her ear and pretentiously said, "From the moment you stepped onto the stage, you lost." After saying that, he actually raised his hand and gave a crisp slap on Huowu's perky butt. Then, with one kick, he kicked her off the stage. I was going crazy at that moment. Dude, are you competing or just being a thug? Huowu's brother, that Huowu Shuang, his eyes turned red, and with a roar, he charged in, flames all over him, like a jetting gas canister. In the end, BaiYing couldn't even be bothered to dodge, and directly met him head-on, one punch against one punch. With a loud bang, Huowu Shuang flew back like a broken sack, spraying blood in midair. BaiYing didn't let him off, using a blink to catch up, and with a finger, another piercing attack. Done and dusted. BaiYing stood on the stage, shaking his head, his expression full of disappointment, as if saying, "Is that it? You don't even qualify to warm me up." The referee was dumbfounded and quickly announced that the Qihua Academy conceded. We won. After the match, this grudge was settled. BaiYing cheekily told Huowu, "Remember, my name is BaiYing. All right, the one who just slapped you but wasn't me." Huowu was so angry her face turned green. At that moment, a guy approached. It was Feng Xiaotian from Shunfeng Academy, who had been secretly in love with Huowu. He patted his chest and promised Huowu, "Don't worry, Huowu, I will definitely avenge you." Huowu, probably furious, directly said, "If you can defeat him, I will date you." Wow. When Feng Xiaotian heard that, his eyes lit up. Who wouldn't want such a fortune? He immediately agreed, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. The next day, Huowu was wandering around the streets, getting angrier by the minute, and just happened to run into BaiYing again. She charged at him and shouted, "You thug, I finally found you." BaiYing had this expression of being completely impressed by her boldness. The two were in a standoff when Feng Xiaotian, like a flower protector, flashed over and stood in between, confidently telling BaiYing, "Come and compete with me. If you lose, you have to kneel and apologize to Huowu." BaiYing readily agreed. "Sure, bring it on." Just as they were getting ready, guess what? BaiYing took advantage of their distraction and swiftly ran away. While running, he shouted, "A real man doesn't fight with women. I'm leaving now." He left Huowu and Feng Xiaotian dumbfounded at the spot. Feng Xiaotian was furious, immediately chasing after him. But BaiYing led him in circles in the woods like walking a dog, and in the end, he couldn't even find a trace of him. But that's not the end. That night, BaiYing, this guy was really bold. He actually sneaked into the hotel where Qihua Academy was staying and directly made it to Huowu's room door. He hid behind the curtains and saw Huowu storming in, still cursing. "That scoundrel, if I catch him, I'll burn him to death." I thought to myself, you better not get caught. As soon as Huowu stepped into the house, Feng Xiaotian followed closely behind, looking guilty as he said he couldn't catch the person. Huowu sent him away and turned to go into the bathroom. Then, things got even crazier. BaiYing was hiding behind the curtains. And just as Huowu was about to pull the curtains, he actually pulled out an invisibility card and made himself transparent. Then, he stood there brazenly, watching Huowu undress and take shower. I was completely stunned. Dude, this isn't just being a pervert, this is a crime. He was probably battling with himself inside, telling himself not to look while his eyes were glued to her. When Huowu came out in a bathrobe, sitting on the edge of the bed and mumbling about how one day she would defeat him, BaiYing suddenly revealed himself. He walked out from behind the curtains and coldly said, "You want to defeat me? Wait another 20,000 years." Huowu was so scared that her soul almost left her body, pointing at him and stammering, "You. How did you get in?" BaiYing stepped closer. His aura was overwhelming. Huowu was cornered against the wall and tried to exert her identity. "Don't do anything reckless. I'll call for help. You're the son of the Spirit Hall. Where will the Spirit Hall put its face if this gets out?" BaiYing just laughed. "The sound's so cold it could freeze water. Do you think your little Blaze Academy can compete with the Spirit Hall? Since I dare to come. I'm not afraid, you know." After saying that, before Huowu could react, he picked her up horizontally and tossed her onto the bed. Huowu thought something inappropriate was about to happen, but instead, BaiYing turned her over, made her lie on the bed, and then raised his hand, smack, smack, smack. He gave her a thorough spanking, purely physical punishment. Huowu was stunned, both embarrassed and angry, shouting, "You pervert! Don't hit my butt." After he was done, BaiYing stood up, looking down at her, and coldly said, "Remember, this is what happens when you go against me." Then he turned and left, leaving Huowu alone in the room, probably feeling humiliated like never before. After that, BaiYing acted like nothing happened and a few days later went to Shrek Academy. He happened to run into Tang San at the door. Let me tell you, as soon as he opened his mouth, it was explosive. Long time no see, Tang San. Because of that little conflict with the Li family, your twin martial soul has been exposed. Am I right? QianDaoliu, Tong Aoeson. Tang San's face turned pale, looking like he had seen a ghost. BaiYing even patted his shoulder. Don't worry, I won't tell the Spirit Hall about this secret for now. After saying that, he went directly to find Dean Flender. Upon entering the office, BaiYing got straight to the point. Dean, you've met QianDaoliu, right? Flender was still trying to play dumb, but BaiYing directly clarified. Stop pretending. I'm here to give you a reminder. Tang Hao is a fugitive from the Spirit Hall. If you get too close to him, the consequences could be dire. This wasn't just a reminder, it was a blatant threat. After leaving Shrek, BaiYing felt something was off while walking down the street. Someone was following him. He suddenly turned around, come out. A person in tattered black robes stepped out, exuding an overwhelming aura that couldn't be hidden. When BaiYing saw the iconic big hammer in his hand, he knew who it was. Haotian Hammer? The only one who could appear here was QianDaoliu Tang Hao. Tang Hao's face darkened, exuding a murderous aura. You know too much. Without saying another word, he swung his hammer at BaiYing. BaiYing quickly activated a defensive shield called Qian Shield, which sparkled with golden light and managed to withstand the blow. Seeing this, Tang Hao became even more excited, hammering down one after another, causing a tremendous uproar. BaiYing knew he couldn't rely solely on defense. He seized an opportunity and suddenly shouted, Time seal. Incredible, time paused. The whole world seemed to hit the pause button, and only BaiYing could move. He charged forward with a knife called Time Space Blade, the tip aimed at Tang Hao's throat. But for some reason at the last moment, it felt like something pushed him back, causing his attack to fail. Time resumed flowing, and Tang Hao broke out in a cold sweat, countering with a devastating move. Yet, BaiYing stood firm and took the hit with his golden shield. At that moment of Tang Hao's shock, BaiYing moved. He vanished from his spot, and the next second appeared behind Tang Hao, the cold blade tip pressed against his back. Tang Hao froze in place. BaiYing whispered in his ear, like a villain, You lost because you were too confident. But he didn't strike. He sheathed his knife and turned to leave, leaving behind a single sentence. Live well, it's not your time to die yet. QianDaoliu Tang Hao stood there, watching BaiYing gradually disappear into the night, feeling a wave of inexplicable emotions. He never imagined he would have such a day, forced into a dead end by a young man, yet miraculously escaping disaster. In the night, BaiYing's figure had vanished, but that powerful aura seemed to linger in the air, chilling to the bone. QianDaoliu took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within. He knew he had just been given a second chance at life. In the night, QianDaoliu Tang Hao moved like a ghost through the dense forest. His heart was filled with confusion and vigilance. That thrilling battle made him deeply aware of this young man's extraordinary nature. At that moment, he didn't think too much and arrived at what he considered the most important place. Deep in the forest, a waterfall came into view. The waterfall roared violently. Its sound overwhelming everything. QianDaoliu Tang Hao stood before the waterfall, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. He gently tapped a groove on the stone wall, and with a slight mechanical sound, the stone wall slowly opened, revealing a hidden chamber. QianDaoliu Tang Hao slipped into the chamber, then closed the stone wall, isolating himself from the outside world. He stood in the chamber, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. Ain, I'm back. I'm sorry I haven't come to see you for so long. I want to see our son. He's doing great. He has inherited your blue silver emperor. He's my best son and also your best son. Don't worry, I will definitely protect his safety. Chapter 120. Good things interrupted at this moment. BaiYing had directly arrived in Yi Lingling's room. Lingling, help me quickly. Yi Lingling had been sleeping, but suddenly saw BaiYing staggering into the room, startling her awake. BaiYing's face was covered in blood, and his body was riddled with injuries, looking utterly disheveled. She immediately sat up in bed, quickly walked to the door, and supported the swaying BaiYing. Brother Bai, who on earth beat you up like this? Yi Lingling asked with concern in her eyes. BaiYing struggled to lift his head, a flash of anger and unwillingness in his eyes. He clenched his fists as if he wanted to stand up and fight again. But the pain in his body rendered him immobile, relying on Yi Lingling's strength to barely stay upright. After helping him to the bed, Yi Lingling immediately released her martial soul, the 10-star begonia. The terrifying healing power surged into BaiYing's body, making him feel much less pain. I have to say, although the 10-star begonia only has one skill, which is area healing, it proves that with such an existence, even wanting to die is not easy. In terms of support, it could even surpass the 7-treasure glaze tile, known as the continent's top support. BaiYing nodded slightly, pursing his lips, trying his best not to let out painful groans. He knew that now was not the time to pursue responsibility. Healing his injuries was the most important thing. Yilingling did not dare to delay for a moment, quickly sitting cross-legged and closing her eyes to concentrate her soul power. A faint blue light gradually emanated from her body, the glow of her 10-heart martial soul. The light became brighter, as if a warm force was surging from within her, flowing towards BaiYing. BaiYing felt a warm current enter his body, and the intense pain he had been experiencing began to slowly ease. He looked at Yilingling in surprise, feeling even more admiration for her abilities. Yilingling's soul power continuously flowed into his body, repairing his damaged meridians and muscles. BaiYing was utterly shocked. He never expected Yilingling's martial soul to be so terrifying. Under the nurturing of her soul power, not only did his injuries improve rapidly, but he even felt some loosening in his cultivation. Just as BaiYing was immersed in this unexpected joy, Yilingling suddenly opened her eyes, which sparkled like stars, revealing a sense of determination and decisiveness. She softly asked, "What exactly happened? Why are you so badly hurt?" "Some things I won't ask. Just take good care of your injuries here." BaiYing felt warmth in his heart, knowing that with Yilingling by his side, he had nothing to fear. "Lingling, don't go. Stay here with me." BaiYing's voice was tinged with a slight tremor and pleading. Upon hearing this, Yilingling felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She gently nodded and sat by BaiYing's bedside, her movements soft and careful, as if afraid to disturb him. Her hand gently brushed over his wounds, bringing a warm touch that made BaiYing feel incredibly at ease. "Does it still hurt?" Yilingling's voice was gentle and caring, as tranquil as a spring breeze over a lake. BaiYing slightly shook his head, a smile appearing on his face. "With you here, of course it doesn't hurt anymore." His voice was deep and magnetic, carrying an indescribable emotion. BaiYing suddenly said, "It's been a long time since we've been this close." Yilingling's heart trembled slightly, and she nodded, her voice filled with nostalgia and emotion. "Since you kissed me when we were kids, we haven't been like this for a long time." Upon hearing this, BaiYing's face flushed slightly, and he awkwardly scratched his head, laughing. "Back then, I was always shouting that I would marry you. Do you remember?" A glimmer of laughter flashed in Yilingling's eyes as her thoughts seemed to return to that innocent childhood, when she was gently kissed by the man before her. And he vowed he would marry her. Those beautiful memories still made her heart flutter, even now. "Lingling, would you marry me?" BaiYing suddenly knelt on one knee, looking at Yilingling with deep affection. His gaze was hot and firm, as if trying to see through her entire being. Yilingling's face immediately turned red, her heart racing, feeling as if the whole world had come to a standstill. Before she could react, BaiYing suddenly pushed her onto the bed. Yilingling let out a startled cry, but was immediately held tightly by him. The sound of her heartbeat echoed in her ears, as if it were about to leap out of her chest. BaiYing's warm breath brushed against her neck, making her feel both ticklish and enveloped in an indescribable warmth and safety. In that moment, Yilingling felt as if she were surrounded by a sea of flowers, enveloped in a fragrance of happiness. The deep confessions and intimate actions between BaiYing and Yilingling made the surrounding air seem sweet. However, this sudden change left Yilingling somewhat flustered. She shyly struggled, trying to push BaiYing away, but he held her tightly, making it impossible for her to move. Just then, a knock on the door suddenly broke the warm and tense atmosphere. Both of them were startled and quickly distanced themselves from each other. Yilingling adjusted her clothes, trying to appear calm. The door slowly opened, revealing a figure at the entrance. It was Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. Upon seeing the scene, Ning Rongrong's face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple. She quickly turned around and slammed the door shut with a bang, her voice trembling slightly. From outside, her voice came, "You too disturbed us." Immediately after, there was no sound from outside. Yilingling wanted to get up to explain, but BaiYing held her tightly, as if wanting to merge her into his body. His lips seemed to brush against the softness of her cheek, bringing a sense of warmth and reluctance. In this sudden silence, their heartbeats were clearly audible. Yilingling's cheeks were slightly flushed. She could feel BaiYing's body heat and breath, which made her somewhat flustered. Yilingling shyly pushed BaiYing away, the blush on her cheeks still not fully fading. She looked somewhat flustered towards the door, worried that Ning Rongrong and the others would misunderstand. Meanwhile, BaiYing lay on the bed with a satisfied expression, a smug smile on his face. Just then, A voice came from outside again. This time it was Xiao Wu's voice, sounding somewhat curious. Lingling, are you guys in there? Is everything okay? Yi Lingling hurriedly responded. We're fine, don't misunderstand. As she spoke, she tidied up her clothes and hair, trying to appear as normal as possible. BaiYing looked at her with a teasing expression, as if to say, see, this is the consequence of your shyness. Don't be so smug. Yi Lingling playfully huffed, then walked to the door and opened it. Outside, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu were peeking in with curious expressions, and upon seeing the door open, they immediately leaned in closer. Lingling, what were you two doing just now? Why did it take so long to open the door? Ning Rongrong asked with a gossiping look. Yi Lingling's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit embarrassed as she explained, It's nothing, BaiYing was just badly injured. I was helping him heal. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes flashed with understanding. She chuckled and teased. Oh, healing. Then did we interrupt you guys? Yi Lingling felt even more embarrassed at Ning Rongrong's words. She shot BaiYing a glare, signaling him not to speak. BaiYing, however, shrugged innocently, as if to say, this isn't my fault. Ning Rongrong laughed and invited Yi Lingling, Lingling, we're planning to go take a bath. Do you want to join us? Her voice was cheerful and pleasant, with a hint of playfulness. Upon hearing this, BaiYing immediately perked up, blinking his eyes and tentatively asking, Rongrong, are you all going? Can I join too? His face showed an expression of eagerness, as if he could not wait to join them. Ning Rongrong looked at BaiYing's eager expression and couldn't help but laugh. She shook her head, teasingly saying, you just forget about it. This is our girls' exclusive time. You can't just join in. Upon hearing this, BaiYing's face fell, looking as deflated as a punctured balloon. He pouted and muttered, seriously, not even allowed to take a bath. Ning Rongrong found his aggrieved expression amusing, but also felt a bit sorry for him. She stepped forward, gently patting BaiYing's shoulder, and said softly, all right, don't be sad. Once your injuries are healed, we can all go take a bath together. Hearing this, BaiYing's eyes brightened, as if seeing hope. He immediately nodded in agreement. Okay, then I will recover quickly. Ning Rongrong smiled and nodded, then took Yi Lingling and Xiao Wu with her to leave the room, leaving BaiYing alone on the bed with a satisfied and happy smile on his face. The three of them entered the bathroom, and amidst the rising steam, it felt as if they had entered another world. The warm water temperature was just right, making people feel comfortable and relaxed. Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu all shed their clothes, leaving only their swimsuits, joyfully jumping into the water. Splashes of water erupted, and laughter and playful sounds echoed. Yi Lingling closed her eyes, letting the water flow over her body, as if it could wash away all her worries and fatigue. Ning Rongrong swam to Yi Lingling's side, and the two linked arms, playing and splashing in the water. Xiao Wu was nearby, joyfully splashing water, occasionally diving underwater and then leaping out like a happy little fish. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock on the bathroom door, and a familiar voice came in. Lingling, are you all there? Can I come in? The three were startled. Yi Lingling quickly swam to the shore and grabbed a towel to wrap around her body. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu also hurried to cover themselves, their faces showing embarrassment and panic. Who is it? What are they doing here at this time? Ning Rongrong muttered softly, filled with confusion. The voice outside sounded again. It was BaiYing. I've been hurt again. Hurry and treat me. Ning Rongrong glared at the door with discontent, grumbling, this guy, why is he always haunting us? After saying that, she turned to Yi Lingling and smiled. Lingling, don't mind him. Let's continue our bath. Yi Lingling nodded, but she felt a bit worried. She was afraid BaiYing's injury was serious, but she didn't want to dampen everyone's spirits. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to enjoy this rare time of relaxation first. The sounds of water in the bathroom resumed, accompanied by the laughter of the three girls. Meanwhile, BaiYing outside was stomping his feet in anger. Leaning against the door, he listened to the sounds inside, filled with intense jealousy and unwillingness. Why can they enjoy their bath comfortably while I can only stand outside? BaiYing thought indignantly. He felt like a poor soul excluded from a paradise of happiness inside the bathroom. After a while, the bathroom door finally slowly opened, and Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Dugian, Yi Lingling, and Catgirl came out one after another. They were wrapped in white bathrobes, towels lightly draped over their fragrant shoulders, revealing parts of their fair skin, exuding a faint scent of bath products. BaiYing sat at the edge of the bed, his gaze unconsciously drawn to them. He watched them walk out of the bathroom, their graceful figures partially concealed by the bathrobes. Each step seemed to tread on his heart, especially when they occasionally revealed a playful smile or a mischievous glance. It stirred waves of emotion within him. BaiYing unconsciously swallowed, his gaze lingering on them, as if he wanted to freeze this beautiful moment in his heart forever. He couldn't help but sigh internally, thinking how beautiful these girls were, each one seeming to have walked out of a painting. Seeing BaiYing's infatuated gaze, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. She walked in front of BaiYing, gently twirled around, her skirt flowing like a blooming flower. She blinked playfully and asked, "How about it? Am I pretty?" BaiYing was caught off guard by Ning Rongrong's sudden action. He nodded blankly, his voice trembling. Beautiful. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but laugh at BaiYing's dazed expression. She walked over to him, gently patted his head, and said with a smile, "Silly, have you looked enough? Don't keep staring at me. I might get shy." Only then did BaiYing come to his senses, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head and said, I just think you're too beautiful, and I can't help but look a bit more." Hearing this, Ning Rongrong displayed a proud smile, but pretended to pout. "Smooth talker, be careful I won't talk to you." Seeing this, BaiYing quickly put away his playful demeanor and said seriously, "All right, I won't say anymore. You all hurry and let me see the injury. I feel some pain in the wound." Ning Rongrong, upon hearing this, put away her playful heart and walked to BaiYing's side to carefully check his injury. She gently lifted his clothing to reveal a gruesome wound, her eyes flashing with surprise. "How did your wound open? Did you move around again?" Ning Rongrong frowned and asked. BaiYing awkwardly touched his nose and said softly, "I just wanted to come over to find you all, but I accidentally bumped into the wound." Ning Rongrong sighed and shook her head helplessly. She turned to Yilingling and the other girls and said, "Looks like we need to re-bandage him. Who is willing to help?" After a quick collaboration among several people, they finally managed to treat the wound. "I'm really sorry, but I couldn't write well about the segment of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition. I really don't know how to write it, so I just skipped it." Chapter 121. The City of Slaughter. After the encounter with the QianDaoliu, BaiYing had no choice but to give up the competition. Without his interference, Tang San directly won the championship, relying on the protagonist's halo. BaiYing stood before the towering gates of the offering hall, his gaze firm. He turned around and looked at QianDaoliu, who sat in a high position with flowing white hair, and bowed deeply. "Old man, I'm going." His voice was low and powerful, as if carrying an unspeakable determination. QianDaoliu nodded slightly, a complex emotion flashing in his deep-set eyes. He extended his hand as if wanting to say something, but ultimately turned into a sigh. "Be careful. The City of Slaughter is not ordinary. Make sure to take care of yourself." QianDaoliu's voice, though aged, was filled with expectation. BaiYing nodded, said no more, and strode out of the offering hall. His figure stretched long under the sunlight, resembling a path leading to an unknown world. The moment BaiYing stepped into the town, it felt like entering an entirely different world. The cold wind was biting, and an indescribable chill pervaded the streets. He looked around, noticing that the shops along the street appeared old and eerie, as if hiding some unknown secrets. He walked into an inconspicuous little tavern. The dim light barely illuminated every corner of the room. There weren't many people in the tavern. A few customers sat in the corner, speaking in low voices. BaiYing found a seat by the window and focused on the snowflakes drifting outside. A waiter approached with a blank expression and asked, "What would you like?" BaiYing snapped back to reality and replied lightly, "Give me a Bloody Mary." BaiYing took the glass of murky red liquid Bloody Mary. The liquid swayed slightly in the cup, as if carrying some unspeakable vitality. He gently took a sip, and instantly, a bone-chilling cold spread from his tongue to his entire body. This coldness was different from the external ice and snow. It seemed to possess a unique magic that directly invaded BaiYing's marrow. His vision began to blur, and it felt as if countless vengeful spirits were whispering in his mind, each voice filled with endless pain and resentment. BaiYing frowned tightly, struggling to stay awake. He felt his heartbeat accelerating, his body seemingly bound by an invisible force, unable to move. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within. But that coldness grew stronger, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Suddenly, the wooden door of the tavern was kicked open with a bang, and a gust of wind, mixed with snowflakes, surged inside. A burly man with a face full of flesh walked in, his gaze sweeping across the tavern, finally landing on BaiYing. "Are you the newcomer?" The man's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the entire tavern slightly. BaiYing looked up at the burly man, his eyes calm as water. He did not answer, merely sitting there quietly, the Bloody Mary in his hand seeming to tremble slightly, emitting a faint red glow. Seeing this, the burly man's eyes flashed with anger. He strode towards BaiYing, his sturdy arm raised high, clearly intending to intimidate the newcomer. However, Just as he was about to touch BaiYing, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from BaiYing, causing the burly man to stagger back repeatedly. The burly man steadied himself, looking at BaiYing with a face full of suspicion. He felt the powerful and eerie aura, as if a cold wind was surging from the depths of hell, carrying with it an endless chill and the scent of death. The white figure slowly stood up, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He glanced at the burly man, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The city of slaughter truly lives up to its name. His voice was deep and magnetic, as if possessing a kind of magic that could attract the attention of everyone around. The burly man was intimidated by his presence, and for a moment didn't know what to do. He swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, trying to regain his composure. "You don't think you can scare me like this?" The white figure ignored the burly man's threat and turned to walk toward the tavern's door. Just as he was about to step out of the tavern, the burly man suddenly rushed forward and grabbed his shoulder. The white figure frowned slightly, feeling a powerful force coming from the burly man's hand, attempting to pull him back. However, the white figure made no move to resist. He simply stood there quietly, allowing the burly man to tug at him. Just when the burly man thought he had succeeded, the white figure suddenly turned around and delivered a heavy punch directly to his chest. The burly man immediately felt a tremendous force hit him, and he flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the tavern wall. The white figure's gaze was as cold as ice. He stood at the entrance to the path leading to the city of slaughter, like an immovable statue. The burly men who had once been arrogant and overbearing now found themselves frozen like wild beasts under his gaze, unable to move. Suddenly, another burly man shouted in anger and charged at the white figure, swinging his fist. His speed seemed swift, but in the eyes of the white figure, it was as slow as a snail. The white figure casually extended his hand and grabbed the burly man's fist. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, and the burly man's fist instantly deformed under the white figure's iron grip, causing him to scream in agony. However, this was just the beginning. The white figure exerted a slight force, and a powerful internal energy surged through the burly man's fist into his body. Fear filled the burly man's eyes as he felt his body being torn apart by an invisible force, the pain nearly causing him to faint. The white figure, however, remained unmoved, his eyes flashing with cold light. With a gentle push, the burly man flew backward like a ship battered by a giant wave, crashing heavily to the ground. The tavern fell silent as everyone stared at the white figure in shock. They had never seen such a powerful and ruthless person, as if he were a death god emerging from hell, sending chills down their spines. Yet, the white figure acted as if nothing had happened. He slowly turned around and jumped down. In that instant of jumping down, a cold wind howled and snowflakes danced, as if he were in an endless world of ice and snow. However, this cold sensation lasted only a moment before the white figure landed firmly in a dimly lit passage. The passage was dark and devoid of light, with only the occasional faint glow illuminating the way ahead. An indescribable sense of oppression pervaded the air, as if an invisible force was constraining one's breath. The white figure frowned slightly, sensing the heavy smell of blood and the aura of death permeating this place. He stepped forward, slowly walking ahead. On either side of the passage, the stone walls revealed vague traces and bloodstains, seemingly narrating the brutal battles that had once taken place. A trace of coldness flashed in the white figure's eyes. He knew this was the city of slaughter, a place where power was exchanged for life. Just as the white figure stepped deeper into the dark passage, a heavy sound of hooves suddenly echoed, accompanied by the crisp sound of metal clashing, and a group of knights appeared in his line of sight. They were clad in iron armor, wielding long spears, and wore sinister masks, as if they were a knightly order bursting forth from hell. The leading knight was tall and burly, draped in a black cloak, holding a massive battle axe. His gaze was as cold as ice, staring directly at the white figure, as if trying to see through him. "To enter the city of slaughter, you must accept my test." The knight's voice was deep and authoritative, echoing through the passage. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his battle axe and charged at the white figure on horseback. The hooves struck the ground with a dull thud, like the beating of war drums. Stirring the hearts of all, the white figure faced the knight's charge without a hint of panic on his face. He stood quietly in place, waiting for the knight to come closer. Just as the knight was about to reach the white figure, he suddenly moved. His figure flickered like a phantom, instantly disappearing from the original spot. The knight's battle axe came crashing down, but only struck a shadow. Startled, the knight immediately turned his horse around, trying to find the white figure's trace. However, at that very moment, a cold light suddenly shone from behind him. The white figure had appeared behind him without him noticing, and his sword had pierced through the knight's iron armor, going straight through his chest. The knight's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. He could never have imagined he would be defeated so quickly. He slowly fell, his massive body crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The white figure looked coldly at him, as if regarding a dead man. How is this possible? Soul techniques cannot be used in this place. He actually killed the guard team, relying solely on skill. The other knights felt fear. They now realized just how formidable this person before them truly was. One of the knights pulled out a token from his pocket and handed it to him. This is your proof. The white figure casually took the token and saw the number 98 inscribed on it. He ran his fingers lightly over the cold, hard edge of the token, which seemed to contain some indescribable power. He looked up at the knights, whose eyes were filled with fear and reverence. He slowly turned around and walked deeper into the passage. Each step appeared steady and powerful, as if each step was shattering the fears and obstacles of the past. The knights silently watched his back until he disappeared at the end of the passage. The pitch-black city gate slowly opened, as if devouring all the surrounding light. The sky was dim and lifeless, with only a few dark clouds swirling overhead, as if foretelling an impending storm. At that moment, a woman walked out from the city gate. She wore a black long dress, her demeanor elegant and mysterious. Her long hair flowed with the wind, resembling a ghost in the night. Her face was covered by a thin veil, revealing only a pair of bright eyes that sparkled with a chilling light. "Hello, I am your guide." The woman's voice was cold and pleasant, as if carrying a certain magic that made one unconsciously obey her words. The white figure stopped, turning to look at the mysterious woman. A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes, but more was curiosity. The woman smiled slightly, her face partially obscured by the veil, adding to her mystery. "The rules of the City of Slaughter are far more complex than you can imagine," she said softly, her voice revealing a hint of depth. The white figure frowned, knowing it wouldn't be that simple here. He nodded, signaling the woman to lead the way. The woman turned, her black long dress flowing in the cold wind, as if merging with the surrounding darkness. She led the white figure through the dark city gate, entering a world filled with the unknown and danger. The surrounding light gradually brightened, but still carried a chilling aura. The white figure looked around and saw towering stone walls, as if shaped by gigantic hands. "Let me remind you, the biggest rule here is that there are no rules, so if you want to survive, strength is your best asset. Without strong enough power, you can do whatever you want here." As soon as the woman's words fell, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. The white figure could feel an invisible pressure bearing down on him, as if countless eyes were watching him from the shadows. He tightly gripped the sword in his hand, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, a dark shadow sprang out from the stone wall beside him, charging straight at the white figure. The white figure reacted quickly, dodging the attack with a swift movement. He looked up and saw a small, grotesque monster standing not far away, its eyes gleaming with ferocity and emitting a low growl. A chill ran through the white figure. He knew this was just the beginning. The rules of the City of Slaughter were indeed cruel and merciless. He had to remain vigilant at all times to survive here. He took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand, and prepared to face the upcoming challenges. The monster lunged at him fiercely, but the white figure effortlessly evaded its attack. A cold smile flickered in his eyes as he vanished from his original spot, reappearing behind the monster in the next moment. With a swing of his long sword, a flash of cold light cut through the air, and the monster's head instantly rolled to the ground. The surrounding air seemed to freeze for a moment before erupting into gasps of astonishment. The white figure coldly scanned the audience around him, their eyes filled with awe and fear. Just then a cold voice rang in his ear. "Not bad, you have some skill. What is this?" The white figure turned to look at the female announcer. She spoke indifferently, that is a person, just one who has lost their soul. "There are many like this here. I forgot to tell you, Mr. 98, you can only enter but not exit. The only way to leave is to pass through the road of hell. In the history of the City of Slaughter, there have only been 8 gods of killing." The white figure furrowed his brow, an inexplicable pressure rising within him. This place was indeed as perilous and unknown as the legends described. He took a deep breath, feeling the pervasive atmosphere of slaughter around him. Just then, a commotion erupted from a distance, followed by a figure rushing toward him at high speed. The person radiated a strong smell of blood, wielding a massive battle axe, their eyes shining with madness. The white figure's pupils contracted, He could sense the powerful aura emanating from the opponent. This was no ordinary foe. He had to give it his all. He gripped his long sword tightly and vanished from his spot, reappearing right in front of the man. With a flash, the sword cut through the air, aiming straight for the opponent's vital points. Just then, the woman in black coldly said, "Are you trying to violate the rules of the City of Slaughter?" The burly man turned pale with fear at her words and suddenly froze upon seeing the woman in black. She slowly stepped out from the shadows, her figure appearing even more enigmatic under the moonlight. Her voice was calm and resolute, as if it could penetrate everyone's soul. "This is the outer city. The rules of the City of Slaughter are clear, no random attacks. Only upon entering the inner city can one engage in lawless combat. You seem to be newcomers. I suggest you adapt to the outer city for a while before challenging the more brutal battles in the inner city." Her words carried an undeniable authority that discouraged any dissent. The surrounding air seemed to grow heavy with her presence, and everyone could feel the invisible pressure. Her gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on the burly man, as if warning him not to act recklessly. The woman in black seemed unsatisfied with merely warning them. She continued, "Remember, this is the City of Slaughter, not a place for you to run wild. If you dare to defy the rules again, it won't be just a simple warning." An indescribable feeling of nausea surged within the white figure. The City of Slaughter before him was vastly different from the descriptions he had read in novels. What he once thought was a fictional scene was now vividly unfolding before his eyes, sending chills down his spine. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and echoes of past battles filled the atmosphere with roars and wails. On both sides of the street, dilapidated buildings were stained with mottled blood, as if narrating the cruelty and ruthlessness that once prevailed here. The streets were sparsely populated, and the occasional figures appeared dark and indifferent, as if everyone had been assimilated by their environment, losing their former kindness and innocence. Most of the people living here are those with heinous crimes. So rather than seeing this place as a training ground, it would be more accurate to call it prison, right? The woman in black nodded, her gaze toward the white figure filled with appreciation. "That's right. Take me to the inner city. I want to go to the Hell Arena." "Are you sure you want to do this? You just arrived in the City of Slaughter. With you by my side, I feel safe. Who would dare challenge the authority of the King of Slaughter? You are the King's envoy. I'm sure no one will lay a hand on you." The woman in black looked deeply at the white figure, nodded, her eyes glimmering with determination and admiration. She turned and walked firmly toward the inner city, each step seemingly leaving a deep imprint on the ground. The white figure followed closely behind, their silhouettes elongated in the moonlight, resembling two ghostly shadows traversing through the bloody and death-laden City of Slaughter. The surrounding buildings gradually grew taller and more imposing, and the streetlights became dim and cold. The air was suffused with a stifling sense of oppression, as if an invisible force was binding everyone's soul. The woman in black did not halt her pace, leading the white figure through narrow and winding streets until they finally arrived at a massive iron gate. Standing before the iron gate, the woman in black placed her palm gently against the cold surface. With a low rumbling sound, the gate slowly opened inward, revealing a dark passage leading deeper inside. She glanced back at the white figure, her eyes shining with unwavering light, as if to tell him that the path ahead would be even more challenging. But as long as he had determination, he could continue forward. The white figure took a deep breath and stepped into the passage behind the woman in black. Darkness enveloped them instantly, with only a faint light ahead guiding their way. The air was thick with dampness and decay, and distant low growls could be heard, sending chills down their spines. Upon arriving at the Hell Arena, he discovered that the arena was oval-shaped. What are the rules of the arena? Very simple. Register with your identity tag. You cannot act before the match begins, but once it starts, you can use any means necessary. You just need to survive. A survival game? I like it. I advise you not to provoke others. If you do, the newcomer protection period will not be effective. I want to take a look inside. Sure, but you need a Bloody Mary. It can be yours or someone else's. That means I can rob. The white figure's gaze fell on a bald man who had just exited, noticing he was holding a Bloody Mary. "Hand me the Bloody Mary." The bald man appeared to have heard a hilarious joke. "What did you say?" The white figure moved like a cheetah, instantly appearing beside the bald man. His movements were swift and precise, as if everything had been calculated. The bald man only saw a flash before the white figure's fist struck hard against his temple. With a loud thud, the bald man was knocked back as if hit by a heavy hammer, losing control of his body. And the Bloody Mary flew out of his hand, tracing a red arc in the air. The white figure was quick, catching the flying Bloody Mary and standing firmly in place, his eyes coldly scanning the surroundings. The crowd around them was stunned by this sudden turn of events, falling into a dead silence. They looked at the white figure's cold and determined gaze, feeling an inexplicable fear rising within them. The actions of the white shadow immediately attracted the attention of those around, who turned their gazes towards this newcomer challenger. The bald man was disoriented by the white shadow's swift attacks, taking a while to regain his senses. He glared at the white shadow, his eyes filled with rage. "Kid, how dare you steal my Bloody Mary, seeking death?" The bald man shouted angrily and suddenly charged towards the white shadow. Although his speed was fast, it appeared incredibly slow in the eyes of the white shadow. The white shadow smiled slightly, and with a flash of movement, easily dodged the bald man's attack. The bald man's attack missed, and he was startled. Just as he was about to turn around, he felt a strong gust of wind approaching. Instinctively, he raised his hand to block it, only to hear a crack, followed by intense pain in his arm. It turned out that the white shadow had taken advantage of his unpreparedness to deliver a heavy punch to his arm. The bald man let out a scream, losing his balance and falling to the ground. The white shadow did not give him any chance to catch his breath and quickly stepped forward, placing a foot on his chest. "Now, this Bloody Mary belongs to me," the white shadow said coldly, raising the Bloody Mary in front of the bald man's eyes. Feeling the heavy pressure on his chest and the cold aura emanating from the white shadow, the anger in the bald man's heart was instantly extinguished. He understood that he had encountered a true powerhouse, an existence he could not compete with. The woman in black was also shocked by this scene. Looking at the white shadow's cold and domineering figure, a sense of awe rising in her heart. They knew that this newcomer challenger was definitely not a simple character. Facing the siege of the bald man and his brothers, the white shadow showed no signs of panic. He stood calmly in place, his gaze piercing, as if he had already seen through the other party's intentions. Just when everyone thought the white shadow was about to fall into a predicament, he suddenly pulled out a soul-guided pistol from his pocket. The pistol gleamed with a cold metallic luster, its muzzle aimed at the approaching crowd. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of gunfire rang out like a call from the Grim Reaper. Every bullet hit its target precisely, and the once arrogant bald man's brothers fell to the ground one by one, groaning in pain. The white shadow's movements were clean and decisive, without any hesitation. He holstered the pistol, his gaze sweeping over the fallen figures, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. At the entrance, the white shadow stood before the massive container, holding the Bloody Mary in his hands. Inside the container, a dark red liquid flowed slowly, emitting a nauseating stench, as if it were the wails of countless souls converging. The white shadow showed no hesitation, slowly pouring the Bloody Mary into the container. As the liquid flowed in, the dark red color in the container seemed to deepen, and the foul odor intensified. The white shadow could clearly feel the surrounding temperature dropping slightly due to this stench. He frowned slightly, but his eyes shimmered with determination. After pouring in the Bloody Mary, the white shadow took a deep breath, as if he wanted to inhale the stench into his lungs. He felt a strange power surging within him, as if something was slowly awakening. He did not stay too long and turned to walk deeper into the fighting arena. Soon, he registered with his identity badge. In the slaughter arena, 9 figures slowly surrounded him. Their gazes were cold, clearly unfriendly to the newcomer. They varied in stature, some tall and powerful, others small and agile, but all exuded a sharp, killing intent. The white shadow stood in the center of the arena, calmly surveying the 9 around him. He showed no fear, but rather straightened his back, appearing exceptionally resolute. He knew that this battle was unavoidable and could only move forward bravely. As a cold wind blew, the 9 simultaneously launched their attacks. They used fists, feet, blades, and swords, their assaults fierce and rapid. The white shadow moved nimbly, dodging the attacks while also seeking opportunities to counterattack. His movements were swift and precise, with each dodge perfectly timed and each counterattack powerful. Just as the battle intensified, the white shadow suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. He looked up to see a burly man wielding a massive battle axe, swinging it down at him. The axe gleamed with a chilling light, clearly not an ordinary weapon. The white shadow's heart tightened, but he did not retreat. He took a deep breath, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. When the burly man's axe struck empty air, the white shadow had already appeared behind him. He grabbed the back of the burly man's neck and forcefully threw him to the ground. This strike not only rendered the burly man powerless, but also left the other attackers dumbfounded. They did not expect this seemingly frail newcomer to possess such astonishing strength. Seizing the opportunity, the White Shadow unleashed an even fiercer offensive. After an intense battle, the White Shadow finally killed all 9 opponents. He stood in the center of the arena, panting heavily, but his eyes shimmered with excitement. This battle made him feel a long-lost sense of blood and passion, and it deepened his understanding of his own strength. The White Shadow traversed through dark and narrow streets, finally finding a relatively luxurious courtyard. He pushed open the dilapidated wooden door, a musty smell wafting in, but the White Shadow paid it no mind. He entered the courtyard and looked around, seeing that the flowers and grass had withered, but he could still discern the former splendor of the place. The White Shadow found a relatively flat piece of ground, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate and adjust his breathing. He closed his eyes, took deep breaths, and isolated himself from the external noise and sounds of slaughter. His heart gradually calmed, as if he had entered a realm of tranquility. The air around him seemed to soften due to his meditation. As a gentle breeze rustled the withered leaves in the courtyard, the White Shadow's breathing became steadier, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He knew that through this meditation, he could better control his emotions, maintain calmness and clarity, and prepare for the challenges ahead. Just as the White Shadow was immersed in his meditative world, a sudden hurried sound of footsteps broke the tranquility. He abruptly opened his eyes and saw a group of people dressed in black rushing towards the courtyard. Their expressions were grim, and they wielded sharp swords, clearly not coming with good intentions. The White Shadow's heart tightened, but he did not panic. He stood up, coldly scanning the group of black-clad individuals. He took a deep breath, adjusting his internal strength to its optimal state. Then, he walked boldly towards the group of black-clad individuals. The black-clad individuals quickly surrounded the White Shadow, holding swords that glinted coldly, clearly trained assassins. The White Shadow's heart tightened, but he maintained his composure. Suddenly, he vanished from his spot. The black-clad individuals were thrown into a panic, looking around but unable to find the White Shadow's trace. Just as they were flustered, the White Shadow suddenly emerged from behind one of the black-clad individuals, delivering a heavy punch to his back. The black-clad man immediately spat out blood and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the other black-clad individuals cried out in alarm and rushed towards the White Shadow. However, the White Shadow's movements were extremely elusive, and they could not grasp his trajectory. The White Shadow darted among the black-clad individuals, each strike precise and ruthless. Soon, the black-clad individuals fell one after another. The White Shadow stood in place, coldly watching the fallen assassins, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He knew that this was merely a small trial for him in this city of slaughter, and the real challenge lay ahead. He had to find a safe place, otherwise, it was too dangerous to remain here. Chapter 123. Hulaina the White Shadow officially began his journey of slaughter. The surrounding smell of blood was almost suffocating, but he seemed to feel nothing, mechanically swinging the sword in his hand, each swing taking a life. However, even he began to experience inner turmoil. Whenever he saw those terrified, desperate eyes, he couldn't help but think of his original intention. He came here to seek greater power, to protect those truly innocent people. But now he found himself caught in endless slaughter, as if he had become an emotionless executioner. This feeling made him nauseous, made him want to escape this bloody place. But slowly, he began to like this feeling. Over the past few months, his soul power had not increased, but his killing intent grew at a visible rate. One day, BaiYing discovered a familiar figure at the edge of a desolate battlefield. It was a woman, with long hair, cascading over her shoulders and a delicate face, yet carrying a hint of barely noticeable fatigue. Her eyes sparkled with a vigilant light, intently watching BaiYing approach. BaiYing walked slowly towards her, each step seeming to tread on the silent heartstrings, causing a slight tremor. Hulaina. He silently murmured this name in his heart, the prized disciple of Pope Bibi Dong, now appearing here. Stop. Who are you? Hulaina's voice broke the silence, tinged with tension. Her hands were tightly clenched, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. BaiYing halted, turning to face Hulaina, his gaze revealing a deep calm. The moonlight spilled over his stern face, adding a touch of mystery to his figure. Don't be tense. I'm also from the Spirit Hall. His voice was deep and firm, as if it could penetrate the night silence. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's vigilance did not completely dissipate, but the soul power in her hands slightly retracted. As Bibi Dong's direct disciple, you actually came here to gain the domain of the goddess slaughter? BaiYing continued. his gaze shifting over Hulayina, as if searching for something. Hulayina took a deep breath, slowly walking towards BaiYing. Her steps were light, yet conveyed a determined resolve. She approached BaiYing, looking up at him with curiosity and inquiry in her eyes. "Did you come here for this as well?" Hulayina asked softly, a hint of sadness in her voice. BaiYing nodded slightly, not saying much. He understood that everyone here had come in pursuit of greater power, regardless of their motives. Hulayina looked at him, suddenly spreading her arms and smiling. Her smile like the spring sun, warm and dazzling. "Since we are both from the spirit hall, let's walk together," she said, stepping forward. BaiYing watched her back, a surge of inexplicable emotions rising in his heart. "Where are you going?" "To the Hell's killing field. I must return quickly to gain the domain of the god of slaughter." "Are you that anxious?" Hulayina said coldly with a huff. "As the saintess of the spirit hall, do you want me to fall just like you?" "I am not falling here. I am training here." "Fine, do as you wish. If you need anything, you can find me anytime. After all, we both belong to the spirit hall. We could be considered companions." In the city of slaughter, it was cold and dark. In a spacious room, light filtered through the gaps, illuminating a chair intricately carved from a crystal skull. On the chair, a figure was faintly visible, seemingly merging with the surrounding darkness, emanating a chilling aura. The holy dragon of light had just won a bloody battle, and under the dim light, his figure appeared particularly tall. He walked to the chair and bowed his head, reporting to the figure, "Great King of Slaughter. We haven't had newcomers in the city of slaughter for a long time. Should we start to approach him this time?" The figure on the chair slowly raised its head, revealing a pale and sinister face. Its eyes sparkled with a cold light, as if able to see through all the secrets in the darkness. After a moment of silence, it spoke slowly. "Do you think he can win 100 consecutive matches?" The black-clad woman took a deep breath, as if recalling the entanglements with the spirit hall. The light in her eyes flickered with complex emotions, both vigilance and a hint of unwillingness. Winning 100 consecutive matches is just a matter of time for him. The black-clad woman's voice was deep and firm. She knew BaiYing's strength could not be underestimated. However, when she mentioned the difficulty of traversing the Hell Road, her expression became grave. The Hell Road, that is a path filled with unknowns and dangers. Even powerful soul masters may not be able to return unscathed. The black-clad woman continued, her voice carrying a hint of awe. She seemed to see the figures of those who had once attempted to cross the Hell Road, but ultimately fell in pools of blood. Every time the Hell Road opens, it requires hundreds of sacrifices. This is too great a loss for our city of slaughter. Should we arrange for him and the Hell's messenger to fight in the same match and let them kill each other? The tone of the black-clad woman changed here. In the next moment, the strange eyes of the king of slaughter emitted 2 beams of red light, and he became enraged. Deep within the city of slaughter, in a dark chamber, the king of slaughter's crimson eyes flickered with furious light. He suddenly stood up, his black robe billowing, like a demon awakening in the night. The air around him seemed to grow heavy and oppressive under his imposing presence. "Who do you think those 2 are?" The king of slaughter's voice was low and cold, each word seeming to be squeezed out between his teeth. His face was terrifyingly pale, as if eroded by anger. The black-clad woman felt the terrifying aura emanating from the king of slaughter, and her body involuntarily trembled. She lowered her head, not daring to meet those crimson eyes, and trembled as she replied, I just thought this could reduce the losses of the city of slaughter." "Losses?" The king of slaughter sneered, his tone filled with sarcasm. "Do you think I care about those insignificant lives? What I care about is the safety of the city of slaughter. If we provoke a powerful entity, the city of slaughter will face devastating consequences." He waved his hand violently, a powerful soul force instantly knocking the black-clad woman to the ground. She screamed, but did not dare to utter a word of complaint. "Remember, do not bring up such foolish suggestions again next time." The king of slaughter said coldly, "That BaiYing and that Hulayina are both people worth my attention. I want to see how far they can go." After speaking, he turned and walked deeper into the chamber, his figure gradually disappearing into the darkness, leaving the black-clad woman trembling on the ground. BaiYing stood in the dim corridor, exuding a faint smell of blood. He closed his eyes, feeling the killing intent and hostility around him, as if he had become a part of this world of slaughter. Suddenly, a knock on the door broke the silence. BaiYing's brow furrowed slightly, a sense of alertness rising within him. He took a deep breath, slowly opening his eyes, which sparkled with a cold light. "Who is it?" BaiYing's voice was deep and cold, as if it could penetrate the surrounding darkness. "It's me. No need to be tense." A familiar voice sounded, and then Hulaina pushed the door in. Her figure appeared particularly graceful in the dim corridor, her face adorned with a faint smile. BaiYing looked at Hulaina's arrival. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He did not expect that this saintess of the spirit hall would come to find him at this time. "What are you doing here?" BaiYing's tone carried a hint of vigilance. Hulaina chuckled lightly, stepping forward and whispering, "I heard you were about to leave, so I specifically came to see you." BaiYing raised an eyebrow, looking at her with some surprise. Hulaina continued, "I know your strength is great, but you also know the rules of the city of slaughter. It is filled with unknowns and dangers. You need to be careful and not too impulsive." BaiYing was silent for a moment and nodded. He understood that Hulaina's reminder came from good intentions. Although he was confident in his own strength, he couldn't afford to be careless. "I have another request," Hulaina suddenly said, her expression becoming serious. "Go ahead," BaiYing replied, looking at her, waiting for her next words. "If possible, I hope we can work together to navigate the Hell Road." There was a hint of determination in Hulaina's voice. "I know it's difficult, but I have a feeling that only by joining forces can we succeed." Hulaina wasn't sure if he would agree, but it was the only way. After all, both of them were from the Spirit Hall, and she had heard of this holy son, whose strength was extremely formidable. BaiYing was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Hulaina to make such a request, but seeing her serious expression, he knew she meant it. He was silent for a moment, and then slowly nodded. "Okay, I agree," BaiYing said, "but we must be fully prepared. The Hell Road is not easy to traverse." The two exchanged smiles, as if they had reached a certain understanding. They both knew that the road ahead would be even more difficult, but they believed that as long as they trusted each other and supported one another, they could cross this sea of slaughter. As night fell, the lights of the city of slaughter gradually lit up. BaiYing and Hulaina walked side by side on the dark streets, their figures appearing particularly resolute under the lights. The surrounding soul masters looked at them with awe in their eyes. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps broke the night's tranquility. A group of figures rushed out of the darkness, charging towards BaiYing and Hulaina. They wielded sharp blades, their eyes gleaming with a crazed killing intent. BaiYing and Hulaina exchanged a glance, a hint of chill passing through their eyes. They knew this was an unavoidable challenge. BaiYing's figure moved, instantly disappearing from his original spot. The next moment, he appeared behind one of the soul masters, charging at the front, delivering a heavy punch to his back. The soul master let out a scream, his body flying out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. Hulaina was not idle either. The long sword in her hand flashed with cold light, each swing taking the life of a soul master. Her movements were light and swift, like a butterfly dancing gracefully. Soon, the group of charging soul masters lay in a pool of blood. BaiYing and Hulaina stood in place, their bodies not stained with a single drop of blood, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with them. In the night, a shadow quietly approached, moving so quickly that it made both BaiYing and Hulaina feel a bit of pressure. They quickly turned around and saw a soul master cloaked in black robes appear before them. The soul master exuded a powerful and eerie aura, as if possessing the power to devour everything. "Another one who isn't afraid of death," BaiYing sneered, a glint of battle intent flashing in his eyes. The black-robed soul master said nothing, slowly raising his hand, condensing a dark light in the palm. That light contained an endless aura of death, as if it could devour all vitality. BaiYing and Hulaina exchanged a glance, knowing that this opponent was unusual. They each released powerful soul energy, preparing to face this unknown challenge. At that moment, BaiYing directly activated the soul guide, and in an instant, the destroyer unleashed its cannon. The black-robed soul master paused, clearly startled by the sudden light. Taking advantage of this moment, BaiYing and Hulaina launched their attacks, their figures intertwining in the air, releasing powerful waves of soul energy. The black-robed soul master had no choice but to abandon his original offensive and turn to deal with this sudden crisis. However, the light did not dissipate. Instead, it grew brighter. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the light, charging straight at the black-robed soul master. The speed of that figure was so fast that the black-robed soul master couldn't react at all. With a scream, the black-robed soul master was violently knocked away by that figure, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. The figure that emerged from the light slowly landed, revealing a familiar face. It was Tang San. Although Tang San had awakened the bloodline of the Blue-Silver Emperor and his appearance had changed, Hulaina might not recognize him. But BaiYing, as a traveler, certainly did. Tang San hadn't expected to encounter these two here. At this moment, Tang Sect realized he wasn't in control of his own killing intent, feeling as if he was a ruthless killer who would strike at anyone. Let's go. BaiYing's voice interrupted Hulaina's thoughts. He gently patted her shoulder, signaling for them to leave. The two walked side by side on the dark streets of the city of slaughter, the dim yellow lights stretching their shadows long. The surroundings were eerily silent. Only the occasional sounds of soul masters fighting and screams breaking the quiet. The air was thick with the smell of blood, as if every inch of land was soaked with the blood of countless soul masters. BaiYing's gaze was deep and determined, as if he could see beyond this darkness and bloodshed to a farther place. Hulaina followed closely beside him, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. A mix of fear of the unknown and anticipation for the future. Chapter 124, Detoxification. 2. Cooperation is fine, but I have one condition. You must listen to my commands. Hulaina said somewhat unhappily. Why should I? Simply because you're already deeply poisoned, BaiYing said coldly. Poisoned? How could I be poisoned? If I were really poisoned, how could I not know? Do you often feel restless? Do you find that drinking Bloody Mary calms your body? I have studied the city of slaughter carefully and found that there's a kind of chronic poison in the air which makes people excited and uncontrollable in their bloodlust. Drinking Bloody Mary is like drinking poison to quench thirst. Bloody Mary itself is also a kind of chronic poison. You are already poisoned, you just don't realize it. Hulaina's expression changed slightly. She felt that something was indeed wrong with her body, but had never thought it was poisoning. She frowned and looked at BaiYing, a hint of vigilance flashing in her eyes. How do you know all this? BaiYing sneered, pulling out a porcelain bottle from his pocket and gently shaking it. The sound of liquid sloshing inside. This is the antidote. Only I can give it to you. A glimmer of greed flashed in Hulaina's eyes, but was quickly overshadowed by caution. How can I trust you? BaiYing tossed the porcelain bottle to Hulaina, who instinctively caught it. The bottle felt cold in her hand, seemingly dispelling a hint of restlessness in her heart. Believe it or not, but you need it now. BaiYing's voice seemed to have a magical quality that made Hulaina waver. After hesitating for a moment, Hulaina ultimately uncorked the porcelain bottle. A refreshing scent wafted out, invigorating her spirit. She carefully poured a little liquid into her mouth. The liquid melted as it went down her throat, like a cool stream washing over her body, bringing her unprecedented comfort. Hulaina looked at BaiYing in surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief. Is this really the antidote? BaiYing smiled slightly, confidence sparkling in his eyes. Of course, I never lie. As long as you are willing to listen to my commands, I can guarantee you will no longer be troubled by that poison. Hulaina took a deep breath, determination flashing in her eyes. All right, I agree. But if you dare to deceive me, I will never let you go. You don't need to be so nervous. Rest assured, I have no reason to harm you. Not to mention, we are not enemies, and moreover, we are both in the Spear Hall. Hulaina took a deep breath, her gaze firm. She tilted her head back and drank the potion from the bottle in one go. The potion felt cool as it went down, as if carrying a unique power that slowly spread within her body. She closed her eyes, feeling the power gradually calming the heat and restlessness in her body. BaiYing watched as Hulaina drank the potion, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He said lightly, "Aren't you afraid I might poison you?" Hulaina opened her eyes, a glimmer of wisdom shining in them. She chuckled softly and replied, "If you wanted to poison me, you wouldn't have told me all this. Moreover, killing me wouldn't benefit you either. I believe our cooperation will be more advantageous than your acting alone." BaiYing's expression changed slightly. He hadn't expected Hulaina to be so clever as to directly address his concerns. He looked deeply at her, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Hulaina smiled gently, her expression revealing a trace of pride and confidence. She continued, "Moreover, I am a disciple of Pope Bibidong. If you kill me, do you think my teacher would let you go? She is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and you must have heard of her ruthless methods." BaiYing's expression grew more serious. He indeed knew of Bibidong's methods, a figure that instilled fear in others. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within him. Hulaina went on, "Not to mention that you wouldn't dare to kill me. If you did, what would happen between the Spirit Hall and the Offering Hall would lead to a complete split of the Spirit Hall, and the consequences would be beyond what you could bear." BaiYing was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. "You are right. Our cooperation is indeed more beneficial than acting alone. However, I hope you understand that I'm not threatening you, but protecting you. This city of slaughter is filled with unknowns and dangers. We need to support each other to survive." Hulaina nodded, indicating her understanding. She looked at BaiYing, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She knew that this seemingly cold and heartless man actually had a gentle heart. Taking a deep breath, she said, "All right, I trust you. What should we do next?" BaiYing smiled slightly, his eyes shining with sharpness. "Next, you need to detoxify yourself, and we'll discuss the rest later." BaiYing looked at Hulaina with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "The poison in your body is deep. You must detoxify as soon as possible. At the same time, we need to be mentally prepared, as we might lose our sanity on the path to hell." Hearing this, Hulaina's expression changed slightly. She clenched her fists, feeling the restless power within her. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, nodding to show she understood. She sat cross-legged and began to meditate with her eyes closed. Following BaiYing's instructions, Hulaina slowly sat down, closed her eyes tightly, and began to enter a meditative state. The air around her seemed to quiver gently with her breath, carrying a strange rhythm. As time passed, black impurities began to seep out of Hulaina's body, as if being squeezed out from beneath her skin, sticky and emitting an unpleasant odor. Her complexion became even paler, but her gaze grew more resolute. A nauseating smell filled the air, but Hulaina seemed oblivious, focusing solely on her meditation. Her body trembled slightly, as if undergoing a painful transformation. BaiYing quietly stood by, his gaze never leaving Hulaina. He could sense the restless power within her gradually calming, but he also detected a deeper presence slowly awakening. Suddenly, Hulaina's body trembled violently, as if stimulated by something intense. Her eyes snapped open, sparkling with an eerie brilliance, as if she had become a different person. BaiYing was startled. He quickly stepped forward, grabbing Hulaina's shoulders in an attempt to wake her. "Hulaina, wake up!" However, Hulaina seemed not to hear him. Her gaze was vacant and deep, as if controlled by some force. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, and a powerful aura erupted from her, causing the surrounding air to hum. BaiYing's heart sank. He understood that the toxins within Hulaina were acting up, and it was even more intense than before. He quickly pulled out another vial of potion from his pocket, an emergency antidote he had prepared for her. He pried open Hulaina's mouth and poured the potion into it. As soon as the potion entered, Hulaina's body jolted, as if a cool power was spreading within her, counteracting the restless force. BaiYing focused intently on Hulaina, his hands constantly patting her to help guide the cool energy. Gradually, Hulaina's eyes began to regain clarity, and her body stopped trembling so violently. Indeed, Hulaina was stunningly beautiful. It was simply breathtaking. Hulaina coughed lightly and slowly opened her eyes. She realized she was standing in a man's embrace, and that man was BaiYing. Her face instantly turned crimson, like a ripe apple. She hurriedly broke free from BaiYing's arms, stepping back and lowering her head, unable to look at him. "Tell me what happened to me." Hulaina's voice trembled as she felt her heart racing violently, as if it were about to leap out of her chest. BaiYing looked at her bashful appearance, feeling an inexplicable emotion welling up in his heart. He smiled gently and said, "The toxins have been completely expelled from your body. As long as you don't drink that Bloody Mary, you should be fine." BaiYing looked at Hulaina, his eyes softening. "All right, you should go take a shower." Hulaina was momentarily taken aback, then looked down to see that her originally white clothes were now dirty and emitted an unpleasant smell. She immediately felt embarrassed, her cheeks flushing as she quietly said, I'll go right now." With that, she turned and ran toward the nearby bathroom. Watching Hulaina's retreating figure, BaiYing shook his head gently, feeling a sense of emotion inside. He knew that although this girl seemed strong on the outside, she was actually very fragile inside. It was already quite difficult for her to have persevered in a place like the City of Slaughter. BaiYing took a deep breath, casting aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. In the bathroom, mist enveloped the air as Hulaina stood under the shower, allowing the warm water to wash away her weary body. She gently removed her close-fitting clothes, revealing skin as white as jade, glowing softly under the light. The water flowed over her skin, washing away all the dirt and fatigue. Hulaina closed her eyes, feeling the comfort brought by the water, but an inexplicable emotion surged within her heart. She recalled the moment when BaiYing had saved her. That cold and ruthless man had now become a warm light in her heart. She sighed softly, feeling a bit confused. She didn't know why she felt this way about him. Perhaps it was due to his strength and coldness, or perhaps it was because he had reached out to help her when she was at her most helpless. BaiYing stood outside the bathroom, the sound of water faintly reaching his ears. His gaze unintentionally fell upon the clothes Hulaina had changed out of. The once pristine garments were now stained with black impurities, appearing exceptionally glaring. His gaze gradually moved upward, landing on the closed bathroom door. Behind that door was the woman who made his heart race. Her figure lingered in his mind, and each interaction fueled the flames of desire within him. BaiYing took a deep breath, trying to calm his restless emotions. He knew he couldn't act impulsively, especially not now. Hulaina was the saintess of the spirit hall, and her status was extraordinary. He couldn't afford to offend her easily. Just as BaiYing was deep in thought, the bathroom door suddenly creaked open. Hulaina walked out of the bathroom, her long hair damp and draped over her shoulders, a hint of blush on her face, and her eyes sparkling with a watery gleam. She wore a loose bathrobe that subtly outlined her curvaceous figure, adding to her alluring charm. Upon seeing this, BaiYing's heart couldn't help but flutter. He quickly averted his gaze, too afraid to look again. Hulaina seemed to sense his unusual reaction. She slightly lowered her head, a shy blush rising on her face. She approached BaiYing and softly said, "Thank you, to show my gratitude for saving me. I'm quite tired today anyway, so I'll sleep here tonight." BaiYing looked up, gazing at her enchanting appearance, and felt his heart race. He suppressed his impulses and gently said, "It's better if you go out. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist doing something I shouldn't." Hulaina smiled slightly, her smile carrying a hint of teasing and charm, like a blooming rose, both beautiful and thorny. She moved closer to BaiYing, their distance gradually decreasing until she could distinctly feel his breath. "Do you really dare?" Hulaina whispered, her voice tinged with a challenge and perhaps a hint of expectation. Her gaze fixed on BaiYing. Her eyes seemed to possess a magical allure that drew him in irresistibly. BaiYing felt a rush in his heart. He knew well how beautiful and enticing this woman before him was, but he also understood that he couldn't be easily captivated by her beauty. He took a deep breath, striving to keep calm, seeing BaiYing's nervous and restrained demeanor. Hulaina felt a mischievous thrill surge within her. She leaned slightly forward, closing the distance between them, almost able to feel their breaths intertwining. "Don't you want to do something?" she softly asked, her voice carrying a hint of seduction, as if it could stir one's heartstrings. Her gaze locked onto BaiYing's, her eyes shimmering with enticing light, as if they were drawing him in completely. BaiYing felt his heart race, almost threatening to burst from his chest. He struggled to control his breathing, trying not to let it become too rapid. However, Hulaina seemed unwilling to back down. She continued to move closer until their noses nearly touched. At that moment, BaiYing suddenly wrapped his arms around Hulaina's waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Hulaina was slightly taken aback, and a blush crept on her face. She wanted to struggle, but found BaiYing's embrace so warm and strong that she couldn't help but feel a bit intoxicated by it. "Don't move," BaiYing whispered, his voice filled with magnetism, compelling her to obey. Hulaina ceased to struggle and instead nestled quietly in his arms, feeling a sense of security she had never experienced before. BaiYing's breath brushed against her ear, sending a tingling sensation through her. He leaned down and gently kissed her neck. That tender touch made Hulaina's body stiffen momentarily, and her heart raced even faster. BaiYing gently caressed Hulaina's long hair, and the two of them embraced quietly, as if time had stopped at that moment. Suddenly, BaiYing felt the person in his arms shift slightly, and then he heard Hulaina softly say, "BaiYing, do you know? I've never felt as at ease as I do right now." BaiYing's heart stirred. He lowered his head to look into Hulaina's clear eyes and softly said, "As long as I'm here, you'll never be alone." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt Hulaina's body tremble slightly, and then she lifted her head and kissed his lips. The kiss came so suddenly, yet felt so natural. BaiYing felt his heart race instantly, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. He held Hulaina tightly, responding to this unexpected kiss. A series of sounds that couldn't pass the review rang out. As the night deepened, BaiYing and Hulaina's breaths gradually steadied. They embraced and fell asleep, as if the whole world consisted only of the two of them. Suddenly, a slight sound broke the tranquility of the night. BaiYing abruptly opened his eyes, alertly scanning the surroundings. He saw a shadow flash outside the window, moving at incredible speed. His heart raced. Could someone be coming to assassinate them? He quickly got up, shielding Hulaina behind him, ready to confront any potential danger. However, the shadow seemed unaware of the anomaly inside the house and sped away into the distance. BaiYing felt puzzled. Could it be that he was overthinking? He turned to look at Hulaina, who had a hint of panic on her face, clearly awakened by the earlier noise. He comforted her softly. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Chapter 125. braving the path of hell, but there was no one outside the door. Yet BaiYing remained vigilant. Could it be that I saw wrong? Under the night sky, in the shadows outside the door, a woman in black stood quietly. Her face was hidden in the shadow of her cloak. Only her cold, piercing eyes glimmering with a chilling light in the moonlight. Her figure was lithe, exuding an aura unlike any ordinary person. BaiYing stood inside the door, peering through the crack, warily watching this unexpected guest. He gripped a short sword tightly in his hand, ready to respond to any sudden situation. "Can we talk?" The woman in black said in a low, calm voice, carrying an undeniable authority. BaiYing frowned slightly, pondering internally. He did not recognize this woman, nor did he understand why she had come to him. But his instincts told him that this woman was not an ordinary person. The moonlight was like silver, casting down upon the silent street. The black-clad woman slowly removed her cloak, revealing a strikingly beautiful yet resolute face. Her eyes sparkled with a determined light, as if she could see through the hearts of others. BaiYing stood at the door, the moonlight illuminating his face, reflecting his deep-set eyes and tightly pursed lips. He gazed at the woman in black, trying to read her true intentions through her eyes. "What brings you?" As the messenger of the King of Slaughter, BaiYing's voice was cold and firm, each word revealing his vigilance and distrust. The woman in black smiled slightly, a smile that seemed to conceal some deeper meaning. "I want to leverage your strength to overthrow the King of Slaughter's reign. We can cooperate." Her voice was calm and confident, as if everything was under her control. Upon hearing this, BaiYing's eyes flashed with surprise. He had never thought that this mysterious woman in black would make such a request. The King of Slaughter was the undisputed ruler of this land, his power nearly unmatched. Overthrowing his reign was a downright insane idea. The woman in black raised her head slightly. Under the moonlight, her face appeared even more beautiful, but her eyes sparkled with a cunning light. She parted her lips, her voice low yet filled with temptation. "I know you are the elite of the Spirit Hall, and you may have heard of the true identity of the King of Slaughter. He is none other than Tang Chun, the founder of the Qian Sect, who once ruled the world." At this point, she paused slightly, her gaze piercing into BaiYing's as if trying to see through his heart. Then she continued, "The enmity between Tang Chun and your Spirit Hall runs deep. Now, we have a common enemy, and that is him. If we join forces, we can definitely overthrow him, which would undoubtedly be a great victory for your Spirit Hall." BaiYing thought to himself, if the King of Slaughter were dead, then the Slaughter City would surely descend into chaos. The Slaughter City is filled with ruthless people, and if they were to escape, it would pose a lethal threat to the entire continent, which is not something I wish to see. The woman in black smiled and said, "Don't worry, my strength is not inferior to theirs. Would you like to cooperate with me?" "All right, I agree to cooperate." BaiYing remained silent for a moment, his brow furrowed. He was well aware of the complexities and dangers of the Slaughter City. Everyone surviving there harbored deep malice and cruelty. If the King of Slaughter is really overthrown, then the entire order of the City of Slaughter will collapse completely. Those imprisoned villains will surge into the continent like a flood, causing unimaginable disasters. However, the words of the woman in black stirred waves in his heart. Her strength was unfathomable, and from her tone and demeanor, BaiYing could sense a powerful confidence and strength. If she truly had the ability to control the situation in the City of Slaughter, then this cooperation might indeed succeed. BaiYing took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "How can you guarantee that after overthrowing the King of Slaughter, you can control the situation in the City of Slaughter and prevent those villains from escaping?" The woman in black smiled slightly, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. "You need not worry about that. I have my ways. You just need to focus on working with me to deal with the King of Slaughter. As for the other matters, I will handle them properly." Looking at her confident demeanor, BaiYing couldn't help but waver in his heart. He knew this was a decision filled with risks and opportunities. If successful, they could not only overthrow the King of Slaughter's rule, but also bring great glory to the Spirit Hall. But if they failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. The woman smiled gently, her smile particularly mysterious in the moonlight. "How about this? What do you want?" "As long as I can do it." BaiYing's gaze was firm and deep as he gripped his short sword, feeling the cold touch of the blade. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "There's only one thing I want, to obtain the domain of the God of Slaughter. As long as you can ensure that those vicious people cannot escape the City of Slaughter, I am willing to help you. One more thing. I may not be able to take action against him right now. You should understand, my strength is too weak." The woman in black nodded slightly, a hint of appreciation flashing in her eyes. She extended her slender finger and gently traced an arc in the void, as if sketching some unknown power. Her voice was low and full of strength. All right, then it's settled. I will help you obtain the domain of the god of slaughter while ensuring that those villains cannot escape the city of slaughter. Together, we will surely create a new era. Of course, this premise is that you have sufficient strength. Back in the room, Hulaina spoke up. Do you trust her? I'm not that foolish, but I have to believe, BaiYing replied. The city of slaughter possesses the inheritance of the god of Shura, and now the inheritance of the god of Shura is with the king of slaughter. So if I want to successfully inherit the god of Shura, I must kill him. Hulaina stood beside BaiYing, the moonlight spilling on her smooth long hair, shimmering with a faint silver glow. She nodded gently, her eyes revealing a determined light, as if cheering for BaiYing's decision. BaiYing felt a warm current rise in his heart from Hulaina's support and trust. He turned around and exchanged a glance with Hulaina. Their eyes met in the air, as if thousands of words were conveyed without words. Just then, Hulaina suddenly stood on tiptoe and gently kissed his forehead. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and BaiYing could clearly feel the warmth of Hulaina's soft lips touching his forehead. This kiss, though devoid of verbal confession, was more heartfelt than any words. It conveyed Hulaina's infinite trust and support for BaiYing, also foreshadowing the journey they were about to embark on together, filled with the unknown and challenges. When the two completed 100 matches, the appearance of the King of Slaughter was like a storm, instantly sweeping across the entire Hell Slaughter arena. His figure was tall and majestic, exuding a strong killing intent, as if a demon god had walked out of hell. His gaze was cold and sharp, capable of penetrating all hypocrisy and lies. BaiYing and Hulaina stood in the arena, feeling the tide of killing intent rushing in, their hearts tightening. Their own killing intent was instantly drawn back into their bodies the moment the King of Slaughter appeared, as if bound by an invisible force. The King of Slaughter slowly spoke, his voice deep and authoritative. Hell Messenger, Light and Shadow Holy Dragon, congratulations on passing 100 matches. I have decided to make you my guest officials, allowing you free access to the city of slaughter. BaiYing and Hulaina shook their heads simultaneously, saying, We came here to venture into the Hell Road. A flash of killing intent crossed the King of Slaughter's eyes. If it weren't for the fear of the people behind these two, he would have likely killed them already. Are you too sure you don't want to reconsider? After all, you only live once. The King of Slaughter's voice echoed in the empty Hell Slaughter arena, carrying an undeniable authority. He slowly turned around, facing away from BaiYing and Hulaina, as if giving them one last chance. However, BaiYing and Hulaina did not flinch. They stood side by side, their gazes firmly fixed on the back of the King of Slaughter. Their hearts were filled with determination and courage, as if they were ready to face any challenge. The King of Slaughter slowly raised his hand, and a powerful energy began to gather in his palm. He turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife, staring at BaiYing and Hulaina. Since you insist, then go. The King of Slaughter's voice was cold and resolute. He suddenly waved his hand, and a dazzling light shot out from his palm, instantly piercing the dark sky. With a wave of the King of Slaughter's hand, those who were originally watching the show suddenly swelled up as if controlled by an invisible force, and then burst apart in a blinding red light. Their bodies seemed to transform into thick blood, rapidly merging into this Hell Slaughter arena filled with blood and death. At the same time, the entire Hell Slaughter arena began to tremble violently. The surrounding walls seemed to come alive, flowing with dark red liquid, which shimmered with a strange light under the moonlight. The air was thick with the smell of blood, making it almost impossible to breathe. BaiYing and Hulaina stood in the arena, and, at that moment, their senses were completely sealed. Everything around them became blurred, as if they were in a chaotic world. They could only rely on intuition and each other's aura to judge their positions. When BaiYing's eyes adjusted to the surrounding light again, he found himself and Hulaina standing on an oval stone platform. This platform floated in the void, surrounded by endless darkness, as if it had swallowed all light. Below the platform, the void was bottomless, seemingly hiding countless unknown secrets. A cold wind blew by, bringing a chill, and BaiYing couldn't help but shiver. He looked around, and a strong sense of unease surged in his heart. Suddenly, Hulaina's body began to tremble, her eyes turning red, as if controlled by some force. Her breathing became rapid, and a cruel smile curled on her lips, as if she had transformed into another person. BaiYing was shocked. He immediately realized that Hulaina might have been affected by some force. He tried to step forward and hold her hand to calm her emotions. But Hulaina suddenly broke free from his grasp and rushed toward the edge of the platform. BaiYing reacted quickly, taking a step forward and tightly embracing Hulaina. He felt Hulaina's body trembling violently, as if a powerful force was trying to pull her into the abyss. BaiYing took a deep breath, focused his energy, and slowly injected his soul power into Hulaina. As the soul power flowed, Hulaina's body gradually stopped trembling, and her red eyes returned to normal. She looked up at BaiYing, her eyes filled with gratitude and reliance. The two cautiously continued forward, each step taken with great care. The surrounding darkness seemed alive, tightly encircling them, preventing them from seeing the path ahead. BaiYing couldn't help but feel a sense of oppression in his heart. But he knew that he must remain calm and resolute at this moment. Suddenly, BaiYing had a flash of inspiration and took out a lighting soul guide from his storage soul guide. He gently pressed the switch, and a bright light instantly illuminated the space around them. Under the glow, the originally blurry path ahead became clear. BaiYing lightly pressed the switch of the flying soul guide, and a pair of wings glowing with a faint blue light slowly unfolded from behind him. The wings flapped gently, carrying him and Hulaina upward into the air. Hulaina curiously touched the wings, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As they flew halfway up, a horrifying sight suddenly unfolded before them. Below the road to hell was an endless sea of blood. The blood sea surged violently. The dark red liquid seemed to have a life of its own, roiling and emitting a nauseating stench. Under the moonlight, the surface of the blood sea flickered with eerie light, as if countless souls were struggling and wailing within it. BaiYing and Hulaina were shocked by this astonishing scene, both unable to help but gasp in horror. Hulaina tightly grasped BaiYing's hand, her eyes filled with fear and unease. BaiYing, on the other hand, stared intently at the blood sea below, a strong sense of unease rising in his heart. He knew that this blood sea must be the location of Bloody Mary in the city of slaughter, the source of the entire city of slaughter. BaiYing and Hulaina hovered in midair, with the rolling blood sea below them, the stench wafting up to their noses. They felt the temperature rising, as if they were in a giant furnace. In the blood sea, the dark red liquid boiled like magma, constantly churning and making gurgling sounds. Occasionally, one or two incomplete corpses would float up from the blood sea, appearing particularly horrifying. BaiYing focused on the front, trying to find traces of an exit. His brows were tightly knitted, filled with vigilance. He knew that in this dangerous road to hell, any negligence could lead to fatal consequences. Hulaina snuggled tightly next to BaiYing, her face pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She occasionally glanced down at the blood sea, her eyes full of fear and unease. BaiYing and Hulaina hovered in midair, the stench of the blood sea and the scorching heat waves intertwined, creating a suffocating sense of oppression. They slowly moved forward, each step feeling particularly heavy. The blood sea below surged more violently, as if something terrifying was hidden in the dark red waves. BaiYing's heart tightened, and he quietly released his soul power, forming an invisible barrier to protect himself and Hulaina. Hulaina's face turned even paler, biting her lower lip tightly, trying to overcome her fear. She felt the temperature continuing to rise, as if the very air was burning. She held BaiYing's hand tightly, seeking a bit of comfort. Suddenly, a sharp howl came from the blood sea, as if something was waking up. BaiYing's pupils constricted, and he cautiously looked down. In the center of the blood sea, a huge whirlpool slowly formed, dark red liquid pouring into it frantically, as if a terrifying creature was about to be born from it. Chapter 126. Battle with the King of Slaughter. Out of the blood sea came a group of blood-red bats, instantly attacking BaiYing and Hulaina in midair. Hulaina immediately exclaimed, "Not good. Something's coming. Don't panic," BaiYing said, facing the bats without any fear. Instead, he took out a soul guide grenade from his storage soul guide. With a bang, the grenade fell into the group of bats, and a violent explosion erupted, directly shattering the bats into pieces. Just as BaiYing felt triumphant, those shattered bats surprisingly reformed, and they became even larger, the blood-red light particularly glaring in the night. "This is the dark golden three-headed bat king," Hulaina exclaimed, her face showing fear. BaiYing's expression also changed. He did not expect these bats could merge into a more powerful existence. He quickly retreated while preparing to throw another soul guide grenade. However, the Blood Soul Bat King was much faster than he had imagined, instantly lunging in front of BaiYing, opening its massive mouth to swallow him whole. Seeing this, Hulaina immediately urged her soul power to rescue him, but it was too late. BaiYing's heart tightened, feeling his life was in serious danger. At this critical moment, he suddenly felt a powerful force surge from within him, a potential he had never tapped into before. Clenching his teeth, he swung his fist with all his might at the Blood Soul Bat King. As his fist moved, the air seemed to be torn apart. The Blood Soul Bat King was caught off guard by this sudden attack, momentarily stunned. BaiYing seized this opportunity, his figure flashing, and he flew away. The Blood Soul Bat King roared in anger, searching for BaiYing's trace, but BaiYing had already used the gap to escape this dangerous place with Ulaina. After flying a distance, the dark golden, three-headed Bat King continued to pursue relentlessly, its blood-red figure appearing even more terrifying in the night. A glint of determination flashed in BaiYing's eyes as he took a deep breath and shouted to Ulaina, "Hold it off. I have a plan." Then, he gazed at the blood sea before him, a resolute look crossing his face. Suddenly, his figure moved, diving directly toward the blood sea. Ulaina gasped, filled with confusion and fear, wondering if he was seeking his own death. However, just as she was about to lose sight of BaiYing, she saw him disappear into the blood sea, as if he had merged with this blood-red world. The next moment, the blood sea suddenly surged, and a dazzling light shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Ulaina stared in shock, filled with amazement and anticipation. Ulaina gritted her teeth, facing the approaching dark golden, three-headed Bat King. She took a deep breath and gathered all her soul power. The Bat King's blood-red figure became increasingly terrifying in the night, its massive wings flapping, stirring up gusts of bloody wind and rain. Ulaina understood that this battle was unavoidable, and she had to give it her all. Meanwhile, in the blood sea, BaiYing's figure flickered in and out of visibility. He closed his eyes tightly, as if engaging in some mysterious communication with the blood sea. A faint red light enveloped his body, and as he concentrated, the red light began to slowly absorb the surrounding blood sea. The energy within the blood sea seemed to be drawn in, continuously flowing into BaiYing's body. Ulaina fought with all her might against the dark golden three-headed Bat King, but the Bat King's power was overwhelming, and she gradually felt outmatched. Just as she was about to collapse, a dazzling light suddenly descended from the sky, striking the Bat King directly. The Bat King let out a piercing howl, momentarily stunned. As if injured by the light, Ulaina seized the opportunity to retreat, looking up to see BaiYing's figure gradually becoming visible in midair. He was surrounded by brilliant light, resembling a deity descending to earth. BaiYing held a long sword formed from the energy of the blood sea, the blade emitting a faint red light, exuding a mysterious and powerful force. BaiYing, wielding the long sword, moved swiftly toward the dark golden, three-headed Bat King. His speed was incredible, like a flash of lightning splitting the night sky. The Bat King roared, opening its massive mouth, trying to swallow BaiYing. But BaiYing was agile, sidestepping the Bat King's attack, while simultaneously swinging his long sword, a dazzling red light cutting across the sky, directly slashing toward the Bat King. Though the Bat King was powerful, it became flustered by BaiYing's sudden attack. It desperately flapped its wings, attempting to evade the strike, but it was already too late. The red light flashed by, and the Bat King's body was directly cut in half by the sword, blood splattering everywhere. The blood sea seemed to respond to some kind of call. The formerly calm surface suddenly surged, the blood-red waves rolling as if giant blood-colored dragons were swirling in the air. These dragons seemed to possess life, roaring and howling. Rushing toward the direction where BaiYing was located, the white shadow stood in the center of the sea of blood, his figure appearing even taller under the crimson glow. He closed his eyes tightly, slowly extending his arms as if welcoming the massive energy. As the sea of blood surged, powerful streams of energy began to flow into the white shadow's body, causing a faint red light to emanate around him. This red glow intensified, as if it were going to engulf the entire sea of blood. The white shadow's body trembled slightly under the impact of this energy, but his gaze remained as firm as ever. He knew this was the key moment for his breakthrough, and he had to persevere. In the center of the sea of blood, the surrounding bloody Mary surged like a raging torrent, constantly battering his body. However, he seemed to transform into a rock, unmoved by the crashing waves. His eyes were tightly closed, and his expression was calm, as if undergoing a baptism. As the Bloody Mary continued to flow in, a blazing fire seemed to ignite within the white shadow. His soul power surged wildly under the impact of this energy, boiling like water. Each drop of Bloody Mary contained potent poison, but under the white shadow's immunity to all toxins, These poisons transformed into a source of his power. His body gradually became crystal clear under the washing of this energy, resembling a flawless gem. His soul power level rapidly increased, soaring from level 52 to finally breaking through the level 60 barrier. At that moment, he felt as if he had merged with the entire sea of blood, becoming the ruler of this crimson world. Helena's eyes widened in shock as she looked at the white shadow. He was surrounded by a faint red light, as if he had just emerged from the sea of blood like a deity. He smiled and shook his head at Helena, indicating that he was fine. Just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from ahead. The two looked up to see a massive snake slowly emerging from the darkness. Its body was deep brown, covered in scales, each reflecting a faint cold light. Most strikingly, there were 9 protruding lumps on its back, seemingly containing some powerful force. The snake raised its head slowly, its cold eyes fixed on the white shadow and Helena. Its pupils flickered with a chilling light, as if they could devour all life. The snake's tongue flicked in and out, hissing as if warning the two not to act recklessly. The white shadow frowned slightly. He could sense the powerful aura emanating from the giant snake. He turned to Helena and whispered, "Be careful. This snake is extraordinary." Helena nodded, gripping her weapon tightly, ready for battle. The giant snake suddenly opened its massive mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged at the two. A foul wind rushed towards them, making it hard to breathe. The white shadow moved, vanishing from his spot, leaving only an afterimage. He appeared above the giant snake's head, wielding the time-space blade, and a powerful soul force erupted from his body. The giant snake let out a thunderous roar, twisting and turning in the air, trying to shake off the white shadow's attack. But the white shadow's movements were extremely elusive, as if he had merged with the air. No matter how the giant snake struggled, it couldn't touch him. The divine skill of the time-space blade was showcased to its fullest in the white shadow's hands. He swung the time-space blade lightly. An invisible force instantly enveloped the giant snake. The snake's body became immobile under the binding power of time and space, as if it had been frozen. However, this giant snake was clearly extraordinary. It struggled with all its might, and its scales began to emit a dazzling golden light. This golden light intensified, as if it were about to break free from the binding of time and space. Just when the white shadow and Helena thought they were about to succeed, the giant snake suddenly let out a deafening roar, forcefully breaking the binding and creating a crack in the power of time and space. Then, it swiftly distanced itself from the two. Immediately after, the giant snake opened its mouth wide, and a scorching flame erupted from within, rushing towards the white shadow and Helena. The flames traced fiery paths in the air, as if intending to incinerate everything. The white shadow's expression turned serious as he quickly swung the time-space blade, gathering the power of time and space at its tip to form a solid barrier. The flames collided with the time-space barrier, producing a piercing roar. But they could not break through it all. At the same time, the white shadow quickly activated the soul guide, the Qian shield, tightly protecting both of them. The Qian shield emitted a faint golden light, isolating all the surrounding flames. Seeing that its fire attack was ineffective, the giant snake's eyes flashed with suspicion. However, it did not give up and opened its mouth again, preparing to launch a more ferocious attack. But at that moment, the white shadow revealed a cunning smile. He suddenly dashed towards the giant snake's vital point. The giant snake was startled and quickly tried to retreat, but the white shadow's speed was astonishing. He swung the time-space blade fiercely, and a sharp blade of light instantly sliced through the giant snake's scales, causing blood to spatter. The giant snake let out a painful howl, its body twisting violently in the air. Seizing the opportunity, the white shadow leaped onto the snake's body, gripping the time-space blade tightly, striking the giant snake's vital spots one after another. Each strike was incredibly precise, each cut deep enough to see the bone. The snake's struggles weakened, and it finally fell helplessly to the ground. The white shadow stood firmly on the snake's body, blood dripping from the time-space blade. His gaze filled with indifference and determination. Dragging the massive snake's body, the white shadow slowly walked up to Helena, excitement flickering in his eyes. He pointed at the snake's body and said with a hint of excitement in his voice, "This is the legendary ancient beast, the 10-headed sun serpent." Helena was dumbfounded, looking at the giant snake before her, filled with shock. She had never seen such a peculiar creature, let alone the legendary ancient beast. Just then, the white shadow suddenly furrowed his brow, looking down at the snake's mouth as if he had discovered something. He gently pried open the snake's mouth and saw a pulsating red orb appearing before them. The orb radiated a scorching aura, as if it contained endless flames. The white shadow carefully took out the glowing red orb, his eyes gleaming with surprise. He gently rubbed the orb, feeling the intense power within, as if he were holding a ball of flame. This little orb has the ability to counter all snake poisons. What a delightful surprise, the white shadow murmured to himself, a smug expression on his face. QianDaoliu curiously leaned in, looking at the magical orb with eyes filled with curiosity and envy. She couldn't help but reach out to touch it, only to be gently blocked by the white shadow. Don't touch it. This orb is extremely hot. Be careful not to burn yourself, the white shadow cautioned. QianDaoliu retracted her hand, nodding, yet her eyes still brimmed with desire. After securing the body and inner core of the 10-headed sun serpent, on the other side, the king of slaughter looked at the pool of blood, realizing that Mary had actually been consumed by this kid, and he became furious. You two little brats, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. The king of slaughter moved, instantly vanishing from the spot, leaving only an afterimage. He appeared above the white shadow and QianDaoliu, wielding a massive black sickle that exuded a chilling aura. His eyes were cold, like the Grim Reaper, fixated on the white shadow as if he wanted to tear him to pieces. The white shadow felt a strong, killing intent approaching. He looked up at the king of slaughter in the air, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. He knew that this battle was unavoidable. The king of slaughter's voice rumbled like thunder, causing the white shadow and QianDaoliu's ears to buzz. They looked up to see the king of slaughter descending like a ghost, wielding the blood sword of Azura, moving so quickly that his figure was almost indistinguishable. A cold gleam flashed in BaiYing's eyes as he quickly shielded QianDaoliu behind him, gripping the time and space blade tightly, ready to face the thunderous strike. At that moment, the figure of the king of slaughter appeared before the two, the Azura blood sword slicing through the air with a sharp sound. Aimed directly at BaiYing. BaiYing moved swiftly, cleverly dodging the attack, and countered with a strike towards the king of slaughter. The two attacks collided in midair, producing dazzling sparks. The king of slaughter was immensely powerful, but BaiYing did not show any weakness. Relying on his bizarre movements and the sharpness of the time and space blade, he engaged in a fierce battle with the king of slaughter. Chapter 127. The cheating of the Azura god QianDaoliu looked ahead in shock, witnessing BaiYing's figure darting like lightning, the time and space blade shimmering with a mysterious light. In an instant, as the king of slaughter was still in shock, BaiYing had already pierced through the air, accurately stabbing into his heart. The once invincible body of the king of slaughter now resembled a puppet drained of all its power, slowly collapsing and stirring up a cloud of dust. BaiYing's figure flickered in and out of sight amidst the dust as he gently withdrew the time and space blade, the blood on the blade evaporating instantly, as if it had never been tainted. QianDaoliu stared, dumbfounded, a surge of indescribable shock and admiration rising in her heart. This was BaiYing, the man who could always create miracles at critical moments. Just when everyone thought everything had settled, suddenly, the body of the king of slaughter began to tremble. A stronger dark aura than before surged out, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. BaiYing's expression changed slightly. He knew this was not the true power of the king of slaughter, but rather a more terrifying existence awakening. QianDaoliu, seeing this, hurriedly gathered her soul power, preparing to fight. However, BaiYing raised his hand to stop her, taking a deep breath, closing his eyes, as if summoning some greater power. Suddenly, BaiYing opened his eyes, a dazzling light flashing within, and the time and space blade in his hand flickered again, but this time, the light contained a mysterious power that transcended time and space. Tang Chun slowly awakened and looked at the two, asking, "Who are you?" "Spirit Hall, Holy Sun and Holy Maiden. My name is BaiYing." A complex emotion flashed in Tang Chen's eyes as he slowly stood up, although his figure appeared somewhat weak. The imposing aura that once shocked the continent remained undiminished. He gazed at BaiYing and asked hoarsely, "Since you are from Spirit Hall, why are you here? Is Spirit Hall at odds with Haoyan Sect?" BaiYing bowed slightly and replied seriously, "Senior Tang Chun, I am here not to oppose Haoyan Sect, but to stop an unnecessary massacre. The power of the King of Slaughter has already spiraled out of control, and I had no choice but to intervene. Furthermore, I am here to obtain the God of Slaughter domain." Tang Chun frowned slightly, as if recalling something. He murmured, "The city of Slaughter was originally where I participated in the Azura 9 tests, but unexpectedly, it was parasitized by the 9-headed blood-red bat, and lost its true essence. Now that you can defeat it, it can be considered a kind of relief for me. His voice was low and filled with sorrow. It's just a pity that I never got to see Poseidon again before I died. Each word seemed to be squeezed from his heart, filled with endless regret and pain. BaiYing quietly stood by, feeling the weight in Tang Chen's heart. He softly spoke. Senior, are you referring to the sea god, Douluo Poseidon, who was from your era? Tang Chen slowly nodded, a gentle light flickering in his eyes. Yes. When I was traveling across the continent, I deeply fell in love with Poseidon. To become a god, I chose to participate in the Azure 9 tests, but unexpectedly, I was parasitized by the blood-red, nine-headed bat, becoming a shadow of my former self. The scene from back then gradually became clear in BaiYing's mind. Poseidon's beautiful and determined face seemed to be right in front of him. She had once told Tang Chen, as long as you can become a god, I will marry you. That voice was filled with expectation and trust, so sincere and moving. BaiYing looked up at Tang Chen, his eyes filled with regret. Senior, you're truly foolish. The feelings of Senior Poseidon are so obvious. She is telling you that her heart only belongs to you. The reason she proposed such a condition was merely to give you a promise that would allow her to wait for you to become a god with peace of mind. Back then, the grand offering came to see God Island with you, and he had his sights set on sea god Douluo Poseidon, wanted to make her the representative of the angel god. He could never become a god. The only one who could possibly achieve that was you. Tang Chen's body trembled slightly, a flicker of regret and pain flashing in his eyes. He seemed to see that beautiful figure again, hearing that gentle voice. He murmured, Poseidon, you have always been by my side, yet I. Seeing Tang Chen's painful expression, BaiYing felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He took a deep breath to calm himself, then said, Senior, the deceased is gone, and the living remain. You still have unfinished missions. You cannot remain immersed in the pain of the past. Upon hearing this, Tang Chen's body shook, as if awakening from a certain state. He lifted his head, looking into the distance, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He slowly said, You are right. I cannot continue like this. I still have unfinished matters that I must attend to. After speaking, he turned to BaiYing, gratitude flickering in his eyes. Thank you. Young man, you have helped me find myself again. I will complete what I must do and will do my best to make amends for past mistakes. However, just as Tang Chen resolved to gather himself and prepare to move forward, his body suddenly trembled, and then a mouthful of fresh blood gushed out, staining his clothes red. His face turned as pale as paper, his body swaying as if about to collapse at any moment. He struggled to steady himself, but his body went limp and fell to the ground uncontrollably. He could clearly feel his life force rapidly draining away, as if being continuously siphoned by some invisible power. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and helplessness. He knew his time was short. The air around seemed to freeze, with only Tang Chen's heavy breathing echoing. His eyes flickered with unwavering light. Even in the face of death, he did not entertain thoughts of giving up. He gritted his teeth, trying to support his body and stand up again, but each attempt ended in failure. However, before BaiYing could react the next moment, the mark of the Azura god appeared on his forehead. Tang Chen gazed at the Azura god mark on BaiYing's forehead, complex emotions flashing in his eyes. The Azura blood sword in his hand seemed to sense something, trembling slightly and emitting a low humming sound. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from BaiYing's forehead, as if to tear apart space. Soon after, that light coalesced into a massive Azura blood sword, instantly flying into BaiYing's hand. BaiYing gripped the Azura blood sword tightly, feeling the immense power within, and his gaze sharpened. Tang Chen looked at the Azura blood sword and said loudly, I never expected that I would be outdone by a child. Kid, are you willing to help me with something? Please speak, Senior. Tang Chen struggled to extend his hand, tightly gripping a small black hammer. Though small, the hammer emanated a heavy feeling, as if it contained endless power. Its surface was covered with the marks of time, appearing ancient and solemn. BaiYing stepped forward and respectfully took the small hammer. He felt a weight in his hand, as if bearing the weight of the entire Qian sect. He looked up at Tang Chen, who was filled with expectation and trust in his gaze. This small hammer is the token of the Grand Elder of Qian sect. Tang Chen's voice was deep and powerful, each word seeming to be squeezed from his heart. If you encounter disciples of Qian sect, please hand this hammer to them. Tell them that although Tang Chen has died, the spirit of the Qian sect lives on. Just as BaiYing took the small hammer and prepared to respond to Tang Chen's entrustment, an unexpected change occurred. Tang Chen's body, which had already lost its vitality, suddenly began to tremble slightly, and then a rich blood-red energy burst forth from within him. This blood-red energy was as scorching as a flame and as vibrant as fresh blood, swirling and surging in the air, seemingly possessing its own life. Both BaiYing and Hulayina were stunned by this sudden change, and they involuntarily took a few steps back, fearing that they would be affected by this powerful energy. Even more strangely, this blood-red energy seemed to have a marvelous connection with the Azura God inheritance mark on BaiYing's forehead. They resonated with each other, as if engaging in some mysterious communication. BaiYing felt a scorching sensation on his forehead, and then his vision began to blur, and his body lost control. In BaiYing's mind, an illusory figure suddenly appeared, which was the phantom of the Azura God. He was enveloped in a strong, blood-colored light, as if he had come from endless slaughter, carrying a heart-pounding pressure. With the appearance of the Azura God, BaiYing's spiritual sea was instantly dyed blood-red. The blood color boiled like magma, surging violently, seemingly about to completely engulf his spiritual sea. BaiYing felt as if his consciousness was being sucked into a blood-red vortex, unable to escape. I didn't expect you to leave so soon. It's really a big surprise for me to be here. But as expected of the person I have my eyes on, your talent is indeed extraordinary, even surpassing what I once had. BaiYing tried to respond, but found that his voice seemed to be drowned out by the blood-red waves, unable to be conveyed. His heart tightened, but then he calmed down. He knew that this was the Azura God communicating with him on a spiritual level. The intense killing intent and bloodiness made him involuntarily frown. At that moment, a dignified voice echoed in his mind. Kid, this is your spiritual sea, now dyed blood-red by me. However, this is only temporary. Once you complete the trial, everything will return to normal. BaiYing looked up and saw a gigantic phantom of the Azura God appear before him. The Azura God was enveloped in blood-red light, his eyes revealing endless killing intent and majesty. He held a massive blood sword in his hand, as if it could cleave through all obstacles. Kid, I must say your luck is really good. All right, to make a long story short, the reason I'm coming down to communicate with you is that you have obtained my legacy artifact, the Azura Blood Sword, which means that all your subsequent trials are invalid. You only need to cultivate your twin martial souls to the title Douluo level to inherit my divine position. As soon as the Azura God's words fell, four dazzling lights suddenly flashed before BaiYing's eyes. These four lights streaked across the night sky like meteors, instantly condensing into four divine soul rings, swirling in the air and emanating a mysterious and powerful aura. BaiYing could feel the immense power contained within these four divine soul rings, as if each one held a secret of the universe. A strong desire surged within him, wanting to immediately integrate them into his body to enhance his strength. At that moment, the four divine soul rings seemed to sense BaiYing's longing, transforming into four streams of light and flying straight towards him. BaiYing felt a warmth enveloping his body, and then a powerful force surged from his limbs and bones, causing his cultivation to leap directly to level 70 in that instant. In the brilliant divine realm, a tall figure reclined on a delicate lounge chair, surrounded by a faint divine light. It was the Azura God. His gaze pierced through endless voids, seemingly able to see everything in the mortal world. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth, his voice deep and magnetic. It seems I'm one step closer to retirement. He gently swirled the wine in his glass, the liquid flowing as if containing the secrets of the entire universe. His eyes revealed a sense of anticipation and satisfaction, as if he could already see the leisurely life awaiting him after retirement. Soon, he muttered to himself, his tone revealing an indescribable sense of ease and joy. His figure gradually blurred in the divine light, eventually transforming into a stream of light and disappearing into the depths of the divine realm, leaving behind only a faint laughter echoing through the divine realm. Hulayina anxiously called out to BaiYing, her voice filled with worry and tension. BaiYing slowly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion in his gaze, but it soon became resolute. He could clearly feel the powerful soul power surging within him, a force that seemed capable of tearing through space and shaking the heart. He slowly stood up, a faint glow surrounding his body, symbolizing his level 70 soul power. Hulayina looked at him, her eyes flashing with surprise and joy. She knew that BaiYing had achieved some astounding breakthrough, and his strength had reached a whole new height. BaiYing took a deep breath, feeling the spiritual energy in the air, as if he could hear their calls. He smiled slightly and said to Hulayina, "Don't worry, I'm fine." BaiYing sat cross-legged, gripping the two dazzling divine soul rings tightly, his eyes flashing with determined and frenzied light. Around his body, torrents of immense energy surged like a flood, instantly engulfing him. Hulaina stood by, watching BaiYing being consumed by the violent energy, her heart filled with worry and fear. She bit her lower lip, her hands clenched into fists, seemingly trying to cheer him on in this way. BaiYing's body trembled continuously under the onslaught of energy, but his gaze remained steadfast as ever. He could clearly feel the immense power contained within the two divine soul rings, continuously flowing into his body, merging with his soul power. Chapter 128. Simply profitable. Absorbing two soul rings at once. ISNT that seeking death. Hulaina was somewhat shocked by BaiYing's crazy actions, but he had no other choice now. She could only silently sit by to protect him. Around BaiYing's body, the two soul rings flickered alternately, as if two giant beasts were fighting for territory. Emitting a buzzing sound, BaiYing's complexion alternated between pale as paper and flushed red, as if he were undergoing a life-and-death struggle. Sweat beaded on his forehead. His hands clenched into fists, desperately absorbing the energy of the soul rings. Hulaina's heart was in her throat. She knew that if he failed, BaiYing might never wake up again. However, she couldn't step forward to help, only silently praying for his success. BaiYing gasped painfully, each breath seeming to be squeezed out between his teeth. The scars on his body resembled fierce snakes coiling on his skin, but at this moment, under the influence of his resolute will, these scars began to slowly heal. He took out some celestial-grade medicinal herbs, which emitted a faint glow, as if containing the purest vitality of the universe. BaiYing unhesitatingly consumed them one by one. Each herb turned into a warm current that quickly spread throughout his limbs and bones. These celestial-grade herbs were all rewards from the system over the past 2 years and were now fully put to use. As the power of the herbs spread within him, BaiYing's body began to undergo miraculous changes. Those once gruesome scars gradually faded under the nourishment of the herbs, eventually disappearing completely. His skin became tighter and more elastic, as if he had been reborn. The original two divine soul rings began to undergo earth-shattering changes under BaiYing's frenzied absorption and the nourishment of the herbs. The black gradually faded away, replaced by vibrant red, as if they had been infused with new life, radiating a brilliant glow. Under the cover of this red light, the entire space seemed to be dyed with a layer of mysterious color. BaiYing's body was tightly wrapped in a red soul ring, his eyes closed. Yet a sense of indescribable determination and ecstasy emanated from his brow. As the soul ring transformed, a powerful pressure radiated from BaiYing, as if it had materialized, distorting the surrounding air. Hulaina sat nearby, clearly feeling the terrifying pressure, and she couldn't help but hold her breath, fearing she might disturb BaiYing at this critical moment. Almost simultaneously, BaiYing suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils sparkled with dazzling light, as if stars were swirling within them. He looked down at his hands, feeling the surging power within him, and a confident smile crept onto his lips. Seeing this, Hulaina finally let go of her worries and stepped forward to ask with concern, "Are you okay?" BaiYing shook his head and replied with a smile, "I'm fine. Don't worry." His voice carried an unprecedented firmness and confidence. He then raised his head to gaze into the distance, his eyes shining with determination, and said, "We should go out now. However, before that, I need to make a trip to the City of Slaughter. Once I obtain the Slaughter God domain, I will return." Hulaina looked at BaiYing with some confusion and asked, "Return? Why do I need to go back?" BaiYing took a deep breath, his gaze deep and distant, as if he could see through the barriers of space to that place filled with blood and slaughter. He said calmly, "The City of Slaughter, although filled with evil and darkness, also has many powerful individuals who have been pushed to the brink by fate. They might have made mistakes in the past, but that doesn't mean they don't have a chance for redemption." He paused and continued, "Now that the King of Slaughter is dead, the entire City of Slaughter has lost its previous order. Those powerful individuals imprisoned within may take this opportunity to cause chaos or even escape from the City of Slaughter, posing a threat to the entire continent. I cannot stand by and do nothing. I must return to deal with this." The two walked out of the exit, and a bright, peaceful valley came into view. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, draping the valley in a golden glow. Lush trees stood tall around the valley, with a few birds occasionally chirping joyfully on the branches. BaiYing and Hulaina stood at the exit, feeling the long-lost freedom and tranquility. They exchanged smiles, both revealing a hint of relief and joy. Hulaina gently touched the martial soul at her waist, feeling the power surging within, and couldn't help but exclaim, "After 2 years of slaughter, we are finally out." At that moment, a powerful killing intent suddenly radiated from BaiYing and Hulayina. This killing intent seemed to materialize, coalescing into black streams of energy that swirled around them. Soon after, these energy streams began to slowly condense, eventually forming a mysterious totem on their martial souls. It seemed this was the slaughter god domain. BaiYing turned to Hulayina and said, "You should go back and wait for me in the martial soul hall." Hulayina nodded, gazed deeply at BaiYing, and then transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the distance. BaiYing stood alone in the valley, his gaze firmly fixed ahead. He took a deep breath, his figure flashing as he re-entered the city of slaughter. Inside the city of slaughter, the chaotic scene instantly quieted upon BaiYing's arrival. Everyone stopped their actions, their eyes collectively fixed on the new king of slaughter. BaiYing stood high above, looking down at the crowd, his voice loud and firm. "People of slaughter, please be quiet. I have something to say." As BaiYing's words fell, the entire city of slaughter fell into a brief silence. Then, deafening cheers and shouts erupted, as if they wanted to overturn this bloody land. "The slaughter god has returned. The slaughter god has returned." The crowd raised their weapons, excitedly shouting, as if they saw hope of escaping this despairing place. Their faces were filled with long-lost smiles, and their eyes sparkled with a longing for freedom. BaiYing stood above, looking down at the boiling crowd. A surge of inexplicable pride welled up in his heart. He took a deep breath, his voice ringing even louder across the city of slaughter. "Do you want to go out?" "Yes, yes, yes." Everyone shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, as if they wanted to tear apart the space. BaiYing nodded, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, forming seals with his hands, and the soul power within him surged violently. With a low shout, the ground of the entire city of slaughter began to tremble violently, as if some colossal entity was awakening. The crowd watched in astonishment, unsure of what BaiYing intended to do. At that moment, a massive crack suddenly opened in the ground, a powerful suction force emanating from it, as if it wanted to draw everyone in. "This is a passage to the outside world," someone exclaimed. BaiYing nodded and said in a deep voice, "Indeed, this is a passage to the outside world. However, to pass through here, you must abandon slaughter and cleanse your sins. Only those who truly seek to change can qualify for a new life." As BaiYing's words fell, the crowd began to stir. Some showed hesitation, seemingly contemplating whether to truly give up slaughter and leave this despairing place, while others walked unhesitatingly towards the crack, as if they saw the dawn of a new life. At that moment, a towering man stepped out from the crowd, his face covered in scars, but his gaze exceptionally firm. He approached BaiYing, knelt on one knee, and said in a deep voice, "I am willing to change and start new." With the declaration of the big man, more and more people began to walk towards the crack, their faces displaying unprecedented determination and resolve. However, a portion of people chose to remain in the city of slaughter. They either were unwilling to give up their way of life in slaughter or felt that their sins were too deep to cleanse. BaiYing, seeing this, did not force them. He understood that everyone has their own choices and destinies and cannot be coerced. He glanced lightly at those who chose to stay. Tang San, dressed in black, with the hood of his cloak covering most of his face, revealing only a pair of deep eyes, stood before BaiYing, his gaze piercing. "Do you know what you have done?" Tang San's voice was cold and stern, carrying an endless chill. He lightly tapped the waist of his 24-bridge Minjiwai, producing a crisp sound, as if accompanying his words. BaiYing remained unfazed, smiling lightly. "Tang San, of course I know what I am doing. Although these people have made mistakes in the past, that does not mean they do not have a chance for redemption. I have given them a choice, to continue to sink or to start anew. This is their freedom." Tang San sneered and said, "Freedom? You think you have given them freedom, but in reality, you are pushing them deeper into the abyss. The existence of the city of slaughter is meant for them to atone here, not to let them escape easily." BaiYing shook his head and countered Tang San. "You are wrong. The city of slaughter is not a place of redemption, but a place of decline. True redemption lies in their awakening and change within. I have given them a chance to choose their own lives again. Is that not a greater freedom?" Tang San fell silent for a moment, a flicker of unusual light passing through his eyes. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Perhaps you are right. However, whether these people can truly change remains to be seen. I will stay in the city of slaughter to monitor their actions. If they commit acts of slaughter again, I will not be lenient." BaiYing nodded slightly, seemingly unconcerned with Tang San's surveillance. He turned to look into the distance. The future of the city of slaughter will be decided by them. All we can do is give them a chance. Moreover, it is now impossible to open the Hell Road, which means there is no way for you to leave the Hell Road. The only way out is from here. What if I destroyed the entire Hell Road? Am I impressive or what? You bastard! Anger surged in Tang San's heart, his gaze sharp and cold as an ice blade in winter. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the force. Suddenly, he turned around and strode towards the crack leading to the outside world. Each step seemed to tread on everyone's hearts, bringing an inexplicable tremor. His cloak billowed with his movements, revealing his resolute and determined face. Just as he was about to step into the crack, Tang San suddenly stopped and looked back at the white shadow, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the anger within him, and said coldly, I forgot to tell you, Tang San, never give up easily. I will remember today's grudge in my heart, and one day, I will make you pay for what you did today. As Tang San's figure disappeared into the crack, a black figure quietly appeared beside the white shadow. It was a tall woman dressed in black, like a ghost in the dark night, her face covered by a black veil, revealing only a pair of cold and deep eyes. She stood silently beside the white shadow, her voice like the cold wind blowing through withered branches, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. You really changed the rules of the entire killing city. The white shadow smiled slightly, turning to look at the black-clad woman, his eyes shining with determination. Yes, I gave them a chance to choose, a chance to start over. The woman fell silent for a moment, seemingly digesting this news. A complex emotion flickered in her eyes, but was quickly masked by indifference. She slowly raised her head, gazing at the distant crack, her voice carrying a hint of subtle gentleness. Perhaps this is the best redemption for them. Do you want to go out? The black-clad woman nodded, affirming that she indeed wanted to go out. I want to take a good look at this world, and then she walked towards the exit. Perhaps we will meet again in the future, but I do not want to see you again. After handling everything here, the white shadow walked out of the killing city. As soon as he stepped out of the killing city's exit, a spectacular scene unfolded before his eyes. He saw a densely packed crowd kneeling on the ground, their heads bowed, bodies trembling, as if repenting for their past sins. The sunlight fell upon this group, casting their devout and steadfast figures. The white shadow frowned slightly, stepping forward and asking in a deep voice, "What are you kneeling here for?" His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable power. The crowd raised their heads, revealing faces weathered by time. Their eyes sparkled with a determined light, as if they had found a new faith. One person trembled and said, "We once sank in the killing city, and it was you who gave us a chance to choose again. We are willing to become your servants and atone for the mistakes we have made." The white shadow gazed at the crowd, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He nodded slightly, his voice loud and firm. "Are you all willing?" "Willing. Willing. We are all willing." The crowd shouted in unison, their voices resounding. Their eyes were filled with reverence and devotion, as if the white shadow were the deity in their hearts. "From today on, you are all members of my Wuhuan sect." The white shadow's voice echoed in everyone's ears, carrying an undeniable authority. Chapter 129. The prosperity of the Wuhuan sect recently. There may be some boredom in the manuscript, but the further it goes, the more those who understand will understand. Because I did not write about the elite soul master competition of the entire continent. May have some flaws, but I've tried my best. I truly hope everyone can support more. And I also thank the platform for becoming more exciting as it goes on. I really mean it. More real than gold. With these strong ones, the Wuhuan sect will definitely be able to take a step further. Back at the Wuhuan Hall, the white shadow immediately went to QianDaoliu. "Old man, I passed the test of the Shura God. As long as I cultivate my twin martial souls to the title Douluo level, I can inherit his divine position." QianDaoliu was overjoyed to hear this, truly worthy of being the person I have my eye on. "Truly my good granddaughter-in-law, Grandpa, I did not misjudge you. You are simply a genius." The white shadow chuckled. "By the way, old man, I met your long-lost brother Tang Chen." QianDaoliu suddenly stood up, his hands clenched tightly, a flicker of indescribable excitement in his eyes. He seemed to be recalling the distant past, the days of fighting alongside Tang Chen. Time passed, and the world changed, but that brotherly bond was deeply imprinted in his heart. The white shadow looked at QianDaoliu's excited expression and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "Old man, I saw your brother Tang Chen. He is now in the killing city, although he has changed a bit. I can be sure that it is him." QianDaoliu trembled slightly at these words, tears glistening in his eyes. He closed his eyes, seemingly trying to calm his emotions. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes and asked hoarsely, How? How is he now? Tang Shan was parasitized by the blood-red, nine-headed bat. I had already helped him remove the parasitism, but because he had been parasitized for too long, he ultimately died. QianDaoliu laughed heartily, as if he wanted to release all the joys and sorrows in his heart. His laughter echoed in the empty hall, carrying a hint of desolation and helplessness. He clenched his fists tightly, seemingly trying to suppress the excitement and sadness within. However, reality was cruel. His brother, the one who once roamed the world with him, Tang Chun, had now passed away. This immense gap and sense of loss filled QianDaoliu's heart with endless grief. When he left Sea God Island back then, he went to the Killing City and passed the Sure God's test. Unexpectedly, during the test, he was influenced by the evil power left behind by the Azura God, which ultimately led to his parasitism. QianDaoliu waved his hand after hearing this, saying he understood. You can go down now. I want to be alone for a while. QianDaoliu sat in the main seat of the hall, his body slightly hunched as if burdened by the weight of years. His eyes stared blankly ahead, seemingly recalling the bits and pieces with Tang Chun. The hall was silent. Only the occasional sound of the wind seemed to tell of endless sorrow. The camera zoomed in, revealing deeper wrinkles on QianDaoliu's face, his white hair shimmering with a desolate light under the dim lamp. His hands were tightly clasped together, veins bulging, showing his internal struggle and pain. Suddenly, QianDaoliu stood up sharply, walked to the window, and looked into the distance. A flicker of determination and resolution flashed in his eyes, as if he were making some important decision. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, as if expelling the pain and anger in his heart with this breath. The white shadow smiled as he stepped into the Wuhuan Sect's gate, the sunlight casting a golden glow on his tall figure. His return seemed to bring a fresh breath to this tranquil sect. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Cat Girl had long been waiting inside the sect, their faces beaming with anticipation and joy. When the white shadow's figure appeared in their sight, they cheered and excitedly rushed towards him. Xiao Wu ran the fastest, her long black hair fluttering in the wind, tears glistening in her eyes. She leaped into the white shadow's embrace, holding him tightly as if trying to pour out more than 2 years of longing and worry. The white shadow gently stroked her hair, tenderly comforting her, his eyes filled with affection and love. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong also came over, their faces beaming with happy smiles, their eyes filled with admiration and reverence. You finally came back, Zhu Zhuqing said excitedly. Yes, we've been waiting for you for a long time, Ning Rongrong echoed. BaiYing smiled and nodded. Xiao Wu nestled in BaiYing's arms, her eyes sparkling with a faint starry light, as if filled with endless anticipation and longing. She gently lifted her head to look at BaiYing, her clear eyes full of attachment and reluctance towards him. Brother, will you leave again in the future? Xiao Wu's voice was soft and trembling. Seemingly afraid of hearing an answer she didn't want, BaiYing lowered his head, looking into Xiao Wu's worried eyes. A warm current surged in his heart. He gently held Xiao Wu's hand and said softly, Don't worry, Xiao Wu. I won't leave again in the future. I will always be here with you, protecting you. As he spoke, he gently enveloped Xiao Wu in his embrace, allowing her to feel his solid arms and warm breath. Xiao Wu closed her eyes, quietly snuggling in BaiYing's arms, as if at that moment, all worries and anxieties vanished. Ning Rongrong watched the scene of the two tightly embracing, feeling both moved and a bit envious. She gently sniffed, trying to calm her emotions, then smiled as she stepped forward, interrupting the warm moment. All right, you two. Don't be so ambiguous. Everyone is still here, Ning Rongrong joked, wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Although her voice carried a hint of laughter, her eyes sparkled with sincere feelings. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Xiao Wu reluctantly slowly stepped down from BaiYing's embrace. Her face still bore traces of tears, but her eyes sparkled with determination. Ning Rongrong stood beside her, her long, smooth hair gently blown by the breeze, her eyes shining with a firm light. With her hands on her hips, she tilted her head slightly to look at BaiYing, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown gracing her lips. Rongrong, you've worked hard these past 2 years. BaiYing stepped forward, looking at Ning Rongrong with gentle eyes, his tone filled with apology and gratitude. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong pouted deliberately, pretending to be angry, and said, Humph, how could I not work hard? You said you were going to establish a sect, and just left after doing it, leaving a mess for me to clean up. Meanwhile, you're out there having fun. Do you know how difficult it is for me here? BaiYing felt a bit embarrassed by Ning Rongrong's words. He scratched his head, chuckled, and said, Rongrong, I know I was wrong. This time I came back to make up for my past mistakes. From now on, we will share the burdens of the sect together. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's expression finally softened. She shot BaiYing a glance and said, At least you are being sensible. My efforts for you were not in vain. Standing in the spacious and bright conference hall, Ning Rongrong's voice was clear and firm, echoing in the empty hall. Many of our 7 treasure glazed tile sect members have mastered the basics of soul guide manufacturing, but we are still at a simple level. Recently, the royal family of the Tiando Empire has also sent people to seek cooperation, which is undoubtedly an opportunity. BaiYing listened quietly, his eyes deep and bright, as if he could see into people's hearts. He nodded slightly, his voice low and powerful. I know all this, Rongrong. You are doing very well. My trust in you has not been in vain. BaiYing stood in the center of the conference hall, his hands behind his back, his gaze sharp. He looked around at everyone present, finally resting on Ning Rongrong. The emergence of soul guides will undoubtedly exert great power during wars. BaiYing's voice was deep and powerful, each word seeming to carry immense weight, making it impossible to ignore. He turned slightly, his gaze directed towards the door, as if waiting for something. After a while, Yi Lingling and Dugu Yan's figures appeared at the entrance of the hall. Lingling, Yenner, you're here. BaiYing smiled and nodded, signaling them to come forward. Yi Lingling and Dugu Yan quickly walked into the conference hall, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation. Sectmaster, you called us here. Do you have a new plan? Yi Lingling asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with desire. Dugu Yan also nodded in agreement. BaiYing smiled at them and nodded. That's right, I do have a new idea. You all know the power of soul guides, but the current soul guides are still too simple. We need to conduct deeper research and improvements. He paused for a moment before continuing. I plan to establish a dedicated soul guide research team, with the 3 of you in charge. Lingling will be responsible for overall planning and coordination. Yenner will handle technology and innovation, and Rongrong will take care of resources and external cooperation. Yi Lingling spoke up. That method is feasible, but what we previously mastered were only some simple soul guides you taught us. If we want to make more complex soul guides, it might take some time. That is fine. I'll leave it to you. As long as you have the materials and enough time, you will be able to manufacture them quickly. With your understanding and talent, this is definitely possible. Yi Lingling took a deep breath. Her brows furrowed, as if considering how to respond to BaiYing's proposal. She turned around and exchanged a glance with Dugu Yan, both of them showing a hint of determination in their eyes. Sectmaster, your plan is indeed feasible. Yi Lingling slowly spoke, her voice carrying a hint of resolve. But we must admit that the soul guide skills we currently possess are still relatively basic. If we want to develop more advanced soul guides, we indeed need more time and practice. She paused for a moment before continuing. However, please rest assured, Sectmaster, as long as we have enough materials and guidance, we will surely master the technology of advanced soul guide manufacturing as soon as possible. In the conference hall, the atmosphere was lively yet solemn. BaiYing stood before everyone, his gaze sweeping across each person's face, finally landing on Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, you two will go with Rongrong. BaiYing's voice was steady and powerful, carrying an undeniable determination. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, a hint of determination flashing in their eyes. They nodded and replied in unison, okay. Subsequently, BaiYing's gaze turned to Yi Lingling and Dugu Yan, his expression growing serious. The higher the level of soul guide manufacturing, the greater the difficulty and the higher the requirements and standards. BaiYing said slowly, his voice filled with solemnity and seriousness. Yi Lingling spoke up. My soul power is level 58. Dugu Yan also said, I'm not afraid to tell you. I'm already level 56. In the conference hall, everyone's gaze focused on Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu wore a proud smile on her face, stood tall, and said proudly, Brother, I'm now level 59, just one step away from level 60. Upon hearing this, BaiYing's eyes flashed with appreciation. He gently nodded and said, Not bad. Xiao Wu, your progress is fast. Zhu Zhuqing, not wanting to be outdone, took a deep breath and said firmly, Zhu Qing is now level 58. Although her level was slightly lower than Xiao Wu's, her eyes were filled with determination and confidence. Finally, everyone's gaze turned to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong smiled slightly, gently stroking her long hair, her voice clear and pleasant. I'm currently at level 59. Hearing the soul power levels of everyone, BaiYing's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. He nodded slightly, his voice filled with comfort. Very good. You have all lived up to my expectations. In the conference hall, Ning Rongrong's voice was as clear as spring water, her brow slightly furrowed, her expression serious. Sect Master, what we currently lack most is indeed talent. Although the Spirit Hall follows a civilian route, it has also attracted many talented disciples to join. However, cultivating an excellent Spirit Master requires enormous time and resources. Ning Rongrong's change indeed surprised BaiYing. At the beginning, BaiYing wanted Ning Rongrong to have the ability to protect herself, and given that she is the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, her influence is quite significant. BaiYing initially recognized this point and entrusted her with many core technologies. During that time, Ning Rongrong had a really hard time, but it seems that it has indeed paid off now. As she spoke, she spread out a blueprint on the conference table, densely marked with various data and symbols. Clearly her detailed plan for cultivating spirit masters. BaiYing listened quietly, his gaze fixed on the blueprint, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He nodded and said in a deep, powerful voice, Rongrong, you are right. Talent is indeed what we need the most right now. But as long as we work together, I believe we can overcome these difficulties. Do you remember that elixir that can lead to the evolution of martial spirits? As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with brilliance. Now, this elixir has skyrocketed in price on the black market and at the Tindo auction house. Although the efficacy of the elixirs we produce in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is only 1/10 of yours, it is still in short supply. Hearing this, BaiYing raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He did not expect that the elixir he casually developed would cause such a sensation. See if you can refine some more elixirs with such strong effects, Ning Rongrong suggested. If you can produce them, they will definitely sell well. BaiYing smiled lightly, his eyes shining with bright light, as if he could already see a prosperous future. He nodded slightly and agreed. All right, Rongrong, I will start refining new elixirs right away. BaiYing turned and walked towards the alchemy room, where a faint herbal fragrance lingered. He opened his storage bag, took out several newly acquired rare herbs, and began to carefully select and match them. His fingers glided over the herbs skillfully, as if playing a silent melody. Ning Rongrong followed closely behind him, curiously examining the various herbs, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She imagined how these herbs would transform into magical elixirs in BaiYing's hands, bringing endless wealth and surprises. Curiously, Ning Rongrong leaned closer, pointing at a few herbs emitting a faint fragrance, and asked, What are these? BaiYing turned his head, smiling at her, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. He gently brushed his hand over the herbs, treating them as precious jewels, and then slowly spoke. These are violet leaves. Their leaves contain rich spiritual power and are essential materials for refining high-level elixirs. As he spoke, he pointed to another uniquely shaped herb. This is dragon scale grass. Its roots are as hard as dragon scales, providing strong defense and enhancing the stability and efficacy of elixirs. BaiYing's explanation captivated Ning Rongrong. She was utterly amazed by the magical properties of these herbs. Suddenly, the temperature in the alchemy room began to rise slowly, and a scorching aura spread out. BaiYing took a deep breath, formed hand seals, and began to ignite the flames in the alchemy furnace. The flames leaped at the bottom of the furnace, gradually becoming fierce and stable. BaiYing's hands danced lightly over the flames, as if playing an exhilarating melody. His gaze was focused and profound, seemingly able to see through the essence of the flames, controlling every intricate detail of the alchemy process. As time passed, a rich fragrance began to emanate from the alchemy furnace, refreshing and delightful. Ning Rongrong held her breath, nervously and eagerly waiting for the elixirs to be produced. Finally, at a specific moment, the lid of the alchemy furnace was suddenly lifted by an invisible force, and a wave of hot air accompanied by a rich fragrance rushed toward them. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened as she saw crystal-clear elixirs emitting a faint glow flying out of the furnace, gently landing in the palm of BaiYing's outstretched hand. These elixirs shimmered with colors, seemingly containing endless power. BaiYing gently held up one elixir and presented it to Ning Rongrong, smiling. Look, this is the newly refined elixir. Its efficacy is even stronger than before. Ning Rongrong carefully took the elixir, feeling it warm in her hand, as if a life force was flowing within it. She couldn't help but exclaim, This elixir is truly amazing. We will definitely make a fortune. Ning Rongrong looked at the elixir in her hand, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She examined the elixir closely, then swallowed it. Suddenly, she felt a surge of intense energy entering her body, as if she were wrapped in an invisible force, beginning to undergo marvelous changes. She felt her meridians expanding continuously, as if being washed by a powerful force, expelling impurities and toxins from her body one by one. Her body became lighter, as if it had become weightless. Seeing Ning Rongrong's expression of surprise and joy, BaiYing chuckled lightly, his eyes filled with affection. He gently patted the elixir in his hand and said, "This elixir has a beautiful name called Beauty Elixir. After taking it, not only can it strengthen the body, but can also make a woman's skin more delicate and smooth, rosy and radiant." Upon hearing this, a bright light flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes, as if she could already see the future. She excitedly grasped BaiYing's hand and said enthusiastically, "This elixir will definitely sell well. Which girl doesn't want to be beautiful and fair-skinned? With it, we will surely have a prosperous business and a steady stream of wealth." Looking at Ning Rongrong's excited expression, BaiYing smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. He gently patted Ning Rongrong's shoulder and said calmly, "Rongrong, although this beauty elixir has remarkable effects, it is not complicated to make. I believe that your 7-treasure glazed tile school can definitely refine it. However, the next elixir I will refine is the real key." As he spoke, BaiYing turned and walked toward the alchemy furnace, forming hand seals, and a scorching flame instantly leaped at the bottom of the furnace. He took a deep breath, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes, and said solemnly, "This elixir is called Mirror-Breaking Elixir." As BaiYing's words fell, the flames in the alchemy furnace seemed to become even more intense, and a strong energy wave emanated from the furnace. Ning Rongrong held her breath, nervously and eagerly observing the alchemy furnace. She saw BaiYing's hands dancing over the flames, as if drawing a mysterious pattern. His expression was focused and serious, as if performing a sacred ritual. As time passed, the fragrance from the alchemy furnace became richer and more intoxicating. Finally, with a slight humming sound, the lid of the furnace automatically opened, and crystal-clear elixirs slowly rose, floating in the air. They emitted a faint glow, seemingly containing endless vitality. BaiYing smiled gently, reached out, and the elixirs, as if summoned, fell into his hands. He gently caressed these elixirs, his eyes filled with pride and joy. Ning Rongrong looked at the elixirs in BaiYing's hands, her eyes shining with excitement and admiration. Suddenly, she leaped up like a joyful little bird, and pounced on BaiYing, hugging him tightly. Her heart was filled with endless joy and gratitude, as if, at that moment, all the waiting and effort had become worth it. "I really didn't misjudge you." Ning Rongrong's voice carried a hint of playfulness and pride as she looked up, her bright eyes staring directly at BaiYing, as if wanting to imprint him deep in her heart. Then, without hesitation, she lowered her head and kissed him deeply. This kiss was passionate and affectionate, as if wanting to merge all their emotions into one. In BaiYing's eyes, a hint of surprise flashed by, but it was quickly replaced by deep affection. He gently responded to the kiss, wrapping his arms around Ning Rongrong's waist and holding her tightly in his embrace. Deep within the spirit hall, in a dimly lit hall, a dignified figure sat on the throne. It was the Pope of the spirit hall, BaiYing. Her expression was stern, and her eyes sparkled with sharp light, as if she could see through all the hypocrisy and lies in the world. At this moment, she was looking down at the two kneeling before her, one dressed in a luxurious chrysanthemum-patterned robe, the chrysanthemum one. The other was an ethereal figure, like a wisp of smoke, the ghost Daoliu. Both of them appeared somewhat tense, as if waiting for a storm to arrive. "You two, have you found out?" BaiYing's voice was deep and cold, carrying an undeniable authority. In the spirit hall, the dim light flickered, casting a more eerie reflection on BaiYing's stern face. She slightly raised her head, her gaze like a knife, piercing directly into the kneeling chrysanthemum Daoliu. Yuegwan shivered all over, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. And he hurriedly bowed his head, saying, "Your Holiness, I dare not speak a word of falsehood." That elixir indeed came from BaiYing. He refined it within the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and most of the spirit evolution elixirs circulating in the market are produced by him. Upon hearing this, a hint of coldness flashed in BaiYing's eyes. She slowly stood up, her figure tall and imposing, like an unshakable mountain. Her voice was icy and deep, as if it came from the depths of the underworld. "BaiYing, what a BaiYing! To be able to refine such a miraculous elixir truly makes me look at him in a new light." BaiYing quietly sat on the Pope's seat, her expression unclear, but finally she spoke, "You may leave now. I already know about this matter." The two of them felt a sense of relief and hurriedly retreated, their footsteps echoing in the empty hall gradually fading away. Bibi Dong stood alone in place, her gaze deep, as if penetrating through time and space to see the distant future. A strong desire surged within her, a pursuit of power and an obsession with perfection. She thought of Yu Xiaojiang, the man who once made her heart flutter but had disappointed her due to the flaws in his martial soul. If this miraculous elixir could truly purify the martial soul, allowing him to break through the 30th level bottleneck, could he then stand before her again, becoming the perfect existence in her heart? Bibi Dong stood alone in the depths of the spirit hall, her gaze piercing through the dust of the years, as if returning to that youthful and passionate time. Back then, she and Yu Xiaojing walked side by side along a fragrant path, both filled with longing for the future and deep affection for each other. Their smiles were as radiant as the sun, as if the whole world was beautiful because of them. However, fate was like a sudden storm, shattering their beautiful dreams. The shadow of Qian Renxue loomed over her world, forcibly occupying her body and taking away her future with Yu Xiaojiang. Despite this, Bibi Dong had never given up on her longing and hope for Yu Xiaojiang. She became the Pope of the Spirit Hall, possessing supreme power and status. Yet her heart remained empty and lonely. All these years, she had never abandoned her research on martial souls largely because of Yu Xiaojiang. She wanted him to break free from the identity of a waste and become a dignified master. But she hadn't found a method, and now that she had, how could she not be excited? What a clever QianDaoliu! You arranged for BaiYing to marry my daughter, hoping they would support each other in the future and give birth to children of the angel lineage. I must say, your calculations are profound. After all, I am Qian Renxue's mother. At this point, Bibi Dong felt a wave of irritation and slowly rose to walk toward the outside of the spirit hall. As the night deepened, the outline of the spirit hall appeared solemn and mysterious under the moonlight. Bibi Dong slowly walked out of the grand hall, her figure elongated by the moonlight, looking so lonely yet determined. Her steps were light, but it seemed as if each step pressed upon the dust of time, creating ripples. Her gaze turned toward the distance, where there was endless darkness, as if hiding countless unknown secrets. A gentle breeze blew, lifting a strand of her long hair, and she gently raised her hand to tuck it behind her ear. This motion was so graceful and natural, as if it were a captivating painting. Her heart was filled with complex emotions, both a longing for power and a reminiscence of the past. She thought of Yu Xiaojiang, the man who once made her heart flutter, and a gentle light flickered in her eyes. Moonlight spilled onto the tranquil corridor of the spirit hall, adding a touch of softness and mystery to this solemn place. Just as BaiYing returned to his room and was about to undress for bed, he suddenly heard a gentle knock on the door. His heart stirred, wondering who could be visiting at such a late hour. Slowly opening the door, he saw a figure standing outside, illuminated by the moonlight, appearing even colder and more noble. BaiYing's pupils constricted, and he was greatly surprised to find that the visitor was none other than the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. She wore a black robe, cinched at the waist with a golden belt, which accentuated her authority. The moonlight fell on her cold face, softening it slightly, but the depths of her eyes seemed to conceal an endless abyss. Your Holiness, I didn't expect you to visit so late, BaiYing said with a smile as he stood at the door. It's so late, and instead of resting, you've come to see me. It surprises me. Bibi Dong did not answer directly, but instead walked slowly into the room, her gaze sweeping around as if searching for something. Her face maintained its coldness, yet a hint of complex emotion flickered in her eyes. You need not be nervous. I am just here to understand your situation, Bibi Dong slowly spoke, her voice deep and powerful. QianDaoliu chose you as Renxue's husband for a reason. But as Renxue's mother, I also have a responsibility to understand you. Moonlight filtered through the window, casting mottled shadows in the room and creating a tranquil and mysterious atmosphere. Bibi Dong stood in the center of the room, her gaze intense, fixed firmly on BaiYing. BaiYing frowned slightly. Although he felt somewhat displeased, he maintained a smile. He gently shook his head and said, Your Holiness, your late-night visit is likely not just to understand me, right? I suspect you are here for that elixir that can evolve martial souls. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She took a deep breath and slowly said, You are indeed clever. Yes, I came to find you specifically for that elixir. I needed to evolve my martial soul to a higher level. BaiYing gently shook his head, a teasing smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Your reason is so childish that it would deceive even a 3-year-old. The dual spirit, the soul-devouring spider emperor, and the soul-eater spider emperor, which are both top-tier existences. Your true purpose is for you, Xiaojiang, isn't it? His words struck Bibi Dong like a sharp arrow, and her expression instantly turned cold, a hint of chill flashing in her deep-set eyes. The blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul has mutated, becoming a useless earth dog, and its soul power is stagnated at level 30, unable to break through. You want to use that elixir as a last gamble, attempting to save his shattered martial soul. BaiYing spoke with a tone of mockery, but more so with sympathy and confusion for Bibi Dong. For such a man, is it really worth it? He abandoned you back then, leaving you to face such matters alone. Why are you still helping him now? Is it truly worth it? BaiYing's words pierced Bibi Dong's heart like cold arrows. Her complexion changed slightly, and a hint of chill flashed in her eyes, but it was soon deeply hidden away. She pressed her lips tightly together, her gaze sharp as she stared directly at BaiYing. Under the moonlight, Bibi Dong's figure appeared even more proud and determined. She clenched her fists tightly, seemingly trying to suppress her emotions. Her voice was low and powerful, each word carrying a chill. Whether it's worth it is not for you to judge. You just need to tell me. Can you refine that pill? Chapter 131. Delivering the pill, of course, that's not a problem. I can help you, but what do I get in return? Speak up, what do you want? Bibi Dong's face instantly darkened, and her cold eyes seemed to freeze with ice. She stepped forward, her powerful aura pressing down on BaiYing as if she intended to swallow him whole. What did you say? 2 soul bones? Do you think I'm a fool like BaiYing? Bibi Dong's voice was icy and sharp, like a sword aimed directly at BaiYing's heart. BaiYing felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Bibi Dong and couldn't help but tremble. He quickly took a few steps back, tried to increase the distance between them. While frantically waving his hands, he explained, "Sister, please let me explain. The materials for this pill are truly very precious. 2 soul bones are already the lowest price I can offer." A displeased expression appeared on Bibi Dong's face, and her deep eyes flickered with a cold light. She stared intently at BaiYing, her tone carrying a hint of threat as she said, "Who do you call sister? Am I that old?" BaiYing seemed to be intimidated by Bibi Dong's aura. His body trembled slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart, and then slowly said, "I'm sorry, I may have used the wrong term, but please believe me, the soul bones I collect are definitely worth the price. Refining this pill is not easy. The materials needed are not only precious, but also hard to obtain. 2 soul bones are the lowest price I can offer." Bibi Dong stood there, her gaze as deep as the sea, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. The air around them felt frozen, so quiet that only her heavy breathing could be heard. She took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling as if absorbing strength from the air. Her eyes sparkled with determination and resolution, as if she had already made a decision. "You better not deceive me." Her voice was deep and powerful, each word squeezed out as if from between clenched teeth, filled with a sense of threat and warning. BaiYing's body trembled slightly. He could feel the strong aura radiating from Bibi Dong. He quickly nodded and smiled, saying, "Rest assured, I absolutely wouldn't dare to deceive you. The pill I refine will definitely cause you to Xiaojiang's martial soul to mutate. At that time, he will surely be grateful to you." With a wave of Bibi Dong's jade hand, an invisible force seemed to surge in the air. Then, 2 soul bones shimmering with different luster appeared before everyone. One of the soul bones was a light blue, as if containing clear lake water, exuding a tranquil and profound aura. It seemed to merge with the surrounding environment, radiating a soft glow, making one feel a powerful force from an auxiliary or illusion-type soul master. The other soul bone was entirely different. It emitted a scorching aura, like a burning flame. Its surface was covered with complex patterns, radiating intense energy fluctuations. This was a soul bone from a power-type soul master, and its presence made the surrounding air feel hot. BaiYing's eyes instantly became fervent as he greedily stared at the 2 soul bones, as if he could already see them becoming his possessions. He extended his hand, slowly moving towards the 2 soul bones, each movement filled with anticipation and excitement. However, just as his hand was about to touch the soul bones, Bibi Dong's voice rang out again. "Remember your promise. If you Xiaojiang's martial soul does not mutate, I will make you pay a painful price." BaiYing's body stiffened, and he turned to look at Bibi Dong, his previously smiling face now serious. He took a deep breath and nodded heavily, saying, "Rest assured, I, BaiYing, never do things without confidence." Then, BaiYing carefully took the 2 soul bones and stored them away. A smug smile returned to his face, as if he could already see his impending rise to power. However, at that moment, a strong sense of unease suddenly surged in his heart. He looked up at Bibi Dong and saw a strange smile on her face. That smile seemed to hide some deep meaning, causing BaiYing's heart to tremble. "You seem quite pleased." Bibi Dong's voice suddenly turned cold, her figure flickering as she appeared before BaiYing in an instant. The powerful aura pressed down on BaiYing again, making it hard for him to breathe. BaiYing's face instantly turned pale as he felt the intense killing intent radiating from Bibi Dong. He hurriedly took a few steps back, waving his hands repeatedly. Tried to explain, I'm not pleased, I'm just too happy. However, Bibi Dong seemed to ignore his words, her eyes flashing with cold light as if she wanted to pierce through BaiYing. Bibi Dong moved like a ghost drifting to the door, her back to BaiYing, her voice low and determined. "I need a few days. Can you guarantee that you will complete the pill refining during this time?" Upon hearing this, BaiYing's heart tightened. He knew this was Bibi Dong giving him one last chance. He dared not hesitate for a moment and quickly replied, "Sister, rest assured, I guarantee that within 3 days, at most 7 days, I will succeed in refining it." Bibi Dong slightly tilted her head, although she did not turn around. Her sharp eyes seemed to penetrate BaiYing's soul. She took a deep breath, as if calming the fluctuations in her heart, and then slowly said, "All right, I will come to find you within 3 days. Remember, this matter must be kept confidential. Do not let anyone know. Otherwise, you should know the consequences." BaiYing watched Bibi Dong's departing figure, the flattering smile on his face gradually freezing, replaced by a sly and triumphant expression. He looked down at the 2 soul bones in his hands, his eyes flashing with greed. He turned and walked into the room, carefully placing the soul bones next to the alchemy furnace. Then, he began to busy himself inside the room, preparing to refine the pill that would cause Yu Xiaojiang's martial soul to mutate. The flames in the room flickered, the fire in the alchemy furnace burning fiercely, emanating a scorching aura. BaiYing's figure flickered in the firelight, his hands moving rapidly over the alchemy furnace, as if playing a silent melody. As he worked, the flames in the alchemy furnace gradually grew stronger, and rich medicinal fragrance began to waft through the room. A satisfied smile appeared on BaiYing's face. He knew he was getting closer to success. As night deepened, BaiYing sat alone in the alchemy room, the firelight illuminating his twisted face. His eyes sparkled with cunning light, tightly gripping the pill that was about to be completed. "I didn't expect Bibi Dong to really be willing to part with 2 soul bones for Yu Xiaojiang, but that is a bargain for me. Xiaojiang, just wait. I will definitely give you a big gift. Yu Xiaojiang, just wait and see." BaiYing murmured to himself, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He imagined the tragic state of Yu Xiaojiang after taking the pill, and an inexplicable sense of pleasure surged in his heart. The flames in the alchemy furnace danced, as if cheering for the impending conspiracy. BaiYing carefully controlled the heat, fearing that a moment's inattention would ruin the carefully refined pill. Time slowly passed, and the pill was finally completed. It emitted a faint glow, as if containing some mysterious power. BaiYing carefully stored it in an exquisite small bottle, his eyes sparkling with pride. In the Pope's palace, the dim light illuminated Bibi Dong's figure as she stood quietly in front of a huge bathtub, her eyes shining with determination. She slowly took off her clothes, revealing a white nightgown that appeared soft and warm under the light. She untied the sash of the nightgown and gently slipped it off, exposing her slender and firm body. Bibi Dong stepped lightly into the bathtub, the warm water instantly enveloping her body as if it washed away all her fatigue. She closed her eyes, allowing herself to immerse in this moment of tranquility. "For Xiaogang, these 2 soul bones are worth it," she murmured quietly, her voice deep and resolute. Her heart was filled with anticipation and determination, as if she could already see the powerful form of Yu Xiaojiang after his martial soul mutation. The next day, BaiYing had just stepped out of the alchemy room, preparing to deliver the refined pills to Bibi Dong, when he unexpectedly saw Hulaina's figure. She was standing not far away under the shade of a tree, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting a warm glow on her delicate face, adding a touch of mystery and allure. A hint of surprise flashed in BaiYing's eyes as he quickly walked towards her, a smile spreading across his face. "Nana, long time no see. Why haven't you come to find me these days?" Hulaina turned around, and, upon seeing BaiYing, a hint of a happy smile appeared on her face. She shook her head slightly and said, "I haven't controlled my killing intent well, afraid it would affect you." Upon hearing this, BaiYing felt warmth in his heart. He knew Hulaina's temperament and personality, understanding that she was trying hard to control her emotions and didn't want to trouble him. He reached out, gently holding Hulaina's hand, and said softly, "Nana, don't worry, I will always be with you." Yin watched from a distance as BaiYing and Hulaina stood together, hand in hand, close to each other. His expression gradually darkened, fists clenched, veins bulging. He strode towards them, each step seeming to tread upon his own heart, painful and heavy. When he reached them, he stopped, his gaze sharp as a knife fixed on BaiYing, his voice cold and filled with hostility. "Who are you? Nana, who is he? What is your relationship?" Hulaina was startled by Yan's sudden appearance and questioning, her eyes filled with surprise and confusion. BaiYing, however, merely glanced at Yan, not answering his question, but instead positioning Hulaina behind him to shield her from Yan's gaze. Hulaina gently stepped out from behind BaiYing, her eyes shimmering with determination, her voice carrying an undeniable firmness. She looked directly at Yan and said coldly, "Yan, I made it very clear before. Don't keep bothering me if there's nothing wrong. I have my own matters to handle and friends to interact with." Upon hearing this, Yan's face darkened further, his fists tightening as if he wanted to vent his dissatisfaction. But when he saw Hulaina's resolute gaze, he involuntarily softened. He muttered with grievance, "Nana, I'm just concerned about you. How can you say that about me? I just want to know who he is and if he will have any negative impact on you." Hulaina sighed softly. She understood Yan's feelings for her, but she couldn't reciprocate. She turned to BaiYing, her eyes flashing with warmth, then turned back to Yan and said, "His name is BaiYing. He is my friend. He is very important to me, and we are partners fighting side by side." As Yan listened to Hulaina's words, his jealousy and dissatisfaction gradually subsided. He gave BaiYing a deep glance and then turned to leave. Hulaina watched Yan's retreating figure, a complex emotion surging within her. She knew Yan was a good person, but she couldn't accept his feelings. BaiYing, however, was the one in her heart, and she was willing to sacrifice everything for him. BaiYing smiled gently, a mischievous glint in his eyes, and turned to Hulaina, saying, "It seems your popularity in the spirit hall is quite high, with so many pursuers." Hulaina's lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of pride. She playfully replied, "Of course, my charm is irresistible." BaiYing chuckled softly, shaking his head. "All right, Nana, I have things to do, so I won't keep you any longer." Upon hearing this, Hulaina frowned, seemingly dissatisfied. She quickly stepped forward, blocking BaiYing's path, and asked, "What is so urgent that you don't even have time to talk to me?" BaiYing looked at Hulaina's expectant gaze, feeling his heart soften. He thought for a moment and said, "Actually, I'm going to deliver pills to the Pope. This is a new type of pill I've refined recently, which can help martial souls evolve." Hulaina's eyes sparkled with curiosity upon hearing this. She leaned closer to BaiYing and asked, "Oh, what kind of miraculous pill is it? Can I see it?" BaiYing nodded, pulling out an exquisite small vial from his pocket and handing it to Hulaina. She took the vial, opened the cap, and a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. She gently poured out a pill, which was crystal clear and emitted a faint glow, as if it contained boundless power. Hulaina held the pill, her eyes gleaming with curiosity and anticipation. She leaned close to the vial, inhaling the rich medicinal scent, as if she could feel the magical power contained within. "This pill is truly amazing," Hulaina exclaimed, looking up at BaiYing with admiration and respect. "I didn't expect you to come up with this. You're really incredible. I've heard that this pill is selling like hotcakes in the market. I thought it was developed by the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School, but it turns out it was you." BaiYing smiled slightly, humbly shaking his head. "Oh, it's just luck." He looked at Hulaina with gentle eyes, warmth flooding his heart. "Since you've already heard about it, I want to explain further. I must hurry to deliver the pills to the Pope. She's still waiting." Chapter 132, Taking a Pill, and Yu Shaojiang, will become a eunuch. "Then hurry up. Don't delay the teacher's business." BaiYing respectfully bowed, then turned to leave, his figure disappearing at the entrance of the Pope's hall, leaving only a faint white shadow behind. Inside the Pope's hall, the atmosphere was tense. Bibi Dong sat high on the main seat, her gaze sharp as a knife, staring down at the person presenting gifts. Her eyes were deep, seemingly capable of devouring everything. The pill in her hand sparkled with a mysterious light under the illumination, as if telling of some unknown power. "Did you bring the items?" Bibi Dong's voice was cold and authoritative, as if it came from the depths of the abyss. BaiYing stepped forward slowly, holding a delicate jade box with both hands, each step appearing steady and resolute. The jade box emitted a faint sheen under the light, as if it contained endless mysteries. Bibi Dong's gaze was as sharp as a hawk, fixed intently on the jade box, as if she wanted to see through everything inside. Her fingers lightly tapped on the armrest, producing a crisp sound, each note striking at BaiYing's heart. I have brought it. BaiYing's tone carried a hint of respect and pride as he carefully opened the jade box, and a rich medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire hall. Inside the jade box lay a crystal-clear pill, quietly resting there, seemingly alive, emitting a faint glow that made one dare not look directly at it. Bibi Dong slowly extended her hand, her fingertip gently touching the pill, as if she could feel the immense power contained within. A glint of excitement flashed in her eyes, as if weighing the value of this pill. Well said, if this pill can truly help martial souls evolve, then I owe you a great favor. Bibi Dong's voice carried a hint of anticipation, but more so a warning. But if it cannot, and you dare deceive me, I will not let you off easily. BaiYing smiled slightly, full of confidence. Of course, whether it works or not, we'll find out when we try it. However, I must remind your holiness that while this elixir is good, Yu Xiaojing has been in a state of decline for many years, and his physical constitution may not be able to withstand it. I have added a dragon pill from a 10,000-year-old dragon soul beast into this elixir. Although it is an ordinary earth dragon, its medicinal effects are still very rapid. You don't need to worry about that. Just tell me if it can allow the martial soul to evolve. I can guarantee that. Then it has nothing to do with you. In the deep night at Shrek Academy, the moonlight spilled like water over the tranquil courtyard. In Yu Xiaojing's brightly lit room, he sat facing Lu Erlong, the atmosphere heavy yet filled with anticipation. Lu Erlong took out a delicate jade bottle from her bosom and gently placed it on the table. The jade bottle shimmered faintly in the light, as if it contained endless mysteries. She looked at Yu Xiaojing, her eyes filled with concern and expectation. Xiaojing, look, this is the elixir that can allow the martial soul to evolve. Yu Xiaojing's gaze fell on the jade bottle, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He reached out, slowly picked up the jade bottle, and gently rubbed its surface with his fingers, seemingly trying to feel the power contained within the elixir. He took a deep breath, as if he could smell the faint medicinal fragrance emanating from the elixir, which made his heart tremble, as if he saw the hope of his martial soul evolving. Is this really possible? Such an elixir, used on me, would be a waste. I'm already old, having missed the best age, and I still don't know if it will work. Lu Erlong stood by, watching Yu Xiaojing's focused and determined expression, and a warm current surged in her heart. She softly said, Xiaojing, as long as you are willing to try, I believe this elixir will definitely solve your martial soul mutation problem. Your talent should not be buried. You should showcase your abilities on a higher stage. Yu Xiaojing raised his head, looking at Lu Erlong, gratitude flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. Erlong, thank you for your continuous support and encouragement. I will try this elixir, no matter the outcome. I will be grateful for everything you have done for me. Yu Xiaojing held the elixir tightly, his eyes shining with determination. He took a deep breath and placed the elixir in his mouth. The elixir dissolved upon entry, transforming into a warm current flowing down his throat, instantly spreading throughout his body. His body began to tremble slightly, as if a powerful force was surging within him. His martial soul, originally the Luo San Pao, began to change under the influence of the elixir. The originally small figure gradually elongated, and its fur became denser, but surprisingly, it still maintained a dog-like appearance, only becoming more majestic, resembling a small dragon. Yu Xiaojing shut his eyes tightly, feeling the surging power within him. He looked forward to seeing his martial soul fully evolved. But when he opened his eyes, what he saw was this dragon-like appearance, and disappointment surged in his heart. He sighed, murmuring to himself, sure enough, it still doesn't work. Lu Erlong stood in the moonlight, looking at Yu Xiaojing's disappointed gaze, and a sense of indescribable emotion surged in her heart. She took a deep breath, gently patted Yu Xiaojing's shoulder, her eyes shining with determination. Don't worry, Xiaojing, she softly said, her voice filled with tenderness and encouragement. I will not give up. I will continue to search for better elixirs. I have heard that the quality of these elixirs varies, and the ones refined by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School are just one of them. As long as we can find a high-quality elixir, you will definitely be able to rid yourself of the troubles of martial soul mutation. After saying this, she turned to leave, her figure casting a long shadow in the moonlight. Yu Xiaojing watched her gradually receding figure, a warm current surging in his heart. He knew that no matter how difficult the road ahead, as long as Lu Erlong was by his side, he would have endless strength and courage. At that moment, a chilling aura quietly descended, and Bibidong's figure appeared in the moonlight, her eyes deep and complex as she looked at Yu Xiaojiang, seemingly wanting to see through his heart. As soon as Yu Xiaojiang saw her, his expression immediately darkened, his tone cold and distant. "What are you doing here?" His eyes showed no ripple of emotion, as if he had no feelings left for this former girlfriend. Bibi Dong let out a soft hum, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Naturally. I am here to deliver something to you." Saying this, she pulled out a delicate jade box from her bosom and gently placed it on the table. The jade box emitted a faint glow, as if it contained powerful forces. In the moonlight, Bibi Dong stood quietly in front of Yu Xiaojiang, holding the glowing jade box in her hands, her eyes revealing a complex emotion, both anticipation and deep helplessness. She took a deep breath and slowly spoke. "Xiaojiang, the elixir in this box is one I specially sought for you, and its quality far exceeds what you have seen before. As long as you are willing to take it, I am willing to tell you why we ended up where we did." Yu Xiaojiang looked at the jade box in her hand, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. He knew Bibi Dong's character well and understood that she would not easily reveal the secrets of the past. Yet, the elixir before him made his heart race. He longed to rid himself of the troubles of martial soul mutation and stand at the pinnacle of the martial soul world once again. With determination in his gaze, Yu Xiaojiang unhesitatingly took the elixir from the jade box and swallowed it whole. As the elixir went down his throat, a surge of scorching power erupted instantly, as if a fire dragon was tumbling within him. His body trembled violently, sweat pouring down like rain, but his gaze became even more resolute. Under the impact of this power, Yu Xiaojiang's Luo San Pao martial soul began to undergo astonishing changes. The originally small figure rapidly elongated, and its fur turned golden and smooth, each strand shimmering with dazzling light. Its eyes became bright and spirited, exuding an air of majesty and sanctity. Finally, Luo San Pao completely transformed into a majestic golden holy dragon, coiling around Yu Xiaojiang, emanating a powerful aura. Yu Xiaojiang clenched his fist tightly, his chest rising and falling violently, as if he wanted to release all the anger within him. His eyes sparkled with rage and unwillingness, as if he wanted to see through Bibi Dong. "Quickly tell me, what exactly happened back then?" His voice was deep and firm, each word filled with power. Bibi Dong took a deep breath, a flicker of pain and struggle passing through her eyes. She slowly opened her mouth, her voice trembling slightly. "Back then, I told our teacher about our relationship, thinking he would understand us and bless us. But unexpectedly, that bastard, Qian Renxue, took advantage of my unpreparedness and violated me." At this point, Bibi Dong's body trembled slightly, as if she had returned to that terrifying night. A glimmer of tears flashed in her eyes, quickly replaced by anger. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's account, Yu Xiaojiang felt an indescribable shock and anger surge within him. He tightened his fists, his knuckles turning white, as if he wanted to vent that rage. He could never have imagined that such a terrible thing had happened between them back then. Bibi Dong looked at Yu Xiaojiang's reaction, her heart filled with complex emotions. She took a deep breath and continued. "Since then, I became disheartened and completely lost faith in love. I know I owe you too much, but I cannot make it up to you. I just hope you can forgive me and forget everything from the past." Yu Xiaojiang remained silent for a moment, a complex light flickering in his eyes. He looked deeply at Bibi Dong, as if searching for something. Finally, he slowly spoke. "Let the past be the past. I cannot forgive you, but I will not hate you either. Let us each walk our own path." Bibi Dong listened to Yu Xiaojiang's words, her body slightly trembling. She did not expect him to be so resolute. A sense of loss surged in her heart, but more so, it was a feeling of relief. Perhaps this outcome was the best for both of them. Just then, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. Lu Erlong's figure appeared in their line of sight, her face filled with anxiety and worry. Seeing that Yu Xiaojiang was safe and sound, she breathed a sigh of relief, but then noticed Bibi Dong's presence. "Xiaojiang, are you okay?" Lu Erlong hurriedly stepped forward, asking with concern. Her gaze lingered on Bibi Dong for a moment, and a hint of vigilance flashed in her eyes. She knew that this woman had once brought endless harm to Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang held Lu Erlong's hand and gently shook his head, signaling that he was fine. He glanced at Bibi Dong and said, "Let's go." After saying that, he turned and walked away side by side with Lu Erlong. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly bent over, clutching his lower body with both hands. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolling down his forehead, his face pale as paper. The pain was so intense that he almost fainted, and he kept groaning. "Niolong, seeing this, rushed over in a panic, supporting Xiaojiang's swaying body and urgently asking, Xiaojiang, what's wrong? Please tell me where it hurts. At this time, Bibi Dong also hurried to their side. Seeing Xiaojiang in pain, she was shocked. She quickly squatted down, trying to check Xiaojiang's condition. Lu Erlong angrily pointed at Bibi Dong and questioned, what kind of medicine did you give Xiaojiang? Why is he like this? Bibi Dong's heart sank as she recalled the pill she had given Xiaojiang earlier. At that time, BaiYing had warned her that the effects of the medicine were extremely rapid and that Xiaojiang might not be able to bear it. But she was only focused on restoring Xiaojiang's strength and did not take this warning to heart. Now, seeing Xiaojiang in such pain, she felt filled with regret and worry. She squatted down to carefully examine Xiaojiang's condition, noticing his pale face and the beads of sweat continuously rolling down from his forehead. His body trembled incessantly, as if he were undergoing severe torment. Bibi Dong gently placed her hands on Xiaojiang's chest, trying to channel some soul power to alleviate his pain. What did you give him? Why is he suffering so much? Just then, a note suddenly appeared nearby. Dear Pope, I had anticipated that Xiaojiang would not be able to hold on. If he truly cannot endure, please let him take a pill that can ensure his safety, but will also render him infertile. In other words, he will become a eunuch. I hope your holiness chooses wisely. At this critical moment, Xiaojiang's body was like a candle in the wind, the intense pain almost tearing him apart. He gritted his teeth, trying not to emit any painful groans, but beads of sweat uncontrollably rolled down from his forehead, soaking the ground beneath him. Lu Erlong and Yo Long stood anxiously by, their faces filled with worry and anger. Lu Erlong was especially furious, glaring at Bibi Dong with fiery eyes. She suddenly rushed forward, grabbing Bibi Dong by the collar and shouting, Bibi Dong, what have you done to Xiaojiang? Give me back my Xiaojiang. Bibi Dong was startled by Lu Erlong's sudden action and struggled to break free from her grip, but Lu Erlong's strength was surprisingly great, and she couldn't move at all. Looking at Xiaojiang in agony, she felt a wave of panic. She hurriedly explained, I just wanted to help Xiaojiang regain his strength. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Lu Erlong's eyes were filled with hesitation and pain. She tightly held Xiaojiang's hand, her inner struggle as fierce as a violent storm. She knew that the contents of the note meant that Xiaojiang could face a huge risk, but she couldn't bear to let the Xiaojiang who had just been with her endure such suffering. However, the sight before her left her no room for hesitation. Xiaojiang's body trembled violently, his skin beginning to crack, and beads of sweat continued to roll down his forehead. His face was terrifyingly pale, as if he were struggling between life and death. Lu Erlong's heart was bleeding. She knew she could not hesitate any longer. She suddenly raised her head, her gaze firmly fixed on Bibi Dong. Give him a medicine. As long as he can survive, even if he becomes a eunuch, I am willing. As soon as Lu Erlong finished speaking, Bibi Dong felt a deep sadness in her heart. She then took another pill from the medicines on the ground. Are you really sure about this? Bibi Dong's voice trembled, knowing the importance of this decision. Lu Erlong did not hesitate, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Bibi Dong. For Xiaojiang, I am willing to bear all consequences. Under Lu Erlong's gaze, Bibi Dong slowly fed the pill to Xiaojiang. Her fingers gently brushed against his lips, the action soft and careful. As the pill went down his throat, Xiaojiang's body convulsed violently for a moment before gradually calming down. Although his face remained pale, the pain in his eyes slowly dissipated. Then, an astonishing change occurred in Xiaojiang's body. His beard vanished in an instant, and his skin became exceptionally smooth, almost as if he had returned to his youthful days. He slowly opened his eyes, and the pain and struggle that had been there before were replaced by a sense of emptiness and confusion. Just then he spoke, his voice unexpectedly high-pitched and delicate like a woman's. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from his throat, filled with helplessness and despair. When he realized that the pill he had taken would make him lose his ability to reproduce and become a eunuch, Xiaojiang's world completely collapsed. His body trembled involuntarily, as if all his strength had been drained at that moment. Tears shimmered in his eyes, but he forced himself not to let them fall. Bibi Dong slowly stood up, her steps heavy as she walked out of this suffocating space. Her anger had reached its peak, and only one voice was roaring in her heart. BaiYing, you dare to harm Xiaojiang. I will fight you to the death. At this time, Lu Erlong sat beside Xiaojiang, gently stroking his cheek. Her eyes were filled with determination and deep affection. Xiaojiang, we finally got together. Even if you become a eunuch, I am willing to be with you. Our bond is a union of souls, not just of bodies. Xiaojiang looked at Lu Erlong, and in his empty eyes, there was finally a hint of fluctuation. He slowly uttered a few words. "Erlong, it's so nice to have you." However, his voice had become unusually high-pitched, like a delicate girl whispering. In this strange combination of a man's body and a woman's voice, the air seemed to freeze. Lu Erlong felt a pang in her heart. She tightly held Yu Xiaojing's hand, trying to use her warmth to soothe his inner fear and unease. Chapter 133. Crazy BaiYing, you bastard, come out. Bibi Dong's figure appeared at the door, her face filled with anger, and her eyes flashed with cold light. Powerful soul power surged from her body, and 9 soul rings slowly rotated beneath her feet, exuding a strong pressure. BaiYing walked out of the room, and upon seeing Bibi Dong, he was startled, but maintained a calm expression. He spoke. "It turns out to be your holiness. I wonder what you need?" Bibi Dong glared at BaiYing, her voice icy as she said, "The pill you gave me has a problem. Why did Xiaojing become like this after taking it? My Xiaojing has become a eunuch. It's all because of you, it's all your fault." Her piercing gaze shot towards BaiYing as if she wanted to pierce him through. Bibi Dong stepped forward, the soul power in her hand condensing into an invisible blade, pointing directly at BaiYing's throat. BaiYing's expression changed slightly, but he did not retreat. Instead, he met Bibi Dong's gaze head-on. He knew that any defense at this moment would only make Bibi Dong angrier, and only honesty could offer a glimmer of hope. "Your Holiness, that pill was indeed given by me, but..." BaiYing's words were interrupted by Bibi Dong. "But what? Don't tell me you didn't know the side effects of that pill." Bibi Dong's voice was filled with anger and disappointment, her body trembling slightly, clearly at the peak of her fury. BaiYing took a deep breath, his voice tinged with helplessness and determination. "Your Majesty, I have really told you before that the pill has irreversible effects. You didn't believe it at the time and insisted on having Yu Xiaojing take it." He paused, his gaze landing on Bibi Dong's twisted face due to anger, and continued, "As for what you said about restoring him, I truly have no power to do so. In this world, nothing can be obtained easily without paying a price. If Yu Xiaojing wants to become stronger, he must accept this price." A glimmer of despair flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, her hands clenched into fists as if struggling. BaiYing coldly looked at her, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. His voice was filled with sarcasm and indifference. "Yu Xiaojing, that once genius, has now become a useless eunuch. All of this is thanks to you. You think you did it for his good, but you don't realize that you destroyed him with your own hands." BaiYing's words were like a sharp knife, piercing directly into Bibi Dong's heart. Her face turned pale, a flicker of pain and struggle flashing in her eyes. She wanted to refute him, but found herself at a loss for words. BaiYing continued, "Guess what Yu Xiaojing will think when he finds out that all of this was done by you? Will he be grateful to you? Or will he hate you? Will he regret ever falling in love with a woman like you?" Bibi Dong's body trembled violently, and the anger and disappointment in her eyes instantly transformed into deep fear and despair. She couldn't imagine how Xiaojing would view her, or how he would regard their past feelings if he knew all of this. Seeing Bibi Dong's disheartened appearance, BaiYing's sense of pleasure grew even stronger. He turned to leave, but suddenly stopped, turning back with a tone almost filled with pity. "But don't worry too much. After all, you're the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Even if Yu Xiaojing knows the truth, he wouldn't dare to do anything to you." After saying this, he laughed heartily and left, leaving Bibi Dong standing alone in the empty room, her heart filled with fear and despair surging like a tide, drowning her. Bibi Dong stood dazed in place, as if her world had collapsed in an instant. The pain and regret in her heart cut at her like sharp blades. Over and over again. Suddenly, she raised her head sharply, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. She could not give up like this. She could not let BaiYing's words become reality. She had to find a way to resolve this, and, no matter what, bring Xiaojing back. Taking a deep breath, Bibi Dong turned and walked deeper into the Spirit Hall. Her steps were firm and powerful, as if she were determined to trample all difficulties and obstacles underfoot. The Azura's secret realm, a dark and mysterious space, was filled with a dense aura of darkness, as if even light could not penetrate this chaos. Bibi Dong knelt at the entrance of the secret realm, her face pale, but her eyes sparkled with determination. She lowered her head, her hands tightly clenched, her voice trembling and pleading. "Great Lord Azura, please hear my prayer. As your successor, I implore you to grant me power and help me fulfill this wish. Yu Xiaojing is the most important person in my heart. I cannot bear to see him suffer. Please tell me how I can restore him to being a man." At that moment, a strange and seductive voice suddenly came from deep within the secret realm, as if it could penetrate the soul, drawing one in involuntarily. Suddenly, A deep and tempting voice echoed from the depths of the secret realm, as if it were a call from hell, unsettling her mind. The voice resonated in Bibi Dong's ears, tempting her to make a choice: kill BaiYing. As long as you can absorb him, you can immediately become a god. And when you become a god, you can turn Yu Xiaojing back. Bibi Dong spoke up, saying killing BaiYing wouldn't be easy. He had QianDaoliu backing him. The seductive voice continued. He is the inheritor of the Shura god's position. I stand opposed to the Shura god. As long as you can devour him, I can make you a god immediately. You need not worry about QianDaoliu. I will intervene before you act, so he won't notice. Bibi Dong furrowed her brows, looking toward the depths of the Azura secret realm, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. The seductive voice rang in her ears again, like a demonic sound, constantly eroding her will. Bibi Dong, what are you hesitating for? Only by killing BaiYing can you save Yu Xiaojing and become a true deity. The voice was filled with urgency and encouragement. Bibi Dong took a deep breath, striving to calm her mind. She knew this was a difficult choice, but she could not give up like this. She had to make this decision for Xiaojing, for their future. Suddenly, a powerful dark force surged from deep within the secret realm, instantly enveloping Bibi Dong. She felt her body being lifted by an invisible force, drifting toward the depths of the secret realm. In the darkness, Bibi Dong saw a blurred figure, the illusion of the Azura god. It looked at her with inscrutable eyes, its voice deep and solemn. Have you really made up your mind? Once you step on this path, there is no turning back. Bibi Dong nodded without hesitation, her eyes shining with determination. I have made my decision. For Xiaojing, for our future, I am willing to do anything. The illusion of the Azura god nodded, and suddenly a black orb of light appeared in its hand, exuding a strange and powerful aura. This is the power of the Azura god. It can help you fulfill your wish. But remember, power always comes with a price. Are you ready? Bibi Dong took a deep breath, feeling her heart pounding violently. She knew this was the most important decision of her life and the greatest sacrifice she made for love and the future. Slowly, she extended her hands and took the black orb. Instantly, a powerful force surged into her body, making her feel as if her body were about to be torn apart. But she gritted her teeth and endured this power. Her body began to undergo strange changes, with a dark aura emanating from her, turning the entire Azura's secret realm pitch black. As the dark power surged in, Bibi Dong's body began to change violently. Her features twisted, her originally beautiful face becoming grotesque and terrifying, with a blue face and sharp teeth, like a demon crawling out of hell. Her body was covered in a layer of black shell, becoming hard and cold, resembling a giant spider. Her limbs elongated and became strong, her fingertips sharp as blades, seemingly able to pierce through any obstacle easily. Her eyes turned crimson, flashing with evil light, as if they could devour all life. At this moment, Bibi Dong was no longer the gentle and beautiful woman she once was, but had transformed into an ugly and powerful spider. She exuded a strong dark aura, causing the entire Azura secret realm to tremble. BaiYing had just completed the refining of the pill, filled with anticipation and joy, as he was about to spend a wonderful time with Hulaina. However, at that moment, a strange aura suddenly attacked from behind, making him shiver. He turned around abruptly, only to see the originally clear sky instantly turn pitch black, as if consumed by some evil power. The surrounding scenery quickly became blurred, enveloped in a thick aura of darkness. BaiYing felt his body trembling involuntarily, a strong sense of fear surging in his heart. Just then, a gritted voice came from the darkness, cold and filled with hatred. BaiYing, you are dead today. That voice was like a curse from hell, tightening BaiYing's heart. He struggled to see the figure in the darkness, but that evil power made it impossible for him to see anything. This is insane. This crazy woman dares to act here. Does she not fear that QianDaoliu might notice? BaiYing's heart trembled. The Bibi Dong before him was no longer the peerless woman of the past, but a grotesque spider woman. A dark aura emanated from her, making him feel a sense of suffocation. He took a few steps back, trying to distance himself from Bibi Dong, but that powerful dark force bound him tightly like an invisible net. Bibi Dong, have you gone mad? This is the spirit hall. QianDaoliu could appear at any moment. BaiYing's voice held a trace of terror and despair. Bibi Dong sneered, her voice filled with hatred. Mad? Yes, I am mad. Ever since you harmed Xiaojing, I've been mad. Today, I must kill you to avenge Xiaojing. The matter of Yu Xiaojing is your own doing. If you hadn't acted on your own and listened to my advice, he wouldn't have taken the pill and become a eunuch. Dong said, I don't care. You must die today. The sixth soul skill, Abyssal Slash of Space Tier. The powerful soul skill tore through the void, and a terrifying force attacked BaiYing. As Dong's cold words fell, a dense dark aura suddenly surged behind her, like a giant beast of the abyss opening its bloody mouth. In the darkness, a sharp sword energy quietly condensed, as if it could tear apart all obstacles. BaiYing's pupils constricted. He could feel the terrifying power contained in that sword energy. He desperately tried to evade, but that dark power bound his body like chains. He could only watch helplessly as the sword energy tore through the void, coming at him with the momentum to rip apart everything. No, BaiYing shouted in despair, but it was too late. The soul skill instantly tore his body apart, blood splattering and staining the surrounding darkness. His body fell to the ground like a broken puppet, powerless. BaiYing's sudden rise made Dong's smile freeze on her face. A flicker of shock flashed in her eyes as she looked incredulously at this enemy who should have already died. She saw BaiYing holding the time-space battle blade in his left hand, the blade shimmering with brilliant light, as if it could break the bonds of time. In his right hand, he tightly gripped the Shura blood sword, the sword body radiating a rich blood aura, revealing endless killing intent. Around his body, the powers of time and space intertwined with the power of slaughter, forming mysterious patterns, as if he was borrowing these two powerful forces to reshape his body. Blood no longer flowed from his wounds, but was absorbed by mysterious power, merging into his body. In the worship hall, QianDaoliu was meditating with closed eyes, surrounded by golden light, the power of the angel god flowing slowly. However, this calm atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a strong wave, and QianDaoliu abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of shock crossing his face. This is the power of a god? QianDaoliu murmured, his expression turning grave. As the spokesperson for the angel god, he had an exceptionally keen perception of divine aura. At this moment, he could clearly feel a powerful divine force surging in the spirit city, a force so strong and mysterious that it seemed capable of tearing apart space and shaking the heavens and earth. QianDaoliu did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He immediately activated the soul power within him, and 6 golden wings suddenly appeared behind him, each wing radiating dazzling light as if to illuminate the entire darkness. His figure flickered and transformed into a beam of golden light, rushing towards the direction of the divine power surge. QianDaoliu's figure flashed and appeared above the battlefield between Dong and BaiYing. He coldly fixed his gaze on Dong, his tone filled with anger and authority. Dong, you dare to act in the spirit hall, and even want to kill my granddaughter's husband? You're simply mad. As soon as he finished speaking, QianDaoliu activated his soul power, and a powerful sacred aura emanated from him. Behind him, the phantom of the 6-winged angel slowly emerged, its golden wings shining brilliantly in the sunlight, radiating dazzling light. Seeing this, Dong's eyes flashed with a hint of fear, but she did not retreat. Instead, she activated the dark power within her and confronted QianDaoliu. Darkness and light intersected in the air, unleashing intense energy fluctuations that shook the entire spirit city. The golden brilliance of the 6-winged angel collided violently with Dong's dark aura, producing a deafening roar. Although QianDaoliu, as the grand offering of the spirit hall, possessed unfathomable strength, he gradually felt overwhelmed when facing the already empowered Dong. The dark power surged like a raging torrent, continuously attacking the light barrier of the 6-winged angel. QianDaoliu exerted all his strength, trying to stabilize his position. But that evil power seemed to have endless devouring force, eroding his soul power continuously. At that moment, Dong suddenly let out a cold laugh, and the dark aura surged violently, forming a massive dark vortex that violently attacked QianDaoliu. His expression changed, realizing it was too late to evade, and he could only brace himself for the impact. QianDaoliu, do you think your angelic power can suppress me? Dong sneered, her mocking voice echoing from the dark vortex. Don't forget, I'm the inheritor of the Rakshasa god. Today, let me show you my power. As Dong's words fell, the dark vortex erupted suddenly, a powerful suction force binding QianDaoliu tightly. He felt his soul power continuously fading away, as if being devoured bit by that dark power. In his heart, he was alarmed and struggled with all his might to break free from a binding, but the power of the dark vortex grew stronger, as if it wanted to completely engulf him. Just then, a cold, killing intent descended like a storm, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Dong's heart trembled, and she looked up to see a white figure flickering in the killing intent, holding two supreme artifacts, exuding a powerful aura. BaiYing's eyes sparkled with a determined light, as if he could pierce through all darkness. He swung the time-space battle blade in his hand and shouted, "Seal of time." Instantly, the time and space around them seemed to be confined by an invisible force. Even the air appeared to freeze. Then, BaiYing suddenly swung the Shura blood sword, a blood-red sword energy slicing through the sky, carrying endless killing intent straight towards Bibi Dong. Where the sword energy passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. BaiYing's figure flashed and appeared in front of Bibi Dong. He simultaneously swung the time-space battle blade and the Shura blood sword, the two supreme artifacts bursting with dazzling light, as if they were going to tear apart the entire darkness. "Seal of time, God's Slayer slash." BaiYing shouted softly, activating both divine skills at once. Where the time-space battle blade passed, time and space seemed to be confined by an invisible force, trapping Bibi Dong in an inescapable realm. Meanwhile, the Shura blood sword, imbued with endless killing intent, aimed directly at Bibi Dong's vital points. Seeing this, a flicker of terror flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. She wanted to dodge, but the powerful binding force rendered her unable to move. She could only watch helplessly as the two divine skills approached her, her heart filled with despair. Chapter 134, I'm sorry, I'm late. The ninth soul skill, Immortal Body. Bibi Dong's body was instantly torn to pieces. QianDaoliu's face turned ashen, his eyes flashing with rage, but more so with confusion and disbelief. He stared at BaiYing, trying to read something from that young face. BaiYing maintained a smile, but the expression in his eyes seemed quite helpless. He gently sighed and began to explain, "Grandpa, please listen to me slowly. That day Bibi Dong came to me, hoping I could concoct a pill for her and use Xiaojiang to evolve their martial souls. I agreed to her, as this was also a challenge for me. But what I didn't expect was that during the refining process, the elixir underwent a mutation." BaiYing slightly lowered his eyelids and continued. "The mutation of that elixir was extremely rare. Even I did not foresee it. After Yu Xiaojiang consumed it, his body underwent an incredible transformation. Although his martial soul was greatly enhanced, the cost was. His gender characteristics became ambiguous, turning him into an existence that was neither male nor female." He raised his head, a hint of sadness visible in his gaze. Bibi Dong could not accept this fact. She believed I had harmed Yu Xiaojiang and vented all her anger on me. She attempted to solve the problem by killing me, but fortunately, you arrived in time and stopped her madness. At this point, BaiYing's figure seemed to tremble slightly, as if recalling that thrilling moment. A flicker of determination passed through his eyes. "Grandpa, I know you have always believed in me, but I must tell you the truth. All of this was truly beyond my expectations." QianDaoliu's gaze pierced BaiYing like a sharp sword, his voice deep and cold. "Are you sure it wasn't intentional?" BaiYing's figure shivered, but he quickly raised his head, his eyes shining with resolute light. He nodded vigorously, his voice strong and powerful. "Of course it wasn't intentional. You can ask him if I ever told him that there would be side effects after refining the elixir. Although I, BaiYing, am an alchemist, I would never commit such a treacherous act." His voice echoed in the air, each word seemingly carrying heavy weight, making it impossible to ignore. QianDaoliu looked at him, a hint of complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He knew BaiYing's character and also knew he never lied easily. But how could he trust him in the current situation? At the moment Bibi Dong's body shattered, a purple light suddenly erupted, like the brightest star in the night sky falling. The torn fragments slowly gathered under the purple light, as if being drawn by an invisible force, reassembling into Bibi Dong's body. Her figure gradually coalesced in the purple light, appearing both mysterious and fragile. QianDaoliu quietly watched this scene, his brow furrowed, but the anger in his eyes had calmed considerably. He turned to BaiYing, his voice carrying a hint of depth. "I already know the situation." As he spoke, Bibi Dong finally fully restored to her original state, but her complexion was pale, as if she had just experienced a life-and-death ordeal. She struggled to steady herself, her gaze complex as she looked at BaiYing and QianDaoliu. QianDaoliu spoke. "I already know about this matter. In the end, neither of you is at fault. Bibi Dong, it was your refusal to heed advice and insistence that led to this outcome. Moreover, you actually had contact with that man." As QianDaoliu's words fell, Bibi Dong's complexion instantly darkened like ink. Her eyes flickered with anger, as if she wanted to devour the two people before her. "This matter will definitely not end here," she shouted fiercely, her voice filled with endless hatred. As soon as her words fell, her figure suddenly transformed into a purple light, swiftly darting away into the distance. The purple light traced a long trajectory across the night sky, like a meteor streaking across the horizon, brilliant and dazzling. QianDaoliu and BaiYing did not expect BaiYing to react so intensely. They exchanged glances, both showing a hint of surprise. She, just left like that? BaiYing asked, somewhat incredulously. The night was as dark as ink, with stars dotting the sky. QianDaoliu's figure gradually blurred in the night. His steps were steady, but his back revealed a hint of fatigue. He gently patted BaiYing's shoulder, his voice low and gentle. After all, she is Shui's mother, and also the Pope of the Spirit Hall. I have my responsibilities and stance. I hope you can keep this matter confidential and not let more people know. BaiYing looked up, his gaze firmly fixed on QianDaoliu, nodding. I understand, Grandpa. Rest assured, I won't let this matter leak out. He paused, a bitter smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Besides, she is also my mother-in-law. QianDaoliu sighed. He knew BaiYing's inner pain. But at this moment, all he could do was offer comfort. Just as the two were about to leave, a strange wave suddenly emanated from the distant night. The wave rapidly spread, as if some powerful existence was awakening. QianDaoliu and BaiYing exchanged glances, both seeing a look of suspicion in each other's eyes. What is this? BaiYing frowned and asked. QianDaoliu shook his head, but a hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. I don't know, but it's definitely not a good thing. We need to check it out. Saying this, he flashed away, speeding toward the direction from which the wave came. BaiYing followed closely behind, their figures quickly disappearing into the night, leaving only a trace of coldness in the air. The forest under the night seemed shrouded in an invisible darkness. The branches and leaves of the trees swayed gently in the breeze, producing a rustling sound that starkly contrasted with the silence in the distance. Suddenly, a powerful suction force emanated from deep within the forest, as if the surrounding air was being drawn in by this force, forming a massive vortex. At the center of this vortex, a figure flickered in and out of view. It was BaiYing. Her eyes were tightly closed, her expression twisted and fierce, as if she was enduring immense pain. Surrounding her was a dense purple-black light, seemingly mixed with countless screams of pain and despair. As the suction intensified, the surrounding air began to vibrate violently, as if something was being forcefully pulled in. Soon after, figures were sucked into the vortex from all directions. Their faces were filled with terror and despair, but they could not escape the powerful suction. When QianDaoliu and BaiYing arrived on the scene, they were stunned by the sight before them. They saw BaiYing suspended in midair, her body surrounded by a dense purple-black aura, as if a massive black hole was devouring everything around it. Those figures that were drawn into the black hole vanished the moment they touched the purple-black aura, as if they had been completely swallowed. BaiYing's complexion grew, increasingly pale, her eyes flashing with a mad light, as if she had lost her sanity. What is happening? BaiYing exclaimed, a strong sense of unease surging in his heart. QianDaoliu's eyes turned crimson, filled with rage, as if he wanted to burn BaiYing before him to ashes. He moved, charging toward BaiYing, a tremendous soul power erupting from his body, causing the surrounding air to buzz with noise. However, just as his fist was about to touch BaiYing, she suddenly opened her mouth and let out a sharp scream. That scream was filled with endless pain and despair, as if it intended to tear apart one's soul. With this scream, an even denser purple-black aura erupted around BaiYing's body. That aura quickly condensed into sharp spikes, shooting toward QianDaoliu. BaiYing, you actually use such an evil method to devour the lives of others, QianDaoliu said angrily. BaiYing slowly rose, saying, this is all owed to me. This world owes me. If you have the ability, then kill me. If it weren't for you, would the angel family have turned out like this? Upon hearing this, QianDaoliu's previously surging killing intent was instantly suppressed. The forest in the night appeared particularly eerie, the moonlight filtering through the treetops, casting mottled shadows. QianDaoliu stood in the forest, his figure appearing exceptionally tall and lonely under the moonlight. His gaze was deep and complex, as if he was recalling a sealed past. Back then, BaiYing was the saintess of the Spirit Hall, young, beautiful, and full of dreams. QianDaoliu slowly began to speak, his voice carrying a hint of heaviness. However, fate played a cruel joke on her. He paused for a moment and continued. The previous pope, who is also my biological son, he defiled BaiYing. At that time, BaiYing already had another man in her heart, but my son acted on his own desires and did such a thing. BaiYing also sighed deeply. If it weren't for QianDaoliu, the entire Douluo continent wouldn't have become what it is today. In fact, one could say that the future destruction of the Spirit Hall has his indirect influence. QianDaoliu took a deep breath and continued. Since then, BaiYing has completely changed. Her heart is filled with hatred and resentment, and she crazily pursues power. BaiYing looked at QianDaoliu's heavy and pained face and couldn't help but feel a surge of sympathy. He gently patted QianDaoliu's shoulder. His voice gentle yet firm. Grandpa, this is not your fault. The crimes committed by Qian Renxue should not be borne by you. You have already tried your best to make amends and recover, but some things are destined to be unchangeable. QianDaoliu raised his head, tears shimmering in his eyes. He took a deep breath, as if to expel all the depression in his chest. He slowly spoke, his voice trembling slightly. If the child is not taught, it is the father's fault. If that incident hadn't happened back then, Renxue might not have had to endure so much pain. I never treated her as my own child, which led to her childhood being filled with lack and regret. Don't worry, I will take good care of Renxue. BaiYing nodded seriously, his eyes shining with determination, as if to assure QianDaoliu of his resolve. Seeing this, QianDaoliu felt a sense of comfort. He slightly nodded, his figure gradually becoming blurry. Soon, QianDaoliu's figure completely disappeared into the air, leaving only a faint golden light flickering in the air. BaiYing stood quietly in place, watching that light gradually fade away until it completely disappeared. Returning to Spirit City, the night was deep. The lights on both sides of the street swayed in the breeze, casting mottled shadows. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Yi Lingling, Dugian, and Catgirl had long been waiting at the palace gate, their faces filled with worry and tension. Catgirl rushed forward, asking eagerly, Master, what happened just now? Why did you leave in such a hurry? Her voice revealed a hint of unease, clearly disturbed by the earlier phenomenon. BaiYing gently patted Catgirl's shoulder, reassuring her. It's nothing serious, just a little spar with the Pope. His tone was relaxed, and a faint smile was on his face, seemingly unconcerned about the thrilling confrontation moments ago. Xiao Wu quickly stepped forward, her clear eyes full of concern. Brother, did you really fight with BaiYing? Did you get hurt? Let me see. As she spoke, she reached out to check BaiYing's body. BaiYing gently held Xiao Wu's hand, a warm light flashing in his eyes. Don't worry, Xiao Wu. I'm fine, really. He smiled and shook his head, exuding confidence and composure. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also gathered around, their faces equally filled with worry. Yi Lingling and Dugian stood quietly aside, although they didn't speak. Their concern was evident in their eyes. All right, don't worry. It's late. Everyone should go rest, BaiYing said softly. I have some things to take care of. Seeing that they still didn't believe him, BaiYing directly pulled Yi Lingling into his arms and kissed her fiercely on the lips. After the kiss, BaiYing looked at Yi Lingling's shy and happy expression, a smug smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He released her, allowing her to stand straight, then feigned nonchalance as he patted his chest, saying, See, I'm fine, right? His voice was filled with confidence and affection, causing Yi Lingling to blush again. Ning Rongrong watched the intimate scene between BaiYing and Yi Lingling and couldn't help but tease. It seems you're really fine. Still in the mood to be a rogue here. Her tone was playful, but the worry in her eyes had dissipated significantly. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu also couldn't help but laugh, knowing Ning Rongrong was joking, but their concerns had indeed lessened. Catgirl stood quietly aside, a relaxed smile appearing on her face, seemingly happy for BaiYing's safety. All right, stop teasing me, BaiYing laughed, waving his hand, then turned to Yi Lingling, let's go back and rest. Yi Lingling gently nodded, a shy blush appearing on her face. She turned to leave, but couldn't help but glance back at BaiYing, her eyes full of attachment and reluctance. Seeing this, BaiYing felt warmth in his heart and smiled, waving at her. BaiYing, if you dare to flirt with other girls outside, just wait until you come back and see how I deal with you. Her voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable authority. After saying this, she turned and continued walking, but the glance she cast back was sharp as a sword, piercing BaiYing's heart. BaiYing stood in place, feeling the gaze from behind, and couldn't help but feel a wave of guilt. He touched his nose and smiled wryly, secretly thinking, this girl is getting more and more powerful. But then he remembered his agreement with Hulaina. The night was dark, and in a corner of Spirit City, Hulaina stood alone under the moonlight, her figure appearing somewhat lonely. She occasionally looked into the distance, as if waiting for something. However, as time passed, a hint of impatience appeared on her face. Could it be he has something and is late? Hulaina murmured, her voice filled with uncertainty and disappointment. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, revealing her inner anxiety. Moonlight draped over her, casting a silver glow around her. A determined light flickered in her eyes, as if telling herself to wait no matter what. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps broke the night silence. Hulayina immediately raised her head, looking towards the direction of the sound. A familiar figure gradually appeared in her sight. It was BaiYing, whom she had been thinking about. BaiYing quickly walked to Hulayina's side, looking at her puffed-up expression, and couldn't help but chuckle. He reached out, gently took Hulayina's hand, and said softly, "I'm sorry, Nana, I'm late." Hulayina glared at him, wanting to pull her hand back, but BaiYing held it tightly. She pouted in dissatisfaction, saying, "You can be late for a date with a girl. That's really too much." BaiYing quickly explained, "Don't be angry, don't be angry. It wasn't intentional. I ran into some things on the way, which delayed me." As he spoke, he raised his other hand and gently scratched Hulayina's nose, his eyes filled with affection. Hulayina felt a bit shy from his sudden intimate gesture, her cheeks slightly flushed, wanting to break free from his grasp but reluctant to do so. BaiYing chuckled lightly, a hint of helplessness in his gaze. "This is all Bibi Dong's fault. If she hadn't insisted on fighting me, I wouldn't have been late." His words carried a teasing tone, as if blaming Hulayina for being mischievous. Upon hearing this, Hulayina's eyes widened in surprise as she retorted, "You fought with the teacher? That phenomenon just now was caused by you?" Her tone was filled with astonishment and curiosity, seeming to gain a new understanding of BaiYing's strength. BaiYing nodded, a proud smile on his face. "Yes, I had a spar with her, but don't worry. I'm Phoenix." As he spoke, he deliberately puffed out his chest, showcasing his strength. The night was deep, with stars twinkling in the sky. Hearing BaiYing's answer, Hulayina's eyes flashed with surprise, then turned to joy. She clenched her hands tightly, as if cheering for BaiYing's victory. "So who won the fight? You or the teacher?" Hulayina curiously leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with gossip. BaiYing took a deep breath, as if still savoring the fierce battle. He slowly spoke, his voice tinged with awe. "It was Bibi Dong who won. Her strength is unfathomable, and I am still far from it." After hearing this, Hulayina did not show any signs of disappointment. Instead, she said excitedly, "I knew the teacher was the strongest, but don't be discouraged. I believe that one day you will surpass her." BaiYing chuckled and shook his head, a glint of mischief in his eyes. He stretched out his arms and pulled Hulayina into his embrace, pressing her tightly against his chest. Hulayina was startled by this sudden action, wanting to struggle, but found her hands firmly held by BaiYing. "Don't you care about me at all?" BaiYing looked down at Hulayina in his arms, his tone slightly aggrieved. His eyes were deep and bright, as if they could capture one's soul. Hulayina felt a bit flustered under BaiYing's gaze. She struggled to escape his embrace, mumbling, "Aren't you fine?" Although her voice was small, it revealed a hint of unwillingness and shyness. BaiYing's lips curled into a wicked smile as his hands gently tickled Hulayina's waist. She immediately burst into giggles, struggling to escape from BaiYing's grasp. "Stop it, stop it!" Hulayina laughed, so hard that tears almost streamed down her face, dodging BaiYing's attacks while pleading for mercy. However, BaiYing remained unmoved, pressing further. He lowered his head and whispered in Hulayina's ear, "Little fox, let's see if you dare to tease me again." Hulayina's cheeks flushed from his sudden intimacy, and she lightly punched BaiYing's chest, pouting, "You're so bad. Let me go." BaiYing kicked the door open and gently placed Hulayina on the bed. Lying on the soft bedding, her cheeks were slightly red, and her eyes sparkled with shyness and anticipation. BaiYing leaned down, his face gradually approaching hers, close enough to feel each other's breath. Hulayina's heart raced, and she nervously closed her eyes, waiting for the impending moment. Just as their lips were about to touch, BaiYing suddenly halted. He took a deep breath, as if to inhale all of Hulayina's fragrance. Then, he slowly lowered his head and gently kissed her lips. This kiss was tender and passionate, as if to merge all his love into it. Hulayina's body trembled slightly as she felt BaiYing's lips softly caressing hers, as if conveying countless unspoken words. Her heart raced, almost leaping out of her chest. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and fulfillment. BaiYing's kiss deepened gradually, his tongue gently exploring Hulayina's mouth, intertwining with hers. Hulayina tightly wrapped her arms around BaiYing's waist, as if wanting to merge herself into his body, becoming one with him. Their breaths became increasingly rapid, their bodies pressed closely together, as if to fuse into one. Chapter 135. Qian Renxue's scheme the next day. "Congratulations, host. You have signed in and received 2 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones. This is indeed a good item." "What happened? What happened?" BaiYing looked at Douluo and asked. Douluo glanced around, confirming that no one was present before saying, according to the information provided by Prince Xuexing, the Snow Knight Emperor is critically ill. Now, please come with me to treat him. This matter must be kept confidential. Your medical skills are quite good, right? Let's go together. BaiYing replied, but I am from the Spirit Hall. Are you sure you want to take me with you? Douluo said. What about someone from the Spirit Hall? Don't worry. With me here, they won't harm you. BaiYing looked at Douluo, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes before he nodded and said lightly, since you say so, then I will accompany you. The two walked through the morning mist. There were not many pedestrians on the streets, with only a few carriages passing by hurriedly. BaiYing, dressed in white, appeared particularly ethereal under the morning light. While Douluo wore a black robe, his expression serious. They moved quickly, one in front and the other behind. They arrived at a secluded mansion. The main door tightly closed, exuding an air of mystery. Douluo stepped forward and lightly knocked on the door. After a while, an eye peeked through the crack in the door, examining them before slowly opening it. The room was dimly lit, with only a few weak oil lamps flickering, adding an eerie touch to the tense atmosphere. Douluo stood by the bed, his expression grave, gripping the wrist of the Snow Knight Emperor, his fingertips lightly touching the weak pulse. BaiYing stood to the side, his gaze sharp, closely observing Douluo's actions and the expression on the Snow Knight Emperor's face. He could sense an unusual aura in the air, as if some secret power was stirring in the shadows. Douluo furrowed his brows tightly, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes, seemingly trying to feel the condition of the Snow Knight Emperor's body. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, a look of shock flashing across his face. There is a strange soul power circulating within him, Douluo said in a deep voice, his tone filled with suspicion. Upon hearing this, BaiYing's heart stirred. He stepped forward, gently placing his hand on the Snow Knight Emperor's chest, a gentle soul power slowly seeping in. A look of astonishment crossed his eyes. Indeed, within the Snow Knight Emperor's body, there was a powerful soul force wreaking havoc, like an evil dragon rampaging, destroying the body's balance. What power is this? BaiYing frowned, his soul power colliding with that force, emitting a faint humming sound. Douluo shook his head, saying solemnly, I don't know, but it is definitely not ordinary soul power. We must proceed with caution, or we might provoke this force. BaiYing's frown deepened as his gaze roamed the dim room, seemingly searching for some clues. He took a deep breath and slowly said no. It's not just that strange soul power in his body. There is also poison present. Upon hearing this, Prince Xuexing's face changed instantly, exclaiming, Are you saying that someone dared to harm His Majesty? How is that possible? A nearby guard exclaimed. The Qian Empire's royal palace is heavily guarded. Who could poison His Majesty? BaiYing ignored the guard's outburst, his gaze becoming even more profound, as if he could see through all illusions. He said solemnly, What if it soused someone close to His Majesty? Prince Xuexing's face turned pale instantly. He suddenly stood up, glaring at BaiYing, his voice trembling. Kid, how dare you speak such nonsense here? Do you know what a serious crime it is to slander the royal family? BaiYing remained unfazed, glancing at Prince Xuexing with calm and resolute eyes. Your Highness, although I, BaiYing, am not talented, I do have some knowledge about poison. I can detect the poison on the Snow Knight Emperor, and it is not mere words. If you do not believe me, you can invite other physicians to verify. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense, with everyone's gaze focused on BaiYing. At this moment, Douluo stepped forward, saying in a deep voice, Your Highness. Although BaiYing is young, his expertise in poison is indeed remarkable. Since he says so, there must be a reason. Prince Xuexing took a deep breath, trying to calm the anger in his heart. He knew this was not the time to pursue responsibility. The most important thing was to save the Snow Knight Emperor. He said solemnly, All right, I believe you, but you must proceed with caution and ensure His Majesty's safety. BaiYing nodded, and his gaze fell back on the Snow Knight Emperor. Douluo and BaiYing stood at the bedside, their expressions grave. The Snow Knight Emperor slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of fatigue and helplessness in his gaze. His voice was weak and trembling, as if a gust of wind could blow it away. I know my body, the Snow Knight Emperor said, his gaze lingering on the two individuals, seemingly searching for a glimmer of hope. Your Majesty, rest assured, we will do our best, Douluo said solemnly, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. The Snow Knight Emperor gently nodded, taking a deep breath as if gathering all his strength in that moment. His gaze gradually became resolute, as if an indomitable force was supporting him. BaiYing took out a pill from his bosom, the pill emanating a faint, ethereal glow, as if containing some mysterious power. He carefully placed the pill into the Snow Knight Emperor's mouth, then formed hand seals. A gentle soul power slowly infusing into the Snow Knight Emperor's body. The pill gradually dissolved within the Snow Knight Emperor, transforming into a warm current that fiercely battled against the rampant, strange soul power and toxins. In the dimly lit room, the flickering oil lamp cast shadows, and BaiYing stood at the bedside, holding the pill like a star, emitting a faint light in the darkness. He spoke softly, his voice deep and firm. This pill is the result of my painstaking efforts. While it may not save you, it can use poison to counteract poison, temporarily suppressing the strange soul power and toxins within you. The Snow Knight Emperor's body trembled slightly, as if enduring immense pain, yet his gaze remained unusually steadfast, as if he saw a glimmer of hope for life. Complex emotions flickered in the Snow Knight Emperor's eyes as he slowly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of desolation. Is there truly no way? BaiYing fell silent for a moment, his brows furrowed tightly, seemingly making a difficult decision. Finally, he shook his head and then nodded, his voice low and heavy. There is no way. Your body has been deeply poisoned, and I truly have no means to help. At this point, BaiYing paused, took a deep breath, and continued. I ask your majesty to seek other solutions. The Snow Knight Emperor, upon hearing this, gently nodded, his gaze gradually becoming profound and distant, as if reminiscing about the past. He slowly spoke, his voice tinged with nostalgia. I remember you, the genius boy praised during the Soul Master competition across the continent, who, for some reason, could not participate in the finals. A hint of reminiscence appeared on the Snow Knight Emperor's face as he continued, his voice revealing a sense of time's passage. If you had participated in the finals back then, the championship would surely have been yours. BaiYing's body trembled slightly. He seemed surprised that the Snow Knight Emperor would bring this up. He raised his head, his gaze meeting that of the Snow Knight Emperor, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. The Snow Knight Emperor waved his hand, signaling everyone to withdraw. You all may leave. I need to have a good talk with him. Prince Xuexing showed a hesitant expression, stepping forward to say something, but was interrupted by the Snow Knight Emperor. Withdraw. Do not make me say it a second time. With no choice, Prince Xuexing could only lead everyone out of the room. The door slowly closed, leaving only the Snow Knight Emperor and BaiYing in the dimly lit room. In the dim room, BaiYing stood at the bedside, facing the Snow Knight Emperor lying on the bed, an inexplicable sense of tension surging within him. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, but his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. The Snow Knight Emperor's gaze was deep and sharp, as if he could see through BaiYing's heart. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. BaiYing, your position within the Tiando royal family is becoming increasingly important, and your relationship with Prince Xueqing is also growing closer. But you must understand, you are not only a member of the Spirit Hall, but also the future son-in-law of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Such an identity makes your position within the royal family delicate. At this point, the Snow Knight Emperor's tone became serious. Now, the Tiando Empire is in a tumultuous time, and only Prince Xueqing can shoulder the responsibilities. That child, Xuebeng, although of pure bloodline, is too arrogant and domineering, unsuitable to be a ruler. I hope you understand that your stance and choices will directly affect the future of the Tiando Empire. BaiYing slightly furrowed his brows, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion and helplessness. Standing in the dim room, the moonlight outside spilled in through the cracks, casting a silver glow over him. The Snow Knight Emperor lay on the bed, his gaze sharp like an eagle, closely watching BaiYing. His voice was low and powerful, echoing in the room. BaiYing, you are both a member of the Spirit Hall and the son-in-law of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Your identity is special, and your stance must also be special. But you must know, in this chaotic world, no one can stand alone. Your Majesty, you flatter me. I, BaiYing, am just an insignificant person. How can I influence the future of the Tiando Empire? In the room, the dim light cast mottled shadows on the Snow Knight Emperor's aged face, his eyes deep as the sea, as if he could see through everything. BaiYing stood at the bedside, his back straight, his expression serious, feeling the authority and power emanating from the Snow Knight Emperor. The Snow Knight Emperor's gaze shifted over BaiYing, slowly speaking. Do you know why I care about your attitude? His voice was deep and powerful, as if an invisible pressure filled the room. BaiYing slightly bowed his head, respectfully answering, Please enlighten me, Your Majesty. The Snow Knight Emperor took a deep breath, seemingly organizing his thoughts. He said in a heavy tone, "You have the Spirit Hall behind you, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as well. These two powers hold significant positions in the Tiando Empire, although there have been some frictions between the Spirit Hall and the royal family. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has always been a staunch supporter of the royal family. That is the first point." In the room, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The Snow Knight Emperor's eyes revealed a deep worry, gripping the bedsheet tightly as if seeking strength from it. "BaiYing, do you know?" The Snow Knight Emperor's voice was low and heavy, as if recounting a long-buried secret. "Prince Zuiking's influence has far exceeded our imagination. His impact has infiltrated every corner of the empire. His wisdom has won the support of countless citizens. And I, as the Emperor, can only watch helplessly, unable to change it." At this point, a flicker of pain and helplessness crossed the Snow Knight Emperor's eyes. He took a deep breath and continued. "As for my poisoning, I had actually sensed it long ago. I conducted a secret investigation, but unfortunately, I found nothing. Those toxins seem to have appeared out of nowhere, leaving no trace. I have tried various methods to detoxify, but none have worked. BaiYing, you're my last hope." Upon hearing the Snow Knight Emperor's words, BaiYing's face instantly turned pale, a strong sense of fear surging within him. He looked up at the Snow Knight Emperor, only to find the latter gazing at him with a deep and complex expression, as if he could see through his heart. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the door, followed by a handsome figure appearing at the entrance. The man, dressed in luxurious clothing and exuding a noble aura, was none other than Prince Zuiking. He walked into the room, approached the Snow Knight Emperor's bedside, and respectfully bowed. "Father, I have come." The Snow Knight Emperor looked at Zuiking, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. He slowly spoke, his voice tinged with fatigue and helplessness. "Qinghe, you have finally arrived. You should have heard about my current situation. I have little time left and can no longer fulfill the duties of an emperor." Upon hearing this, Zuiking's expression changed slightly, but quickly regained composure. He stepped forward, grasped the Snow Knight Emperor's hand, and said firmly, "Father, do not worry. I will inherit your aspirations and protect the Tiando Empire. No matter what difficulties and challenges I face, I will stand by the Empire and never back down." The Snow Knight Emperor looked into Zuiking's determined eyes, feeling a surge of relief in his heart. He nodded and smiled. Good. With a son like you, I have no regrets in death. However, you must remember to prioritize the interests of the nation and the people, no matter when and where. Do not do anything that harms the Empire and the people for personal power and desires." Inside the room of the Snow Knight Emperor, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. After everyone left, the dim light flickered in the room, adding a touch of eeriness to the silent ambience. In contrast, the scene inside the Crown Prince's residence was entirely different. The figure of Xue Qinghe had vanished, replaced by Qian Renxue, who had changed out of her luxurious attire into a simple white gown, appearing cold and noble. A deep light flickered in her eyes, as if she could see through all hypocrisy and lies. "That old guy asked you to detoxify him?" Qian Renxue's voice was cold and firm as she looked at the white shadow standing before her eyes revealing a hint of inquiry. The white shadow nodded slightly, his complexion pale, as if he had just gone through a thrilling confrontation. He took a deep breath and slowly spoke. "I did not detoxify him. On the contrary, I poisoned him again." Upon hearing this, a trace of surprise flashed in Qian Renxue's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She smiled lightly and said, "You are quite clever. My efforts towards you were not in vain. However, are you not afraid that the Snow Knight Emperor will notice?" The white shadow shook his head and replied solemnly, "The poison I used is colorless and tasteless, and no one can detect it. Moreover, this poison will not act immediately. It will slowly erode the Snow Knight Emperor's body, causing him to die unknowingly. This way, it will not raise suspicion and will achieve our goal." Qian Renxue nodded, looking at the white shadow with satisfaction. She understood his intelligence and loyalty well, which was why she chose to cooperate with him. She gently patted the white shadow's shoulder and said, "Very good, you did well. Next, we just need to wait for the right moment." Awaiting the news of the Snow Knight Emperor's death. In the dim room, Qian Renxue and the white shadow sat opposite each other, their conversation echoing in the tranquility. Suddenly, the white shadow spoke with a hint of curiosity, "But Sister Xue, I am curious why the Snow Knight Emperor would pass the throne to you. This is quite different from what I expected. I thought there would be a coup." Qian Renxue smiled slightly, her eyes glimmering with wisdom. "This is thanks to your reminder. If you hadn't told me about the upcoming events, I might have taken a different path." She paused and continued. "Do you remember the Art of War book you gave me when I was young? The wisdom in that book taught me how to strategize and win from a distance. I cleverly laid out my plans, allowing the Snow Knight Emperor to see my strength and intelligence, which ultimately led him to decide to pass the throne to me. Plus, with my current power, if a coup were to happen, I would definitely win. I have tested the power of those soul-guiding devices, and they are indeed very strong. Even lower-level soul masters would be instantly killed before them, let alone ordinary people. Sitting in the luxurious study of the Crown Prince's residence, the moonlight outside spilled like water, illuminating her cold and noble face. She slightly tilted her head and said to the white shadow standing beside her, "You were right about Shuefeng. He is indeed wise yet foolish, and even I was almost deceived by him. Sister Shue, what do you plan to do?" Qian Renxue smiled gently, a hint of cold light flashing in her eyes. "Since he likes to appear wise yet foolish, I will truly make him a fool." She stood up, walked to the window, gazing at the palace under the moonlight, already formulating a plan in her heart. She intended to make Shuefeng lose all his wisdom unknowingly, turning him into a true fool, no longer a threat to her. Under the moonlight, Qian Renxue's figure appeared even more mysterious and noble. She slightly turned to look at the white shadow beside her, her eyes revealing an undeniable determination. "I need a type of medicine." Qian Renxue's voice was deep and powerful, as if carrying some kind of magic that was irresistible. The white shadow was slightly taken aback and then respectfully lowered his head. "What do you need me to do?" "This medicine, when first taken, has no effect, but after a few days, it will gradually take effect, causing one to become foolish." Chapter 136. Collaboration with the Tiando Empire. "You really think too highly of me. I don't have such medicine. Moreover, now is a time of turmoil. If the first prince and Prince Shuexing both encounter problems, it could destabilize your position as crown prince. If the Snow Knight Emperor finds out your true identity. Sister Shue, you need not rush this matter. You still have me." Qian Renxue nodded and then spoke. "You're right. I was too anxious." Inside the Tiando Imperial Palace. "Master Ning, who do you think is poisoning me?" The Snow Knight Emperor said slowly, his face dark and murderous. The struggle for the throne in the Tiando Empire, while not as brutal as that in the Xinluo Empire, was still heartless. After all, the royal family is the most ruthless, with countless bones lying in the wake of a successful general. The Snow Knight Emperor understood this very well. Ning Fengji coughed lightly, knowing that this was not a question he could answer. Even if he had a suspect in mind, he absolutely could not speak it out loud, as this was an internal royal matter, and revealing it would bring disaster upon him. "Your Majesty, please forgive Fengji for not knowing." "Is it truly not known? Or is it that you dare not say?" "How could I possibly know such matters, Your Majesty? Have you not sensed any issues?" "Alas, I have not noticed anything at all. I do not know how I was poisoned. This poison has already infested my body like a parasite, and my body is already falling apart. The only reason I can still speak with you is that I am holding on to a breath of life. I know I cannot fall. Ning Zongshu, the crown prince, is your disciple, so I hope you can assist him well in the future, allowing him to govern the Tiando Empire. Your Majesty, Fengji understands." Ning Fengji said this, looking at the Snow Knight Emperor's face with hesitation before speaking. "Is there truly no way? If there were a way, I wouldn't need to discuss Chu Jun with you. Please forgive my ignorance. Master Ning, as a sect leader, how could you be foolish? Wisdom often appears foolish. According to our spies sent to the Wuhuan city, a new force has emerged there, called the Wuhuan Sect. This sect has a remarkable relationship with your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Your Majesty, you are exceptionally wise, in fact. The founder of this sect is the one who treated your illness, the White Shadow. This person is incredibly gifted and has already broken through to the Six-Ring Soul Emperor at a young age. Moreover, with the unique weapons he has created, I would never have married my daughter to him if it weren't for these reasons. This sect appears to be part of the Wuhuan Temple, yet it is independent from it, not merely a branch of the Wuhuan Temple. I heard that there are already several titled Daoliuos in this kid's sect. Although I don't know what methods he used, I am certain that the number of titled Daoliuos far exceeds that of the Wuhuan Temple. Moreover, when he established this sect, he stated that the Wuhuan sect would always remain a sect and would not interfere in any imperial disputes. The Snow Knight Emperor listened without speaking, but his eyes were growing brighter. If he could win over the White Shadow, it would undoubtedly be a significant benefit for the entire Tiando Empire. The number of titled Daoliuos on the main road is exceedingly rare, and now, aside from the Wuhuan Temple, there is another sect that possesses such a large number of titled Daoliuos. This would be a target for recruitment anywhere. Ning Fengji looked at the expression on the face of the Snow Knight Emperor and understood what he was thinking. So he spoke up. Your Majesty wants to win him over. Who knows my heart better than Fengji? Since you know what I am thinking, then tell me what method we should use to win him over. Ning Fengji said, if your Majesty wants to win him over, I do know how to do it. Although this kid BaiYing has powerful soul power and high talent, he is young and has obvious weaknesses, one of which is his fondness for women. He particularly likes beautiful women, who are his favorites. The more Ning Fengji spoke, the more he felt aggrieved. So that's it. It seems he can't get past the beautiful woman barrier. I've already figured it out. It just beautiful women? Why not directly marry the real princess to him? Let him become the son-in-law of the Tiandou royal family. And then his interests will be firmly tied to our Tiandou royal family. Your Majesty is wise. All right, Fengji, you may leave now. I need to think this through. After hearing this, Ning Fengji tactfully withdrew. Come, summon BaiYing. The servant responded and soon arrived at the prince's mansion of Shueqinghe. Sect Master Bai, His Majesty wishes to see you. Please come with me. Upon hearing this, Shueqinghe asked, why does father want to see Sect Master Bai? Do you know? Your Highness, that's not something we can know. Rest assured, Your Highness, nothing will happen. They won't eat you. If not, I can still escape. Let's go. Take me to see His Majesty. Upon arriving at the Tiandou Palace, the guards led him into a room and then left. I wonder why His Majesty has summoned me here. I heard that Mr. BaiYing has established a sect specifically for creating soul tools, which piques my interest. Ning Fengji has already shown me the power of soul tools, so I want to have a good discussion with Sect Master Bai about cooperation. Since it is His Majesty who wishes to discuss, I will speak without reservation. Your Majesty should be very clear that the current situation on the continent is changing rapidly. In the south, the Xinluo Empire is stirring, plus the Tiandou Empire has many issues that threaten to undermine it, including the Spear Hall. Sect Master Bai, you truly have a deep understanding of the situation? You mentioned the ambitions of the Spear Hall, but you were also born in the Spirit Hall. Why do you say this? As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Your Majesty should understand this well. The Snow Knight Emperor laughed and said, Sect Master Bai, you are indeed a person of great ambition, which I greatly admire. I wonder how many title Douluo level experts you have in the sect you established? Having title Douluo level experts is a sign of a power and whether it can become a top power. The 7-treasure Glazed Tile sect has 2 title Douluo level experts, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family also has at least 1. Although the Haoyan sect is unknown, they were once the #1 sect in the world, so their foundation should not be lacking. And then there is the Spirit Hall, all of which possess title Douluo level experts. You need not worry about this. Although our sect has just been established, we have many title Douluo level experts. Poison of Bow and some title Douluo level experts I brought back from the Slaughter City have all undergone trials of blood and tears, and they are all terrifying experts. Sect Master Bai, you have also been to the Slaughter City. Your Majesty, since you know about the Slaughter City, you should know what it takes to come out of there. The Snow Knight Emperor is very clear that the dangers in the Slaughter City are numerous, with one misstep. Even a titled Douluo level expert could lose their life. Most of the people inside are extremely wicked. Sect Master Bai was able to pass the trials of the Slaughter City at such a young age, showcasing both strength and wisdom, which is indeed extraordinary. I didn't expect that your sect would have such talents. Coupled with such powerful weapons, it seems that it won't be long before you surpass the Spear Hall. Look at what you're saying. I already stated when establishing the sect that we are merely a sect, not an empire, and we will never participate in the disputes of empires. Regardless of how the situation changes, we are just a sect. This not only guarantees our safety, but also reassures those with ulterior motives. So, Your Majesty, what else do you want to say? Sect Master Bai, since you have already made it clear, I will not beat around the bush. Now, our Tiandou Empire, although there are indeed some internal strife, is somewhat constrained by the Spirit Hall and the Xinluo Empire. So I want your spirit sect to become the state religion of the Tiandou Empire. Becoming the state religion means ensuring the prosperity and flourishing of the Tiandou Empire and also guaranteeing the territorial integrity of the Tiandou Empire. I need to consider this. If the spirit sect becomes the state religion of the Tiandou Empire, what do I need to give in return? Upon hearing this, the Snow Knight Emperor sensed an opportunity and said, as long as you do not interfere too much in the internal affairs of the Tiandou Empire and protect the Tiandou Empire at appropriate times, our Tiandou Empire is willing to show the highest sincerity. What does Your Majesty mean by sincerity? I'm very curious to know. The Snow Knight Emperor replied, rest assured, we will definitely send you the best gift. As long as you agree, you will be very interested in this gift. The Snow Knight Emperor noticed that BaiYing's face was somewhat tense. After all, He was an emperor. How could he be nervous about a mere junior? But there was no way. The biggest difference between the Tiandou Empire and the Xinluo Empire is that the Xinluo Empire can use martial soul fusion skills. And their martial soul quality is much higher than the swan martial soul of the Tiandou Empire. Not to mention their bloody methods of selecting heirs, which are simply on a different level than the Tiandou Empire. Moreover, the national power of the Xinluo Empire is much stronger than that of the Tiandou Empire. If it weren't for the Spirit Hall mediating over the years, perhaps the Xinluo Empire would have already unified the entire continent. Although the Tiandou Empire is also wary of the Spirit Hall, and the Spirit Hall also has ambitions to unify the empire, if it weren't for the Spirit Hall's mediation, it would actually lead to the quicker demise of the Tiandou Empire. BaiYing said lightly, wanting us to become your state religion is not without opportunities. It just depends on what benefits you can offer. As the saying goes, interests come first. As long as you can provide enough benefits, helping you won't be a problem. But let me clarify one point. We do not interfere in the internal affairs of other countries and do not interfere in their development. Even if one day the Tiandou Empire collapses due to power struggles, we will not intervene. We are only responsible for teaching students. Of course, this excludes external invasions. I can agree to this. Your Majesty, can you make the decision? I have no other intentions. Rest assured, my word is my bond, the Snow Knight Emperor said dominantly. Then there is no problem. Since your Majesty has chosen to trust us, we must also be honest with you. Many of the soul evolution products on the market are largely crafted by me personally. Our sect now has 5 title low-level experts, and if you add Douluo, that makes 6. And those soul tools, we have developed them to allow ordinary people to use. Moreover, the power is indeed significant. I believe you should understand the strength of these soul guiding devices. Although they cannot withstand title low-level powerhouses, they can definitely handle weaker soul masters, which is a comparison between an ordinary person and a soul master. I trust your Majesty is clear on this. Incredible, simply incredible. With these weapons, and coupled with the soul spirit evolution pills, it's astonishing that such methods exist within this sect. This is simply impressive. He is now very confident, believing he has chosen the right people for this lineup. Even the top 3 sects might not be able to achieve this. I hope the White Sect Master is not deceiving me, as what you said seems overly exaggerated. On such matters, we have no choice but to be honest with you since we have promised you. Moreover, if you don't believe me, you can directly ask Sect Master Ning how he would respond. If you still don't believe it, then you can ask His Highness the Prince. Your Majesty, if you cannot even establish the most basic trust, then we have no need to cooperate further. After all, the most important aspect of cooperation between 2 parties is trust. Only with such cooperation can there be a win-win situation. Emperor Xiuya, I didn't expect this fox to be so suspicious. If I had known, I would have poisoned him during the treatment. I have offered so many favorable conditions. I can't believe this old fox won't take the bait. Emperor Xiuya was also contemplating, but he thought of the prince and Ning Fengji behind the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, which is one of the top 3 sects, controlling 80 of the wealth of the Douluo continent, and is the #1 support sect in the world. I was too cautious regarding Sect Master Bai. If Sect Master Bai agrees, our Tiandou Empire must be trustworthy enough. Should I now issue a decree for the Tiandou Empire to cooperate fully? I might as well announce to the world that your Tiandou Empire has a great backing, right? Truly a case of a fox assuming the majesty of a tiger. But I might as well take this opportunity to make some profit. I won T lose out anyway. Chapter 137, Princess Xiueka. 1 update, 8 chapters. I hope everyone enjoys it. The good parts are all in the back. Don't worry, it will definitely satisfy all the readers. I wonder if Sect Master Bai is willing to marry my daughter, Princess Xiueka. Your Majesty, is this the surprise you have for me? Indeed, just an old fox. BaiYing quickly said, Your Majesty's kindness is greatly appreciated. The princess is intelligent and beautiful, elegant and noble. If I can marry the princess, it will be a blessing for me. Emperor Xiuya's face was beaming with joy as he waved his hand excitedly and commanded, Quickly, bring Princess Xiueka here. A tall guard responded and swiftly moved through the corridor, his steps light yet powerful. Soon, he brought Princess Xiueka into the main hall. Princess Xiueka was dressed in a pure white gown, as pristine as fresh snow. Her face was delicate, and her eyes sparkled with a hint of youthful shyness and curiosity. She walked into the hall with light steps, her gaze unintentionally falling on BaiYing. Princess Xiueka entered the hall gracefully, each step seemingly calculated, neither losing dignity nor appearing heavy. Her long gown swayed gently with her movements, resembling a blooming snow lotus, lightly swaying in the breeze. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation, shining like stars. When she reached BaiYing, she slightly lowered her head, hands clasped in front of her waist, and performed a standard court etiquette. Her voice was as pleasant as a clear spring, carrying a hint of sweet shyness. "Young Master BaiYing, hello." After saying this, she raised her head, her bright eyes fixed on BaiYing, seemingly waiting for his response. BaiYing was stunned by Princess Xueka's beauty and elegance. He momentarily lost his composure but soon regained himself, deeply bowing. "Your Highness," BaiYing pays his respects. Emperor Xuye smiled, his eyes sparkling with satisfaction, as if he had already envisioned a beautiful future. He slowly spoke, his voice filled with solemnity and expectation. "Our cooperation will become even more unbreakable if we can unite through marriage. Xueka, do you wish to marry Sect Master Bai?" The hall fell silent, all eyes focused on Princess Xueka. She raised her head, and a hint of determination flickered in her clear eyes. She nodded and softly said, "Father, I am willing." Although her voice was soft, it echoed in the hall like a thunderclap. A faint smile appeared on Princess Xueka's face, one that carried both anticipation for the future and a sense of responsibility. She understood that, as a princess, her marriage was never entirely her own decision. However, she also recognized the significant meaning this marriage held for cooperation and stability. Upon hearing Princess Xueka's response, BaiYing felt an indescribable excitement surge within him. He stepped forward, bowed deeply, and said, "Princess, I am willing to share this life with you. Through wind and rain, through dangers and obstacles, I will protect you until the end of time." Upon hearing this, Princess Xueka's face flushed red. She gently raised her head, and their gazes met. In that moment, both their eyes were filled with longing and anticipation for the future. Emperor Xie, seeing this, felt great joy in his heart. He stood up and announced loudly, "Today, I shall betroth Princess Xueka to Sect Master Bai. May they be united forever and grow old together." As the emperor's words fell, a chorus of congratulations echoed in the hall. However, amidst this festive atmosphere, BaiYing keenly sensed a hint of unusual emotion. He gazed at Princess Xueka and noticed a single crystal tear quietly sliding down the corner of her eye. That tear glimmered faintly under the light, like a broken pearl, quietly resting on her fair cheek. BaiYing's heart sank. He clearly felt the struggle and helplessness within Princess Xueka. He knew that this tear not only represented her unwillingness, but also symbolized her responsibilities and missions as a princess. He gently reached out, wanting to wipe away her tears, yet feared that this action might disrupt the delicate balance. Emperor Xie also noticed this subtle moment, frowning slightly as he contemplated. He understood the important significance of this marriage for cooperation. He cleared his throat, breaking the silence in the hall. "Since both of you have agreed, I shall command the preparations for the wedding. Sect Master Bai, I hope you will treat Xueka sincerely and not let her suffer any harm." BaiYing nodded seriously, looking firmly at Princess Xueka. "Your Majesty can rest assured, I will protect the princess with my life and will not let her suffer even the slightest harm." Upon hearing this, Princess Xueka's inner struggle calmed a little. "It is getting late today. Xueka, let Sect Master Bai stay in your room for the night." Emperor Xie's voice echoed in the hall, his words like a spring breeze brushing over a lake, creating ripples. Princess Xueka's cheeks instantly turned a shade of crimson. She lowered her eyelids, not daring to look at BaiYing, yet her heart was tumultuous, a mix of shyness and anticipation. BaiYing stood by, his heart racing like a drum. He secretly glanced at Princess Xueka, seeing her blush like the morning glow on her snow-white skin, breathtakingly beautiful. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement, yet found he could not control the rapidly accelerating heartbeat. The atmosphere in the hall became delicate and ambiguous, as if an invisible force was quietly flowing between the two. Just as Emperor Xie's words fell, a palace maid stepped forward lightly, bowing respectfully and saying, "Your Highness the Princess, Sect Master Bai, please follow me." Guided by the maid, BaiYing and Princess Xueka arrived at her boudoir. The room was elegantly and warmly decorated, with a delicate fragrance wafting through the air, refreshing the spirit. Soft light spilled over the exquisite furniture, casting dappled shadows. Princess Xueka stood nervously in the center of the room, her hands tightly gripping the corner of her dress, her heart racing like a startled deer, difficult to calm. She stole a glance at BaiYing, who stood by the door, his deep gaze fixed on her as if he wanted to imprint her deeply in his heart. BaiYing also felt somewhat awkward. He had never imagined standing in the princess's boudoir in this way. He tried to steady his emotions and took steps toward Princess Xueke. When BaiYing reached in front of Princess Xueke, he gazed into her clear eyes, attempting to find answers within them. His voice was deep and gentle, tinged with a hint of barely perceptible tension. Princess Xueke, do you not wish to marry me? Princess Xueke was taken aback by BaiYing's straightforward question. She looked up to meet his gaze, a complex emotion flickering in her bright eyes. She gently bit her lower lip, as if hesitating on how to respond. Seeing her conflicted expression, BaiYing felt a wave of inexplicable pain surge within him. He reached out, gently holding Princess Xueke's hands, his voice filled with warmth and understanding. Xueke, you don't have to force yourself. If you truly do not wish to, I will explain it to His Majesty. We will not pressure you. Upon hearing this, a hint of panic flashed in Princess Xueke's eyes. She quickly lifted her head, her clear eyes filled with urgency and explanation. BaiYing, you misunderstood. I am willing. However, her words trembled with an unnatural quiver, as if even she couldn't fully convince herself. BaiYing looked at her flustered expression, feeling more certain in his heart. He sighed softly, released her hands, and turned to walk toward the window. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating BaiYing's solitary figure with a silvery glow. He stood by the window, gazing at the bright moon in the night sky, his heart a tumult of confusion. Princess Xueke looked at BaiYing's back, a wave of inexplicable sorrow swelling within her. She knew she couldn't just give up. She must tell BaiYing her true feelings. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and walked to BaiYing's side, softly saying, BaiYing, listen to me, I really like you. I have no other intentions, just hoping we can treat each other sincerely. BaiYing turned around to look into Princess Xueke's sincere eyes, and the ice in his heart seemed to begin melting. He gazed deeply at her, then slowly nodded. Xueke, I believe you. I will prove through my actions that I am worthy of your affection. BaiYing took a firm step forward, standing in front of Princess Xueke. He extended his large hand, gently holding her small hand. A flash of surprise crossed Princess Xueke's face, but it soon transformed into a gentle smile. She didn't pull away but allowed BaiYing's hand to envelop hers tightly. Xueke, rest assured, I will use all my strength to protect you, ensuring you face no grievances. BaiYing gently handed the soul bones to Princess Xueke, his voice deep and tender. Xueke, I have a gift for you. Saying this, he took out the 2 pieces of soul bones. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Princess Xueke's eyes as she extended her slender fingers to carefully take the soul bones. The bones felt icy to the touch, but carried a strange sense of power, making her want to explore them further. What is this? Princess Xueke looked up at BaiYing, her eyes filled with curiosity. She cradled the 2 pieces of the 10,000-year soul bones in her hands, which sparkled like 2 translucent gems, shimmering alluringly in the moonlight. She looked up at BaiYing, her eyes filled with astonishment and fear. This is soul bone? And it's a 10,000-year one? BaiYing smiled slightly and nodded. Yes, Xueke. This is a gift I specially prepared for you. I hope you will like it. Princess Xueke hurriedly shook her head, exclaiming, No, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. Her voice trembled slightly, clearly shaken by the value of the gift. BaiYing looked at her nervous expression, feeling a warmth rising in his heart. He stepped forward, gently holding Princess Xueke's hand, placing the soul bones in her palm. Xueke, to me, you are more precious than these soul bones. BaiYing frowned slightly. Looking at Princess Xueke's serious eyes, a wave of tenderness surged within him. He gently held her hand and pushed the soul bones back to her, his voice firm yet gentle. Xueke, you are my wife. This is the betrothal gift I prepared for you. You need not have any concerns. Princess Xueke looked at the soul bones before her, hesitation flashing in her eyes. She knew the value of these 2 pieces of soul bones and their importance to her. However, she was more worried that her swan martial spirit could not bear this power, thus wasting these precious soul bones. BaiYing saw her concerns and smiled gently. Xueke, trust me, your martial spirit is not lacking. Moreover, with me here, I will help you unleash its potential and make it stronger. BaiYing's gaze was fixed on Princess Xueke, his eyes glimmering with determination and seriousness. He spoke again, his voice deep and powerful. Xueke, these 2 pieces of soul bones are my heartfelt intention for you. If you do not accept them, then there is no need for our cooperation to continue. Princess Xueke was stunned by BaiYing's words. She looked at his determined eyes, feeling a warm current surge within her. She knew BaiYing genuinely wanted to give her this gift, not out of momentary whim or ulterior motives. Taking a deep breath, she nodded and spoke, her voice trembling. All right, I am willing. Saying this, she tightly grasped the 2 pieces of soul bones in her hand. Princess Xueka accepted the soul bones, a warm current flowing in her heart. She looked up at BaiYing, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Prince BaiYing. Upon hearing this, BaiYing raised an eyebrow, showing some displeasure on his face. He gently walked in front of Xueka, extending his long fingers to lift her chin, making her clear eyes meet his directly. Xueka, you are mistaken. BaiYing's voice was deep and magnetic, his eyes sparkling with determination and affection. From today on, you should call me husband or darling. Xueka felt a blush rise at BaiYing's sudden gesture. She lowered her head slightly, unable to meet his gaze, but a sense of inexplicable sweetness surged within her. She gently bit her lower lip and murmured, husband, husband. Upon hearing this, BaiYing's lips curled into a satisfied smile, and he chuckled softly. That's more like it. Say it again. I like to hear it. When Xueka heard this, her face instantly flushed a faint red. She lowered her head, unable to meet BaiYing's intense gaze. Gathering her courage, she gently bit her lip again, raised her head, and looked at BaiYing. Her clear eyes sparkled with determination as she softly spoke, her voice trembling. Husband, husband. BaiYing's heart trembled upon hearing this, as if a warm current had washed over him. He reached out, gently holding Xueka's small hand, drawing her into his embrace. Their bodies pressed closely together, as if they had merged into one. All right, let me help you open up your meridians, he said. Take off your clothes. Don't misunderstand. I'm only helping you enhance your strength. She gently loosened the ties of her clothing, each movement appearing so graceful and shy. As her garments slipped away, her milk-like pure skin gradually revealed itself in the moonlight, radiating a captivating glow. BaiYing sat on the sofa, his gaze deep and gentle. He stared at Princess Xueka as if he wanted to imprint every inch of her skin in his heart. BaiYing gently held Xueka's hands, his eyes shimmering with determined light, as if he wanted to give her endless strength. I'm about to begin. The process may be a bit painful, but please trust me. It will only benefit you. BaiYing's voice was deep and powerful, as if imbued with a kind of magic. Xueka bit her lower lip tightly knotted, and her body trembled slightly, a faint blush appearing on her face. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself. BaiYing gently placed his hands on Xueka's back. A gentle force instantly surged into her body. She felt as if her body was wrapped in a warm current, a feeling both strange and wonderful. As time passed, Xueka gradually felt a powerful force surging within her, as if it were trying to break through some kind of restraint. Her body began to tremble slightly, sweat trickling down her forehead and dampening her cheeks. BaiYing's eyes were tightly closed, his hands moving continuously on Xueka's back, as if he were searching for something. Each touch sent a tingle through Xueka. Suddenly, Xueka's body jolted violently, and she felt a powerful force erupting from within her, as if it were tearing her apart. She let out a cry of pain, her body shaking uncontrollably. BaiYing opened his eyes abruptly, a brilliant light flickering within them. He tightly embraced Xueka, his voice deep and firm. Don't be afraid. It will be over soon. Just as Xueka was about to succumb to the impact of that force, she suddenly felt a cool breath entering her body from BaiYing's palm, instantly calming the raging power within her. That cool breath seemed to carry endless vitality and energy, flowing through her meridians and clearing the blockages one by one. Xueka felt as if her body had been reshaped, becoming lighter and stronger. She opened her eyes, looking at BaiYing before her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Thank you, husband, she said softly, her voice trembling slightly. BaiYing smiled gently, patting her shoulder. No need to be polite, we are one. With the unblocking of the 8 extraordinary meridians, Princess Xueka's strength underwent a qualitative leap. She stood up, stretched her limbs, and felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Husband, I feel like I've become a different person, Xueka exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. BaiYing took out a crystal-clear pill from his bosom and handed it to Xueka. The pill emitted a faint fragrance, as if it contained endless life force. Xueka took a deep breath and unhesitatingly accepted the pill, placing it in her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, turning into a cool liquid that flowed down her throat and into her body. In an instant, Xueka felt her body wrapped in a powerful force, and her swan martial spirit began to change. The originally snow-white swan gradually became crystal clear, as if formed from countless brilliant gemstones. The swan's wings became fuller, each feather emitting a faint glow, as if capable of illuminating the darkness. Its eyes also became bright and spirited, revealing a noble and mysterious aura. Shueke's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at her hands. Her martial spirit had undergone a tremendous transformation. The once pure white swan had now turned into a golden swan, radiant with golden light. The golden swan danced gracefully beside Shueku, its wings shimmering with dazzling light, as if illuminating the entire space. Each feather radiated brilliant golden light, like countless little stars twinkling. Shueku reached out her finger, gently touching the wings of the golden swan, feeling the silky, smooth texture. A joyful smile appeared on her face, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Is this my martial spirit? It's so beautiful. Chapter 138. Shueke's affection. Let me first answer the question from the Child of the Stars. BB Dong will definitely accept it, and the content will be extremely exciting, so don't worry. I guarantee with my life that it will be very exciting. Alright, now this is your new martial spirit, the Golden Swan. Shueke looked at BaiYing with heartfelt gratitude. Alright, quickly absorb the soul bones, BaiYing responded lightly. Shueke nodded and then sat cross-legged to begin absorbing the two 10,000-year soul bones. The two soul bones shimmered in Shueke's hands, as if containing endless power. As her soul power slowly infused into them, the soul bones began to merge with her. In an instant, a golden light enveloped Shueke's body, as if golden swans were dancing around her. At that moment, a powerful force suddenly erupted from the soul bones, soaring into the sky. Shueke felt as if her body were being torn apart by this force, but it was quickly reshaped. Her soul power underwent a tremendous transformation, as if achieving a qualitative leap. When the light dissipated, Shueke slowly opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling with brilliance. She felt as if she had been reborn. Her strength greatly increased. Did I actually break through to level 40? I can't believe I really broke through to level 40. Husband, you're simply amazing. That's nothing. I have another gift for you. BaiYing smiled, his eyes filled with indulgence. He gently reached out his hand and slowly placed a ring on Shueke's delicate finger. The ring fit perfectly with Shueke's finger, as if they were meant to be one. This ring is a soul guide device I crafted by hand, capable of storing living things, BaiYing said softly, his voice filled with tenderness and affection. Now I give it to you. Shueke gently caressed the ring. Its surface glimmered with a faint luster, as if containing some mysterious power. She looked up at BaiYing, her eyes filled with gratitude and love. Husband, this ring is so beautiful. I love it. Shueke's voice was filled with joy as she gently twirled her finger, making the ring shine even more brilliantly in the sunlight. Husband, you just said it can contain living things? Can I raise flowers and plants in it? Shueke asked BaiYing. BaiYing nodded and said, of course. BaiYing was very clear that as a princess, Shueke was the daughter of the Tiando Empire. So to win her heart, he needed to provide benefits. These benefits did not have to be extravagant, but had to touch her heart. There are many examples in the real world, such as a wealthy young lady falling in love with a poor boy. These poor boys might lack money and power, yet they can win the hearts of the young ladies by showing care and attention. For these young ladies, money and power have become monotonous, leaving them feeling empty inside, as many of their parents are billionaires who are rarely home. This is precisely the opportunity for those poor boys, and it is the same now. BaiYing took out several celestial herbs from the soul guide device, which he had inadvertently obtained during previous adventures. These celestial herbs were not only extraordinarily beautiful, but also possessed magical powers, greatly aiding in soul power cultivation. These are celestial herbs I obtained during an adventure. Each one contains the essence of heaven and earth. You can plant them in the ring and let them grow and multiply. BaiYing handed the celestial herbs to Shueke, his eyes shining with expectation. Shueke took the celestial herbs, feeling a refreshing aura envelop her. She examined the herbs closely, her heart filled with surprise and gratitude. Husband, you are so thoughtful, Shueke said. Her voice choked with emotion as she looked up at BaiYing, her eyes filled with love. BaiYing smiled gently, holding Shueke's hand, and said, You are my wife. I will naturally do my best to make you happy. These fairy herbs are just the beginning. I will bring you more surprises in the future. Just then, a burst of floral fragrance suddenly emanated from the ring. Shueke looked down and saw that the space inside the ring had transformed into a small garden, where those fairy herbs were thriving and blooming with brilliant colors. Husband, this ring is amazing, Shueke exclaimed, her heart filled with gratitude and love for BaiYing. BaiYing smiled slightly and mysteriously said, "This is just the tip of the iceberg of the ring. It has many other functions waiting for you to discover." Hearing this, Shueke's eyes flashed with curiosity and anticipation. She decided to explore the secrets of this ring herself. With a thought, she entered the space inside the ring. Inside, she saw not only the garden, but also a clear lake and several exquisite small houses. It felt like she was in a dreamlike world, her heart brimming with surprise. Emerging from the world within the ring, Shueke looked at BaiYing before her, feeling a warm current surge within her. She understood that BaiYing, possessing dual martial souls, was already extraordinary, and he also had the long-lost soul guide crafting skills. How could she not be satisfied with such a genius? She gently stepped forward, reached out her hands, and tightly embraced BaiYing. His body was warm and solid, like a mountain, giving her an unmatched sense of security. She buried her head in his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, her heart filled with sweetness and happiness. "Husband, you are truly wonderful." Shueke's voice carried a hint of coquetry as she looked up at BaiYing, her eyes sparkling with happiness. "Having you is like having the whole world." BaiYing held Shueke tightly, feeling as if he were surrounded by a sea of flowers, the faint fragrance making his heart flutter. Shueke's skin was as smooth as the finest silk, making him unable to resist wanting to be closer. He leaned down and gently blew a breath on Shueke's neck, causing her to shudder slightly. Shueke raised her head, her bright eyes filled with shyness and anticipation. As if saying something to him, BaiYing's desire was completely ignited. He suddenly leaned down and kissed her alluring red lips. Their lips and teeth intertwined, as if trying to draw each other's souls into their bodies. BaiYing's hands unconsciously wandered to Shueke's waist, which felt delicate and boneless, making him unable to let go. Shueke also held onto BaiYing tightly, as if wanting to melt herself into his embrace. "Princess, your knight has arrived." At this moment, BaiYing was breathing heavily, his fiery gaze fixed on Shueke. Shueke felt a bit shy under BaiYing's intense gaze. She lowered her head and softly asked, "Husband, what do you want to do?" Upon hearing this, BaiYing's lips curled into a charming smile. He slowly approached Shueke, his strong masculine aura overwhelming her, causing her heart to race. He reached out and gently stroked Shueke's cheek, the tender touch making her body tremble slightly. BaiYing's eyes glowed with fiery passion as he whispered, "Princess, let me protect you tonight." Allowing BaiYing to lift her up and gently place her on the bed. BaiYing leaned down, kissing her forehead, then her eyes, nose, cheeks, finally stopping at those tempting red lips. After a long time, their breathing gradually calmed down. BaiYing looked down at Shueke in his arms. Her complexion was rosy, her eyes glistening with tears, like a blooming peach blossom, beautiful enough to captivate anyone. He gently stroked her hair, a proud smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. "The Tiando Empire sent you to me, truly a match made in heaven." His voice was deep and magnetic, carrying a kind of magic that made Shueke's heart race again. Shueke looked up at BaiYing, her eyes filled with love and shyness. She wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her head in his embrace, her voice soft and sweet as she said, "Husband, meeting you is the greatest happiness of my life." BaiYing gently stroked Shueke's hair, a hint of seriousness evident in his gaze. He looked out the window, as if trying to see through the layers of clouds to the situation far away. "Shueke, you are the princess of the Tiando Empire. You should have some understanding of the current situation on the Douluo continent, right?" BaiYing's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Shueke also put away her shyness and replied earnestly, "Yes, husband. The Spirit Hall and the Daoliu Empire have been eyeing us covetously, wanting to expand their influence. If they truly wish to unify the continent, then the Tiando Empire is undoubtedly their primary target." BaiYing took a deep breath, his expression growing serious. He gently cupped Shueke's face, ensuring her gaze met his. "Shueke, if one day, I'm saying if, the Daoliu Empire really encounters misfortune, where would you go?" His voice was deep and magnetic, as if discussing a heavy topic. Shueke's face instantly turned pale. She tightly held BaiYing's hand, as if trying to find comfort in it. She shook her head, her voice trembling as she said, I don't know. I don't want to know. I just want to stay in this moment forever. At least I can deceive myself that everything is still on time." In the dimly lit conference room, the atmosphere was tense. The four key figures of the Tiando Empire, Xue Beng, Xue Qinghe, Emperor Xue Yi, and Prince Xue Xing, were gathered around a rectangular table. A huge map was spread across the table, marking the territories and key points of various forces on the Douluo continent. Prince Xing furrowed his brow, looking at Emperor Shui Yi with a hint of doubt in his tone. Your Majesty, do you really think it is wise to send Princess Shui to BaiYing? Doing so not only puts the princess in danger, but may also provoke dissatisfaction and suspicion from other forces. Emperor Shui Yi remained silent for a moment, his gaze deep and resolute. He slowly raised his head to look at Prince Xing, his voice deep and powerful. Xing, I understand your concerns. But in this turbulent era, what we need are powerful allies, not mere superficial dignity. BaiYing possesses dual martial souls and a long-lost soul guide crafting skills. His potential is immeasurable. Marrying Shui to him is not only recognition of him, but also an investment in the future of our Tiando Empire. Prince Xing's face darkened, and just as he was about to retort, Shui Beng spoke up first. He stood up, his expression excited as he said, Father Tang San, the boy who shone in the elite soul master competition. His dual martial souls are remarkable. If we can recruit him, how could we worry about the Tiando Empire not becoming strong? Emperor Shui Yi raised an eyebrow at these words, seemingly recalling the boy who had excelled in the soul master competition. He slowly said, Tang San, I remember him. He is indeed an extraordinary boy. But where is he now? How we find him? Shui Beng took a deep breath, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Father, I have already sent people to investigate Tang San's whereabouts. I believe news will come soon. As long as we find him, regardless of the cost, we must keep him in the Tiando Empire. At this point, Emperor Shui Yi slowly looked at Prince Xing. It's all your fault. Such a genius was chased away by you. In the conference room, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Prince Xing's expression changed slightly, as if Shui Beng's words had touched upon some unknown secret. He opened his mouth as if to argue, but it ultimately turned into a sigh. Emperor Shui Yi's gaze lingered on Prince Xing for a moment, filled with reproach and disappointment. He slowly turned to Shui Beng, his voice carrying a hint of expectation. Beng, I naturally remember the Tang San you mentioned. His performance in the Soul Master competition was indeed stunning. But where is he now? How can we recruit him to our side? Xue smiled slightly, his eyes shining with determination. Father, I have already sent someone to secretly investigate Tang San's whereabouts. I believe news will come soon. Tang San's talent and strength are certainly not inferior to BaiYing. As long as we can find him and show him the sincerity and strength of the Heaven Do Empire, I believe he will be willing to join us. Xing stood up, his brow furrowed, looking at Xue with a hint of coldness and warning in his tone. Binger, I understand your enthusiasm, but the matter of Tang San is likely not that simple. He walked to the map, lightly tracing the position of the star Luo Empire with his finger. His voice low. Tang San, born in the Qian sect, his father is the once-renowned QianDaoliu. His choice will not be easily swayed by us. Xue turned around, his gaze fixed on Xue, his eyes filled with an undeniable firmness. Moreover, do not forget that the Qian sect has always had a close relationship with the Star Luo Empire. Tang San is also closely connected with the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, Daimu Bai. The bond between them is not something we can easily sow discord in. In the conference room, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Prince Xing stood up, his gaze sharp, staring directly at Xue. Your Highness, what you say is truly beautiful. His voice carried a hint of sarcasm. But perhaps your words are more about protecting your own position as the heir? Xueqing's expression slightly changed, but soon returned to calm. He gently shook his head and said lightly, Uncle, you misunderstand. Every word I say is based on the consideration for the entire Heaven Do Empire. Tang San is indeed a genius, but his heart has always been with the Star Luo Empire. If we forcibly recruit him, it will only backfire. All right, you two be quiet. The voice of Emperor Shui echoed in the conference room, like an invisible hammer, striking heavily on the hearts of Prince Xing and Xue. They exchanged glances, seeing a hint of fear and reluctance in each other's eyes. But at this moment, they had to choose silence. Emperor Shui's face was as dark as water, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two as if trying to see through their thoughts. His voice held an undeniable authority. All right, you two stop arguing. I'm not dead yet. The Heaven Do Empire is not your place to cause trouble. Xueqing has stood by, quietly observing everything. His face showed no expression, but his eyes flickered with complex emotions. Qinghe, Emperor Shui slowly spoke. Xueqing has been closer to you since childhood. This marriage proposal has not taken her thoughts into account. Please persuade her, so that her personal feelings do not lead to a major issue. Xueqing nodded and said, I understand, Father. I will definitely talk to Xueqing about this. The next morning, Xue Qinghe arrived at Xue Ke's room and gently knocked on the door. Inside the room, BaiYing and Xue Ke were lying in bed, startled by the knock. Xue Ke hurriedly grabbed the blanket to cover herself. Her voice a bit hoarse as she called out, "Who is it?" "Xue Ke, it's me." Xue Qinghe's voice was gentle yet firm, coming through the door. Hearing Xue Qinghe's voice, Xue Ke felt a bit more at ease, but nervously glanced at BaiYing beside her. BaiYing also looked tense. If Xue Qinghe saw them like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Wait, I haven't dressed yet," Xue Ke hurriedly said, frantically starting to get dressed. BaiYing quickly got up from the bed to tidy his clothes. Their movements were somewhat flustered, fearing that Xue Qinghe outside would become impatient and burst in. Xue Ke glanced at BaiYing beside her, a hint of playful annoyance flashing in her eyes. She gently rubbed her waist, showing a pained expression, and whispered, "It's all your fault. I'm in so much pain now. If my brother finds out, he will definitely laugh at me." BaiYing felt a wave of guilt. He stepped forward, gently hugging Xue Ke, and softly said, "I'm sorry, I didn't control myself well. I will take responsibility and won't let you suffer any harm. Are you ready yet?" "Xue Ke, I'm coming in." Xue Qinghe's voice sounded outside, carrying a hint of teasing and helplessness. Xue Ke's heart tightened, quickly arranging her clothes. Then looking at BaiYing beside her, she said, "Not yet. Wait a bit longer." She tried to make her voice sound normal, then quickly walked to the door and opened it. Chapter 139. Jealousy at that moment. BaiYing also finished dressing and walked out the door. Xue Qinghe had been waiting outside, watching as BaiYing and Xue Ke approached slowly, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Did you sleep well last night?" Xue Qinghe's voice was gentle, yet carried a hint of teasing. Upon hearing this, Xue Ke's face instantly turned a bright shade of red, like the dawn reflecting on the snow, beautiful yet shy. She lowered her head, her hands tightly twisting together, almost unable to stand, as if she would fall at any moment. BaiYing also felt awkward. He cleared his throat a few times, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. He stole a glance at Xue Ke. Seeing her bashful appearance, a wave of inexplicable feelings surged in his heart. Xue Ke's voice carried a hint of panic as she softly said, "You two sit here for a bit. I'll go make you some tea." After saying this, she turned to leave. However, just as she turned, it seemed she tripped on something. Her body swayed violently, nearly falling to the ground. BaiYing was quick to react, stepping forward and steadying Xue Ke. Their gazes met at that moment. Xue Ke's eyes were filled with panic and shyness, while BaiYing felt a strong sense of protectiveness arise. Xue Qinghe stood by, watching this scene, the smile on his face becoming increasingly playful. After Xue Ke left, Xue Qinghe's playful expression gradually receded, replaced by a deep seriousness. He slowly walked towards BaiYing, and the atmosphere between them instantly became heavy. "Let's have a good talk behind closed doors." Xue Qinghe's voice was low and powerful, seeming to carry a certain magic that compelled one to listen. BaiYing nodded, and then the door slammed shut, isolating the two in a confined space. "You have a good relationship with my sister," Xue Qinghe began, his eyes revealing a hint of scrutiny. "I didn't expect you two couldn't control yourselves on your first meeting." BaiYing took a deep breath, meeting Xue Qinghe's deep eyes, and softly said, "Sister Xue, could you please stop dressing as a man? It can easily lead to misunderstandings." Hearing this, Xue Qinghe was momentarily surprised. Then a playful smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. She gently shook her head, her voice carrying a hint of teasing. "You little guy, you're quite clever. But don't you think I look good in men's clothing? What, don't you like it?" BaiYing forced a smile, helplessly saying, "It looks good, but it puts a lot of pressure on me. Moreover, your male attire always gives me a strange feeling." Xue Qinghe stood quietly by the window. Outside, snowflakes were flying, reflecting her cold and determined face. She slowly turned, her gaze sharp as a knife, piercing towards BaiYing. "I want you to help me in the Heavendo Empire. But what about you? You actually became the prince consort here. It really disappoints me." Xue Qinghe's voice was cold and filled with authority, like the north wind in winter, chilling to the bone. BaiYing stood opposite her, his face showing no fear. He raised his head and looked directly into Qian Renxue's eyes, saying firmly, "Sister Xue, rest assured, I have never forgotten my identity. Becoming a prince consort is just so I can act more effectively. That foolish Emperor Shuya won't live much longer." Qian Renxue was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect BaiYing to mention Emperor Shuya so directly. She looked deeply at BaiYing, as if searching for his innermost thoughts. "You truly are exceptionally clever. My efforts towards you have not been in vain," Qian Renxue said slowly, the coldness in her voice gradually dissipating, replaced by a hint of admiration. "BaiYing, sister, please don't be angry," BaiYing smiled, walking gently behind Qian Renxue and lightly placing his hand on her shoulder. His touch was skillful and gentle, as if playing a silent melody that made one unconsciously intoxicated. Qian Renxue, whose body was originally tense, gradually relaxed under BaiYing's massage. She closed her eyes, feeling the waves of comfort coming from her shoulders. A barely noticeable smile appeared at the corners of her mouth, and her inner anger dissipated significantly at that moment. BaiYing's fingers glided gently over Qian Renxue's shoulders, sometimes pressing firmly, sometimes kneading softly, each movement just right, evoking involuntary sounds of pleasure. His breath was steady and strong, as if a warm power was being transmitted from his fingertips to the depths of Qian Renxue's body. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, sudden hurried footsteps were heard outside the door. Both of them froze simultaneously. Qian Renxue quickly composed herself, and BaiYing quietly withdrew his hand. Shueko entered the room holding a teapot, and at that moment, the two quickly arranged their expressions. Shueqinghe spoke up. "My sister is too mischievous. I hope BaiYing can discipline her well, but you mustn't bully her, understand?" BaiYing quickly replied, "Of course. A man who bullies women is simply a scoundrel." Hearing this, the disguised Qian Renxue's expression changed slightly, but she still acknowledged his temperament. At this moment, Shueko poured a cup of tea for both Shueqinghe and BaiYing, saying, "Brother, what were you two talking about just now?" Shueqinghe replied, "Oh, nothing much. Just discussing your matters." "BaiYing, you go wait outside for me. I have something to discuss with my sister," he instructed. "All right." Shueqinghe sat on a soft cushion, his hands crossed over his chest, his face showing a bit of seriousness and guilt. He looked deeply at Shueko, his bright eyes flickering with complex emotions. "Kaia, you know the Emperor's decision, and I am powerless to change it. His arrangement to betroth you to BaiYing is indeed a considerable burden for you. You two have never met, and now you are to be bound in the shackles of marriage. It pains my heart." Shueko sat opposite Shueqinghe, her hands tightly clasped together, her face showing a bit of confusion and helplessness. She raised her head, looking at Shueqinghe's familiar and kind face, her eyes flashing with determination. Hearing this, Shueko shook her head, expressing that it was nothing, saying, "I actually like him." Shueqinghe was taken aback by this, then revealed a helpless smile, gently ruffling Shueko's hair. "You little girl, how would you know what liking someone is when you've never been in love?" he teased, his eyes full of affection and care. "All right, seeing your mindset is fine, I can rest easy. I have things to attend to, so I will leave you to think it over." Back in Shueqinghe's room, BaiYing tightly closed the door, ensuring no one would disturb them. Qian Renxue lightly waved her hand, and her male disguise faded away, revealing her original breathtaking beauty. She sat on the edge of the bed, her brow furrowed, seemingly deep in thought. BaiYing walked to her side and whispered, "Sister Shuer, are you worried about Shueko? Although she is naive, she may not easily discover our secret." Qian Renxue turned her head, her eyes reflecting complex emotions. "I'm not worried about her. I'm worried about myself. If one day she learns the truth, that her biological brother is no longer alive, how will she bear it?" Her voice was low and filled with sorrow, as if it could penetrate the depths of one's soul. BaiYing looked at her sorrowful gaze, feeling a wave of emotion in his heart. He reached out and gently held Qian Renxue's hand, trying to offer her some comfort. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Qian Renxue tightly clasped her hands, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She recalled the days spent undercover in the Tiando Empire, pouring all her emotions into the little girl Shueko. Although they were not truly related, the deep bond they shared had long surpassed the boundaries of blood. At that moment, Qian Renxue's heart was filled with contradictions and struggles. She knew that once Shueko discovered the truth, the deep sense of betrayal would be unbearable for her. And Qian Renxue herself could not imagine how the pain of losing a loved one would tear her heart apart. Her brow furrowed, her eyes glistening with tears. She remembered Shueko's innocent smile and the joyful times they had spent together. Those beautiful memories had now become the deepest pain in her heart. BaiYing quietly sat beside Qian Renxue, his gaze deep and unwavering, as if he could see through everything. He gently held Qian Renxue's hand, trying to use his strength to soothe her trembling heart. "Some things truly cannot be changed." BaiYing's voice was deep and powerful, like a spring bubbling from the depths of his heart, carrying a unique warmth and strength. "But Sister Shuer, you should not let the shadows of the past bind you. You have sacrificed so much for the greater good and higher goals. Those pains and sacrifices will become the strongest shield in your heart." He paused, looking deeply into Qian Renxue's eyes, and continued, Shueku is a smart child. She will understand your difficulties one day. And we must work hard to find a suitable solution to help her accept this fact. I will face everything with you. Qian Renxue slowly spoke, her voice seeming to transcend time and space, returning to that distant past. At first, when I stepped onto the land of the Tiandou Empire, everything seemed so strange and cold. I disguised myself as Xue Qinghe, bearing a heavy mission, filled with tension and anxiety. However, it was at that moment that little Shueku burst into my life. A soft light flickered in her eyes, as if she could see that young figure, always bouncing along behind her, sweetly calling her brother. She was so small, yet so innocent, always looking at me with those clear eyes, as if she could see through all my inner secrets. She surrounded me, asking questions and making me feel warmth and affection I had never experienced before. His large hand gently patted her back, like a soft lullaby, soothing her restless soul. His voice was low and gentle, as if a spring breeze passed over the lake, causing ripples to rise. "Don't worry, Sister Xue," BaiYing whispered in her ear, "everything will pass. You still have me, no matter what happens. I will always be by your side, protecting you forever." Qian Renxue's heart felt as if it was wrapped in a warm current. She slowly leaned closer to BaiYing, their faces nearly touching. Her eyes sparkled with determination, as if she wanted to pour all her emotions into this kiss. She gently closed her eyes and kissed BaiYing's lips. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the whole world was left with just the two of them. Tears streamed down Qian Renxue's cheeks, merging with BaiYing's lips, forming a silent promise. BaiYing was deeply moved by Qian Renxue's actions, his heart racing as if it would leap out of his chest. He tightly embraced Qian Renxue, as if wanting to merge her into his body. His voice trembled slightly as he slowly said, "Xiaobai, please don't leave me, okay?" Just as the two were embracing and kissing in that profound moment of intertwined emotions, a sudden, urgent knocking on the door broke the warm and tranquil atmosphere. Qian Renxue's eyes widened in alarm, and she quickly pushed BaiYing away, tidying her clothes and regaining her cold and noble demeanor. BaiYing also stood up, a hint of displeasure flickering in his eyes, but more so was his concern for Qian Renxue. "Who is it?" Qian Renxue's voice carried a chill as she walked to the door and gently opened it. A guard stood outside, an anxious expression on his face. The guard respectfully handed over a thick stack of official documents, his voice tinged with urgency. "These are the documents your majesty did not have time to handle. Please, your highness, attend to them as soon as possible." Qian Renxue's gaze swept over the documents, a hint of displeasure flashing across her brows. She coldly replied, "All right, just leave them here." The guard complied and placed the documents on the table before turning to leave. Qian Renxue closed the door and turned to BaiYing, her eyes carrying a hint of apology. "Xiaobai, you should go back first. I still have these documents to handle." BaiYing looked at her tired yet determined eyes, feeling a pang in his heart. He gently held Qian Renxue's hand, his voice soft yet firm. "Sister Xue, don't tire yourself too much. I will always be here waiting for you, no matter how late it is." BaiYing nodded gently, his eyes filled with understanding and concern. He raised his hand and gently stroked Qian Renxue's silky hair, a tender smile gracing his lips. "You silly girl, you still have things to do. Don't forget you need to handle the matters of the Spirit Hall. You're a sect leader. How can you just stay here?" Qian Renxue teased, but her tone was more concerned for BaiYing. BaiYing chuckled softly, his eyes sparkling with determination. "Don't worry, Sister Xue. I will take care of the Spirit Hall matters as soon as possible and then come back to accompany you. Remember, no matter where I am, my heart will always be with you." Just as he was about to leave the palace, BaiYing spotted Shueku standing by the palace gate. She was watching him with a complex look in her eyes, a mixture of reluctance and anticipation. BaiYing smiled slightly and walked over to her, gently asking, "Shueku, are you waiting for me here?" Shueku looked up, surprise flashing across her face as she saw BaiYing approaching. Are you leaving?" BaiYing nodded, but just as he was about to explain, Shueku suddenly stepped forward and grabbed his sleeve. I have something I want to say to you." BaiYing looked into her serious eyes, feeling moved, and softly said, "Okay, go ahead." Shueku took a deep breath, seemingly gathering her courage. I know you might not stay, but I want to tell you that no matter where you go, I will always be here waiting for you." BaiYing smiled gently, his voice carrying an indescribable tenderness. "What? You don't want me to leave? If you really don't want me to, then I won't go." Saying this, he reached out and gently took Shueku's small hand. "Silly girl, I was just teasing you. Come on, I'll take you to meet Rong and Xiao Wu. I'm not leaving, at least not right now." Shueku was taken aback by his sudden gesture, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes sparkling with surprise. She looked up at BaiYing, seemingly unable to believe her ears. Is that really true? BaiYing nodded, his eyes filled with seriousness. Of course it's true. How could I lie to you? A warm current surged in Xueke's heart as she tightly grasped BaiYing's hand, as if afraid he would suddenly disappear. Her eyes sparkled with determination. All right, I'll go with you to meet them. Xueke followed BaiYing, her heart a mix of anxiety and anticipation. She couldn't help but ask again, husband, what if they don't like me? BaiYing stopped, turned to her, his eyes full of affection and gentleness. He gently held her hand and smiled. How could that be? They're all my friends and your sisters. I believe that as long as you treat them sincerely, they will definitely like you. Upon hearing this, Xueke's anxiety eased a little. But then she thought of another question. Husband, how many women have you married? BaiYing looked at her curious yet slightly jealous expression and couldn't help but laugh. What? Are you jealous? Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Xueke's cheeks flushed at his words, lightly hitting him. Who? Who is jealous? I'm not. All right, you're not jealous. BaiYing took Xueke's hand and slowly approached. Renxue and Xiao Wu immediately came forward, their faces beaming with warm smiles. Xiao Bai, you're finally back. Who is this? Renxue curiously looked at Xueke, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Xueke glanced at the beautiful women beside BaiYing, each even more stunning than he was. Standing next to BaiYing, her gaze involuntarily swept over the few women in front of her. Renxue and Xiao Wu were both exceptionally beautiful, like blooming flowers, each exuding a different charm. An inexplicable emotion surged in Xueke's heart, a mix of envy and slight unease. She secretly glanced at BaiYing, only to see his gaze lingering on Renxue and Xiao Wu, filled with tenderness and affection. Xueke's heart sank slightly. She knew these women were important to BaiYing. She couldn't help but worry whether she could integrate into this big family and receive BaiYing's genuine affection. However, when she looked up at BaiYing, she found him smiling at her, his eyes filled with tenderness and affection. Only then did Xueke feel reassured. Chapter 140. Moving House Renxue. How is the cooperation with the Tiando royal family going? Renxue spoke up. With me here, of course, it's going very well. I'm not like you, always thinking about dating. Sometimes I could just strangle you. BaiYing remained silent, feeling like a quail. Renxue's tone carried a playful teasing as she raised an eyebrow at BaiYing, who, dressed in white, had an ethereal aura but wore a slightly awkward and helpless expression. He awkwardly smiled, scratched his head. Renxue, please stop teasing me. I'm trying my best, you know. Before he could finish, Renxue interrupted him, pretending to be angry as she glared at him. Humph, you only know how to make excuses. Do you know how important the cooperation with the Tiando royal family is? We can't afford to be careless. BaiYing quickly nodded in agreement, secretly cursing in his heart. This woman is getting more and more formidable. She even dares to scold me like this. However, to be fair, she wasn't wrong. This cooperation was indeed crucial and couldn't have any slip-ups. While they were discussing, a servant hurriedly ran in, looking tense. Not good. Miss Ning, young Master Bai. There's urgent news from the Tiando royal family that requires both of you to go discuss in person. Renxue and BaiYing exchanged a glance, both showing a hint of confusion. Renxue said solemnly, understood, we will go right away. The two immediately stood up and followed the servant to the Tiando royal family's council hall. Along the way, BaiYing pondered to himself, what urgent matter could it be that they need to summon us at this time? Is there some internal change in the Tiando royal family? Renxue appeared more composed, fully aware that no matter what happened, she must maintain a clear mind to handle the various situations that might arise. BaiYing and Renxue stepped into the conference hall of the Tiando royal family, where the interior was brightly lit and the atmosphere was solemn and serious. Blood Earth sat at the head, his expression grave and his gaze piercing, exuding an undeniable authority. Beside him stood Renxue's father, Fengji, who rose with a gentle smile, yet his eyes sparkled with determination. Fengji nodded to the two, his voice steady and powerful. I have called you here because there is an important matter to discuss. Recently, the soul guide devices we produced have undergone rigorous testing and displayed remarkable power. Dad, you called us just for this? Renxue asked. Of course. It's not just this matter. There's an even more important issue. Let His Majesty explain it to you. With those words from Emperor Xue, the atmosphere in the conference hall grew tense. BaiYing and Renxue exchanged glances, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. They knew that the relocation of the Wuhuan sect to the Tiando Empire was no trivial matter. It not only concerned the future of the Wuhuan sect, but also the stability of the Tiandou Empire. Emperor Xue stood up, slowly walking down the steps to stand before BaiYing and Ning Renxue. His gaze lingered on BaiYing for a moment before he spoke. Sect Master Bai, I have personally selected a residence for you. The environment is beautiful, and the location is excellent. I believe you'll be satisfied. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the lights in the hall dimmed instantly, replaced by a large illuminated map. On the map, the territory of the Tiandou Empire was clearly visible, and at one location, a dazzling light shimmered. Ning Renxue's gaze was fixed on the light on the map, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. She whispered, "It's right next to Qian. How unexpected." As her voice fell, everyone in the hall focused their attention on that light. The light on the map shone brightly, resembling a brilliant star, shimmering enticingly in Ning Renxue's eyes. Memories of the solemn and dignified building of Qian and the youthful days spent there floated in her mind. BaiYing stood beside her, sensing Ning Renxue's excitement, and he smiled slightly, cupping his hands towards Emperor Xue. "Your Majesty, the new residence you selected for us is truly thoughtful. The name Qian is well known, and to live adjacent to it is indeed a blessing for us. Please rest assured, we will expedite the relocation process and live up to your expectations." Upon hearing this, Emperor Xue revealed a satisfied smile and nodded. "Sect Master Bai, I trust in your abilities. Qian is not only a ceremonial academy, but also a cultural symbol of the Tiandou Empire. Your relocation here will surely bring new prosperity and glory to our Tiandou Empire." BaiYing responded solemnly to Emperor Xue. "Your Majesty, please rest assured. We will fulfill our promise and complete the relocation as soon as possible, bringing new vitality to the Tiandou Empire." His voice was firm and powerful, conveying confidence and anticipation for the future. As the lights in the conference hall gradually brightened, the signal that the meeting was over was already conveyed. Everyone stood up, preparing to leave. Just as they were exiting the hall, Ning Renxue suddenly tugged at Ning Fengji's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with expectation. "Dad, can't you stay with me a bit longer? It's been a long time since we had a meal together." Her voice carried a hint of coquetry and pleading, causing warmth to surge in Ning Fengji's heart. Ning Fengji looked at his daughter's hopeful gaze, feeling a wave of tenderness. He gently patted Ning Renxue's hand and spoke softly. "Renxue, I know you've been very busy lately, but you must take care of your health no matter how busy you are. Tonight, I will have dinner with you, okay?" Upon hearing this, Ning Renxue's eyes instantly lit up with joy. She tightly hugged Ning Fengji's arm, happily exclaiming, "That's great, Dad. I knew you cared about me the most." The father and daughter walked out of the palace, chatting and laughing. BaiYing silently followed behind them, feeling a mix of emotions. Ning Fengji truly was a loving father, his affection for Renxue evident. However, this was good. With him around, Renxue's life in the Tiandou Empire should be smoother. That evening, Ning Fengji looked at Ning Renxue across the table, his eyes filled with affection. He reached out and gently patted his daughter's arm, speaking with warmth and concern. "Renxue, it's been a while since we last met. You've lost weight. You need to eat more." Hearing this, Ning Renxue playfully stuck out her tongue and retorted, "No way. I've actually gained weight." As she spoke, she even pinched her own cheek, making a cute face. Sitting next to them, BaiYing observed their interaction, feeling warmth in his heart. He picked up his chopsticks, placed a piece of fish in his mouth, and then urged, "Renxue, you should eat too. Don't just chat." After dinner, Ning Fengji sought out BaiYing alone, and the two went to a secluded garden, where the moonlight bathed them. "BaiYing, I see the feelings you have for my daughter." Ning Fengji's voice was low and serious. His gaze towards BaiYing filled with scrutiny. BaiYing's heart tightened. He knew this was Ning Fengji testing him. Taking a deep breath, he answered earnestly, "Sect Master, my feelings for Renxue are as clear as day. I will spend my life protecting her and ensure she suffers no harm." Ning Fengji, upon hearing BaiYing's response, showed a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. He nodded and said, "Good. I'll remember what you said today. I hope you won't disappoint me. Renxue, are you already reluctant to part with your dad?" Ning Fengji's voice was gentle yet powerful, like a spring breeze blowing through Ning Renxue's heart. Ning Renxue looked up at her father, her eyes shimmering with reluctance and attachment. She tightly grasped Ning Fengji's hand, as if wanting to freeze this moment forever. "Dad, are you really leaving? Can't you stay with me a bit longer?" Ning Renxue's voice carried a hint of coquetry and pleading. Ning Fengji smiled and shook his head, gently patting Ning Renxue's hand. "Renxue, Dad has many matters to take care of, but no matter how busy I am, I'll try to make time for you. You must believe in your dad, okay? Upon hearing this, although Ning Rongrong still felt a bit reluctant, she understood her father's burdens and importance. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, then broke into a radiant smile and said to Ning Fengzhi, "Dad, I know you're busy, and I will understand. Don't worry. I will take good care of myself and will work hard to cultivate, living up to your expectations." Ning Fengzhi looked at his daughter's determined and bright eyes, feeling a sense of comfort and pride within. He gently ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair and softly said, "Rongrong, you truly are Dad's pride." Ning Fengzhi's figure gradually disappeared into the night until he was out of sight. Ning Rongrong gazed at the empty distance, and a wave of disappointment washed over her like a tide. She gently bit her lower lip, her eyes slightly reddening. BaiYing stood beside her, sensing her emotional shift, feeling a pang of heartache. He reached out, gently wrapping his arm around Ning Rongrong's shoulders, pulling her into an embrace, attempting to soothe her with his warmth. "Rongrong, don't be sad." BaiYing's voice was low and gentle, like a stream of clear water flowing slowly into Ning Rongrong's heart. "Your father is only temporarily away. If we want to see him, we can go find him anytime." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong suddenly burst into tears. Tears flowed down like a burst dam. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Rongrong's sobbing gradually subsided. Under the moonlight, her eyes were red and swollen, resembling two ripe peaches, making anyone who looked at her feel heartbroken. BaiYing gently cupped her face, carefully wiping away the traces of tears with his sleeve. "My little girl, you should be strong." BaiYing's voice was gentle yet firm, like a warm current passing through Ning Rongrong's heart in the night breeze. "Your father wouldn't want to see you so sad. If you keep crying, it probably won't look good." Ning Rongrong, upon hearing this, managed to force a smile at the corner of her mouth, mumbling, "Even if this young lady cries, she still looks good with makeup." Although she said this, her eyes no longer held the previous sadness, replaced instead with a hint of playfulness and determination. BaiYing was amused by Ning Rongrong's words. He gently rubbed her nose and said, "Yes, yes, yes, our Rongrong is the most beautiful. But now that you've cried, shouldn't you pull yourself together and do something meaningful?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of curiosity flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes. She looked up at BaiYing and asked, "What should we do?" BaiYing smiled mysteriously, took out a delicate little booklet from his bosom, and handed it to Ning Rongrong. "This is the training plan I prepared for you. Take a look and see if you like it." Ning Rongrong opened the booklet and saw it filled with various training methods and notes, her eyes widening in surprise. "Wow, this is so detailed. BaiYing, you're really thoughtful." Under the moonlight, Ning Rongrong's pretty face was tense, and her eyes sparkled with anger. She spat out each word through gritted teeth, as if wanting to pour out all her dissatisfaction and fury. Suddenly, she raised her foot and kicked hard in BaiYing's direction. BaiYing seemed to have anticipated this, but he did not dodge. Instead, he chose to take the kick head-on. With a loud thud, BaiYing's body hit the ground as if struck by a giant hammer, rolling several steps away. Dust flew up, and BaiYing lay on the ground, momentarily unable to get up. Pain flickered across his face, but more than that, there was a sense of helplessness and tolerance towards Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's angry face added a sharp edge to her originally delicate features. She bit her lip tightly, her fists clenched, as if trying to vent all her dissatisfaction. BaiYing lay on the ground, and although the pain coursing through him made him frown, he did not utter a word of complaint. He raised his head to look at the fiery eyes of Ning Rongrong, feeling a surge of helplessness and guilt in his heart. "Are you giving me face, huh? Do you know how tired I am right now?" Ning Rongrong's voice was cold and sharp, like a sharp knife stabbing into BaiYing's heart. BaiYing took a deep breath, forcing himself to rise. He struggled to kneel before Ning Rongrong, tightly holding her hands, his voice trembling and sincere. "I was wrong, my wife. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have let you be so tired or angry. Please forgive me. I will make up for my mistakes with my actions. All right, these days you will accompany me to manage things," Ning Rongrong said through gritted teeth, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth, full of dissatisfaction and resentment. BaiYing gasped in pain, but dared not resist in the slightest. He could only obediently let Ning Rongrong pull his ear, his face showing a pitiful expression. "I'll show you just how hard I have it," Ning Rongrong continued, her voice filled with grievance. She pulled BaiYing's ear, lifting him up, and then strode forward. BaiYing winced in pain, his teeth gritted, and could only jog to keep up with her pace. Rubbing his ear, BaiYing looked at Ning Rongrong with a pitiful face, trying to calm her anger with words. "Wife, I was wrong. Please don't be angry, okay? Being angry will give you wrinkles, and wrinkles aren't good." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong became even angrier. She glared at BaiYing, her eyes flashing with a sharp light, and lifted her foot to kick him again. BaiYing, having anticipated this, dodged swiftly. However, Ning Rongrong was relentless. She caught up, hands on her hips, and shouted angrily, "If you don't understand how to speak, then don't speak. Do you think a few nice words will make me forgive you? Let me tell you, it's not that easy." BaiYing was somewhat confused by Ning Rongrong's words. He touched his nose, awkwardly smiling. "Then what should I say? My esteemed wife?" Ning Rongrong took a deep breath, tried to calm herself. She knew she had gone a bit too far. But thinking of BaiYing's previous actions made her unable to suppress her anger. Standing under the moonlight, it cast a serene glow on her delicate face, adding an air of mystery to her slightly angry expression. She gently parted her lips, her voice carrying a hint of a spoiled tone and a command. "I'm tired from walking, carry me." Upon hearing this, BaiYing's heart leaped with joy. He quickly stood up, walked to Ning Rongrong's side, slightly bent down, and said in a very accommodating manner, "Please, my wife, take your seat." Seeing this, Ning Rongrong's lips curled into a smug smile. She lightly climbed onto BaiYing's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. BaiYing felt the soft sensation on his back and could not help but feel a rush of warmth. He carefully stood up, steadily carrying Ning Rongrong forward. BaiYing walked slowly in the moonlight, taking each step with extra caution, fearing to jolt the beauty on his back. He gently spoke, his voice soft and deep, "Wife, you're the best." Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's heart warmed, and a sweet smile involuntarily formed at the corners of her mouth. She gently patted BaiYing's shoulder, playfully scolding, "Of course, without me, you'd be waiting for a lifetime of bad luck." BaiYing laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Give her to me," Zhu Zhuqing said. "Okay." BaiYing gently set Ning Rongrong down and handed her over to Zhu Zhuqing, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Seeing the two return, Xiao Wu and the others finally relaxed their tense nerves. They surrounded them, asking about Ning Rongrong's situation with concern. BaiYing raised a finger to signal everyone to be quiet, then softly said, "Rongrong is asleep now. Don't disturb her." Xiao Wu spoke up, "Brother, what does the Tiando royal family want with you?" BaiYing replied, nonchalantly moving, "Our spirit hall is relocating from Spirit City to here." Upon hearing BaiYing's words, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and a radiant smile broke across her face. She jumped up excitedly, clapping her hands together, making a crisp sound. "Really? Brother, are we really moving here?" Xiao Wu's voice was filled with anticipation and joy, as if she could already envision their new home. BaiYing looked at her excited demeanor and couldn't help but smile. He nodded affirmatively, saying, "Yes, Xiao Wu, our spirit hall is moving here. This will be our new home." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu became even more excited. She circled around BaiYing several times, constantly murmuring, "That's great, that's great. I've been wanting to leave that cold Spirit City for a long time. This place looks so warm." Chapter 141. Tang Yuhua, not to mention Bibi Dong from the Spirit Hall. Just seeing her reminds me of the scene where my mother was killed by her. A determined light flickered in BaiYing's eyes as he gently patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, his voice low and powerful. "Don't worry, Xiao Wu. As long as I can become a god, then your mother will definitely be resurrected." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu looked up, and the sadness in her eyes was now mixed with a glimmer of hope. She gently nodded and buried her head in BaiYing's embrace. The moonlight was like water, falling upon the tranquil forest. BaiYing and Xiao Wu sat side by side on a large rock, both lost in thought. BaiYing sighed softly, breaking the silence. "Xiao Wu, if your mother comes back to life, will you still hate Bibi Dong?" Upon hearing this, a complicated emotion flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes. She looked up at the night sky, the bright stars seemingly telling endless stories. Taking a deep breath, she slowly spoke, "I don't know, BaiYing. But if my mom could really come back to life, I would be very happy. I never want to experience the pain of losing a loved one again." At this point, Xiao Wu's eyes slightly reddened, and she lowered her head, seemingly trying to control her emotions. BaiYing reached out and gently held Xiao Wu's hand, giving her silent support. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting light in the tranquil forest. BaiYing woke up from his meditation, and suddenly the system's voice rang in his ears. "Congratulations, host. You have reached the maximum level of etiquette music." BaiYing frowned slightly. Puzzled, what is the use of this? Am I supposed to go teach others etiquette or play music? He shook his head and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "System, can you give me something useful? Like enhancing soul power or soul bones?" BaiYing helplessly shook his head. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with the new skill given by the system, he knew that complaining was useless. He stood up, stretched, and felt the surging soul power within him, which gave him a bit of comfort. At this moment, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others also gradually woke up. The group arrived at their new residence, where exquisite wooden houses were scattered throughout the forest, surrounded by lush trees, birds singing, and flowers fragrant. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing excitedly looked around, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Should we go see Yuxian? Ning Rongrong suggested. Shueku nodded in agreement. Yuxian? What place is that? Xiao Wu asked, puzzled. Shueku explained, Yuxian is the highest etiquette academy in the Tiando Empire. BaiYing also said, that sounds good. I want to see it too. I heard there is a very noble lady in Yuxian with a mysterious background. The group stepped into the gates of Yuxian, and a scene of prosperity unfolded before them. In the spacious hall, various figures moved about, all of whom were of noble status, dressed elegantly, exuding an innate elegance and nobility in their demeanor. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were dazzled, unable to help but whisper among themselves. They had never seen so many nobles gather together, each person looking as if they had walked out of a painting, breathtakingly beautiful. Princess Shueku was particularly eye-catching in the crowd. BaiYing followed the group deeper into Yuxian, and a faint musical aura greeted them. They arrived at a spacious and bright music room filled with various musical instruments, among which the neatly arranged harps were the most striking. These harps had elegant shapes, and their strings shimmered with a captivating luster, as if telling a story of 1,000 years. Standing in front of the harp, BaiYing felt an inexplicable urge rising within him. He gently touched the strings, feeling the intricate texture. With the system's enhancement, he seemed to perceive the essence of music. Every note danced and spun in his mind. He slowly sat down, took a deep breath, and then gently plucked the strings. A beautiful melody immediately rang out, like a clear spring flowing, as if a gentle spring breeze was brushing against him. The people in the music room were drawn to the sudden sound of the harp. Casting surprised glances, BaiYing's fingertips danced lightly, and the harp strings seemed to come alive, jumping and trembling with his movements. The melodious tune flowed like a clear spring, yet within its softness, it revealed a sharpness and intensity. As the notes rose and fell, BaiYing seemed completely immersed in his own world. His gaze became deep and sharp, as if he could see through everything in the world. Each note was like his emotions pouring out, and that killing intent lurked like a beast ready to pounce. The surrounding air seemed to be infected by this music, becoming heavy and oppressive. Everyone could clearly feel the killing intent emanating from the music, as if countless sharp swords were flying in the air, ready to strike at the enemy. Xiao Wu looked at BaiYing, who was lost in the music, her eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. She turned to Ning Rongrong and asked, Rongrong, when did he learn to play the piano? I've never seen him play before. Ning Rongrong shook her head, equally puzzled. I don't know either, but he seems to be playing quite well. At this moment, an elegant figure appeared slowly from upstairs in Yuxian. She wore a light, elegant dress, and the hem swayed gently with her steps, resembling a blooming white lotus. Her demeanor was noble yet gentle, and each step seemed so unhurried, as if the whole world was under her control. Upon seeing her, Princess Shueku's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, and she quickly approached. Teacher Tang Yuehua, she greeted respectfully, her voice tinged with excitement. Tang Yuehua nodded slightly, her gaze softly sweeping over everyone, finally resting on BaiYing. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, seemingly not expecting to encounter such an outstanding young man here. But she quickly regained her composure, smiling and nodding to everyone as a greeting. As the piece came to an end, the lingering sound reverberated, and the entire Yuxian seemed to still be immersed in that passionate melody. BaiYing gently brushed his fingers over the harp strings, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He stood up and turned to see an elegant woman quietly standing not far away, gazing deeply at him. BaiYing was momentarily taken aback and politely asked, May I ask who you are? The woman did not answer immediately, but instead asked back, Why does the piece you play contain such strong, killing intent? Her voice was deep and magnetic, each word seemingly polished with care, full of power and charm. BaiYing frowned slightly, somewhat surprised. He did not expect that his music would be so thoroughly perceived by this woman. Taking a deep breath, he replied solemnly, This piece is called Ambush from 10 Sides, and I composed it based on a thrilling battle. The killing intent in the piece is my deep memory and feeling of that battle. Tang Yuehua softly murmured Ambush from 10 Sides, and the 4 characters seemed to come to life in her mouth, flowing with a distant and profound rhythm. A faint appreciation appeared in her eyes, clearly moved by the piece. Seeing this, BaiYing's heart stirred. He knew that his performance had gained the recognition of this noble woman. He took a deep breath, straightened his chest, and performed a standard noble bow to Tang Yuehua. His movements were graceful and composed, every detail handled just right, as if he were born to be a noble. Tang Yuehua looked at BaiYing's bow with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She had seen countless noble offspring, but few were as standard in their bow and as outstanding in demeanor as BaiYing. She nodded slightly, accepting BaiYing's gesture. Tang Yuehua's tone carried a hint of surprise and curiosity as she looked at BaiYing, her deep eyes sparkling with wisdom. She gently raised her hand, making an inviting gesture, her voice warm and powerful. "Young man, are you interested in coming upstairs to chat with me? Rongrong, you all wait for me here, or you can go back directly." Ning Rongrong nodded and said nothing more. BaiYing was slightly taken aback, then nodded in agreement. He followed Tang Yuehua, passing through the spacious and bright music room, and stepped onto the staircase leading upstairs. At the top of the stairs was a tightly closed wooden door. Tang Yuehua gently pushed the door open, and a faint fragrance wafted in. BaiYing followed her into the room, which was elegantly and comfortably decorated, with several valuable paintings hanging on the walls and a few heavy books placed on the desk by the window. Tang Yuehua gently parted her lips and softly asked, "What other pieces can you play? I would love to hear more." BaiYing smiled slightly, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. He said lightly, "I wonder if you have heard of my pieces. If you don't mind, I would be willing to play one for you." BaiYing walked aside, gently brushing the strings of the harp, a surge of inexplicable emotions rising in his heart. His fingers danced over the strings like fairies in a ballet, and beautiful melodies flowed forth. The melody was melodious and profound, as if it came from the peaks of high mountains and the flowing waters in between. Each note was filled with emotion and power, as if it could penetrate the soul and reach the depths of one's spirit. BaiYing seemed to merge with the music, his eyes shining with light, as if he could see the majestic mountains and hear the babbling waters. As the notes rose and fell, the surrounding air seemed to soften, and the entire room was immersed in this wonderful music. Tang Yuehua listened quietly, her eyes sparkling with surprise and appreciation. She seemed to see the beautiful scenery between the high mountains and flowing waters, feeling a sense of tranquility and purity from deep within her heart. Tang Yuehua sat quietly on the soft sofa, her eyes shining with curiosity, as if she wanted to penetrate BaiYing's words and explore the distant Huaxia. "What is the name of this piece?" she asked softly, her voice carrying a hint of expectation. BaiYing smiled slightly, a trace of nostalgia and pride flashing in his eyes. "This piece is called High Mountains and Flowing Water. It depicts the grandeur of the high mountains and the tenderness of flowing waters, symbolizing the loneliness and waiting of finding a soulmate. This piece comes from my hometown, Huaxia." Hearing this, Tang Yuehua's eyes flashed with surprise. "Huaxia? What kind of place is that?" BaiYing closed his eyes, as if lost in memories. "It is a beautiful and mysterious place, with a long history and splendid culture. High mountains and flowing waters are just a small reflection of it. There are countless famous landmarks, hard-working and kind-hearted people, and many like me who love music. By the way, there is no detailed record of Tang Yuehua's matters in the original work of Douluo. The author only vaguely mentioned Tang Yuehua when describing the Douluo continent, suggesting that she might have had a lover, but it is unknown who that person is." BaiYing smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, and stepped forward, respectfully saying to Tang Yuehua, "I have played 2 pieces for you. May I ask if you could play a piece for me, so I can appreciate your grace?" Tang Yuehua's eyes softened upon hearing this, and she gently nodded, her voice warm and pleasant. "Of course, I would be happy to." With that, she stood up and walked to an exquisite guqin. The guqin's body shimmered softly, its strings taut and strong, as if ready to produce captivating melodies at any moment. After sitting down, Tang Yuehua gently plucked the strings to check the tuning. Then, she took a deep breath, her fingers dancing over the strings like flying birds. The aura around Tang Yuehua gave a very tranquil feeling. At this moment, with her deep emotions, it made one's heart suddenly bright. Tang Yuehua's fingers glided gently over the strings, and the last note leisurely dissipated in the air. She raised her head and looked at BaiYing, her eyes sparkling with inquiry. "How was it?" BaiYing took a deep breath, as if still immersed in the wonderful sound of the guqin. He extended his thumb, generously praising, "It was simply amazing. You played very well." Tang Yuehua smiled slightly, her smile revealing a hint of self-satisfaction and anticipation. She gently parted her lips and said softly, "Would you like to know the origin of this piece?" BaiYing's eyes flashed with curiosity, and he nodded, "Of course. I would like to know." With that, Tang Yuehua walked to the desk, picked up paper and pen, and began to write quickly. Her handwriting was elegant and powerful, each character seemingly containing profound meaning. In no time, a piece of sheet music appeared before BaiYing's eyes. This piece was written by me in my youth. I will give it to you today. Thank you very much. I will also give you a piece in return. BaiYing nodded slightly, his eyes sparkling with determination. He walked to the desk, picked up paper and pen, and began to write. Each character was written with vigor, as if containing endless power. In no time, a new piece of sheet music appeared before Tang Yuehua. This is a piece I composed for you, called Phoenix in Captivity. BaiYing's voice was deep and powerful, as if carrying a kind of magic. This is a piece about love, named Seeking the Phoenix. BaiYing smiled slightly and turned to leave. His words lingered in the air like a gentle breeze brushing over the strings, leaving a faint echo. Miss Tang, I will take my leave now. Looking forward to our next meeting. His figure gradually faded away until it disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, Tang Yuehua remained quietly seated beside the Guqin, her gaze resting on the brand-new sheet music, Seeking the Phoenix. Her fingers lightly brushed over the still wet ink, as if she could feel the emotions and efforts BaiYing poured into his creation. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yuehua closed her eyes, allowing her emotions to settle. Then, she gently plucked the strings and began to play this unfamiliar piece. Just as she stepped down the stairs, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect you to play the piano so well. I never noticed you had such a talent. Her eyes sparkled with surprise, as if she had discovered a treasure. BaiYing smiled slightly, humbly replying, having many skills is never a burden. I just like music, so I'll learn a bit more. All right, let's head back. On the other side, Shueka lightly walked to Tang Yuehua's side, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. She softly asked, Aunt Yuehua, what do you think of BaiYing? Tang Yuehua smiled slightly, her eyes revealing admiration and appreciation. His musical talent is very strong. Her words were filled with affirmation and pride, as if she saw a brilliant new star in the music world. Hearing this, Shueka's face showed a surprised expression. Really? Teacher, you actually compliment someone. Her voice contained a hint of mischief and joy, clearly surprised by Tang Yuehua's praise. Tang Yuehua looked at Shueka's surprised expression and couldn't help but chuckle. She reached out and gently patted Shueka's shoulder, softly saying, Silly girl. I'm just speaking the truth. BaiYing's musical talent is indeed outstanding. His pieces contain deep emotions and connotations that cannot be described in words. Shueka's face beamed with a happy smile, and she proudly raised her head, saying to Tang Yuehua, he is my husband. I really like being with him. Tang Yuehua looked at the happiness on Shueka's face and couldn't help but shake her head with a smile. She gently patted Shueka's hand, softly saying, you girl, truly enviable. You're so young and have already found your happiness. Shueka nodded, her face filled with a sweet smile. She recalled the moments spent with BaiYing, her heart full of warmth and happiness. She continued, at first, I was indeed a bit reluctant, but after getting to know him better, I found out that he is really excellent and very caring. Being with him makes me feel very secure and happy. Tang Yuehua gently stroked Shueka's long hair, her eyes revealing a hint of sorrow. She sighed, finding someone you truly love is indeed not easy. Some people may only meet that one a lifetime. Perhaps I, as your teacher, am destined. Shueka looked up at Tang Yuehua's somewhat lonely expression, and a surge of inexplicable emotions welled up in her heart. She extended her hands, tightly holding onto Tang Yuehua's hands, her eyes sparkling with determination. Teacher, you are not old. You have always been my sister in my heart. I believe that one day, you will also find that person who makes your heart flutter. Chapter 142. Tang Yuehua's initiative, silly girl. Meeting the right person is not easy. Back then, I fell in love with someone I shouldn't have. Shueka suddenly said, by the way, teacher, didn't your martial soul mutate? Do you remember the martial soul evolution pills that appeared on the market? Why don't you give it a try? Tang Yuehua replied. But those pills are hard to find now. Many have been bought up by the big nobles. Shueka suddenly mentioned, this pill was refined by BaiYing. Why don't you go look for him? With me around, he will definitely help you. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation, but also some hesitation. Is that appropriate? I have no connection with him, and asking for medicine out of the blue seems too abrupt. Shueka laughed and said, teacher, you're overthinking it. Although BaiYing is skilled in alchemy, he is also a person of character. Moreover, he has always had no resistance to beautiful women. He will naturally take care of you. Besides, with me here, what are you worried about? Tang Yuehua was moved by Shueka's words and nodded. Well, okay, let's give it a try. The two discussed and decided to go to BaiYing's residence the next day to seek the pill. Tang Yuehua was filled with hope, wishing to successfully obtain the martial soul evolution pill to evolve her martial soul and regain her former glory. BaiYing sat in his study, facing a towering stack of documents. Sunlight streamed in through the window, adding some mottled light and shadow to the dull space. He frowned, his gaze darting between the lines, occasionally circling points with his pen, revealing a hint of helplessness and fatigue. These sect affairs were truly tedious. BaiYing sighed and rubbed his sore eyes. He couldn't help but recall the days before his transmigration, when he was also a corporate worker busy with paperwork. He never expected that even after transmigrating, he would still be unable to escape such a fate. Just then, Ning Rongrong tiptoed in. Seeing BaiYing's busy appearance, a wave of sympathy surged in her heart. She walked to BaiYing's side and softly asked, "What's wrong?" "I think you're doing great." Ning Rongrong wore a mischievous smile, like a child who successfully pulled off a prank and brought over a pile of documents, gently placing them on BaiYing's desk. The documents stacked up, almost covering half her face. "Look, these all need to be processed today," Ning Rongrong said playfully with a hint of pride. BaiYing looked up and saw the pile of documents that seemed to threaten to drown him. His expression instantly fell. He rubbed his temples and sighed helplessly. "There's still so much." Ning Rongrong blinked innocently, pretending to be naive. "I have even more over here. So, keep it up." BaiYing felt like crying. Looking at the mountain of documents before him, he lamented internally, "What if I do it tomorrow instead?" Ning Rongrong's eyes widened immediately, feigning anger. "That is not acceptable. You're the sect master. How can you slack off?" After saying that, she turned and walked to the bookshelf, took down a thick book, and sat down beside BaiYing, starting to flip through it. "I'll keep you company while you work, so you won't be lonely," Ning Rongrong said with a grin. BaiYing smiled wryly, recalling the time when he eagerly proposed to establish a sect. Back then, he was full of ambition, as if the entire world was under his control. Now, however, he was worn down by these trivial matters. He looked at Ning Rongrong, who was earnestly flipping through her book, occasionally jotting down notes. The sunlight bathed her in a golden glow, making her appear so sacred and noble. Besides, wasn't it you who wanted to establish a sect? Ning Rongrong's voice interrupted BaiYing's thoughts. She looked up, her eyes shining with determination. "Do you think founding a sect is easy? Hurry up and finish these approvals." "Oh, I almost forgot. I have a lot of documents to handle too. I need to go. Otherwise, those official matters won't get approved." Sunlight slanted in, casting mottled shadows in the quiet courtyard, adding a touch of warmth to the peaceful afternoon. BaiYing sat by the window in his study, holding a pen, his brows tightly knitted, as the mountain of documents in front of him felt like a heavy burden. At that moment, light footsteps approached, accompanied by Shueka's crisp voice. "BaiYing. BaiYing." The tone carried a hint of urgency and anticipation. BaiYing looked up to see Shueka walking in with a beautiful woman. The woman wore an elegant dress, exuding a gentle demeanor, with a faint hint of melancholy in her brow. Her presence seemed to bring a breath of fresh air to the stuffy study. "Didn't you refine the martial soul evolution pill? I want to give it a try for Aunt Yuehua to see if it can help her martial soul evolve. Is that okay?" BaiYing set down his pen, raised his head, and looked at Shueka and Tang Yuehua, a gentle smile flashing in his eyes. He stood up, walked in front of them, and slightly bowed, saying, "Shueka, when did you become so polite? I will certainly do my best to help with your matter." Turning to Tang Yuehua, he let his gaze linger on her, as if he could see through her inner sadness. He softly said, "Miss Yuehua, Shueka has already told me about your situation. I do have a few martial soul evolution pills on hand. However, the effectiveness of this pill varies from person to person. Whether it can change your martial soul depends on your fortune." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in Tang Yuehua's eyes. She slightly bowed, her voice trembling with emotion. "Mr. BaiYing, no matter the outcome, I will be eternally grateful. If I am fortunate enough to evolve my martial soul, I am willing to pay any price." BaiYing smiled warmly at Tang Yuehua. "Look at what you're saying. You are Shueka's teacher and have a close relationship with Prince Xueqinghe. As a guest of His Highness the Prince, I naturally must do my utmost to assist." Tang Yuehua felt a surge of excitement that was hard to put into words. She nodded repeatedly, tears of gratitude shimmering in her eyes. BaiYing then shifted the topic slightly, with a hint of helplessness. "However, I currently have a large pile of paperwork that needs to be processed, and I am truly at my wit's end." Tang Yuehua immediately understood, and she smiled gently, saying, "Mr. BaiYing, don't worry. I am willing to help you with these documents so that you can focus on refining the martial soul evolution pill. All right, then I'll get to work now. I will definitely bring the refined pills to you tonight. Thank you very much. As night fell and the moonlight poured down like water, enveloping every inch of the moon pavilion in a mysterious veil, BaiYing stood before Tang Yuehua's door, feeling both excited and nervous. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions and gently pushed open the door. The room was simply and elegantly decorated, a faint fragrance wafting through the air, refreshing and pleasant. Tang Yuehua stood by the window, her back to BaiYing, and her silhouette appeared even more graceful under the moonlight. Hearing the door open, she turned around, revealing a shy yet determined smile. BaiYing walked up to Tang Yuehua, took out a delicate small jade bottle from his pocket, and handed it to her. He softly said, "This is the martial soul evolution pill. After you take it, I will guide you through the process of evolving your martial soul." Tang Yuehua took the jade bottle, her hands trembling slightly, her eyes shining with determination. She took a deep breath, as if to draw in all her courage and hope. Then, she tilted her head and poured the pill in her mouth, a cool sensation instantly spreading throughout her body. Seeing this, BaiYing immediately sat cross-legged, forming hand seals to guide the flow of soul power within Tang Yuehua. In an instant, a mysterious aura filled the room, as if an invisible force was quietly surging. Tang Yuehua felt as if her body was wrapped in a warm current, and her martial soul began to undergo subtle changes under the influence of this power. She closed her eyes tightly, fully focused on experiencing everything, her heart filled with anticipation and excitement. As time passed, Tang Yuehua's body began to radiate a faint glow, and her aura grew stronger. A smile of satisfaction appeared on BaiYing's face. He knew that Tang Yuehua's martial soul evolution had been successful. Just then, a powerful wave of soul power suddenly erupted from Tang Yuehua's body, causing the entire room to tremble slightly. BaiYing was taken aback and quickly increased his soul power output to stabilize Tang Yuehua's body. Finally, after a thrilling and tumultuous process, Tang Yuehua's martial soul evolution was completed. She slowly opened her eyes, which sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance, as if a powerful force was awakening within her. She felt her transformation, and a look of surprise spread across her face. BaiYing's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He stood there dumbfounded, his mind blank at the sight before him. Tang Yuehua's originally elegant dress had now turned into tattered pieces of cloth scattered around, and her jade-like skin appeared even more delicate and fair under the moonlight, resembling a captivating painting. Tang Yuehua also realized her indecent state. A blush crept onto her face as she hurriedly reached for the blanket beside her and wrapped it tightly around her body. Her eyes were filled with panic and shyness as she whispered, "Mr. BaiYing, what is happening?" BaiYing came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and tried to calm the turmoil in his heart. He steadied himself and explained, "Miss Yuehua, there's no need to panic. I think it might be due to the powerful fluctuations generated by your martial soul evolution that tore your clothes. While this situation is rare, it's not entirely impossible." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua's panic subsided slightly. She looked at BaiYing, gratitude flashing in her eyes. BaiYing coughed lightly, feeling somewhat awkward, and said, "Miss Yuehua, please rest here for a moment. I will go prepare a new set of clothes for you." After saying that, he turned and quickly left the room, leaving Tang Yuehua sitting on the bed, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She recalled that thrilling moment just now, feeling both excited and shy. She gently touched her body, sensing the new power flowing within her, as if experiencing a rebirth. After a while, BaiYing returned with a brand new dress. He handed it to Tang Yuehua and softly said, "Miss Yuehua, this is the clothing I prepared for you. Please try it on and see if it fits." Tang Yuehua looked at the new dress in her hands, but doubts began to arise in her heart. At first, she thought it might be BaiYing's thoughtful consideration, but upon further reflection, she felt something was off. Why would he prepare clothing in advance during such a critical moment of martial soul evolution? Did he foresee all of this? A glimmer of wariness crossed Tang Yuehua's eyes as she raised her head to look at BaiYing. He stood there with a gentle smile, yet something seemed to be hidden in his gaze. Tang Yuehua's heart tightened. She suddenly realized that she might be falling into an unknown trap. Taking a deep breath, she tried to remain calm, but her voice involuntarily trembled slightly as she asked, "Mr. BaiYing, why did you prepare clothes for me in advance?" BaiYing was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting Tang Yuehua to question him so directly. He fell silent for a moment, then revealed a calm smile. "Miss Yuehua, you misunderstood. The reason I prepared clothing in advance was not because I had foreseen anything, but out of a sense of intuition and caution. Sometimes, unexpected situations can arise during martial soul evolution, and I did this just to be on the safe side. He paused, then continued. Moreover, as your friend and partner, I hope you can feel comfortable and secure at all times. If you find this inappropriate, I apologize. Listening to BaiYing's explanation, Tang Yuehua's doubts eased slightly. She looked into BaiYing's sincere eyes, and her tension gradually dissipated. She gently nodded, took the dress, and began to change. Tang Yuehua put on a light purple dress, resembling a blooming violet quietly unfolding in the room. The cut of the dress was just right, highlighting her graceful figure while maintaining an air of dignity and elegance. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, complementing the purple of the dress, making her aura even more extraordinary. She stood in front of the mirror, gently turning her body to admire her new outfit. The light purple dress swayed with her movements, as if dancing to celebrate her beauty. A blush appeared on her face, and her eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Mr. BaiYing, does it look good?" she shyly asked, her voice tinged with nervousness and expectation. "It looks good, incredibly good, just like a fairy," BaiYing replied, steadying himself. He took out a crystal-clear elixir from his pocket and gently handed it to Tang Yuehua. The elixir emitted a faint glow, seemingly telling of its extraordinary power. "Miss Yuehua, this elixir is something I meticulously crafted. It can not only enhance soul power, but also improve your constitution." BaiYing's voice was filled with seriousness and sincerity. "I know you put in a lot of effort in your martial soul evolution. I hope this elixir can assist you." Tang Yuehua took the elixir, feeling as if it had a life of its own, gently pulsating in her palm. She looked up at BaiYing, a glimmer of gratitude and determination in her eyes. "Mr. BaiYing, I appreciate your kindness. I will work hard to cultivate and live up to your expectations." Taking a deep breath, Tang Yuehua gently placed the elixir in her mouth. It melted instantly, transforming into a warm flow that quickly spread through her limbs. Soon after, she felt a powerful force surging within her, strong and violent, as if it wanted to tear apart her meridians. The intense pain surged like a tide, and Tang Yuehua's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She gritted her teeth, tried her best not to make sound. However, the pain grew more and more severe, as if it wanted to tear her apart. Under the torment of pain, Tang Yuehua's body began to tremble slightly. Her hands clenched into fists, her nails digging deep in her palms, leaving behind traces of blood. Tang Yuehua finally completed the absorption of the elixir. The entire process felt like a life-and-death struggle. At this moment, she leaned against the bed, exhausted yet satisfied, the pallor on her face gradually fading, replaced by a faint blush. However, just when BaiYing thought everything had calmed down and was about to turn to leave, Tang Yuehua's body suddenly swayed. She slowly stood up, her originally clear gaze now becoming hazy and profound. She looked at BaiYing, her lips slightly parted, as if she wanted to say something. Seeing this, BaiYing's heart tightened, and he quickly stepped forward to support Tang Yuehua's swaying body. He asked with concern, "Miss Yuehua, what is wrong? Is it that the power of the elixir hasn't been fully absorbed yet?" Just as he finished speaking, he felt a strange aura approaching. Tang Yuehua's body suddenly leaned in closer, the heat radiating from her like flames igniting around him. He looked up in surprise, only to see Tang Yuehua's once clear eyes now filled with confusion and desire. Her breathing quickened, her lips slightly parted, as if she wanted to devour everything before her. BaiYing's heart raced, feeling an unprecedented impulse surging within him. At that moment, Tang Yuehua suddenly moved. She lunged into BaiYing's arms, her hands tightly wrapping around his waist. Her body pressed against him. The heat seemed to transmit through their clothing. Tang Yuehua's sudden action caught BaiYing off guard. His eyes widened, feeling a warm current flowing from her lips, carrying a faint sweetness. Tang Yuehua's kiss was passionate and heartfelt, her tongue gently exploring, intertwining with his. BaiYing's heartbeat suddenly quickened as he felt Tang Yuehua's body temperature and breath, as if she would melt him completely. "Yuehua, this is your own doing, don't blame me. This is not my fault." Their bodies were tightly pressed together, with no gaps between them. Tang Yuehua's hands gently slid across BaiYing's back. Her body was soft and warm, giving BaiYing an unprecedented pleasure. He closed his eyes, allowing himself to immerse in this wonderful moment, as if the whole world consisted only of the two of them. Chapter 143. Getting Tang Yuehua slowly awakened, feeling sore all over. She suddenly sat up, a strong wave of dizziness hitting her. She tightly held her forehead, trying to dispel the dizziness. As the scene before her gradually became clear, she realized she was in a strange room, elegantly decorated but exuding a strange aura. Suddenly, she felt a gaze fixed on her from beside her. She turned her head and saw BaiYing lying next to her, a smirk on his face, a look that seemed to mock her, as if he were watching a clown who had just made a mistake. Tang Yuehua's heart jolted, and she quickly pulled up the blanket to cover her body. Feeling a mix of shame and anger, she said, How could you be here? How could we? Her words were stammered, clearly unable to accept the reality before her. Aunt Yuehua, you're awake, and you have to take responsibility for me. You just bullied me, BaiYing teased, a mischievous grin on his face, clearly enjoying the moment. Tang Yuehua felt her face flush instantly. She tried to recall what had happened, but her mind was blank. All she remembered was taking that pill, after which she felt her soul power surging wildly within her, the intense energy almost making her lose consciousness. She instinctively looked down at herself, noticing she was only wearing a thin nightgown, and the blanket was in disarray from her panic. Looking at BaiYing beside her, he lay there leisurely, with a teasing smile on his face, as if he were enjoying her predicament. Tang Yuehua struggled to calm her racing heart, taking a deep breath to force herself to relax. However, when she saw BaiYing slowly approaching her, her heartbeat quickened again. She bit her lower lip, trying to hide her nervousness. BaiYing stepped closer, each step seeming to tread on Tang Yuehua's heart. His gaze was deep and bright, as if he could see through her thoughts. He stopped by the bed, leaning down to look at her, their distance so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. Tang Yuehua instinctively shrank back, but BaiYing reached out, gently lifting her chin. His fingers were cool and strong, sending an inexplicable shiver through her. She looked up at him and saw a glimmer of teasing light in his eyes, as if to say, See, you're just as captivated by me. Tang Yuehua took a deep breath, trying to calm her turmoil. She lifted her head, looking at BaiYing with determination, her voice slightly trembling yet firm. Let us just consider this a dream. A hint of a bitter smile appeared on her face, as if she wanted to use this way to cover her inner disappointment and embarrassment. Upon hearing this, BaiYing's lips curled into a playful arc. He slowly walked in front of Tang Yuehua, leaning down to look at her, their gazes meeting in the air. Tang Yuehua's heartbeat quickened. She felt her cheeks start to heat up. BaiYing's eyes sparkled with mischief as he gently raised his hand, seemingly wanting to caress Tang Yuehua's cheek. She instinctively shrank back, but BaiYing caught her hand, gently pulling her closer. Their distance closed in an instant, and Tang Yuehua could even smell the faint fragrance on BaiYing. BaiYing said, Aunt Yuehua, are you thinking of leaving me high and dry? That wouldn't be fair to me, would it? Tang Yuehua replied, What do you want? BaiYing took a deep breath and looked at Tang Yuehua, saying, What I want has always been you. Tang Yuehua stared at BaiYing in shock. She had never thought he would say such a thing. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed slightly, as if she were in a dream. Seeing her reaction, BaiYing's face broke into a proud smile. He reached out, gently holding Tang Yuehua's hand, his gaze filled with tenderness and determination. Yuehua, I'm not joking. I like you. From the first time I saw you, I was drawn to you. I know you might feel this is all too sudden, but I hope you can give me a chance to prove my sincerity. Tang Yuehua was stunned, a wave of inexplicable emotion surging within her. She had never expected to have such an intersection with BaiYing, but now, she found herself unable to resist his gaze and words. Looking into BaiYing's earnest eyes, Tang Yuehua felt a complex mix of emotions arise. She wanted to say something, but her throat tightened, rendering her speechless. Her heart was filled with struggle and contradiction, wanting to refuse yet unable to resist the strong attraction. Seeing this, BaiYing's heart tightened. He knew this was a crucial moment. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly leaned closer to Tang Yuehua and kissed her deeply. Tang Yuehua felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Her mind went blank. BaiYing's kiss was passionate and heartfelt, as if he wanted to melt her in his embrace. She wanted to struggle, but found herself powerless to resist. Tang Yuehua immediately pushed him away and said, We really aren't suited for each other. My age is just too much. BaiYing, age is not a problem. What matters is our hearts. I truly like you and want to be with you. I will prove my sincerity through my actions. I hope you can give me a chance. BaiYing's voice was deep and firm, each word filled with genuine emotion. BaiYing looked at Tang Yuehua's slightly shy demeanor, and his heart fluttered. He chuckled softly, slowly leaning closer to her and whispering, Yuehua, have you heard the saying, a woman 3 years older can hug a golden brick? Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua's expression changed instantly. She glared at BaiYing playfully and said, "You little rascal, what nonsense are you talking about?" BaiYing smiled slightly and slowly took out a small, ancient hammer from his pocket. Its surface emitted a faint golden light, as if it contained endless majesty and power. When Tang Yuehua saw this small hammer, her pupils dilated, and disbelief appeared on her face. "This hammer, where did you get it?" she asked, her voice trembling as if she couldn't believe her eyes. BaiYing gently stroked the surface of the small hammer, a glimmer of pride flashing in his eyes. He said lightly, "This is the Haotianling, the supreme token of the Haotian sect. With it, you can dismiss the sect leader or elders at will, possessing absolute authority within the Haotian sect. You should know this, right?" Tang Yuehua stepped back a few steps, her hands clenched tightly, her eyes filled with vigilance and doubt. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked, "How do you know I'm a disciple of the Haotian sect? And where did you get this Haotianling?" BaiYing looked at her anxious expression, took a deep breath, and slowly said, "The Haotianling was given to me by Senior Tang Chun before he died. He told me that if one day I encountered a disciple of the Haotian sect, I should give this to her." Hearing this, Tang Yuehua's emotions instantly became agitated. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she choked on her words. "What did you say? You said my grandpa gave it to you before he died? How'd he die? Tell me quickly." BaiYing took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice calm and gentle. He gently held Tang Yuehua's trembling hands, gazing into her eyes as he said, "Yuehua, don't get too excited. Let me explain it to you slowly. Senior Tang Chun has been trapped in the city of slaughter for many years. He suffered from the parasitism of the blood-red, nine-headed bat, losing his sanity and unable to control himself. That place is an endless nightmare for him." A flicker of pain and sadness passed through Tang Yuehua's eyes as she bit her lip tightly, trying hard not to let her tears fall. BaiYing continued, "When I ventured into the Hell Road, I unexpectedly encountered Senior Tang Chun. He attacked me, but at the moment I helped him regain his sanity. He told me about his experiences. However, due to the prolonged period of parasitism, his body could no longer support him, and he ultimately passed away." Tang Yuehua's tears fell like broken pearls, and she tightly grasped the Haotian order, her fingertips turning white as if she wanted to embed it into her palm. Her voice trembled and was hoarse, filled with unbelievable despair. "This is impossible. My grandfather has level 99 strength, and no one on this continent can kill him," she murmured, as if trying to persuade herself to accept this cruel reality. BaiYing looked at her painful expression, feeling a wave of compassion. He gently patted Tang Yuehua's shoulder, wanted to give her some comfort. However, Tang Yuehua suddenly raised her head, her eyes red and staring at him, her voice sharp and agitated. "You're lying to me, right? You're lying to me," she questioned loudly, tears streaming down her cheeks. BaiYing stood quietly beside her, his gaze gentle and firm as he looked at Tang Yuehua. He knew that at this moment, comfort and companionship were more important than any words. Tang Yuehua sat on the ground, her hands tightly gripping the Haotian order, tears continuously sliding down her cheeks. Her shoulders trembled, her voice choked and pained. Her sobs echoed in the empty room, as if telling of endless sorrow and despair. BaiYing squatted down gently, wrapping Tang Yuehua in his arms. He felt her body trembling, and his heart trembled along with hers. He silently held her, letting her tears soak his clothes. After a long time, Tang Yuehua's sobs gradually calmed down. She raised her head, her swollen eyes looking at BaiYing, and said hoarsely, "Thank you, BaiYing. Thank you for telling me the truth." BaiYing sighed softly, squatting down and extending his palm, where the ancient small hammer lay quietly, golden light swirling, its majesty undiminished. He spoke gently, "Yuehua, this Haotian order is Senior Tang Chen's last wish, but I cannot accept it casually. It should be returned to the sect by you, as a disciple of the Haotian sect." Tang Yuehua raised her head, her swollen eyes flashing with determination. She reached out her hand, trembling as she took the Haotian order, her fingertips lightly touching the cold metallic surface, as if she could feel her grandfather's warmth and will. She took a deep breath, holding the Haotian order tightly in her palm, as if grasping a heavy responsibility. BaiYing stood up, his gaze gentle yet firm. He extended his arms and gently lifted Tang Yuehua. Her body was light and frail, like a feather falling into his embrace. Tang Yuehua nestled in BaiYing's broad chest, her cheek pressed against his heart, listening to the strong beat, and her sadness seemed to find a bit of solace. She slightly raised her head, a hint of tenderness shining in her swollen eyes, and softly said, "Thank you for being with me, BaiYing." BaiYing lowered his head, his deep eyes gazing at her, the corners of his mouth curving into a gentle smile. He reached out, gently stroking her hair, and said in a low, firm voice, "Yuehua, you're my woman, whether now or in the future." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua's face flushed, and she lightly punched BaiYing, pouting, "I am not your woman. At least not now." BaiYing's hands lightly rested on Tang Yuehua's shoulders, his gaze deep and firm, as if he could see through her heart. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and magnetic. "Yuehua, you wouldn't want the Qian Sect to know about our relationship, would you? If they found out, what would they think? Have you thought about the consequences?" Tang Yuehua's face instantly turned pale, biting her lip tightly, her eyes flashing with fear and unease. She looked up at BaiYing, her voice trembling as she asked, "Are you threatening me?" BaiYing gently shook his head and replied lightly, "No, Yuehua, I'm just reminding you. We are both adults and should be responsible for our actions. I do not wish for our relationship to affect the Qian Sect, nor don't want to bring any trouble to you." BaiYing's words hit Tang Yuehua's heart like a heavy hammer. She widened her eyes, looking at him in disbelief, her lips quivering but unable to say a word. BaiYing's gaze was firm and deep, as if he could see through her soul. He slowly spoke, each word piercing into Tang Yuehua's heart like a needle. "I should also tell you, you probably already know my identity. I am the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. The Qian Sect and the Spirit Hall have always been mortal enemies, so if they find out about our relationship, the Qian Sect will see you as a disgrace. The consequences would be unimaginable." Tang Yuehua's face instantly turned as pale as paper, biting her lip tightly, her eyes flashing with fear and despair. She trembled as she reached out her hand, wanting to grasp BaiYing's sleeve, but as if afraid to touch him, she retracted halfway. Her face turned deathly pale, as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Her hands clenched tightly together, fingertips turning white, as if trying to squeeze out all the fear and despair. She trembled as she raised her head, her eyes filled with fear and pleading as she looked at BaiYing. Her voice carried a hint of sobbing, almost begging as she said, I am willing to be your woman. I beg you, please do not let the Qian Sect know. Do not let them know about our relationship." Seeing Tang Yuehua's panic, BaiYing finally breathed a sigh of relief. He said softly, "As long as you obediently do your part, no one will know about our relationship." Saying this, he extended his arms and gently embraced Tang Yuehua. Her body trembled slightly as she pressed tightly against BaiYing's chest, as if wanting to merge herself into him. She raised her head, her swollen eyes showing a hint of tenderness and reliance, gently closing her eyes as she allowed BaiYing's kiss to fall on her neck. BaiYing's kiss was gentle and affectionate, his lips softly brushing against her skin, bringing waves of tingling sensations. His arms held her tightly, as if wanting to merge her into his body. Tang Yuehua felt his warmth and breath, and the fear and unease in her heart seemed to dissipate at that moment. Chapter 144. The anger of the little poverty Tang Yuehua rubbed her sleepy eyes, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the surrounding tranquility. Last night's dreamlike encounter now seemed like a memory only she possessed. She looked around, but BaiYing was nowhere to be seen, leaving only a ground of morning dew, crystal clear, as if whispering last night's secrets. She gently pushed open the door, the morning sunlight spilling on her face, warm and gentle. She took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling a wave of inexplicable loss. She walked slowly along the path, each step feeling particularly heavy, as if she were searching for the vanished BaiYing. The surrounding flowers and grass swayed gently in the breeze, as if sighing for her loss. She passed through a bamboo grove, the bamboo leaves rustling, seemingly telling a story. She stopped, closed her eyes, and tried to sense BaiYing's presence. But the air was filled only with the morning's tranquility and the gentle caress of the breeze. BaiYing walked slowly, a hint of fatigue on his face, and his bright eyes appeared somewhat dim. Ning Rongrong noticed this and felt a wave of inexplicable emotion rise in her heart, as if something was being concealed from her. She stepped forward, hands on her hips, her eyes flashing with determination and curiosity. "What were you doing last night? You look so tired." BaiYing trembled slightly at the words, and in the moment he raised his head, a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. He avoided Ning Rongrong's gaze and stammered, "And no, it's nothing, just went out for a walk." Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows, clearly not believing him. "Went for a walk? Then why do you look like this?" BaiYing was silent for a moment, seemingly struggling, and finally he took a deep breath and said slowly, "Actually, I want to meet someone." Ning Rongrong's heart skipped a beat as she pressed. "Meet someone? Who?" BaiYing bit his lip, seemingly making a resolution. It's Tang Yuehua." Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in surprise. Tang Yuehua? How could she have any connection with you? BaiYing continued. Last night, I ran into her by chance. She seemed to have something on her mind, so we chatted for a bit. Ning Rongrong's confusion deepened as she looked at BaiYing's weary expression. Ning Rongrong stared intently at BaiYing, her bright eyes filled with doubt and concern. She stepped closer, gently placing her hands on BaiYing's shoulders, her tone a mix of reproach and care. Did you do something bad again? You look like this. You must not be telling the truth. BaiYing's body stiffened slightly. He raised his head to meet Ning Rongrong's gaze, a hint of helplessness and guilt flashing in his eyes. He sighed and shook his head gently. It's not what you think. I just talked with Tang Yuehua about some things. She has something on her mind, and I wanted to help her. Ning Rongrong looked into BaiYing's tired yet determined eyes, and her doubts eased a little, but she still pressed on. What exactly is it? Why are you so tired? Ning Rongrong's brows furrowed, her arms crossed, adopting an interrogative stance. She glanced at BaiYing, a teasing smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Don't think I don't know. You must have done something bad with her. I didn't expect the dignified Lord of the Moon Pavilion to be taken down by you. You really surprised me. BaiYing's expression stiffened, and he quickly waved his hands to explain, it's not what you think. We just talked about some personal matters, nothing else. But Ning Rongrong was relentless, stepping closer and staring at BaiYing. Personal matters? What personal matters could keep you two talking so late? I think you're just making excuses. BaiYing was pushed to retreat step by step, helplessly sighing. Rongrong, let me explain. It's really not what you think. Tang Yuehua has something on her mind, and I just wanted to comfort her. Really nothing else. Ning Rongrong's expression gradually darkened as she gazed at BaiYing, her eyes glinting with sharpness. Then fine, tell me the truth. Did anything inappropriate happen between you two? BaiYing was cornered with nowhere to escape. He took a deep breath, finally mustering the courage to look directly into Ning Rongrong's eyes. Yuehua, she has become my woman. As soon as these words were spoken, the air seemed to freeze. Ning Rongrong stood there in shock, her eyes flashing with astonishment and anger. She suddenly grabbed BaiYing's collar, her voice trembling. What did you say? Say it again. BaiYing was startled by her reaction, but he knew he had to be honest at this moment. He held Ning Rongrong's hand gently, letting her go, and then spoke again. I mean it. Yuehua is willing to be with me. A complicated emotion flickered in Ning Rongrong's eyes, a mix of anger, jealousy, and disappointment. She turned and walked away, leaving BaiYing standing there in a daze. BaiYing felt a mix of emotions. He knew his choice might hurt Ning Rongrong, but he also understood that he couldn't let down Tang Yuehua's feelings. He took a deep breath and decided to find Ning Rongrong to explain clearly. However, when he caught up to her, he found her sitting under a big tree, hugging her knees, her shoulders slightly shaking. His heart ached, and he gently walked over, squatting down beside her, tenderly stroking her hair. Rongrong, I know I was wrong, but I really didn't want to hurt you. Give me a chance, and I will explain everything to you. Ning Rongrong looked up, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her voice choked. How could you do this? BaiYing's heart ached deeply, and he tightly held Ning Rongrong's hand. Rongrong, I'm sorry. I know what I did is selfish, but I really cannot let down Yuehua. She's also very important to me. Ning Rongrong was silent for a moment, then suddenly stood up, wiping her tears, her gaze firmly fixed on BaiYing. Fine. Since you have made your choice, I will respect it. But I also hope you understand that feelings are not a game. Once you choose, you must take responsibility to the end. Ning Rongrong took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale all the chaotic emotions in her heart, and then slowly exhale. She looked up into the distance, her eyes shining with determination. This matter is over, and I will not blame you anymore. Ning Rongrong's voice was calm and firm, as if she were speaking of something unrelated to her. BaiYing looked at her, a wave of inexplicable emotion swelling in his heart. He knew how difficult it was for Ning Rongrong to forgive him so generously. He walked to her side and gently held her hand. Rongrong, thank you. Ning Rongrong shook her head lightly, her gaze turning to BaiYing, a hint of teasing in her eyes. But could you please restrain yourself a bit and not want every woman? Upon hearing this, BaiYing's lips curled into a smirk, a glint of playfulness in his eyes. He leaned closer to Ning Rongrong and whispered, Rongrong, you misunderstood. I don't want just any woman. Well, I want a beautiful and kind women like you. Ning Rongrong was caught off guard by his sudden move. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she scolded. Stop with the sweet talk. I don't believe your nonsense. Seeing her reaction, BaiYing laughed heartily, gently wrapping his arms around Ning Rongrong's waist and pulling her into his embrace. Their bodies pressed closely together, as if they could feel each other's heartbeat. Rongrong, I'm sincere, BaiYing whispered in Ning Rongrong's ear, his voice soft yet firm. He gently kissed her forehead and then held her a little tighter. Ning Rongrong was taken aback by BaiYing's sudden tenderness, struggling to push him away, but found herself tightly held by him, unable to move. "Why you let go of me?" Ning Rongrong's face turned red, her voice trembling slightly. But BaiYing seemed not to hear her words, continuing to hold her tightly, as if he wanted to merge her into his body. "Rongrong, do you know? I have never taken a relationship so seriously. Being with Yuehua was a well-thought-out decision for me. But in my heart, you have always held an irreplaceable position." BaiYing's voice was deep and magnetic, drawing people in irresistibly. Listening to BaiYing's words, Ning Rongrong's anger gradually subsided. She let out a gentle sigh, allowing BaiYing to hold her without struggling. The two of them embraced quietly, as if time had paused at that moment. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew by, bringing the fragrance of distant flowers. BaiYing released Ning Rongrong, took her hand, and gently said, "Rongrong, let's go for a walk in that flower sea, okay?" Ning Rongrong noted it, allowing BaiYing to lead her toward the flower sea. They strolled through the sea of flowers, with soft grass underfoot and colorful blossoms around them. The fragrance of the flowers filled the air, refreshing their spirits. BaiYing suddenly stopped, turned to face Ning Rongrong, and said earnestly, "Rongrong, I hope our relationship won't be affected by this matter. No matter what happens in the future, you will always be my best woman." Ning Rongrong gently nodded, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She understood that someone like BaiYing would always have many women around him, and she was just one of them. However, she couldn't control her feelings for him. That deep affection and attachment seemed to have become a part of her life. She looked up at BaiYing and saw his gaze was gentle yet firm, as if he could see through all the chaos in her heart. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and then softly said, "I know there won't be just me by your side, but I hope that at least in your heart, there can be a place that belongs to me." On the other side, Tang San stood alone on a desolate mountain peak, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He clenched his fists, the knuckles turning white from the force, as if he were trying to condense all his anger and unwillingness into that punch. The mountain wind howled past, stirring his hair and the corners of his clothes, yet it couldn't disperse the fury in his heart. He recalled various experiences in the city of slaughter, thinking he could smoothly obtain the domain of the god of killing, only to end up failing because of BaiYing's obstruction. Tang San's gaze gradually became resolute and ruthless. He secretly vowed to make BaiYing pay the price he deserved. He turned and walked down the mountain, each step taken with extraordinary determination, as if he had already decided on the direction of his next actions. Standing at the mountain peak, Tang San's eyes flickered with a steadfast and cold light, as if he wanted to condense all his anger and unwillingness into this moment. He clenched his fists tightly, his body slightly trembling, seemingly trying hard to restrain his emotions. Suddenly, a steady and powerful voice rang in his ear, "Xiao San, don't be anxious." Tang San turned to look, only to see Tang Hao standing not far away, gazing at him with deep eyes. A faint smile graced his face, as if he had seen through Tang San's inner turmoil. Tang San quickly walked up to Tang Hao, his face showing an anxious expression. "Dad, what should I do now? I didn't obtain the domain of the god of killing this time, and with BaiYing's presence, it has become impossible for me to return to the city of slaughter." Tang San's anger poured out before Tang Hao like a storm, his eyes flashing with an indomitable light, as if he wanted to release all his unwillingness and fury. Tang Hao listened quietly to Tang San's complaints, his gaze remaining calm and profound, as if he could encompass all of Tang San's emotions. After Tang San calmed down a bit, Tang Hao slowly spoke. "Even if you could obtain the domain of the god of killing upon entering the city of slaughter now, you would likely have to start over. Are you unwilling?" Tang San nodded, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Yes, Dad, I am unwilling. I have put in so much effort, yet I failed because of BaiYing's obstruction. I don't want to give up like this. I want him to pay the price." Tang Hao gently patted Tang San's shoulder, his voice warm, yet full of strength. "Xiao San, the path of cultivation is not easy, and you must avoid being impulsive. A moment's gain or loss cannot determine your future. What matters is how you face these challenges. Although you didn't obtain the domain of the god of killing, your experiences in the city of slaughter have greatly enhanced your killing intent, which is also a gain." He looked up towards the distance, as if he could see through layers of clouds, reaching the horizon. "Now, I want to take you to meet someone crucial to your future cultivation path. He may provide you with some insights to help you out of your current predicament." Upon hearing this, Tang San's anger and unwillingness gradually calmed down. He understood that Tang Hao, as his father, had rich experience and profound cultivation, and his advice and guidance were crucial for him. Tang Xin still looked at Tang Hao with a hint of confusion, a sense of urgency showing on his brow. "Dad, who are you taking me to meet?" Tang Hao turned around, his gaze distant, as if penetrating through layers of fog to see a faraway past. His voice carried a touch of nostalgia and reminiscence. "Your aunt. My sister. Since we left the Qian sect all those years ago, we haven't seen each other for decades. Although your killing intent is strong now, you still don't know how to control it, and it can easily get out of hand. So, you must learn to control your killing intent." Tang Xin stood beside Tang Hao, the mountain wind gently blowing, bringing a slight chill. He looked up at Tang Hao, his eyes filled with anticipation and confusion. He took a deep breath, mustering his courage to ask, "Dad, actually, I have another question I've wanted to ask you for many years. Mom, did the spirit hall harm her?" Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's body slightly trembled, as if touched by a deep-seated pain. He fell silent for a moment, his gaze becoming deep and complex. He slowly turned around to look into the distance, as if lost in deep memories. Tang Xin watched Tang Hao's back, a wave of indescribable emotions surging in his heart. He knew this question was of great significance to Tang Hao, but he also longed to know the truth and understand his mother's past. He quietly waited, not daring to interrupt Tang Hao's recollections. Tang Hao slowly turned around, his gaze landing on Tang San, his eyes flickering with complex emotions. He took a deep breath, seemingly calming the turmoil within, and then spoke. "Once you learn to control your own killing intent, I will tell you everything about your mother. That is a painful and profound memory. I don't want you to bear it too early. But when you are strong enough to face these truths, I will tell you everything." In the Tiando Imperial City, it was prosperous and solemn. Along the streets, shops lined up, and pedestrians came and went in an endless stream. The sunlight spilled through the clouds, draping the city in a layer of golden light. Tang San and Tang Hao walked down the street, their steps firm and powerful, as if each step measured the history and weight of this land. The killing intent around Tang San flickered in the sunlight, his gaze cold and deep, as if he could see through all hypocrisy and lies. Pedestrians on both sides of the street occasionally cast curious or odd glances, as if they could sense the powerful and cold aura emanating from Tang San. However, Tang San paid no mind to this. His heart held only one goal, to go to the Moon Pavilion. After walking for a while, Tang San was astonished to discover that the Tiando Imperial City had seemingly undergone earth-shattering changes. The once familiar streets now felt strange. All around, various soul guide devices dazzled with strange lights. Some floated in the air, while others moved back and forth on the ground, emitting a buzzing sound. Tang San's gaze lingered on these soul guide devices, his heart filled with shock. He remembered that when he participated in the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition, although Tiando City was prosperous, it was far from being as technologically advanced as it was now. These soul guide devices, whether in design or function, far exceeded what he knew, clearly being recent inventions. Tang San frowned slightly, looking at the busy soul guide devices around, a strange feeling rising in his heart. He turned to the waiter beside him, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. "Waiter, what did you say about the Spirit Hall and Master Bai? I've never heard of this sect before." The waiter put down the teapot in his hand, a proud look appearing on his face. "Guest, you may not know, but the Spirit Hall is a rising new force in recent years, and their master, Bai, is an impressive figure. Not only is he highly skilled, but he is also exceptionally talented, having invented many amazing soul guide devices. The changes in Tiando City are largely thanks to the contributions of the Spirit Hall and Master Bai." Chapter 145. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. "Who is Master Bai?" The waiter looked at the confused Tang San and explained. "You don't know this? Master Bai is BaiYing." Upon hearing this name, Tang San's face instantly turned pale, a flicker of angry fire flashing in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, as if he could feel the pain in his palms. Tang Hao, seeing this, was alarmed. He knew the enmity between his son and BaiYing and feared he might do something foolish in a fit of anger. Tang Hao quickly grabbed Tang San's arm and whispered, "Xiao San, don't be impulsive. We're not a match for BaiYing right now. Let's leave here first and talk about it later." Saying this, he turned and pulled Tang San away from the tavern, leaving the waiter standing there, confused, watching the hurried figures of the two. Upon arriving at the front desk, a woman dressed in a light blue long dress smiled at them. Tang Hao took a deep breath, stepped forward, and said with a slightly nervous voice, "When the crescent moon is incomplete, an old friend may come. Could you please relay these 2 sentences to Lady Yuehua?" The woman showed a hint of surprise at his words. Then her expression softened into a gentle smile. She nodded slightly and said, "Please wait a moment." With that, she turned and walked into the inner hall, leaving Tang San and Tang Hao waiting. Soon, several young men emerged from the inner hall, all dressed in matching attire and exuding an extraordinary aura. The leading young man glanced at Tang Hao and Tang San, frowning slightly, and said, "Yu Xian only receives distinguished guests. Please leave." As he spoke, he signaled to the two men beside him. They immediately understood and stepped forward, intending to escort Tang Hao and Tang San out of the tavern. Seeing this, a cold light flashed in Tang San's eyes. He quietly circulated his Xiantian skill, preparing to respond. Just as the atmosphere was about to reach a boiling point, a clear voice suddenly rang out, "Wait." Immediately, a flash of white light appeared, and a man dressed in white, with an ethereal aura, stood before them. Tang San's eyes widened instantly as he looked at the familiar face, his anger boiling over. Wasn't this BaiYing? His expression turned extremely ugly, his fists clenched tightly, as if he were ready to explode at any moment. However, BaiYing seemed oblivious to Tang San's fury. He smiled at Tang Hao and Tang San, his voice calm. "What brings you here? You must be looking for Lady Yuehua. Come, I'll take you there." Tang San did not respond, still gripping the shoulders of the two young men. The two felt an overwhelming force pressing down on them like a mountain, as if their shoulders were about to be crushed, causing them to cry out in pain. At that moment, BaiYing appeared in front of Tang San in an instant. He reached out a hand and firmly grasped Tang San's shoulder. The strength of BaiYing surprised Tang San. With a slight smile, BaiYing gave a gentle toss, and Tang San felt a powerful force surge through him, sending him flying. He quickly steadied himself, a flash of anger and surprise crossing his eyes. Seeing this, Tang Hao's eyes glinted coldly. He was about to step forward to take action when BaiYing said lightly, "Elder Hao QianDaoliu, I believe you wouldn't want to bully the weak in public." His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao immediately halted, fully aware of BaiYing's unfathomable strength. He knew that making a move now would likely not yield any advantage. BaiYing looked at Tang San calmly, shaking his head slightly. "Young man, spare those whom you can. They have indeed made a mistake, but their sins do not warrant death. Why must you be so aggressive?" Tang San sneered, his eyes flashing with cold light. "They looked down on me and sought their own death. I, Tang San, will not be humiliated by anyone. If I don't teach them a lesson today, won't everyone think they can step all over me in the future?" As he spoke, he raised his hand to strike again. BaiYing's eyes flashed with displeasure. His figure flickered and appeared in front of Tang San, gently pressing down on his shoulder. Tang San felt an immense force pressing down on him, as if a massive mountain was weighing him down, rendering him unable to move. In the inner hall of Yu Xian, an elegant figure rushed in. It was Tang Yuehua. The moment she appeared, the atmosphere in the tavern seemed to soften. She looked at the scene before her, her brows slightly furrowed, and spoke with a hint of authority. "Stop." Both Tang San and Tang Hao halted their movements. Tang San turned to look at Tang Yuehua, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, while Tang Hao let out a sigh of relief, knowing that with Tang Yuehua present, the situation would likely not escalate further. Tang Yuehua stepped forward, her gaze sweeping over Tang San and Tang Hao before finally landing on BaiYing. She slightly inclined her body and bowed. "Master Bai, it's been a long time." The scene froze at the moment Tang Yuehua met Tang San and Tang Hao. Tang Yuehua, the elegant master of Yu Xian, now had tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at Tang San, her voice trembling with emotion. "Brother, it really is you." Her voice was filled with excitement and joy, as if in this moment, all the waiting and longing had been answered. BaiYing nodded slightly and turned to the gathered crowd, saying, "What happened today was merely a misunderstanding. Everyone can disperse now, and I hope you will visit Yu Xian often in the future." His voice was calm, yet authoritative, making it hard not to believe him. As his words fell, the previously tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. The few young men who had been subdued by Tang San now appeared relieved, hurriedly apologizing to Tang San and Tang Hao before leaving in haste. BaiYing's gaze turned to Tang Yuehua, a complex light flashing in his eyes. Tang Yuehua's face turned pale in an instant. She seemed to want to say something, but ultimately swallowed it back. Taking a deep breath, she worked to calm her emotions and then slightly bowed to BaiYing. "Master Bai, I will handle today's matter properly. Thank you for your assistance." BaiYing nodded faintly, saying nothing more, and turned to leave. However, at that moment, Tang San suddenly called out, "Master Bai, please wait." BaiYing halted his steps and turned to look at Tang San, raising an eyebrow. Oh, what else do you want? Tang San took a deep breath, his voice firm. BaiYing, I want to fight you. This statement caused an uproar in the crowd. BaiYing was momentarily taken aback. Then a playful smile appeared on his lips. A fight? Are you sure? Tang San nodded, his eyes shining with determination. I'm sure. I want to know how great the difference is between me and a true powerhouse. BaiYing gently shook his head, turning to leave, but heard Tang San coldly say, BaiYing, are you afraid to accept the challenge? Or are you scared? At these words, BaiYing's steps halted abruptly. He slowly turned around, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light as he coldly stared at Tang San. The surrounding air seemed to freeze at that moment, and everyone held their breath, nervously watching the two. Tang San fearlessly met BaiYing's gaze. His eyes filled with provocation and fighting spirit. He clenched his fists tightly, his body slightly leaning forward as if ready to pounce at any moment. BaiYing let out a cold laugh, his voice tinged with disdain. Tang San, you are not yet qualified to make me fight you here. If you truly want a battle, there will be opportunities in the future. However, I advise you not to overestimate yourself, or you will only bring humiliation upon yourself. With that, BaiYing flickered and vanished from the eyes of the crowd, leaving Tang San standing there, his eyes flashing with unwillingness. Tang San slowly relaxed his clenched fists, taking a deep breath to calm his emotions. He knew the gap between him and BaiYing was still vast, but this only ignited a stronger fighting spirit within him. Tang Hao walked up to Tang San, patting his shoulder, and said in a deep voice, Xiao San, don't be discouraged. BaiYing's strength is indeed unfathomable, but you are not without chances. As long as you keep working hard, one day you will surpass him. Tang San nodded, his eyes filled with determination. He understood that his path to cultivation was still long, and he could not give up because of a single failure. He needed to become stronger, strong enough to protect himself, strong enough that no one would dare to look down on him. Deep within the Tiando Imperial Palace, in a magnificent palace, Qian Renxue sat high on a jade chair, her white dress accentuating her noble aura. Her gaze traveled through the window, looking into the distance as if deep in thought. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps broke the tranquility of the palace. BaiYing hurried in, a serious expression on his face. He bowed and said in a low voice, Sister Schwerer, Tang Hao has appeared. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's body trembled slightly. She slowly turned around to look at BaiYing, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. You saw him? BaiYing nodded and continued. That's right, he is currently at Yuxian. It seems he is with Tang San. Qian Renxue frowned slightly. The combination of Tang San and Tang Hao brought her considerable pressure. After pondering for a moment, she slowly spoke, BaiYing, go inform the Spirit Hall to monitor Yuxian secretly. Report to me immediately if there is any abnormality. BaiYing took his leave. While Qian Renxue fell into deep thought, she knew that the appearance of Tang San and Tang Hao would inevitably affect her plans. She had to be careful and could not let these two variables ruin her grand scheme. Qian Renxue's brows were tightly knitted. The sudden appearance of Tang Hao and Tang San at Yuxian caused her a sense of inexplicable panic. She stood up and walked to the window, looking into the distance, her heart filled with doubts. Yuxian, a place that was once as calm as water, now seemed to have become the center of storm. Tang Hao, the former Hao who once shook the continent, actually appeared with her son. What were they doing there? Was it for Tang San's cultivation? Or was there a greater conspiracy? Qian Renxue took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil in her heart. She knew that the most important thing now was to remain calm and not let her emotions affect her plans. She needed to figure out the true intentions of Tang Hao and Tang San to respond accordingly. Once everything was settled, BaiYing was still very tense. It seemed they would have to wait until night to visit Yuxian again. At night, Tang Yuehua stood in front of the window in her room at Tingyue Town. Lost in thought, moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her gentle and tranquil face. She stood by the window, slightly tilting her head, seemingly contemplating something. The moonlight danced lightly on the tips of her hair, adding a touch of mystery and elegance. At that moment, a white shadow silently appeared behind her, as if it had emerged from the moonlight. The white shadow slowly spoke in a deep and magnetic voice. What are you thinking? Are you thinking of me? Tang Yuehua was startled by the sudden voice and turned around abruptly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. When she realized it was BaiYing, her surprise gradually turned to calm. She softly asked, why are you here? BaiYing smiled gently, his steps steady and confident as he walked towards Tang Yuehua. Under the moonlight, Tang Yuehua's face flushed slightly as she watched BaiYing approach, an inexplicable feeling surging in her heart. She bit her lower lip tightly, trying to calm her racing heartbeat. What? Can't I come? BaiYing said with a teasing smile, slowly closing the distance between them. He gently lifted her chin with his finger, making her face him. Tang Yuehua's cheeks instantly turned red. She wanted to evade BaiYing's hand, but found her body seemingly bound by an invisible force, unable to move. Her eyes widened as she looked at BaiYing's face, panic rising in her heart. Don't be a rogue. Tang Yuehua's voice trembled slightly. She tried to maintain her composure, but the panic in her heart was hard to hide. BaiYing looked at Tang Yuehua's shy and flustered expression, feeling a wave of pleasure in his heart. He smiled gently and released his hand, allowing Tang Yuehua to be free. However, he did not leave, but continued to stand in front of her, staring intently at her. Tang Yuehua felt a bit uneasy under BaiYing's intense gaze. She slightly lowered her eyelids to avoid his penetrating stare. A mix of shyness and anticipation surged in her heart. BaiYing, seeing Tang Yuehua's slightly shy demeanor, felt a ripple in his heart. He stepped closer and embraced Tang Yuehua, whispering in her ear, "What are you really doing? Have you ever heard the saying, a day apart feels like 3 autumns? Of course, I'm here to accompany you." Tang Yuehua trembled slightly in BaiYing's embrace, feeling his breath linger by her ear, quickening her heartbeat. She raised her head, looking into BaiYing's deep eyes, a hint of determination flashing in her own. She gently wrapped her arms around BaiYing's waist, burying her head in his chest, savoring this rare moment of warmth. BaiYing looked at Tang Yuehua's glistening eyes, his desire growing stronger. Unable to bear the torment of distance any longer, he once again lifted her chin, gazing at her tempting red lips, his heart racing. He slowly leaned in, and Tang Yuehua seemed to sense something, her eyes fluttering shut, her long eyelashes trembling gently, as if anticipating something. BaiYing's lips finally met her soft ones, a sweet sensation instantly spreading throughout his body. He gently sucked and explored, and Tang Yuehua gradually responded to his kiss. Their breaths quickened, and their bodies pressed tightly together. Chapter 146, Teaching Talon a Lesson. Can you let my brother go? Tang Jihu spoke. BaiYing chuckled lightly. It's not that I don't want to let him go, but Tang Hao doesn't want to let me go. You know about that incident back then. Do you think there is still room for maneuver after such things have happened? Our spirit hall has already reached a point of no return with Tang Hao. It's either you die or I live. Tang Yuehua's body trembled slightly, a deep sense of worry and helplessness flashing in her eyes. She looked up at BaiYing. But Tang Yuehua's voice quivered as she tried to seek a glimmer of hope for her brother. We could try to reconcile. After all. There is no after all. BaiYing interrupted her, his voice cold and resolute. The crimes Tang Hao committed cannot be resolved with simple reconciliation. The dignity and authority of our spirit hall cannot be challenged by anyone. He must pay the price. Tang Yuehua's heart sank. She knew that there was no longer any room for maneuver. However, she was unwilling to give up just like that. She took a deep breath, suppressing the fear and anxiety in her heart, and tried to speak with more sincerity. I know this is difficult, but my brother is not a person without faults. He has his own struggles and helplessness. I am willing to do everything I can to make up for his mistakes, just asking for you to give him a chance to turn over a new leaf. BaiYing looked at Tang Yuehua, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He remained silent for a moment, seemingly pondering something. Tang Yuehua waited nervously for his response, her heart filled with both hope and anxiety. Finally, he slowly spoke. Tang Yuehua, I see your sincerity. However, Tang Hao's crimes cannot be offset by mere circumstances. But I can give you a chance. Tang Yuehua's heart brightened, and she quickly asked, what opportunity? BaiYing smiled slightly, a cunning glint in his eyes. I have heard that you possess exceptional talent and a rare martial spirit. As long as you are willing to join our spirit hall, become one of us, and serve me, I can consider letting Tang Hao go. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua's face turned pale. She never expected that the other party would make such a request. Joining the spirit hall and becoming their pawn was something she absolutely could not accept. However, if she refused, her brother's life would be in grave danger. BaiYing shook his head slightly, his figure blending into the night, as if merging with the surrounding darkness. Dan Zihu, you should know that rules are rules and cannot be broken due to personal feelings. Tang Hao's crimes have crossed our bottom line. What I can offer you is already the greatest leniency. His words carried an undeniable authority that left Tang Yuehua feeling breathless. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she bit her lower lip, as if making a difficult decision. Can't you take a step back from me? After all, he's my brother. Her voice trembled with a hint of pleading, but BaiYing remained unmoved. BaiYing stood silently in the night, his voice echoing through the dark sky, filled with a cold and resolute power. Tang Yuehua, you must understand, I am merely the holy son of the Wuhuan Palace, and my decisions are constrained by many factors. The true powers of the Wuhuan Palace are the Grand Elder and the Pope. Their will is far beyond my control. His words echoed in Tang Yuehua's ears, leaving her feeling powerless. She looked up at the hazy figure, a glimmer of despair flashing in her eyes. BaiYing continued, moreover, do you think your brother Tang Hao can really let go of his hatred? Back then, the Wuhuan Palace sent dozens of experts to hunt that soul beast, ultimately forcing it to sacrifice itself. Such hatred has long since penetrated to the bone. Can Tang Hao easily let it go? BaiYing scoffed, his figure gradually becoming clearer in the night, revealing a handsome yet indifferent face. He glanced at Tang Yuehua with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Have you forgotten about your brother? He is the renowned QianDaoliu. When he first entered the titled Douluo realm, he severely injured the previous pope, Qian Renxue. With such combat power, how many can match him? So you don't need to plead with me. His words were filled with mockery and contempt, as if Tang Hao's strength was nothing worth mentioning in his eyes. Tang Yuehua's body trembled at his words. She bit her lower lip, a flicker of anger and unwillingness flashing in her eyes. If something happens to Tang Hao, I will definitely not let you go. BaiYing looked coldly at Tang Yuehua, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. Now let me go. Tang Yuehua, you overestimate yourself, he said lightly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Tang Yuehua was enraged by his words. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes glowing with determination. BaiYing, listen. If you dare to harm my brother, if anything happens to Tang Hao, I, Tang Yuehua, swear that no matter the cost, I will never let you go. BaiYing frowned slightly, looking at Tang Yuehua's angry and determined gaze. A wave of inexplicable irritation surged within him. Tang Yuehua, are you threatening me? His voice was low and cold, as if it came from the depths of hell. Tang Yuehua met his gaze fearlessly, her eyes shining with steadfast light. No, I'm not threatening you. She spoke each word clearly. I am just telling you that if you dare to harm my brother, I will spare no effort in seeking revenge on you. Her voice, though soft, revealed a determination and resolve, as if she was declaring an unchangeable decision. BaiYing's face instantly turned ashen. He did not expect Tang Yuehua to be so resolute, even resorting to such a threat against him. He clenched his fists, the joints cracking, seemingly suppressing the rage within. Tang Yuehua, do you know what you're saying? He said coldly, his voice carrying an air of danger. Tang Yuehua did not flinch, staring directly into his eyes, her gaze filled with unwavering light. I certainly know what I'm saying. She took a deep breath and continued. If you really dare to harm my brother, I will make the whole world know what kind of person you BaiYing is. As they spoke, both stood up simultaneously. BaiYing's expression darkened, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. He suddenly stepped forward, grabbing Tang Yuehua's wrist and pulling her towards him. Tang Yuehua was startled by his action, but she did not struggle. Instead, she stubbornly raised her head to meet his gaze. Tang Yuehua, remember your identity. BaiYing's voice was low and cold, carrying a hint of threat. You are my woman now. I can overlook your brother's matters. However, do not think of using this to threaten me. I, BaiYing, have never been afraid of threats. In the night, BaiYing's face appeared even colder and more resolute under the moonlight. He gripped Tang Yuehua's wrist tightly, his eyes flickering with a sinister light. Tang Yuehua, if you do not obey, I will kill Tang-san. His voice was low and cold, carrying a sense of threat. Tang Yuehua's heart trembled violently. She widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at BaiYing. She bit her lower lip, her eyes filled with anger and fear. You dare, she stammered. But her tone revealed a sense of powerlessness. BaiYing laughed coldly, releasing his grip and pushing Tang Yuehua to the ground. He bent down, leaning close to her face, and spoke each word clearly. I dare. You should know that Tang-san is your brother Tang Hao's only son. If anything happens to his son, how crazy will he become? In the night, BaiYing slowly leaned down, his face appearing exceptionally stern in the moonlight. He gently kissed Tang Yuehua's lips, leaving her stunned and wide-eyed, wanting to struggle but unable to move as he held her tightly. The anger and humiliation in Tang Yuehua surged like a tide. She bit her lower lip, her eyes shining with determination. She struggled to raise her head, meeting BaiYing's gaze, trying to express her dissatisfaction and anger through her eyes. However, BaiYing seemed oblivious to the fire in her eyes, coldly stating, in the future, if I do not encounter Tang Hao, I will not take the initiative to strike. But if he takes the initiative, then I cannot be blamed. I can guarantee that my brother will not take the initiative against you. Her voice was weak, but carried an undeniable firmness. But you must also guarantee that you will never harm my brother. BaiYing raised an eyebrow, looking at Tang Yuehua's determined gaze. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within him. He was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Then it depends on your performance. In the night, BaiYing and Tang Yuehua stood facing each other, the atmosphere tense and subtle. BaiYing's gaze was fixed on Tang Yuehua, his eyes flickering with intense light, as if he wanted to devour her whole. Tang Yuehua felt his intense gaze and couldn't help but feel flustered. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, then raised her head to meet BaiYing's gaze. I will not let you down, she said softly, her voice revealing a hint of determination and resolve. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed BaiYing's lips. This action startled BaiYing. He did not expect Tang Yuehua to be so proactive. Their lips pressed tightly together as Tang Yuehua closed her eyes, seemingly pouring all her emotions into this kiss. BaiYing was also moved by her actions. He wrapped his arms around Tang Yuehua tightly, deepening the kiss. What did you say? Xiao got into a fight with someone and lost. BaiYing could hardly believe his ears. He abruptly stood up, his face darkened as if it could drip water. Just busy for a night, and now hearing this news. BaiYing was simply incredulous. If it weren't for Ning Rongrong sending someone to inform him, he wouldn't have known such a thing had happened. He grabbed the subordinate who delivered the news, staring at him intently, as if wanting to see through him. The subordinate trembled under his imposing aura, stuttering. Why yes, Miss Xiao Wu had a dispute with someone today, and then they got physical, but the other party was very strong, and Miss Xiao Wu was no match. I heard someone was harassing her. BaiYing's expression grew even uglier. He released his grip, causing the subordinate to stumble and fall to the ground. BaiYing ignored him and quickly walked out of the room. His heart was filled with rage. Xiao Wu was not only his sister, but also his lover. BaiYing hurried along the street, his anger burning within him. Images of Xiao Wu being harassed kept flashing through his mind, making him feel extremely furious and worried. Soon, BaiYing arrived at the scene. From a distance, he saw a group of people gathered together, discussing animatedly. He quickly walked up, pushing through the crowd, and saw Xiao Wu standing in the center, her expression cold, confronting a burly young man. That young man was Talon, the heir of the Li family, who looked arrogantly at Xiao Wu, his eyes filled with lewd intent. The surrounding crowd was pointing and discussing this sudden conflict. Seeing this scene, BaiYing's anger intensified. He stepped forward, shielding Xiao Wu behind him, and coldly stared at Talon. Standing in front of Xiao Wu, BaiYing's gaze was like a knife aimed at Talon. His tall and imposing figure exuded a powerful aura, as if he were an immovable mountain. Talon was intimidated by his presence and involuntarily took a step back, but the lewdness in his eyes did not fade. It's you, bullying my woman? BaiYing's voice was cold and deep, as if it came from the depths of hell, sending chills down people's spines. His eyes flickered with a chilling, killing intent, as if he could explode with incredible power at any moment. Talon was stunned by his gaze, and his arrogance dissipated by more than half. However, as the heir of a powerful family, he was unwilling to lose face in front of everyone. So he gritted his teeth and said, so what? This girl looks good. I just want her to keep me company. Hearing Talon's words, Xiao Wu immediately exploded with rage, raising her fist and wanting to rush forward to teach Talon a lesson. However, her arm was tightly held by BaiYing. He looked down at her, a hint of softness flashing in his eyes, and softly said, don't be impulsive. Let me handle this. After saying that, he released Xiao Wu's arm and turned to face Talon. His gaze was filled with coldness and killing intent, as if he wanted to devour Talon whole. He slowly took a step forward, each step feeling like a heavy weight on Talon's heart, causing him to feel intense palpitations. You're good, very good. BaiYing's voice was deep and cold, as if it came from hell. You've completely angered me. As soon as he finished speaking, BaiYing's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, leaving only an afterimage. Before Talon could react, he felt a tremendous force coming from behind, and he was sent flying. He crashed heavily to the ground, wincing in pain and unable to get up for a long time. The surrounding people gasped in shock. They didn't expect this suddenly appearing young man to be so powerful, instantly sending the heir of the Li family flying with a single strike. BaiYing ignored the astonished crowd and walked in front of Talon, crouching down to look at him coldly. Remember, there are some people you cannot afford to provoke. BaiYing's voice was deep and cold, sending a shiver down Talon's spine. He realized he had kicked a hard board this time and felt a surge of regret. However, It was too late for regrets. He could only watch helplessly as BaiYing left with Xiao Wu, his heart filled with anger and unwillingness. Chapter 147. Lu Erlong Brother. You're simply too handsome. Xiao Wu was now linking her arm with BaiYing's, her eyes sparkling with admiration and a proud smile on her lips. Brother, that move of yours was simply amazing, she said sweetly, as if the entire world had become radiant because of BaiYing's strike. BaiYing smiled slightly, his eyes revealing affection and tenderness. He gently patted Xiao Wu's head and affectionately said, Little rascal, don't let such small matters trouble you next time. Xiao Wu pouted, pretending to be angry, and said, Humph, that guy Daoliu actually dared to tease me. He's really asking for it. If it weren't for you holding me back, I would have made him taste the power of my 8 sections throw. As she spoke, she waved her fist, as if she could already see Daoliu begging for mercy under her punches. BaiYing looked at her adorable appearance, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. At Shrek Academy, the trees were lush, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. At this moment, Daoliu stood in front of Zhao Wujie, his body covered in bruises, looking extremely disheveled. His tall figure trembled slightly, his eyes flashing with anger and unwillingness. Zhao Wujie looked at Daoliu's appearance, frowning tightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He asked in a deep voice, Daoliu, what on earth happened? Who dared to lay hands on you? Daoliu gritted his teeth and said, It's that person. His name is BaiYing. He not only beat me, but also humiliated Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie's face instantly turned ashen. He suddenly stood up, a powerful aura emanating from him, as if he wanted to freeze the surrounding air. He shouted angrily, BaiYing. He used to be a student of Shrek Academy and is now a high-ranking member of the Spear Hall. From my previous understanding of him, he would never strike without reason. Quickly tell me what you did to him. Zhao Wujie's voice thundered in Daoliu's ears, making him shiver. He swallowed hard and cautiously raised his head to look at the stern director in front of him. Sunlight fell on Zhao Wujie's face, illuminating his serious and resolute expression. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, as if he could see through all of Daoliu's inner secrets. Daoliu's heart tightened. He knew he couldn't hide from Zhao Wujie's eyes. He stammered, his voice trembling slightly. I just had my eye on a girl and wanted her to be my girlfriend. At this point, he secretly glanced at Zhao Wujie and saw that his expression darkened further. So he quickly continued, but that girl didn't want to, and I got beaten up. Zhao Wujie's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Daoliu, as if he had heard something incredible. He slammed the table and shouted, Good for you, Daoliu. At such a young age, you've learned to chase girls? And you got beaten up too. How embarrassing. His words thundered in Daoliu's ears, making him instantly lower his head, his face burning. Zhao Wujie looked at Daoliu's dejected appearance, feeling both angry and helpless. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and then said solemnly, Daoliu, remember this. As a student of Shrek Academy, you must have your own dignity and bottom line. Chasing girls isn't wrong, but you can't use coercive means. This matter, you handle it yourself. I won't intervene anymore. Daoliu, dejected, was about to leave the office when he bumped into Lu Erlong, who was hurrying over. Lu Erlong, with a hint of heroism in her eyes, frowned slightly upon seeing Daoliu's battered appearance. Daoliu, what happened to you? How did you get so hurt? Lu Erlong's voice carried concern and confusion. Daoliu raised his head and met Lu Erlong's gaze, a hint of embarrassment and shame flashing in his eyes. He stammered, wanting to explain, but not knowing where to start. At this moment, Zhao Wujie's voice came from inside the office. What else could it be? This kid wanted to chase a girl, but the girl didn't want him, and he ended up getting beaten. After hearing Zhao Wujie's explanation, a hint of displeasure flashed in Lu Erlong's eyes. She walked up to Daoliu, looked him up and down, and snorted lightly. Looking at you like this, you really don't learn your lesson. Forget it. Since you don't want to deal with it, I'll take care of this matter. Saying this, she turned to leave. Zhao Wujie looked at her determined back with some worry. He hurriedly called out, Weisstein Erlong. However, Lu Erlong walked away without looking back, her figure gradually fading in the sunlight, leaving only a resolute and determined silhouette. Zhao Wujie watched the direction in which Lu Erlong had left, shaking his head helplessly. He knew Lu Erlong's temper. Once she decided to do something, she would never give up easily. This time, the matter with Daoliu was probably going to escalate. Xiao Wu sat on a stone bench nearby, a proud smile on her lips. She waved her hand gently and said to Ning Rongrong beside her, Rongrong, don't worry, I'm fine. Her eyes sparkled with confidence, as if she were speaking of a trivial incident. Ning Rongrong looked at Xiao Wu, who seemed unscathed, and her worries eased slightly, but her brows remained furrowed. Xiao Wu, Tai Long is the young patriarch of the Strength clan, and their family is notoriously protective. Although you're fine this time, they definitely won't let it go easily. Upon hearing this, a hint of coldness flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. She stood up, brushed off the dust on her clothes, and said calmly, "So what if they are from the Strength clan? If they really dare to cause trouble, my brother won't stand by and do nothing." She added, "All right, don't worry. It's just the Strength clan, not worth fearing. I need to go refine some medicine." Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a glow on BaiYing's focused face. He stood in the shade, holding a transparent glass bottle filled with a light blue liquid that emitted a faint sheen. BaiYing gently shook the glass bottle, and the light blue liquid flowed slowly inside, as if it had a life of its own. His eyes were filled with pride and confidence, as if this bottle of medicine was a treasure in his hands. "Rongrong, this is the healing medicine I just refined." BaiYing handed the glass bottle to Ning Rongrong, his tone carrying a hint of pride. Ning Rongrong took the glass bottle and leaned in to sniff it lightly. A refreshing medicinal fragrance wafted over, invigorating her. She examined the light blue liquid inside the bottle, secretly amazed. The color of this medicine was pure, and its sheen was flowing, indicating that it was certainly not an ordinary product. "And what about this bottle? What is it?" Ning Rongrong curiously picked up another bottle of medicine, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. BaiYing smiled slightly and said mysteriously, "This isn't for healing. If I say it's an aphrodisiac, would you believe me?" Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face instantly turned red. She glared at BaiYing playfully and scolded, "An aphrodisiac? What bad thing are you planning to do again?" BaiYing laughed heartily, reaching out to poke Ning Rongrong's nose, teasing, "Bad thing? I'm fighting for justice here. Just think about it. If we have this bottle of aphrodisiac, wouldn't those with ulterior motives be easily caught?" Ning Rongrong was amused by BaiYing's words, giggling as she lightly punched his chest, playfully scolding, "You just talk nonsense. How could this kind of medicine be used casually?" BaiYing felt somewhat helpless at Ning Rongrong's words. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, smiling wryly. "Rongrong, you're wronging me. This bottle of medicine is truly a pleasant surprise. I never intended to use it for anything bad." His eyes flashed with seriousness as he continued. "At that time, I was refining other pills and suddenly found some leftover herbs, so I whimsically tried a new formula. I didn't expect to actually refine this bottle of medicine. I was surprised. The potency of this thing is too strong, and I dare not use it carelessly." Ning Rongrong blinked her lively eyes, a mischievous smile on her lips. She intentionally leaned closer to BaiYing and whispered, "So, are you planning to use it on me? Or on Xiao Wu? Or maybe Zhu Qing?" Her voice carried a hint of teasing, as if she was eagerly awaiting BaiYing's answer. BaiYing, hearing this, instantly tapped Ning Rongrong's forehead lightly, causing her to cry out in pain. BaiYing, not in a good mood, said, "Can this kind of thing be used casually? Besides, I wouldn't use this to do anything bad. You should be close to breaking through your soul power level, right? Once we handle the matters here in the Tiando Empire, I'll take you to the Stardow Forest to obtain soul rings. Since you're fine now, come help me with some official business. After all, you're the leader of a sect. I have things to do, so I'll leave first." Ning Rongrong watched BaiYing's fleeing figure, unable to help but laugh. She shook her head, thinking this guy was truly mischievous and always hard to pin down. She gently rubbed her sore forehead, then stood up and chased after the direction BaiYing had gone. Sunlight bathed her, highlighting her graceful figure. A faint smile lingered on her face, as if she had already forgotten the recent pain. BaiYing ran quickly, fearing that Ning Rongrong would catch up. He dashed through patches of trees and leaped over small streams, his figure weaving through the woods like a nimble monkey. "Wait for me." Ning Rongrong's voice came from behind, causing BaiYing's heart to tighten as he quickened his pace. He knew he couldn't stop, otherwise he would definitely be caught by Ning Rongrong, and that would be disastrous. Time passed swiftly, and night fell. BaiYing walked alone on a narrow path, the unease in his heart growing stronger with the deepening night. He instinctively quickened his pace, wanted to shake off this oppressive feeling. However, just as he was about to turn a corner, a cold voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Are you BaiYing?" This voice was like a call from the depths of the abyss, sending a chill down BaiYing's spine. He abruptly stopped, turned around, and saw a figure emerging from the darkness. The figure was shrouded in a thin mist under the moonlight, giving off a mysterious and elusive aura. As the figure became clearer, BaiYing finally saw the person's face. It was Lu Erlong. "Senior Lu, what are you doing here?" Although BaiYing was startled, he maintained his composure, trying to diffuse the suddenly tense atmosphere. Lu Erlong sneered, her voice as sharp as an ice blade in the cold wind. BaiYing, you have quite the nerve. Wasn't it you who refined a pill back then? BaiYing was taken aback. And then he remembered that he had indeed refined a pill for Li Xiaojing. But the effect of that pill was not what he had expected. Although he felt a bit guilty, he defended himself. Senior, that pill was indeed refined by me, but it was just an accident, and I did inform Bibi Dong about the risks during the refining process. At this moment, Lu Erlong was completely enraged, her eyes flashing with cold fury, as if she wanted to consume BaiYing. She approached BaiYing step by step, each step seeming to tread on his heart, causing him to feel a pang of panic. You admit it? Lu Erlong's voice was as piercing as ice, each word dripping with killing intent. BaiYing took a step back, trying to keep his distance, but Lu Erlong's speed was much faster than he had imagined. She suddenly appeared in front of BaiYing, grabbing his collar and lifting him up. If it weren't for you turning Xiaojing into a eunuch, how could I be left to guard an empty room? I must kill you today. Lu Erlong roared in anger, her eyes flickering with flames of hatred, as if she wanted to burn BaiYing to ashes. BaiYing was tightly held by Lu Erlong's collar, but remained calm. He looked up, meeting Lu Erlong's furious gaze, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Senior, please calm down. BaiYing's voice was calm and firm, as if there were an invisible force soothing Lu Erlong's volatile emotions. The pill that Yu Xiaojing took was indeed refined by me. But didn't his useless martial soul evolve because of it? BaiYing smiled slightly, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's anger surged even more. She suddenly pushed BaiYing hard, throwing him heavily to the ground. BaiYing grunted in pain, but still stubbornly raised his head, staring directly into Lu Erlong's furious eyes. Senior, do you really think I ruined Yu Xiaojing's life? The voice of BaiYing carried a hint of sadness as he slowly stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Lu Erlong glared at BaiYing, her chest heaving violently, as if ready to explode at any moment. She gritted her teeth and said word by word, Isn't it? If it weren't for you, how could Xiaojing have ended up like this? BaiYing gently shook his head and sighed. Senior, you only see the surface. That pill, while it took away Yu Xiaojing's masculinity, allowed his martial soul to evolve like never before. Whether this is a blessing or a curse, who can say for sure? Lu Erlong was furious, and she suddenly struck out with her palm, sending a fierce gust of wind straight at BaiYing's face. BaiYing's figure flashed, narrowly dodging this attack, but the corner of his clothing was swept by the palm wind and instantly tore apart. A chill ran through his heart. He knew Lu Erlong was truly intent on killing him. He dared not be careless, weaving through the trees in an attempt to evade Lu Erlong's attacks. However, Lu Erlong's strength far exceeded his expectations. Each attack seemed capable of piercing through the void, leaving him with nowhere to escape. You're just making excuses. Today, I will definitely kill you. Lu Erlong roared, her eyes flashing with cold light, moving like a ghost around BaiYing. Each of her attacks was filled with murderous intent, as if she wanted to put BaiYing to death. Chapter 148, Erlong. 7th Soul Skill, True Body of the Red Dragon. Lu Erlong's figure moved like lightning, her true body encased in the red dragon, shining brightly in the night sky, resembling a falling star with endless might as it charged violently towards BaiYing. In the instant the fire dragon approached, BaiYing's face revealed a look of terror, and he quickly dodged, trying to avoid this deadly strike. However, Lu Erlong's attack was like a thunderbolt, impossible to evade. The fire dragon collided with BaiYing in midair, producing a deafening roar, as if the entire space trembled at that moment. Flames erupted, and BaiYing was violently knocked back by the impact of the fire dragon, blood spurting from his mouth, clearly severely injured. Yet Lu Erlong showed no mercy, the fire dragon soaring again, preparing to launch the next round of attack. A glimmer of determination flashed in BaiYing's eyes as he clenched his hands tightly. Suddenly, 2 supreme artifacts shot out, one a blood-red long sword emanating a strong aura of blood, the other a battle knife shimmering with the power of time and space. Holding the Azura blood sword, BaiYing swung it, and the sword's body trembled as if thousands of ghosts were wailing, a chilling murderous aura spreading out. He suddenly swung the sword, a blood-red sword light slicing through the night sky, aiming straight for Lu Erlong's fire dragon form. At the same time, the time-space battle knife in his other hand emitted a dazzling light. BaiYing shouted, Seal of Time. The surrounding space seemed to freeze, and Lu Erlong's fire dragon form began to slow under the influence of this time-space power. Lu Erlong felt a strong sense of pressure. Her fire dragon form trembled, as if it would be torn apart by this time-space force at any moment. But she did not give up, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. her soul power surging wildly, trying to break free from the shackles of time and space. Suddenly, the fire dragon form let out a thunderous dragon roar, its flames becoming even more intense, as if it would ignite the night sky. Lu Erlong harnessed this power and forcefully broke free from the constraints of time and space, charging once again towards BaiYing. Seeing this, BaiYing's eyes flashed with surprise, but soon turned more frenzied. He wielded both swords, the blood-red sword light and time-space power intertwining to form an unstoppable attack, colliding fiercely with Lu Erlong's fire dragon form once more. In the night sky, BaiYing's eyes sparkled with cold light, the Azura blood sword and time-space battle knife, both radiating piercing brilliance. He moved like lightning towards Lu Erlong, his momentum seemingly ready to tear the entire night sky apart. Azura slash! BaiYing shouted, swinging the Azura blood sword, a blood-red sword light tearing through the night sky, carrying a strong aura of slaughter, aiming for Lu Erlong's throat. Lu Erlong's gaze sharpened, her figure swiftly dodging, but the chilling aura still sent a shiver through her heart. At the same time, the time-space battle knife moved in BaiYing's hand, an invisible force quietly spreading out. Lu Erlong felt as if the surrounding space had become viscous. Her movement slowed, as if bound by an unseen force. BaiYing's figure shadowed Lu Erlong closely, coldly stating, "Give up, you are no match for me." Lu Erlong gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with unyielding light. She shouted, "Give up? I have never uttered those two words." As she spoke, her seventh soul skill, true martial soul, surged within her, the fire dragon form expanding again, the flames becoming even more intense, as if it would burn everything to ashes. Seeing this, BaiYing's eyes flashed with surprise, but soon turned more frenzied. He gripped both swords tightly, a more terrifying aura emanating from him. The two clashed once again, sword light and fire dragon intertwining in the night sky, producing a deafening roar, as if they would tear the entire sky apart. However, no matter how hard Lu Erlong tried, she ultimately could not withstand the power of BaiYing's two supreme artifacts. The fire dragon form began to gradually dissipate under the dual assault of the blood-red sword light and time-space power, the flames losing their brilliance. Lu Erlong spat blood, staggering back, her eyes filled with unwillingness and anger, but more so with a sense of powerlessness. She looked at BaiYing, her eyes flashing with determination, seemingly making a final struggle. "Have you surrendered?" BaiYing coldly spoke, his voice dripping with endless mockery and disdain. Holding the two artifacts, he stepped closer to Lu Erlong, each step seeming to tread on her heart, filling her with an overwhelming sense of heaviness and oppression. At this moment, a wave of unprecedented fear surged within Lu Erlong's heart as she looked at the approaching BaiYing, her eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. She tried to break free from the binding of time-space power, but that force felt endless, holding her firmly in place. BaiYing, holding the two artifacts, wore a sinister smile as he slowly approached Lu Erlong, each step causing her heart to race, as if the breath of death had enveloped her entire being. "What do you want? Don't come near," Lu Erlong shouted loudly, but her voice sounded so weak and powerless in the night sky. She looked at BaiYing's cold and frenzied gaze, her heart filled with fear and helplessness. BaiYing's figure appeared like a ghost in front of Lu Erlong, grabbing her by the neck and lifting her high, his immense strength rendering her unable to move. Lu Erlong struggled, but BaiYing's grip was like an iron clamp, making it impossible for her to break free. "I originally didn't want to kill you, but since you've already attacked me, you can't blame me." BaiYing's voice was cold and cruel, his eyes revealing endless killing intent. A strong wave of fear surged within Lu Erlong as she realized she had fallen into BaiYing's grasp. Lu Erlong's body was violently slammed to the ground by BaiYing, causing her to cough violently. Her breathing became rapid, and her heartbeat quickened. Watching Lu Erlong's gradually dazed eyes and hurried breaths, BaiYing felt a sense of triumph. He extended his arms, tightly embracing Lu Erlong, the soft touch causing his heart to race. Lu Erlong had completely lost her rationality at this moment, her body trembling in BaiYing's embrace. As if struck by a powerful current, she desperately struggled to break free from BaiYing's hold, but her strength felt so insignificant. "Don't touch me! Don't touch me!" Lu Erlong weakly called out, but her voice was quickly drowned out by BaiYing's maniacal laughter. BaiYing held Lu Erlong tightly, a crazy smile on his face, as if he could already see himself conquering this powerful woman. Lu Erlong gritted her teeth, exerting all her strength to try to break free from the bindings of the White Shadow, but her body felt as if it were bound by invisible chains. Unable to move, anger and defiance flickered in her eyes, and though her voice was weak, it was resolute. "If you have the ability, let me go. Don't use such despicable means." Upon hearing this, the smile on the white shadow's face grew even more sinister. He looked down at Lu Erlong in his arms, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Despicable? In this world, only the victor can write the rules. I have one now, so everything is reasonable. As he spoke, he reached out and gently stroked Lu Erlong's cheek, the cold touch making her body tremble involuntarily. The white shadow's voice was low and filled with temptation. "Now, you belong completely to me. I will let you experience unprecedented pleasure, and you will thank me for it." The night breeze blew gently, carrying a hint of coolness. It couldn't conceal the ambiguous atmosphere between the two. The white shadow embraced the already irrational Lu Erlong, crossing the quiet street to a brightly lit hotel. Lu Erlong's gaze became infatuated, as if the whole world had been reduced to just this man before her. She gently closed her eyes, filled with anticipation and excitement. "Tonight, Xiao Gang, you're mine." The white shadow noticed Lu Erlong's reaction and felt even more pleased. He gently caressed Lu Erlong's cheek, his voice low and seductive. "Erlong, I will not disappoint you." Saying this, he lowered his head and kissed Lu Erlong's lips, greedily drawing in her breath. "What did you say? Erlong is chasing after the white shadow now. Why didn't you stop her?" Yu Xiaojiang's voice was anxious and angry. Zhao Wujie frowned, looking at the figure gradually disappearing into the night outside the window, and sighed. "Do you think I can stop her? That kid is quite cunning in Erlong's current state." He shook his head. A hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. "She is completely bewitched, and I'm afraid she won't listen to anyone now." Chapter 149. Lu Erlong submission. No, Erlong will definitely get into trouble. Yu Xiaojiang anxiously paced back and forth in the room, his brow furrowed as if a mountain weighed upon his heart. He knew Lu Erlong's fiery temper well. Once she got angry, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just then, Flander walked in, followed by Zhang Wujie, both with serious expressions. Flander patted Yu Xiaojiang's shoulder, trying to comfort him. "Xiao Gang, don't worry too much. Wujie and I will go find Erlong right now and bring her back safely." Yu Xiaojiang looked up at Flander, gratitude flashing in his eyes. "Then I'll leave it to you. Be sure to be careful." Flander nodded, turning to leave the room with Zhao Wujie. The two figures gradually disappeared into the night, leaving Yu Xiaojiang standing alone in the room, silently praying for Lu Erlong's safety. The next day, Lu Erlong woke up in an unfamiliar and quiet environment. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, trying to clear her thoughts. Suddenly, her arm touched a soft object beside her, startling her to quickly look over, only to see the white shadow sitting at the edge of the bed, his ambiguous smile making her heart tighten. Lu Erlong looked down and was instantly shocked. Her clothes were gone. She panicked and covered her chest, shouting in a mix of shame and anger. "White shadow, you dare to take away my innocence." The white shadow smiled playfully at her words, leisurely replying, "Look at what you're saying. You were under the influence of the Huan powder. I was saving you, otherwise you would have really died." Saying this, he extended his hand, holding out a piece of clothing, which was exactly what Lu Erlong had lost. Lu Erlong was furious, her eyes almost spitting fire. She attempted to channel her soul power to teach this shameless person a lesson. However, as soon as she tried to activate her soul power, she felt a powerful force instantly seal her acupoints, rendering her immobile. The white shadow stood by the bed, smiling, but his eyes flashed with a cold light. He had a small jade slip in his hand, glowing faintly. "You need to carefully consider whether you want to kill me." The white shadow's voice was calm and cold. "Everything I just did has been recorded in this jade slip. If you kill me, then Yu Xiaojiang will know about our affair. I believe you don't want Yu Xiaojiang to know what happened between us, right?" He pointed to a jade tube, which was of course a reward from the system. He looked at the jade tube and then infused a bit of soul power into it, saying, "Look." The screen quickly displayed, and upon seeing the intimate scenes between herself and him, Lu Erlong immediately turned red, then glared fiercely at the white shadow. "You bastard." Lu Erlong cursed. The white shadow, however, ignored her, continuing, "Now, we can have a good talk. What do you want? Kill me? Or cooperate with me?" Lu Erlong gritted her teeth, her anger almost boiling over. She glared at the white shadow, her eyes flashing with dangerous light. However, she also knew that she was currently unable to move and could not inflict any harm on the shameless person. The white shadow stood by the bed, his gaze cold and determined. He slowly spoke, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Lu Erlong, you can call me a bastard, but if you don't want this recording to be seen by the man you love the most, Yu Xiaojiang, I advise you to be sensible. Saying this, he raised his hand and gently shook the jade slip, reminding Lu Erlong of this deadly leverage. Lu Erlong's body trembled violently, her eyes wide with terror and despair. She knew full well that this shameless person was not lying. If she really killed him, once this recording was made public, not only would her reputation be ruined, but it would also plunge Yu Xiaojiang into endless pain and distress. Lu Erlong took a deep breath, trying to calm the anger within her. Through gritted teeth, she said, "Fine, I want to kill you, but don't think you'll have it easy. I will make you pay the price you deserve." The white shadow smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. He walked over to Lu Erlong, reached out to gently stroke her cheek, and whispered, "Now you're being good. As long as you obediently listen, I promise I won't treat you badly." Lu Erlong suppressed her disgust and anger, allowing the white shadow's hand to roam her face. In her heart, she silently vowed to make this shameless person pay a heavy price. The white shadow sneered contemptuously, raised his hand, and lightly waved. And Lu Erlong felt the bindings on her body vanish instantly. She immediately sat up, vigilantly staring at the white shadow, her eyes flashing with dangerous light. "Give me the recording." Lu Erlong's voice was cold and firm, as if trying to freeze the air. The white shadow, however, was unconcerned. He leisurely walked to the table, took a sip of tea, as if savoring the fragrance. "I know you will definitely go back on your word," he said lightly, a mocking smile on his lips. "What I recorded in this jade tube is just one of many." Saying this, he waved his hand in the air, and a light screen appeared out of nowhere, displaying the intimate scenes between Lu Erlong and him. Lu Erlong's face instantly turned pale, and she bit her lip tightly, trying hard not to make sound. Lu Erlong's eyes flashed with determination as she clenched her fists, as if trying to condense all her anger into that small fist. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and then coldly said, "What do you want? State your terms, as long as you can give me the recording." Upon hearing this, the white shadow's lips curled into a smug smile. He slowly walked in front of Lu Erlong, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. He said lightly, "It's simple to state terms. I want you to join my Wuhuan sect." Lu Erlong's face instantly turned pale upon hearing this. She suddenly raised her head and stared directly into BaiYing's eyes, her gaze flashing with anger and defiance. Through gritted teeth, she said, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." BaiYing let out a cold laugh, and the jade slip in his hand emitted a faint glow once again. He turned and walked toward the window, turning his back on Lu Erlong, his voice cold and resolute. "Then there's nothing I can do. These recordings, I should also let Shrek and Yu Xiaojiang see them." Lu Erlong's heart sank sharply. She seemed to envision Yu Xiaojiang's disappointed and pained expression, as well as the surprised and disdainful gazes of everyone from Shrek. She felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and her body swayed unsteadily. "No, you can't show it to Xiaojiang." Lu Erlong finally broke down, collapsing to the ground and tightly clutching BaiYing's leg, pleading with tears streaming down her face. Her tears fell like beads from a broken string, her face filled with despair and helplessness. BaiYing looked at Lu Erlong, who was kneeling on the ground and begging desperately, but felt no pity in his heart. He bent down and gently lifted Lu Erlong's chin with his fingertip, forcing her to look up at him. "Lu Erlong, you really are pitiful like this." BaiYing's voice was cold and mocking. "However, if you wanted to let you go, you have to pay a price." As he spoke, he leaned slightly closer to Lu Erlong's face. Lu Erlong's eyes widened in fear as she watched his face come closer. "How about this? If you kiss me, I'll consider whether or not to let Shrek and that useless Yu Xiaojiang see the recordings." BaiYing's voice was low and tempting, as if it carried some kind of magic. Lu Erlong's anger and humiliation peaked. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes flashing with determination. With all her strength, she bit down hard on BaiYing's shoulder. "Ah!" BaiYing cried out in pain, forcefully pushing Lu Erlong away. He covered his bleeding shoulder, glaring at Lu Erlong with a sinister expression. Lu Erlong, however, was unbothered. She stood up, coldly wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. She raised her head, her gaze firm and resolute. "BaiYing, do you think this will make me submit? You are wrong. I, Lu Erlong, would rather die than yield. If you dare leak the recordings, I swear I will make the spirit hall pay the price." As she spoke, she turned and walked towards the window, preparing to jump down. She knew that there was no way back for her now. Only by threatening to die could she preserve her dignity and Yu Xiaojiang's reputation. Standing at the window, the wind outside howled through her long hair, filling her heart with resolve. However, just as she was about to leap, BaiYing's voice suddenly rang out behind her. If you dare to commit suicide, then I will send the recordings to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan in Yushaojiang. BaiYing's voice was cold and cruel, like a sharp knife stabbing straight into Lu Erlong's heart. Lu Erlong's body stiffened suddenly. She slowly turned around, looking at BaiYing's smug face, her eyes filled with anger and helplessness. Her tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed, as if she had lost all her strength. You! How can you do this? Lu Erlong's voice trembled, tears welling up in her eyes. She knew BaiYing was telling the truth. If she really committed suicide, not only would her reputation be ruined, but her family and Yushaojiang would also fall into endless suffering. Beg me, and maybe I'll let you off the hook? I beg you, please don't leak this. Begging should have the appearance of begging. Get down on your knees. Lu Erlong's body felt as if all her strength had been drained. Trembling, she knelt down on the ground, her eyes devoid of spirit, as if she had lost her soul. BaiYing looked at her like this, a smug smile creeping onto his lips. Lu Erlong, do you finally know what it feels like to beg? He said coldly, his voice full of mockery and disdain. Lu Erlong bit down hard on her lower lip, refusing to make a sound. Her heart was filled with humiliation and anger, but she knew she could only endure. Slowly, she lowered her head, her hands tightly clenched, as if she wanted to suppress all her humiliation in that small gesture. Lu Erlong's body trembled, her eyes flickering with flames of anger and humiliation. She bit down hard on her lower lip, blood seeping out and staining her teeth. With all her strength, she squeezed out those 3 words from between her teeth. I beg you. BaiYing looked at her like this, a strange sense of pleasure welling up in his heart. He slowly walked up to Lu Erlong, bent down, and spoke in a low, tempting voice. To beg me should come with sincerity. Come on, call me husband or darling. Lu Erlong suddenly raised her head, her eyes flashing with anger. She glared at BaiYing as if she wanted to swallow him whole. However, in the end, she succumbed to the harshness of reality. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and trembled as she called out, husband. BaiYing's face broke into a satisfied smile. He leaned down slightly, getting close to Lu Erlong's ear, and whispered, I didn't hear you. Say it a little louder. Lu Erlong's body trembled violently, feeling a chill shoot up from her feet to her heart. She bit down hard on her lower lip, stopping the tears from falling. She knew she was completely under BaiYing's control and could only let him manipulate her. Taking a deep breath, she gathered all her strength and shouted, husband. The voice echoed in the air, filled with endless humiliation and anger. BaiYing laughed heartily at this, nodding in satisfaction, as if admiring his own masterpiece. He reached out and gently caressed Lu Erlong's cheek, his voice soft yet mocking. Now you're being good, Erlong. As long as you obediently listen, I won't let that recording leak. BaiYing pressed further, extending his finger to gently lift Lu Erlong's chin, forcing her to look up at him. His eyes shimmered with greed and desire, as if he wanted to devour Lu Erlong whole. Come on, give me another kiss. His voice was deep and hoarse, filled with temptation. Lu Erlong clenched her teeth tightly, her humiliation and anger reaching a peak. She glared at BaiYing, her eyes flashing with determination. She knew she could not submit like this. Otherwise, she would never escape this demon's control. However, reality was cruel. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and slowly leaned in towards BaiYing's face. Her heart was filled with endless pain and helplessness, but she had no choice. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The air was thick with an oppressive and heavy atmosphere, making it hard to breathe. Lu Erlong's lips trembled slightly as she closed her eyes, her heart filled with boundless humiliation and pain. Finally, her lips gently touched BaiYing's face. At that moment, she felt a wave of nausea rise from the depths of her heart, but she forced herself not to show it. She bit down hard on her lower lip, not allowing any sound to escape. As soon as their lips touched, Lu Erlong felt a strong wave of nausea surge from her core. Her stomach churned violently, and the indescribable feeling of humiliation made her want to vomit. She tightly shut her eyes, trying to erase everything from her mind. However, BaiYing's breath invaded her senses so vividly that she could not escape. She felt BaiYing's lips wandering over her face, that wet and sticky sensation almost driving her to the brink of collapse. Lu Erlong bit down hard on her lower lip, trying to suppress the urge to vomit that was about to escape. Her hands clenched into fists, her nails digging deeply into her flesh, yet she felt no pain. Erlong, your figure is really well maintained. BaiYing's voice was filled with mockery and lewdness, as if he were admiring his own masterpiece. Lu Erlong murmured, is it good now? BaiYing nodded in satisfaction, as if admiring his own masterpiece, and mockingly said, Not bad. Don't worry, I won't let you Xiaojiang and the others know about this. All right, you should go back now. Lu Erlong's body trembled slightly. She tightly closed her eyes, unwilling to look at BaiYing's triumphant face. She took a deep breath, trying to calm the humiliation and anger within her. Slowly, she raised her head, opened her eyes, her gaze shining with determination. Under BaiYing's watch, she took a step back, then turned and left. Her figure disappeared outside the door, leaving only the lingering humiliation in the air. Chapter 150. The preparation for Xiao Wu's transformation into human form, Lu Erlong cried. She had actually done such a thing with BaiYing. Even if it wasn't her subjective will, the deed had already been done. Lu Erlong returned to Shrek Academy in a daze. The sunlight fell on the academy's gate, casting mottled shadows that made her figure seem somewhat lonely. She slightly lowered her eyelids, hiding the confusion and pain in her eyes, and stepped heavily through the academy's gate. As soon as she entered the academy, Lu Erlong saw Yu Xiaojiang's anxious back. He stood in the center of the courtyard, looking around from time to time, seemingly searching for something. Lu Erlong's heart warmed. She knew he was waiting for her. She took a deep breath, tried to calm her emotions, and then pretended to be nonchalant as she walked toward Yu Xiaojiang. As soon as Yu Xiaojiang saw her return, a joyful smile appeared on his face. He quickly approached her, nervously asking, "Erlong, are you all right?" Yu Xiaojiang's anxious expression finally relaxed when he saw Lu Erlong. He hugged her tightly, his voice trembling slightly. "Erlong, I'm so glad you're okay." Lu Erlong gently patted his back to comfort him, but her voice sounded a bit stiff. "What could happen to me?" Yu Xiaojiang released her, holding her shoulders tightly, his gaze sweeping over her as if to confirm she was truly unharmed. He took a deep breath and then asked, "Did BaiYing hurt you?" Lu Erlong avoided his gaze, hesitating for a moment, then forced a light laugh. "I don't know. I didn't go looking for him." There was a hint of unnaturalness in her words, which Yu Xiaojiang noticed, leaving him even more puzzled. He knew Lu Erlong was not someone who would easily give up, but now she seemed to avoid talking about BaiYing, which confused him greatly. Lu Erlong quickly walked back to her room, though her steps were hurried. Each felt heavy as if carrying a 1,000-pound burden. She pushed open the door with a bang, slamming it shut behind her, as if to isolate herself from all external disturbances. The room was silent. Only her own breathing echoed in the air. She walked to the edge of the bed, collapsing onto it, her hands tightly hugging her knees, burying her head between her arms. Tears silently fell, soaking her sleeves, her shoulders trembling slightly as she tried to suppress her sobs. Her heart was filled with pain and humiliation. She had been defiled by that beast. She didn't know how to face it all, nor how to explain it to Yu Xiaojiang. The memory of Yu Xiaojiang's anxious back and concerned gaze made her heart ache like being stabbed by a knife. She slowly raised her hand, trembling as she unbuttoned her clothes, taking them off one by one. The marks of defilement were clearly visible on her skin, deeply engraved like a brand. She closed her eyes, tears fell again, dripping onto those scars, as if narrating the pain in her heart. She picked up a basin nearby, filled it with clean water, then wet a towel and began to scrub her body desperately. Each scrub seemed like an attempt to erase those unbearable memories, but the pain was not just physical. It was a deep-seated anguish within her heart, firmly rooted and unable to be easily erased. Her hands had turned red, the towel soaked with blood, but she continued to scrub her body mechanically, as if wanting to wash away all the humiliation and pain this way. Her tears had dried up, leaving only silent sobs echoing in the air. Her shoulders trembled violently as she murmured, Why? Her voice was filled with despair and unwillingness, as if trying to pour out all the pain in her heart. The air in the room seemed to solidify. Only Lu Erlong's low cries and the sound of the towel rubbing against her skin echoed continuously. Her body was covered in bloodstains, but she seemed to feel no pain, mechanically repeating the scrubbing motion. At this moment, Yu Xiaojing hurriedly arrived at Lu Erlong's door, his eyes filled with concern and anxiety. He gently knocked on the door. "Erlong, are you in there? What happened?" Yu Xiaojing's voice carried a hint of urgency, penetrating through the door crack into the room. Lu Erlong was startled. She quickly adjusted her emotions, took a deep breath, then slowly stood up and walked toward the door. She gently pushed it open, revealing a face that feigned strength, but the redness and exhaustion in her eyes were hard to conceal. "What could happen to me? I'm just a bit tired." Lu Erlong tried to make her voice sound lighter, but the tremor in her tone betrayed her feelings. Yu Xiaojing stared at Lu Erlong, worry filling his eyes. He gently took her hands, feeling the coldness at her fingertips, which made his heart tighten. "Are you really sure you're okay?" Yu Xiaojing's tone was filled with undeniable concern, his gaze scanning Lu Erlong as if trying to see through her true thoughts. Lu Erlong gently pulled her hand away, forcing a smile. I'm really fine, Xiaojiang. I just didn't sleep well last night. I'm a bit tired. You go to your thing. I want to rest a bit. Yu Xiaojiang stood at Lu Erlong's door, his gaze deep and penetrating, seemingly searching for the true emotions within her heart. He sighed softly, his worries not lessened by Lu Erlong's denial. Searched all morning and still couldn't find BaiYing. I wonder where he has gone. Lu Erlong's voice suddenly broke the silence, her tone carrying a hint of reluctance and confusion. Yu Xiaojiang turned to look at her, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. BaiYing is very cunning and extremely powerful. You must remember, do not confront him head-on. Yu Xiaojiang's tone was serious and grave. He knew BaiYing posed a significant threat to Lu Erlong. All right, I understand. Don't worry, I won't be so reckless again. That's good. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Yi Lingling, Du Guiyan, and Hulaina stood quietly in an open area, their gazes focused on BaiYing. He glanced over the crowd, finally landing his gaze on Xiao Wu, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Xiao Wu, your cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Obtaining this soul ring is crucial for you. If successful, you will truly transform into human form, which is something worth celebrating for all of us. The chaotic area of a new Do Great Forest is mostly filled with 10,000-year-old locust trees. The place we're going is there, but you must stay closely behind me. Ning Rongrong spoke up. Got it. How many times have you said that? BaiYing nodded slightly and turned to walk ahead, with everyone following closely. They traversed through the dense forest, carefully avoiding the powerful soul beasts, heading towards their destination. Suddenly, a low roar broke the tranquility of the forest, and everyone immediately stopped alertly. Not far ahead, a massive 10,000-year-old locust tree soul beast was glaring at them with blood-red eyes, approaching menacingly. It exuded a powerful aura, clearly a very formidable soul beast. BaiYing's expression changed slightly as he quickly turned to the others and said, Be careful. This is a 10,000-year Huai tree soul beast. Extremely powerful. Don't act rashly. Let me deal with it. After finishing his words, he flashed and charged towards the soul beast. The first soul skill, Shadow Dragon Roar. The second soul skill, Dragon Claw. The third soul skill, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. BaiYing's figure transformed into a black shadow in the air, rapidly rushing towards the 10,000-year Huai tree soul beast. He gathered powerful soul power in his hands, forming a sharp dragon claw that struck fiercely at the soul beast. The 10,000-year Huai tree soul beast roared, its massive body shaking the surrounding air, causing a strong wave of soul power to ripple outward. Its branches flailed like gigantic tentacles, trying to block BaiYing's attack. However, BaiYing's speed was extremely fast. He deftly dodged the attacks of the branches while continuously launching his own assaults. Each attack accurately struck the soul beast's vital points, gradually weakening its breath. BaiYing's fighting style was both swift and precise, as if every move had been meticulously calculated. At that moment, a long sword exuding a strong blood aura appeared suddenly in his hand, the Azura blood sword. The sword seemed to possess life, emanating a faint red glow and releasing powerful pressure. BaiYing gripped the long sword tightly, his figure instantly accelerating, transforming into a black lightning bolt charging towards the 10,000-year Huai tree soul beast. The soul beast roared, wildly waving its branches in an attempt to resist this deadly strike. However, in front of the Azura blood sword, these branches were as fragile as paper. BaiYing swung the sword, and the Azura blood sword erupted with a dazzling red light, unleashing a terrifying sword aura towards the soul beast. Where the sword aura passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, producing a piercing, whistling sound. The 10,000-year Huai tree soul beast was utterly defenseless against the sword aura. Its enormous body directly cleaved to the ground, emitting a tragic scream. Lingling, hurry, finish it off. This soul ring is perfect for you. Yi Lingling walked to the fallen 10,000-year Huai tree soul beast, her eyes shining with determination, and resolved it in an instant. She sat cross-legged, gently stroking the soul ring on the soul beast's body, feeling the powerful force contained within. The soul ring slowly rose, radiating a soft light, gradually merging with Yi Lingling's body. Her body began to tremble, beads of sweat appearing on her forehead, clearly experiencing the painful process of absorbing the soul ring. The surrounding air seemed to become heavy, an invisible pressure spreading outward. BaiYing and the others stood by, nervously watching Yi Lingling, their hearts filled with worry and anticipation. Time seemed to slow down at this moment, every second feeling so prolonged. Finally, Amid everyone's expectations, Yi Lingling's body stopped trembling, and the soul ring completely integrated into her body. Yi Lingling stood up excitedly, her eyes sparkling with the joy of success. She felt the powerful force surging within her, as if the entire world had become clear. "I succeeded," she exclaimed, her voice echoing in the forest. BaiYing smiled and nodded, feeling satisfied with her performance. He turned to the others and said, "All right, let's continue on our journey." Everyone responded in unison, tidying up their gear and preparing to move on. Xiao Wu then suggested, "Let's go directly to the core area. It's protected by Deming and Air Ming, and the spiritual energy there is very rich. It will definitely be safe." BaiYing nodded in agreement with Xiao Wu's suggestion, and then took out a delicate flying soul guide from his storage soul guide. The soul guide emitted a faint blue light, as if containing some mysterious power. Everyone stepped onto the soul guide, and with BaiYing's command, the soul guide slowly ascended into the air, flying deeper into the forest. Flying over the dense forest, everyone looked down at the scenery below. The trees were lush, and occasionally glimpses of soul beasts could be seen among the branches and leaves, some leisurely foraging, while others watched the sky warily. A gentle breeze blew, bringing with it refreshing scents of grass and wood, making one feel relaxed and happy. After flying for a while, the sky gradually darkened. The group decided to find a place to rest, waiting to continue their journey tomorrow. They found a relatively open area and landed. BaiYing set up a guard to ensure no powerful soul beasts were lurking nearby. The group sat together, taking out their rations and water, having a simple dinner. A few of them began to chat casually. Gulaina, hearing Xiao Wu's words, showed a hint of surprise and curiosity in her eyes. "Xiao Wu, are you really a soul beast? Not a human?" Gulaina's voice revealed an undeniable astonishment. Xiao Wu gently nodded, her eyes shining with determination. She smiled and said, "Yes, I am a soul beast. However, like you, I also have my own dreams and pursuits. I hope to work hard with everyone and become a stronger soul master." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but interject, "It's not just incredible. When we heard her say it herself, we were all stunned. Who would have thought that there was such a powerful soul beast hidden among us?" Xiao Wu gently nodded, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. She took a deep breath, as if organizing her thoughts, and then slowly spoke, "I didn't mean to keep it from you." Her voice was soft yet firm, carrying a hint of apology and helplessness. Everyone looked at her, seeing her lower her head, her hands tightly intertwined, as if recalling something. "Actually, I've always been very scared, afraid of being discovered by humans for my true identity. I know there is an insurmountable gap between humans and soul beasts, but the days spent with you have truly made me very happy. You have given me warmth and friendship I have never felt before." Ning Rongrong gently patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, her eyes full of understanding and encouragement. Her voice was gentle yet firm, as if it could bring endless strength. "All right, let's not talk about that anymore." Ning Rongrong smiled and said, her eyes shining with warmth. She took Xiao Wu's hand and held it tightly, as if conveying some belief and strength. "According to BaiYing, once you break through to level 70, you can truly become a human. How exciting is that?" Ning Rongrong continued, her tone filled with longing and anticipation for the future. Xiao Wu looked up at Ning Rongrong, her eyes shimmering with touched emotions. She tightly grasped Ning Rongrong's hand, as if at that moment, all her worries and anxieties were swept away. Chapter 151. Reap what you sow. All right, it's getting late. We should sleep. The night deepened, and starlight fell on the tranquil courtyard. BaiYing waved his hand gently, and the Qian cover transformed into a delicate small house, radiating a soft glow. Ning Rongrong glanced at Xiao Wu and BaiYing beside her, a playful smile flashing in her eyes. "You two can sleep together tonight," she said softly, her words carrying a hint of teasing. "You wouldn't object, would you? It's not to make things difficult for you. It's just that there aren't enough rooms." Hearing this, Xiao Wu and BaiYing suddenly appeared a bit awkward. Their gazes met briefly before quickly shifting away, as if afraid the other would see their inner turmoil. However, neither of them expressed refusal. Instead, they silently accepted Ning Rongrong's arrangement. Inside the room, the bed had been made, and the soft bedding emitted a faint fragrance. Xiao Wu and BaiYing sat side by side on the edge of the bed, close enough to feel each other's breath. At that moment, their heartbeats seemed to quicken, and an inexplicable atmosphere filled the air. Under the night sky, a few graceful figures quietly gathered at the door, like a group of mischievous little fairies plotting something. Ning Rongrong, with a playful smile, gently pressed her ear against the door, carefully listening to the sounds from inside the room. Zhu Zhuqing stood aside, her face showing a hint of difficulty, seemingly hesitant about such actions. Rongrong, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Zhu Zhuqing said softly, her voice tinged with worry. Ning Rongrong glanced back at her, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes, and whispered, "What are you afraid of? They won't notice. This is for their own good. We need to see how they interact." "Duguyen, do you think they might already?" Hulaina said, a blush appearing on her face, her voice becoming increasingly soft. Duguyen smiled lightly, her eyes sparkling with gossip. "I bet they have already lost themselves in the moment. Think about it, a man and a woman alone in a room, sharing a bed. If nothing happens, that would really be surprising." A mischievous smile appeared on Ning Rongrong's face as she placed her hands on her hips, her eyes glinting with playfulness. She turned to Hulaina, her lips curling up provocatively. "For what I know about that white shadow, he is not a gentleman. Hearing this, Hulaina's eyes flashed with curiosity, tilting her head slightly, a teasing smile on her lips. "Oh, since you're so confident, how about we make a bet?" Ning Rongrong immediately became interested, clapping her hands excitedly. "Sure, let us bet 100 gold soul coins. I bet something will definitely happen between them tonight." Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly and said softly, "Rongrong, is it really okay for us to pry into other people's privacy like this?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes. She turned to Zhu Zhuqing, a playful smile on her lips. "Zhuqing, you're being too serious. Have you forgotten how he used to tease us? This time, we're just getting a little revenge, and besides, it's just a joke between us. It won't really affect them." Hulaina chimed in, "Yeah, Zhuqing, don't take it too seriously. We just want to see what they're like together. We won't tell anyone. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Yi Lingling, hearing this, curled her lips into a sly smile, leaning closer to Ning Rongrong and whispering, "Rongrong, you seem to forget that last time you teased him, he caught you, and you ended up lying in bed for 2 whole days." Ning Rongrong's cheeks instantly turned red, glaring at Yi Lingling and reproaching, "Lingling, what nonsense are you talking about? That was an accident, and this time we are prepared. How could he possibly find out?" Saying this, she straightened her chest, revealing a proud smile, as if she could already envision White Shadow and Xiao Wu being completely at her mercy. However, a sense of inexplicable tension surged within her. After all, White Shadow's strength was unfathomable. What if he really did find out? Ning Rongrong straightened her back, her face showing a fearless determination. She took a deep breath, as if to inhale all the tension and fear into her lungs, and then exhale them one by one. Her eyes sparkled with determination and cunning, like a little fox ready to catch its prey. "You two are just too timid. Look at me, am I afraid of him?" Ning Rongrong said, deliberately puffing out her chest, looking fearless. Her voice carried a hint of provocation and pride, as if she could already see White Shadow defeated before her. Duguyen watched Ning Rongrong's demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly saying, "I wonder who was crying and begging for mercy before." Her words were full of jest, but her eyes revealed a hint of concern for Ning Rongrong. "If he pursues this, just push all the responsibility onto me. Tell him it was my idea to bring you here." Zhu Zhuqing looked at her, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She understood Ning Rongrong's personality. Once she made a decision, she wouldn't easily change it. She gently bit her lip, weighing the pros and cons. Finally, she nodded, her voice a bit low. "All right, we'll follow your lead." Outside the door, White Shadow naturally heard everything clearly. A teasing smile crept onto his lips, his eyes sparkling with cunning. This group of girls dared to eavesdrop. Let me see how I can deal with them. He rose lightly, moving as softly as a falling feather, careful not to wake the sleeping Xiao Wu beside him. However, when he approached Xiao Wu, his movements suddenly became gentle and tender. He leaned down and softly kissed Xiao Wu's lips, the kiss like a spring breeze, warm and affectionate. Xiao Wu was startled awake by the sudden kiss, her hazy eyes meeting White Shadow's handsome face. Her cheeks instantly flushed, her eyes sparkling with shyness and surprise. She seemed not to expect White Shadow to act so suddenly, but the joy in her heart surged like a tide. Xiao Wu shyly called out, "Brother." That one word, "brother," stirred waves of emotion within White Shadow's heart. He felt the flames inside him fully ignited by that call, hot and intense. He looked down at Xiao Wu, her clear eyes reflecting his figure, as if the entire world consisted only of the two of them. White Shadow's Adam's apple rolled up and down as he took a deep breath, trying to suppress the impulse within him. However, the flames surged like a runaway horse, rampaging through his body, making it hard for him to maintain control. He suddenly leaned down and tightly embraced Xiao Wu. Their bodies were pressed together, with no space between them. White Shadow's heart raced like a drum, his breathing becoming rapid. The heat in his eyes flickered as if he wanted to engulf Xiao Wu completely. He looked down at her alluring red lips, his desire burning like a fierce flame, growing stronger and stronger. Xiao Wu seemed to sense White Shadow's intense gaze. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes sparkling with shyness and anticipation. She gently bit her lip, seemingly encouraging herself. Then, she mustered her courage and actively kissed White Shadow's lips. In that instant, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. A hint of astonishment flashed in White Shadow's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by joy and ecstasy. He held Xiao Wu tightly, kissing her deeply, as if he wanted to merge her into his very being. Xiao Wu, you truly are a fairy. Xiao Wu felt a bit shy from his gaze, playfully glaring at him. I'm not a fairy. However, her slightly pouting red lips and the blush on her cheeks made her appear even more charming. Ning Rongrong stood outside the door, hands on her hips, her face beaming with a triumphant smile. She glanced at the timer in her hand, shaking it with pride, and then loudly proclaimed to everyone, I told you I won. 3 minutes, he definitely couldn't control himself. The others looked at her smug expression, and although they felt somewhat unconvinced, they had to admit that she had indeed won. Dugian let out a light huff, pulling out a few gold coins from her pocket and tossing them to Ning Rongrong. Yi Lingling and Zhu Zhuqing also shook their heads helplessly, each pulling out gold coins to hand to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong accepted the coins, her smile becoming even more radiant. She gleefully counted the coins in her hand, excitement flickering in her eyes. However, just as she was about to put the coins away, the door suddenly swung open. At this moment, Xiao Wu was utterly exhausted, quietly lying on the soft bed, her breathing even and steady, seemingly dreaming sweet dreams. White Shadow slowly stood up from the bedside, his tall figure appearing particularly upright in the moonlight. With a half smile, he turned around, his gaze piercing as it shot towards the small heads at the door. Well, you dare to eavesdrop. White Shadow's voice was low and magnetic, but it carried a hint of sternness. He walked step by step toward the door, each step seeming to tread upon the hearts of the girls, making them feel an inexplicable tension. Ning Rongrong and the others stood at the door, feeling a bit guilty under BaiYing's sharp gaze. They exchanged glances, showing signs of panic in their eyes. However, Ning Rongrong forced herself to appear calm, straighten her chest, and tried to cover her inner tension with her voice. We were just passing by. We didn't hear anything. Duguyan, Hu Liana, Ye Lingling, and Zhu Zhuqing, who were originally joking and playing, seemed frozen at this moment, their hands tightly clenched, faces filled with panic and embarrassment. Their eyes involuntarily drifted elsewhere, not daring to meet BaiYing's piercing gaze. BaiYing walked closer, each step seeming to tread on their hearts, causing their heartbeats to quicken and breaths to become hurried. A faint, inscrutable smile played on his face, making it hard to discern his thoughts. Whose idea was it? BaiYing's voice was low and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. His gaze swept across the faces of the group, seemingly searching for an answer. BaiYing's eyes were sharp as swords, directly aimed at Ning Rongrong. He slowly walked up to her, slightly bending down to meet her gaze. Whose idea was it? He asked again, his voice deep and magnetic, but laced with an undeniable authority. Ning Rongrong felt a bit guilty under his stare, but she tried to maintain her composure, forcing an innocent smile. Haha, well, actually I just went to the bathroom and passed by here, purely passing by. Didn't hear anything, hee hee. As she spoke, she deliberately patted her stomach, pretending to be desperate to pee, trying to divert BaiYing's attention. However, BaiYing seemed unfazed. His gaze remained fixed on Ning Rongrong, as if trying to see through her thoughts. His eyes wandered among Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Dugiyan, and Yi Lingling, seemingly searching for the first person to speak up. That sharp gaze seemed capable of piercing through hearts, making people reluctant to meet it. Zhu Zhuqing, Dugiyan, Lingling, Ulaina, you all say, was it Ning Rongrong's idea? BaiYing's voice was low and powerful, each word seemingly carrying an invisible pressure that made it impossible to escape. The four exchanged glances, seeing helplessness and embarrassment in each other's eyes. Under BaiYing's piercing gaze, they knew they could no longer hide the truth. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip and spoke first. Yes, it was indeed Rongrong's idea. Dugian, quick-witted, wore a sly smile. She suddenly looked up at BaiYing, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction and resentment. BaiYing, do you know that Ning Rongrong actually bet on you? She said you wouldn't last 4 minutes and even made a bet with us. If she wins, you would give each of us 100 gold soul coins. If she loses, we have to give her. This is simply too much. How can we use you as a bet? As she spoke, she pointed at Ning Rongrong, her face full of indignation. Ning Rongrong turned pale upon hearing this. She hadn't expected Duguyan to reveal everything directly, and panic surged in her heart. She hurriedly explained, I was just joking. I didn't think you would take it seriously. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's face was as pale as paper, her legs trembling slightly, as if she might collapse at any moment. She clutched the hem of her clothes tightly, her voice trembling and pleading. I was wrong, BaiYing. I really was wrong. I shouldn't have bet on you, and I shouldn't have made you the stake. I realize my mistake. Can you forgive me? Tears sparkled in her eyes, as if she might cry at any moment. BaiYing looked at her pitiful appearance, and the anger in his heart seemed to subside a little. But he remained silent, coldly staring at Ning Rongrong, seemingly waiting for her to continue. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong felt even more flustered. She bit her lip, summoning her courage to continue. I promise I won't do this again in the future. I will behave and won't make you angry anymore. Can you not be mad at me? Ning Rongrong felt a deeper sense of panic. She knew she had truly angered BaiYing this time. She couldn't help but recall the last time BaiYing had tormented her to the point where she couldn't get out of bed. And a wave of fear washed over her. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage, walked up to BaiYing, grabbed his sleeve with both hands, and gently shook it. BaiYing, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me this once, okay? BaiYing looked at Ning Rongrong's anxious and pleading little face, and a ripple of amusement stirred in his heart. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth and said, half smiling, all right, I'm not angry. You all can go back first. Ning Rongrong styles. Hearing BaiYing's words, Duguyan and the others felt as if they had been granted amnesty, all sighing in relief and exchanging glances that revealed their sense of fortune. They quickly turned to leave, fearing BaiYing might change his mind. Only BaiYing and Ning Rongrong were left in the room. Ning Rongrong stood before BaiYing, clutching her clothes tightly, her face full of tension and apprehension. She sneaked a glance at Xiao Wu lying on the bed and saw that she was already fast asleep, which eased her heart a little. BaiYing looked at Ning Rongrong's anxious appearance and couldn't help but find it amusing. He gently shook his head, half smiling as he said, Rongrong, what kind of expression is that? I'm not going to eat you. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face showed a hint of an awkward smile. She secretly glanced at Xiao Wu on the bed, confirming that she was indeed fast asleep, which relaxed her a bit. She walked over to BaiYing and whispered, Brother Bai, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Xiao Wu is already asleep. Let's not disturb her, okay? BaiYing looked at Ning Rongrong's pitiful appearance, and the anger in his heart had long dissipated. He reached out to ruffle Ning Rongrong's hair and said gently, all right, I'm not angry. Don't worry, I won't disturb Xiao Wu. But you must remember this lesson and don't bet on me again. Ning Rongrong cautiously peeked at Xiao Wu on the bed, confirming that she was still fast asleep before letting out a sigh of relief. She turned to BaiYing and revealed a flattering smile. So you forgive me, then? I'm going now. Before she could finish her sentence, she turned to leave, but was abruptly pulled back by BaiYing, who had grasped her wrist. Mischievous light flickered in his eyes as a meaningful smile curved his lips. How could I let you leave so soon? Ning Rongrong's heart tightened. Just as she was about to struggle, she realized her strength was insignificant before BaiYing. She watched helplessly as BaiYing pulled out a small silent soul guide from his pocket and gently placed it on Xiao Wu's bedside. But it was too late. Her clothes had already been removed by BaiYing, and his lips were tightly pressed against hers. Chapter 152. The Deal. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, bathing Ning Rongrong's face. She groggily opened her eyes, rubbing them, still feeling a bit tired. Memories of last night gradually flooded back, and she gently touched her waist, where there still seemed to be remnants of last night's pain. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing pushed the door open and, seeing Ning Rongrong's state, couldn't help but laugh. Rongrong, you really brought this upon yourself yesterday. Ning Rongrong, with a pained expression, lifted her head and complained, Zhuqing, you all are too ungrateful, aren't you? Yesterday, BaiYing was like a wolf. I almost got eaten by him. Zhu Zhuqing laughed even more brightly at this. Huh, who told you to talk so much and brag yesterday? BaiYing is a real man. If he really gets angry, he's not easy to deal with. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Ning Rongrong's face flushed faintly. She muttered, we all went to eavesdrop together yesterday. Why am I the one suffering? It's really not fair. As she spoke, she stood up, rubbed her sore waist, and slowly walked towards the door. Sunlight poured through the half-open window, casting mottled light in the cozy little dining room. Hu Liana, Ye Lingling, Duguyan, BaiYing, and Xiao Wu were sitting around the dining table, each holding a cup of hot tea or coffee, creating a warm and tranquil atmosphere. Zhu Zhuqing carefully supported Ning Rongrong, walking step by step into the dining room. Ning Rongrong's face still bore a hint of paleness, and she walked with a slight hunch, as if each step was accompanied by indescribable soreness. Duguyan immediately noticed something unusual about Ning Rongrong. She raised an eyebrow, and a teasing smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Rongrong, you were taught a lesson last night, weren't you? You look like you can hardly walk. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face flashed with embarrassment as she shot Duguyan a glare, but then sighed in resignation. Yes. It's all my fault for talking too much yesterday. BaiYing set down his teacup and surveyed the group, finally landing his gaze on Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Dian, and Hu Liana. He said solemnly, all right, after we finish eating, we will continue our training. Once your bodies have recovered, we will head to the core area of the Stardo Forest. After finishing their meal, the group took a moment to recover before setting off. They soon arrived at the core area of the Stardo Forest. This area was vastly different from the noise and danger of the outskirts. It was tranquil, as if it belonged to another world. Sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting golden spots on the damp soil. Ning Rongrong and the others followed BaiYing cautiously as they stepped into this mysterious realm. The surrounding trees were tall and dense, their lush green leaves intertwined, forming a green canopy. The air was filled with the scent of moist earth and a faint fragrance of grass and trees, causing one to involuntarily slow their breathing. In this tranquility, they heard the sound of water coming from afar. Following the sound, a vast lake came into view. The lake's surface sparkled, and the waves rippled, resembling a giant mirror reflecting the sky and surrounding scenery. At the edge of the lake grew some low water plants and wildflowers, swaying gently in the breeze, adding a touch of life and vitality. Xiao Wu lightly walked to the edge of the lake, her voice crisp and pleasant, like a spring bubbling in the mountains. She gently called out, a hint of urgency and anticipation in her voice. Deming, Erming, are you there? Come out. As soon as she finished speaking, the lake suddenly rippled with circles, as if something was awakening beneath the water. Following that, two massive figures leaped from the lake, soaring into the sky. In an instant, the sunlight was blocked, and the entire sky darkened. The group looked up to see a giant ape and a majestic python hovering in the air. The ape was muscular, its fur bristling, exuding a strong fighting aura. The python was enormous, its scales shimmering with a cold light, and its eyes revealed a chilling, murderous intent. Xiao Wu looked up at the titan giant ape hovering in the sky, her eyes shimmering with excited tears. She took a deep breath, her voice firm yet gentle. Erming, I'm back. The titan giant ape's body trembled slightly in the air, and its enormous eyes showed indescribable joy and excitement. It let out a thunderous roar, the sound waves reverberating in the air, as if to awaken the entire Stardo Forest. At this moment, BaiYing also stepped forward, looking up at the other massive figure, the Sky Blue Bull Python, his voice steady and powerful. Sky Blue Bull Python, it has been a long time. The Sky Blue Bull Python's gaze swept over BaiYing, revealing a hint of vigilance and curiosity. It slowly spoke, its voice deep like thunder. Human, it has been a long time. Have you reached the tidal Douluo level? BaiYing shook his head slightly, his gaze firm and profound, as if he could penetrate the mist of time. Not yet, but I am only one step away. To be honest, I have gathered 9 soul rings for my first martial spirit. Moreover, they are divine soul rings. The reason I am here today is to completely absorb them and elevate my strength to a higher level. His words conveyed an undeniable confidence, as if he had already envisioned his brilliant future. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with surprise. Really? BaiYing, are you really going to break through? That would be amazing. Her words were filled with admiration and anticipation for BaiYing, as if his breakthrough was her greatest wish. BaiYing turned around, his deep gaze falling on Xiao Wu. A hint of apology in his voice. Xiao Wu, I'm sorry, I've hidden some things from you. He took a deep breath, as if gathering strength, and continued. I now need to completely absorb all the divine soul rings so that my first martial spirit can reach the tidal Douluo level. Only then can I begin training my second martial spirit. As BaiYing's words fell, a vast black aura suddenly erupted from his body, surging like a tide of ink. The aura quickly spread, dyeing the surrounding air a deep black. In this darkness, BaiYing's figure gradually became blurred, as if being consumed by a mysterious force. Following that, A blood-red cocoon of light quietly appeared beside BaiYing, tightly wrapping around him, as if providing some sort of protection. The cocoon emitted a faint red light, contrasting sharply with the surrounding darkness. Under the illumination of this red light, BaiYing's form flickered in and out, exuding a mysterious and majestic aura. Xiao Wu watched the spreading black aura around BaiYing and the blood-red cocoon enveloping him, her heart filled with anticipation and worry. She gently turned and looked at Zhu Zhuqing and the others, her voice soft yet firm. He is right. We can take this opportunity to cultivate. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is much denser than outside, making it a rare place for cultivation. As her words fell, everyone nodded in agreement and began to search for suitable spots to cultivate. The Titan giant ape looked down at Xiao Wu, its eyes filled with tenderness and concern. It slowly spoke, its voice deep and powerful. Sister Xiao Wu, what is your current soul power level? Xiao Wu smiled slightly, a proud expression on her face. I have reached level 68, just one step away from title Daluo. The Titan giant ape's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing this. It extended its massive palm, and suddenly a red immortal herb sprouted from its palm. The herb emitted a faint red light, with golden patterns flowing on its leaves, as if containing boundless power. This is the Holy Soul Herb, which can enhance soul power and will greatly aid your cultivation, the Titan giant ape said softly, presenting the herb to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu slowly closed her eyes, gently cradling the Holy Soul Herb and placing it on her forehead. The herb seemed to sense her aura and began to slowly release a faint red light, enveloping her figure within. As time passed, the light grew stronger, as if an invisible force was flowing into Xiao Wu's body. Her complexion gradually became rosy, and her aura grew more stable and powerful. Du Guyan stood aside, nervously watching Xiao Wu and the blood-red cocoon of light. She furrowed her brows, her heart filled with worry and anxiety. She couldn't help but whisper, "It's been so long. Why is there still no movement? What if something really goes wrong?" Ning Rongrong chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with determination and trust. She looked at BaiYing, who was enveloped in the blood-red cocoon, her voice carrying an inexplicable confidence. Don't worry, as the saying goes, good people don't live long, and disasters last for 1,000 years. Someone like him, well, how should I put it? Someone with a special mission will definitely live a long life. Rongrong, how come you're so good with words? Came BaiYing's gritted voice from within the blood-red cocoon. Ning Rongrong was startled upon hearing this, her legs trembling. The cocoon of light enveloping BaiYing suddenly shattered, and he slowly walked out, looking at Ning Rongrong with a half-smiling expression. Ning Rongrong looked at BaiYing's ambiguous smile, feeling a surge of unease in her heart. She forced a smile, clasped her hands together, and pretended to beg for mercy. Hee, BaiYing, I was just joking. Please don't be angry. BaiYing looked at her demeanor, and the anger in his heart dissipated by more than half in an instant. He gently shook his head and smiled helplessly. You, always so mischievous. Fine, I won't hold today's incident against you. Saying this, he reached out and gently patted Ning Rongrong's head. Then he turned his gaze toward Xiao Wu, and shortly after, BaiYing took out a king of 10,000-year ginseng, which emitted a faint golden light, with mysterious patterns flowing on its leaves, seemingly containing endless vitality. He gently walked over to Xiao Wu and placed the ginseng above her head. As the ginseng descended, a powerful life force erupted instantly. The golden light flowed like liquid, slowly seeping into Xiao Wu's body. Her body trembled slightly, as if undergoing a transformation of rebirth. This king of 10,000-year ginseng is indeed a rare treasure, the Titan giant ape said in a low voice, filled with awe and joy. BaiYing stood by, gazing deeply at the ginseng in the Titan giant ape's hands. He smiled slightly and said, "This king of 10,000-year ginseng and the holy soul grass complement each other and will surely elevate Xiao Wu's cultivation to a new level." The massive body of the sky blue bull python slowly stood up, its eyes shimmering with determination, looking at BaiYing with anticipation and trust. Its voice was deep and powerful, as if it could penetrate the silence of the world. "Human, can we talk? I want to discuss a collaboration with you." BaiYing was slightly taken aback, then nodded, his eyes revealing curiosity and interest. Of course. The sky blue bull python took a deep breath, its voice revealing a hint of determination. "I want to sacrifice to you, merging my soul ring and soul bone into your body. The price you must pay is to resurrect us after you become a god. What do you think?" The imposing body of the sky blue bull python appeared particularly solemn under the moonlight, its eyes shining with a determined light, as if it had made a decision. It slowly lowered its head, bringing its massive bull's head almost level with Xiao Wu, its voice deep and resolute. You also know that we soul beasts have a hard time cultivating. Transforming into humans allows for faster cultivation, but the risks are immense. If I cultivate in my soul beast form, the heavenly tribulation will come, and I have no full confidence in surviving it. Therefore, I wish to make this deal with you, to offer my soul ring and soul bone to you, and when you become a god, help us resurrect. What do you think? As it spoke, the atmosphere around the sky blue bull python suddenly became tense, as if an invisible force was surging within it. Its eyes were fixed on BaiYing, awaiting his response. BaiYing gently shook his head, his gaze revealing deep concern for Xiao Wu. I need to ask Xiao Wu. After all, you are her brothers and her most important partners. If you suddenly sacrifice, it may be hard for her to accept. Upon hearing this, the Titan giant ape's eyes flashed with anger. Its massive body trembled slightly, as if it could explode with incredible power at any moment. It growled, "Human, we are discussing this with you, not with Sister Xiao Wu. What you are doing will make her sad for us." Its voice echoed in the forest, shaking the surrounding trees slightly. Its eyes were fixed on BaiYing, shining with a determined light. Its attitude was very clear. It did not want Xiao Wu to be hurt because of this matter. BaiYing looked at the Titan giant ape's angry expression and sighed slightly in his heart. He understood the Titan giant ape's concerns and also recognized its deep feelings for Xiao Wu. He gently nodded, his voice soft yet firm. "I understand what you mean, but Xiao Wu is my partner, and her feelings are equally important to me. I will respect her decision and will do my best to protect her. In any case, it comes down to one thing. Either Xiao Wu agrees, or it absolutely cannot happen. Besides, I don't need this one soul ring." Chapter 153. The Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger. The two kings of soul beasts had never been refused before, but now they found themselves at a loss. Ultimately, the Titan giant ape nodded in agreement, wanting to hear Xiao Wu's opinion. Finally, 2 days later, at a certain moment, a strange force surged in the air, and Xiao Wu's body was enveloped in a faint red light. Her body trembled slightly, as if undergoing a transformative rebirth. Immediately afterwards, the first 6 soul rings on her body began to rotate slowly, releasing strong energy fluctuations. These soul rings seemed to have life, emitting dazzling light that illuminated the entire space as if it were daylight. At that moment, an even more brilliant light erupted from Xiao Wu's body, soaring into the sky. Within that light, a brand new soul ring slowly emerged, a dazzling 100,000-year soul ring. As the 100,000-year soul ring gradually appeared, a brilliant light erupted around Xiao Wu's body, resembling a rising sun, illuminating the entire space with golden radiance. Her tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and her pupils sparkled with brilliant light, as if stars had fallen within them, shining with captivating brilliance. "I did it. I finally became human." Xiao Wu's excited voice echoed in the air, filled with indescribable joy and relief. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Duge Yin, Yi Lingling, and Hu Laina all rushed forward to congratulate Xiao Wu. The voices of the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python congratulated her at the same time. "Sister Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu replied, "This is all thanks to you." The Titan giant ape's voice continued. "There's one thing we need to discuss with you, Xiao Wu." "What is it?" "Deming and Erming?" Xiao Wu asked. "You know that Deming and I are about to face our heavenly tribulation, and we have no confidence in passing it. So we have chosen another path, which is to prepare to give this human cash, and when he becomes a god, let him resurrect us. I had mentioned this to that human before, but he said he needed to hear your opinion and must obtain your consent to proceed." Xiao Wu's heart surged with complex emotions. She knew that Deming and Erming's decision was significant for them. She took a deep breath and slowly spoke. "Deming, Erming, have you really made your decision?" The voices of the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape intertwined in the air, filled with determination. "Yes. Sister Xiao Wu, we have thought it through. We believe in this human and trust that he will become a god in the future. This is our only chance to enter the divine realm, and we do not want to miss it." Xiao Wu nodded, her eyes shining with determination. She understood that Deming and Erming's decision was a desperate measure for their survival in pursuit of a higher realm. She was willing to support them and believed that BaiYing would not disappoint them and help them realize their wishes. At that moment, a powerful energy fluctuation suddenly resonated in the air. The massive body of the sky blue bull python slowly emerged, its eyes shining with determined and bright light. It lowered its head and gently touched Xiao Wu, as if bidding her farewell. Immediately after, a dazzling light erupted from the sky blue bull python, soaring into the sky. Within that light, a radiant soul ring slowly emerged, carrying endless pressure. The soul ring floated towards BaiYing, merging into his body, as if it had produced a wonderful resonance with the depths of his soul. BaiYing looked at the 100,000-year soul ring that had merged into his body with surprise, feeling an indescribable excitement rising in his heart. The first soul ring of his second martial soul was such a powerful 100,000-year level, which undoubtedly provided tremendous support on his cultivation path. At that moment, the massive body of the Titan giant ape also slowly emerged, its eyes shining with determination. As if it had made its decision, it lowered its head and gently patted Xiao Wu with its strong arms, as if to comfort her, telling her that all of this was for a better future. Then, the Titan great ape let out a long howl that shook the surrounding air. Immediately afterward, its body began to emit a brilliant light, containing endless energy and vitality. Xiao Wu tightly closed her eyes, feeling this powerful force surging towards her. Sister Xiao Wu, this human's martial soul is extremely special, so it is not suitable for my soul rings. I will merge all my soul rings and soul bones into you. You must become a god. This is our own choice, so there's no need to be sad. The Titan great ape and the azure bull python, the two kings of soul beasts, ultimately made their sacrifice. Xiao Wu's body trembled slightly, and her eyes sparkled with tears. She looked up at the sky, where it seemed to still retain the light from the dissipating Deming and Erming. She murmured, Deming, Erming, did you really choose this path? Is it really worth it? BaiYing gently walked to Xiao Wu's side, reached out, and held her trembling hands. His eyes sparkled with determination, and his voice was deep and powerful. Xiao Wu, they chose to believe in us, so we must not let them down. Their sacrifice is so that we can become stronger, so that we can better protect this world. What we need to do is keep striving, keep growing stronger, until we can fulfill their wishes and let them be reborn in the divine realm. Ning Rongrong gently stepped forward, placing her hands on Xiao Wu's shoulders. Her eyes filled with understanding and comfort. She looked into Xiao Wu's tear-filled eyes and softly said, Xiao Wu, Deming and Erming are both kings among soul beasts, and their choices must have been made after careful consideration. They believe in us, believe that we can live up to their expectations and fulfill their wishes. Their sacrifice is so that we can become stronger, so that we can protect more lives. We cannot let them down. We must work hard together, grow stronger together, until we realize their wishes. BaiYing turned his gaze to Zhu Zhuqing beside him, a deep light flashing in his eyes. He slowly spoke, Zhu Qing, it's your turn next. I remember there is a 10,000-year dark demon, evil god tiger deep in the Stardew forest. Its power is most compatible with you and is the best choice for your soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, her eyes shining with determination. The dark demon, evil god tiger, the powerful being lurking deep in the Stardew forest, was about to become her new source of strength. The group followed BaiYing, quietly delving into the heart of the Stardew forest. Dense trees blocked out the sun, and the air was filled with the damp smell of soil and a faint scent of beast blood. They moved cautiously, fearing to disturb other soul beasts in the forest. Finally, they arrived at a wide clearing, where a fierce tiger emanating a black light was lying in wait, its eyes flickering with a cold glow, seemingly able to devour all life. That was the dark demon, evil god tiger. BaiYing whispered, a serious look crossing his face. The dark demon, evil god tiger. The black tiger slowly stood up in the clearing, its black fur shimmering with a cold light under the moonlight, as if each hair contained endless dark power. Its eyes sparkled with a fierce light, like two brilliant stars, but with a hint of an ominous aura. When it noticed BaiYing and the others, its eyes instantly brightened, as if it had found its prey. It slowly approached, each step seeming to tread on the hearts of the crowd, causing a wave of anxiety. Suddenly, the dark demon, evil god tiger let out a thunderous roar, the sound rolling like thunder, shaking the surrounding trees. Its body leaped up like a black lightning bolt, instantly appearing in front of BaiYing and the others. As it approached, its fierce eyes flashed with a greedy light. It seemed to smell the rich aura of cultivation on the group, as if it could already envision itself becoming powerful after devouring their cultivation. A low growl rumbled from its throat, shaking the air around them. Be careful, BaiYing shouted, his voice echoing in the open forest, filled with urgency and tension. Just as his words fell, the dark demon, evil god tiger launched an attack. a black energy wave shooting towards the group like an arrow. BaiYing's eyes flashed with a sharp light. His figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of the energy wave, his hands clenched into fists, and he struck forward. A thunderous roar sounded as the black energy wave shattered under BaiYing's punch, turning into countless black fragments that scattered and fell. However, the dark demon, evil god tiger, did not relent. It moved, transforming into a black shadow, and pounced toward BaiYing. BaiYing's eyes flashed with seriousness. Like lightning, BaiYing leaped into the air at the moment the dark demon, evil god tiger lunged. A knife shimmering with strange light suddenly appearing in his hand. That was the time and space blade. This knife seemed to contain the secrets of the entire universe, and every swing seemed capable of tearing apart space and distorting time. BaiYing's gaze became deep and resolute as he gripped the time and space blade, unleashing his divine power, as if an invisible force radiated outward from him. The dark demon, evil god tiger, sensed this power, a hint of fear flashing in its eyes. But its attack could not be retracted, and it could only charge forward. Just then, BaiYing shouted, "Seal of time!" As his voice fell, the time and space blade swung out suddenly, a dazzling light instantly slicing through the sky, enveloping the entire space within it. The dark demon, evil god tiger's form froze in the light, as if time had been frozen at that moment. The entire space became still, even the wind stopped blowing, and leaves ceased to fall. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing stared intently at the dark demon, evil god tiger, her excitement beyond words. She knew this was the key to her becoming stronger and the opportunity to realize her wish. Taking a deep breath, her soul power surged within her, as if an invisible force was pushing her forward. Zhu Zhuqing's figure instantly vanished from her original position, leaving only a faint afterimage. In the next moment, she appeared beside the dark demon, evil god tiger, her blade glimmering with cold light, her first soul skill, Phantom Slash, instantly activated. A sharp blade light sliced through the air, aimed directly at the dark demon, evil god tiger's neck. At the same time, her body transformed into an afterimage again, her second soul skill, Phantom Thrust, following closely. This time, her target was the dark demon, evil god tiger's hind leg. Her figure left behind trails of afterimages in the air, each thrust precise and swift. "Zhuqing, go next," BaiYing urged in a low voice. The time and space blade in his hand trembling violently, a blinding red light bursting forth, transforming into a blood-red long sword, the unparalleled Azura blood sword. The long sword sliced through the air, carrying a fierce killing intent and terrifying pressure, instantly appearing before Zhu Zhuqing. A determined look flashed in her eyes as she gripped the sword hilt tightly, instantly feeling the overwhelming power emanating from the sword. Zhu Zhuqing did not stop. Using her momentum, she swung the sword. A blood-red sword energy erupted instantly, like a lightning bolt tearing through the night sky, aimed with destructive force at the dark demon, evil god tiger. The moment the sword energy collided with the dark demon, evil god tiger's body, a deafening roar erupted. In the next moment, the control was released. The dark demon, evil god tiger, let out a mournful roar, its body shaking violently under the impact of the sword energy, black fur flying off in the wind. However, to everyone's surprise, the dark demon, evil god tiger did not fall. Instead, its eyes sparkled with even more madness. It suddenly opened its massive mouth, a powerful suction force emanating from it, as if it intended to swallow everything around it. Zhu Zhuqing felt as if the Azura blood sword in her hand was being pulled by a powerful force, uncontrollably flying towards the mouth of the dark demon, evil god tiger. She was startled and tried to retract the sword, but it was already too late. At that moment, a determined look flashed in BaiYing's eyes. He gritted his teeth, and the time-space blade in his hand burst forth with an even more dazzling light. The light contained a strong force of time and space, as if it were going to tear the entire space apart. BaiYing's figure flickered, instantly appearing beside Zhu Zhuqing. He gripped the time-space blade tightly and swung it forward with great force. A sharp blade light instantly cut through the sky, carrying the terrifying power to tear apart space. Aimed directly at the dark demon, evil god tiger's head. The dark demon, evil god tiger, seemed to sense the terror of this power, its eyes flashing with a hint of fear, but it was already too late. The blade light instantly sliced through its head, blood splattering everywhere, and half of the dark demon, evil god tiger's head was severed, leaving it with only its last breath. "Now Zhuqing, hurry!" BaiYing's voice exploded in Zhu Zhuqing's ears like thunder. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze sharpened, gripping the Azura blood sword tightly. Her figure darting like lightning towards the already gravely injured and dying Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. The head of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger was split open by the time-space blade, blood gushing forth, its eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. Although its body was still massive, it appeared exceptionally weak at this moment, unable to withstand Zhu Zhuqing's fatal blow any longer. Zhu Zhuqing's figure instantly traversed through the splattered blood, the Azura blood sword shimmering with a chilling cold light, piercing towards the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger's chest with the momentum to destroy everything. The sword tip penetrated flesh and blood erupted forth, and the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger let out one final, mournful roar, its entire body instantly splitting apart under Zhu Zhuqing's strike, turning into a rain of blood that fell from the sky. Chapter 154. Nightmare Beast. Zhu Zhuqing let out a sigh of relief. While BaiYing looked at the body of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, where a 10,000-year soul ring appeared, and said, "Quickly absorb it." Zhu Zhuqing closed her eyes and concentrated on absorbing the soul ring. Around her body, the fluctuations of soul power gradually intensified, reflecting the radiance of the 10,000-year soul ring. Meanwhile, BaiYing was busy beside the massive corpse of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. He meticulously searched every inch of the tiger's body, not missing a single piece of skin or hair. Finally, at the tiger's abdomen, he discovered a slightly protruding area. BaiYing cautiously wrapped his palm with soul power and gently pressed down, and then a fist-sized, translucent little orb slowly emerged. This orb emitted a faint purple light, seemingly containing powerful energy. A hint of joy flashed in BaiYing's eyes as he carefully cradled it, afraid it might shatter at any moment. This was the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger's life pearl, containing the essence and power of its entire life. BaiYing held the 10,000-year Dark Demon Evil God Tiger's life pearl, feeling extremely excited. Just then, BaiYing's gaze inadvertently fell upon the massive corpse of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a strange glow on the corpse. He moved closer and discovered that the light was emanating from the tiger's leg. He crouched down to examine it closely and saw a spot on the tiger's leg shimmering with a faint golden light, as if something was hidden within. BaiYing's heart stirred, and he reached out to gently touch it. At that moment, he felt a strong wave of energy emanating from the tiger's leg, causing his arm to tingle slightly. He carefully pushed aside the tiger's fur, and a crystal-clear soul bone suddenly appeared before his eyes. BaiYing looked at the soul bone in his hand, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The soul bone emitted a faint golden light in the sunlight, as if it contained endless power. He gently stroked the soul bone, feeling the intense energy waves within, filled with excitement and anticipation. Xiao Wu's voice rang out beside him, explaining, "The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, this kind of soul beast survives by devouring. Whether it's soul beasts or human soul masters, they are all its prey. Its existence is undoubtedly a disaster for the Stardow Forest." Da Ming and Air Ming teamed up to drive it away to maintain the peace and order of the forest. BaiYing recalled the ferocious appearance of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger and couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. But at this moment, looking at the soul bone in his hand, he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and joy. After a while, Zhu Zhuqing woke up. At this moment, she had finally obtained her sixth soul ring. "Zhuqing, you absorbed the soul ring of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. So you should also absorb this soul bone of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger," BaiYing said. Absorbing the soul ring and soul bone at the same time might have unexpected effects. Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged, holding the shimmering golden soul bone in her hands, her eyes shining with determination. As her mind moved, the soul bone slowly approached her body, and the golden light began to circulate around her. The air around them seemed to freeze, and a powerful wave of energy emanated from Zhu Zhuqing. Her body was enveloped in golden light, as if she had turned into a golden statue, contrasting sharply with the surrounding environment. As time passed, Zhu Zhuqing's aura grew stronger and stronger, her body trembling continuously as if undergoing some kind of transformation. The soul bone seemed to merge with her, becoming a part of her body, bringing her unprecedented power. Ning Rongrong spoke up, "You really treat Zhuqing well. I'm a bit envious." BaiYing replied, "I treat you the best. If you want a soul bone too, I could find one for you." He added, "Besides, only you dare to shout at me in front of me. Others are all polite when they see me." Ning Rongrong looked at BaiYing, a hint of teasing in her eyes. "Humph, You make it sound so easy. This soul bone is a treasure that's hard to come by. It's not that easy to find. BaiYing chuckled, ruffling Ning Rongrong's hair affectionately. Rongrong, don't worry. As long as you want it, I will do my best to find it for you. In this Stardo forest, is there anything I can't do for you? Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face flushed, and she glared at BaiYing, saying, I want you to find it. I don't want any soul bones. I just want you to be well. BaiYing looked at Ning Rongrong's delicate appearance, feeling a warmth in his heart. He stepped forward, gently holding Ning Rongrong's hand, and said softly, Don't worry, I will always be well. We still have to walk together. All right, you two stop being so lovey-dovey here. Douluo interrupted them with a smile, her eyes revealing a hint of playfulness. She looked around and reminded them, Don't forget we are now in the Stardo forest. This is not a good place for romance. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong shyly lowered her head even more. BaiYing, hearing Douluo's words, flashed a teasing look in his eyes and said, Yinzi, your words are not right. How long has it been since we showcased our love? I remember clearly. Every time we go out, we hold hands, making others envious. He deliberately leaned closer to Douluo and whispered, How about tonight? We find a quiet place and show off our love well. What do you think? Hearing this, Douluo's face suddenly flushed, and she lightly huffed, Dream on. You big bad guy. Always try to take advantage of me. BaiYing's expression suddenly changed, and he became serious. He looked up at the distance and saw that more and more soul beasts had gathered around the massive corpse of the dark demon, Evil God Tiger. They had caught the scent of the dark demon, Evil God Tiger, and were being drawn over, eager to share in the spoils. Quick, let's go. BaiYing shouted, grabbing Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's hands while signaling Zhu Zhuqing and Yi Lingling with his eyes. The group flickered and dashed toward the dense forest in the distance. The soul beasts behind them roared, chasing the scent of BaiYing and the others, closing in continuously. But BaiYing and the others moved swiftly, quickly disappearing into the dense forest. Suddenly, BaiYing stopped in his tracks, turned around, and looked at everyone with determination in his eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask in confusion, Brother, why did you stop? BaiYing smiled slightly and pointed to a dense thicket in the distance, saying, There's a suitable soul beast for Rongrong over there. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong showed a worried expression. It's too dangerous. What if something happens while absorbing the soul ring here? BaiYing interrupted her, speaking lightly. There are no what-ifs. You all leave here. I'll be back soon. Ning Rongrong hurriedly stepped forward to grab BaiYing's arm, her eyes filled with concern. No. What if something happens to you? BaiYing gently patted Ning Rongrong's hand, comforting her. Rongrong, have you forgotten how strong I am? There are no soul beasts in the Stardo Great Forest that can threaten me. Just wait here. I'll be back very soon. With that, BaiYing's figure flickered and disappeared from everyone's sight. Ning Rongrong looked in the direction BaiYing had vanished, her heart filled with worry and reluctance. But she knew BaiYing was a person who understood the situation, and since he said so, he must have his confidence. The others could only stand still and silently wait for BaiYing's return. Although the surrounding soul beasts were still roaring, they seemed to have no intention of approaching them. Suddenly, BaiYing's figure reappeared in the thicket in the distance, dragging a huge silver-white rhinoceros, its eyes dull, clearly devoid of life. BaiYing's face was stern as he quickly returned to the others, casually throwing the rhinoceros on the ground. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up. BaiYing's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. Only then did the others snap back to reality, looking at the large rhinoceros on the ground. Their hearts shocked. They didn't expect BaiYing to actually hunt such a powerful soul beast in such a short time. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong hurriedly stepped forward to help Yi Lingling, preparing to follow BaiYing's pace. However, at that moment, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly came from the surrounding woods, as if something was rapidly approaching. BaiYing's figure darted through the forest like lightning, dragging the massive silver-white rhinoceros behind him. His expression was cold, and his gaze resolute, as if nothing could obstruct his path forward. The others followed closely behind, racing through the dense woods. Leaves flew past them, making rustling sounds. They dare not pause for even a moment, fearing they might be caught by the soul beast behind them. Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds echoed through the woods, as if something was rapidly approaching. The group felt a tightening in their hearts and unconsciously quickened their pace. However, they were still a step too late. A soul beast, radiating a faint, ghostly light, suddenly appeared before them. Its form was vague and indistinct, as if it were pieced together from fragments of dreams. Its eyes flickered with an eerie light, seemingly gazing deep into their hearts. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, "That's the nightmarish beast. It can create illusions that trap us inside. The group felt a chill run down their spines as they watched the nightmarish beast open its large mouth, a powerful suction enveloping them instantly. The surroundings began to twist and distort, as if they were in a never-ending, swirling vortex. BaiYing frowned tightly, feeling a strong sense of dizziness wash over him, as if his entire soul was about to be sucked away. He gritted his teeth, struggling to stay awake, while also urging his soul power to break free from the constraints of the illusion. BaiYing's figure flickered, and a blade shimmering with a ghostly blue light suddenly appeared in his hand, which was his divine weapon, the time and space blade. He took a deep breath, swung the blade fiercely, and a dazzling light instantly tore through space, rushing towards the nightmarish beast. "Seal of time," BaiYing shouted, and, as his words fell, that beam of light transformed into an invisible seal, completely locking down the space around the nightmarish beast. The space seemed to freeze, and the nightmarish beast's distorted form instantly froze in place. Terror showed in its eyes as it tried to break free from the constraints of the seal. But no matter how it struggled, it couldn't move an inch. At that moment, BaiYing's figure suddenly swayed, and the scene before him changed, as if he were in another time and space. He was shocked to find that his companions, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, who had fought alongside him, had now turned into his enemies, staring at him with eyes filled with anger and hatred. "Beast, you have completely enraged me." A furious roar exploded in BaiYing's ears. He looked up to see Xiao Wu, holding a blood-red longsword that had appeared in her hand, radiating a strong killing intent, as if it could devour all life. BaiYing's heart tightened. He understood that this was not a real scene, but an illusion created by the nightmarish beast. However, even so, he could not ignore the strong sense of oppression brought by this illusion. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil in his heart, while also urging his soul power to break the illusion. With a crack, BaiYing's illusion shattered like a broken mirror, dispersing into specks of golden light in the air. He panted slightly, but his eyes sparkled with determination. He turned to Ning Rongrong, his voice low and powerful. "Rongrong, next, the Azura blood sword." Ning Rongrong was taken aback and hurriedly reached out to catch it. A blood-red light flew from BaiYing's hand, transforming into a long sword that landed in her grasp. The long sword seemed to have a spirit of its own, gently trembling in Ning Rongrong's hand, emitting a low humming sound. Ning Rongrong felt the powerful force coming from the long sword, and her heart tightened. She hurriedly urged her soul power, infusing it into the long sword. Instantly, the blood-red light surged violently, enveloping the entire space in a sea of blood red. Just as the nightmarish beast was about to break free from the seal, Ning Rongrong, wielding the Azura blood sword, suddenly unleashed a brilliant sword aura. The sword aura, like blood-red lightning, tore through the air and struck the nightmarish beast in an instant. A chilling scream rang out as the nightmarish beast's body trembled violently in the sword aura, as if being burned by fierce flames. Fear and despair filled its eyes. Ning Rongrong swayed, as if drained by a massive force, collapsing to the ground. Her face was pale, cold sweat streaming down her forehead, clearly having expended a tremendous amount of soul power in that last strike. But her gaze was exceptionally firm, fixated on the nightmarish beast that was beginning to dissipate. The nightmarish beast's body gradually vanished in the sword aura, transforming into glimmers of ghostly light, which ultimately coalesced into a faint soul ring, floating in the air. The soul ring emitted a soft glow, as if containing endless mysteries within. Ning Rongrong struggled to stand up, her eyes shining with desire. She took a deep breath and then slowly walked toward the soul ring. With each step, her body seemed to tremble slightly, but her gaze grew increasingly resolute. Chapter 155. Crying for you, Rongrong. You've exhausted so much energy. It's too risky to absorb the soul ring in this condition, Xiao Wu said with some concern. Ning Rongrong shook her head slightly, her eyes flashing with determination. Xiao Wu, it's okay. This 10,000-year nightmarish beast is indeed rare. And for us soul masters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, its soul ring is undoubtedly the most suitable. I know this carries certain risks, but I also believe that only through challenges can we truly grow. I am no longer the little Rongrong who used to hide behind you. I want to become stronger and fight alongside all of you. With that, she sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began to adjust her breathing and state. The air around her seemed to gently tremble with her breath, and a faint golden light began to emanate from around her body. The unique glow of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Martial Soul. Xiao Wu looked at Ning Rongrong, who was meditating with her eyes closed, filled with concern. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed from the side, appearing beside them. Xiao Wu was startled, but after seeing who it was, she felt a little relieved. Don't worry, Renxue will be fine. She is the future heir of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, the future sect leader, with a strong will and endless potential. Besides, I'm here. He reached out and gently held Xiao Wu's hand, his eyes filled with tenderness and indulgence. Renxue is my woman. I will naturally protect her with all my might. If I didn't have absolute confidence, I wouldn't agree to her absorbing this soul ring. This was a rhinoceros I encountered in the forest. Its meat is delicious and nutritious. I thought we could treat ourselves to it for dinner. I originally planned to lure out the nightmare beast, but unexpectedly, this rhinoceros showed up. Fortunately, nothing was lost. At night, the depths of the forest were illuminated by a gentle firelight. The white shadow skillfully turned the rhinoceros meat in his hands, and as the chunks of meat were roasted by the flames, they gradually emitted an enticing aroma. The fat sizzled under the firelight, as if dancing joyfully. Ning Renxue, Xiao Wu, and the other girls sat around the campfire, all showing expressions of anticipation. The aroma continuously stimulated their sense of smell, making them unable to resist swallowing. It smells so good, Xiao Wu couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes fixed on the piece of rhinoceros meat being roasted, as if afraid of missing anything with a blink. Ning Renxue also nodded gently, a satisfied smile on her face. Although she was in a critical moment of absorbing the soul ring, the enticing aroma still made her feel a wave of relaxation. At that moment, the white shadow's voice rang in her ear, deep and firm. Renxue, you are at a critical moment of absorbing the soul ring now. Don't get distracted. Ning Renxue slightly opened her eyes, a glimmer of determination flashing in them. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the pain within her body, refocusing her mind on absorbing the soul ring. I know, she said softly, her voice weak, but revealing an undeniable firmness. In the night, the firelight flickered, illuminating everyone's faces. The white shadow stood up, holding a plate of golden-brown rhinoceros meat, the aroma wafting enticingly. He smiled and walked in front of everyone, softly saying, all right, it's time to eat. Ning Renxue had now completed the absorption of the soul ring. Although her complexion was still a bit pale, her eyes sparkled with bright light. She took the piece of rhinoceros meat offered by the white shadow, gently bit into it, and instantly, the rich meat flavor exploded in her mouth, making her involuntarily close her eyes and savor it. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Hulaina, Duyan, and Yi Lingling also took the rhinoceros meat, all showing satisfied and happy smiles. Under the firelight, their smiles looked particularly radiant, as if lighting up the entire forest. The forest was exceptionally quiet at night. Only the crackling sound of the campfire could be heard. Ning Renxue had fully recovered at this moment. She leaned against the white shadow's shoulder, her face radiating a happy smile. I want you to feed me, she suddenly said, her voice filled with charm. The white shadow was slightly taken aback, then smiled indulgently. He picked up a piece of golden-brown rhinoceros meat, carefully blew on it, afraid of burning Ning Renxue. Then, he gently brought the meat to Ning Renxue's mouth. Ning Renxue opened her small mouth, gently biting the piece of meat, closing her eyes as she chewed, as if savoring the most exquisite flavor in the world. Watching her satisfied expression, the white shadow felt a warm rush in his heart. His eyes filled with tenderness and indulgence. At this moment, Hulaina also walked over, standing on the white shadow's other side, her eyes shining with expectation. Seeing the white shadow gently feeding Ning Renxue, a wave of jealousy rose in her heart. I want you to feed me too, she pouted, speaking in a spoiled tone. The white shadow turned to look at her, a hint of helpless yet indulgent smile flashing in his eyes. He gently lowered the rhinoceros meat in his hand and wrapped his arm around Hulaina as well. All right, whatever you want, he softly said, his voice full of tenderness. He picked up a piece of rhinoceros meat and carefully brought it to Hulaina's mouth. Hulaina opened her small mouth, gently biting the piece of meat, revealing a satisfied and happy smile on her face. Zhu Zhuqing also walked over gracefully, sitting on the white shadow's other side, forming a symmetry with Hulaina. The moonlight cast softly on her cool face, adding a touch of gentleness. She slightly parted her red lips, her eyes filled with a hint of anticipation and shyness, quietly waiting. The white shadow looked at the two beauties in front of him, a ripple of emotion rising in his heart. He shook his head with a smile, helpless yet indulgent, saying, I really can't do anything about you two. He picked up a perfectly roasted piece of rhinoceros meat, gently blew on it, and then brought it to Zhu Zhuqing's lips. Zhu Zhuqing slightly lowered her head, her red lips parting as she gently bit the piece of meat. Her movements were elegant and natural, making even eating meat seem like an art. Yi Lingling and Dugu Yan were the same. After tidying everything up, the night was deep and the forest was silent, only occasionally interrupted by the chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves. The white shadow stood up, stretching lazily, his eyes shining with a determined and deep light. He turned to the girls beside him and softly said, "I can't sleep. Who among you will accompany me for a walk?" Hearing this, Ning Rongrong revealed a hint of fatigue on her face. Rubbing her eyes and yawning, she said in a delicate voice, "I'm a bit sleepy. I'm going to rest first." After saying this, she turned and walked towards the tent, her figure gradually blurring in the night. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Dugu Yan, and Yi Lingling also expressed their fatigue, stretching or yawning, bidding farewell to the white shadow as they returned to their tents to rest. At this moment, the white shadow's gaze fell on Laina, who shyly nodded. The white shadow then slowly stood up and said, "Nana, come walk with me." Ning Rongrong watched the two leave and said, "That dead ghost is probably going to make a move on Nana again. Rongrong, I just heard you call brother by a dead ghost. If I tell him about this, what do you think he will do to you?" Ning Rongrong's face turned pale upon hearing Dugu Yan's words. She knew very well about the white shadow's methods. Every time she showed any dissatisfaction or complaint, the white shadow would have various ways to make her obedient. Thinking of those punishments, her body involuntarily trembled. She hurriedly waved her hand, forcing a shy smile, and said, "Yanjie, I was just joking. Please don't tell Brother Bai. How could I really dare to complain about him? He treats me so well. I'm grateful even more." Dugu Yan looked at her timid appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. She shook her head, gently patting Ning Rongrong's shoulder, and said, "Rongrong, you're just tough on the outside but soft on the inside. We all know that you depend on Brother Bai the most. However, sometimes you should learn to express your feelings appropriately, so Brother Bai doesn't misunderstand your intentions." Ning Rongrong sat on the bed, the moonlight illuminating her somewhat tired, yet slightly flushed face. She gently sighed, resting her chin on her hands, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. "That dead ghost BaiYing, I really both love and hate him," she murmured softly, her voice carrying a hint of a spoiled tone. Dugu Yan, sitting beside her, couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. She reached out and gently patted Ning Rongrong's shoulder, teasing, "Rongrong, are you complaining or being spoiled? Brother Bai treats you so well. Don't be ungrateful for your blessings." Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face suddenly flushed with a hint of red. She playfully glared at Dugu Yan and said, "Sister Yan, please don't tease me. I know BaiYing treats me well, but every time he acts like a bull, completely disregarding my feelings." Ning Rongrong lay on the bed, but her heart was far from calm. The alluring figure of Laina floated in her mind, imagining the scene of Laina being with BaiYing at that moment. She gently bit her lower lip, revealing a trace of worry and curiosity. "I wonder how Laina is doing now," she murmured, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. However, she couldn't help but imagine the pain and exhaustion Laina might be enduring at that moment. After all, she had a deep understanding of BaiYing's enthusiasm. Thinking of this, a wave of sympathy and concern surged in her heart. Not far away in the tent, BaiYing's figure appeared faintly. He embraced Laina's slender waist, their bodies closely pressed together. Laina slightly tilted her head, feeling BaiYing's hot breath on her neck, which brought a ticklish sensation. She couldn't help but playfully complain, "You're annoying." Her voice carried a hint of charm and helplessness. BaiYing smiled slightly, tightening his grip. "It's been so long. I didn't notice that your waist has become slimmer, Nana." BaiYing's gaze fell deeply on Laina, his voice carrying a barely perceptible hint of obsession. Under the moonlight, Laina's figure appeared even more graceful, her waist seeming even more slender than the last time they met, delicate like a willow branch, prompting endless imagination. Feeling BaiYing's gaze, Laina's face flushed slightly. She gently turned her head, her eyes shimmering like water, and said, "Of course. I work hard on my exercises every day." Her voice was soft and confident, drifting into BaiYing's ears with the night breeze. Laina smiled lightly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She leaned closer to BaiYing's ear and whispered in a very low voice, "Today, let me show you what it's like to be a servant." Her voice brushed past BaiYing's heart like a feather, causing him to shiver slightly. BaiYing turned to look at Laina, his eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. He reached out to gently stroke Laina's long hair and said with a smile, "Where did you learn that? Did Ning Rongrong teach you?" Hulaina shook her head, a proud smile on her face. She extended her slender finger and gently traced circles on BaiYing's chest, saying, "No, I saw this in a book myself. I want to try and see if what the book said is true." Upon hearing this, a hint of amusement flashed in BaiYing's eyes. He gently held Hulaina's hand, pulling her into his embrace, and whispered, "Since you were so thoughtful, let me have a good experience of your new skill tonight." Hulaina's face immediately flushed with a hint of red. She shyly lowered her head, not daring to meet BaiYing's fiery gaze. However, under BaiYing's guidance, she gradually let go of her shyness and began to try out the new tricks she had learned from the book. In the latter half of the night, the moonlight poured like water, and the fire in the camp gradually dimmed. Suddenly, a figure rushed into everyone's sight. It was Hulaina. Her face was pale, her clothes disheveled, and her hair somewhat messy, clearly having undergone quite a turmoil. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were awakened by this commotion, rubbing their sleepy eyes as they looked at Hulaina's disheveled appearance, exchanging glances. "Nana, what happened to you?" Ning Rongrong asked in surprise, quickly getting up to support Hulaina. Hulaina shook her head, pushing Ning Rongrong's hand away. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her rapid breathing. However, her body trembled uncontrollably, clearly shaken by fear. Hulaina took a deep breath and stammered, "By Guhi, he's simply like a bull." Her voice carried a hint of a sob, clearly still haunted by the experience. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyes flashed with sympathy. She gently patted Hulaina's shoulder and comforted her. "Nana, don't cry. BaiYing is just like that. Sometimes he really doesn't understand how to cherish delicate things. But don't take it too much to heart. After all, he still likes you a lot." Hulaina looked up at Ning Rongrong, her eyes glistening with tears. She bit her lower lip, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately held back. She simply lowered her head in silence, allowing tears to slide down her cheeks. Seeing Hulaina's delicate appearance, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel a surge of protective instinct. She gently embraced Hulaina, whispering, all right, don't cry. Everything will be fine." After comforting Hulaina, Ning Rongrong looked at Hulaina's tear-streaked face, and her anger was instantly ignited. She stood up, her eyes flashing with determination, deciding to stand up for Hulaina. She strode towards the tent where BaiYing was, each step filled with strength. The firelight inside the tent illuminated her face, adding a touch of heroism to her. When she lifted the tent flap, she found BaiYing lying on the bed, sleeping soundly with a contented expression. Ning Rongrong's anger flared even more. She walked to the bedside and abruptly threw off BaiYing's blanket. BaiYing was startled awake by the sudden action, blinking in confusion as he saw Ning Rongrong standing by the bed with an angry look in her eyes. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, Ning Rongrong had already slapped him hard across the face. "What happened? Why did you hit me?" BaiYing covered half of his face, looking at Ning Rongrong in shock. "It's all your fault for not understanding how to cherish delicate things. You made Nana cry." BaiYing rubbed his slapped cheek, and as he looked at Ning Rongrong's furious gaze, he gradually understood what had happened. "This is also my fault. I'll try to be better in the future," he said softly, his tone revealing a hint of helplessness and remorse. Ning Rongrong regarded his sincere demeanor, and her anger slightly subsided. However, she still huffed in dissatisfaction and turned to leave the tent. Chapter 156. Hulaina's weak legs. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled light on Hulaina's face. She slowly opened her eyes, feeling sore all over, as if every inch of her muscles had been roughly kneaded. She tried to sit up, only to find her body uncontrollably limping. At that moment, Ning Rongrong pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Hulaina in this state, she couldn't help but frown. She quickly walked to the bedside and gently scolded, "Look at you, sleeping so late last night, and now you're like this." Hulaina smiled wryly and shook her head, wanting to explain, but her throat felt so dry that she couldn't utter a word. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong sighed, turned around to pour a glass of water, and handed it to Hulaina. Hulaina took the cup and gulped it down, feeling somewhat better. Ning Rongrong muttered in dissatisfaction, "It's all your fault. I told you not to stay up so late, and look at what you've done to Hulaina." Her tone carried a mix of reproach and concern. At that moment, a figure walked in from outside the door. It was BaiYing. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, he showed an awkward yet regretful expression and quickly walked to the bedside, whispering, I'm sorry, okay? I didn't expect it to turn out like this." Hulaina looked at BaiYing, feeling warmth in her heart. She knew that although BaiYing could be mischievous at times, he was sincere and genuine towards her. She gently tugged at BaiYing's sleeve, signaling him not to blame himself too much. Upon seeing this, BaiYing felt even more guilty. He gently held Hu Laiina's hand, his eyes filled with apology and affection. Ning Rongrong stood with her hands on her hips, looking serious as she faced BaiYing. All right, don't just say it. Today is about finding care for Hu Laiina and Duguyan. You must find a good soul ring, or I will not let you off. BaiYing was somewhat stunned by Ning Rongrong's imposing aura, and he quickly nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I will do my best. Hu Laiina lay on the bed, watching BaiYing and Ning Rongrong, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She gently nodded but quickly shook her head again, softly saying, BaiYing, you don't need to push yourself too hard. Hearing Hu Laiina's words, BaiYing felt even more guilty. He lowered his head in silence, tightly holding Hu Laiina's hand. Ning Rongrong, seeing this, couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. She stepped forward, glared at BaiYing, and then said to Hu Laiina, you've been bullied like this by him, and you still speak for him? BaiYing, I tell you. Today you must find a good soul ring for Hu Laiina, or I won't spare you. BaiYing took a deep breath and said firmly, don't worry. I will find a most suitable soul ring for Hu Laiina. His eyes sparkled with determination, as if he was fully prepared. Ning Rongrong nodded. Her tone slightly softened. That's fine, just don't let us down. Hu Laiina struggled to support herself and slowly stood up from the bed. However, her legs seemed to disobey her commands. As soon as she exerted strength, they trembled uncontrollably, and she fell heavily to the ground. Oh no! Ning Rongrong exclaimed, quickly rushing to help Hu Laiina up. Look at you, what have you become? She shot a reproachful glance at BaiYing. It's all your fault. Hu Laiina tried hard to get up, but her legs seemed completely unresponsive, and every attempt ended in another fall. Seeing the scene, a hint of compassion flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes. She quickly walked to Hu Laiina's side and gently said, come on, I'll help you. Ning Rongrong watched Hu Laiina attempt to stand and fall repeatedly, her feelings of dissatisfaction and worry intertwining. She turned to BaiYing, frowning with a hint of reproach in her tone. You carry her. If it weren't for you exhausting her last night, would she be like this? BaiYing was stunned. He watched Hu Laiina trying to stand and failing repeatedly, the guilt in his heart surging like a tide. He silently walked to Hu Laiina, squatted down, and softly said, I'm sorry, I'll carry you. BaiYing took a deep breath, crouched down, and let Hu Laiina lie on his back. His hands tightly held Hu Laiina's legs, afraid of any mishap. He stood up, feeling as if the person on his back had no weight at all. But his mood was extremely heavy. Hu Laiina quietly lay on BaiYing's back, her head gently resting on his shoulder, feeling his steady steps and solid back. She closed her eyes, a warm current surging in her heart, as if all her fatigue and pain were soothed at that moment. Ning Rongrong stood by, watching the two, her eyes flashing with a complex emotion. She stepped forward and softly said, be careful. If you drop her, I won't spare you. Her tone carried a bit of reproach, but was filled more with concern and worry. BaiYing took out a delicate small porcelain bottle from his pocket and handed it to Hu Laiina. His gaze was gentle and determined as he softly said, take this first. Hu Laiina looked up at him, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes, but she still reached out to take the porcelain bottle. She gently opened the cap, and a faint fragrance wafted out. She poured out a pill, which was dark brown, smooth on the surface, and emitted a soft glow. She no longer hesitated, placed the pill in her mouth, and chewed gently. The pill melted in her mouth, and a warm energy instantly spread throughout her body. She felt a warm current flowing slowly down her throat, coursing through her limbs, as if countless tiny tendrils were gently caressing her body, taking away all her fatigue and soreness. When the three of them walked out of the tent, the morning sunlight bathed them in warmth and softness. Zhu Zhuqing stood nearby, watching BaiYing carry Hu Laiina out, her eyes filled with a hint of teasing. BaiYing, just how long did you toss and turn last night? Zhu Zhuqing joked, her voice not loud, but enough for Hu Laiina on his back to hear clearly. Upon hearing this, Hu Laiina's face turned red, and she pressed tightly against BaiYing's back, not daring to look at Zhu Zhuqing. She softly said, don't say that. Her voice was weak, carrying a hint of shyness and embarrassment. BaiYing smiled awkwardly. He did not answer Zhu Zhuqing's question, only quickened his pace. Wanted to leave this awkward topic as soon as possible. However, Zhu Zhuqing seemed unwilling to let him off the hook, catching up and continuing to tease. Oh, feeling shy now? Weren't you quite brave last night? Bamboo Qing, do you want to try it together tonight? As soon as BaiYing's words fell, Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of dizziness. She widened her eyes, staring at BaiYing's teasing smile, her heart in chaos. I didn't expect you to be quite beautiful. BaiYing continued teasing, seemingly oblivious to Zhu Zhuqing's change. Zhu Zhuqing's heart tightened. She knew she could not let BaiYing's words affect her. She took a deep breath, trying to calm the flutter in her heart. However, BaiYing's strong figure lingered in her mind, and she could almost feel the powerful aura he exuded, making her both excited and frightened. The group quickly set off, passing through a dense forest and soon arriving at an open area. At that moment, a fiery red fox suddenly sprang out from the bushes, its eyes sparkling with cunning light, radiating a scorching aura. BaiYing recognized at a glance that this was a 10,000-year fire fox, and its soul ring was undoubtedly very suitable for Hulaina. This 10,000-year fire fox is perfect for you, BaiYing said to Hulaina on his back, his voice filled with excitement and anticipation. Hulaina also nodded, her eyes shining with determination, as if she was ready for battle. Watch me, BaiYing shouted, swinging the time and space blade fiercely. As the blade passed, the space seemed to tear apart, revealing deep cracks. He then lightly uttered 3 words, "Seal of time." As his voice fell, an invisible force instantly spread, enveloping the entire space. The fiery 10,000-year fire fox seemed to sense the threat of this power, its eyes widening as it let out a terrified roar. However, its body appeared to be shackled by an invisible force, unable to move an inch. BaiYing's time and space power was like an invisible net, firmly binding the 10,000-year fire fox. The fire fox struggled desperately, its fiery fur shimmering under the sunlight, but no matter how it struggled, it could not break free from the invisible restraint. At this moment, Hulaina had already jumped off BaiYing's back, standing in front of the fire fox. Her gaze firm and cold, she extended her slender finger and gently pointed, a golden light instantly shooting from her fingertip, piercing the fire fox's forehead. The fire fox let out a piercing scream, its body trembling violently under the penetration of the golden light. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Hulaina's eyes as she shouted, and the golden light erupted, completely tearing the fire fox's body apart. Hulaina stood beside the fire fox's remains, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She felt the powerful force within her surging, as if it was about to burst forth at any moment. "Quick, absorb the soul ring." BaiYing's voice rang in her ears, interrupting her thoughts. She nodded, took a deep breath, and then sat cross-legged, concentrating on absorbing the 10,000-year fire fox's soul ring. A red soul ring slowly rose from the remains of the fire fox, circling around Hulaina's body, radiating a scorching glow. Hulaina closed her eyes, focusing her thoughts on the soul ring, feeling that powerful force gradually merging into her body. "It's been so long since I received a system reward. I wonder what the system will give me." System rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have received 6 soul rings. Congratulations to the host for receiving 3 divine soul bones. They have been integrated into the host's body. Along with the 2 soul bones I originally obtained when acquiring my 4th soul ring, I now have 8. I cannot absorb the soul bones myself, so I might as well give them to them. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a dappled golden glow on everyone, wrapping them in a layer of brilliance. BaiYing stood in front of the group, holding 8 soul bones that shimmered with strange light, each containing powerful energy, as if they could erupt with astonishing power at any moment. Hulaina had just finished absorbing her soul ring and stood nearby, her eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Yi Lingling, and Dugayin surrounded BaiYing, their gazes focused on the 8 soul bones, their faces displaying a mix of shock and delight. "You 6 can each take one." BaiYing's voice broke the silence, shattering the tranquility around them. His tone carried a hint of ease and casualness, as if these 8 soul bones were nothing special to him. Ning Rongrong blinked, looking at the soul bones in BaiYing's hands, and exclaimed, "Are these soul bones really wholesale? That's incredible." She reached out, cautiously touching one of the soul bones, feeling the powerful energy emanating from it, and a surge of indescribable excitement welled up in her heart. Hulaina also leaned closer, looking at BaiYing with confusion in her eyes. "Do you really not need these soul bones? No matter how strong your martial soul is, you still need soul bones to enhance your strength, right?" BaiYing shook his head and smiled faintly. "My martial soul is indeed powerful, but I do not need soul bones to assist me. These soul bones are useless to me, but you can use them to strengthen yourselves. So, they're more suitable for you." In the end, everyone received 1 soul bone. These 2 soul bones were indeed difficult to find suitable owners for. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but show disappointed expressions. But BaiYing quickly changed the subject, smiling as he said, "However, you don't have to be disheartened. Although soul bones are good, The most important thing is still your own cultivation and strength. As long as you train hard and improve your abilities, you will definitely find soul bones that are more suitable for you in the future. After this incident, Dugian suddenly said, Brother Bai, what kind of soul ring do you think I should absorb? Yin Yin, your martial soul is the phosphorescent poison dragon, which is an extremely special martial soul that contains powerful toxicity. Therefore, when choosing a soul ring, you should focus on finding soul beasts with poison attributes. He paused and continued, I think the face-devouring spider is a very suitable choice. This soul beast not only has extremely strong poison, but also possesses a very strange attack method, which can perfectly complement your martial soul. Of course, this is just my suggestion. In the end, it still depends on your decision. After hearing BaiYing's suggestion, Dugian's eyes flashed with determination. She was well aware of her martial soul's characteristics and understood that the poison of the face-devouring spider would be a great help to her. Soon, she finally spotted her target. A face-devouring spider was perched on a thick tree trunk, its body emitting a faint blue light, with exposed fangs that looked exceptionally fierce. Dugian hesitated not at all. She quickly unleashed her martial soul, and the phosphorescent poison dragon appeared behind her, radiating a chilling toxicity. She charged toward the face-devouring spider, and the battle between the two was about to commence. Chapter 157. Face-devouring spider soul ring and soul bone. The face-devouring spider itself was known as the nightmare of small soul beasts, completely enveloped in deadly poison. So it naturally wasn't afraid of Dugu Yan's potent toxins. Ning Rongrong nodded slightly, raising her hands. The 9-treasure glazed tower slowly rotated in her palms, emitting a faint golden light. Meanwhile, Lingling quickly activated her soul power, and a stunning 10-star begonia bloomed in her hands, exuding a fragrance that seemed capable of healing all wounds. The face-devouring spider seemed to sense the fluctuations of their soul power, its massive body trembling slightly. But its eyes glinted with fierce light. It suddenly lunged at Dugu Yan with astonishing speed. Seeing this, Dugu Yan dared not be careless. She swiftly activated her soul power, and layers of toxic mist surged around her body. The face-devouring spider seemed unfazed by the potent toxins. It opened its gaping mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and bit down fiercely at Dugu Yan. Dugu Yan's figure flickered, narrowly dodging this lethal strike. The battle between the two, one human and one beast, unfolded in this dense forest, thrilling and intense. As the battle between Dugu Yan and the face-devouring spider intensified, every fierce attack from the spider was narrowly evaded by Dugu Yan's agility. However, the spider's poison was extremely potent, and even brief contact drained Dugu Yan's soul power rapidly. Yet, whenever Dugu Yan found herself in a difficult situation, Ning Rongrong would smile gently, lifting the 9-treasure glazed tower, and a faint golden light would fall upon Dugu Yan. At the same time, the 10-star begonia in Lingling's hands emitted a healing glow, instantly replenishing Dugu Yan's strength and reigniting her fighting spirit. The face-devouring spider roared in rage, but could not shake off this seemingly fragile healing power. Ning Rongrong watched Dugu Yan's struggle with the face-devouring spider, a playful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Are you really treating the face-devouring spider as a practice dummy? I don't even know what to say to you. BaiYing slowly walked out from the depths of the forest, his voice calm and firm. I am training her. Remember, unless she truly cannot handle it, only then should you provide her with healing. Otherwise, there is no need to intervene. Yi Lingling showed concern and looked at BaiYing. What if something goes wrong? BaiYing smiled slightly, a wise glint in his eyes. With me here, what could possibly go wrong? Just as his words fell, the face-devouring spider let out another furious roar and lunged at Dugu Yan. Dugu Yan moved fluidly, skillfully dodging the spider's attacks while also launching counterattacks. Each strike was precise and powerful. Although it couldn't inflict fatal damage on the face-devouring spider, it still imposed considerable pressure on it. Suddenly, the face-devouring spider's movements became extraordinarily swift. It swung its 6 sharp spider legs like 6 razor-sharp blades, suddenly stabbing toward Dugu Yan. A glint of determination flashed in Dugu Yan's eyes as she quickly crouched down, her body close to the ground, like a cheetah ready to pounce. Just as the spider legs were about to pierce her, Dugu Yan suddenly exerted force, her body shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow. Poison Dragon Roar. Dugu Yan shouted, activating her 5th soul skill in an instant. A dark green dragon-shaped energy burst forth from her mouth, heading straight for the face-devouring spider's abdomen. With a loud bang, it sounded as if the air had been torn apart, and a terrifyingly large hole appeared in the spider's abdomen. The edges of the hole were jagged, and black blood gushed out like ink, staining the surrounding vegetation. The face-devouring spider let out a piercing scream, its massive body shaking violently, clearly suffering a severe blow. The face-devouring spider was filled with despair and unwillingness. Every time it thought it could kill this cunning human in one strike, it was always saved by those two supporters at the critical moment. Watching Douluo rise time and again with the support of Ning Rongrong and Lingling's soul power, the face-devouring spider felt an overwhelming anger and helplessness. It roared internally, "I am the face-devouring spider, the nightmare of small soul beasts. How can I retreat at this moment?" However, faced with Douluo's unyielding fighting spirit and the continuous healing power from Ning Rongrong and Lingling, it gradually felt overwhelmed. Just then, the face-devouring spider's body suddenly became transparent, as if it had merged into the surrounding air. Its breath and spiritual power vanished, as if it had never existed at all. This is the hidden skill of the face demon spider, invisibility, which can hide itself, including its aura and mental power, making it undetectable by enemies. However, BaiYing seemed to have seen through its tricks and said lightly, "There it is." Upon hearing this, Douluo's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, and she instantly determined the location of the face demon spider. She leaped up, gathering her soul power in both hands, and struck fiercely in that direction. The figure of the face demon spider suddenly appeared in midair, clearly not expecting its invisibility skill to be seen through. Under Douluo's full force strike, its body collapsed like it had been struck by a heavy hammer, instantly disintegrating into countless fragments that dissipated into the air. At the same time, a dazzling 10,000-year soul ring slowly rose from where the face demon spider had disappeared, hovering in the air. This soul ring emitted a powerful wave of soul power, as if containing endless strength. Seeing this, Douluo's eyes flashed with joy. She quickly sat cross-legged, pressed her palms together, and began to close her eyes and concentrate. The brilliantly shining 10,000-year soul ring hovered in the air where the face demon spider had vanished, as if time had solidified. Suddenly, an even more dazzling light burst forth from the soul ring, shooting straight into the sky. Within that light, a crystal-clear soul bone slowly emerged, seemingly a part of the face demon spider's body, yet radiating a unique glow and aura. After Douluo absorbed the face demon spider's soul ring, BaiYing mentioned that the soul bone had dropped from the face demon spider, saying that absorbing its soul bone before the soul ring would be greatly beneficial for her future. Deep in the forest, a figure quietly appeared, breaking the original tranquility. Zhu Zhuqing, alert like a cheetah, instantly sensed the anomaly and whispered, "Someone's here." Upon hearing this, BaiYing's expression changed slightly. He moved towards the direction of the sound. When he saw the figure slowly walking out, his tense nerves instantly relaxed. It was a girl in green, Meng Yiran, followed by two elders, Long Gong and Shi Pe. "Meng Yiran, what brings you here?" BaiYing stepped forward, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. "Elders, how come you are here?" Meng Shu spoke up. "We are just looking for a suitable soul ring for Iran. We initially planned to find the soul ring before coming to look for you, but we didn't expect to encounter you here." Meng Yiran quickly stepped forward, a radiant smile on her face, her eyes sparkling with expectation. She reached out her hands as if wanting to hug BaiYing, but stopped shyly at the last moment, pouting and saying, "Brother Bai, have you missed me?" BaiYing looked at Meng Yiran's charming appearance, and a warm current surged in his heart. He smiled slightly, gently pinching her nose, and said indulgently, "Of course I missed you. How did you suddenly come here?" Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran's face flushed even more, and she glared at BaiYing playfully, saying, "Isn't it to find you? You always disappear without a word, making me worry." At the edge of the Star Doe forest, sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, casting mottled shadows. Meng Yiran, Meng Shu, and Shi Pe walked side by side, their figures flickering in the light and shadow. Meng Yiran walked in the middle, her face radiating the unique shyness and anticipation of a girl. From time to time, she stole glances at BaiYing beside her, her eyes shimmering with determination. Grandma, I've made up my mind." Meng Yiran suddenly stopped, took a deep breath as if making a resolution. "I want to follow Brother Bai to train and grow together." Hearing this, Meng Shu and Shi Pe exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with complex emotions. They knew their granddaughter's mind was made up, and they could see that BaiYing was indeed an extraordinary young man, but they still couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Meng Shu stepped forward, his expression becoming serious. He looked around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before quietly saying, "BaiYing, May I have a word with you? BaiYing nodded slightly in agreement. The three then moved to a densely wooded corner. Standing in the light and shadow, Meng Shu's wrinkles seemed to deepen as he took a deep breath and slowly spoke. BaiYing, I know my granddaughter Meng Ran cannot compare to your other women, but her feelings for you are genuine. Chao Tianxiang also stepped forward, her gaze shifting between BaiYing and Meng Ran, filled with some expectation and sincerity. Would you consider becoming my granddaughter's husband? BaiYing nodded, his gaze softly falling on Meng Ran as if looking at a precious treasure. He said gently, as long as Ran is willing, I will naturally cherish her. Upon hearing this, Meng Ran's face instantly turned red, like a blooming peach blossom. She lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's whisper. Of course I'm willing. Seeing this, Meng Shu's eyes flashed with satisfaction. He turned to BaiYing, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. BaiYing, I know there are more women around you than just Ran, but I want to remind you that since you've chosen her, you must not be biased or treat her poorly. Otherwise, I, Meng Shu, will not let you off. BaiYing smiled slightly. He understood that Meng Shu was testing him and reminding him to cherish Meng Ran. He solemnly nodded and said, Elder Meng, rest assured I, BaiYing, am not the kind of person who abandons someone after a fling. Since I have chosen Iran, I will take responsibility for her. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile finally appeared on Meng Shu's face. He patted BaiYing on the shoulder and said, Good. With your words, I can rest easy. From now on, you are my Meng family son-in-law. All right, let's go back to the Martial Soul Hall. BaiYing said, Since we are happy tonight, let's have hot pot. Zhu Zhuqing spoke up. Hot pot? What hot pot? BaiYing took out a snake's body from his storage soul guide. Hu Laina immediately recognized it, saying it was a 10-headed sun serpent. BaiYing said, This 10-headed sun serpent is an ancient exotic beast. It's absolutely delicious for making soup, and it's a great tonic. Eating this won't cause any reactions, right? Ning Rongrong asked. As soon as Ning Rongrong's words fell, the expressions of the other women turned slightly red, and some ambiguous images unconsciously surfaced in their minds. Seeing this, BaiYing immediately laughed heartily, patted Ning Rongrong on the shoulder, and said, Don't worry. Although this 10-headed sun serpent is a great tonic, I've processed it with special methods, so there will be no adverse reactions. Saying this, he began to prepare the snake meat. With skilled hands, he quickly cut the snake meat into evenly sized slices. Meanwhile, a large pot had been set up over the fire, with broth bubbling and fragrant aromas wafting. The women sat around the fire, watching BaiYing's busy figure, their hearts filled with anticipation. Soon the hot pot was ready. Everyone gathered around. BaiYing turned and took out a crystal-clear pearl from his storage soul guide, handing it to Meng Ran. The pearl emitted a faint golden light, as if it contained boundless power. Meng Ran took the pearl, her eyes flashing with curiosity and surprise. She carefully examined the inner Dan, feeling the powerful energy contained within. Is this the inner Dan of the 10-headed sun serpent? Meng Ran looked up at BaiYing, her eyes full of confusion. BaiYing nodded and smiled, explaining, That's right, this inner Dan has the ability to counter all snake poisons. After you absorb it, not only will your martial soul be strengthened, but you will also gain some special abilities. Upon hearing this, Meng Ran felt a surge of excitement. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and began to mobilize her soul power, preparing to absorb the inner Dan. Seeing that Meng Ran was about to absorb the inner Dan of the 10-headed sun serpent right there, BaiYing hurriedly spoke to stop her, gesturing for her to go into the room. His eyes revealed a hint of nervousness and concern, fearing that absorbing it here might cause unnecessary trouble. Meng Ran was slightly taken aback, looking at BaiYing with some confusion, as if she did not understand his intentions. The other girls also gathered around, curiously asking about the reason. BaiYing bit his lip, hesitated for a moment, but still decided to be frank. Absorbing this might have reactions, so it would be safer to go to the room. As soon as he finished speaking, the girls immediately showed surprise, as if they had realized something. Meng Ran's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly lowered her head. You just came back, and you can't help it. You're going to make a move on the little girl again. As Hu Laina's words fell, the girls burst into laughter, and the atmosphere instantly became relaxed and ambiguous. BaiYing's face turned red, and he hurriedly explained, Who the hell can't help it? I'm just afraid that something unexpected will happen during the absorption of the inner core. So, I'll let Iran go to the room to absorb it. While saying this, he glared at Hu Laina, signaling her not to speak recklessly. Seeing this, Hu Laina realized she might have misunderstood BaiYing's meaning, but she did not hold back and teased even more. Oh, an explanation is just a cover. And a cover is the truth. The girls laughed again, and BaiYing felt his face turning even redder. He helplessly shook his head and turned to walk into the room, leaving the girls outside to continue their playful banter. Chapter 158. Absorbing the inner core. Meng Yiran entered the room holding the inner core of the 10-headed sun serpent, sat on the bed, and began to absorb it. Taking a deep breath, she gently placed the glowing inner core into her mouth. As soon as the inner core entered, it transformed into a scorching liquid, flowing down her throat. Her skin instantly turned bright red, as if burned by raging flames, and red light erupted from within her, dyeing the entire room crimson. Meng Yiran tightly closed her eyes, feeling the powerful force surging within her. It was as if her meridians were being baptized by fierce fire, pain, and heat intertwining, yet accompanied by an indescribable sense of comfort. She could clearly feel the energy from the inner core gradually merging into her blood, enhancing Meng Yiran's soul power. BaiYing hurriedly pushed open Meng Yiran's door, and what he saw was a heart-stopping scene. Meng Yiran lay on the bed, her beautiful face now covered with cracks, as if a porcelain doll was about to shatter, making one feel heartache. Her eyes were tightly shut, her brows furrowed, clearly enduring immense pain. A scorching aura filled the room, as if the air itself was burning. Meng Yiran's body was enveloped in a faint red light, a sign that the energy from the 10-headed sun serpent's inner core was wreaking havoc within her. BaiYing's heart sank at the sight, and he quickly approached the bedside, softly calling out, "Yiran, take a deep breath, operate your soul power, resist that force." Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling rushed into the room. Ning Rongrong anxiously asked BaiYing, "What is going on? What happened to Yiran?" BaiYing took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I underestimated the power of the 10-headed sun serpent's inner core. Yiran is currently resisting that power with all her might, but the situation is not optimistic." Yi Lingling quickly moved to the bedside, her hands flying, and a gentle green light overflowed from her palms, the power of her martial soul, 10-star begonia. She softly recited, "10-star begonia, life surges, repair Yiran's injuries." The green light gradually enveloped Meng Yiran's body, attempting to mend the cracks on her face and the wounds within her. Rongrong used the 9-treasure glazed tower to restore Yiran's soul power. Ning Rongrong immediately nodded, her 9-treasure glazed tower slowly rising, with 9-colored light flowing and emitting strong soul power fluctuations. She softly recited, 9 treasures have names, one is strength." Suddenly, a powerful force surged into Meng Yiran's body, helping her stabilize her injuries while accelerating the recovery of her soul power. Yi Lingling did not slacken either. Her 10-star begonia martial soul continued to release life force, intertwining the green light with Ning Rongrong's 9-colored light, forming a unique healing light that enveloped Meng Yiran. With the full support of the 2 auxiliary soul masters, Meng Yiran's condition gradually stabilized. The cracks on her face began to slowly heal, her skin returning to its previous fair and smooth state. Her breathing also became steady and strong, and the pain within her gradually dissipated. "You two go out, don't disturb us. Can you handle it alone?" "Of course." BaiYing's voice was firm and confident as he gestured for Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling to exit the room. Although the 2 girls were worried, they knew it was not the time to disturb, so they could only leave slowly with concerned expressions. Inside the room, BaiYing sat cross-legged beside the bed, his hands gently resting on Meng Yiran's shoulders. He closed his eyes, beginning to mobilize his soul power to resonate with the 10-headed sun serpent's inner core within Meng Yiran. A faint white light gradually emanated from BaiYing, intertwining with the red light surrounding Meng Yiran. His soul power flowed like a gentle stream, slowly entering Meng Yiran's body, countering and merging with that violent force. Meng Yiran's face gradually showed an expression of pain, but BaiYing remained unfazed, well aware that this was an inevitable process of refining the inner core. He continued to increase the output of his soul power, trying to tame that violent force so that Meng Yiran could smoothly absorb the energy of the inner core. At this moment, Meng Yiran's face revealed an extremely painful expression. She bit her lip tightly, as if trying to suppress the moans that were about to escape. Sweat rolled down her forehead, soaking the pillow. Her eyes were tightly shut, but the corners of her eyes glistened with tears, clearly enduring immense pain. "Brother Bai, it hurts." Meng Yiran's voice was weak and trembling, carrying a hint of helplessness and pleading. BaiYing's heart tightened, but he knew he could not waver at this moment. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Don't worry, Yiran. I won't let anything happen to you. Just do your best to operate your soul power." Meng Yiran suddenly opened her eyes, fear and unease flashing within. And she tightly grasped BaiYing's hand, trembling as she said, "Brother Bai, will I die?" BaiYing looked at Meng Yiran's panicked expression, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. He gently held her hand, looking at her with determination in his eyes, softly saying, "Of course you won't die. As long as I'm here, you won't die." Meng Yiran's body suddenly erupted with a strong red light, resembling a blazing flame. Her eyes turned blood red, revealing a wild and dazed brilliance. She lunged toward BaiYing, like a hungry beast spotting its prey, with astonishing speed. BaiYing was startled, but did not evade. Instead, he moved forward to embrace her. At this moment, Meng Yiran had lost her reason, her body burning hot, as if she wanted to melt BaiYing. "Yiran, calm down," BaiYing whispered urgently in Meng Yiran's ear, trying to awaken her rationality. However, Meng Yiran seemed not to hear, continuing to struggle in BaiYing's arms, her hands tightly holding onto him as if wanting to merge him into her body. Meng Yiran's hot breath sprayed between BaiYing's neck, carrying a heart-stirring warmth. Her body pressed closely against him, as if wanting to melt him within her temperature. BaiYing felt the tremors and struggles of Meng Yiran's body, and his rationality was gradually being eroded. "Brother Bai, please help me, okay?" Meng Yiran's voice carried a hint of helplessness and pleading, her eyes gazing at BaiYing as if he were her only lifeline. BaiYing took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within. He tightly embraced Meng Yiran, gently patting her back in an attempt to soothe her emotions. However, Meng Yiran's body grew increasingly hot, like a burning flame, making it hard for him to maintain composure. Under the reflection of the red light, Meng Yiran's eyes appeared even more dazed and deep. Her voice trembled slightly, yet it was resolute. "Brother Bai, I ask you once more, do you really want to marry me?" BaiYing looked at her, a complex light flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Yiran, from the beginning to the end, I have always been willing." As soon as he finished speaking, BaiYing could no longer control himself. He lowered his head and kissed Meng Yiran's fiery lips, as if dry tinder had met a raging fire. Meng Yiran's body trembled slightly, and then she tightly embraced BaiYing, responding to his passion. Their figures were tightly entwined under the glow of red light, as if they had merged into one, their breaths intertwined, forming a wonderful picture. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, leaving only the two of them in this intense space, fully enjoying each other's warmth and love. Outside the door, Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling heard the sudden silence in the room and felt a wave of unease surge in their hearts. As they pushed the door open and entered, they heard the entangled sounds, and their expressions instantly changed, a flush appearing on their cheeks. Ning Rongrong bit her lower lip, her voice trembling yet firm. "I knew it. Their feelings for each other have already deepened to this extent." Ning Rongrong smiled shyly, lowering her head and softly saying, "Yes, their feelings are indeed profound. It made us worry for so long for nothing." Yi Lingling looked at the tightly closed door, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. She sighed softly and said, "Should we go in and take a look? What if they need help?" Ning Rongrong shook her head, a helpless expression on her face. "Go in? Right now? He doesn't have time for us. What are we going for? To be a light bulb?" At this moment, Hulaina had arrived outside the room. Through the half-open door, she saw the entangled figures and the spreading red light inside. Her eyes instantly became deep, clearly understanding what had just happened here. She gently knocked on the door, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. "Rongrong, let us go. Don't disturb them." Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling turned back simultaneously, surprised to see Hulaina. But soon, they seemed to understand something, and their faces turned a rosy hue in unison. The three exchanged knowing smiles and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Meng Yiran's eyes were bloodshot, veins spreading like a web, revealing a sense of frenzy and unease. Although her body had improved significantly after BaiYing's treatment, the immense bloodline power still surged within her, like a wild beast out of control, causing her great pain. Beneath her skin, one could see the veins bulging, a testament to the power expanding beneath her skin. Her hands were clenched into fists, her knuckles turning pale from excessive force, indicating her inner struggle and suffering. Each breath felt heavy and difficult, as if teetering between life and death. Amidst this painful ordeal, Meng Yiran's gaze remained unusually resolute. She bit her lower lip, trying hard not to moan. At this moment, BaiYing was exhausted, never expecting that Meng Yiran, who had absorbed the inner core of the 10-headed sun snake, would possess such vigor. She was like an unyielding beast, wildly struggling and writhing in BaiYing's arms, as if wanting to merge him into her flesh and blood. BaiYing felt his strength rapidly fading, his hands starting to tremble, unable to hold Meng Yiran steady any longer. A wave of despair surged in his heart, feeling like an old ox drained of energy, ready to collapse to the ground and never get up again. However, just then, he suddenly saw a glimmer of clarity in Meng Yiran's eyes. Her body shivered slightly, then gradually quieted down. BaiYing felt a surge of joy. He knew he still had one last bit of strength left and must persist to help Meng Yiran through this difficult time. "Yiran, should we take a break? I'm really a bit tired," BaiYing said, his voice sounding somewhat labored, carrying a hint of pleading. Meng Yiran looked at him, her bloodshot eyes gradually regaining clarity. She shyly nodded, breathlessly saying, "I didn't expect that. My desire would be so great after eating that." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, but BaiYing still heard her clearly. He bitterly smiled at his heart. This was not desire, but clearly the influence of the bloodline power. However, at this moment, he could not think too much and just wanted to end this torment as soon as possible. The two slowly separated, with a lingering blush on Meng Yiran's cheeks, while BaiYing exhaled, finally temporarily escaping the feeling of being consumed. After Meng Yiran spoke, she seemed to realize her tone was a bit heavy, and a hint of unease flashed across her face. She lowered her head, looking at the marks she left on BaiYing, those deep kiss marks and scratches, instantly feeling bashful. BaiYing smiled slightly. Although his smile seemed a bit weak, the determination in his eyes was undeniable. He gently said, "Don't worry, I can still withstand this little hardship." Upon hearing this, Meng Yiran felt a warm current surge in her heart. She looked up at BaiYing, seeing his face was pale but radiated an indomitable spirit. She gently held his hand, wanting to give him some strength. However, her hand was grasped back by BaiYing, a playful glint flashing in his eyes. "But you are the first woman who made my legs weak." This made Meng Yiran's face instantly flush red. She glared at BaiYing, wanted to break free from his hold. But BaiYing held on tightly. Meng Yiran bit her lower lip, her voice trembling. Why does absorbing this inner core have such side effects? BaiYing took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Although his face was pale, his tone was exceptionally calm. The 10-headed sun snake is a creature of utmost yang and strength. Its inner core contains immense yang energy and power. You already possessed a powerful bloodline force within you, and the combination of the two naturally triggers a strong reaction. BaiYing smiled slightly, gently stroking her hair. "Don't worry, this is just temporary." Just then, Meng Yiran's eyes once again filled with red light, the glow resembling a burning flame, fierce and wild. Her body started to tremble again, as if an irresistible force surged within her. Seeing this, BaiYing's heart tightened. He knew this was a sign that the bloodline power was acting up again. He quickly embraced Meng Yiran, trying to use his strength to calm her. However, Meng Yiran's body felt like a ball of fire, making it unbearable for him. She tightly held onto BaiYing, as if wanting to merge him into her body. Her breathing became rapid and heavy. Each gasp felt like flames burning. BaiYing could only hold her tightly, trying to use his body heat to soothe the fire within her. Chapter 159. Child. The next day, BaiYing's face was pale as he rubbed his sore waist and slowly stood up. Although his body was strong, the fierce battle last night had still taken a toll on him. On the other side of the bed, Meng Yiran slowly awakened. Her eyes were still somewhat hazy, but the shyness on her face was impossible to conceal. She tightly wrapped herself in the quilt, leaving only a pair of clear eyes exposed, which sparkled with complex emotions, both shyness and surprise at the memories of last night, as well as dependence and trust towards BaiYing before her. Looking at Meng Yiran's shy appearance, BaiYing couldn't help but smile gently. He walked to the bedside, lightly patted Meng Yiran's quilt, and said in a soft, indulgent tone, "Yiran, why are you so shy?" Upon hearing BaiYing's words, Meng Yiran's face turned even redder than a ripe apple. She tightly covered herself with the quilt, revealing only a pair of watery big eyes that sparkled with shyness and panic. She quietly retorted, "I'm not." BaiYing looked at Meng Yiran's adorable expression, and a warm current surged in his heart. He gently lifted a corner of the quilt and said softly, "All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. The sun is already shining on our backs. Hurry up and get up." The two of them walked out of the room. The arrival of BaiYing and Meng Yiran immediately attracted everyone's attention, and Ning Rongrong couldn't wait to greet them. "Finally, you two are here. Come on, come on. The food is going to get cold." Ning Rongrong smiled as she led them to the dining table. BaiYing immediately noticed a bowl of soup with a peculiar color and strong aroma placed in front of him. The soup was a deep brown color, with several unknown herbs floating on the surface, emitting an indescribable smell that resembled both medicinal fragrance and the fishy odor of some animals. "What is this?" BaiYing asked curiously, his brows furrowing as he tried to identify the soup's ingredients. "This is the 10 complete nourishing soup I especially made for you." Upon hearing this, BaiYing's expression changed, and he said, "Why drink this? I don't have kidney deficiency." Ning Rongrong's lips curled into a sly smile at his words. She gently nudged BaiYing's arm and playfully said, "Oh, isn't it that I'm just concerned about you? You and Iran worked so hard last night. You definitely need to replenish your body. This soup is specially prepared for you. It will be a waste if you don't drink it." Saying this, she pushed the bowl of 10 complete, nourishing soup closer to BaiYing, and the strong herbal and fishy smell instantly intensified. BaiYing looked at the soup in front of him, his brows tightly knitted, a hint of helplessness on his face. He wasn't a picky eater, but the taste of his soup was simply too peculiar for him to accept. He forced a smile and shook his head, saying, "Rongrong, I appreciate your intentions, but the taste of his soup, I really can't handle it. You might as well keep it for yourself." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's eyebrows shot up, and she placed her hands on her hips, exuding a fierce attitude. She glared at BaiYing and said with a threatening tone, "Are you going to drink it or not? If not, I'll pour it down your throat." Saying this, she picked up the bowl of 10 complete, nourishing soup, pretending to pour it into BaiYing's mouth. The steaming soup, combined with her angry expression, made one feel a pang of anxiety. BaiYing looked at Ning Rongrong's serious demeanor and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He knew he had seen the temper of this big wife, and once she got angry, no one could stop her. With a resigned sigh, he reached out and took the soup bowl from Ning Rongrong's hands, saying with a bitter expression, "Fine, I'll drink it. Is that okay?" Ning Rongrong's face immediately broke into a satisfied smile when she saw BaiYing take the soup bowl. She gently stroked BaiYing's hair and said in a soft tone, "That's more like it. My husband is being good and drinking the medicine." Listening to Ning Rongrong's words, BaiYing couldn't help but feel speechless. He stared wide-eyed at Ning Rongrong's smiling face, a strange chill creeping up in his heart. He recalled the scene in Water Margin where Pan Jinlian fed poison to Wu Dalong, and his face suddenly turned grim. Although he didn't really believe Ning Rongrong would harm him, her words sounded so strange that it made him feel uneasy. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the discomfort in his heart and brought the soup bowl to his lips, drinking it sip by sip. The taste of the soup was indeed odd, but he gritted his teeth and finished it. After drinking, he immediately set the bowl down, looking at Ning Rongrong with a bitter expression, and said, "Rongrong, the taste of this soup is really too special." Ning Rongrong burst into a fit of giggles upon hearing this, covering her mouth with one hand, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She leaned closer to BaiYing and deliberately spoke in a sweet tone. "Oh, husband, you misunderstood me. I put a lot of good stuff in this soup, ginseng, deer antler, and various treasures for kidney nourishment. I guarantee that after you drink it, you'll feel energetic and have a great time every night." BaiYing's expression grew even more bitter as he listened to Ning Rongrong's words. He rubbed his temples helplessly and said, "Rongrong, I really don't need these. If you keep saying this, I'm really going to get angry." Seeing this, Ning Rongrong immediately ceased her laughter, gently holding BaiYing's hand, and softly said, All right, I'm not teasing you anymore. I know you don't like these, but I really want what's best for you. Look at how hard you worked last night. You definitely need to replenish your body. If you don't like this soup, I won't make it anymore. Brother Bai, I've been with you for so long, but I still haven't gotten pregnant. Is there something wrong with you?" A word from Douluo Yin suddenly made the atmosphere at the dining table a bit subtle. She blinked her bright eyes, looking seemingly innocent at BaiYing, but her words carried a hint of teasing and mockery. Upon hearing this, BaiYing's face immediately became a bit strange. He coughed twice, trying to alleviate the sudden awkwardness. However, Douluo Yan's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples upon ripples. Xiao Wu, sitting next to them, who had been focusing on her meal, also raised her head at this moment, displaying a hint of worry on her face. She recalled the moment spent with BaiYing, and a sense of doubt arose in her heart. She said softly, "Brother, is there something wrong with your body? I've been with you for some time now, and although I was a spirit beast before, and there are some differences with humans, but..." Xiao Wu's voice gradually grew softer, a faint blush appearing on her face as her hands unconsciously twisted together, looking a bit anxious. She secretly glanced at BaiYing, then quickly lowered her head. Her voice as soft as a whisper, I'm human now, should we think about having a child?" After saying this, Xiao Wu seemed to have exhausted all her strength, tightly pursing her lips, afraid to show too much emotion. BaiYing, on the other hand, was stunned in place. Looking at Xiao Wu's shy and expectant expression, a warm current surged in his heart. He reached out and held Xiao Wu's hand, smiling gently. Xiao Wu, don't worry. We will have children. But this kind of thing can't be rushed. It has to happen naturally. BaiYing looked at the few beautiful women sitting around the dining table, his expression showing a mix of helplessness and determination. He took a deep breath and spoke firmly. As for having children, we will all have them. But please believe me, my body is absolutely fine. At this point, he paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over everyone's faces before finally landing on Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. He continued, as long as one of you can conceive, I will do my utmost to treat her well and make her the happiest woman. In his words, BaiYing's eyes were filled with determination and tenderness. He knew that these women were the most important people in his life, and he could not let them suffer any harm. And children were their shared expectation and hope for the future. Deep within the Tiandou Imperial Palace, in a lavishly decorated royal chamber, Princess Xueke's face turned pale, her brows furrowed tightly, suddenly feeling a wave of nausea hit her. She bent over and gagged, but couldn't bring anything up. Her maids were flustered, hurriedly handing her a cloth, but it was of no use. At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps came from outside, and Qian Renxue, disguised as Xue Qinghe, rushed in. He was usually calm and steady, but at this moment, his face was full of anxiety and worry. He quickly walked to Xueke's side, gently patting her back, and asked with concern, "Sister, what happened? Why did you suddenly become like this?" Xueke raised her head, and, upon seeing Xue Qinghe's anxious expression, a warm current surged in her heart. She forced a smile and said, "Brother, I'm fine. I might have eaten something bad. Hurry, call the imperial physician." The saintess beside them quickly left to do so. When the imperial physician arrived and began to take her pulse, his expression immediately brightened. He respectfully said to Qian Renxue, disguised as Xue Qinghe, "Congratulations, Your Highness. The princess is pregnant." "What?" Qian Renxue, disguised as Xue Qinghe, was momentarily stunned, and then her face broke into a look of wild joy. She suddenly stood up, grabbing the imperial physician's shoulder and asking excitedly, "Is what you said true? My sister is really pregnant?" The physician was startled by her reaction, but quickly nodded in confirmation, saying, "Absolutely true. The princess's pulse indicates that she's indeed pregnant. All right, you can leave now." Xueke's pregnancy could only mean that it was BaiYing's child. Qian Renxue, disguised as Xue Qinghe, felt a tinge of jealousy. Among all of BaiYing's women, it appeared that this was his first child. Princess Xueke gently caressed her belly, her eyes shimmering with maternal love. A happy smile radiated from her face, as if she could already see the future adorable little life. "I'm going to be a mother," she whispered softly, her voice filled with excitement and anticipation. She imagined that little life sleeping peacefully in her womb, picturing sharing all the little moments of life together. In that moment, Princess Xueke felt incredibly happy and fulfilled. Qian Renxue, disguised as Xue Qinghe, stood at the door of the palace, gazing at the twinkling stars in the night sky, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Through the crack of the door, she caught a glimpse of Princess Xueke's happy smile, a smile that pierced her eyes and her heart. She gently touched her flat belly, a wave of inexplicable loss washing over her. BaiYing, the man she loved deeply, had now allowed another woman to bear his child first. This made her begin to doubt whether her position would be shaken by the arrival of this child. Qian Renxue took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within her. She knew she couldn't give up so easily. Standing in the moonlight, it added an air of mystery and sadness to her stunning face. She looked up at the starry sky, her eyes shining with determination. No matter what, the child that Xueke carried was BaiYing's. She murmured to herself, her voice tinged with a hint of helplessness and resolve. And BaiYing, he belonged to the spirit hall. This child, from the moment of birth, must belong to the spirit hall. Qian Renxue turned around, her presence more cold and noble under the moonlight. The appearance of this spiked porcupine doll did not surprise her at all. She merely glanced at him and said, "What is it?" The spiked porcupine Dalu bowed his head respectfully and reported, "Miss, I have something important to report." Regarding BaiYing, before he could finish, Qian Renxue's eyes suddenly sharpened. She frowned slightly, a trace of barely perceptible tension in her voice. "BaiYing? What happened to him?" "According to our information, the Holy Sun should be returning soon." Qian Renxue was taken aback, saying, "He is returning so soon? This is unexpected. Miss, should I take care of Princess Xueke's child?" "You dare." Qian Renxue took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress the anger within her. She slowly said, "Xueke is my sister. Naturally, I don't want her to be harmed. As for that child, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. That was BaiYing's child, and we cannot touch it. The spiked porcupine Douluo lowered his head slightly, his voice revealing a hint of hesitation. Miss, I'm just worried that if this child is born, it might affect our plans. Qian Renxue, turn around. Her gaze sharp as a knife directed at the spiked porcupine Douluo. In the moonlight, her eyes flickered with cold light, as if she could see through all hypocrisy and lies. Impact? What impact? Her voice was icy and resolute, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth. This is BaiYing's child, my sister's child, and also the hope for the future of the Spear Hall. How do you have such thoughts? You deserve to die. The spiked porcupine Douluo trembled all over, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He knew he had angered Qian Renxue and regretted it deeply. He quickly lowered his head, afraid to voice any further dissent. Go tell Grandpa that this child, though it carries the blood of the Tiando, is also the hope for the future of the Spear Hall. Her voice, though soft, was filled with an undeniable strength, commanding him not to interfere further. I do not wish to create any rift with him because of this. The spiked porcupine Douluo respectfully bowed his head, sensing the determination and resolve in Qian Renxue's words. He took a deep breath, turned, and left, preparing to convey this message to QianDaoliu. Chapter 160. A great piece of news, then I will take my leave, said the spiked porcupine Douluo. In the spirit hall, BaiYing sat in the main hall, a hint of confusion on his brow. Outside, a guard hurried over, looking quite serious. Zhongzhu, master, someone from the Tiando royal family has arrived. The guard reported respectfully, presenting a scroll. BaiYing opened the scroll, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. The royal seal of the Tiando was clearly visible on the scroll, but the content was quite mysterious, simply stating that they invited Zhongzhu to personally visit the Tiando royal family to celebrate a great joy. BaiYing put down the scroll, pondering for a moment, an inexplicable premonition surging within him. He stood up, gazing into the distance as if he could penetrate the heavy clouds and glimpse the secrets within the Tiando royal family. Since it's an invitation from the royal family and a great surprise, then I shall go, BaiYing said softly, a hint of barely perceptible anticipation in his voice. BaiYing hurriedly stepped into the Tiando royal family. BaiYing quickly approached Qian Renxue, his tone filled with concern. Sister Shui, what happened? You summoned me like this, and I'm very worried. Qian Renxue gently sipped her tea, pretending to be relaxed. It's nothing much. Why are you so nervous? It's just, Shueku is pregnant with your child. As soon as the words left her mouth, BaiYing seemed to be struck by lightning, standing there in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. He muttered to himself, what? She is pregnant? I didn't hear wrong, did I? Seeing BaiYing's dazed expression, Qian Renxue couldn't help but feel a surge of nameless anger. She stood up abruptly, walked in front of BaiYing, her eyes fixed on him, her tone a mix of reproach and dissatisfaction. Do you think I would joke about something like this? Shueku truly has your child. This is an undeniable fact. BaiYing was jolted awake by Qian Renxue's words. He raised his head to meet her angry gaze, feeling a rush of panic in his heart. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, then tentatively asked Sister Shui, what exactly is going on? I only had one time with Shueku. How could she? BaiYing looked at Qian Renxue, seeing her slightly reddened cheeks and her eyes filled with anger, and a warm current surged within him. He smiled slightly, teasingly saying, Sister Shui, are you perhaps jealous? Before he could finish, Qian Renxue struck him on the head, scolding, what nonsense. I'm not jealous at all. Go check on Shueku. She has suffered a lot for you. BaiYing rubbed his sore head, but felt sweet inside. He knew that although Qian Renxue appeared cold on the surface, she cared deeply about him and Shueku. He nodded, softly saying, all right, I'll go see Shueku now. Later, I'll come back to discuss follow-up matters with you. BaiYing lightly stepped into Shueku's room, his heart filled with anticipation and nervousness. Inside the room, Shueku sat on the edge of the bed, gently caressing her still flat belly, her face glowing with maternal love. Upon seeing BaiYing enter, a gentle smile graced her lips as she softly called out, You're here, husband. BaiYing hurried to Shueku's side, squatting down to meet her gaze. He reached out his finger, gently touching Shueku's belly, his eyes filled with wonder and joy. He felt the slight bulge of her abdomen, as if he could sense the little life growing within. Shueku, you're really pregnant. BaiYing's voice trembled slightly as he lifted his head to gaze into Shueku's eyes, filled with deep affection. This is our first child. I will take good care of both you and our baby. Upon hearing this, Shueku's face blossomed with a smile as warm as the spring sun. her bright eyes shimmering with happiness. She gently caressed her pregnant belly and softly whispered, "Child, did you hear that? Your father is so happy." A wave of joy surged in BaiYing's heart, and he couldn't help but reach out his arms to embrace Shueku. However, just as his arms were about to touch her, she gently pushed him away and playfully said, "Husband, I'm still carrying a child. You need to be more careful." BaiYing suddenly realized, quickly retracting his arms with an awkward smile. He patted his head and chuckled, Right, I got too excited. Don't worry. I will definitely take good care of you and the baby." Standing in front of Shueku's bed, BaiYing clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. He took a deep breath to calm his racing heart and said softly, "Then you should rest well. Otherwise, why don't you come back with me to the martial soul sect?" Shueku shook her head gently, a tender smile on her face. "No need, husband. I will nurture the baby here, and the palace maids will take care of me, so you don't have to worry." BaiYing nodded, still unable to quell the excitement in his heart. He reached out to gently stroke Shueku's hair, his eyes full of tenderness. "All right, then I will listen to you. I will come to see you often and accompany you during this time." As BaiYing walked out of Shueku's room, his steps were still light and joyful. He passed through the corridor and arrived at the hall of the crown prince's residence, where Qian Renxue sat in the main seat, her gaze cool and profound. Upon seeing BaiYing enter, Qian Renxue frowned slightly, the corners of her mouth curling into a teasing smile. "Oh, isn't this our great sect master? How come you look so ethereal after coming out from Shueku's room?" BaiYing felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head, a shy smile appearing on his face. "Sister Shue, please don't tease me. This isn't my first time. It's only natural to be a bit excited." BaiYing looked at Qian Renxue, mischief sparkling in his eyes. He leaned in closer and whispered with a laugh, "Sister Shue, seeing me so happy. Don't you want to share this joy with me? I wonder if Sister Shue would be interested in having a child with me?" As he spoke, his breath brushed against Qian Renxue's ear, causing a ticklish sensation. A blush crept onto Qian Renxue's face, and she shot BaiYing a glare, playfully scolding, "You greedy as ever. Isn't having Shueku enough? Now you want it too?" With that, she gently pushed BaiYing, trying to create some distance. However, BaiYing seemed prepared, securely grasping her hand and pulling her into his embrace. Their bodies pressed closely together, and Qian Renxue could distinctly feel BaiYing's heartbeat and warmth, causing her own heart to race. BaiYing held Qian Renxue's hand tightly, his eyes filled with pleading light as he gazed at her, his voice deep and enticing. "Sister Shue, that's not the case. You are pretending to be the crown prince now, and in the future, you will certainly need an heir. Please help me. If you bear a child, Grandpa will be very happy." Qian Renxue was moved by BaiYing's words, but soon furrowed her brow, gently breaking free from his embrace and turning her back to him, her voice carrying a hint of coldness. "With so many women, why don't you go find them?" BaiYing, seeing this, quickly stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Qian Renxue from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, his voice filled with tenderness and pleading. "Sister Shue, how can they compare to you? Your place in my heart is unique. Only you can give me that special feeling. Don't you remember? We are childhood sweethearts." Qian Renxue replied, "It's not like I can just have a baby whenever I want." BaiYing responded, "That is not a problem," and took out a bottle of super fertility elixir. "This is a special fertility elixir I prepared. Sister Shue, would you like to give it a try?" This was, of course, not something BaiYing concocted himself, but rather a reward from the system. In recent days, he had received several good rewards, and this fertility elixir was one of them. Qian Renxue felt the warmth of BaiYing's embrace, a wave of complex emotions rising within her. She turned to look at the bottle of super fertility elixir in BaiYing's hand, her eyes flickering with doubt. "Do you really think this will work?" she asked softly, her voice tinged with uncertainty. BaiYing, noticing her hesitation, quickly handed the vial to Qian Renxue, a determined smile on his face. "Of course, Sister Shue, this is specially prepared for you. As long as you drink it, we will definitely have our own child." Qian Renxue took the vial, gazing into BaiYing's expectant eyes. Her heart swaying, she sighed softly, slowly lifting the vial to her lips. However, just as she was about to drink the potion, she suddenly froze. She looked up at BaiYing, a sly glint in her eyes. "Husband, do you really want a child this much?" BaiYing was taken aback by Qian Renxue's sudden question, then nodded firmly, saying, "Of course, Sister Shue. I hope to have a child of our own, a testament to our love." Hearing this, Qian Renxue's lips curled into a playful smile. She gently placed the vial back in BaiYing's hands, then wrapped her arms around his neck, bringing her lips close to his. Their lips met tightly, and for a moment, the air was filled with sweetness. BaiYing was momentarily stunned by Qian Renxue's sudden boldness, but he quickly reacted, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her tightly into his embrace, deepening the kiss. Their kiss lasted for a long time, until they both gasped for breath before reluctantly pulling apart. Qian Renxue looked at BaiYing, her eyes shimmering with shyness and anticipation. "Husband, I actually don't need to drink that potion to have your child." BaiYing was immediately stunned, looking at Qian Renxue with surprise and joy. "Really? Sister Shui, are you saying?" Qian Renxue slowly spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. "I'm not pregnant. Grandpa has said that our angel clan has a noble bloodline, and the chances of giving birth are quite slim." Seeing BaiYing's dazed expression, Qian Renxue couldn't help but laugh. She gently patted his head and teased, "What, did I trick you? You're still as easy to fool as you were when we were kids." BaiYing came back to his senses, looking at Qian Renxue's blooming smile. A warm current surged in his heart. He pretended to be angry, reaching out to poke Qian Renxue's nose. "All right, Sister Shui, you've learned to deceive me now, but I like this little mischief of yours." Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's smile grew even brighter. She nestled in BaiYing's embrace and whispered, "It's all because of you. Great bad guy. Always making me want to tease you." With that, Qian Renxue took the bottle of super fertility elixir and drank it without hesitation. The potion was sweet with a hint of coolness, and she frowned slightly, feeling something unusual in her body. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged from deep within her, spreading like flames through her limbs. Her cheeks quickly flushed, her breathing quickened, and her eyes sparkled with a dazed light. She clutched BaiYing's clothes tightly, her voice trembling. "Husband, I feel so hot." BaiYing understood what was happening. BaiYing saw this, and a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. He gently picked up Qian Renxue and laid her down on the soft bed, then leaned down and kissed her deeply. Qian Renxue's body gradually softened under BaiYing's kiss. Her breathing became more rapid, and her eyes were tightly closed, as if completely immersed in this kiss. BaiYing's hand gently caressed her skin. His kiss traveled from her lips down to her neck and collarbone. "Sister Shui, let me show you how I handle you." BaiYing's voice was deep and magnetic, with a flicker of fiery passion in his eyes. His movements became increasingly intense, as if he wanted to merge Qian Renxue into his body. Qian Renxue felt BaiYing's enthusiasm, and an inexplicable feeling surged in her heart. She felt as if she were surrounded by flames, every part of her body burning, a sensation both unfamiliar and exhilarating. Several hours later, Qian Renxue nestled beside BaiYing, her voice soft. "Husband, is this super fertility guanine really effective?" BaiYing looked down at her, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Of course, Sister Shui, it is definitely effective." Qian Renxue lay in BaiYing's embrace, her fingers gently drawing circles on his chest, suddenly asking, "Husband, was such a good thing, why didn't you take it out sooner? Why not use it on your other women?" BaiYing was slightly taken aback, then smiled as he gently scratched Qian Renxue's nose, saying, "Sister Shui, that's a good question. In fact, this bottle of super fertility guanine was specially prepared for you. You always give me such a special feeling, making my heart flutter. Good things should be kept for you, and I can only feel at ease using it on you." As he spoke, BaiYing tightened his embrace of Qian Renxue. Listening to BaiYing's explanation, a hint of emotion flashed in Qian Renxue's eyes. She looked up at BaiYing, a happy smile curving her lips. BaiYing leaned down, deeply kissing Qian Renxue's lips. His kiss was gentle and lingering, as if he wanted to convey all his love to her. Qian Renxue closed her eyes, allowing BaiYing's kiss to wander across her face, her heart racing, and her cheeks flushed. Their bodies were tightly pressed together, as if they had merged into one. BaiYing's hand gently caressed Qian Renxue's back, his breath softly brushing against her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. "Husband." Qian Renxue's voice trembled, feeling as if she might melt in BaiYing's embrace. Chapter 161. Late night, with Lu Erlong, the flames on BaiYing's body were rekindled once again. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. During these days, either BaiYing was in Shueku's room, watching Shueku, who was already pregnant, or he was with Qian Renxue, focusing on having a child. Qian Renxue could no longer endure it. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with helplessness and embarrassment. "BaiYing, I really can't take it anymore." Her voice trembled slightly, carrying a hint of plea. "Please leave, I beg you." BaiYing looked at her weary, yet expectant face, and a twinge of guilt surged in his heart. He knew he had indeed been a bit excessive these past few days, but he couldn't control himself. He chuckled softly, gently stroking Qian Renxue's hair, and said tenderly, "Shui, I know I've been a bit much, but your charm is truly irresistible." I will be more mindful and won't let you suffer like this anymore. Qian Renxue finally sat up slowly from the bed, her cheeks still flushed, her eyes showing a hint of fatigue and helplessness. Her long hair fell messily over her shoulders, and her disheveled clothes made her appear even more fragile and helpless at this moment. She supported herself with her hands, struggling to stand up, each step seeming to exhaust all her strength. Her chest rose and fell irregularly, her breathing still rapid, as if she had just been through an intense battle. Just go. Her voice was slightly hoarse, but firm and clear. I really can't take it anymore. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the window, turning her back to BaiYing, unwilling to look at him again. Her shoulders trembled slightly, as if she were trying to suppress her inner emotions. Then, Sister Shui, you rest well. I will leave first, BaiYing said, turning to walk toward the door. His steps were somewhat heavy, but a relieved smile was on his face. Qian Renxue watched his slowly departing figure, her tension and anxiety finally easing. She let out a gentle sigh, as if shedding a 1,000-pound burden. As BaiYing's figure disappeared at the door, Qian Renxue finally dared to turn around, gazing at the empty bed, a wave of inexplicable emotions surging in her heart. She slowly walked to the bedside, sat down, and gently stroked the sheets, as if she could still feel the intense and lingering atmosphere from earlier. A bitter smile curled at the corners of her mouth, yet a hint of anticipation surged within her heart. Perhaps next time, she would be better prepared and more able to handle BaiYing's fiery passion. But at this moment, she just wanted to sit quietly and let her emotions settle down slowly. Back at the Wuhuan sect, BaiYing entered the hall with a joyful expression, his gaze sweeping over Ning Rongrong and the others, a proud smile curving his lips. He cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Everyone, I have good news to share. Shueku is pregnant." As soon as these words were spoken, the hall erupted in an uproar. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at BaiYing, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. "It seems you're fine, BaiYing. I was worried that you had some issues, but it seems we were overthinking it." BaiYing raised an eyebrow proudly, striking a pose as if to say, "I told you so. I said I was fine, didn't I? My body is perfectly healthy." Huh, now our Wuhuan sect is going to have a new life. Standing in the center of the hall, BaiYing beamed with pride, his gaze flickering between Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. He cleared his throat, his voice teasing, "Now that Shueku is pregnant, shouldn't you three show some response?" Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up at this, and she exchanged a knowing glance with Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. The three quickly exchanged glances, their faces showing mischievous smiles. They smiled at each other, nodded in agreement, and then suddenly vanished from the spot. BaiYing was taken aback, still not having reacted when he realized that he was already alone. He widened his eyes, looking around but only seeing the empty hall. He stroked his chin, a playful smile forming at the corners of his mouth. "These girls run pretty fast, but escaping from my grasp won't be so easy." BaiYing sat in the main seat of the hall, his fingers lightly tapping the table, a smug smile on his face. He recalled the surprised and delighted expressions of everyone when he announced Shue's pregnancy, and a sense of accomplishment surged in his heart. "Forget it. I guess they can't handle it either," he muttered to himself, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, imagining the possible reactions of Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu upon hearing this news. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. The night was deep, and Shrek Academy was immersed in tranquility. The moonlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows on the stone path, adding a touch of mystery and depth to the serene night. Lu Erlong's office was located in a corner of the academy, with a window half open, a gentle breeze lightly brushing by, bringing with it the faint fragrance of distant flowers. At this moment, Lu Erlong was sitting at her desk, her pen swiftly gliding across the paper, leaving behind neat lines of writing. Her brow was tightly furrowed, her expression focused, as if she were dealing with something important. Suddenly, a knock on the door broke the quiet of the night. Lu Erlong looked up, her brow slightly furrowing, revealing a hint of displeasure on her face. She put down her pen, took a deep breath to adjust her emotions, and then asked, "Who is it?" With a creak, the door slowly opened, and a figure walked in. Lu Erlong looked up and saw a man wearing a mask that covered most of his face, revealing only a pair of deep-set eyes. He was dressed in a black robe, tall and imposing, exuding an air of mystery. Lu Erlong raised her eyebrows slightly, feeling a sense of confusion. She remembered that Shrek Academy had not invited such a guest, especially not during this busy recruitment season. She couldn't help but heighten her vigilance and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why are you visiting at this late hour? What do you want?" The man did not answer immediately, but slowly walked over to the chair opposite Lu Erlong and sat down, his hands folded across his chest. His eyes beneath the mask fixed intently on her. His gaze was deep and sharp, as if he could see through all disguises. "What exactly are you?" "Of course, I'm your man. That time still haunts me," he replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's face instantly turned pale with rage. She jumped to her feet, 7 soul rings suddenly appearing around her, radiating a powerful pressure. Her eyes sparkled with flames of anger, as if she wanted to consume BaiYing. "You beast! How dare you come to see me?" Lu Erlong shouted, her voice filled with fury and sorrow. Her hands were clenched into fists, her body slightly trembling, clearly enraged to the extreme. However, BaiYing seemed unfazed by Lu Erlong's anger. He chuckled lightly, removed his mask, revealing a familiar yet strange face. His eyes held a hint of mockery and provocation, as if he were enjoying Lu Erlong's furious expression. Lu Erlong's eyes widened in anger, her fists clenched tightly, soul power swirling around her body, ready to explode at any moment. She glared at BaiYing, as if she wanted to tear him apart. BaiYing, however, appeared indifferent. He leaned back in his chair, a smirk playing on his lips, and slowly took off his mask, revealing his handsome and familiar face. His gaze filled with teasing and ridicule. "Lu Erlong, I didn't expect that after all this time. Your temper is still so fiery," BaiYing chuckled lightly, his tone laced with subtle provocation. Hearing his words, the flames of anger in Lu Erlong's eyes intensified. She stepped forward fiercely, her 7 soul rings suddenly surging, the immense pressure causing the entire room to tremble. Lu Erlong charged forward, her eyes glinting with cold light, shouting, "Now that you're here, I will definitely kill you." However, before she could finish her sentence, the surrounding space suddenly became solidified, as if trapped by an invisible force. Lu Erlong felt her body grow heavy, as if bound by invisible chains, unable to move. She stared in terror, watching as BaiYing slowly stood up from his chair and walked towards her. His steps were calm and graceful, as if in this frozen space, only he could move freely. His gaze held a hint of disdain, as if to say, "See, you're no match for me." Lu Erlong's eyes widened in fear. She tried to struggle, but her body felt tightly bound by invisible shackles, unable to move an inch. Despair filled her heart, and BaiYing seemed to become an insurmountable nightmare. BaiYing drew closer. Each step felt like a heavy weight on Lu Erlong's heart, overwhelming her with pressure. His face bore a strange smile, and his deep-set eyes sparkled with a chilling light. What kind of sorcery have you used?" Lu Erlong asked tremulously, her voice filled with fear and helplessness. BaiYing chuckled lightly, giving no answer. He continued to approach until he stood right in front of Lu Erlong. He reached out a hand and gently lifted her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. BaiYing smirked condescendingly, running his finger lightly across Lu Erlong's cheek, his voice low and teasing. "It's been so long, I didn't expect you to still be this beautiful. That waist, you Xiaojiang, really has no fortune." Lu Erlong, filled with anger, tried to break free from her restraints, but her body remained immobile. Her eyes sparkled with fury as she fixed her gaze on BaiYing and said through gritted teeth, "If it weren't for Bibi Dong making Xiaojiang take the medicine you concocted, how could he have become a eunuch? Now he wears floral shorts all day." Speaking in a feminine tone, completely like a girl, BaiYing's face revealed a playful smile upon hearing this. He released his hand, stepping back to enjoy Lu Erlong's angry and helpless expression. Lu Erlong's eyes burned with rage, as if they could ignite everything. She gritted her teeth and trembled as she said, "How dare you do this to Xiaojiang? I originally thought of giving him a child to have a complete family, but you turned him into this. He is becoming less like a man, completely something that is neither male nor female." BaiYing let out a cold laugh and said slowly, "To practice divine skills, one must sacrifice oneself. This is the price he must pay. However, don't underestimate him. He has now broken through to the 30th level, and his martial soul has transformed from a useless martial soul to a blue lightning tyrant dragon. Although it came with a price, it can be considered a blessing in disguise." Hearing this, Lu Erlong's anger intensified. BaiYing stepped closer, his presence making Lu Erlong's heart race. A flicker of fear and anger crossed her eyes, but her body remained bound by the invisible force, unable to break free. Just as she was about to fall into despair, BaiYing suddenly reached out, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Lu Erlong's body stiffened instantly, feeling BaiYing's body pressed against her, the unfamiliar sensation making her feel sick and furious. "Don't touch me," Lu Erlong shouted, struggling in anger. Her voice filled with rage and helplessness. But BaiYing seemed to ignore her words, tightening his grip around her, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. What do you want? Lu Erlong shouted angrily, her eyes blazing with fury. Though her body was restrained, her will to resist grew stronger. BaiYing smiled slightly, his face appearing eerie under the dim light. He leaned down close to Lu Erlong's ear and whispered, "Of course, it's late, time to rest." His voice was deep and magnetic, as if it had a spell, causing Lu Erlong's body to tremble involuntarily. She struggled to escape the bindings, but BaiYing held her tightly, not giving her any chance to escape. "Well, like an old married couple now, right?" BaiYing's lips curled into a proud smile, his eyes revealing a mix of madness and possessiveness. Upon hearing BaiYing's words, Lu Erlong's eyes flashed with terror. She bit her lip, filled with humiliation and anger. She struggled to break free, but her body felt tightly bound by invisible shackles, unable to move an inch. BaiYing looked at Lu Erlong's angry and helpless expression, his smile growing more pronounced. He slowly leaned in, bending down to whisper in her ear, "Don't struggle, it's useless. You can't defeat me." Lu Erlong raised her head suddenly, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at BaiYing, gritting her teeth as she said, "You beast, I will definitely kill you." BaiYing chuckled lightly, running his finger gently across Lu Erlong's cheek, his voice low and filled with provocation. "Kill me? Do you have that ability? Don't forget, your life is in my hands." BaiYing suddenly released his hold on Lu Erlong, and her body softened, nearly collapsing to the ground. She glared at BaiYing in anger, her eyes flashing with rage. BaiYing smiled slightly, slowly walking over to a nearby table and picking up an ancient box. He gently opened the box, revealing a yellowed videotape inside. "Look, what is this?" BaiYing held the videotape up in front of Lu Erlong, his smile growing increasingly eerie. Lu Erlong's eyes widened as she recognized it, her face turning pale instantly. BaiYing nodded in satisfaction, walking over to Lu Erlong and gently wrapping his arm around her. Lu Erlong's body trembled slightly as she bit her lower lip tightly, trying not to let her tears fall. "Be good, call out husband for me to hear," BaiYing whispered in Lu Erlong's ear, his voice filled with teasing and mockery. Lu Erlong's body instantly stiffened, and she raised her head, glaring at BaiYing. But BaiYing seemed to ignore the fury in her eyes, still smiling at her. Lu Erlong's heart was filled with humiliation and anger, but she knew she had no power to resist at the moment. She bit her lower lip, tears glistening in her eyes, but in the end, she endured the humiliation and slowly spoke. "Husband." Chapter 162. The hypocrisy of Yu Shaojing teacher Erlong is really obedient. At that moment, BaiYing released his control, and Lu Erlong instantly retreated to a corner. BaiYing chuckled softly, and in a flash, he gently picked up Lu Erlong. A wave of inexplicable fear surged in her heart. She struggled, trying to break free from BaiYing's embrace, but his arms were as strong as iron, holding her firmly in place. "What do you want to do?" Lu Erlong's voice trembled as she looked up at the face hidden in the darkness, only able to see a pair of cold, glimmering eyes. BaiYing stopped, looking down at Lu Erlong in his arms, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Coming to find you in the middle of the night. What do you think I want to do?" Lu Erlong's heart raced. She felt BaiYing's breath getting closer, and the intense pressure made it hard for her to breathe. Her eyes filled with terror as she trembled, saying no. "Please." In the darkness, BaiYing stood quietly in the corner of the room, his eyes resembling a wolf in the night, glinting with a cold light. In his arms, Lu Erlong was like a frightened little bird, trembling slightly, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. BaiYing leaned down, close to Lu Erlong's ear, and softly said, "You're not being obedient." His voice was low and cold, as if it came from the depths of hell. "If Yu Shaojing finds out about our relationship, do you think you would collapse? Would he think you are that kind of promiscuous woman?" BaiYing's tone was filled with mockery and threat, as if he were enjoying watching his prey struggle in fear. The name Yu Shaojing struck Lu Erlong like a bolt of lightning, instantly hitting her heart. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes, as if her deepest fears were ruthlessly exposed. BaiYing's words were like a sharp knife, piercing her heart and making it hard for her to breathe. BaiYing looked at the terror in Lu Erlong's eyes, feeling an inexplicable thrill. He gently lifted her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. His eyes were filled with mockery and provocation, as if he were admiring her struggle and fear. "Kiss me." BaiYing's voice was deep and magnetic, carrying a kind of magic that was hard to resist. Lu Erlong's body trembled slightly. She knew she couldn't escape and could only helplessly compromise. She closed her eyes, trembling lips slowly moving closer to BaiYing's face. As the two sank into a deep kiss, Lu Erlong's heart felt like it was being burned by a raging fire. She seemed to forget everything around her, only feeling the heat and strangeness of BaiYing's lips. However, at that moment, a faint knock on the door suddenly sounded. Like cold raindrops breaking the heated dream, Lu Erlong's body jolted, and she abruptly pushed BaiYing away, her eyes filled with panic and confusion. BaiYing was also startled by the sudden knock, and quickly retreated into the shadows of the room. "Erlong, are you there?" Outside the door, Yu Xiaojiang's unique voice came, now sounding sharp and strange, sending chills down her spine. Lu Erlong's heart sank to the bottom. She knew that if Yu Xiaojiang discovered her affair with BaiYing, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Xiaojiang, I'm getting ready to sleep. Is there something you need?" Lu Erlong said, her voice trembling. Yu Xiaojiang replied, "It's nothing. I just wanted to see if I could come in. If he finds out that there is another man in my room, won't he misunderstand?" She quickly turned to BaiYing in the room, saying, "You should hide." BaiYing, however, was completely unbothered. "Where should I hide?" Lu Erlong's heart felt like it was gripped by an invisible hand, and she nervously looked around the room, trying to find a suitable hiding place. BaiYing, however, seemed unconcerned. He stood leisurely in the center of the room, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "Where to hide?" he said softly, his voice filled with provocation and mockery. His gaze wandered around the room, finally settling on a large wardrobe. He smiled slightly, and in a flash, disappeared into the shadows of the wardrobe. Lu Erlong looked in the direction where BaiYing had vanished, stunned. She didn't expect BaiYing to choose such an obvious place to hide, but at that moment, she had no time to think, and could only pray that Yu Xiaojiang wouldn't notice anything unusual. Lu Erlong took a deep breath, trying to calm the waves in her heart, and slowly opened the door. Yu Xiaojiang's figure appeared at the doorway, and there was a hint of an unusual expression in his eyes. Lu Erlong noticed the scent of female perfume on him, and a wave of inexplicable disgust surged in her heart. Yu Xiaojiang walked into the room, his gaze sweeping around as if searching for something. Lu Erlong's heart raced. She was afraid Yu Xiaojiang would discover BaiYing's presence. She forced herself to remain calm and smiled, asking, "Xiaojiang, why did you come to find me so late? Is there something you need?" Yu Xiaojiang turned around, looking at Lu Erlong, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He softly said, "It's nothing. I just wanted to see you." As he spoke, he walked to Lu Erlong's side and reached out to wrap his arms around her waist. Lu Erlong's body instantly stiffened, and she instinctively dodged Yu Xiaojiang's hand. Yu Xiaojiang's movement paused, and doubt and dissatisfaction flickered in his gaze. Lu Erlong's heart raced. She knew she had to quickly divert Yu Xiaojiang's attention. She took a deep breath and forced herself to stay calm, saying, "Xiaojiang, what's wrong? Are you hiding something from me?" Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback by Lu Erlong's question, and he somewhat awkwardly avoided her gaze. Lu Erlong seized the opportunity to say, "How about we have a drink together and chat?" She turned to the wine cabinet, preparing to take out the red wine they usually enjoyed. However, just as Lu Erlong turned, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly grabbed her wrist. His eyes glimmered with an unusual light, as if he could see through Lu Erlong's facade. "Erlong, are you hiding something from me?" Yu Xiaojiang's voice was low and cold, making Lu Erlong's heart sink. Lu Erlong felt a wave of panic. She didn't know how to respond. She tried to break free from Yu Xiaojiang's grip, but he held her tightly, not giving her a chance to escape. Their gazes locked in the air, like an electric current flowing between them. Lu Erlong's heart was filled with fear and unease. She didn't know what would happen next. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang's gaze grew colder, as if he wanted to freeze Lu Erlong's heart. With that, Yu Xiaojiang opened the cabinet directly. At that moment, he found the cabinet empty. Lu Erlong let out a long sigh of relief, wondering, where did that BaiYing guy go? But thankfully, she hadn't been discovered. Yu Xiaojiang frowned, looking at Lu Erlong with a complex expression, as if trying to see through her thoughts. Lu Erlong met his gaze, smiled slightly, and feigned calmness as she said, "I have nothing to hide from you. You're just being too cautious, okay?" Yu Xiaojiang didn't pursue it further, but his eyes still glimmered with sharpness, as if he could pierce through Lu Erlong's disguise at any moment. Lu Erlong's heart tightened, but she tried hard to maintain her smile and composure, hoping her performance could pass unnoticed. Yu Xiaojiang stood in the center of the room, his brow furrowed as if he was recalling something. His gaze wandered around the room, seemingly searching for a non-existent third person. Lu Erlong stood to the side, feeling anxious. She clenched her hands tightly, fearing that her nervousness would be revealed. "Just now, I heard a second person's voice inside," Yu Xiaojiang murmured, his voice deep and hoarse, as if carrying a hint of uncertainty. His gaze turned back to Lu Erlong. his eyes glimmering with doubt. Lu Erlong's heart sank, but she quickly adjusted her emotions and smiled, saying, "You must have heard wrong, Xiaojiang. There's only me here. How could there be a second person's voice?" Her voice was gentle yet firm, trying to dispel Yu Xiaojiang's doubts. Yu Xiaojiang took a sip of red wine, a smug smile appearing on his face, as if the whole world was under his control. He glanced at Lu Erlong with a hint of provocation in his voice. "Erlong, I've now broken through to the Soul Emperor level. Don't you think I'm a genius?" Lu Erlong couldn't help but feel a cold laugh and sighed. But she maintained her smile on the surface, gently swirling the wine glass in her hand, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. She thought to herself, this arrogant guy always thinks so highly of himself. Yu Xiaojiang seemed oblivious to Lu Erlong's disdain. He continued to boast, his voice growing louder, as if he wanted to fill the entire room. His breath carried a nauseating sweetness that made Lu Erlong feel sick. Lu Erlong took a deep breath, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She recalled that night when Yu Xiaojiang consumed that magical pill. His martial soul underwent an earth-shattering transformation, turning into the powerful southern Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, the cost was that he lost his masculine vigor and became somewhat effeminate. She walked up to Yu Xiaojiang, looking at him with determination. "Xiaojiang, when you took that pill, although you gained immense power, you also paid a heavy price. You've lost some of your masculine functions and no longer resemble yourself. I will find a way to help you return to normal." Yu Xiaojiang waved his hand dismissively, a strange smile on his face. "Why should I go back? I think this is great. I've gained powerful strength and I've even started to enjoy this different way of life. Xiaojiang, let's break up. The current you can't give me happiness." Lu Erlong's words were like a sharp sword, instantly piercing through the defenses in Yu Xiaojiang's heart. His face turned pale, filled with anger and unwillingness. He suddenly stood up, grabbing Lu Erlong's shoulders and shouted, "What did you say? Say it again." His voice was filled with rage and tremors, as if he was about to devour Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong met his gaze without fear, coldly saying, "I said I can't stand it anymore. Yu Xiaojiang, I like a man, not you a eunuch. Do you know that facing you every day makes me feel disgusted?" A flicker of pain and despair crossed Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. He abruptly released his grip and stepped back as if Lu Erlong's words had struck a vital point. A crisp sound echoed through the air, as if the tension had thickened. Yu Xiaojiang's face turned ashen, glaring at Lu Erlong, his palms still suspended in the air. The sharp sound of the slap reverberating in the room, sending chills down the spine. "Do you look down on me?" Yu Xiaojiang's voice was low and cold, as if it came from the depths of hell. His eyes glimmered with a mad light, as if he wanted to swallow Lu Erlong whole. Lu Erlong was momentarily stunned by the slap, covering her cheek with a look of surprise and anger in her eyes. But faced with the current madness of Yu Xiaojiang, she could only suppress her fury, watching him warily. Yu Xiaojiang suddenly let out a crazy laugh, a terrifying aura exploding forth. 6 soul rings instantly appeared behind him, flashing different colors, as if mysterious power surged within them. Yu Xiaojiang's gaze became increasingly deranged as he lunged at Lu Erlong, opening his mouth full of yellow teeth, a nauseating odor of rancid oil wafting toward her. Lu Erlong, terrified, tried to dodge, but Yu Xiaojiang firmly grabbed her shoulders, forcing her to face him. "Don't you want male charm? Fine, I'll give it to you." Yu Xiaojiang sneered, his yellow teeth appearing even more glaring. He kissed her violently, and Lu Erlong felt a greasy liquid invade her mouth, nearly making her gag. She struggled desperately, but Yu Xiaojiang's strength was surprisingly great, and she couldn't break free. She could only shut her eyes tightly, enduring the endless torment. In that moment, she felt as if her soul was being eroded by this disgusting aura, rendering her numb. Finally, they separated, and a triumphant smile hung on Yu Xiaojiang's lips, his effeminate voice ringing out again. "How about that? Am I brave?" He raised his hand, gently stroking his cheek as if admiring his masterpiece. Lu Erlong's eyes widened in anger as she glared at Yu Xiaojiang. A distinct red mark was left on her cheek, the imprint of Yu Xiaojiang's slap. Her voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. How dare you hit me?" Yu Xiaojiang sneered, mocking, "What's wrong with hitting you? It's you I hit. Don't forget, it was you who insisted on marrying me, and now you look down on me. You deserve to be hit." His words were like a sharp knife, piercing Lu Erlong's heart deeply. Lu Erlong bit her lip, her eyes flashing with pain and disappointment. She trembled as she spoke. "Yu Xiaojiang, is this really how you think? Have you forgotten the vows we once made? You said that no matter what happened, you would never lay a hand on me." Her voice echoed in the empty room, carrying endless sorrow. Yu Xiaojiang's body shuddered slightly, but his gaze remained cold and mad. He snorted disdainfully. Vows? That was just your fantasy. I no longer need those hypocritical things. After saying that, he turned and walked toward the door, leaving the room without looking back. Lu Erlong stood there, dazed, watching his silhouette gradually disappear from view. Her heart was filled with endless pain and disappointment, as if the whole world had collapsed. Chapter 163. Just upon Lu Erlong had completely collapsed on the ground, unable to believe that the Yu Xiaojiang she once loved deeply would treat her this way. The moonlight fell on Lu Erlong's limp body, her eyes vacant and lost, as if she had lost all color. The surrounding world seemed to freeze at that moment, with only her heartbeat echoing in the empty night. Suddenly, a white shadow slowly emerged from the darkness, drifting like a ghost. Its appearance seemed to solidify the air, bringing an inexplicable chill. Teacher Erlong, I didn't expect the Yu Xiaojiang you loved deeply would treat you this way. The voice of the white shadow was deep and cold, as if it came from the depths of hell. Lu Erlong slightly raised her head, a flicker of anger and unwillingness flashing in her eyes. How would he treat me like this? Her voice trembled, as if her torn heart was bleeding. The white shadow grabbed Lu Erlong's slender wrist with such force that it almost made her cry out in pain. Lu Erlong was suddenly pulled up, her whole being like a leaf swept up by the wind, helpless and fragile. Her eyes were filled with shock and confusion as she looked at the sudden white shadow before her, a wave of inexplicable fear rising in her heart. The white shadow's eyes were deep and cold, as if it could see into the human heart. It stared intently at Lu Erlong, its voice low and powerful. Are you foolish? Why would you hang yourself on a tree? A man hitting a woman is either once or countless times. Do you understand? Every word felt like a cold blade, deeply piercing into Lu Erlong's heart. BaiYing continued coldly. What do you still want from a man like you Xiaojiang who hits women? Besides, he has now turned into a sissy, a eunuch. A beautiful woman like you. Why would you like Yu Xiaojiang? Lu Erlong was stunned by BaiYing's words, unable to speak. Her pupils slightly constricted as if bound by an invisible force. Under the moonlight, BaiYing's face appeared even paler and more mysterious, with deep-set eyes that seemed to see through her heart. And don't forget your relationship with him. You are his cousin by identity. BaiYing's words were like a sharp sword, piercing Lu Erlong's heart directly. She suddenly raised her head, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. No, I can't just give up like this. Although her voice trembled, it revealed determination and courage. Lu Erlong struggled to stand up, the moonlight illuminating her resolute face. She gritted her teeth, her eyes sparkling with an indomitable light. She glared at BaiYing, her eyes filled with disgust and disdain. That's no different from a beast like you who has defiled your body. Her voice, though weak, still conveyed a firm belief. Xiaojing must be angry. I need to comfort him. Lu Erlong murmured to herself, a trace of tenderness and anticipation flashing in her eyes. Lu Erlong wove through the dimly lit streets, the moonlight draping her figure in a silver veil. She finally found Yu Xiaojiang in a quiet alley. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang was dressed in splendid attire. It could not conceal his effeminate demeanor. His eyes revealed a strange emptiness and indifference. Lu Erlong took a deep breath, trying to calm her excited heart. She walked up to Yu Xiaojiang and softly said, Xiaojiang, I was wrong. I was too emotional just now. I apologize. Please forgive me. Her voice carried a hint of pleading and reluctance, with tears sparkling in her eyes. Yu Xiaojiang coldly glanced at her, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yet he said nothing. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Flander. He looked at Lu Erlong with a smug expression and said to Yu Xiaojiang, I told you, this woman isn't worth much, right? Now she's here obediently to apologize. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Lu Erlong, a smug smile on his lips, and said to Flander, Old Flander, you really understand me. It seems she finally realizes her situation. Lu Erlong's heart felt like it was struck by a heavy hammer. She looked at Flander in disbelief, her eyes flashing with anger and confusion. She bit her lower lip, trying to suppress the rage within her, but her voice trembled. Old Flander, we were once friends. How could you say such things? How could you do this to me? Flander coldly laughed, his eyes filled with disdain. Erlong, this world is like this. The weak are prey to the strong. Did you think your former status could bring you anything? Now, you are just an abandoned woman. Lu Erlong's body trembled violently, as if struck by an invisible hammer. She looked up at Flander, her eyes filled with disbelief and sorrow. Under the moonlight, her face was as pale as paper, her eyes glistening with tears. Did everything we experienced before, was it all fake? Lu Erlong's voice quivered, filled with endless sorrow and despair. She recalled those beautiful times they once shared, those difficult years they endured together, and an indescribable bitterness surged in her heart. Flander looked at her coldly, a mocking smile on his lips. What did you think? Did you really think we considered you a friend? Don't be foolish. We were just using you. Flander's words echoed in the night, each word like a cold needle, deeply piercing into Lu Erlong's heart. Her complexion grew increasingly pale, as if all the blood had drained from her face. The moonlight illuminated her trembling figure, making her appear so helpless and fragile. Lu Erlong's eyes were hollow and desperate. She recalled every little moment from the past, the laughter and the days of fighting side by side, which now felt so ironic and cruel. She bit her lower lip tightly, trying hard not to let the tears fall, but the pain in her heart surged like a tide, uncontrollable. You have been using me from the beginning? Lu Erlong's voice was hoarse and trembling, her gaze filled with anger and confusion. She could not accept this fact, could not accept that the people she once regarded as friends and family had been deceiving and using her all along. Yu Xiaojiang slowly spoke, his voice revealing a touch of indifference and disdain. The reason we formed the Golden Iron Triangle back then was merely because my martial soul mutated, and I could never break through level 30. But now, I have taken that pill. Although I have become what you call a sissy, I have successfully broken through my shackles. Therefore, Lu Erlong, you are of no use to me anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Flander interjected. Erlong, you are really too naive. To hand over the academy you worked so hard to build, such stupidity is truly unbelievable. Did you think your efforts would yield anything? It's all in vain. Lu Erlong's heart was bleeding. Her eyes flickered with flames of anger, gritting her teeth as if she wanted to crush all her pain and anger. She suddenly raised her head, staring directly at Yu Xiaojiang, her voice trembling yet firm. Did you already start plotting against me? Yu Xiaojiang sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. That's right. It has been from the very beginning. Did you think you were really special? You were merely a pawn in our hands. Lu Erlong's body trembled even more violently. Tears sparkled in her eyes, yet she struggled not to let them fall. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms, yet she felt no pain at all. Her voice became even more hoarse. Why? Why do this to me? Yu Xiaojiang looked down at Lu Erlong, a dismissive smile at the corner of his mouth, his voice cold and piercing. Because you're too easy to deceive, Lu Erlong. You used to be so high and mighty, looking down on everyone. But now, look at you. You are nothing but a yellow-faced woman. What is there for me to miss? His words were like a sharp knife, brutally stabbing into Lu Erlong's heart. She felt a wave of intense pain wash over her, as if she were being torn apart. Her face was as pale as paper, her eyes filled with despair and suffering. She trembled as she reached out, wanting to grasp the sleeve of Yu Xiaojiang, but he disdainfully dodged away. Get away, I'm a genius now. Yu Xiaojiang's words were like a sharp knife, brutally stabbing into Lu Erlong's heart. She trembled backward a few steps, her face filled with unbelievable sorrow. The academy she had painstakingly managed was now gone, and she was just an abandoned, illegitimate daughter. All her efforts and dedication felt so ridiculous and ironic at that moment. Just then, Flander stepped forward, wearing a smug smile, as if watching a good show. He wrapped his arm around Yu Xiaojiang's shoulder, his tone laced with provocation. Let's go, Xiaojiang. Let's head to the hotel together. Don't pay attention to this yellow-faced woman. I've already made arrangements, and I will make sure you have a great time. Lu Erlong felt like she had been struck by lightning, standing there in shock. She watched as Flander and Yu Xiaojiang linked arms, gradually walking away. Their intimate back turned into something so glaring in her eyes. In the night, the streetlights on both sides were dim and hazy, illuminating the figures of the two as they moved further away. Lu Erlong stood there as if abandoned by the whole world, her hands clenched into fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms, yet she felt no pain. Her heart was filled with anger and sorrow, as if a flame was burning fiercely within her. She looked in the direction they left, tears shimmering in her eyes. Once friends and partners, they had now become the most familiar strangers. She recalled the times they had spent together, and a wave of indescribable bitterness surged in her heart. Lu Erlong returned to her room in a daze, as if her soul had left her body, her hollow gaze revealing endless despair. She slowly curled up on the bed, wrapping herself tightly as if wanting to escape this cruel world. Suddenly, she raised her head sharply, a flicker of determination flashing in her eyes. She slowly reached out her hand, picked up a knife from the bedside, and the blade lightly grazed her finger, blood instantly welling up. She watched as the blood dripped slowly, feeling no pain in her heart, but rather a sense of relief. Just as she was about to cut her wrist with force, a strong hand suddenly grasped her wrist. She looked up to see a familiar figure standing at the foot of the bed, concern and urgency in his eyes. Is it really worth it to commit suicide for a man? The white figure stood at the foot of the bed, his tone laced with mockery and disdain. Dressed in white, with long hair flowing in the wind, he seemed like an immortal stepping out of a painting. His gaze was deep and indifferent, as if he could see through one's heart. Lu Erlong trembled at his words, looking up at him with anger and unwillingness flashing in her eyes. She struggled to break free from his grip, but her weak body was unable to resist. Get lost. Who do you think you were to lecture me? Lu Erlong gritted her teeth and said, her voice weak yet filled with determination and resolution. The white figure scoffed, grabbing Lu Erlong by the collar and lifting her off the bed. He stared intently into her eyes and said word by word, "You fool. To ruin yourself for a man, it's truly contemptible." The white figure smirked disdainfully, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if it could penetrate Lu Erlong's very soul. He reached out and gently caressed her cheek, his fingertips carrying a hint of icy chill. What right do you have to say anything when I am the daughter of an elder from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, with such a noble status? Even though I am a male, illegitimate child of my family, I'm still better than you. Illegitimate child? Daughter of a prostitute? The white figure's voice was cold and piercing, as if it came from the depths of hell. Do you think these identities bring you any glory? They are merely laughingstocks for others during their tea breaks. Don't think I don't know these things. It's easy for me to find out. Lu Erlong's face instantly turned as pale as paper, her lips trembling, but she couldn't utter a single word. The white figure's words were like a sharp knife, piercing deeply into her heart, causing her immense pain. As for your father, the white figure continued with a cold laugh, I have already sent him to hell. That so-called Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is just a group of hypocritical pretenders. They don't care about your life or death, nor about your feelings. The white figure slowly spoke, his voice low and cold. Do you really think your meeting with Yu Xiaojiang was just a coincidence? Lu Erlong's expression changed drastically. She trembled as she asked, What do you mean? The white figure sneered and continued. Back then, Yu Xiaojiang was neglected due to his martial soul mutation, and the head of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan wanted to find a pawn to protect him for the sake of his own face. And you, Lu Erlong, were the pawn they chose. Lu Erlong's body trembled violently, unable to believe her ears. She recalled the moments spent with Yu Xiaojiang, a surge of indescribable anger and sorrow rising in her heart. Right? This matter is a secret within a secret. I went to great lengths to obtain this information from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The white figure's voice was like a cold iron spike, stabbing into Lu Erlong's heart again and again. She felt her mind go blank, her body tightly bound by an invisible force, unable to move. She widened her eyes, looking at the white-clad, indifferent man before her. A strong sense of fear and despair surged within her. She finally understood that all her efforts and sacrifices over the years had been nothing but a meticulously planned play by others. A secret within a secret, Lu Erlong murmured, her voice trembling and weak. The white figure's words echoed in her mind, and the once beautiful memories turned into such irony and cruelty. Chapter 164. The true face of Yu Xiaojiang. Yes. Why did Yu Xiaojiang meet me? This is all too coincidental. At this moment, Lu Erlong was completely broken down. She never expected that the person she loved her whole life would turn out to be a scam. Everything was planned. It can't be. But there is nothing impossible in this world. Lu Erlong spoke. You can definitely help me destroy the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, right? Lu Erlong had completely lost her sanity. Her face was twisted, like a beast about to lose control, ready to pounce and tear the white figure's throat out. The white figure gently stroked Lu Erlong's long hair, looking into her eyes, and said softly, Do you really want me to help you destroy the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Lu Erlong nodded frantically, saying, That's right. As long as you can help me destroy the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, I can give you anything you want. The white figure smiled slightly and said calmly, Including your body? Lu Erlong froze in place, not expecting the white figure to make such a request. She loved Yu Xiaojiang. Although she was filled with hatred towards him now, it didn't mean she could accept the white figure. But thinking of the pain the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had caused her, Lu Erlong hesitated. The white figure saw her hesitation and sneered internally. Evidently, this woman didn't hate enough. The white figure gently embraced Lu Erlong, saying lightly, You don't need to answer me now. I'll give you 3 days to consider. After 3 days, I hope to receive the answer I want." After saying this, the white figure turned and left, leaving Lu Erlong standing there in a daze. The next morning, sunlight poured through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows in the room. Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang finally returned from a night of indulgence at a place of entertainment. They both looked somewhat weary, but more so satisfied and proud. As soon as they entered the room, Flinder saw Lu Erlong sitting by the bed, her expression somber. He felt a tightness in his chest, but then thought that what had happened last night was already done, so he steeled himself and walked over. "Sister Erlong, we're back." Flinder forced a casual greeting, but his voice betrayed a hint of awkwardness. Lu Erlong looked up, coldly staring at them, her eyes filled with disappointment and anger. Flinder noticed Lu Erlong's expression and felt a jolt in his heart, knowing that last night's events had upset her. He steeled himself and tried to make his voice sound more natural. "Sister Erlong, you know how it is. Men have certain needs. We just want to relax last night. It's nothing." Yu Xiaojiang also came over, saying matter-of-factly, "Yeah, Erlong, we're all men. I sent it normal to go to such places. Don't take it too seriously." As Lu Erlong listened to their words, her anger grew hotter. She suddenly stood up, pointing Yu Xiaojiang's nose, and shouted, "Listen up, Yu Xiaojiang. Who do you think you are? Do you think after doing such things, I can still treat you like before? Let me tell you, it's impossible. You have completely destroyed my feelings for you." Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback by Lu Erlong's words, not expecting her to be so resolute. He felt a wave of panic in his heart and hurriedly explained, "Erlong, let me explain, things are not as you imagine we." Before he could finish, Lu Erlong interrupted him, "Enough. I don't want to hear your explanation. Do you think I would believe your nonsense? Going to that kind of place with Flander is a betrayal to me. Although I, Lu Erlong, am a woman, I am not someone to be bullied." After saying this, Lu Erlong turned to leave, leaving Yu Xiaojiang and Flander staring at each other, at a loss. They never expected that overnight, the originally harmonious relationship among the three would become so tense. The instigator of all this was the mysterious white shadow. "Get out of my academy," Lu Erlong said. "Do you think you're still the dean? Your value has been drained by me. Now I'm the dean of this academy," Flander said. Hearing Flander's words, Lu Erlong's face instantly turned pale. She bit her lip tightly, her eyes flashing with anger, as if she wanted to devour the two in front of her. "You! How could you do this to me?" Lu Erlong's voice trembled, and her body was slightly shaking. She felt as if her heart had been cut open by a sharp knife, an unbearable pain. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Lu Erlong's angry demeanor, feeling a surge of panic in his heart. He knew that this time he had truly angered Lu Erlong. Just as he was about to speak, he was pulled back by Flander. Flander looked coldly at Lu Erlong and said, "Erlong, don't forget your identity. You are now just the vice dean, and I am the dean. I have the final say in this academy. You have no right to expel us." Lu Erlong looked at the two in front of her, her anger and disappointment reaching a peak. She sneered and suddenly took out a token from her bosom and held it high in the air. "Do you think that without you, I can't manage this academy? How ridiculous!" Lu Erlong's voice was cold and firm, the token in her hand shining in the sunlight, seemingly containing some mysterious power. "This is the token of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family." Flander and Yu Xiaojiang's faces changed drastically upon seeing the token. They knew that this token represented the authority of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family, and the holder could command respect within the family. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes as he walked up to Lu Erlong, pointing at the token in her hand, and disdainfully said, "Do you think waving a fake token can scare us? How ridiculous!" Lu Erlong's face changed abruptly upon hearing this. She clutched the token tightly, her eyes flashing with a hint of panic. But soon, she calmed down and sneered. "Do you think I would use a fake token to deceive you? What a joke. This token was personally given to me by my father. It represents my status and power in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family." Yu Xiaojiang sneered and reached out to snatch the token from Lu Erlong's hand. Seeing this, Lu Erlong immediately took a step back, warily watching him. The atmosphere between the two instantly became tense, as if a fierce conflict could erupt at any moment. A cold light flashed in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes as he suddenly lunged at Lu Erlong. His speed was incredibly fast, like a lightning bolt cutting through the air, creating a whistling sound. Lu Erlong was startled, but did not back down. Instead, she met Yu Xiaojiang's attack head-on. The two figures intertwined in the air, exchanging blows that produced a series of dull thuds. Flander also joined the fight. His imposing figure and incredible strength made each punch seem capable of tearing through the air. Although Lu Erlong was not weak, she gradually felt overwhelmed facing the combined attacks of the two. The scene was filled with the sounds of intense fighting and the shouts of the three. Lu Erlong's figure flipped and jumped in the air, trying to find a flaw in the two, but the seamless cooperation between Yu Xiaojiang and Flander made it impossible for her to find an opening. In just a few moves, Yu Xiaojiang and Flander managed to bring Lu Erlong down to the ground. Panting heavily, Yu Xiaojiang grabbed Lu Erlong's hair, pulling her closer. His eyes burned with fury, as if he wanted to devour Lu Erlong. "You shameless woman, how dare you give me this attitude?" Yu Xiaojiang roared, his voice filled with anger and disappointment. He raised his hand and struck Lu Erlong several loud slaps. Lu Erlong was left dizzy from the blows. Her cheeks instantly reddened and swelled, with blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She stared wide-eyed at Yu Xiaojiang in disbelief, her eyes filled with pain and anger. You actually hit me?" Lu Erlong's voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes. She never imagined that the man who once loved her would lay a hand on her. A sinister smile appeared on Yu Xiaojiang's face as he raised his hand again, preparing to inflict more punishment on Lu Erlong. His palm traced an arc in the air, accompanied by a sharp wind, and struck Lu Erlong's face hard. Bang! A loud slap echoed, and Lu Erlong's body jolted from the impact, nearly falling to the ground. 5 bright red fingerprints appeared on her face, and a trickle of blood oozed from her mouth. Her eyes were filled with shock and anger, but more so with disbelief. Yu Xiaojiang, however, showed no signs of stopping. He continued to swing his palm, slapping Lu Erlong's face again and again. Each slap was accompanied by a crisp sound that made one's heart race. Lu Erlong was left dizzy, her body swaying unsteadily, almost unable to stand. Flander stood by, watching Yu Xiaojiang's frenzied beating of Lu Erlong, his brows furrowed. He understood Yu Xiaojiang's anger and disappointment, but seeing Lu Erlong's helpless and pained expression stirred an inexplicable irritation within him. "All right, Xiaojiang, don't kill her." Flander finally couldn't help but speak, his voice deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. Yu Xiaojiang paused slightly, looking up at Flander, his eyes glinting with madness. He sneered and said, "This filthy woman, it wouldn't even matter if she died. After all, she is the illegitimate daughter of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. And I am now the genius of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. Moreover, I am the son of the clan leader. What would it matter if I killed her?" Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened further as he grabbed Lu Erlong's hair, forcing her to look up at him. His eyes were filled with disgust and anger, as if he wanted to devour her alive. "Besides, this shameless woman has been pregnant for so long without any movement. She cannot even give me an heir." Yu Xiaojiang's voice was cold and piercing, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. He suddenly released his grip, allowing Lu Erlong's hair to fall messily around her face, then spat at her with force, the spit nearly splattering on her face. Lu Erlong's body trembled, her eyes filled with humiliation and anger. She struggled to stand, but Yu Xiaojiang's heavy kick hit her chest, causing her to fall to the ground again. Yu Xiaojiang looked down at Lu Erlong on the ground, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He crouched down and grabbed Lu Erlong's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. "What now? Do you still dare to cause trouble in front of me?" Yu Xiaojiang's voice was icy and piercing, as if a sharp blade was slicing through Lu Erlong's heart. His eyes flashed with disdain and contempt, as if he were looking at an insignificant ant. Lu Erlong felt a stab of pain from Yu Xiaojiang's gaze. She gritted her teeth, trying hard not to let her tears fall. The man she once loved deeply was now treating her so cruelly, which made her feel an immense heartache and despair. Lying on the ground, pain and anger intertwined in her heart. The filter through which she viewed Yu Xiaojiang shattered completely. She recalled the beautiful moments they once shared, but the man in front of her had become so strange and cruel. Yu Xiaojiang's voice echoed in Lu Erlong's ears, sharp like a knife, stabbing repeatedly into her heart. She widened her eyes, looking at Yu Xiaojiang's once familiar and gentle face, which now only bore a grimace of hatred. Lu Erlong suddenly erupted with astonishing strength, lifting her head sharply, her eyes flashing with the fire of anger. With all her might, she slapped Yu Xiaojiang hard. The sound of the slap echoed crisply in the empty space, and Yu Xiaojiang turned his head from the force of the blow, a distinct 5-finger mark immediately appearing on his face. Lu Erlong then spat at him, the spit carrying her anger and humiliation, landing squarely on Yu Xiaojiang's face. Her eyes were filled with disgust and hatred, as if she wanted to erase him completely from her world. "Yu Xiaojiang, I, Lu Erlong, must have been blind to have ever looked at you. This thing that is neither man nor woman. What do you think you are now? A genius of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family? The son of the clan leader? Ha! You're nothing but a eunuch. A waste who has lost the dignity of man. Lu Erlong's words struck Yu Xiaojiang like a heavy hammer, hitting him hard in the heart. He stood frozen in place, his eyes wide, as if he couldn't believe his ears. His face instantly turned ashen, anger burning fiercely within his chest. Whore! You dare insult me like this? Yu Xiaojiang roared, suddenly standing up and charging at Lu Erlong. His hands clenched into fists, veins bulging, as if he wanted to tear Lu Erlong apart. Flander, watching the chaos before him, furrowed his brows, trying to quell the conflict. He stepped forward, standing between Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong, and said solemnly, Erlong, quickly apologize to Xiaojiang, otherwise he will never forgive you. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong scoffed, a flash of disdain in her eyes. She forcefully pushed Flander aside, straightened her chest, glared at Yu Xiaojiang, and shouted, Who needs his forgiveness? You're not a good person either. Let me tell you, I, Lu Erlong, have no further relations with you from today onward. What nonsense golden iron triangle? It's all bullshit. Chapter 165. Lu Erlong's departure. Lu Erlong took a deep breath and said, After so many years of friendship, even if I was blind this account, I will definitely come back to settle with you. Flander opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately chose to remain silent. He turned around and saw Yu Xiaojiang standing not far away, his face dark, with anger flickering in his eyes. Xiaojiang's gaze revealed a complex emotion that was hard to describe. He pressed his lips tightly together, seemingly suppressing the anger within. His fingers trembled slightly, as if they could explode at any moment. You dare to slap me? Xiaojiang's voice was low and cold, as if squeezed out from between his teeth. When I come back, I want to see what face you have left to stand in front of me. His voice echoed in the air, carrying an undeniable authority. Flander looked at his back, an inexplicable worry rising in his heart. He knew that once Xiaojiang's anger erupted, even he would find it hard to control. Lu Erlong stood alone on the street, the night deepening, and under the streetlight, she appeared lonely and helpless. She looked down at her feet. The once familiar streets were now filled with strangeness and indifference. The corners of her eyes grew wet, but she stubbornly refused to let the tears fall. A cold wind blew by, and Lu Erlong couldn't help but shiver. She touched her empty pockets, a wave of desolation rising within her. Once, she was the illegitimate daughter of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Though her identity was not recognized by the family, she at least had her own academy and dreams. But now, everything had turned to nothing. She raised her head to look into the distance, where her former home and dreams once resided. But now, she could only gaze from afar, filled with endless regret. She took a deep breath, trying hard to pull herself together. She knew that no matter how difficult it was, she could not allow herself to sink down. She had to stand up again and face everything. Just as Lu Erlong was grappling with her mixed emotions, a taunting figure appeared quietly behind her. The person spoke in a sarcastic tone. Oh, isn't this Lu Erlong? I really didn't expect that teacher Erlong would be kicked out by that waste, Yu Xiaojiang. Now, you must be broke and homeless, right? Lu Erlong turned around abruptly, her eyes flashing with anger and unwillingness. She glared at the figure and trembled as she said, You here to mock me too? You're just as bad as Xiaojiang. All men in the world are not good. The figure smiled lightly, as if a spring breeze was brushing past, yet with a hint of cunning. He leisurely walked in front of Lu Erlong, hands clasped behind his back, slightly tilting his head, exuding confidence. Look at what you're saying. There must be good men in the world, like me. He winked, a smug curve appearing at the corner of his mouth, as if telling a joke, but with a touch of seriousness. Lu Erlong was momentarily taken aback by his confidence, then coldly laughed. Even if all the men in the world died, you still wouldn't be a good man. The figure shrugged nonchalantly, laughing. Who says a good man can't have multiple wives? I just want to give them a home. Lu Erlong's gaze shot towards the figure like a sharp sword, filled with disdain and mockery. You and Yu Xiaojiang are both selfish and self-serving. Only you're not as hypocritical as he is. Speak, what do you want with me? I don't believe our meeting is a coincidence. The figure was slightly taken aback, then laughed, his smile revealing a hint of cunning and pride. Talking to a smart person is indeed straightforward. He took a step closer to Lu Erlong, his voice low and full of temptation. The things I want have never changed. You know my door is always open for you. Lu Erlong coldly laughed, stepping back to avoid his approach. Join the spirit hall? Become your woman? Do you think I would sacrifice myself for revenge? You're mistaken. Even if I, Lu Erlong, am down and out, I will not bow to someone like you. The smile on the figure's face gradually disappeared, replaced by an almost mad obsession. He stepped in front of Lu Erlong, almost whispering in her ear, "Let me do the math for you, shall we? Being with Xiao Jiang is like a eunuch with a normal woman. Can you endure a man you can only look at but not touch? Of course, you could choose Flander, but he is old. Do you really want to spend your life with an old man?" His voice was deep and powerful, each word hammering into Lu Erlong's heart like a nail. His eyes fixed on hers, as if trying to see through her soul. Lu Erlong staggered back a few steps, her face pale, anger and unwillingness flickering in her eyes. "Don't you want revenge?" The figure's voice rang out again, carrying a seductive allure. He slowly approached Lu Erlong, his gaze filled with cunning and pride. Lu Erlong suddenly lifted her head, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. She took a deep breath, as if to inhale all the humiliation and anger. Then, she slowly spoke, her voice carrying an unprecedented firmness. "All right, I am willing to be your woman, but you must help me with my revenge." The figure chuckled lightly, arms crossed, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain and mockery. He tilted his head slightly, looking at Lu Erlong, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. "But I don't want you anymore. You're getting older, and I don't want an old cow eating tender grass." Lu Erlong's face instantly turned pale, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging deeply into her palms, as if she wanted to squeeze out all the anger and humiliation. She widened her eyes, staring at BaiYing, and trembled as she said, "Where am I big? Stop insulting me." BaiYing shrugged nonchalantly, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, really? Do you think I would want a woman who has been abandoned by others? Don't be naive, Lu Erlong. To me, you're just a tool to be used." Seeing Lu Erlong's furious expression, a strange pleasure surged within BaiYing. He chuckled disdainfully, crossing his arms and looking at her with contempt. "Tell me, besides your body, what else can you offer me?" Lu Erlong was infuriated by his question, gritting her teeth, her eyes blazing with anger. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, and then slowly spoke. I don't know." BaiYing scoffed, turned around, and faced away from Lu Erlong, his tone filled with mockery. "If you keep insulting me like this, I'll leave. Lu Erlong, can take it or leave it. I don't need you." After saying that, Lu Erlong turned to leave. However, just as she was about to take a step, BaiYing suddenly turned around, leisurely walked in front of her, a smug smile on his face. He reached out, gently grasping Lu Erlong's wrist, his eyes glinting with cunning. "Hey, your temper is still so explosive. It seems only I want you." Lu Erlong was taken aback by his sudden action. She struggled to break free from BaiYing's grip, but found herself unable to move. She glared at BaiYing, her eyes filled with rage. BaiYing, however, remained unfazed, chuckling lightly as he pulled Lu Erlong forward. "Come on, this deal is done." Lu Erlong stumbled forward, filled with confusion and unease, unsure of where she was being taken. Yet, she couldn't resist BaiYing's strength, and could only let him pull her along. Lu Erlong forcefully shook off BaiYing's hand, her face filled with dissatisfaction and confusion. "Where exactly are you taking me?" BaiYing did not answer immediately, only smiling slightly as he turned and walked ahead. Although Lu Erlong was full of questions, curiosity drove her to follow and find out. The two passed through a lush bamboo forest, where the gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, as if whispering some secrets. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The air was filled with the fresh scent of bamboo, making one feel refreshed and at ease. Soon, an ancient house appeared before them. The house seemed ordinary, but upon closer inspection, its uniqueness was not hard to find. With green tiles and white walls, it looked simple yet elegant, and two willow trees swayed gently in front of the door, adding a touch of grace to the house. BaiYing led Lu Erlong to the front of the house, gently pushed open the door, and a strong medicinal fragrance wafted over. Lu Erlong frowned. This scent seemed somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had smelled it before. Inside the house, rows of medicine racks were neatly arranged, filled with various medicinal herbs. BaiYing walked to one of the racks, gently picked up a herb, and showed it to Lu Erlong. "This is 1,000-year ice soul, capable of curing 100 diseases, but it's extremely rare." Lu Erlong's heart stirred. She had heard people mention this herb before, said to be found only in the martial soul sect. She looked at BaiYing in confusion. "You brought me here. Do you want to use this herb to help me take revenge?" BaiYing smiled slightly, but did not answer directly. He put the herb back in its place and turned to walk deeper into the house. "Follow me, and you'll understand." The two continued forward, passing through a winding corridor, and arrived in front of a room. BaiYing stopped, took a deep breath, as if adjusting his emotions. He slowly turned around, pulled out 2 pieces of soul bones shimmering with a faint light, and handed them to Lu Erlong. These are the soul bones of the bloodthirsty, crazy dragon. And since your martial soul is also a dragon, you should be able to absorb them. Give it a try. BaiYing's voice was deep and firm, as if he had full confidence in these 2 pieces of soul bones. Lu Erlong's eyes widened as she looked at the soul bones in front of her. A wave of indescribable excitement surged within her. She had heard legends about soul bones, but had never imagined she would have the opportunity to obtain them. She reached out tremblingly, wanted to take the soul bones, but was afraid it was all an illusion. Lu Erlong took the soul bones, her fingertips gently touching the glowing bone, and an extraordinary sensation instantly spread throughout her body. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and began to slowly absorb the power within the soul bones. The atmosphere around them seemed to grow heavy at that moment, while BaiYing stood quietly beside her, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Erlong. He could feel Lu Erlong's aura gradually becoming stronger, a transformation from the inside out. As time passed, a faint golden light began to emerge around Lu Erlong's body, marking the perfect fusion of the soul bones with her. Her complexion became rosy, and her eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. Lu Erlong took a deep breath, looked up at BaiYing, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Are you really just giving me these 2 soul bones? This is too important to me. Upon hearing this, BaiYing's lips curled into a playful smile. He walked closer to Lu Erlong, leaned down, and whispered in her ear, "This is not a free gift. You are now mine, understand? These 2 soul bones are tokens of my affection for you. They belong to my woman. This isn't called giving away for free." Lu Erlong's body trembled slightly as she felt BaiYing's breath against her. A wave of inexplicable excitement surged within her. She looked up into BaiYing's deep eyes, as if being drawn in, unable to extricate herself. Lu Erlong took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil inside her, her voice carrying a hint of determination. "Tell me, what do I need to do now?" BaiYing led her into an ancient room, where a faint medicinal fragrance lingered. BaiYing turned around and said seriously, "You should take off your clothes." Lu Erlong was taken aback, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. She widened her eyes, unable to believe what she had heard. What did you say?" BaiYing seemed to have anticipated her reaction. He shook his head helplessly and explained, "What are you thinking? I'm helping you open your meridians. This way, you can better absorb the power of the soul bones and enhance your cultivation." Lu Erlong stood there, her face red, her eyes filled with distrust as she looked at BaiYing. Seeing this, BaiYing furrowed his brows, stepped forward, and clasped his hands together in a swearing gesture. His voice firm and sincere. "I swear, I will never lay a hand on you. I'm just helping you open your meridians so you can better absorb the power of the soul bones. If you don't believe me, I can leave right now, but you might miss a great opportunity to enhance your cultivation." His words conveyed an undeniable sincerity, and Lu Erlong looked at him, her hesitation gradually dissipating. She took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil in her heart, and then slowly nodded. Lu Erlong's voice carried a hint of nervousness and warning. "You better not lay a hand on me." BaiYing turned around, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. "Although I am your man now, I'm not ready yet." Lu Erlong's cheeks flushed slightly. She knew her words were a bit ambiguous, but at this moment, she could only force herself to continue. BaiYing, however, seemed to be provoked. He stepped up to Lu Erlong, pressed his hands on her shoulders, and spoke with undeniable authority. "Stop acting like you're virtuous and sit still." Lu Erlong was startled by his sudden movement, feeling BaiYing's hands solid and strong, warmth radiating through her clothes. Her heartbeat instantly quickened, and her face felt hot as if it were on fire. The breath of the white shadow suddenly drew closer, and Lu Erlong felt a wave of dizziness, as if the entire world was spinning. His lips gently pressed against hers, exploring with tenderness and determination. Lu Erlong's eyes widened slightly. She felt the softness and heat of the white shadow's lips, carrying an indescribable magic that made her involuntarily sink into it. Her heart raced like a drum, and her cheeks burned as if they were on fire. She wanted to push the white shadow away, but found her hands weakly hanging by her side, as if bound by some mysterious force. In an instant, the two kissed. Chapter 166, Valid Kiss. The white shadow looked at Lu Erlong, his deep eyes shimmering with unusual light. He smiled gently, teasingly saying, "They say a woman 3 years older than you is like a gold brick, but when young, One doesn't know the charm of a mature woman, treating a girl as a treasure. With your elegance, Lu Erlong, how could you resemble someone older? Lu Erlong was momentarily taken aback by this, and a blush crept onto her face. She glared at the white shadow and scolded, "You little brat. Just know how to say sweet nothings. It's an undeniable fact that I'm older. It's not as good as you say." The white shadow shook his head, looking at her earnestly. "Age is just a number. Your charm cannot be described in words. To me, you have more grace and allure than those young girls." The white shadow slowly leaned closer to Lu Erlong, his eyes sparkling with determination, as if he wanted to convey his feelings completely to her. He softly said, "You Xiaojiang doesn't know how to cherish you, but I do. You ask me how? I am much better than you, Xiaojiang." Hearing this, Lu Erlong's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at the serious face of the white shadow, a surge of inexplicable emotions rising in her heart. She bit her lip slightly, tried to hide her panic, but her voice still revealed a hint of trembling. "You aren't just after my body. It's all the same." The white shadow shook his head, his gaze firm yet gentle. "I am different from him. At least, I am not a eunuch. From this point alone, I am much better than him." As he spoke, he extended his hand and gently held Lu Erlong's hand, as if to transfer his warmth and strength to her. The white shadow gazed deeply at Lu Erlong, his eyes filled with hope for the future and care for her. He softly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. "From now on, you will obediently be my woman. I will guard you with all that I have, ensuring you have no regrets." Upon hearing this, a warm current surged in Lu Erlong's heart. She looked up at the white shadow, her eyes sparkling with emotion. She nodded, her voice soft yet firm. "Okay, I will follow you and trust you." The two locked eyes, and their gazes were filled with deep affection. The white shadow reached out and tightly embraced Lu Erlong, as if wanting to merge her into his body. Their heartbeats intertwined in the tranquil air, forming a beautiful melody. As the night deepened, the moonlight poured down like water upon them, adding a touch of mystery and romance to this heartfelt moment. The white shadow and Lu Erlong embraced tightly, their kiss lingering and passionate, as if they wanted to merge their souls into one. The white shadow's breath was rapid and heavy, his eyes sparkling with a triumphant light. He chuckled, "I just put a big green hat on Xiaojiang." His tone carried a hint of playfulness, as if he were proud of his own feat hearing this. Lu Erlong gently pushed the white shadow away, a blush creeping onto her face, but her eyes were filled with determination. "I am no longer his woman. I am now yours. So, you haven't put a green hat on him." Her voice was soft yet firm, as if to validate their relationship. The white shadow wrapped his arms around Lu Erlong, and they walked side by side under the moonlight, their shadows stretching long on the ground. He smiled at Lu Erlong, saying, "Tomorrow I will take you back, so everyone knows you're my woman." Lu Erlong nestled in the embrace of the white shadow, her face beaming with a happy smile. She looked up at the white shadow, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Okay, I look forward to that day." Suddenly, as if recalling something, she frowned slightly and asked, "By the way, now that I am your woman, what should your other women call me? Or what should I call myself?" The white shadow chuckled lightly, affectionately brushing her nose. "Call it however you like. You can choose how you want them to address you. However, I hope you can become their sister, guiding them to become an important part of my life." Lu Erlong sighed softly, looking at the serious gaze of the white shadow, feeling somewhat helpless. "Doesn't that just mean I'm older, and you might not like me?" The white shadow raised an eyebrow, gently pinching Lu Erlong's cheek, and laughed. "Erlong, why do you care so much about your age? You look like you're only in your 20s. How could you be old? Don't think too much." He paused, his expression serious. "Even if you don't believe in your charm, you should believe in my judgment. The women I BaiYing choose cannot be lacking." Lu Erlong couldn't help but smile at his words, and her worries dissipated considerably. She looked up at the white shadow, her eyes shimmering with tenderness, softly saying, Yes, your eye for beauty has never been wrong." The next morning, sunlight poured through the treetops onto the village path, adding warmth to this tranquil morning. Lu Erlong and the white shadow walked side by side, both wearing happy smiles. Hand in hand, they seemed to want to share this sweetness with every morning. When they returned to their residence, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Dugiyin, Yi Lingling, and Hulaina were already waiting there. The white shadow stood before everyone, took a deep breath, and announced, "I have good news to share. Erlong will be my woman from now on." As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone showed expressions of surprise. However, unexpectedly, they did not react as strongly as usual. Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval in her eyes, Xiaowu covered her mouth and giggled. As if she had anticipated this day, Ning Rongrong gently patted Lu Erlong's shoulder, offering her blessings. Seeing the calm reactions of everyone, the white shadow couldn't help but feel puzzled. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Why aren't you surprised or jealous?" Zhu Zhuqing smiled slightly, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. "Why should we be surprised or jealous? We all understand that each of us has a place in your heart. You chose Erlong because you share a special bond. As your women, we should be happy for you, not compete with jealousy." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaowu bounced forward and linked her arm with Lu Erlong's. Yes, yes. Sister Erlong, we have long considered you family. You becoming Brother Ying's woman will only make us happier, because we have one more sister to share joy with. Lu Erlong was filled with confusion as she followed Ning Rongrong through a verdant bamboo forest, rays of sunlight filtering through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, creating mottled shadows on the ground. She couldn't help but glance back at the distant figures of the white shadow and Xiao Wu playing, feeling a surge of inexplicable emotions. Rongrong, I really didn't expect it to go so smoothly, Lu Erlong said softly, her voice tinged with disbelief. Ning Rongrong smiled slightly, her gaze revealing a sense of maturity and wisdom. Sister Erlong, it's actually not hard to understand. Although BaiYing is romantic, he treats every woman sincerely. While we may feel a little jealous, we have more understanding and acceptance, because we all know that he has a place for each of us in his heart. Ning Rongrong held Lu Erlong's hand as they walked along the path in the bamboo forest. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting mottled shadows on them. Ning Rongrong sighed softly, as if to unravel Lu Erlong's doubts. Sister Erlong, maybe more sisters will join us in the future. Ning Rongrong's voice was gentle and calm, as if she were stating a fact that was already destined. Lu Erlong was slightly taken aback by her words and then forced a bitter smile. Rongrong, what you said makes me a bit anxious. I'm used to being carefree, and I'm really afraid I won't handle these relationships well. Ning Rongrong turned to look at Lu Erlong, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes. Sister Erlong, don't worry. None of us are interested in jealousy because we all truly love BaiYing. As long as we can understand and support each other, we will definitely get along well. Sunlight streamed through the treetops, dappled on Ning Rongrong's dress as she turned to Lu Erlong and gently waved her hand, a soft curve forming at the corner of her mouth. Sister Erlong, just stay here at ease. Ning Rongrong's voice was as gentle as the wind. She pointed to a nearby exquisite little building. That's your new home. If you need anything, just find BaiYing. After saying this, she turned and walked away slowly, her skirt swaying lightly in the wind, like a blooming flower. Lu Erlong watched her figure disappear, a warm current rising in her heart. She gently touched the wooden door of her new home, as if she could feel the warmth and tranquility that belonged to the future. The scenery around was picturesque, with rolling mountains in the distance and lush flowers and grass nearby. Lu Erlong took a deep breath, as if to inhale all this beauty into her lungs and treasure it forever. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed every corner of the village, dyeing the entire world golden. Flander stood at the village entrance, his brow furrowed, his eyes full of worry. He looked up into the distance, as if expecting something. Why hasn't Erlong come back yet? Flander couldn't help but ask, his voice tinged with anxiety. Yu Xiaojiang stood beside him, arms crossed, a disdainful expression on his face. What could happen to her? Don't forget she's a soul sage. This woman is just reckless. She'll be back crying soon. Flander sighed and shook his head. He knew Yu Xiaojiang had complicated feelings for Lu Erlong, filled with both resentment and helplessness. But no matter what, they had been friends for many years, and he couldn't just stand by and watch Lu Erlong get into trouble. As night deepened, Flander and Yu Xiaojiang stood at the village entrance, their figures appearing particularly lonely under the dim light. Flander sighed softly, trying to break the heavy atmosphere. Xiaojiang, why don't you just soften your stance with her? Flander's voice carried a hint of helplessness and encouragement. You know Erlong is stubborn, but she has a good heart. After all these years of friendship, why make things so tense over such a small matter? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang's brow furrowed, revealing a look of dissatisfaction on his face. He snorted coldly. Soften my stance? Why should I soften my stance for her? Don't forget I'm a man. Men don't soften for women. Sorry, I can't do that. Under the cloak of night, the outlines of the village gradually blurred, with only the light at the entrance remaining dim yet steadfast. Yu Xiaojiang's face appeared particularly grim in the light, his eyes flashing with complex emotions, a mix of anger and unwillingness. He abruptly turned around, facing away from Flander, his voice low and firm. Besides, who would want a mere illegitimate daughter like her? As soon as he finished speaking, his figure seemed even more lonely and stubborn in the night. In the darkness, BaiYing's figure quietly appeared in front of Lu Erlong's door. He gently pushed the door open and walked in, only to see Lu Erlong sitting on the edge of the bed, a hint of confusion on her face. "What brings you here?" "Of course, I'm here to see if you're getting used to living here," BaiYing said, leaning down beside Lu Erlong and softly adding, "Do you want to teach them a lesson, so they know your strength?" Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, but quickly dimmed. "I want to, but I'm just a soul sage. How could I possibly defeat them?" BaiYing smiled slightly, a hint of cunning in his eyes. "Who said we have to confront them head on? I have plenty of ways to make them suffer." Saying this, he took Lu Erlong's hand, and they both vanished from the room. In the night, a shadow quietly swept over the village, heading straight for the direction where Yu Xiaojiang and Flander were. The moonlight flowed like water, falling softly in the tranquil bamboo forest. BaiYing and Lu Erlong stood side by side, their figures appearing particularly intimate in the moonlight. BaiYing's lips curled into a playful arc as he softly said to Lu Erlong, "Do you think Xiaojiang would go crazy if he saw us together?" Lu Erlong's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as she leaned closer to BaiYing, their distance so close they could feel each other's breath. She chuckled softly. "He probably would. Then we can show off our love to make them envy, and make that guy Xiaojiang regret it terribly. What do you think?" BaiYing laughed heartily, wrapping his arms around Lu Erlong's waist, and they embraced tightly. Their figures melded into one under the moonlight, like a pair of perfect lovers. In front of the Shrek Academy gate, on the ancient stone steps, Yu Xiaojiang and Flander stood side by side. They were anxiously awaiting Lu Erlong's return, but as she slowly entered the courtyard, a figure followed closely behind her, BaiYing. A flash of shock and anger crossed Yu Xiaojiang's eyes as he stepped forward, pointing angrily at Lu Erlong. "Erlong, come here. When did you get together with him?" Lu Erlong stopped in her tracks, facing Yu Xiaojiang's accusations with no hint of guilt on her face, instead carrying a hint of a provocative smile. She gently shook off BaiYing's hand, stepped in front of Yu Xiaojiang, and defiantly raised her chin. "What's wrong? Is it only okay for officials to start fires, but not for the common people to light lamps? Since you could be ambiguous with other women, why can't I seek my own happiness?" Chapter 167. The tragic Yu Xiaojiang. Flander Yu Xiaojiang suppressed his anger and said, "What did you say? Say that again." Lu Erlong stood her ground. "I said you could be ambiguous with other women. Why can't I pursue my own happiness?" Yu Xiaojiang retorted, "You shameless woman. There are countless women around BaiYing. Why do you like him and not me?" Lu Erlong replied, "Because he's handsome and younger than you. Look at your scruffy beard. Now you've even become effeminate. Where's the manly look?" Yu Xiaojiang's face turned ashen, his eyes flashing with rage as he abruptly stood up, pointing at Lu Erlong. "You, how dare you say that to me?" His beard trembled with anger, making him look particularly disheveled. Lu Erlong refused to back down. She straightened her chest and looked firmly at Yu Xiaojiang. "I'm just stating facts. Look at how you are now. Where's the demeanor of a master? You have fallen into depravity, and you have no one to blame but yourself." The sound of their argument echoed in the room, and the atmosphere became exceptionally tense. People around cast curious glances, but no one dared to step forward to mediate. Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong had once been the golden triangle of the Soul Master world. Yet today such a thing was happening. The crowd began to whisper, the discussions rising and falling. "That Yu Xiaojiang is truly disgusting." A burly Soul Master scoffed, visibly displeased. His gaze shifted to BaiYing beside Lu Erlong, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. "Yeah, look at the man next to Vice Dean Erlong. He's really handsome." A young female Soul Master excitedly pulled her companion, pointing at BaiYing. Her face flushed, clearly attracted by the man's handsomeness. The crowd cast envious glances, and the white figure stood out brilliantly among them. Dressed in white, he exuded an elegant demeanor, with every gesture revealing his extraordinary nature. This formed a stark contrast to Yu Xiaojiang's disheveled image. "I used to be wholeheartedly devoted to you because I loved you, but now I don't love you anymore. So you are nothing in front of me. You are now just a eunuch who can't even be humane. What right do you have to expect my unwavering devotion?" Lu Erlong mocked mercilessly, her eyes filled with disdain and indifference. She stood with her arms crossed in front of Yu Xiaojiang, each word like a cold arrow piercing his heart. Yu Xiaojiang's complexion instantly turned pale, and he trembled as he pointed at Lu Erlong, unable to utter a single word for a long time. His eyes were filled with anger and humiliation, but more so with a profound sense of powerlessness. The talents and status he once took pride in seemed utterly meaningless at that moment. The discussions around them grew louder, but Lu Erlong seemed not to hear, continuing coldly. You are now a joke that you can't even face yourself. You claim to love me, but your actions make me feel utterly disgusted. You have lost the dignity and pride of a man, and with it, the last bit of my feelings for you. Yu Xiaojiang trembled with rage. Charging towards Lu Erlong with clenched fists, his eyes flashing with fiery anger. His beard quivered with fury, making him look particularly disheveled. Seeing this, Lu Erlong fearlessly confronted him, hands on her hips, looking firmly at Yu Xiaojiang. Shut up, Lu Erlong. How dare you insult me like this? Yu Xiaojiang roared, his voice echoing in the room, shaking the surrounding air. He swung a punch directly at Lu Erlong's face. Lu Erlong swiftly dodged Yu Xiaojiang's attack with ease. She sneered and said, Yu Xiaojiang, do you think you are still the glorious master from before? You are now just a fallen waste. What right do you have to teach me a lesson? Yu Xiaojiang shouted in anger, his face turning ashen, eyes glowing with rage. He charged at Lu Erlong, fists clenched, ready to teach her a lesson. Lu Erlong smiled disdainfully. With a swift movement, she easily avoided Yu Xiaojiang's attack and reached out to grab his collar. Yu Xiaojiang, do you think you can still bully me as you did before? Lu Erlong said coldly, pushing Yu Xiaojiang away with force. Yu Xiaojiang staggered back, nearly falling to the ground. He looked up in anger, only to see Lu Erlong standing there, coldly watching him as if he were a clown. Lu Erlong's voice echoed in the room like cold arrows, deeply piercing Yu Xiaojiang's heart. He unsteadily stood up, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. His gaze shifted to the white figure nearby, who was looking at him with a half-smile, a hint of contempt and disdain in his eyes, igniting Yu Xiaojiang's fury even more. He charged at the white figure, fists clenched, eyes flashing with madness. He shouted, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you seducing her, she wouldn't have left me. His voice echoed in the room, sounding particularly harsh. The white figure frowned slightly, looking at Yu Xiaojiang with a trace of displeasure. He waved his hand lightly, and a powerful soul force burst forth from his palm, forcefully sending Yu Xiaojiang flying back. Yu Xiaojiang fell heavily to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, looking particularly disheveled. The white figure stood up leisurely, his voice calm and cold as a mountain stream. What do you mean by seducing? I never pursued Lu Erlong actively. She saw someone truly worth her trust and chose to leave you. Yu Xiaojiang, you should reflect on why Erlong chose me and not you. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire room seemed to fall into a brief silence. Lu Erlong stood aside, her eyes shining with determination, and interjected, that's right. Yu Xiaojiang, you are not worthy of me. In my eyes, you are just a waste who has lost his fighting spirit and resigned himself to decline. I once loved you deeply, but now I only feel disgust and disappointment towards you. Flinder frowned, watching the argument between Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang, his dissatisfaction gradually accumulating. He took a deep breath and could no longer hold back. Enough, Erlong. Stop acting. His voice carried a hint of sternness, trying to quell the dispute. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong turned around, her eyes flashing with determination. She looked directly at Flinder and said firmly, who is acting? I'm serious. Her voice echoed in the empty room, sounding exceptionally clear. Flinder looked at her, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He sighed and said slowly, Erlong, I didn't want to interfere in your matters with Xiaojiang, but if you keep arguing like this, it won't be good for anyone. He paused, his gaze shifting to the silent Yu Xiaojiang, continuing, both of you are my friends, and I don't want to see you turn against each other. You're not so great either. If it weren't for you, Yu Xiaojiang wouldn't have become like this. You were just as much of a jerk. Flinder's expression changed. He hadn't expected Lu Erlong to say such resolute words. He widened his eyes, looking at Lu Erlong, a surge of indescribable emotion welling up in his heart. Erlong, how can you say that? Flinder's voice trembled, feeling a pang of heartache. He had always regarded Lu Erlong as a sister, holding deep feelings for her. But at this moment, she used such resolute words to hurt him. Lu Erlong sneered, her eyes revealing determination and resolution. She looked at Flinder fearlessly, saying each word clearly. Flinder, I respect you as my elder brother, so I don't want to curse you. But now, I really can't stand it anymore. As the principal, you can't distinguish right from wrong. Letting someone like me be the principal of your academy will only lead the students astray. Get out of my academy. Flinder looked at Lu Erlong, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. He shook his head, a bitter smile forcing its way to his lips. Erlong, you must be joking. After so many years of friendship, how could you? Before he could finish, Yu Xiaojiang had already stood up from the ground. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, his eyes flashing with anger and determination. He slowly walked towards Lu Erlong, his voice low and cold. Lu Erlong, you have truly angered me. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand suddenly swung up, aiming to slap Lu Erlong's cheek. The sound of wind whistled, and the shadow of his palm flew through the air, as if the scene was frozen in time. Just then, a white figure suddenly flashed out from his side, moving so fast it was dazzling. The white figure reached out a hand, accurately grabbing Yu Xiaojiang's wrist. Yu Xiaojiang felt an immense force come from the white figure, sending him flying uncontrollably. Lu Erlong's voice pierced the air like icy daggers, each word seemingly sharp. I said, both of you get out of my academy. Her eyes sparkled with resolute light, as if she wanted to completely expel the two before her from her world. Yu Xiaojiang's face turned ashen, glaring at Lu Erlong as if he wanted to swallow her whole. You are finished. You have caused enough trouble. His voice was filled with anger and unwillingness, like a betrayed beast roaring. At that moment, the white figure suddenly moved. He grabbed Yu Xiaojiang's collar and lifted him up entirely. Yu Xiaojiang felt a powerful force emanating from the white figure's hand, as if he were about to be crushed. He stared wide-eyed, fearfully looking at the white figure. BaiYing coldly stared at Yu Xiaojiang, a smirk playing on his lips. His voice was low and chilling, as if carrying a cold blade. Hitting my woman in front of me, aren't you very brave? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped Yu Xiaojiang hard across the face. The slap was as swift as thunder, carrying immense power, causing Yu Xiaojiang to stagger and nearly fall to the ground. Yu Xiaojiang felt a fiery pain in his cheek, covering his face. His eyes wide with terror and anger as he looked at BaiYing, his half-face already swollen and ugly like that of a pig's head. Yu Xiaojiang roared, "You dare to hit me!" His voice was filled with rage and unwillingness, like a furious beast roaring. BaiYing sneered, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He raised his hand again, unhesitatingly, slapping Yu Xiaojiang on the other side of his face. This slap was even more ferocious than the previous one, as if it carried the force of a storm, making Yu Xiaojiang sway unsteadily, almost unable to stand. "What's wrong with hitting you? I still want to kill you." BaiYing's voice was cold and firm, as if devoid of any emotional fluctuation. At that moment, Flander could no longer contain himself. He moved and instantly appeared in front of BaiYing, attempting to save Yu Xiaojiang. However, BaiYing's movements were faster. He reached out with his other hand and grabbed Flander's neck. BaiYing held Yu Xiaojiang with one hand and gripped Flander's throat with the other, his eyes flashing with a cold light, as if he intended to freeze the two before him completely. His movements were swift and decisive, like a cheetah launching a merciless attack after locking onto its prey. "You two are truly brothers in misfortune." BaiYing's voice was cold and deep, as if it came from hell. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth, as if he were savoring the destruction he was about to bring. As soon as he finished speaking, BaiYing's left hand tightened, and the sound of slaps echoed continuously as Yu Xiaojiang's face instantly filled with red handprints. His eyes bulged, seemingly unable to believe what was happening before him. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, contrasting sharply with his swollen cheek. BaiYing's figure was as swift as the wind. He grabbed Yu Xiaojiang and, like discarding a rag, violently threw him out the door. Yu Xiaojiang's body traced a parabolic arc in the air, crashing heavily onto the ground far away, making a dull thud. His figure rolled in the dust a few times before falling silent. Then, BaiYing's gaze turned to Flander. His eyes were filled with coldness and determination, as if he wanted to completely destroy the enemy before him. Flander looked at him in terror, trying to struggle, but BaiYing's hand gripped his throat like a vice. "Originally, I didn't want to lay hands on you." BaiYing's voice was cold and deep, each word piercing Flander's heart like an ice pick. "But your actions have made it unbearable." BaiYing's movements were swift and decisive. He yanked Flander's collar and violently slammed his head against the hard ground. A dull thud echoed as Flander's head shattered like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. His eyes bulged, seemingly still filled with the fear and despair of impending death. BaiYing's movements did not pause. It was as if he were venting long-suppressed anger, repeatedly smashing Flander's head against the ground. Each impact resonated with a dull sound, each sound striking the hearts of everyone present like a heavy hammer. Soon, Flander's face swelled grotesquely, blood and dirt mixing together to create a shocking scene. His body lay limp on the ground, motionless, clearly having lost all life. Yu Xiaojiang and Flander were thus discarded into the place where soul beasts were kept. Their fate, I believe, the readers have already guessed. I won't describe it further. I believe everyone knows my writing skills are not very good. This is also why I've been so poor for a long time. Many people criticize me in the book. There was a period when I really couldn't keep going. The data was simply too bad. But thanks to the Star Child, who commented on every chapter, I'm very grateful for that. If it weren't for you, I might have really ended it right there. And then there would have been no more. Thank you. Chapter 168. So refreshing the next day. Last night was simply too wild. I must say, Lu Erlong was simply amazing. Lu Erlong slowly spoke, her voice carrying a hint of playful reproach. It's all your fault for being so able to stir things up last night, causing my back to ache now. Her eyes sparkled with a glimmer, as if still immersed in the madness of last night. BaiYing looked at her charming appearance and couldn't help but laugh heartily, saying, "Isn't it you, Erlong, who is too tempting? That graceful figure, those enchanting eyes, how could I not be moved?" As he spoke, he gently pulled Lu Erlong into his arms, his fingers lightly gliding over her waist, as if playing a captivating melody. Lu Erlong felt a bit shy from his sudden intimacy, but her heart was sweet, as if enveloped by a warm current. Lu Erlong slightly broke free from BaiYing's embrace, a blush on her face, and said softly yet firmly, "All right, I have things to do. I need to leave." She slowly stood up, gently rubbing her slightly sore waist. BaiYing looked at her, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes, but he ultimately let go. Lu Erlong turned to leave but suddenly looked back at BaiYing and said, "Don't look for me in the next few days. I need some time to myself. If you want, go find other women. After all, you won't miss me." After saying that, she turned and left, leaving a complex mix of emotions hanging in the air. BaiYing watched her back, feeling a wave of helplessness and loss in his heart, but he knew this was the necessary distance and cooling-off period between them. BaiYing walked briskly into the familiar porch of Yuxian. The sunlight filtered through the carved window, casting a gentle smile on his handsome face, illuminating a soft expression. He glanced around at the familiar decorations and scents, as if they brought him back to the wonderful times spent with Tang Yuehua. "Yuehua, long time no see." BaiYing's voice was gentle and affectionate as he walked towards Tang Yuehua, who was sitting at the table enjoying tea. Tang Yuehua looked up, her bright eyes flashing with surprise and shyness upon seeing BaiYing. "What brings you here?" she asked softly, her tone carrying a hint of reproach, but mostly joy. BaiYing sat down beside her, gently holding her delicate hand, his eyes shimmering with fiery light. "Of course, I missed you. Did you miss me?" His voice was deep and magnetic, as if possessing a magic that made Tang Yuehua's heart race uncontrollably. Tang Yuehua's cheeks turned slightly red, and she gently pulled her hand away from BaiYing's, playfully scolding, "You always so inappropriate." Despite her words, her eyes were filled with smiles, clearly not really angry. BaiYing chuckled, not minding. He knew Tang Yuehua's nature and understood she was just saying it for show. Suddenly recalling something, he took out a delicate jade hairpin from his pocket and handed it to Tang Yuehua. "This is a gift I prepared for you. See if you like it." Tang Yuehua took the hairpin, seeing it was translucent and carved with exquisite patterns, emitting a faint glow. Her heart stirred. She looked up at BaiYing, her eyes filled with gratitude and joy. "Thank you, I really like it." Seeing Tang Yuehua's delighted expression, BaiYing's heart was also filled with joy. He suddenly suggested, "Yuehua, how about we go out for a walk? The weather is just right for enjoying the flowers." Tang Yuehua's eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation upon hearing this. But she hesitated and said, "But I still have to manage the affairs of Yuexian." BaiYing chuckled lightly, interrupting her. "The affairs of Yuexian can be temporarily handled by subordinates. You must take a break for yourself and enjoy life." Tang Yuehua was moved by his words, a surge of impulse rising in her heart. She nodded and said, "All right, then let's go out for a walk and enjoy the springtime." However, just as the two were in a tender moment, Chief Steward Ode rushed in. Upon seeing them, his face immediately turned awkward, scratching his head and stammering, "Sorry, I interrupted." Tang Yuehua's expression darkened as she coldly said, "Ode, didn't I say you have to knock before entering my office?" Though her voice was not loud, it carried an undeniable authority. Chief Steward Ode touched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, "I'm sorry, madam. It was my oversight. But this matter is really urgent, and I had to report to you." Tang Yuehua frowned and asked, "What is it?" Chief Steward Ode hurriedly reported, his tone filled with tension and urgency. "Madam, it's that Tang-san. He's caused trouble again. Today he had a little conflict with someone, and he actually had murderous intent and wanted to kill." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua's expression changed, her brows furrowing tightly. She stood up and quickly walked towards the door, saying as she went, "Take me to see how Tang-san is becoming more and more unreasonable." Chief Steward Ode followed closely behind, and the two walked through the corridor to a spacious courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, Tang Sen stood there, his expression icy, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. He held a sharp sword in his hand, the tip pointing directly at a trembling man before him. This scene made her heart tremble, and she immediately shouted, "Tang San, what are you doing?" Tang Sen turned his head upon hearing her voice, and seeing Tang Yuehua, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, but was soon replaced by a firm, murderous intent. He tightened his grip on the sword and coldly said, "Aunt, he insulted me, calling me a little bastard. This person deserves to die. I must kill him." Looking at Tang San's resolute gaze, Tang Yuehua felt a pang of pain in her heart. She knew that Tang Sen had a complex background and had been under immense pressure, but she never expected him to develop such strong murderous intent because of it. Taking a deep breath, she tried to keep her voice calm and firm. "Tang San, you cannot do this. No matter what he said, you cannot solve the problem with murder. Put down the sword and come back with me." But Tang San shook his head, saying, "If someone does not offend me, I will not offend them. If someone offends me, I will return it with thunder." Tang San's body suddenly trembled, his eyes flashing with a cold light. But beneath that light lay a hint of shock and unwillingness. He never expected that his aunt's admonition and BaiYing's sudden appearance would put him in such a predicament. BaiYing's figure appeared in front of Tang San like a ghost, his face stern, his eyes as if they could see through people's hearts. He raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to Tang San's face. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the courtyard, seemingly breaking the surrounding silence. Tang San stumbled back from the sudden slap, nearly falling to the ground. He covered his stinging cheek, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. "Why did you hit me? Just because I can kill you." BaiYing looked coldly at Tang San and said in a deep voice, "Tang San, do you know your mistake?" His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Tang San looked up at BaiYing, his eyes flashing with stubbornness. He gritted his teeth and remained silent. Seeing this, BaiYing felt a surge of anger. He grabbed Tang San by the collar and lifted him up, sternly asking, "I'll ask you again. Do you know your mistake?" Tang San was intimidated by BaiYing's imposing presence, his heart involuntarily trembling. He lowered his head, remained silent for a moment, and then slowly said, I know I was wrong." Upon hearing this, BaiYing finally released his grip. He looked deeply at Tang San and then turned to Tang Yuehua, saying, "Yuehua, take him back to reflect properly. Remember, no matter when or where, you cannot solve problems with murder." Tang San spoke up, saying, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Do not bully the young and poor." BaiYing's hand itched again, and with a bang, he slapped him again. Tang San was completely stunned by this slap from BaiYing. He fell to the ground, his right hand covering his stinging cheek, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. He looked up at BaiYing's cold and resolute gaze. A strong sense of humiliation surged in his heart. "Why did you hit me again?" Tang San's voice trembled with unwillingness. BaiYing looked at him coldly, a hint of a mocking smile on his lips. "Because you're too arrogant, and I can't stand it. Is that reason enough?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in Tang San's eyes. He wanted to stand up, but found that his legs seemed to have lost their strength and couldn't move. He could only sit on the ground, glaring fiercely at BaiYing as if he wanted to stab him with his gaze. Tang San looked up at Tang Yuehua, his eyes flashing with a pleading and unwilling light. He trembled as he said, "Aunt, I am your own nephew. How can you just watch me being bullied without doing anything? You must help me get justice." Tang Yuehua looked at Tang San's aggrieved, yet stubborn appearance, and she couldn't help but sigh. She knew that Tang San's background was difficult, and his heart was sensitive and fragile, but she could not indulge his wrong behavior because of that. Taking a deep breath, she said solemnly, "Tang San, remember, this is the price for your mistake. No one will tolerate random acts of murder, whether in the family or society. You must be responsible for your actions and not always rely on others to help you out. Although this matter was initiated by that person, your way of handling it is too radical." Upon hearing this, a hint of defiance flashed in Tang San's eyes. He suddenly stood up, staring directly at Tang Yuehua, his voice filled with excitement and dissatisfaction. "Aunt, I am your own nephew. How can you treat me like this? That person insulted me. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. How did it become about taking his life?" Tang Yuehua looked at Tang San's agitated expression, her brows furrowing as her tone became severe. "Tang San, calm down. No matter what the other party said, you cannot solve the problem with murder. By doing this, you not only violate the family rules, but also put yourself in a deeper predicament. As your aunt, I cannot just watch you go down the wrong path. Aunt, you're talking nonsense. And you, BaiYing, you're just trash." BaiYing's expression instantly darkened, and he coldly stared at Tang San, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. He stepped towards Tang San, each step seemingly stepping on Tang San's heart, making him feel a sense of oppression and fear. What are you? How dare you teach me a lesson in front of my aunt? Tang San's voice carried a hint of stubbornness and defiance. But his body involuntarily took a few steps back. BaiYing suddenly reached out, grabbing Tang San by the collar and lifting him up forcefully. His gaze was like a knife, piercing deep into Tang San's soul. Just because I am your uncle now. BaiYing's voice was cold and firm, as if a cold wind had blown through, causing Tang San to shiver involuntarily. He felt BaiYing's grip like an iron claw, tightly constricting his throat and making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to break free from BaiYing's hold. But the other party's strength was too great for him to move. He struggled to speak, his voice hoarse from being choked. You, how can you be my uncle? This is impossible. BaiYing sneered coldly, increasing the pressure in his hand, causing Tang San's face to turn even paler. He said in a deep voice, "There's nothing impossible. I have already set my eyes on your aunt, and now I am your uncle. It is only natural for me to teach you, this ignorant nephew, a lesson." Saying this, BaiYing threw Tang San to the ground. Tang San fell in a daze, unable to get up for a long time. Lying on the ground, he looked up at BaiYing's indifferent back, feeling an unprecedented sense of powerlessness surge in his heart. He knew that from today on, his status in the Moon Pavilion would likely plummet. All of this was due to his sudden uncle. Tang San struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes filled with anger and confusion. He looked at Tang Yuehua and asked with a trembling voice, "Aunt, how can you collude with the Spirit Hall? Have you forgotten the feud between the Qian Sect and the Spirit Hall?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua's expression changed slightly. She looked at Tang San's angry and disappointed eyes, feeling a stab of pain in her heart. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm her emotions and slowly spoke. "Tang San, you misunderstood. I have not colluded with the Spirit Hall. BaiYing. He is not actually a person from the Spirit Hall." A cold light flickered in Tang San's eyes, and his voice was low and firm, as if it were squeezed out from between his teeth. "Who doesn't know that BaiYing is the holy son of the Spirit Hall? Aunt, do you really think I'm a fool?" He suddenly raised his head, staring directly at Tang Yuehua, his eyes shining with resolute light. Seeing such a gaze from Tang San, Tang Yuehua's heart trembled. She knew that Tang San had developed deep doubts and distrust towards her. She wanted to explain, but felt at a loss for words. After all, BaiYing's identity was indeed complicated, and he had numerous ties to the Spirit Hall. Chapter 169. Sending Tang San to clean the toilets. Yuehua, why are you hiding this? Your aunt has indeed colluded with the Spirit Hall. What can you do about it? Tang San did not expect things to turn out this way. His aunt actually had an unexpected relationship with BaiYing, the holy son of the Spirit Hall, which completely caught him off guard. A hint of resolution flashed in Tang San's eyes as he clenched his fists and coldly said to BaiYing, "BaiYing, I want to duel with you. To the death." BaiYing smiled contemptuously. With a movement, 9 soul rings instantly radiated from his body, shining with dazzling red light. Each of those 9 soul rings emitted a rich wave of soul power, clearly existing at the level of 100,000 years. The 9,100,000 year soul rings surrounded BaiYing, making him appear like a demon king from hell. Looking at the scene before him, Tang San felt a surge of helplessness. He knew that the gap between him and BaiYing was like a chasm that could not be crossed. Tang San's face instantly turned ashen. BaiYing's disdain and provocation filled him with immense anger. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with determination, as if he wanted to swallow BaiYing whole. However, BaiYing seemed to not notice Tang San's anger. He still wore a smile, filled with contempt and mockery towards Tang San. He reached out a hand and gently patted Tang San's cheek, the gesture soft yet full of insult. "Still want to fight?" BaiYing's voice was cold and mocking, his gaze revealing disdain and contempt for Tang San. Tang San's body trembled violently. He felt the coldness and power from BaiYing's palm, an irresistible sense of oppression. He clenched his fists, wanting to resist, but deep inside, a sense of helplessness surged. "Enough, Tang San. You are simply too disappointing. With such behavior, it seems you are incorrigible. As punishment, go clean the toilets." Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his aunt Tang Yuehua, standing there with a serious expression, disappointment and anger flashing in her eyes. "Aunt, let me explain. Tang San tried to argue, but was interrupted by Tang Yuehua waving her hand. "What is there to explain? I saw it with my own eyes. BaiYing is the man I have chosen. How dare you lay a hand on him? This is simply disrespectful." A strong sense of grievance surged in Tang San's heart. He had acted to protect his aunt from harm. How had it turned into a mistake? "Aunt, Do you really believe in him? He is not a good person. Tang Seng couldn't help but shout. Tang Yuehua's voice grew colder as she said word by word. I am very certain. As my nephew, you should understand the rules and respect. BaiYing is my guest, and also your elder. How dare you lay a hand on him? This is disrespectful to the family and to me. But he is really not a good person. Tang Seng protested. Tang Yuehua coldly interrupted, saying, I can tell good from bad. You go clean the toilets. Tang San, who do you think you are? Even if you're the son of the QianDaoliu, you cannot act recklessly here. Family rules cannot be broken. Go clean the toilets. That is an order. Tang Yuehua's voice carried an undeniable authority. Tang San stood there, a strong sense of humiliation welling up inside him. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, but he did not dare to resist in the slightest. He knew that his aunt's decision was the family's decision, and he had to obey. He slowly turned around and walked toward the backyard. Each step felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and his heart was filled with unwillingness and helplessness. The sunlight shone on him, but could not illuminate the gloom in his heart. With a heart full of frustration, Tang Sen walked toward the foul-smelling toilet. He covered his nose, trying not to let the unpleasant smell invade his nostrils, but the stench seemed to be everywhere, making him frown. He walked down the narrow corridor, the uneven stone path making his steps somewhat unsteady. His aunt Tang Yuehua's words echoed in his mind, and the anger and humiliation in his heart burned like flames. Damn it, I, Tang San, a future genius, am actually being sent to clean toilets, he muttered under his breath, each word filled with unwillingness and anger. His eyes shimmered with cold light, as if he wanted to freeze everything around him. What are you doing cleaning the toilets? Hurry up, otherwise you won't finish. A voice urging him broke Tang San's thoughts. He looked up to see a man in gray clothes standing not far away, hands on his hips, looking at him with dissatisfaction. Tang San's heart tightened. He knew this was the person responsible for supervising him while he cleaned the toilets. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent and quickly increased his pace, vigorously sweeping the dirt and trash from the ground. However, the unpleasant smell seemed to become more intense, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. He furrowed his brow, trying not to think about the nauseating things and focusing solely on his work. Tang Yuehua sat in a spacious office, her brow furrowed, her eyes filled with worry. The sunlight outside shone through the semi-transparent curtains onto her, but it seemed unable to dispel the gloom in her heart. I am sorry, BaiYing, for interrupting your enjoyment because of this matter, she said softly, her tone revealing a hint of apology. She hadn't expected her nephew Tang San to be so impulsive as to dare lay hands on BaiYing. BaiYing stood by the window, with his back to Tang Yuehua, his hands clasped behind him, his posture tall and straight like a pine tree. He gently shook his head, his voice warm yet firm. Jade needs to be carved to become a tool. Tang San is young and impetuous, needing some training to mature. Tang Yuehua smiled at BaiYing, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She stood up and walked to BaiYing's side, gently patting his shoulder, and said, You are always so mature and steady, making people admire you. If only you wouldn't attract trouble. Even I have to admire your skills in winning over girls. BaiYing turned his head, a modest smile appearing on his face. He shook his head and said, Yuehua, you're overpraising me. I'm just doing my best. Moreover, winning a girl's favor isn't something I can do effortlessly. It's just a matter of observing and understanding them with sincerity. Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua revealed a faint smile, gently shaking her head and saying, You always know how to speak so well. Her eyes showed deep admiration, as if she were looking at an incredibly precious treasure. BaiYing smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling with sincerity, and said, Yuehua, what I said is all from the heart. In this world, only by treating others sincerely can we receive sincere returns. I believe that as long as we feel this world with our hearts, we will surely find our own happiness. Tang Yuehua listened quietly to BaiYing's words, a warm current surging in her heart. She looked at BaiYing's handsome and deep face, as if she saw hope for the future. She knew that this man not only possessed outstanding talent and charm, but also had a sincere and kind heart. Tang Yuehua spoke up, Play a song for me. BaiYing nodded and said, Sure, what do you want to hear? Feng Qiu Huang, she replied. BaiYing walked to the harp and said, No problem, and began to play. Tang Yuehua sat on the soft sofa, her gaze gently falling on BaiYing. BaiYing stood in front of the harp, his posture elegant and upright, like a noble musician. His fingers lightly danced on the strings, producing beautiful melodies. The sound of the harp was melodious, pure, and moving like a clear spring in the mountains. Each note seemed to carry vitality, leaping and swirling in the air, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Tang Yuehua closed her eyes, quietly listening to the wonderful music, her heart filled with tranquility and peace. As the music rose and fell, Tang Yuehua seemed to see vivid scenes. The phoenix flying, soaring in the sky. The phoenix seeking the phoenix with deep affection. Every detail of the images was so clear, as if within reach. When the piece ended, the lingering sound filled the office, as if everyone was still immersed in the beautiful music. Tang Yuehua slowly opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling with appreciation as she looked at BaiYing and smiled. "You played very well, BaiYing." BaiYing turned around with a proud smile on his face, winked, and said, "If it was good, then you should give me some money." Tang Yuehua was taken aback, blinking in disbelief. She looked at BaiYing's playful face and couldn't help but chuckle. She shook her head and said, "Do I still have to pay?" "You never said that." BaiYing laughed and walked to Tang Yuehua's side, leaning close to her ear and whispering, "Yuehua, I specifically played this piece for you. You can't be so stingy." His voice was filled with teasing and provocation, causing Tang Yuehua's cheeks to blush slightly. Seeing Tang Yuehua's slightly flushed face, BaiYing felt a surge of pride. He gently patted her shoulder and said with a smile, "Yuehua, you look really beautiful when you're shy." Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua felt a mix of shyness and anger. She glared at BaiYing and scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not shy at all." BaiYing laughed heartily. Knowing that Tang Yuehua was just putting on a brave front, he pretended to be serious and said, all right, I'm not teasing you anymore. You only know how to bully me. Do you do this with other women too?" Tang Yuehua lightly furrowed her brows, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting as she looked at BaiYing with a hint of reproach. Her bright eyes seemed to see through him, staring intently at BaiYing as if waiting for his answer. BaiYing felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze. He touched his nose and chuckled, "Yuehua, how can this be considered bullying? I'm just joking with you." Tang Yuehua's eyes flashed with cunning as she suddenly leaned closer to BaiYing, almost feeling each other's breath. She whispered, "Oh, do you joke like this with other women too?" BaiYing was taken aback by Tang Yuehua's sudden closeness. He stepped back a bit and awkwardly smiled. No, Yuehua, you're special. Even if I believed in ghosts, I wouldn't believe you." Tang Yuehua's lips curled into a teasing smile as she placed her hands on her hips, looking at BaiYing with a mock-serious expression, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "You? Become a ghost?" She pretended to be surprised, shaking her head. "That would have to be a handsome ghost. With you like this, I'm afraid I'll have nightmares at night." BaiYing feigned injury, covering his heart, but a helpless smile appeared on his face. "Yuehua, how can you say that? I'm just trying to make you happy." Tang Yuehua shook her head at BaiYing's playful expression and reproached, "Are you really this shameless?" BaiYing, however, didn't mind at all. He shrugged and laughed. "Yuehua, have you ever heard the saying, 'Those who are shameless are invincible. Trees without bark are bound to die'? If I can win my wife, what I need face for?" As he spoke, he leaned closer to Tang Yuehua, his eyes sparkling with cunning, like a sly fox. Tang Yuehua felt a bit flustered under his gaze. She took a step back and scolded, "Stay away from me." BaiYing, however, was relentless, continuing to close the distance until they were almost breathing the same air. He whispered, "Yuehua, I just like you. If being shameless means I can be with you, then I don't care about anything else." Tang Yuehua was startled by BaiYing's sudden action. She widened her eyes, looking at his face so close to hers. BaiYing's eyes sparkled with fiery light, as if he wanted to melt her. He tightly wrapped his arms around Tang Yuehua's waist, pulling her close to his chest, letting her feel his strong heartbeat. Tang Yuehua's heart began to race uncontrollably, feeling her cheeks burn, a wave of inexplicable emotions surging within her. She struggled to break free from BaiYing's embrace, but he held her tightly, not letting her go. "Let go of me," Tang Yuehua said softly, her voice trembling. BaiYing, however, seemed not to have heard her. He lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. Tang Yuehua's body immediately stiffened, her eyes wide open as she looked at BaiYing's focused and affectionate gaze. After a while, they finally separated, and Tang Yuehua's face was slightly flushed. Unexpectedly, she had taken the initiative to kiss BaiYing in a moment of passion. After a long time, they finally parted. BaiYing said deeply, "Yuehua, you are so beautiful." Tang Yuehua replied, "I am beautiful to begin with." Upon hearing this, BaiYing quickly agreed, Yes. By the way, Yuehua, I bought some clothes for you. Go try them on and see if they fit." Upon hearing BaiYing's words, Tang Yuehua's lips curled into a proud smile. She gently lifted her chin, resembling a blooming flower. She turned and walked towards the nearby clothes rack, casually picking up a white dress and elegantly heading to the fitting room. After a while, The fitting room door slowly opened, and Tang Yuehua's figure appeared at the entrance. She wore the white dress, looking like a fairy descending to earth. The hem of the dress gently swayed, as if carrying a refreshing breeze. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, contrasting sharply with the white dress, making her skin look even more snow-like and beautiful. BaiYing was left dumbfounded, standing there in shock, his eyes filled with amazement. He stepped forward, extending his arms, and gently said, "Yuehua, you're simply like a fairy." Chapter 170. The national banquet. Your mouth sure knows how to talk. Tang Yuehua smiled slightly, her elegant demeanor like a spring breeze, making people feel at ease. She gently tidied her hair and said, "I am indeed beautiful, and there's no need to question that. However, tonight's banquet of the Heaven Do Empire is indeed a rare grand event. I heard that the prince of the new Luo Empire will also attend, and elites from various countries will gather together." BaiYing, upon hearing this, showed a hint of curiosity and anticipation in her eyes. She nodded and smiled, saying, "Great. I also want to experience this world and see what kind of charm those princes and princesses possess. If we talk about the charm of the princes and princesses, who can compare to that girl Shueku? Are you saying Shueku will also go?" Just as BaiYing's words fell, Shueku's figure quietly appeared beside the two. She gently stroked her slightly bulging abdomen, her face radiating maternal brilliance. "What you said, BaiYing, Shueku should be going too." Tang Yuehua looked at Shueku with tenderness and care in her eyes. BaiYing turned to Shueku, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. "Really? She is pregnant with my child now. Can she really attend such a large banquet?" Tang Yuehua pondered for a moment, gently shook her head, her eyes flashing with determination. "She must go. This is not only the banquet of the Heaven Do Empire, but also the face of the Heaven Do Empire. As your wife and the future queen, her presence will add a lot of brilliance to this banquet. Moreover, it is also her responsibility and honor as a member of the royal family." Shueku smiled slightly, her smile full of determination and expectation. She gently stroked her abdomen, as if she could feel the pulse of the little life that was about to arrive. "I must go." Her words were firm and powerful, her eyes sparkling with undeniable light. BaiYing gazed at Shueku, filled with concern and worry. He reached out his hand, gently holding Shueku's hand, his tone gentle but firm. "If you feel any discomfort at the banquet, you must tell me. I will take you away immediately." Shueku felt the warmth of BaiYing's palm, a surge of warmth rising in her heart. She nodded, her eyes shining with trust and gratitude. "Don't worry. I will take good care of myself." BaiYing returned to the spirit hall, where Ning Rongrong had long been waiting in the hall, dressed in a gorgeous gown, her face adorned with a faint smile, appearing both elegant and noble. "The banquet of the Heaven Do Empire has sent me an invitation. Should we go or not?" Ning Rongrong asked softly, her voice carrying a hint of anticipation. BaiYing smiled slightly, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. "Of course we have to go, and we must go with great flair." Ning Rongrong chuckled lightly, her laughter like a spring breeze brushing across the surface of a lake, creating ripples. She leaned slightly closer to BaiYing, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. His sudden invitation to the banquet indeed leaves people a bit puzzled. However, since he invited us, we should naturally join in the excitement. BaiYing raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing in his eyes. "Is he dying? Ha! Then isn't this banquet his farewell party? If that's the case, let's go send him off for the last time, and let him know that even if he dies, this world doesn't belong to him alone." Ning Rongrong covered her mouth and laughed, a hint of mischief in her laughter. "You can't say it so directly. Be careful he doesn't take it the wrong way. Aren't you afraid of losing your head?" BaiYing curled his lips into a rebellious smile, his eyes flashing with provocation. "Afraid of him? What a joke. No matter how powerful he is, can he really cover the sky with one hand? Besides, with you here, what do I have to fear?" He turned to Ning Rongrong, his eyes filled with inquiry. "What about Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, and Hulaina? Will they go together?" Ning Rongrong shook her head gently, explaining, "Hulaina, as the saintess of the spirit hall, has a sensitive identity, and it's not very convenient for her to attend such occasions. As for Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing, they prefer tranquility and are not interested in such lively events. So, the only one who can accompany you is me." As she spoke, she slightly raised her chin, a playful smile appearing on her face. "What's wrong? Not welcome?" BaiYing smiled slightly, stepping forward to gently hold Ning Rongrong's jade hand, his eyes sparkling with gratitude. "Welcome. Of course welcome. Rongrong, in this kind of occasion, your wisdom and temperament are unmatched. With you by my side, I naturally feel at ease." Ning Rongrong's face revealed a proud smile, as if she were a blooming peony, beautiful and noble. She gently tossed her hair, her eyes revealing an innate sense of superiority. Of course, I've often attended such high-end occasions since I was young, and I have rich experience in handling various complex situations. As she spoke, she lightly patted BaiYing's shoulder, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. But one thing you must remember is to avoid causing trouble at this banquet. In such occasions, a slight misstep can cause a huge uproar. Although you are powerful, you still need to restrain your brilliance and not seek trouble. BaiYing nodded slightly, his expression serious. Don't worry, I know how to measure things. This time at the banquet, we not only have to attend with grandeur, but also showcase the strength and elegance of the spear hall. We need to let those who look down on us know that we are not to be trifled with. Ning Rongrong's eyes flashed with appreciation upon hearing this. It's good that you think this way. We not only need to showcase our strength and elegance, but also take this opportunity to build some useful connections. After all, this world does not belong to one person, but to everyone. We need more allies to jointly face future challenges. BaiYing smiled slightly, his eyes shining with determination and expectation. You are right. The road ahead is long, and we need more people to walk together. This banquet is our first step towards the future. Ning Rongrong spoke. It doesn't have to be so serious. Relax a bit. BaiYing replied, don't worry about me. By the way, I prepared a dress for you to try on. Ning Rongrong asked, what dress? You'll know when you try it on. BaiYing then took out a set of clothes and handed it to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong nodded without saying much. She took the clothes handed to her by BaiYing, her eyes showing a hint of confusion. She looked down and saw that what she held was a set of exquisite black silk clothing, smooth to the touch and shimmering, appearing both mysterious and enticing. She frowned slightly, asking in confusion, what does this mean? BaiYing looked at her, a sly smile appearing on his face as he explained somewhat awkwardly. This is black silk. You'll know when you put it on. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, seemingly filled with excitement for what he was about to see. Ning Rongrong looked at BaiYing's expectant gaze and felt a bit shaken inside. Although she usually paid great attention to her attire, she had never tried such clothing. However, seeing BaiYing's eager expression, she ultimately couldn't bear to refuse. So, she gently nodded, deciding to give this mysterious outfit a try. She walked into the inner room, gently closed the door, and began to take off her clothes. Changing into the black silk attire, the outfit fit snugly, perfectly outlining her graceful figure, resembling a black mermaid, elegant and mysterious. When she reappeared in front of BaiYing, he was instantly stunned. The look of amazement in his eyes was hard to conceal, as if he were shocked by Ning Rongrong's beauty in the black silk outfit. Ning Rongrong looked at him, a proud smile on her face as if to say, see, I didn't disappoint you, did I? BaiYing came back to his senses, stepped forward, gently took her hand, his eyes filled with admiration. Rongrong, you are truly beautiful. This outfit seems like it was tailor-made for you, perfectly showcasing your beauty. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's cheeks slightly flushed, resembling a peach blossom about to bloom. She playfully glared at BaiYing, softly saying, at least you understand me. My efforts for you weren't in vain. Rongrong, you really make me unable to resist. The white shadow sparkled with a blazing light in his eyes as he stepped forward and tightly embraced Ning Rongrong. Their bodies were pressed closely together, as if there were no gaps between them. The white shadow's breathing became rapid as he lowered his head and gently kissed Ning Rongrong's lips. A hint of surprise flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by sweetness. She closed her eyes, allowing the white shadow's lips to wander over hers, as if he wanted to consume her entirely. Their breaths intertwined, creating a beautiful picture. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats echoing. The white shadow's kiss deepened, as if he wanted to draw out Ning Rongrong's very soul. Ning Rongrong's body began to tremble slightly, feeling an unprecedented passion and excitement. Just then, a soft cough broke the enchanting atmosphere between them. They quickly pulled apart and turned to see Zhu Zhuqing standing outside the door, arms crossed, with a teasing smile on her face. Zhu Zhuqing slowly walked into the room, her gaze flitting between the two as if she could see through everything. She gently shook her head and said, it seems I came at an inopportune time, interrupting your enjoyment. A blush crept onto Ning Rongrong's face as she hurriedly explained, Zhuqing, don't misunderstand. We were just discussing the national banquet. Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow and looked at her with a half-smile. Oh, is that so? Your way of discussing is quite special. Ning Rongrong looked at her, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Zhuqing, are you really going to attend the national banquet? Zhu Zhuqing nodded, her gaze firm. Yes, I will go. Although I usually don't like such occasions, my sister will also be there. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Ning Rongrong, a glimmer of gratitude in her eyes. She took a deep breath and said softly, Rongrong, I want to talk to BaiYing alone. Can you step out for a moment? Her voice was gentle yet firm, carrying an undeniable strength. Ning Rongrong was slightly taken aback, but soon understood Zhu Zhuqing's intention. She smiled, stood up, and patted BaiYing's shoulder. You two talk first, I'll go for a walk. After saying that, she turned and left the room, leaving BaiYing and Zhu Zhuqing alone. BaiYing took a deep breath before speaking. Now I don't know what to do. BaiYing asked, what's wrong? Zhu Zhuqing took out a piece of paper from her clothes. It read, Zhu Zhuqing, you're dead. I'm sure you know the rules of our Xingluo royal family. If a prince or noble does not inherit the throne, the only outcome is death or house arrest. I was originally just Dai Mubai's fiancé. It was a simple annulment, but now Dai Mubai will definitely seek revenge. What should I do? Don't worry, with me around, nothing will happen to you. BaiYing comforted Zhu Zhuqing, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He gently held Zhu Zhuqing's hand and whispered, Zhuqing, trust me, I will protect you. I'll handle Dai Mubai and won't let him hurt you. Zhu Zhuqing looked into BaiYing's determined eyes, warmth flooding her heart. She nodded and said softly, Thank you, BaiYing. I don't know how to repay you. BaiYing smiled slightly and said, You don't need to repay me. Just being safe is enough. He paused before continuing. Besides, I have a plan that might completely solve this problem. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes lit up with curiosity. What plan? Kill them all and be done with it. BaiYing said. Zhu Zhuqing replied, If you kill them, it will definitely provoke conflict between the two nations. At that time, neither the Heaven Do nor the Xingluo will spare you. You don't need to worry about that. I have my ways. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai Davis and Zhu Zhuyin were sitting together in a lavishly decorated carriage. Inside, the atmosphere felt somewhat heavy. Dai Mubai had a gloomy expression, sitting silently in the corner with his fists clenched, seemingly suppressing his inner rage. Davis looked at him with a teasing expression, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Third brother, you can't even control your own woman, and you let Zhuqing run off with a wild man. You're really disappointing, big brother, Davis said provocatively, deliberately emphasizing the words wild man. Dai Mubai suddenly raised his head, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. But he quickly suppressed it. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice calm. Big brother, this is my personal matter. You don't need to inquire. Davis sneered. Personal matter? Don't forget, you are a prince of the Xingluo royal family. Your personal matters are royal matters. Zhuqing following that wild man is an insult to our Xingluo royal family. Dai Mubai's clenched fists trembled slightly, but he knew it wasn't the time to confront Davis. He had to remain calm and find an appropriate opportunity to retaliate. Just then, the carriage suddenly stopped, and a guard's voice came from outside. Your Highness, we have arrived. Zhu Zhuyin looked at Dai Mubai and Davis, a sly smile appearing on her face. She gently stroked her long hair, as if pondering something. The elder of the Zhu family has spoken. Zhu Zhuqing's betrayal of the family deserves death, Zhu Zhuyin said softly and coldly, like a sharp knife piercing the heart. Hearing this, Dai Mubai's eyes flashed with anger. He suddenly stood up, fists clenched, as if he were about to explode at any moment. But Davis reached out and pressed down on his shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Third brother, don't be impulsive, Davis said in a low, powerful voice, carrying a warning tone. Now is not the time. Chapter 171. Zhu Zhuqing has left. In the banquet hall, lights shone brightly, and the crowd was bustling. As Dai Mubai and the others entered, they immediately felt a lively atmosphere wash over them. They weaved through the guests, occasionally greeted by people asking about their identities and intentions. Just then, a white figure emerged from the crowd, attracting everyone's attention. It was a middle-aged man in white robes, handsome and elegant. He walked step by step toward Davis, and those around him instinctively made way. Davis looked at the approaching white figure, a glint of cunning in his eyes. He smiled and stepped forward, raising his glass to the white figure. Master Bai, may I have the honor of sharing a drink with you? The white figure, that middle-aged man in white, glanced coldly at Davis, a hint of disdain curling his lips. He shook his head slightly, his voice carrying a chill and aloofness. Davis, I'm afraid I cannot accept your invitation. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding crowd, finally landing on a beautiful woman beside Davis, who was Davis's fiancé, Zhu Zhuyin. Zhu Zhuyin, dressed in a red gown, was stunning and noble, like a blooming red rose. The white figure smiled slightly, his gaze carrying a teasing and playful tone. I only like to drink with pretty girls, someone like you. Let's skip it. Davis's face darkened instantly, But he forced himself to suppress his anger, mustering a stiff smile as he said to Zhu Zhuyun, "In that case, Zhuyun, you can drink one on my behalf with Master Bai." Zhu Zhuyun shot Davis a glare, her eyes filled with anger and resentment. But her composure allowed her to hide her emotions well. She elegantly picked up a wine glass and walked gracefully toward the white figure, her voice carrying a hint of chill. "Master Bai, I toast you." The white figure looked at Zhu Zhuyun approaching, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. He nodded gently, taking the wine glass from Zhu Zhuyun, and at the moment their glasses clinked, it felt as if time itself had paused. The surrounding guests watched this scene, all astonished with their mouths agape. Davis, as a prince of the Stellar Empire, had always been the center of attention, but at this moment, he felt utterly constrained in front of this white shadow. His face was ashen, and his hands were clenched into fists, clearly trying to suppress his anger. However, White Shadow seemed oblivious to Davis's displeasure, chuckling lightly as he clinked glasses with Zhu Zhuyun, exuding an air of composure and elegance. His gaze occasionally lingered on Zhu Zhuyun, as if admiring a precious work of art. Although Zhu Zhuyun felt discontent, her upbringing allowed her to maintain a facade of calm. She smiled as she conversed with White Shadow, her voice soft and pleasant, as if catching up with an old friend. In the banquet hall, the snowy Knight Emperor sat at the head of the table, his gaze sharp, observing every subtle movement in the room. He noticed the delicate atmosphere between White Shadow and Davis, a hint of confusion appearing on his brow. There seemed to be considerable hostility between White Shadow and Davis. The snowy Knight Emperor muttered to himself, his voice tinged with perplexity. Standing beside him, Ning Fengji smiled gently, elegantly shaking his head, and said, "Your Majesty, it's normal for young people to have minor conflicts." The snowy Knight Emperor turned to Ning Fengji, a glimmer of agreement flashing in his eyes. He nodded and redirected his gaze to White Shadow and Davis. Davis suppressed the anger boiling within him, forcing a stiff smile as he stepped forward, feigning warmth. "Master Bai, I wonder if Zhu Zhuqing has come with you? After all, she is my brother's fiancé, and it would surely make everyone happy to see her here." Upon hearing this, White Shadow raised an eyebrow, looking at Davis with a sly smile. He gently swirled the wine in his glass, the liquid undulating and reflecting brilliant light. "Fiancé? White Shadow smirked. "Isn't she my wife? When did she become your brother's fiancé? As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Everyone stared at White Shadow in shock, unable to comprehend why he would say such a thing. Davis's face instantly turned pale, glaring at White Shadow, but too afraid to lash out. "Master Bai, you must be aware that Zhu Qing and Mu Bai have been betrothed since childhood, right?" "She's indeed Mu Bai's fiancé," Davis argued. White Shadow responded with a casual, "Oh, is that so? But Mu Bai is simply too useless. Now, Zhu Zhuqing has become my woman and is even pregnant with my child." "What? Zhu Qing is pregnant?" Zhu Zhuyun could hardly believe it. White Shadow's words detonated like a bomb in the banquet hall. All eyes turned toward the middle-aged man in white, a wave of tumultuous emotions surging within them. Davis's face turned ashen, and he trembled as he pointed a shaking finger at White Shadow, his voice laced with disbelief. What did you say? Zhu Qing. How could she?" White Shadow cast a disdainful glance at Davis, a cold smile playing on his lips. "What's wrong? You don't believe me? Then let you see for yourself." With that, he turned and walked toward a quiet table in a corner of the banquet hall, where some exquisite snacks and fine wine were laid out. Zhu Zhuqing sat there quietly, her face pale, revealing a hint of fatigue and unease. Her abdomen was slightly rounded, clearly indicating her pregnancy. Zhu Zhuyun approached Zhu Zhuqing step by step, her expression complex and hard to read, standing before her younger sister. Concern and confusion flickered in her eyes as she spoke gently. "Zhu Qing, is it true that you are pregnant?" Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head, coldly glancing at Zhu Zhuyun, a mocking curve forming at the corners of her mouth. "What does it have to do with you?" Her voice was filled with indifference and distance, as if addressing a stranger. Zhu Zhuyun felt a sharp pain in her heart from her sister's attitude, but suppressed her emotions, striving to keep her voice steady. "Zhu Qing, we are sisters. Why didn't you tell me about such a significant matter as your pregnancy?" Zhu Zhuqing let out a cold laugh, her eyes reflecting deep disdain. "Tell you? What good would that do? You're not my family. The moment I left the family, I had no family anymore." Her words were filled with determination and coldness, as if severing all past emotions. Dai Mu Bai stood in a corner of the banquet hall, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning white from the pressure. His gaze was locked on White Shadow, flames of anger and resentment flickering in his eyes. His chest heaved violently, as if struggling to contain the impending explosion of his rage. Meanwhile, White Shadow appeared oblivious to Dai Mu Bai's dissatisfaction, leisurely seated at the table, savoring wine, his gaze occasionally lingering on Zhu Zhuqing. His relaxed demeanor seemed to provoke Dai Mu Bai's limits. Surrounding guests cast peculiar glances, whispering among themselves about this sudden turn of events. Some onlookers displayed expressions of amusement, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Mu Bai, calm down. The voice belonged to Tang San. Dai Mu Bai turned to Tang San. Why are you here? Tang San replied. Why can't I be here? Dai Mu Bai retorted. I feel like there's a foul smell coming from you. Hearing this, Tang San frowned slightly, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He looked down to sniff his robe, detecting a faint odor, but it was certainly not a foul smell. Raising his head, he looked at Dai Mu Bai, a flicker of doubt and dissatisfaction in his gaze. Dai Mu Bai, what do you mean by that? Tang San's voice carried a trace of coldness. I just came from training and rushed to attend this banquet. I didn't expect you to be so rude. Dai Mu Bai glared at Tang San, anger flickering in his eyes. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice calm. Tang San, don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you. It's just, I'm feeling very unsettled right now, and your sudden appearance has thrown me off. Tang San looked at Dai Mu Bai's angry and contorted face, sighing inwardly. He understood Dai Mu Bai's anger and pain at this moment, but he also recognized that all of this stemmed from Dai Mu Bai's own incompetence and weakness. Mu Bai, calm down. Tang San tried to soothe Dai Mu Bai's emotions. White Shadow is indeed despicable. He took your fiancé, Yi, and made her pregnant with his child. However, being this angry and agitated won't change anything. Dai Mu Bai's eyes flickered with unwillingness and anger. He suddenly looked up, glaring fiercely at Tang San. His voice hoarse. Tang San, it's easy for you to say. She's my fiancé, Yi, the woman I've loved since childhood. Now that bastard has taken her away. How can you expect me to stay calm? Tang San took a deep breath. He knew that what Dai Mu Bai needed at this moment was calmness, not anger. He slowly said, Mu Bai, I understand your pain, but anger won't solve the problem. We need to find a wiser way to deal with all this. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on White Shadow and Zhu Zhuqing, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. White Shadow may be powerful, but he is not invincible. We can unite with other forces to confront him together. As for Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San paused, a complex look crossing his eyes. She has made her own choice. We may not be able to change that, but we can ensure that she won't regret her decision. Dai Mu Bai's fists tightened, cold light flashing in his eyes as he abruptly stood up, striding toward Tang San, his voice deep and resolute. No need for that, because he will soon be dead. Tang San frowned slightly, looking at Dai Mu Bai's face filled with murderous intent, feeling a tightness in his chest. He knew Dai Mu Bai's determination at this moment, but he also understood that White Shadow's strength was formidable and not easily dealt with. Don't forget, his power is extremely strong, Tang San reminded, hoping Dai Mu Bai could think calmly. However, Dai Mu Bai seemed to have not heard Tang San's words at all, continuing to walk forward with each step appearing exceptionally firm. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and a mad flame flickered in his eyes. So what if he's powerful? I don't believe he is the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Who could be invincible in the world? BaiYing sat in a corner of the banquet, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, tightly locked on his Zhu Zhiyan. Zhu Zhiyan wore a deep purple evening gown that accentuated her alluring curves, fully displaying the charm of a mature woman. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, swaying gently with her movements, exuding a captivating sheen. BaiYing's gaze lingered on Zhu Zhiyan, as if he wanted to imprint every inch of her skin in his heart. A playful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, revealing his deep interest in Zhu Zhiyan. He thought to himself, no wonder she is Zhu Qing's sister. She's even sexier than Zhu Qing. A woman like this, if I could conquer her, would definitely bring me unprecedented satisfaction. Zhu Qing's voice suddenly rang out. Is it beautiful? Zhu Qing asked coldly, her tone devoid of any emotion, as if merely stating a fact. BaiYing's throat moved, and he instinctively replied, yes, very beautiful. His gaze lingered on Zhu Zhiyan, seemingly drawn in by her beauty and unable to extricate himself. BaiYing's pupils suddenly constricted, and he realized he had lost his composure. He quickly withdrew his gaze and looked towards Zhu Qing, attempting to mask his inner turmoil. However, Zhu Qing's gaze was sharp as a sword, piercing into his heart. Stupid man, is it not enough to have me? You still want my sister? Zhu Qing's voice was cold and resolute, a hint of disappointment and anger flashing in her eyes. She turned and left, leaving BaiYing frozen in place. BaiYing stood there, his face turning pale in an instant, his hands clenched into fists. He didn't expect Zhu Qing to question him so directly, nor did he anticipate that she would become angry and leave because of it. Panic surged in his heart as he wanted to chase after her to explain, but he feared making things worse. Ning Rongrong frowned as she watched BaiYing standing there in a daze. She stepped forward and said softly, "What else can you do? Why don't you chase after her?" Her voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction and urgency, clearly disappointed with BaiYing's performance. Upon hearing this, BaiYing felt as if he had awakened from a dream. He suddenly raised his head, determination and resolution flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath and turned to chase after Zhu Qing, following the direction she had gone. BaiYing quickly caught up and finally grasped Zhu Qing's wrist. He spoke cautiously, his voice trembling with pleading. "Zhu Qing, I didn't mean it like that." Zhu Qing stopped in her tracks, turned around, and looked at him coldly, disappointment and anger flashing in her eyes. Her voice was cold and resolute. "Not like that? Then what do you mean? You men are all the same, claiming to love, but you can never satisfy your own greed." BaiYing's face turned pale instantly, and he hurriedly explained, "Zhu Qing, please listen to me. I'm sincere about you. I just. His voice gradually lowered, a hint of struggle and pain flashing in his eyes. Zhu Qing suddenly shook off BaiYing's hand, her gaze filled with disappointment and anger, as if she wanted to see through BaiYing completely. "Don't give me excuses. Explanations are just cover-ups." Zhu Qing's voice was icy and resolute, each word piercing BaiYing's heart like cold arrows. BaiYing's face turned as pale as paper. Standing there in shock, his lips moved but no sound came out. He looked at Zhu Qing's indifferent and resolute face. A wave of indescribable pain and regret surged in his heart. "Dare you say you have no feelings for my sister?" Zhu Qing continued to question, her voice carrying a hint of jealousy, but more disappointment and anger. Chapter 172. Become my servant under the moonlight. The silhouettes of BaiYing and Zhu Qing appeared particularly striking in the night. Just as BaiYing was about to speak, the air around them suddenly tensed. A cold wind swept through, bringing a chilling aura. Zhu Qing instantly became alert, a hint of coldness flashing in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, shadows swayed around them, and dozens of figures appeared out of nowhere, as if they had emerged from the darkness like ghosts. Their forms were agile, their faces stern, exuding a powerful and cold aura. Each of them wielded weapons that glinted with a cold light. These individuals emitted strong soul power fluctuations, and soul rings flickered around them. Some had 6 soul rings, while others had 8, radiating a terrifying aura. They were clearly experts at the Soul Emperor or even Soul Douluo level. They formed a circle, firmly surrounding BaiYing and Zhu Qing, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. "You will undoubtedly die today." In the night, Davis's voice was deep and cold, like a sharp sword piercing through the surrounding silence. He slowly emerged from the darkness, his figure appearing exceptionally tall under the moonlight, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. In the next moment, Zhu Qing shot up directly, her first soul skill, the Nether Strike, instantly attacking Davis. Davis merely stepped back to avoid Zhu Qing's attack. His gaze fell on Zhu Qing, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Zhu Qing, do you really think your strength can stop me? How ridiculous." Zhu Qing clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes flashing with determination. "Davis, if you dare harm us, the Heavendo Empire will never let you go." Davis let out a cold laugh, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "The Heavendo Empire? Once I take down the Spirit Hall, what will the Heavendo Empire amount to?" BaiYing sneered, his figure vanishing from the spot, reappearing in front of Davis, coldly saying, "Take down the Spirit Hall? Aren't you overestimating yourself?" Davis's eyes turned icy as he stared at BaiYing, a smug smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. "Don't forget, you are the son of the Spirit Hall. If I use you to threaten the Spirit Hall, what do you think they will do?" Under the moonlight, BaiYing's figure appeared increasingly ethereal. He coldly glanced at Davis, a look of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "You might be disappointed. I am not as important in the Spirit Hall as you imagine." As he spoke, BaiYing's figure disappeared again, as if blending into the surrounding night. Davis's pupils shrank. He could sense a strong wave of soul power rapidly approaching. In the next moment, a white shadow suddenly appeared before him, moving at a speed that dazzled the eyes. Under the moonlight, BaiYing's figure appeared like a ghost before Davis, delivering a heavy punch to his forehead. This punch was powerful and contained BaiYing's profound soul power, instantly causing Davis to bleed from his nose and fall to the ground. Davis covered his injured face, his furious gaze almost spitting fire. He shouted loudly, "Kill them for me." His voice echoed in the night, filled with murderous intent. A few black-clad individuals, hearing the command, immediately rushed towards BaiYing and Zhu Qing. Their figures sped through the night, the weapons in their hands flashing with cold light, clearly ready to strike hard. However, just as they were about to reach the two, BaiYing suddenly coldly said, "Don't move. If you don't want your crown prince to die, then don't move." The black-clad individuals instantly stopped in their tracks, their soul rings quietly dissipating, their faces showing hesitation, clearly shaken by BaiYing's words. Under the moonlight, BaiYing's figure appeared even more stern. He slightly tilted his head, his gaze sharp as a knife, coldly sweeping over those black-clad individuals, causing them to shiver involuntarily. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, and Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhiyun's figures appeared not far away. Dai Mubai's eyes flashed with anger as he roared, "BaiYing, you dare to threaten the crown prince of my new Luo empire? Are you not afraid of the wrath of my new Luo empire?" BaiYing smiled coldly at the words, slowly turning around to face Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhiyun, and said, "Anger? You need to have the ability for that." Dai Mubai's eyes widened with rage, his facial muscles tensed, clearly infuriated by BaiYing's provocation. He stepped forward and sternly yelled at the black-clothed men, "What are you waiting for? Go." He asked just one person, "Are you afraid of him?" The black-clothed men exchanged glances, showing signs of hesitation. One of the burly black-clothed men stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "The crown prince is still in his hands. What if he does something to the crown prince?" Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's eyes flashed with impatience as he waved his hand. "Don't worry, he wouldn't dare. Even if he does, I have ways to save my brother. You all go, and don't make me say it again." Seeing this, the black-clothed men had no choice but to rush towards BaiYing. However, just as they were about to get close, BaiYing's figure suddenly vanished from the spot, leaving only a shadow swaying in place. When the black-clothed men came to their senses, BaiYing had already appeared behind Dai Mubai, gripping his throat tightly. Dai Mubai immediately felt a powerful force that made it hard for him to breathe, his face turning pale instantly. What do you want?" Dai Mubai struggled to utter a few words, his eyes filled with terror. BaiYing let out a cold laugh and said, "I just want to tell you, don't underestimate anyone. Do you think that having more people means you can do whatever you want? Let me tell you, sometimes the power of one person can change the entire situation." Under the moonlight, Zhu Zhuqing's figure appeared exceptionally cold and beautiful. She tightly gripped Davis's throat, her originally beautiful eyes now filled with coldness and determination. Davis's face turned pale, his eyes filled with fear and pleading as he struggled to say, "Zhu Qing, I beg you, let me go. Don't forget, you are also from the Star Luo Empire." Zhu Zhuqing coldly laughed and said with disdain and indifference, "From the moment I left the family, I no longer count as a person from the Star Luo Empire. Everything you have done to me, I will never forget. Today is the time for you to pay the price." Saying this, she increased the strength in her grip, making Davis's breathing even more difficult and his face increasingly pale. He struggled to break free from Zhu Zhuqing's control, but unfortunately, her soul power far surpassed his, and he couldn't move at all. At this moment, BaiYing looked at Dai Mubai and said, "You dare to treat us this way today. It seems we must teach you a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, BaiYing suddenly released his grip on Dai Mubai's throat, his figure flashing and instantly appearing behind Dai Mubai. He kicked fiercely towards Dai Mubai's backside, and the immense force caused Dai Mubai to tumble forward, landing face first into the dirt. However, this was not the end. BaiYing followed closely, stepping on Dai Mubai's back and pressing down hard, making it nearly impossible for Dai Mubai to breathe. He felt a sharp pain radiating from his lower body, as if something had been brutally kicked, a pain that nearly made him faint. In the night, BaiYing's figure resembled a cold reaper. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice cold and firm. "Kill all these black-clothed men, not one left." As soon as he finished speaking, the dozens of people who had suddenly appeared immediately sprang into action. They moved with agility and speed, their weapons glinting with cold light under the moon. The black-clothed men changed their expressions drastically, wanting to escape, but it was already too late. Those people moved like ghosts through the crowd of black-clothed men, each slash accompanied by a scream and splatter of blood. The black-clothed men fell one by one, their bodies twitching in the night, blood staining the ground. In the dungeon, Zhu Zhiyun was tightly bound by chains, unable to move. Zhu Zhuqing looked at her sister bound and, unable to bear it, said, "Sister, Why did you have to kill me back then? Zhu Zhuyun, tied up with rough ropes, quietly gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. She moved her lips slightly, her voice low and firm. There's no reason. The royal family is the most ruthless. It's either you die or I live. This is our fate, inescapable. Hearing her sister's words, Zhu Zhuqing felt a pang of pain in her heart. She looked at Zhu Zhuyun's once familiar yet unfamiliar face and felt an indescribable sorrow surge within her. Trembling, she asked, "Don't you regret it all?" Zhu Zhuyun coldly laughed, her eyes revealing a sense of determination. Regret? Regret what? Regret my past ambitions? Or regret my failure? In this world, only the victors can survive. The fate of the losers is death. What do I have to regret? In the dark dungeon, the damp air was filled with the smell of mold and blood. Davis was tightly bound to a rusty iron pillar, his clothes torn to shreds from being whipped, and the exposed parts of his body were covered in horrifying whip marks, blood dripping from the wounds and staining the ground. Several soldiers, holding whips, expressionlessly took turns whipping Davis. Each lash was accompanied by Davis's screams, as he twisted his body in pain, tears and sweat streaming down his face. "I beg you, let me go, please." Davis's voice had turned hoarse and desperate, but the soldiers showed no mercy, instead whipping him even more fiercely. In the dark dungeon, BaiYing suddenly appeared, like a ghost before Davis. Dressed in white, his expression was stern, and his eyes revealed an undeniable determination. "When you killed us earlier, did you ever think about sparing our lives?" BaiYing's voice was cold and deep, each word seemingly carrying a bone-chilling chill. Davis looked at BaiYing, feeling a strong wave of fear surge within him. He struggled to rise, but his body was tightly bound by chains, unable to move. "I am the prince of the Star Luo Empire. You dare not kill me," Davis shouted hoarsely, trying to use his identity to intimidate him. "Forget about your identity. I can now offer you a chance to live." Davis's heart surged with turmoil, his eyes flashing with unwillingness and determination. He looked up at BaiYing, as if he saw an unfathomable dark vortex, swallowing all his pride and dignity. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, the pain unable to mask his inner struggle. "What chance?" Davis's voice was low and hoarse, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. BaiYing seemed indifferent to his struggle, simply saying, "You become my servant, and I will spare your life." This sentence was like a sharp knife, piercing deeply into Davis's heart. His eyes widened, flashing with shock and anger. But reality forced him to lower his head. He gritted his teeth and finally nodded with difficulty. Davis felt a chilling force invade from his forehead, quickly spreading throughout his body. It felt as if this power had firmly locked him in place, rendering him motionless. BaiYing's voice echoed in his ears, cold and cruel. "This is the puppet mark. It will bind you forever, making you my servant. Remember, do not harbor any harmful thoughts against me, or with just a thought, I can take your life." As BaiYing's words fell, Davis felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. His soul seemed to be ruthlessly torn apart and forcibly connected to a strange existence. That irresistible power filled him with despair and fear. He trembled and knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with tears, the pride and dignity he once held now reduced to nothing in that moment. Davis trembled as he raised his head, his knees kneeling on the cold ground, his body feeling as if it had been drained of all strength. He bit his lower lip tightly, blood slowly seeping out and staining his pale lips. In his eyes flickered the flames of humiliation and unwillingness. Yet he had no choice but to submit to the cruelty of reality. "Davis, what should you call me now?" The voice of the white shadow was cold and authoritative, as if it came from the heavens, impossible to resist. Davis took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the anger and resentment in his heart. He lowered his head, his voice trembling yet filled with determination. "Remember, after this, call me master." Each word was forced out as if it were being squeezed through his teeth, accompanied by the humiliation and pain in his heart. The white shadow led Davis into the dim prison cell, a wave of damp and decaying air hitting him. Inside the cell, Zhu Zhuyun was tightly bound by iron chains. Yet she still held her head high, her eyes shining with an unyielding light. When she saw the white shadow and Davis approaching, a cold smile curved at the corners of her mouth as she mocked, "Davis, you useless fool. I must have been blind to have taken a liking to you." Davis's face darkened, but he did not dare to explode, only lowering his head to follow behind the white shadow. The white shadow paid no attention to Zhu Zhuyun's mockery, merely glancing at her with indifference, as if looking at an insignificant ant. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuyun was filled with rage, struggling to stand up. but the chains held her firmly in place. She glared at the white shadow and shouted, "If you have the ability, kill me. If I dare to frown, then I'm no longer a human." Chapter 173, Become My Slave. The data is too poor. I don't want to write anymore. In the next few days. Don't worry. This is not up to you. The next moment, his palm waved lightly, and a brilliant light burst forth from his palm, like a meteor streaking across the sky, carrying endless pressure, heading straight for Zhu Zhiyun. The light surged into Zhu Zhiyun's body, her gaze instantly becoming hollow, her body seeming to be controlled by an invisible force. Becoming stiff and dazed, Zhu Zhiyun's lips slightly moved, her voice weak and trembling. "Master." These two words were like being frozen by frost, carrying an indescribable fear and helplessness. After saying the word master, Zhu Zhiyun's eyes suddenly regained focus, a strong sense of terror and anger intertwining on her face. She struggled violently, trying to break free from the power that bound her, but her body felt as if it were locked in invisible chains, unable to move. The white shadow appeared leisurely in front of her, a teasing smile on his face, his voice cold and merciless. "What can I do? I can only make you my slave. Zhu Zhiyun, from now on, your life and death are merely a thought away from me." His words were like icy blades, cutting into Zhu Zhiyun's heart with each word. She felt an unprecedented sense of despair and helplessness, as if the entire world was collapsing at this moment. Zhu Zhiyun was overwhelmed by anger and humiliation, struggling with all her might, her throat letting out a beast-like roar. "You are truly a beast. Even if I die, I will not bow to you." As soon as the words left her mouth, a crisp slap echoed in the empty hall. The white shadow's movements were as swift as lightning, delivering a hard slap to Zhu Zhiyun's left cheek. Her cheek instantly swelled, as if it had been burned by fire. Zhu Zhiyun was in so much pain that she almost fainted, but her gaze remained stubborn and unyielding. She tightly gritted her teeth, refusing to let her tears fall. The white shadow looked at her in this state, a trace of amusement flashing in his eyes, and he coldly said, "Woman, you are still too naive. I have never been gentle with women. If you don't want to die a little faster, then behave yourself." Davis watched as Zhu Zhiyun was mercilessly humiliated and beaten, his heart aching like being cut by a knife. He tried to struggle, but his body felt as if it were firmly locked by an invisible force, unable to move an inch. He could only watch helplessly, his voice trembling and pleading, "Please, let her go. She is my fiancé, EU. You have no right to treat her like this." Upon hearing this, the white shadow curled his lips in a contemptuous smile, turning to look at Davis. His eyes filled with mockery. "Oh, fiancé? So what? In my eyes, she is merely a toy to be manipulated at will. And you, a man who can't even protect his own woman, what right do you have to talk to me?" Davis finally succumbed. He struggled to break free from his restraints and stepped heavily toward the outside of the cage. His face was filled with helplessness and pain, each step feeling like walking on a knife's edge, but he had no choice but to continue moving forward. On the other side of the cage, Zhu Zhiyun knelt on the ground, her eyes filled with humiliation and unwillingness. She tightly bit her lip, trying to prevent her tears from falling, but her trembling hands betrayed her emotions. The white shadow stood before her, looking down at her from high position, his voice cold and merciless. "Listen well, Zhu Zhiyun. From today on, you will call me master. Your dignity and pride will be trampled underfoot by me. If you don't want to suffer more pain, then obey." On the other side, at the Martial Soul Sect, the moonlight was hazy, casting a faint silver glow over the halls of the Martial Soul Sect. The white shadow stood in the moonlight, his face stern, holding the pale-faced woman, Zhu Zhiyun. Her eyes were hollow, as if she had lost all light, mechanically following the white shadow's steps. "From now on, you are my slave." The white shadow's voice was deep and cold, as if it came from the depths of the underworld. He turned around and brought Zhu Zhiyun to a finely decorated room, saying, "Your duty is to take care of my daily needs without any negligence." Zhu Zhiyun numbly nodded, as if she had lost her soul. She pushed open the door and walked in. The room was luxuriously and exquisitely decorated, but at this moment, Zhu Zhiyun had no heart to appreciate it. She silently walked to the bedside, starting to tidy up the bed, each movement appearing mechanical and stiff. Moonlight streamed through the half-open window, casting on Zhu Zhiyun's pale and bloodless face, adding a touch of desolation to her already lifeless expression. She mechanically tidied the bed, each action seeming frozen in time, lacking any vitality. Suddenly, a light sound came from behind her, followed by a cold and stern voice. Smack. Zhu Zhiyun's backside was sharply slapped by the white shadow. causing her entire body to tremble as if she had been electrocuted. "Cheer up, smile a little, don't look so dead." The white shadow's voice was filled with dissatisfaction, his hands still hanging in the air, seemingly very displeased with Zhu Zhiyun's reaction. Zhu Zhiyun's body trembled, tears shimmering in her eyes, but the tears never fell. She struggled to pull up a bitter smile, but that smile was like a shattered mirror, fragmented and lifeless. Xiao Wu gently knocked on the door outside, her voice passing through the thick wooden door into the room. The white shadow was startled, his expression instantly becoming serious. He hurriedly pushed Zhu Zhiyun toward a nearby cabinet, signaling her to hide inside. A flicker of fear crossed Zhu Zhiyun's eyes, but more was helplessness and submission. She silently curled up in the depths of the cabinet, trying to make no sound. The white shadow quickly tidied up his clothes and appearance, trying to make himself look more natural. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the chaos in his heart, then gently opened the door. "Xiao Wu, what's wrong?" The white shadow feigned calmness, a somewhat unnatural smile on his face. Xiao Wu frowned slightly, her sensitive nose catching a faint yet exceptionally pungent scent in the air, a light but very sharp perfume smell. She looked around in confusion, her gaze scanning the room back and forth, trying to find the source of the smell. Seeing this, the white shadow felt even more tense. He struggled to suppress the panic within, maintaining a smile on his face, but a hint of anxiety flashed in his eyes. He quickly walked toward Xiao Wu, trying to block her line of sight with his body while diverting her attention with words. "Xiao Wu, have you been practicing too hard lately? Sometimes fatigue can lead to illusions." Xiao Wu gently shook her head, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over the cabinet and noticing the slightly ajar door, which seemed a bit unusual. A thought crossed her mind, and she softly approached, gently pushing the cabinet door open. Just as she was about to discover something, BaiYing swiftly leaned in and kissed her. Xiao Wu was taken aback by BaiYing's sudden action, her cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. BaiYing's figure appeared before her like a flash of lightning, his deep-set eyes sparkling with a fiery light, as if he wanted to consume her whole. He bent down and softly kissed Xiao Wu's forehead, his actions tender and affectionate. Xiao Wu felt a warm current spreading from her forehead throughout her body, her heart racing as if it would leap out of her chest. Her hands involuntarily grasped BaiYing's collar, as if this would steady her wavering body. BaiYing's kisses fell like gentle raindrops on Xiao Wu's forehead and cheeks, each touch sending unprecedented thrills through her. She closed her eyes, allowing herself to immerse in this sudden tenderness, as if the whole world consisted of just the two of them. Under the moonlight, Xiao Wu's cheeks were as radiant as peach blossoms, her breath coming in soft gasps, her eyes sparkling with shyness and reproach. She gently pushed BaiYing away, playfully scolding, "Brother, you're such a big rogue." Her voice carried a hint of playful reproach, but more so, it was hard to conceal the sweetness. BaiYing looked at Xiao Wu's charming demeanor, his heart stirred. He couldn't help but lean in closer, chuckling softly. "Isn't it because you're too beautiful? I simply can't help myself." As he spoke, he reached out to gently stroke Xiao Wu's hair, his tender movements seeming to melt hearts. Xiao Wu's cheeks turned even redder, and she lowered her head, unable to meet BaiYing's gaze, feeling as if her heart was tightly gripped by something, both shy and sweet. She bit her lip gently, seeming to want to say something, but in the end, she only whispered, You're annoying." Although her voice was soft, it was filled with endless affection. Zhu Zhiyun, hiding in the shadow of the cabinet, felt her heart pounding like a drum. She cautiously peered out, revealing only her eyes, spying on the two people in the room through a gap. The moonlight spilled in at an angle, adding a touch of hazy and ambiguous atmosphere to the scene. She saw Xiao Wu with her head lowered, the blush on her face appearing even more enchanting under the moonlight. BaiYing was half bent over, one hand gently stroking Xiao Wu's hair, the other hand softly holding her delicate fingers. Their shadows stretched long under the moonlight, as if they were about to merge into one. A surge of indescribable emotions rose in Zhu Zhiyun's heart. She had never expected to see such a scene, nor did she think she would spy on someone else's private matters from such a close distance. She felt her own cheeks heating up, as if infected by Xiao Wu's shyness. The moonlight poured through the window into the room, making Xiao Wu's face appear even more charming in the soft light. Her legs seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, staggering as she retreated towards the door. Her gaze was dazed, and the blush on her cheeks was as brilliant as the evening glow. "Brother, you're just too amazing, I can't take it." Xiao Wu's voice trembled slightly, as if genuine emotions were surging from her heart. She clutched the hem of her clothes tightly, as if trying to stabilize her wobbling body. BaiYing stood by the door, watching Xiao Wu leave. BaiYing turned around, the moonlight outlining his tall figure as he walked towards the cabinet. A hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He gently tapped the cabinet door, his deep and magnetic voice resonating in the quiet night. So, how is it? Does it look good? As he spoke, he slowly opened the cabinet door, revealing Zhu Zhiyun's figure illuminated by the soft moonlight. Zhu Zhiyun's face turned pale, her eyes filled with fear and confusion. She shrank into the corner of the cabinet, clutching her body tightly, as if trying to ward off the sudden fear. Her lips trembled slightly, her voice carrying a hint of a sob. What? What do you want? BaiYing did not answer immediately. He stood silently in front of the cabinet door, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, examining Zhu Zhiyun's reaction. The moonlight reflected on his stern face, casting a shadow that made his expression even more inscrutable. Chapter 174. Zhu Zhiyun calls him husband. The next moment, BaiYing directly lifted Zhu Zhiyun up and kissed her without hesitation. Zhu Zhiyun felt the world spin, darkness enveloping her as if a white light had swallowed her whole. Immediately after, a strange warmth pressed against her lips, the sensation causing her heart to race as if it would leap out of her chest. She widened her eyes, trying to see the scene before her, but all she could see was a blurred white shadow. The shock in her heart instantly turned to anger. She struggled fiercely but found herself seemingly bound by an invisible force, unable to move. You beast, let me go! Zhu Zhiyun shouted angrily, her voice echoing in the empty space, sounding particularly harsh. Her cheeks flushed red with anger, her eyes glinting with fury, as if she wanted to burn the white shadow before her to ashes. BaiYing chuckled lightly, his voice like clear spring water striking against stone, pleasant yet tinged with mockery. He lowered his head slightly, locking eyes with Zhu Zhiyun, his deep-set eyes sparkling with an inexplicable light, as if he could see into her soul. What's wrong? Are you scared? He asked softly, his voice laced with provocation. Zhu Zhiyun's fury ignited like oil poured onto a fire, burning fiercely. She struggled angrily, her eyes flashing with defiance, as if she would tear apart the bindings holding her. She bit her lower lip, using all her strength to push against BaiYing, but it was in vain. You scoundrel! How dare you bully a little girl like me? She shouted angrily, her voice filled with endless humiliation and unwillingness. Her cheeks were flushed with rage, her eyes brimming with tears, as if they would spill over at any moment. Zhu Zhiyun's heart raced, her gaze wavering between anger and helplessness. She bit her lip tightly, as if wanting to crush all the humiliation and resentment within her. BaiYing's words struck her heart like a heavy hammer, making her feel a suffocating pain. She looked up at the white shadow, her eyes sparkling with complex emotions. BaiYing's outline appeared increasingly blurred in the dim light, but his voice was like a cold blade, piercing her heart. Zhuyin, let's make a deal, shall we? You become my woman, and I will let you go. How about it? BaiYing's voice was low and tempting. Zhu Zhiyun's body stiffened, a chill rising from her heart and spreading throughout her body. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within her. When she opened her eyes again, they were filled with resoluteness. You are mistaken. Zhu Zhiyun's voice was as cold as ice, her eyes shining with determination. I, Zhu Zhiyun, never bow to anyone, nor will I sell my dignity for the sake of survival. Before her words fell, a powerful force suddenly burst forth from her body, forcefully pushing BaiYing away. At the same time, a dagger glimmering with cold light appeared in her hand, aimed directly at BaiYing's heart. BaiYing seemed taken aback by this sudden turn of events, momentarily stunned, and the dagger instantly pierced his chest. BaiYing's face turned pale in an instant. Disbelief etched across his features as he looked at Zhu Zhiyun, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. Zhu Zhiyun, however, sneered, her figure flashing as she disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a cold remark echoing in the air. Want me to be your woman? Maybe in the next life. At that moment, Zhu Zhiyun's body was lifted by the white shadow, her feet dangling in the air, and her struggle seemed weak and futile under the opponent's control. A playful smile curled at the corners of the white shadow's mouth, as if he were a hunter who had grasped the whole situation, watching his struggling prey. Zhu Zhiyun exclaimed in shock, her voice filled with disbelief. How are you not dead? This is impossible. She attempted to stab the white shadow again with her dagger, but the white shadow's figure was as elusive as a ghost, easily dodging her attack. Under the moonlight, the white shadow's face appeared even more mysterious and cold. He spoke softly, his voice deep and hoarse. Guess. As these two words fell, the white shadow's figure suddenly blurred, as if merging into the surrounding darkness. Zhu Zhiyun felt a strong wave of dizziness wash over her, and the entire world began to spin. The white shadow's gaze lingered on Zhu Zhiyun, and his lips curled into a mischievous smile. He slowly approached, almost able to smell the faint fragrance on her, which was as enticing as poppy, intoxicating and mesmerizing. Finally, you are mine. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight seeped through the gap in the curtains and fell on Zhu Zhiyun's face, she slowly opened her eyes. The scene before her left her momentarily stunned, her heart racing as if struck by a heavy hammer. She found herself in a strange room, her clothes nowhere to be seen, with only the bruises and pain all over her body reminding her of everything that happened last night. Beside her, a man was quietly sleeping, the very white shadow from last night. His features appeared much softer in the morning light. But Zhu Zhiyun could not quell the anger and shame in her heart. She tried to recall everything from last night, but her mind was a chaotic mess. All she remembered was being carried away by the white shadow, followed by a wave of intense dizziness, and then this morning's embarrassment. Zhu Zhiyun's voice sounded particularly gentle in the morning silence as she cautiously spoke, as if afraid of disturbing something. "Are you my husband?" The white shadow slightly opened his eyes from sleep, looking at the face filled with confusion and a hint of shyness before him, a playful smile curling at his lips. He sat up, deliberately slowing his speech, his voice carrying a hint of mockery. "Have you lost your memory? Don't you remember who I am?" Zhu Zhiyun's cheeks turned slightly red. She avoided the white shadow's direct gaze and lowered her head. She looked like a frightened little deer, endearing. She gently bit her lower lip, as if pondering something, then looked up, her bright eyes meeting the white shadow's. "Aren't you my husband? What happened to him? Did he really lose his memory?" Of course, it's the function of this system. The system has erased part of his memory, and now in his memory, host. You are his husband. Of course, I am your husband. Come on, dear, it's time to get up. Let me tell everyone something. Zhu Zhiyun has lost her memory. As soon as the white shadow finished speaking, the room fell into silence. Everyone's gaze focused on Zhu Zhiyun, her face pale, eyes filled with confusion and fear. Zhu Zhuqing was even more shocked, almost speechless. She stepped forward and tightly grabbed Zhu Zhiyun's hand, her voice trembling as she asked, "Sister, do you really have amnesia?" Zhu Zhiyun's eyes appeared somewhat vacant as she looked at Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly trying hard to remember something, but ultimately shook her head. Her voice weak and powerless. I don't know. I feel like I have forgotten something very important, but I can't remember anything." Zhu Zhuqing's eyes turned red, tears almost spilling over. She tightly hugged Zhu Zhiyun, her voice choked. "Sister, it's okay. We will help you regain your memory. No matter what happens, I will be by your side." Chapter 175. Ning Rongrong's jealousy. Zhu Zhuqing, although she hated Zhu Zhiyun, was still her sister. Seeing Zhu Zhiyun's current situation, Zhu Zhuqing ultimately let go of her resentment. Zhu Zhuqing sighed softly, a complex emotion reflected in her eyes. "Brother Bai, please treat my sister well." Her voice was soft yet firm, like a clear stream flowing through a mountain gorge, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Her hands were tightly clenched, as if she was trying to suppress the turmoil within. Ning Rongrong, hearing this, couldn't help but tease. "Isn't this just a sister sharing a husband?" Her words were accompanied by an even more pronounced smile at the corners of her eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly flushed like a rising dawn. Beautiful yet shy, she slightly lowered her head, not daring to meet Ning Rongrong's teasing gaze, but her heart was tumultuous. "White Shadow, you've really picked up a great bargain," Ning Rongrong said. Hearing Ning Rongrong's teasing, the white shadow displayed a proud smile, as if sunshine filled the entire room, making his features even more handsome. He slightly raised his chin, his eyes sparkling with confidence and pride, as if to say, "Look, this is where my charm lies." He lightly cleared his throat, then spoke solemnly, "This is not a bargain. It is clearly a blessing bestowed upon me by heaven. Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing, two such beautiful and enchanting women, can both be infatuated with me at the same time. Isn't this the best proof of my charm?" As he spoke, he deliberately scanned the room, as if wanting everyone present to feel his unparalleled charm. At that moment, he seemed to become the focal point of the world, and that confident smile made it impossible for anyone to look away. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing this, curled her lips into a mischievous arc, her bright eyes sparkling with the joy of a successful prank. She gently lifted her right foot, her toes slightly curling as if gathering all her strength for this one step. Then, she suddenly stomped down on the white shadow's instep. The action so quick that it caught him off guard. Ouch! The white shadow let out a cry of pain, the proud smile on his face instantly vanishing, replaced by an expression of agony. He covered his stomped foot, grimacing in pain as if the entire world had collapsed at that moment. Ning Rongrong looked at the white shadow's disheveled appearance and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her eyes sparkled with the delight of a successful prank. As if she had just accomplished a great feat, the white shadow looked at her with a helpless expression, feeling both pain and anger in his heart, but having no way to retaliate. The white shadow quickly reacted, suddenly reaching out and grabbing Ning Rongrong's foot that had just played the prank. A hint of grievance and pleading appeared on his face, and his once confident eyes now sparkled with an innocent light. "Spare me, I was wrong," he pleaded softly, his voice trembling as if truly frightened by Ning Rongrong's sudden attack. He pulled on Ning Rongrong's foot, trying to prevent her from launching another attack. No, it should be a spanking." Ning Rongrong, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh, her lively eyes sparkling with mischief, as if saying, "Let's see if you dare to be so arrogant again." The white shadow's face twisted into a more pronounced smirk, leaning slightly forward, his deep eyes sparkling with playfulness and provocation. He deliberately slowed his speech, enunciating each word. "Since Rongrong said she wanted to spank, then I, BaiYing, should obediently satisfy you, right?" Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face instantly turned extremely ugly, her once lively eyes now filled with panic. She struggled to withdraw her foot, but found it firmly held, as if caught in a vice. A strong sense of unease surged in her heart, as if she were being targeted by a cunning fox. The white shadow looked at Ning Rongrong's panicked expression, and a sense of mischievous pleasure rose within him. He deliberately leaned in closer, his warm breath almost brushing against Ning Rongrong's face. He whispered, "Rongrong, don't move, I'm coming right now." His voice was deep and magnetic, as if tempting a naive little kitten. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the once calm air, like a stone breaking the tranquility of a lake, instantly stirring up ripples. At that moment, Zhu Zhiyun resembled a wrong child, suddenly rushing over. Her tears fell like broken pearls, one by one, soaking her collar. She threw herself beside BaiYing, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, burying her head in his chest. Her voice choked as if she wanted to express all her grievances. "Husband, it's mine. It's mine." Though her voice was weak, it was filled with determination and an undeniable firmness. BaiYing was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, feeling a wave of warmth and wetness on his chest. It was Zhu Zhiyun's tears, hot and real. He looked down at the woman in his arms, whose face, once as cold as ice, was now streaked with tears, and those eyes that once brimmed with hatred were now filled with dependence and pleading. Ning Rongrong watched Zhu Zhiyun's pitiful appearance, and the mischievous spark in her heart grew stronger. A sly smile crept onto her lips as if she had found a perfect opportunity for fun. She suddenly broke free from BaiYing's hold, leaping in front of Zhu Zhiyun with her hands on her hips, her face radiating provocation. "Your husband? Oomph. He's also my husband." Ning Rongrong's voice was crisp and resolute, each word striking Zhu Zhiyun's heart like a hammer. She deliberately emphasized the word husband, as if declaring her sovereignty. As soon as she finished speaking, Ning Rongrong suddenly turned around, wrapping her arms around BaiYing's neck and pressing her lips forcefully against his forehead. That kiss was passionate and domineering, as if to unleash all her possessiveness. BaiYing was startled by this sudden kiss, his eyes widening as he felt a soft warmth on his forehead. That was Ning Rongrong's lips, carrying a faint fragrance and unique warmth. Zhu Zhiyun instantly ignited like a firecracker, her eyes blazing with fury. She abruptly lifted her head, her tear-streaked face reflecting anger and unwillingness. Biting her lower lip tightly, she seemed to concentrate all her grievances and anger in that moment. Suddenly, she extended her slender finger, pointing directly at Ning Rongrong's nose, her voice trembling and sharp. "You wicked woman, how dare you kiss my husband?" Before her words fell, she lunged forward, her hands turning into claws aimed at Ning Rongrong's cheek. Her speed was so fast that it left people almost no time to react. However, at that critical moment, BaiYing reached out to stop Zhu Zhiyun. He firmly grasped her wrist, preventing her from her reckless action. BaiYing furrowed his brows, a hint of helplessness and indulgence flashing in his eyes. He gently patted Zhu Zhiyun's back, as if comforting a fluffily angry kitten. He turned to Ning Rongrong, a gentle smile appearing on his face, his voice deep and magnetic. "Rongrong, you're grown up now. Don't tease her." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's lips curled into a playful smile, and she blinked as if challenging BaiYing. However, under BaiYing's gentle yet firm gaze, she eventually conceded and withdrew her mischievous spirit. Zhu Zhiyun had calmed down a bit, but her eyes still flickered with lingering anger. She pressed her lips tightly together. Watching the interaction between BaiYing and Ning Rongrong, her heart filled with mixed feelings. She knew she had lost badly in this struggle, yet she was unwilling to give up just like that. Ning Rongrong noticed the complex expression on Zhu Zhiyun's face, and a playful smile formed at the corner of her mouth. She gently patted BaiYing's shoulder, intentionally softening her tone, but laced with provocation. So, have you forgotten your old love now that you have a new one? BaiYing was taken aback by Ning Rongrong's words, then shook his head with a bitter smile. He turned to Zhu Zhiyun, a hint of apology flashing in his eyes, quickly replaced by determination. He gently pushed Ning Rongrong aside, walked up to Zhu Zhiyun, took her shoulders in his hands, and said firmly, "Jian, listen to me. I've never forgotten the feelings between us. But I also know that my relationship with Rongrong is not what you think." Zhu Zhuqing watched the two, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She sighed softly, turning to leave, as if she didn't want to be part of this turmoil anymore. However, just as she was about to step out of the door, Ning Rongrong's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the brief silence. "Zhu Zhuqing, don't go." Ning Rongrong's voice carried urgency as she stepped forward to block Zhu Zhuqing's path. Her face was serious, her bright eyes now shining with determination. "What happens between us shouldn't involve you." Zhu Zhuqing stopped in her tracks, turning to look at Ning Rongrong, a hint of confusion in her eyes. However, Ning Rongrong didn't give her a chance to ask. Taking a deep breath, she continued, "This matter, I will resolve it well with BaiYing. You can go first." Zhu Zhiyun tightly grasped BaiYing's hand, her eyes filled with unease and guilt. She slightly lowered her head, as if reflecting on her own mistakes, and once again, tears fell like broken pearls, wetting her cheeks. She whispered, her voice trembling, "Husband, did I make sister angry?" BaiYing sighed softly, extending his hand to gently wipe away the tear stains on Zhu Zhiyun's face. His gaze was gentle and firm, as if he could embrace all her faults and insecurities. He softly comforted, "It's not your fault, Zhiyun. Everyone has their own position and emotions. We just need to face them honestly and try to resolve them." BaiYing's actions suddenly became exceptionally gentle. He carefully lifted Zhu Zhiyun from the ground, as if holding a fragile treasure. However, at that moment, as he held Zhu Zhiyun, he felt a wave of dampness in his hands. He paused slightly and looked down, only to see a wet stain rapidly spreading beneath Zhu Zhiyun's skirt. BaiYing's face instantly turned a bit awkward as he looked at Zhu Zhiyun's pale face, which was now filled with fright. He couldn't help but feel a wave of helplessness. He had never expected that Zhu Zhiyun, under such emotional turmoil, would be scared to the point of losing control. He gently patted Zhu Zhiyun's back, tried to soothe her emotions, but Zhu Zhiyun seemed frozen, her entire body stiff in his embrace, tears streaming down once again. "What kind of sin am I committing?" After helping Zhu Zhiyun change her clothes, BaiYing immediately went to find Ning Rongrong. BaiYing pushed the door open, and the atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Ning Rongrong sat by the window, sunlight casting on her fair face, her eyes revealing a hint of mockery and provocation. She slightly turned her head to look at BaiYing, a playful smile appearing on her lips. "What now?" Ning Rongrong said languidly, her voice dripping with laziness and provocation. "Have a new love and don't want to accompany her anymore?" As she spoke, her gaze deliberately roamed over BaiYing, as if searching for the answer within him. BaiYing felt a bit helpless from Ning Rongrong's words and sighed lightly, walking in front of her and squatting down to meet her gaze. In a swift motion, BaiYing suddenly cupped Ning Rongrong's face and kissed her. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "Of course, I'm here to keep you company." "All right, don't be angry." Ning Rongrong replied, "I'm not angry. See where I'm angry? Looks like we need to communicate our feelings well." Ning Rongrong said, "How to communicate?" "Guess." Suddenly, Ning Rongrong's entire body was firmly embraced, and she was lifted up, slowly walking toward the bed. BaiYing's steps were firm and powerful. Each stride seemed to resonate with Ning Rongrong's heartstrings, making her heart race uncontrollably. She struggled to escape from BaiYing's embrace, but those strong arms tightened around her like iron, leaving her unable to move. "You mustn't come over." Ning Rongrong's voice carried a hint of panic and shyness. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, like blooming peach blossoms. Her hands pressed against BaiYing's chest, trying to stop his forward movement. But that feeble resistance seemed so powerless in front of BaiYing's determination. A fiery light flickered in BaiYing's eyes as he leaned down, whispering softly in Ning Rongrong's ear, "Don't be afraid, I will be gentle." That deep, magnetic voice was like a spell, making Ning Rongrong's heart skip a beat. At that moment, Ning Rongrong had only one thought. Why did she provoke this man? Just then, a voice broke the tranquility of the moment, reporting to the sect master. "Tengu is here. What does he want?" BaiYing had no choice but to let go of Ning Rongrong, who then breathed a sigh of relief. "I was too idle, too idle. I almost fell for him just now. It seems I can't be mischievous in the future." Chapter 176. Tang Yuehua, Arise Yuehua. "Why are you here?" BaiYing said as he stepped outside to meet Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua replied, "Can I come?" BaiYing hastily clarified, "That's not what I meant." "All right, I'm here to tell you that I am going back to Qian Sect. Can I go back with you?" BaiYing asked. Tang Yuehua hesitated at that moment when Tang San suddenly said, "Of course not. What are you? Qian Sect is not a place for someone like you." Hearing Tang San's words, BaiYing's expression darkened, and his gaze instantly sharpened like a knife, staring directly at Tang San. The air around them seemed to freeze, and the atmosphere became tense. "What am I?" BaiYing sneered coldly, his voice deep and powerful. "Tang San, listen well. I am your uncle. Qian Sect. I can naturally enter." He turned to look at Tang Yuehua, his eyes filled with tenderness and determination. "Yuehua, wherever you go, I will accompany you. Whether it's Qian Sect or the ends of the earth, as long as you are there, I will be there." With that, he stepped forward, seemingly wanting to take Tang Yuehua's hand, but was abruptly blocked by Tang San. The two exchanged fierce glances, their momentum clashing, as if an invisible competition was unfolding. The air around them seemed to tremble, a chilling aura spreading. "Uncle? You're just a brainless uncle. Don't forget there is enmity between the Spirit Hall and Qian Sect. Moreover, I disagree with this, and my father won't agree either," Tang San said. BaiYing's eyes widened in anger, his eyes burning like flames as he glared fiercely at Tang San. His hands were tightly clenched into fists, veins bulging, as if ready to unleash tremendous power at any moment. "Free marriage? What do you know?" BaiYing's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the air around them. He surged forward, attempting to break through Tang San's blockade, but was intercepted by Tang San at an even faster pace. The two figures intertwined, their garments fluttering, each collision sparking like fireworks. The surroundings seemed to blur, leaving only the two of them in a fierce confrontation. "I, BaiYing, stand here today. Whoever dares to stop me from marrying Yuehua will pay the price." BaiYing roared, his voice filled with determination and madness. He swung his hand fiercely, a powerful soul force erupting from within him, forming a sharp wave of energy that swept towards Tang San. Tang San's figure swayed as he was forced to retreat repeatedly under BaiYing's violent soul force. His eyes sparkled with determination, but his face gradually paled. Each clash with BaiYing felt like colliding with a towering mountain, an overwhelming sense of power nearly consuming him. However, he did not give up, gritting his teeth and trying to use his own soul force to withstand BaiYing's attacks. But BaiYing's power far surpassed his. Each attack was as fierce as a storm, leaving Tang San struggling to defend himself. Suddenly, with a roar, BaiYing transformed into a shadow, instantly appearing in front of Tang San. He unleashed a powerful punch, his soul force condensing into a shadow of a fist, striking fiercely towards Tang San. Tang San saw the fist shadow coming, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, quickly retreating while forming hand seals, shouting, "For soul skill bind." As his voice fell, countless strands of blue-silver grass suddenly surged around Tang San, moving as if alive and quickly wrapping tightly around BaiYing's fist shadow. Although BaiYing's fist shadow was powerful, it began to slow down under the binding of the blue-silver grass. However, a dismissive smile appeared on BaiYing's face. He snorted coldly and abruptly pulled, his soul power erupting, scattering the blue-silver grass that entangled his fist shadow. The air was thick with tension as Tang San's eyes fixated on BaiYing, a firm light glimmering within. He took a deep breath, as if to draw in all the air around him, gathering strength for the impending counterattack. Suddenly, the fifth soul ring on Tang San's body glowed brightly, a deep blue hue that seemed to contain the power of an endless ocean. Next, a long spear materialized in Tang San's hand, shimmering with a faint blue light, exuding a fierce aura. This was his fifth soul skill, Blue-Silver Overlord Spear. Seeing this, BaiYing's face showed a hint of surprise, but he did not retreat. On the contrary, his fighting spirit intensified, and with a flicker, he appeared in front of Tang San like a ghost. His hand transformed into a claw, fiercely reaching for Tang San's chest, the tips glinting with a cold light that seemed capable of tearing everything apart. Tang San's eyes flashed with ferocity. He knew the power of this strike and dared not underestimate it. He gripped the spear tightly, his figure erupting forward to meet BaiYing's attack. The blue-silver Overlord spear cut through the air with a sharp sound, its tip gleaming coldly as it aimed for BaiYing's throat. However, BaiYing seemed to anticipate this, twisting his body to evade Tang San's attack at an impossible angle. At the same time, his other hand transformed into an iron fist, striking with a thunderous force towards Tang San's cheek. Bang! With a loud crash, the air seemed to tremble. Tang San felt a tremendous force hit him, sending him flying backward, crashing heavily into the wall beside him. He felt a fiery pain on his face as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He looked up and saw that BaiYing's figure had already disappeared, leaving only a shadow dissipating in the air. Tang Yuehua's voice, like a clear spring, rang out amidst the tense atmosphere, filled with worry and helplessness. She quickly stepped between the two, pressing her hands against Tang San and BaiYing's chest in an attempt to quell the impending storm. "All right, you two stop fighting," Tang Yuehua pleaded, her eyes fixed on the two men, fearing they would strike again. BaiYing took a deep breath, the fire in his eyes gradually calming. He glanced at Tang San, a dismissive smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "For Yuehua's sake, I'll let you go. Remember, I am your uncle, so show me some respect in the future." With that, he turned to Tang Yuehua, tenderness flooding his eyes once more. He gently held Tang Yuehua's hand, as if wanting to pour all his tenderness into it. The two gazed into each other's eyes, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only the two of them. Tang San covered his painfully hot face, blood still drying at the corner of his mouth, his eyes red and swollen, looking utterly disheveled. He struggled to stand up from the ground, swaying, yet stubbornly raised his head to look at Tang Yuehua, his eyes glimmering with an indomitable spirit. "Aunt, you must seek justice for me." Tang San's voice was weak, but his tone was filled with determination. His face was full of pain and grievance, yet his eyes sparkled like stars, revealing his unyielding fighting spirit. Tang Yuehua looked at Tang San's pig-like swollen face, and her heart ached. She sighed softly, walked to Tang San's side, gently patted his shoulder, and comforted him. "Xiao San, it's true that BaiYing's attack was too heavy, but you must also understand that your lack of strength is a fact. If you want to earn others' respect, you must first make yourself stronger." Hearing Tang Yuehua's words, Tang San's heart sank, and a flicker of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. He raised his head, looked directly at Tang Yuehua, and his swollen face displayed anger and resentment in his eyes. "Bah, Aunt, you are just biased towards your man." Though Tang San's voice was hoarse, it carried an unmistakable anger. He clenched his fists tightly, as if he wanted to concentrate all his rage into that punch. Tang Yuehua sighed at Tang San's furious expression. She knew her words might have caused a misunderstanding, but in this family, strength was paramount, and she could not favor either side. At this moment, BaiYing slowly walked out from his side, a hint of a mocking smile on his face as he looked at Tang San and said, "Not bad. Are you expecting me to favor you? Kid, remember, this world belongs to the strong. If you want respect, show your strength." Tang San's clenched fist trembled slightly. His emotions of anger and resentment surged in his chest. He looked up at BaiYing, his swollen eyes burning with fierce fury, as if he wanted to devour him. "I will go back and tell my dad." Though Tang San's voice was hoarse, it was filled with determination. He turned to leave, but was stopped by BaiYing's disdainful laughter. BaiYing shook his head, a mocking smile on his lips. "Are you going to call your parents because you can't win? Ha ha, how ridiculous. Do you think I'm afraid of your dad coming? Let me tell you, in this world, strength is the only truth." He walked in front of Tang San, looking down at the boy who was a head shorter than him, continuing to provoke. "What if you tell your dad? Let him come. I will still beat him until he can't find his teeth." Tang Yuehua said softly, "All right, you really hit too hard." BaiYing replied, "I thought it was too light. Just let me go to Qian Sect. I also want to see my brother-in-law." Tang Yuehua said somewhat shyly, "Oh, you're just too impatient. All right, I will take you there." As soon as BaiYing heard Tang Yuehua's answer, a brilliant smile bloomed on his face, as if the spring sunlight had filled the earth. He was so excited that he almost jumped up, grabbing Tang Yuehua's hand tightly, afraid that she would change her mind. He looked down at Tang Yuehua, his deep eyes filled with tenderness and expectation. He leaned slightly and gently pressed his lips against Tang Yuehua's, as if the whole world had come to a standstill. Tang Yuehua's face turned pink, her eyes wide open as if she couldn't believe what she was experiencing. The people around seemed to sense the ambiguous atmosphere and cast curious glances. Tang Yuehua was so embarrassed that she almost wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. She struggled gently, trying to break free from BaiYing's embrace. However, it seemed that BaiYing did not notice her resistance, still holding her tightly, unwilling to let go. How embarrassing! Let go of me. No way. So many people are watching. Don't you feel ashamed? Tang Yuehua said in a spoiled manner. However, at the moment BaiYing embraced her, everyone around them had been dispersed by him, so there were no so-called people on the street. Seeing this, Tang Yuehua could only let it be. BaiYing suddenly said, I will come to find you after a while. I also want to see the former #1 sect in the world. Tang Yuehua's cheeks flushed at BaiYing's frivolous words, and she softly retorted, What do you mean you also want to go to Qian sect? That is our Qian sect, not your family. BaiYing smiled slightly, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. He gently leaned close to Tang Yuehua's ear, his voice low and magnetic. Isn't it okay? You are my future wife, so I naturally have the right to meet my brother-in-law. After speaking, he slightly lowered his head and gently kissed Tang Yuehua's forehead, then turned and left her standing there, her face still flushed, her eyes sparkling with an inexplicable light. The breeze at the street corner gently blew by, taking away her shyness and also his vows. As night fell and the streetlights gradually lit up, Tang Yuehua's figure disappeared into the night. BaiYing stood alone on the street, his gaze deep, as if he could penetrate the black night. He slowly turned around, his voice low and firm. Gather the heads of the 4 elemental academies, the leaders of the Min family, Li family, Yu family, and Pa family, to see me immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding air seemed to solidify for a moment, and then figures surged in from all directions like ghosts. Gathering in front of BaiYing, they were either old or young, but without exception, their eyes flickered with awe and loyalty towards BaiYing. BaiYing stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over everyone, and said in a deep voice, What happened today is of great importance. I want to reorganize and restore the past glory. You all need to work together and plan grand strategies. Titan, a burly figure with muscles like iron, stood among the crowd like an unshakable mountain. He widened his copper bell-like eyes, glaring at BaiYing, his voice like rolling thunder. A grand strategy? I see it as your ambition, BaiYing. You want our Li family to submit to you? What a joke. Our Li family is only loyal to Qian sect. Loyal to Lord Tang Hao. Why do you have to make us listen to you? As Titan spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, as if he would explode with incredible power at any moment. The leaders of the other 3 clans were similarly defiant. The 4 elemental academies fell silent for a moment. BaiYing's gaze was as sharp as an ice blade. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth, his voice icy as frost. Titan, since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, don't blame me for being ruthless. Before he finished speaking, 3 titled Daluo instantly appeared beside Titan, their terrifying aura pressing down like a mountain landslide, distorting the surrounding air. Titan's face turned pale instantly, his eyes widened in an attempt to resist. But the overwhelming sense of powerlessness from deep within made him unable to move. One of the titled Daluo reached out a large hand, gripping Titan's right arm like an iron claw. Titan felt a tremendous force, as if his arm would be torn off. He twisted in pain, but couldn't make a sound. With a loud crack, Titan's right arm was forcibly pulled off, blood gushing out and staining the ground red. Yang Wudi was furious, his figure moved, instantly appearing in the field. He held his break soul spear, the tip aimed directly at BaiYing, his eyes flashing with determination. The break soul spear glimmered coldly in the night, as if it could pierce through all darkness. Kid, don't go too far. Yang Wudi's voice thundered in the air, shaking the nearby streetlights slightly. He stood upright, like a spear shaft, filled with resilience and resolve. Niu Gao also stood up, his plump figure showing no hint of clumsiness. He said solemnly, Old Yang, are you all right? We will never submit to this unknown guy. The 2 stood side by side, confronting BaiYing. The air was thick with tension and the smell of gunpowder, as if it could explode at any moment. The surrounding crowd held their breath, waiting for the fierce battle that might ensue. A hint of coldness flashed in BaiYing's eyes, his voice echoing in the night like a cold blade slicing through everyone's hearts. He raised his hand, lightly waving his fingers, and an invisible force instantly gathered in the air. If you do not submit to me, then die. As soon as his words fell, the force swept out like a storm, instantly enveloping Yang Wudi and Niu Gao. The expressions of the two men changed drastically as they felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if a giant mountain was pressing down on them. They struggled with all their might to resist, but that force surged like a tide, making it impossible for them to withstand. The people around them stared in terror, their eyes wide open, as they watched Yang Wudi and Yo Gao's bodies gradually twist and deform under that terrifying power, as if they were about to be torn apart. Fear and despair were etched on their faces, but they could not make a sound, only watching in horror as the scene unfolded. BaiYing, the leader of the Min family, saw Yang Wudi and Yo Gao struggling under that dreadful force, and his face turned pale. He suddenly stood up, his figure like an arrow, swiftly darting through the crowd, kneeling directly before the white shadow, his fists tightly clenched, forehead pressed to the ground. Voice trembling yet firm. "Please stop. We are willing to submit." His voice echoed in the night sky, carrying a hint of despair and helplessness. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, leaving only BaiYing's trembling breaths and the anxious heartbeats of the crowd. The white shadow's gaze shifted from Yang Wudi and Yo Gao to BaiYing, coldly sweeping over him. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if assessing BaiYing's sincerity. After a moment, he nodded gently, waving his hand, and that force instantly vanished without a trace. Under the night sky, the cold light of the broken soul spear remained sharp, but it lost its previous dominance, appearing solitary, much like Yang Wudi's current mood. He glared angrily at the white shadow, his eyes seemingly shooting flames, ready to burn away all hypocrisy. Yet, the white shadow seemed unaffected by this anger. He smiled lightly, a mixture of pride and disdain in his expression. Slowly, he turned and walked toward a tea table that had long been prepared, moving gracefully and composedly, as if everything that had just happened was merely an inconsequential farce. "Everyone please sit." The white shadow's voice echoed in the night sky, carrying an undeniable authority. He gestured, and four maidservants immediately stepped forward, placing steaming cups of tea in front of everyone. The fragrance of the tea wafted through the air, refreshing the mind, as if it could wash away all worries and fatigue. The white shadow picked up a teacup, gently blowing away the foam, a hint of playful amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. He turned his gaze toward Yang Wudi and suddenly said, "Team leader Yang, I remember you have a younger brother named Yang Wujiu, right?" Upon hearing this, Yang Wudi's expression changed drastically, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He gripped the broken soul spear tightly, as if trying to channel the sudden anger and confusion into the cold weapon. He said in a deep voice, "White Shadow, why do you mention my brother? He has long betrayed the sect and has nothing to do with me." The white shadow took a sip of tea, his gaze becoming somewhat hazy in the rising steam, but his voice was exceptionally clear. "What a pity your brother was unwilling to betray the broken family, even in death. And unexpectedly, he still has to bear such a burden after death." "What did you say? Impossible? How could this be? Don't get agitated. By the way, there's something else. I believe Team Leader Yang should remember 10,000 purple and crimson." Upon hearing the white shadow's words, Yang Wudi's face instantly turned ashen, and he abruptly stood up, almost losing his grip on the broken soul spear. His eyes widened in anger as he glared at the white shadow, his voice trembling as he said, "What did you say? 10,000 purple and crimson? How do you know this?" The white shadow smiled slightly, a hint of cunning in his smile. He gently set down the teacup, locking eyes with Yang Wudi, and slowly said, "I naturally have my sources. I heard that this poison was personally developed by you, a blend of 7 poisons, harmless when used separately, but when perfectly combined, it unleashes earth-shattering power. I suppose this is also a proud masterpiece of yours, right?" As the white shadow's words fell, the air seemed to freeze. He slowly stood up, sweeping his gaze over the faces of the crowd, finally settling on Yang Wudi and BaiYing. A playful smile tugged at his lips, as if everything was under his control. "Now, among the tea you are drinking, for cups contain the legendary 10,000 purple and crimson." The white shadow's voice was low and mysterious, as if carrying an indescribable allure. As his words echoed, the crowd, who had been immersed in fear and despair, suddenly reacted as if electrocuted, knocking over the teacups in their hands. Tea splashed everywhere, creating chaos. They were all pale, hands clutching their throats, vomiting violently as if trying to expel their very insides. The night was as dark as ink, the atmosphere suddenly tense to the extreme. Yang Wudi, Titan, and Yo Gao had just struggled to their feet when their bodies were struck by an invisible force, trembling violently, followed by a torrent of black blood gushing from their mouths like a flood from a broken dam. Yang Wudi's face was as pale as paper, his eyes flickering with despair. As the creator of this poison, he naturally knew its potency, yet at this moment, he had nothing in his hands. Not even the most basic antidote. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the potent poison within him with his soul power. But that force ruthlessly destroyed his body's defenses like a raging storm. In the night, Yang Wudi's figure resembled an enraged lion, his eyes glowing with determination. The broken soul spear glinting coldly in the moonlight. In a flash, he charged toward the white shadow like lightning, his momentum seeming to tear the night sky apart. The white shadow stood still, a hint of amusement on his face, as if everything was within his grasp. Just as Yang Wudi's broken soul spear was about to pierce his body, the white shadow moved. His movement was so swift it was nearly imperceptible, as he extended one hand and firmly grasped the spear that was charging forward with unstoppable force. A crisp crack echoed in the night sky, as if time itself had stopped. The broken soul spear in Yang Wudi's hand shattered in an instant under the white shadow's grip, fragments flying like fireworks. Yang Wudi's face turned pale in an instant, disbelief flooding his expression as he looked at the broken spear in his hand, as if he was witnessing his own failure and despair. In the moonlight, the white shadow's figure appeared even more mysterious and unfathomable. He had effortlessly crushed Yang Wudi's broken soul spear, and then a terrifying aura erupted from him. 9 soul rings like 9 dazzling halos slowly rotated around him, exuding an astonishing pressure. Most of the soul rings emitted a deep purple hue, a sign of 10,000-year soul rings, while even more eye-catching were several brilliant red soul rings, radiating a powerful and violent aura, clearly of the 100,000-year level. As the soul rings appeared, the white shadow's eyes deepened, as if containing endless darkness and power. He slowly raised his head to look at Yang Wudi, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The night was torn apart by the terrifying aura, and Yang Wudi's figure trembled slightly in the air, as if bearing an irresistible weight. The white shadow, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared like a demonic god from hell, every movement imbued with destructive power. Suddenly, the white shadow moved, his figure vanishing in an instant, leaving only a shadow swaying in the air. Immediately after, a massive black dragon claw shot through the air, accompanied by a fierce sound of wind, striking down at Yang Wudi with great force. A flicker of terror crossed Yang Wudi's eyes as he tried with all his strength to evade, but that force bore down on him like a mountain, rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as the dragon claw grew closer and larger, ultimately crashing down upon him. Under the moonlight, Yang Wudi's figure shattered in midair, scattering like dust blown away by a storm. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair, but it was all too late to salvage anything. His life was thus brought to an end. Following this, Titan's towering figure also trembled under this destructive force. He tried to resist with his iron-like muscles, but that dragon claw penetrated his defenses as if he were nothing, sending him flying. His body traced a long arc in the air before crashing heavily into the distant mountainside with a dull thud. At that moment, the faces of Niu Gao and Bai He turned pale. They looked at the scene before them, filled with fear and despair. They knew they would follow in the footsteps of Yang Wudi and Titan. Indeed, that terrifying dragon claw swung again, sweeping toward the two of them with apocalyptic power. Their figures appeared so small and powerless in the face of this force, as if they would be devoured at any moment. Niu Gao, not caring about the consequences, charged forward, but it was no different from a mantis trying to block a car, turning into dust. Chapter 178. Feng Xiaodian appears Chief Bai. I spare your life this time because you did not speak disrespectfully to me earlier. At this moment, Bai He trembled slightly, forcing himself to stand up. The deaths of 3 old friends nearly drove him to the brink of collapse. Bai He stood up shakily, his eyes flickering with complex emotions, both sorrow for the loss of his 3 friends and fear and confusion toward the cold-blooded killer before him. He took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound more resolute. We have all chosen to submit. Why do you still want to kill them? The white shadow slightly tilted his head, his gaze sharp as a knife, seemingly able to penetrate the human heart. He spoke coldly, his voice devoid of warmth, because they did not seize the opportunity one gave them. In a martial world, the strong are respected, and the weak can only be eliminated. I spare your life today to make you understand that submission is not a choice, but a necessity. All of you from the 4 Element Academies, I believe you have seen the outcome of disobedience, and you must be able to make a choice that satisfies both sides, right? As soon as the white shadow's voice fell, the The people from the 4 element academies seemed to be enveloped by an invisible pressure, as if the air had solidified. Their faces instantly turned as pale as paper, cold sweat streaming down their foreheads, their eyes filled with terror and despair. At this moment, the heads of the 4 element academies gathered together, their gazes shifting among each other, each face etched with struggle and helplessness. They knew that this cold-blooded killer before them was far from benevolent, and every word he spoke was like a heavy hammer, striking their hearts. A stick of incense seemed to stretch into an eternity. They could almost hear the sound of their own heartbeats, each beat seemingly reminding them of the fragility and impermanence of life. In this brief moment, they made a difficult decision: submission. Under the immense pressure, the heads of the 4 element academies finally spoke in unison, their voices trembling but resolute. "We are willing to submit." As the words fell, the air seemed to come to a standstill. They all knelt down, their heads deeply bowed, as if submitting to fate. At this moment, the entire venue was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. Even the wind ceased to flow. The white shadow looked down coldly at them, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand slightly, and an invisible force instantly lifted everyone up, as if granting them their final dignity. "Since you have submitted, you must abide by my rules." The white shadow's voice was cold and clear, like a sharp sword piercing into everyone's hearts. "From now on, the 4 element academies will no longer exist independently. You will be at my service, together creating a new era." Cold sweat dripped down by his forehead as he tightly clenched his trembling hands, his eyes filled with pleading and fear. He looked up at the young man who was high above, as cold as ice, his voice trembling to the point of being almost inaudible. "Please, spare their families. They're just ordinary clansmen who have never participated in any conflict." The white shadow's gaze lingered on BaiYing for a moment, as if he could see into his heart. He slowly spoke, his voice cold and ruthless. "Their lives and deaths depend on the loyalty and obedience of your 4 single attribute families. If you can be of use to me, their families will naturally be safe. Otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear." Upon hearing this, BaiYing's face instantly turned pale, as if shrouded in a cold chill. He trembled, trying to hide the panic in his heart, but his aged eyes revealed endless despair. He looked up at the white shadow, his voice quivering with a sob. "How can you be like this?" The white shadow remained expressionless, like a cold-blooded statue, his gaze drifting over BaiYing before finally fixing on the distance, as if penetrating the barriers of time and space to see the legendary beauty. A playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he spoke in a deep, magnetic voice. "Chief Bai, I have heard that your granddaughter Bai Chunxiang is a beauty with unparalleled grace. Though I am unworthy, I'm still willing to marry her and compose a beautiful tale together." Chief Bai seems to misunderstand. What I said was a command, not a negotiation. You wouldn't want to see your family and the families of your 3 old friends all drenched in blood and heads rolling, would you? BaiYing was struck by these words, his entire being as if struck by lightning, his face as white as paper, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He looked at the cold white shadow, his eyes filled with disbelief and fear. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, so quiet that only BaiYing's rapid breathing could be heard. "No, I do not want to marry you. I refuse to marry you, this murderous demon." At this moment, hiding among the crowd, Bai Chunxiang burst into tears upon hearing that she was to marry the white shadow, speaking to her grandfather BaiYing. A hint of amusement flashed in the white shadow's eyes as he slowly approached BaiYing, each step seeming to tread on BaiYing's heart. He slightly lowered his head, his voice low and cold. "Chief Bai, I have long heard of your granddaughter Bai Chunxiang's beauty. Seeing her today, to say she is dull-witted and unattractive is rather too modest, isn't it?" BaiYing trembled as he spoke, almost crying. "No, it's not like that. My granddaughter, she truly..." But before he could finish, he was choked up, tears welling in his eyes. Hearing this, BaiYing ultimately agreed helplessly. The white shadow then spoke. "Is Xue Linger, the head of the Water Academy, present?" Xue Linger immediately stood up and said, "I am." "It's like this. I once made a deal with a student from your academy named Xue Binger, who said he was willing to be my servant. Please inform him about this matter. I hope he can come to me soon." In the dimly lit banquet hall, the atmosphere was stifling and suffocating. Xue Linger stood in the corner, her face pale as she looked at the cold and ruthless white shadow, a wave of indescribable fear rising in her heart. She knew she could not refuse this request and could only stiffly nod, her voice trembling. "Okay, ich will inform Xue Binger." The people around seemed to feel the heavy atmosphere, their gazes evasive, not daring to look directly at the cold young man. The air in the banquet hall was filled with an indescribable sense of oppression, as if even breathing had become difficult. Shui Ling turned to leave, her steps heavy and slow, each step seeming to struggle. Her heart was filled with worry and unease, not knowing how Shui Binger would face this sudden news. She could only pray that this decision would not bring too much harm to Shui Bing. On the other side, Bai Chenxiang and Bai He were undoubtedly the most burdened. In the dim banquet hall, Bai Chenxiang nestled closely beside Bai He, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness. She looked up at her grandfather, whose aged yet resolute face was now filled with confusion and powerlessness. "Grandpa, what should we do?" Bai Chenxiang's voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes. She could not bear to imagine the future she was about to face, nor could she endure the demands of that cold and ruthless person. Bai He gently patted her shoulder, his voice low and hoarse. "I don't know what to do." The two remained silent for a long time, the atmosphere around them growing heavier. Bai He slowly stood up, his silhouette appearing even older under the dim light. He took a deep breath, as if making a resolution. "No matter what, we must protect our families. Even in the face of great difficulties, we cannot give up." Bai Chenxiang bit her lip tightly, a determined light flickering in her eyes. She suddenly raised her head, her voice small but firm. "Grandpa, what if he turns against us?" Bai He paused, turned around, and looked at his granddaughter's youthful yet resolute face, a surge of inexplicable emotion rising within him. He sighed softly and walked over to Bai Chenxiang, sitting down slowly beside her. "Chenxiang, Grandpa, truly has no better solution." Bai He's voice carried a hint of helplessness and bitterness as he looked at his granddaughter, his eyes filled with pain and reluctance. "Xiang, forgive Grandpa for being useless. I cannot make decisions for your marriage." Bai Chenxiang took a deep breath, raised her head, her eyes shining with determination. She looked at Bai He, her voice trembling but resolute. "Grandpa, understand, I will marry him." In the banquet hall, the crowd had dispersed, leaving only Yin Long, the president of the Academy of Fiery Flames, and BaiYing facing each other. The dim yellow light illuminated Yin Long's fawning smile as he stepped forward, his voice laced with flattery and expectation. "Master Bai, I have a daughter named Huowu, exceptionally intelligent and beautiful. I wonder if Master Bai would be willing." BaiYing slightly nodded, his gaze icy, as if he could see through all the hypocrisy. He gently interrupted Yin Long's words, his tone deep and cold. "President Yin, while I am not talented, I am not someone to be trifled with. I have naturally heard of Miss Huowu's good name, but matters of marriage are not to be taken lightly." Yin Long was momentarily stumped by BaiYing's words, his smile gradually freezing, replaced by awkwardness and unwillingness. He tried to speak again, but BaiYing had already turned away, no longer looking at him. "However, since President Yin has personally requested, then I, Bai, will humbly comply." BaiYing's voice was deep and magnetic, as if carrying an irresistible charm. He slightly nodded, a calculating glint flashing in his eyes, as if he could already envision a bright future. Yin Long's face immediately broke into an ecstatic smile, and he hurried a step forward, almost kneeling. "Thank you, Master Bai. If Huowu can marry Master Bai, it will be her fortune for 3 lifetimes." The moment Huowu entered the banquet hall, it felt as if the air had frozen. She wore a long red dress, the hem swaying gently with her steps, like a blooming flame. However, at that moment, her face showed clear reluctance, her brows furrowed, and a stubborn light flickered in her eyes. Although the 4 major single-attribute families and the rest had left the banquet, Huowu's appearance still captured the remaining attention. She slowly approached, each step seemingly heavy with emotion. When she finally stood before BaiYing, she slightly lowered her head, her voice tinged with reluctance. "Greetings, Master Bai." BaiYing nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over her, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. However, he said little, merely smiling faintly, a smile that seemed to carry endless meaning. Seeing this, Yin Long said, "You two can chat for a while." With that, he left directly. Huowu truly did not expect that her father would sell her to him so quickly. Huowu had always been hot-tempered, and she retorted, "Don't get too pleased with yourself. Don't you have enough wives at home? Will they agree?" BaiYing's figure appeared even taller under the dim light as he slowly approached Huowu, each step seeming to tread on her taut heartstrings. Huowu involuntarily stepped back but was pushed against the wall with nowhere to retreat. BaiYing's lips curled into a teasing smile as he reached out, gently pinning her against the corner. The distance between them was so close that they could almost feel each other's breath, and Huowu's cheeks instantly flushed a deep red. She widened her eyes, trying to glean some insight from BaiYing's profound gaze, but only saw calmness and inscrutability. You need not worry about this. BaiYing's voice was low and magnetic, whispering in Huowu's ear, carrying an irresistible temptation. He slightly lowered his head, almost touching her forehead, slowly saying, "However, regarding that dog-licking Feng Xiangtian, I'm afraid he will definitely come. I hope you show no mercy. Of course, when you explain, it's best not to put a green hat on me. You don't have to worry about that. I do have principles," Huowu said, her speech becoming somewhat stammered due to the closeness. "That will do," BaiYing said, gently kissing her forehead. In the dim corner of the banquet hall, the flickering firelight elongated their shadows. Huowu's cheeks were as red as the evening glow, her eyes wide with shock and anger, like a brilliant gem shining in the darkness. BaiYing wore a playful smile, slowly retracting his hand that had kissed her forehead, his gaze intensely fixed on her, as if he wanted to absorb her very soul into his deep eyes. His movements were frivolous yet graceful, like a cheetah toying with its prey. Huowu felt a rush of blood to her head, struggling to push BaiYing away, but his powerful arms tightened around her like iron clamps. She opened her mouth, her voice sharp with anger. "You dare kiss me? You!" Before she could finish her sentence, BaiYing suddenly leaned down, gently kissing her lips again. Huowu was so shocked she could hardly breathe, her heart racing in her chest as if it would leap out. BaiYing's lips were soft and cool, a fusion of ice and fire, leaving her trapped between anger and shyness. She struggled to resist, but BaiYing seemed to see through her thoughts and held her even tighter. Just then, the door of the banquet hall was suddenly slammed open. A familiar figure rushing in, Feng Xiangtian, Huowu's love interest. Upon seeing Huowu tightly embraced by BaiYing, his face instantly turned pale, his eyes flashing with anger and despair. He let out a furious roar and charged at the two, a storm about to erupt in the banquet hall. Chapter 179. Huowu surrendered Feng Xiaotian through a punch, but BaiYing skillfully dodged it. Feng Xiaotian's eyes flickered with a fierce light as he tightened his fists and launched another fierce attack. BaiYing moved like the wind, elusive and unpredictable, each time cleverly avoiding Feng Xiaotian's strikes just as they were about to land. "Feng Xiaotian, what do you want?" BaiYing said coldly, his voice filled with vigilance and dissatisfaction. Feng Xiaotian's eyes flashed with madness as he roared, "Sister Huowu belongs to me only. I want to allow him to marry you, unless I die." As soon as the words left his mouth, he lunged at BaiYing again. Fourth soul skill, Magic Wolf Storm. BaiYing's eyes darkened momentarily as he quickly turned, evading Feng Xiaotian's lethal strike. However, Feng Xiaotian pursued him relentlessly, his attacks coming in waves. Feng Xiaotian roared, and 7 soul rings suddenly lit up, the lights swirling beneath his feet, instantly forming a circular array of wind blades. Each wind blade shimmered with a sharp light, as if capable of slicing through the air. He leaped into the air, his whole being like a blade in a storm, directly stabbing towards BaiYing. BaiYing's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. He twisted his body, evading Feng Xiaotian's attack as lightly as a willow in the wind. Just as the wind blades were about to graze past him, BaiYing suddenly extended a hand and firmly grasped Feng Xiaotian's arm. Feng Xiaotian felt an irresistible force coming from his arm. In an instant, his entire arm seemed to be twisted by a tremendous power, the bones making a sharp cracking sound, like the sound of dislocated bones, crisp and cold like ice. His eyes were filled with disbelief as excruciating pain surged through him, causing him to let out a heart-wrenching scream. The force flung Feng Xiaotian away, his body tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The impact caused the ground to shake, and dust flew into the air. He rolled in agony, the intense pain in his arm making it nearly impossible to breathe. He clutched his injured arm, his face pale as paper, sweat and tears mingling as they streamed down his face. Huowu's figure appeared particularly resolute amidst the dust, rushing towards Feng Xiaotian to protect him. Concern filled her gaze, yet there was also a determined resolve. Her voice echoed in the open space, carrying a hint of pleading. "BaiYing, stop fighting. Feng Xiaotian is already seriously injured, and he has no strength left to resist you. Besides, I won't fall for him. Please let him go." Under her protection, Feng Xiaotian gasped in pain, his face pale, but his eyes sparkled with gratitude and guilt towards Huowu. Feng Xiaotian struggled to rise from the ground, his arm twisted and deformed, blood staining his sleeves. He gritted his teeth, sweat and dirt mingling on his face, making him look extremely disheveled. But in his eyes, there was a flicker of unwavering determination, like the brightest star in the night sky. He looked at Huowu, his eyes filled with gratitude and guilt, his voice weak yet resolute. "I'm sorry, Huowu. I still need you to protect me." After saying this, he took a deep breath, enduring the excruciating pain as he straightened his back once more. His left arm was a bloody mess, but he paid no mind, gritting his teeth and pressing his right hand tightly against the wound in an attempt to stop the blood that flowed copiously. He raised his head to look at BaiYing in the distance, his eyes flashing with determination. "Today, unless you agree not to marry her, I would rather die here." Feng Xiaoyan's voice, though weak, was filled with firmness and resolve. His figure stood alone in the sunset's afterglow, yet was also incredibly resilient. BaiYing's eyes flashed with a complex emotion upon hearing this. He gazed quietly at Feng Xiaoyan, as if examining a warrior about to face death. Just then, Feng Xiaoyan suddenly moved, his figure flashing as he disregarded his injuries and charged towards BaiYing once more. Huowu's shout echoed in the air. But Feng Xiaoyan had already shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, recklessly rushing towards BaiYing. His figure appeared particularly lonely and resolute in the sunset's glow, each breath accompanied by intense pain, yet he remained undeterred. A hint of surprise flickered in BaiYing's eyes, which soon turned to indifference. He remained still, merely raising a hand lightly, as if it carried immense weight. Feng Xiaoyan felt a tremendous force surge towards him, his body instantly losing control. Like a cannonball struck and flying backward, his figure traced a long arc in the air, each turn accompanied by the sound of dislocated bones. His body spun in the air, clothes fluttering like a wilting flower. Finally, he crashed heavily to the ground, dust scattering, his figure appearing so fragile amidst the dust. "If that's all you've got, you're not my opponent at all." BaiYing's voice was cold and contemptuous, echoing in the empty space with undeniable authority. He walked slowly towards Feng Xiaoyan, each step seeming to tread on Feng Xiaoyan's heart, bringing him endless pressure. Feng Xiaoyan struggled to lift his head, looking up at BaiYing, who descended like a deity, a hint of despair flashing in his eyes. But soon, an indomitable light ignited in his gaze. He gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to struggle to stand. However, his injuries were too severe, and each attempt only caused him to groan in pain, his body remaining immobile. BaiYing stopped before Feng Xiaoyan, looking down at him from a height, his eyes full of disdain. He laughed scornfully. "I am a titled Douluo, and you are but a mere soul sage. Who gave you the courage to challenge me?" His words were as piercing as the cold wind, causing Feng Xiaoyan's heart to sink into an icy abyss. Feng Xiaoyan watched helplessly as BaiYing approached Huowu, his despair swelling like an endless chasm. His voice trembled and hoarse, each word seeming to squeeze out from deep within his throat. "No. Please." He struggled to rise, but his body felt as though it were bound by invisible chains, unable to move. Huowu was also stunned by this sudden turn of events, watching BaiYing draw closer with fear and helplessness in her eyes. However, just as BaiYing was about to touch her, Feng Xiaoyan suddenly erupted with astonishing strength. He surged to his feet, struggling to stand despite the swaying of his body, but his gaze was resolute. Feng Xiaoyan exerted himself, his body trembling, but that indomitable will supported him as he moved forward step by step. He gritted his teeth, the muscles on his face contorting in pain, but his eyes burned with a fiery determination. He staggered towards Huowu, each step feeling like walking on the edge of a blade, yet he showed no signs of retreat. Huowu stood frozen, watching Feng Xiaoyan struggle towards her, her eyes filled with shock and emotion. Finally, Feng Xiaoyan reached Huowu, bowing his head to gently wipe away the tear stains on her face with his still-functioning right hand. His voice was weak yet firm. "Huowu, don't be afraid. What a touching drama it is. But if the object is not my woman, I would feel immense regret for you. But now, Feng Xiaoyan, you must die. Huowu, you must think carefully. If you choose Feng Xiaoyan today, what will become of the Blaze Academy and the Divine Wind Academy?" BaiYing threatened at that moment. Huowu looked at Feng Xiaoyan's pale, yet resolute face, her heart feeling as if it were struck by a heavy stone, a sharp pain spreading through her. She observed his swaying figure, those once bright and fiery eyes now filled with exhaustion and pain. Her fingers gently touched the already congealed blood on Feng Xiaoyan's arm, as if she could feel his pain and perseverance with each struggle. Huowu took a deep breath, raised her head to meet BaiYing's indifferent gaze, her voice trembling yet exceptionally firm. "BaiYing, you are mistaken. I never liked Feng Xiaoyan, but he has given too much for me. His courage and determination have shown me what a true man is. I cannot choose you just because he is injured, for my heart has never been with you." Feng Xiaoyan was completely heartbroken by Huowu's words, and at that moment he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. BaiYing and Huowu entered a room in the spirit hall. BaiYing's eyes instantly turned dark, and he stepped forward, violently pulling Huowu into his embrace, his right hand gripping her neck like an iron clamp. Huowu was startled by this sudden action, her face paling as she struggled to break free. But BaiYing's strength was far beyond her resistance. The room fell into a deadly silence, only Huowu's faint struggles and rapid breathing echoing in the air. A mad glint flickered in BaiYing's eyes as he stared intently at Huowu's terrified eyes, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "What do you want? Murder your wife?" Huowu's voice was muffled due to the grip on her neck, but her gaze was as firm as iron, showing no sign of submission. BaiYing tightened his grip slightly, causing Huowu's face to turn pale, her eyes beginning to roll back as if she would lose consciousness at any moment. Suddenly, BaiYing released his grip, and Huowu fell heavily to the ground like a bird set free, gasping for breath as if she had just escaped the clutches of death. Her eyes remained steadfast, though a hint of lingering terror crossed her face. The indomitable will within her burned fiercely like a raging fire. The white figure loomed above her, the madness in his eyes gradually receding, replaced by an icy resolve. He slowly crouched down, gently patting Huowu's cheek, his voice low and cold. "Remember, this is your last chance. If you dare to have any contact with Feng Xiaotian again, don't blame me for being ruthless. The lives of both of you are in my hands." Huowu felt a chill surge from her feet to her heart. She looked up at the white figure, whose eyes, once captivating to her, now felt as cold and unfeeling as an abyss. Tears silently slipped from the corners of her eyes, tracing the taut lines of her terrified face before finally dripping to the ground, creating small ripples. The white figure smiled lightly, a smile filled with mockery and disdain. He slowly stood up, looking down at Huowu's wife. "You are merely a pawn I used to control the Academy of Fire. Did you really think I loved you? What a joke. Your value lies in your family and your ridiculous naivety." His words pierced Huowu's heart like sharp knives. She trembled, wanting to refute him, but found herself devoid of all strength. She could only helplessly watch the white figures retreating back, her heart filled with endless despair and regret. The white figure stood before Huowu, his towering silhouette casting a long shadow in the dim room. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth, his eyes flashing with complex emotions, both pride and deep disdain for Huowu. He slowly spoke, his voice low and magnetic. "Call me husband, let me hear it." Huowu's body trembled slightly. She tried to avoid his gaze, but his strong hand gripped her chin like a vice, forcing her to meet his eyes. Her eyes were filled with humiliation and anger, but more so with profound helplessness and despair. The white figure's gaze became sharper, his grip tightening as if he intended to crush her chin. Huowu felt a sharp pain, tears nearly spilling over. She knew that if she did not compromise, she might truly die at his hands. Huowu's voice was like torn fabric, broken and trembling. Each word seemed to struggle out from the depths of her heart. She bit her lip, trying to suppress the tears threatening to spill, but her reddened eyes betrayed her emotions. "Husband." Her voice was almost as faint as a whisper. Yet in the silent room, it rang out clearly. Her tone was filled with pain and struggle, each word slicing into her heart like a blade. A glimmer of triumph flashed in the white figure's eyes as he released his hold on Huowu's chin, but the oppressive atmosphere remained unrelenting. The white figure leaned closer, his face nearly touching Huowu's cheek. His low, cold voice whispered in her ear, as if carrying a strange magic that made her unable to resist. "That's better. Remember, it's better to change how you address me. I don't like this title." A wicked smile curled his lips, his voice laced with mockery and disdain. Huowu felt a chill race down her spine. Her body stiffened like stone, unable to move. The white figure's fingers glided over her cheek, the cold touch sending a shiver through her. His gaze roamed over Huowu as if admiring a piece of art, but it filled her with profound humiliation and disgust. The white figure's words echoed in the air, each syllable like a cold blade cutting into Huowu's fragile dignity. She felt as if all her pride had been stripped away, standing before him exposed and with nowhere to escape. Her lips trembled, and she finally managed to force out the word, "Master." The sound was so soft it was nearly inaudible, yet in the stillness of the room, it was like a stone dropped into a lake, creating ripples. The white figure nodded in satisfaction, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes, as if he relished the feeling of having others at his mercy. He leaned in closer to Huowu, his handsome face adorned with a sinister smile, his voice low and magnetic. "Good, Huowu. Remember from now on, Everything about you belongs to me. Your life and death, your joys and sorrows will all be decided by me. Chapter 180. Finding someone Tang Hao, simply garbage. The Min family should not be referred to as the Spirit Hall subchamber now. The Li family and the Pa family were also quickly crushed by the Spirit Hall, during which there was no resistance at all, nor time to resist. Suddenly, within the territory of the Pa family, a member of the Pa family said, "You will eventually pay for insulting the Spirit Hall." The wind carried a hint of killing intent. The Pa family member's eyes sparkled with an indomitable light. Even when facing the powerful Spirit Hall, he still dared to speak out. However, this courage seemed so weak in the face of absolute power. Before his words could finish, a shadow darted like lightning, too fast for anyone to react. A soldier from a Spirit Hall, clad in black armor, swung his sword, and a cold light flashed. Puff! Blood splattered as the member's throat was instantly cut open, blood gushing forth and staining the ground around him. His body fell helplessly, eyes wide open, seemingly still expressing his unwillingness and anger towards the Spirit Hall. The air around them seemed to solidify, leaving only the flowing blood and the indifferent figures of the Spirit Hall soldiers in the distance. Silence enveloped the territory of the Pa family like a graveyard in the dead of night. Blood continued to flow beside the slain member's body, as if telling a silent elegy. Suddenly, a cold and authoritative voice came from afar, booming like thunder in everyone's hearts. "Daring to insult the Spirit Sect deserves to die." This voice carried an unquestionable killing intent, instilling a deep, inexplicable fear in everyone present. As the voice fell, a master of the Spirit Hall draped in a red battle robe slowly walked out, his gaze cold and sharp, as if he could see through all illusions. Each of his steps struck like a hammer on the hearts of the crowd, making it hard to breathe. On the day of the white figure's wedding, sunlight bathed the streets adorned with red decorations, casting a brilliant glow. Drums and music filled the air, voices bustling, yet it couldn't mask the profound sadness. BaiYing, dressed in an elegant gown, stood among the crowd, her eyes hollow and confused, as if all vitality had been drained from her. She tightly clutched her skirt, her fingertips turning white as she struggled to suppress the turmoil within. Hu silently stood beside her, equally feeling the heavy oppression. Before them, the white figure stood side by side with two brides, their faces radiating happiness, but to us, it felt like a mockery. As the officiant shouted, "Bow to heaven and earth," the two slowly bent down, and the sight pierced our eyes. Soon after, the voice of "Bow to your parents" rang out again, and the white figure was smiling broadly. As the officiant's loud voice echoed in the festive hall, the command "Send them to the bridal chamber" struck like a heavy hammer on Huowu and BaiYing's hearts. Both of them stiffened, their fear igniting like a raging fire, spreading throughout their bodies. Their hands were tightly gripped by the white figure, the pressure seeming to crush their wrists. The white figure still wore that inappropriate smile, but his gaze was deep and cold, as if he could see through both of their souls. He leaned down slightly, whispering in their ears, "Don't be afraid. I won't eat you." Though his voice was soft, it carried an undeniable threat. The surrounding guests were laughing and chatting, completely unaware of the bride's peculiarities. Huowu and BaiYing were being led by BaiYing, step by step, toward the door that was about to close. Just as the festive atmosphere was at its peak, an incongruous voice suddenly emerged. A figure draped in a gray robe appeared, his face obscured. BaiYing noticed him immediately and asked, "Who are you?" The black figure pulled back his cloak to reveal himself as Tang Hao, the Haotyava. Tang Hao had actually appeared. He was the Haotyava, once the youngest titled Daluo in the entire continent, who had reportedly severely injured the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Qian Renxue. How did he show up here? In the banquet hall, the originally lively and celebratory atmosphere was shattered by this unexpected turn of events. The guests began to whisper among themselves, their gazes drawn to the imposing figure in the gray robe. Tang Hao stood in the center of the hall, his gray robe fluttering in the wind, his face bearing an inscrutable expression, and his gaze deep as an abyss, as if he could see into the hearts of men. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, with only Tang Hao's breathing echoing in the vast hall. The guests dared not make a sound, fearing to provoke the legendary QianDaoliu. BaiYing's expression also turned serious. He released Huowu and BaiYing's hands and slowly approached Tang Hao. The two locked eyes, and it was as if sparks flew. BaiYing's voice was deep and powerful. "Tang Hao, what brings you here?" Tang Hao smiled faintly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "I just came to see if this wedding is as lively as the rumors say." Though his words were light, They struck like a heavy hammer on everyone's hearts, making the already tense atmosphere even more oppressive. Also, I came to seek justice. The four great single-attribute clans were once affiliated with the Haoyan clan, and my subordinate Tai Tai was killed by you. Naturally, I must seek justice for them. Tang Hao's voice resonated in the hall, each word striking like hail on the hearts of the people. He slightly raised his head, his gaze fierce, directly confronting BaiYing. The air around him seemed to warp and twist under his immense presence, causing the guests to involuntarily take a few steps back, fearing the impact of this invisible force. BaiYing sneered coldly, his figure flickering as he appeared before Tang Hao like a ghost. The distance between them closed instantly, close enough to feel each other's breath. BaiYing's eyes sparkled with a mad light as he mocked. Justice? The four great single-attribute families? Those weak existences dare to speak of justice? Their deaths are merely a reflection of this world's cruel reality. As BaiYing's words fell, a sharp killing intent suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire hall in a chilling atmosphere. BaiYing's figure flashed, and two massive sword shadows, one black and one white, coalesced in his hands, radiating a cold gleam. Those were the Blade of Time and Space and the Blood Demon's Sword, two supreme artifacts that seemed to come alive in his hands, exuding a terrifying pressure. With a low shout, BaiYing launched the two supreme artifacts like shooting stars toward Tang Hao. The speed was so fast it seemed to transcend the limits of time, leaving only a blurred light in its wake. Where the Blade of Time and Space passed, the very fabric of space appeared torn, while the Blood Demon's Sword carried a strong scent of blood, as if it could devour all life. As BaiYing's shout echoed, the Blade of Time and Space slashed downward, as if wielding the power to tear the heavens apart. The surrounding air seemed to freeze at this moment, an indescribable feeling of oppression engulfing the entire hall. The guests' breaths quickened as they widened their eyes, fearfully watching the trajectory of the blade's light. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, all sounds and actions solidifying. Tang Hao's figure was frozen mid-air, his face pale, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. Around his body, the space seemed distorted into shards, flickering with eerie light. The Blood Demon sword roared like a blood-colored dragon, charging toward Tang Hao. Where the sword tip passed, the air turned blood-red, carrying a strong scent of blood. However, under the stilling effect of the Blade of Time and Space, the blood-colored dragon also froze in mid-air, the sword tip mere millimeters from Tang Hao's throat. If you have the ability, then kill me. Tang Hao's voice echoed in the frozen air, his spine straightened, facing the impending fall of the supreme artifact without a hint of retreat. His figure appeared so steadfast among the distorted fragments of space, like an unshakable mountain. BaiYing released his control, time resumed, and the guests were left wondering why the QianDaoliu would lose. The guests' hearts were in their throats, holding their breath, fearing to miss this thrilling scene. In the entire hall, only the sharp sword energy hissed through the air, like the whispers of death. System, are there any treasures among all the sign-in rewards that can control others? BaiYing silently thought. Ding! With this crisp sound, the system's response rang in BaiYing's mind like heavenly music. Of course, the heart of the puppet. The heart of the puppet was different from other treasures that controlled others. Other treasures could only control the mind, while the heart of the puppet could greatly enhance the strength and soul power of the controlled. And once implanted, it could never be undone, the system stated. A glimmer of determination flashed in BaiYing's eyes. He knew the current situation was at its most critical point. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and summoned the mysterious heart of the puppet from a system space. In his perception, the heart of the puppet seemed like a gem glowing with a faint light, containing endless mysterious power. He slowly opened his eyes, aiming the heart of the puppet at Tang Hao. With a gentle wave of his hand, the heart of the puppet transformed into a stream of light, rushing toward Tang Hao's forehead. Tang Hao's face showed a hint of surprise, but before he could react, the stream of light had already entered his forehead. As the stream of light merged with Tang Hao's forehead, a strange power instantly spread. Tang Hao's body trembled violently, a flicker of confusion and fear crossing his eyes. He felt his consciousness being devoured by a powerful force, his body seemingly no longer under his control. At that moment, BaiYing's voice sounded in his ear, low and cold. "What have you done to me?" "Nothing, I just turned you into my puppet," BaiYing replied. "The great QianDaoliu killed. How unfortunate." As BaiYing's words fell, Tang Hao's eyes gradually lost focus, becoming hollow and vacant. His body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, involuntarily standing up and slightly bowing to BaiYing, as if paying homage to a master. The guests in the hall were horrified at this sight. They looked at the once mighty Hao Qiandaoliu, now reduced to a soulless shell, manipulated by a mysterious figure, and a wave of inexplicable fear surged in their hearts. BaiYing looked at the puppet before him with satisfaction, a hint of a smug smile appearing on his face. He gently patted Tang Hao's shoulder, as if comforting a loyal servant. At this moment, the atmosphere in the banquet hall had reached a peak of tension. BaiYing stood among the crowd, his face pale, his eyes flickering uncertainly, as if ready to flee from this scene that made him feel guilty. He occasionally glanced at BaiYing and Tang Hao, filled with anxiety and unease. Clan leader, you brought Tang Hao here, didn't you? A cold voice rang in BaiYing's ear, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He turned his head and saw BaiYing staring coldly at him, his deep-set eyes seeming to see through everything. BaiYing's complexion grew even worse, stammering as he struggled to form a complete sentence. The guests in the hall turned their gazes toward the two of them, whispers rising and falling. BaiYing felt his heart race, as if it were about to leap from his chest. BaiYing's face was pale, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead like rain. He trembled, wanting to refute, but found himself at a loss for words. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense, with the guests' gazes piercing him like swords. BaiYing coldly scanned the crowd, finally fixing his gaze on BaiYing, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Clan leader, do you think Tang Hao can save you? Do you think his arrival can change anything? BaiYing's voice was cold and sharp, like an ice pick stabbing into BaiYing's heart. He pressed closer, each step making BaiYing feel as if he were carrying a 1,000-pound burden. Let me tell you, no one is allowed to ruin this wedding today. BaiYing suddenly waved his hand, a powerful wave of energy flipping BaiYing directly to the ground. He looked down coldly at the fallen BaiYing, his voice filled with disdain and contempt. As for your daughter, I will naturally take good care of her. And you, just enjoy the bitter fruit you have sown. BaiYing fell heavily to the ground, as if he had lost all strength. He trembled, struggling to get up, but the fear surging from the depths of his heart made his legs weak and immobile. He looked up at BaiYing. The face that once appeared so majestic and invincible in his eyes now seemed so indifferent and ruthless. BaiYing's lips quivered, his voice weak and trembling. Please. Clan leader, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. His voice echoed in the hall, filled with endless regret and pleading. He knew that his current humility and begging seemed so trivial before BaiYing, but he still wanted to give it a try, to fight for a glimmer of hope. Not for himself, but for his daughter. Upon hearing BaiYing's pleas, BaiYing's mockery intensified. He slowly crouched down, gently lifting BaiYing's chin with his fingers, forcing those fearful eyes to meet his gaze. Wrong? Some mistakes cannot be simply fixed with a simple "I was wrong." The corners of BaiYing's mouth twisted into a cruel arc, his voice deep and eerie, as if it came from the depths of hell. BaiYing's body involuntarily trembled. He could feel the coldness and ruthlessness radiating from BaiYing's fingers. He knew he had no way out and could only let fate take its course. Suddenly, BaiYing abruptly released his hand, and BaiYing's body collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. He clutched his chest in pain, coughing repeatedly, each cough accompanied by the splatter of blood. The guests in the hall stepped back in fear, afraid of being tainted by this bloody aura. Chapter 181. E'en on the occasion of my wedding today, I will spare you. But this matter is not over, BaiYing said lightly, and the wedding continued as planned. At this moment, Bai Qinxiang sat in the bridal chamber, tightly gripping her wedding dress, her face filled with tension and anxiety. What happened to my father? What have you done to him? At this moment, Bai Qinxiang rushed up to question BaiYing upon seeing him. BaiYing's figure slowly appeared at the door of the bridal chamber, dressed in luxurious wedding attire, yet exuding an indescribable coldness. He glanced at the anxious Bai Qinxiang, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. Your father? He's doing just fine. BaiYing's voice was calm and cold, as if carrying the frost of 1,000 years. He walked over to the wedding bed, gently sitting down, his fingers lightly tapping the bed's edge, producing a crisp sound. Bai Qinxiang's heart tightened suddenly as she saw the elusive glimmer in BaiYing's deep eyes. She bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with anger and fear. What? What do you want? Bai Qinxiang's voice trembled as she tried to maintain her composure, but the fear in her heart surged like a tide. BaiYing chuckled lightly, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He slowly stood up, walking toward Bai Qinxiang, each step seeming to tread on her heart. His fingers gently lifted Bai Qinxiang's chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. On the wedding night, what do you think I want to do? BaiYing's voice was deep and magnetic, as if possessing some kind of magic that made it irresistible. Bai Qinxiang's eyes brimmed with tears, and she bit her lip, trying to hide her weakness. But her body trembled involuntarily, like a leaf falling in the autumn wind. Bai Qinxiang tightly closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. And she trembled as she spoke. Even if you obtain my body, you will never possess my heart. Her voice, though weak, carried a sense of resolve. Hearing this, BaiYing smiled instead of getting angry, his laughter echoing in the empty bridal chamber, sending a chill down one's spine. He released his grip, allowing Bai Qinxiang to slump onto the bed like a withered leaf. He stood at the bedside, looking down at Bai Qinxiang, his deep eyes flashing with indifference. What use do I have for your heart? BaiYing's voice was particularly clear in the night, turning to look at Bai Qinxiang, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. You are merely a tool for me to reproduce. Don't think of yourself as too important. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your grandfather, would you? BaiYing's words were like a sharp sword, piercing Bai Qinxiang's heart. She trembled, trying to resist. But the cold aura coming from behind left her unable to move. Tears streamed down her tightly closed eyes like beads from a broken string, falling onto the bedding and forming damp spots. Suddenly, BaiYing's figure closed in, his breath enveloping Bai Qinxiang instantly. She felt a powerful force binding her tightly, making it impossible to escape. Then, BaiYing's lips brushed against her cheek, the cold touch instantly waking her up. Bai Qinxiang suddenly opened her eyes, only to see BaiYing's face so close, his deep eyes glimmering with a heart-stopping light. His lips slowly descended, finally resting on hers, kissing her gently. BaiYing's kiss was like the melting water of an iceberg, cold and profound, gradually penetrating every cell of Bai Qinxiang's body. His kiss held no emotion, only endless possession and plunder. Bai Qinxiang felt as if she were caught in a whirlpool, her body unable to move, forced to endure that cold kiss swirling on her lips. BaiYing seemed to have endless stamina. His kiss grew heavier and deeper. Bai Qinxiang felt her breathing quicken, her heart racing. Her vision began to blur, and her body gradually lost strength, as if being devoured by that cold kiss. The night was dark as ink, and the moonlight poured in through the window, illuminating Bai Qinxiang's pale face. Her eyes were tightly closed, tears glistening on her eyelashes, her lips swollen from a kiss. BaiYing's kiss surged like a storm, making it impossible for her to resist. At this moment, Bai Qinxiang was like a flower ravaged by a storm, her body weakly leaning against the bed's edge, eyes closed, lips swollen, her gasps echoing clearly in the silent bridal chamber. Her face was as pale as paper, sweat sliding down her forehead, dripping onto the bedding and forming damp marks. BaiYing's figure remained tall and indifferent, looking down at Bai Qinxiang from above, his eyes glimmering with an indescribable light. His fingers gently caressed Bai Qinxiang's cheek, the cold touch making her shiver involuntarily. Please, spare me, I can't take it anymore. Bai Qinxiang's voice was weak and trembling. She used all her strength to squeeze out these few words. Her body had reached its limit, unable to withstand the endless plunder any longer. Upon hearing Bai Qinxiang's pleas, BaiYing's lips curled into a cold smile. He slowly released his grip, allowing Bai Qinxiang's body to flop on the bed like a withered leaf. He stood at the bedside, looking down at Bai Qinxiang from above, his deep eyes flashing with cold indifference. You better be obedient, otherwise I can't guarantee your grandfather's safety. BaiYing's voice was low and icy, as if coming from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. His words struck Bai Qinxiang's heart like a heavy hammer, causing her to feel a suffocating pain. Bai Qinxiang trembled, slowly raising her head to look at the white shadow. Her eyes were filled with fear and pleading, tears sliding down once more, dripping onto the pillow and forming blurred traces. She bit her lower lip and said in a weak, trembling voice, I understand. I will be obedient. Huo Wu sat at the edge of the bed, dressed in a groom's outfit, yet unable to conceal the panic within. He perked up his ears, catching the faint sounds from the next room. Each breath, each collision felt like a hammer, striking his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, trying to appear calm, but the sweat on his forehead betrayed his inner tension. Suddenly, the door was pushed open with a bang, and the figure of the white shadow appeared at the entrance. He wore a slight cold smile, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if he could see through all disguises. Huo Wu's heart raced instantly, and he instinctively swallowed, trying to make himself look natural. Tired, aren't you? The voice of the white shadow was deep and cold as he stepped towards Huo Wu, each step seeming exceptionally heavy. Huo Wu quickly stood up, forcing himself to say in a calm manner, There's fruit here, come eat some. He turned to grab the fruit plate on the table, but found his hand trembling slightly. The white shadow coldly glanced at Huo Wu's shaking hands, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He walked closer, each step feeling like a weight on Huo Wu's heart, making him feel incredibly oppressed. If your hands weren't trembling, I might actually believe you. The white shadow's voice floated lightly, yet felt like a heavy blow, causing Huo Wu's heart to sink. The fruit plate in his hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, nearly slipping from his grasp. Huo Wu struggled to stabilize his emotions, wanted to mask his panic with a smile, but that smile was as stiff as a mask. He looked up at the white shadow, whose deep eyes seemed to see through everything, leaving him nowhere to hide. Besides, what fruit could be better than you? As soon as the white shadow finished speaking, his movement struck like a sudden storm. He abruptly grasped Huo Wu's wrist with such force that it nearly made him cry out in pain. Then he stepped forward, pushing Huo Wu down onto the soft bed. Their bodies pressed closely together, breaths intertwined, as if they could hear the resonance of each other's heartbeat. Huo Wu panicked, struggling to push the white shadow away, but the white shadow's strength was like an iron clamp, firmly binding him. He felt the white shadow's breathing grow heavier, that cold breath like the chilling wind from the north, pressing against his heart. Don't do anything reckless, Huo Wu's voice trembled, his eyes filled with terror and pleading. But the white shadow seemed not to hear, his lips slowly drawing near, finally landing by Huo Wu's ear. You are my wife. Do you think I could do anything reckless? The white shadow said, leaning closer to Huo Wu. His gaze was deep and cold, as if he could see through the deepest secrets of a heart. Huo Wu wanted to struggle, but the white shadow's arm tightened around her body like a vice, rendering her immobile. As the white shadow closed in, Huo Wu felt a suffocating fear. She shut her eyes, awaiting the impending storm. However, when the white shadow's lips brushed against her ear, she felt a wave of icy coldness penetrating deep into her heart. As the saying goes, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. But at this moment, Huo Wu felt an unbearable length and torment. Her heart was filled with despair and helplessness, tears silently streaming down, soaking the pillow. She knew this game had exceeded her expectations and control, and she could only submit to the whims of fate. In the deep of night, the moonlight was like silver, spilling into the tranquil courtyard. The figure of the white shadow appeared even taller and more mysterious under the moonlight. He slowly sat up from the bed, draped a black robe over himself, and walked out the door. In the courtyard, Tang Hao had been waiting for a long time. Dressed in black, he knelt on the stone steps illuminated by the moonlight, his expression solemn. Upon seeing the white shadow, he immediately bowed his head and respectfully said, "Master, what are your orders?" The white shadow's gaze swept over Tang Hao before finally speaking. "Where's the seed transformed from BaiYing?" "It's at the east side of Shenghan village, a distance from here, but the power of a tidal Daw can easily reach it." "Is that so?" "BaiYing, you will ultimately fall into my hands." The two set off immediately, quickly arriving at the waterfall where Tang San had trained. Tang Hao swiftly opened the hidden chamber within the waterfall and retrieved a seed. "Good." The white shadow directly snatched the blue silver grass. At that moment, the surrounding blue silver grass suddenly erupted. "Who are you? Why did Hao entrust me to you? I am the one who can save you, and I am your future master." The white shadow's voice was deep and firm, echoing in front of the vast waterfall. He raised his head, looking at the blue silver grass under the moonlight, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. A yin's voice emerged from the seed, carrying a hint of confusion and unease. "Master? I have no master." Her voice was like a celestial melody, crisp and beautiful. "Hao is a bad person. You must never entrust me to him." However, Tang Hao did not react, like a wooden post, only now realizing something was amiss. "Ain spoke, you bad guy. What have you done to him?" The white shadow indeed spoke directly. "Done nothing? I merely made him my servant." As soon as the white shadow's words fell, a yin's voice suddenly became sharp. "You dare treat him like this? I will never let you succeed." The seed erupted with a strong blue light, and the surrounding blue-silver grass seemed to be summoned, rushing madly towards the white shadow. The white shadow sneered, his figure moving, instantly disappearing from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in midair. With a wave of his hand, a sharp air blade sliced through, directly cutting the blue-silver grass charging at the front. Then, he moved again, like a ghost weaving through the blue-silver grass, taking the life of each blue-silver grass with every strike. The blue-silver grass seed in the white shadow's hand, under his deep command, seemed infused with endless vitality. He closed his eyes, fully concentrating on calling the system. His voice deep and resolute. "System, revive BaiYing." With a soft ding, It felt as if the space trembled. The seed in his hand suddenly erupted with dazzling blue light, like the brightest star in the night sky, radiant and magnificent. The blue light gradually spread, engulfing the surrounding darkness, forming a mysterious blue light curtain. Within this light curtain, the blue silvergrass seed began to slowly crack open, a slender green shoot poking out. Like a newborn baby, filled with endless hope and vitality. Ayin was finally revived. Under the moonlight, she resembled a blooming blue-silver grass, beautiful and mysterious. Her long blue hair flowed like a waterfall, shimmering with a glossy sheen, gently swaying in the wind. She wore a blue dress, the hem fluttering gently in the breeze, as if it were the softest starlight in the night sky. Her appearance was gentle and lovely, her deep eyes resembling the sea, as if hiding endless stories and tenderness. System, delete all memories of Ayin and Tang Hao, then implant my memories. Under the moonlight, Ayin's figure flickered in and out among the blue silvergrass, looking at the white shadow with confusion and fear in her eyes. When she heard the white shadow wanted to delete her memories with Tang Hao, she suddenly struggled to break free from the invisible restraints, but her strength seemed so insignificant before the white shadow. Tears streamed down Ayin's face, shining alongside the moonlight, her voice trembling as she cried out, "No, I don't want to lose these memories. They are my past with Tang Hao, proof of my existence." However, the white shadow remained unmoved, his face devoid of expression, as if performing an insignificant task. He slowly raised his hand, gathering a dazzling light in his palm, which gradually spread, enveloping Ayin within. Ayin struggled, but her body felt as if it were frozen, unable to move. She could only watch helplessly as the light gradually consumed her memories, those joyful moments with Tang Hao and the difficult times they spent together, all turning into nothingness at this moment. Ultimately, Tang San's storyline was completely concluded with the death of Douluo. Dear readers, the next part is the plot of the unparalleled Tang Sect. I originally wanted to write a new one, but since it didn't pass the review, I can only write it this way. I hope you can understand. Chapter 182. Being treated as an auction item, where is this? No way, I've crossed over again. A huge iron cage was draped with black cloth, making it impossible to see what was inside. At this moment, BaiYing wore a speechless expression. Crossing over to Douluo was one thing, but where had he crossed over to now? Moreover, all his powers were gone. He was now a useless person. System, come out. Host, long time no see. What the hell, where is this? Please provide a reasonable explanation, otherwise I will not let you off. Since the host has completed the main storyline of Douluo, the current dimension is during the unparalleled Tang Sect period of Douluo. Please continue to work hard. What the hell, I was still getting married. I haven't even defeated Tang San yet, and you've thrown me here. What did you just say? This place is during the unparalleled Tang Sect period. Forget it. Since I'm here, I'll just accept it. I won't say anything to you. The system's voice sounded. Thank you for your understanding, host. As compensation, the beginner gift package has been issued. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the god-level skill, Sky Devouring Demon Technique. The Sky Devouring Demon Technique is an exclusive skill of the Ruthless Emperor. Not bad, right? In BaiYing's mind, a complex and mysterious set of skill formulas suddenly appeared, accompanied by an ancient and vast aura, as if it had crossed endless time and space, directly imprinting itself deep within his soul. He closed his eyes, and everything around him seemed to freeze, with only the flowing trajectory of the skill sketching magnificent images in his heart. He felt as if he were in a vast galaxy, stars like dust, and he was the black hole about to devour everything. With a thought, the Sky Devouring Demon Technique began to operate slowly, and subtle energy fluctuations started to emanate from his body. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and said to the system in his heart, "Aren't you going to reward me with a martial soul, or something?" Since the host's martial soul is already strong enough, the system will no longer reward a martial soul. Strong enough? That piques my interest. By the way, what exactly is this place? I seem to be trapped in a cage. Be careful, everyone. The things inside here are very precious. If they get damaged, we won't be able to pay for it. Especially the thing in this cage. It's the highlight of tonight's auction. You all need to be careful, a staff member said. Several staff members dressed in white nodded, not daring to be negligent. BaiYing's heart trembled as he incredulously looked around the dim and oppressive iron cage. An unprecedented absurdity and anger surging in his heart. No way, I actually became an auction item. He cursed under his breath, trying to peek through the gaps in the black cloth to see the outside, but only caught glimpses of flickering candlelight and faint distant voices. Boss, what kind of rare treasure is hidden in this iron cage? Our brothers are curious. Can you lift the corner of the cloth a little so we can have a look? A young staff member, with curiosity and a hint of barely noticeable greed in his eyes, whispered to the experienced man in charge. The experienced man's face darkened at once, his gaze sharp like a hawk, scanning the surroundings. After confirming that no one was paying attention, he lowered his voice with undeniable authority. You little brat. You're new and don't understand the rules. What's inside here is not ordinary. I heard it's a rare treasure that even those big forces are envious of and want to possess. If you dare to mess around, don't say we can't protect our lives. The entire auction house will be buried with us. Inside the cage, BaiYing's pupils contracted slightly as he listened to the staff's hushed conversation, pondering to himself. The contrast between the outside noise and the silence inside the cage was stark, and every little sound was magnified infinitely. Suddenly, a rapid sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by the heavy clanging of metal, seemingly heralding the arrival of something ominous. Could it be some fierce beast? A slightly childish voice, tinged with fear and curiosity, gently sounded outside the cage, followed by the subtle sound of fabric rubbing. As if someone was trying to get closer to satisfy their uncontrollable curiosity, BaiYing held his breath, secretly laughing coldly in his heart. A fierce beast? If they dared to lift that black cloth, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Shrek Academy's treasure pavilion. 10,000 years ago, the sea god Tang San ascended to godhood, and Shrek Academy developed rapidly. 4,000 years ago, the Sun-Moon continent collided with what originally belonged to the Douluo continent. At that time, Shrek Academy rose up, shattering the ambition of the Sun-Moon continent to unify the Douluo continent. From then on, Shrek Academy became the #1 academy on the continent, the holy land that every soul master dreamed of. The treasure pavilion is where Shrek Academy gathers precious treasures. Each time, Shrek Academy holds a treasure auction in the treasure pavilion. The commercial value of Shrek Academy itself increases, so most of the goods flow here. Everything that can enter here is a treasure. If these treasures do not find a buyer here, they will be sent to other auctions. Next, this newly presented treasure can be said to be an unparalleled treasure. Even a 100,000 year spirit ring probably cannot compare to it. Shrek Treasure Auction. All the students sitting here are core disciples of the Inner Academy. At this moment, in the front row of seats at the auction, a woman in a red dress, charming and alluring, was playing with her hair, showing no interest in the auction. She is Ma Xiaotao, a direct disciple of Yin Xiaozha from Shrek Academy. If it weren't for my teacher saying there might be treasures here, I wouldn't come here, even if you killed me, Ma Xiaotao complained. Sister Xiaotao, stop complaining. The items in this auction are all keys to treasures. Even the most ordinary item among them is probably worth a fortune. Boring stuff. Dinyan told us that today's auction is very different. It said that a peerless treasure will be the finale. Aren't you interested, Sister Xiaotao? At this moment, BaiYing was deep in thought. He didn't want those people to turn into commodities for auction. After all, he was still a person. He had already decided that he would escape even if it meant risking his life. Their essay saying, gold is valuable, love is more precious. But if it's for freedom, all can be sacrificed. At this time, BaiYing had already been brought up, still covered by the black cloth. But he could feel that he was now in the center of the auction. Everyone, quiet down. This is the last item of our auction and the only finale level treasure. I believe everyone is curious about what treasure deserves this honor. The auctioneer continued. This treasure can be called a peerless treasure, although my words may be somewhat inappropriate. I can only express its value this way. As soon as this was said, everyone present was shocked. Being called a peerless treasure, none of them were fools, and their eyes were glued to the cage in front of them. I believe everyone is very clear about the preciousness of a 100,000 year spirit beast. No need to say more. And inside here is a 100,000 year spirit beast. Chapter 183. Make you regret a 100,000 year spirit beast. No way. There's actually a 100,000 year spirit beast in here. This 100,000 year soul beast was accidentally obtained by a tidal Dalu from the star Luo Empire in the Stardew Forest. As the auctioneer's calm and powerful voice fell, the entire venue fell into a dead silence, followed by a flurry of rapid breaths intermingling. All eyes focused on the slowly opening cage door. As if the air itself had solidified, a black cloth was carefully lifted by a servant, like unveiling an ancient and mysterious seal, revealing an unbelievable scene inside. In the cage, instead of the ferocious giant beast everyone expected, there was a child who looked no more than 7 or 8 years old. He curled up in a corner, with messy long hair covering his thin shoulders, his eyes tightly closed, and a calmness and sorrow on his face that did not belong to his age. Sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting dappled light on his pale skin, enveloping him in an ethereal glow. The child's breathing was shallow and even, as if he was isolated from the noise of the outside world, peacefully sleeping in a dream of another time and space. This scene left everyone present breathless, with shock, confusion, sympathy, various emotions intertwined in their hearts. Yet no one dared to break this strange silence. How could this be a child? The auctioneer, seeing the crowd's disbelief and murmurs, immediately stated that this child was indeed a 100,000-year soul beast. Surely everyone knows that a soul beast reaching 100,000 years has 2 paths. The first is to continue cultivating as a soul beast, but this path will face a tribulation after some time. The second is to transform into a human. In other words, this is a soul beast that has transformed into human form. The murmurs among the crowd suddenly ceased. Someone at the academy is actually selling this. This piqued my interest. Ma Xiaodao excitedly said, while looking at the white figure on stage. Everyone should be clear about the value of a 100,000-year soul beast. Even within Shrek Academy, it is one of the top treasures. Moreover, this is a 100,000-year soul beast that has transformed into human form. Its previous form was the rarest dragon-type soul beast. According to our research at Shrek Academy, it possesses 7 ultimate elemental attributes of a silver dragon. Because of this, its soul rings cannot be absorbed by ordinary soul masters. Only those with ultimate martial souls can absorb them. Alright, I've said enough. Let us start the bidding. The starting bid is 5 million gold soul coins. 5, 25 million, 6 million, 7 million. The bidding voices rang out in succession. What? Am I really worth this much? BaiYing was also shocked by his own value at this moment. No, I'm being sold. Why am I so happy? It's over. My life is probably in danger. Once I fall into their hands, they might want to obtain my soul rings and soul bones. Am I going to die again without a chance to log in? 40 million. Ma Xiaodao stepped forward and said, I want this child. If anyone dares to compete with me, they are my enemy. At these words, everyone was shocked. It should be noted that Ma Xiaodao's master is the dean of the martial soul department, Yin Xiaozhe, and Ma Xiaodao is known for her relentless character. Half a minute passed, and no one continued to raise the bid. Damn, I really am being sold. This woman in red clearly doesn't mean well. Could she be planning to kill me to obtain my soul rings and soul bones? No, I must escape. BaiYing thought to himself, his body tense, ready to run at any moment. Soon, BaiYing was pushed onto a cart and sent to a room. BaiYing suddenly leaped out of the cage, his speed like a shooting star across the night sky. But unexpectedly, halfway through, he was gently yet firmly embraced by an irresistible force. He widened his eyes in shock, and in his line of sight was a beautiful face with a hint of playfulness and dominance. Ma Xiaodao. Her arms wrapped around him as if she were holding a rare treasure, her eyes flashing with complex emotions, a determination to possess him, and a hint of subtle tenderness. Ma Xiaodao's breath was close, carrying a faint scent of wine and the unique authority of a martial soul, causing BaiYing to involuntarily stiffen. His heart filled with mixed feelings. He attempted to struggle, but found himself so small and powerless in the face of this force. Ma Xiaodao's fingertips gently brushed through his messy hair, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of her lips. Little guy, don't waste your effort. You can't escape. It's over. Really over. I failed to escape and will die first. BaiYing lamented inwardly, his youthful face filled with despair, his eyes downcast, as if already foreseeing his tragic fate. However, at that moment of despair, a warmth suddenly came from his cheek, as Ma Xiaodao's long fingers gently pinched his cheek, carrying a hint of teasing and affection. BaiYing suddenly looked up, meeting Ma Xiaodao's smiling eyes, which held both the cunning of a hunter and an indescribable tenderness. Her fingers gently caressed his face, as if appreciating a fine piece of art, and a smile capable of enchanting the world appeared. Little guy, you look pretty good. Wouldn't it be a pity to die like this? Don't worry, I will treat you well. At least until you willingly hand over your soul rings and soul bones. I will make you regret it. I will definitely make you regret it. Ma Xiaodao's laughter echoed in the small room, carrying a hint of rebelliousness and provocation as she slowly leaned in until their breaths intertwined. Her gaze was like the deep night sky, intoxicating yet intimidating. She gently lifted BaiYing's chin, forcing him to look into her eyes, which sparkled with undeniable light. Regret? Her voice was low and magnetic, each word striking directly at BaiYing's heart. In this world, there are very few things that can make Ma Xiaotao regret. And you, a 100,000-year soul beast that has transformed into human form, have piqued my interest. What do you think I should do? Make me regret it? I'm curious to see how that will unfold. The fragrance from Ma Xiaotao made BaiYing feel a surge of boldness. Soon, a daring idea floated into his mind. This is what you said? You don't want to regret it? With that, BaiYing knew it was the only chance, and in a swift motion, he fiercely kissed Ma Xiaotao on the lips. You. Ma Xiaotao was shocked. She did not expect this little child to be so bold. Chapter 184. Golden Dragon King Martial Soul. Ma Xiaotao was furious at this moment. She wanted nothing more than to slap this little brat who had dared to steal her first kiss. How dare this little child do such a thing? BaiYing twisted his body with all his might, as agile as an eel, but Ma Xiaotao's hand was like a vice, tightly gripping the back of his neck, lifting him off the ground as he kicked and flailed in midair, creating a scene that was both comical and tense. Bad woman, let me go. Bad woman, I think you're the audacious little brat. Ma Xiaotao's eyes sparkled with anger and confusion, her lips curling into a half-smile, her voice laced with a hint of gritted teeth. She suddenly exerted force, throwing BaiYing onto the sofa, which let out a thud from the sudden weight, causing the surrounding air to seem to freeze for a moment. BaiYing was thrown off balance, but still stubbornly widened his eyes, trying to fight back with his gaze, and stubbornly mumbled, I'm not afraid of you. You. Let me go. However, his words trembled with a hint of weakness, and his clear eyes sparkled with a mix of desperation and unwillingness. You little brat. It seems you don't know how powerful I am unless I show you some colors. BaiYing's body trembled violently. His already round eyes widened in shock as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. His cheeks instantly flushed crimson, completely out of place with the surrounding atmosphere of anger. He turned his head in disbelief, his gaze filled with incredulity and shame, as if a taboo line had been crossed. You dare? Before he could finish his sentence, the intertwining emotions of anger and shame tightened his throat, causing his voice to choke. Although Ma Xiaotao's slap was heavy, it surprisingly did not make him submit. Instead, it ignited a stubbornness and resistance deep within him. He struggled to get up, but his body shook with pain, his movements appearing awkward and powerless, creating a scene that was both embarrassing and oddly beautiful in its defiance. BaiYing struggled to sit up on the sofa, half of his body leaning against the back while the other half hung in the air. His eyes burned with an unyielding flame, facing Ma Xiaotao's furious glare, and the air seemed to crackle with tension. How dare you? He repeated, each word squeezed out from between his teeth, filled with undeniable determination. Just because I'm your master now? Ma Xiaotao scoffed, her smile hiding a hint of mockery and an undeniable authority. She slowly approached, each step pressing on BaiYing's taut nerves. Suddenly, she reached out her hand, not to strike again, but to gently lift BaiYing's chin, forcing him to meet her gaze. Naughty children deserve to be punished. Bad woman. Ma Xiaotao had just wanted to continue when a sudden sound of sobbing interrupted her. Her hand froze mid-air, the impending slap stilled by BaiYing's unexpected tears. She was taken aback, a flicker of astonishment and compassion flashing in her eyes, but the anger within her had not completely extinguished, her lips pressed into a straight line. BaiYing's tears fell like pearls from a broken string, one after another, as he wiped his face with both hands, trying to stop the sudden flow, only making his cheeks look more disheveled. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please, don't hit me again. BaiYing's voice was laced with a sob, weak and trembling, his eyes filled with helplessness and pleading, a stark contrast to his earlier defiance. His body shook slightly from fear, as if the air had suddenly become heavy, pressing down on his already fragile nerves. Ma Xiaotao watched this scene, her heart filled with mixed emotions, and her hand slowly descended, resting on BaiYing's trembling shoulder, the force shifting from punishment to comfort. The air was thick with complex emotions, and both of their breaths felt unusually heavy. Ma Xiaotao rubbed her forehead in frustration, her brows furrowed in a complex knot of feelings. Her gaze unconsciously softened as it fell on the little boy in front of her, who was crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. His sobs were intermittent, each one brushing lightly against her heart, creating ripples of emotion. She took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil inside, crouching down to meet BaiYing's gaze at eye level. You. Listen carefully. Ma Xiaotao's voice softened significantly. She reached out her hand, hesitated for a moment, then gently patted BaiYing's back, like comforting an injured little beast. I understand now that you are a child who doesn't know better. There are many things you still don't understand. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Really? Really? Now that you're like a Tang Sung-S meat. As long as you can help me with a small favor, I promise I won't only not hurt you, but will also protect you. All right, I believe you. Ma Xiaotao said, then let us do a pinky swear. No, that's a childish trick. I'm not a child anymore. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao couldn't help but smile, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes, like the warm spring sun breaking through the clouds, shining down on BaiYing. She extended her pinky, gently shaking it, her eyes playful yet serious. Come on, pinky swear 100 years without changing. This is a sacred promise. Seeing this, BaiYing's mouth twitched slightly, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. But in the end, he was moved by Ma Xiaotao's sincerity. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly extended his slightly dirty yet stubborn pinky, linking it with Ma Xiaotao's. Ma Xiaotao gently picked up BaiYing, her movements filled with an irresistible, gentle strength. BaiYing's body stiffened slightly in the air. Then he helplessly lowered his head, his long eyelashes hiding the complex emotions in his eyes. He glanced around at the shrinking surroundings, feeling a mix of emotions, as if the dignity of adulthood had been infinitely compressed, turning into a bitter smile on his lips. Ma Xiaotao's steps were steady and powerful, each step exuding undeniable determination. BaiYing was held tightly against her chest, feeling the rise and fall of her breathing and an indescribable warmth. He tried to struggle, but found his strength insignificant before Ma Xiaotao. So he gave up and buried his face into the softness of her neck, seeking a bit of comfort. Not bad, it smells so good. Being held by such a beautiful sister doesn't seem like a bad thing at all. At Shrek Academy, in Yin Xiaozhe's office in the Soul Master Department, the door was suddenly pushed open violently. Yin Xiaozhe looked at the door and said, Xiao Tu, can you be a bit more ladylike? By the way, what was that treasure from the auction? Can it cure your evil fire? Ma Xiaotao stood at the door, her fiery red gown shining even more brilliantly in the interplay of light and shadow. She frowned, her eyes sparkling with undeniable brilliance, as if she had just gone through a fierce battle, yet still looked heroic. The BaiYing in her arms snuggled closely against her, his small face buried in her neck, revealing only a pair of watery, big eyes, curiously yet slightly fearfully surveying the unfamiliar and solemn environment. Can it cure my evil fire? I don't know, but I got an ancestor. Where did this child come from? Teacher, you still ask. This is the treasure you mentioned that can cure me. Ma Xiaotao then told Yin Xiaozhe everything about the auction. Yin Xiaozhe's brows furrowed deeply, a flicker of surprise and curiosity flashing in his eyes. He stepped forward slowly, his voice gentle yet carrying an undeniable authority. Xiaotao gently put the child down. Let me take a good look. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao carefully placed BaiYing down, but just as she was about to let go, his small hand suddenly gripped her clothes tightly like a vice, his small body pressed closely against Ma Xiaotao. His eyes filled with fear of the unknown environment and dependence on her. No, I want to get down. BaiYing's voice was small, but filled with an undeniable determination, his big, watery eyes shimmering with tears, as if they were about to overflow at any moment. He pulled hard on Ma Xiaotao's clothes, his small body trembling slightly from the effort, appearing particularly helpless. ISNT had said that girls love cute things the most. Look at me. This should definitely stir up a girl's protective instincts. You need to get down first. My teacher won't hurt you, don't worry. Seeing this, BaiYing could only reluctantly get down from Ma Xiaotao's embrace. Yin Xiaozhe focused his gaze on BaiYing and said, looking at his aura, he really is a dragon. Moreover, he has a very high bloodline purity of a dragon. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao's gaze shifted between Yin Xiaozhe and BaiYing. A wave of inexplicable emotions surged in her heart. She gently patted BaiYing's back, as if silently comforting him, then looked up at Yin Xiaozhe, her eyes flashing with complex light. Teacher, is what you said true? He is a dragon soul beast that is cultivated into a human? Yin Xiaozhe nodded, his gaze filled with both shock and seriousness. Yes, judging from the aura faintly emanating from him, he indeed has intricate connections with dragon-type soul beasts. But what kind of dragon it is still needs further observation. The white shadow seemed to sense the tense atmosphere in the air, gripping tighter with its small hands, its tiny body almost curling up into Ma Xiaotao's embrace. It looked up with its big eyes filled with curiosity and unease, speaking in a voice as soft as a mosquito. I don't know what kind of dragon I am. I just sometimes dream of soaring above the clouds. surrounded by thunder and lightning. Release your martial soul. Let me see. As Yin Xiaozhi's steady voice fell, the white shadow took a deep breath, and those originally anxious big eyes gradually gathered an unprecedented determination. It slowly closed its eyes, and the air around seemed to solidify at that moment, causing both Ma Xiaodao and Yin Xiaozhi's breathing to unconsciously lighten. Suddenly, an ancient and majestic aura surged out from within the white shadow, as if a sleeping giant dragon was about to awaken, shaking the entire room. A faint golden light began to spread through the air, gradually coalescing into a brilliant cloud of light, enveloping the white shadow entirely. As the light condensed, an illusory golden dragon slowly rose from behind the white shadow, its body winding, scales shimmering like the sun and moon, each scale containing indescribable power and majesty. The dragon's head was held high, its eyes like torches, as if it could see through all things in the world. Though the dragon's roar had not truly sounded, the overwhelming aura already instilled awe in the two present. Host, how is it? This is the dragon god, Avatar, Golden Dragon, Martial Soul. I put a lot of thought into making this martial soul fit the host. Chapter 185. Dark Cuisine. Is the Golden Dragon King the one I understand? Dragon God, Avatar, Golden Dragon King. System, you are truly amazing. I don't even know how to praise you. The white shadow gradually became clearer in the dazzling elemental light. It was an illusory golden dragon, its scales flashing with the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars. Every time the scales trembled, it seemed as if the sound of dragon roars echoed throughout the world. Yin Xiaozhi and Ma Xiaotao were transfixed, seeing the Golden Dragon King martial soul swirling around. The elemental forces around them surged wildly. Wind, fire, water, earth, light, darkness, and even space. 7 ultimate elements seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand, forming brilliant elemental whirlpools that tightly surrounded the two. A trace of shock flashed in Yin Xiaozhi's eyes. He understood what this level of control meant, something even he found difficult to reach. As for Ma Xiaodao, she was so stunned by this spectacular sight that she couldn't speak, feeling her inner phoenix, evil fire, slowly calming under this power. Yin Xiaozhi's voice was steady and powerful, echoing like thunder in the void, his gaze sharp as an eagle. Directly looking at the illusory golden dragon figure, he spoke slowly. I am Yin Xiaozhi, the Dean of Shrek Academy. You, as a transformed 10,000-year-soul beast, possess such astonishing power. If you cannot be used by me, you are a potential threat. But Shrek never easily stifles genius and respects every life as choice. The white shadow paused slightly, a complex emotion flickering in the golden dragon's eyes, seeming both unwilling and yearning for the unknown. It slowly spoke, its voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Threat? Heh, the rules of this world have always favored the strong. However, I have heard a bit about Shrek Academy. If you can truly provide me with a stage for protection and growth, joining wouldn't be out of the question. So, does this mean you agree to join Shrek Academy? If so, congratulations on becoming a member of Shrek Academy. Xiaodao, I'll leave him in your care. As for his enrollment procedures, I will handle it personally. Don't worry, teacher, I will take good care of him. The two arrived at Ma Xiaotao's dormitory. Shrek was divided into inner and outer courts, with the inner court disciples being the true Shrek Academy. Thus, the resources they could enjoy were undoubtedly the best. Ma Xiaotao's room, although simply decorated, was quite spacious. Ma Xiaotao spoke up. Are you hungry? Be good and wait here. I'll go make you something to eat. I'm actually not that hungry. However, Ma Xiaotao ignored him and walked straight into the kitchen, where a series of clattering sounds followed. The white shadow looked at the plate brought before it, food that was charred black and emitted a strange odor. And couldn't help but twitch its mouth, its eyes filled with disbelief. The crackling sounds from the kitchen seemed to linger, hinting at the extraordinary experience behind the creation of this dish. Ma Xiaotao stood beside it, gesturing with her hands, her eyes sparkling with expectation and pride, as if this was not just food, but a masterpiece she had carefully prepared. This is my specialty, although the appearance is a bit off, the taste is definitely. Ma Xiaotao's voice trailed off as she seemed to catch the odd smell in the air, her face changing slightly as she hurriedly added, maybe I overcooked it a bit, but the nutrition is definitely all there. The white shadow's fingers trembled slightly as it pointed at the nearly unrecognizable charred object, its eyes filled with shock and mockery. This is the food you prepared for me? You didn't add any special seasoning on purpose, did you? A smile that was hard to hide appeared at the corner of its mouth, clearly teasing this unique dish. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao's cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. A glimmer of awkwardness flashing in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to back down. She straightened her back, pretending to be serious, squatted beside the white shadow, and looked into its eyes filled with warmth and determination. Children are just picky eaters. Come, let your sister feed you personally. I guarantee you will feel my heartfelt intentions. Saying this, she carefully picked up a small piece of the blackened food with chopsticks, gently blew on it to cool it down, and then slowly brought it to the white shadow's mouth, her earnest demeanor resembling a sacred ritual. The corners of the white shadow's mouth twitched, its eyes filled with helplessness and plea for mercy. It tried to use its last resistance to gain a glimmer of hope for survival. I really fear that if I eat this, I may never see the sun again. Just as the words fell, Ma Xiaotao frowned slightly, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes, and then she became resolute. She stood up, hands on her hips, exuding an imposing aura. It seems that if I don't show you some colors, you want to know how powerful your sister is. Before her words fell, she had already leaned in, one hand firmly holding the piece of dark cuisine, while the other gently pinched the white shadow's chin, forcing it to open its mouth. A trace of despair flashed in the white shadow's eyes, as if it had foreseen the disaster it was about to face. At that moment, Ma Xiaotao's mouth curled into a triumphant smile, suddenly shoving the piece of food into its mouth, while not forgetting to add, "Once you eat this, you will be my true brother, and in Shrek, I will protect you." The moment the dark cuisine touched the taste buds, it felt as if the white shadow's senses were ignited all at once. It was a complex flavor mixed with burnt, sour, sweet, and inexplicable spiciness. Rushing straight to its head, it tightly closed its eyes, furrowing its brows into a frown, its cheeks slightly distorting from the effort, as if undergoing a soul cleansing. In its mind, past pranks and mischievous scenes flashed by like a revolving lantern, each detail accompanied by the indescribable taste in its mouth, making it involuntarily wail in its heart. Is this the punishment? Seeing this, Ma Xiaotao not only didn't stop, but instead laughed even more brightly, her eyes sparkling with the light of a successful prank. Ignoring the white shadow's struggles and resistance, she forcefully continued to shovel the dark cuisine into its mouth, each bite accompanied by a firm declaration, "Eat it, and we will be family. In Shrek, with your sister around, no one will bully you." When Ma Xiaotao saw the white shadow finally relent, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted, her bright eyes sparkling with cunning and pride. She intentionally leaned in closer, almost pressing her face against the white shadow, and asked with eager anticipation, "So, how is it? Tasty, right?" Her tone was filled with provocation and mockery, as if she had already seen through the white shadow's helplessness and compromise. BaiYing barely opened his eyes, which were red from the spice, his lips twitching as he forced out a bitter smile, replying with a head full of black lines. "Delicious indeed. Delicious." Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying a hint of bitterness and helplessness. His face was filled with a sense of despair, yet there was a flicker of inexplicable light in his eyes, as if he felt a complex emotion towards this unique care. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao proudly puffed out her chest, as if she had won a crucial battle. Her bright eyes sparkled with confidence, and a victorious smile curled at the corners of her mouth, containing both a child's innocence and a sister's unique pride. She gently clapped her hands, as if to conclude this culinary feast perfectly, then turned around, picked up an exquisite porcelain cup from the table filled with light yellow juice, and handed it to BaiYing, saying softly, "Here, drink some juice to ease the spiciness." With that expression, "It seems like my cooking has really challenged you." BaiYing took the juice, his fingertips trembling slightly, a remnant of the aftershocks from the battle on his taste buds. He cautiously took a sip, and the sweet juice instantly dissolved in his mouth, contrasting sharply with the previous dark dish, as if a spring breeze had swept across scorched earth, bringing a hint of vitality and comfort. He looked up at Ma Xiaotao, and in his eyes, besides bitterness and helplessness, there was also gratitude and warmth. He softly said, "Thank you. This juice is really sweet. Okay, should I go train? Just stay here and don't move around." "I understand, you go ahead." After BaiYing finished speaking, he lay back on the bed, reminiscing about that disgusting taste, utterly bewildered by how he managed to eat it earlier. In the middle of the night, BaiYing was sleeping comfortably when suddenly a wave of hot breath brushed past his ear, and Ma Xiaotao's voice rang out. "Help." Ma Xiaotao's voice suddenly dropped, carrying a hint of uncontrollable struggle and pain. Her tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, and beads of fine sweat appeared on her forehead, as if an invisible flame was raging within her. Seeing this, BaiYing's expression changed drastically. He jumped up, his eyes filled with anxiety and concern, quickly approaching Ma Xiaotao. "What's wrong? You look terrible." Ma Xiaotao shook her head with difficulty, trying to mask her pain with a smile, but that smile was more painful than a cry. "The evil fire within me is out of control again." Her voice was as thin as a thread, each word seeming to exhaust her entire strength. As she spoke, her eyes began to redden, and the air around her seemed to distort due to this invisible force, a scorching breath quietly spreading. BaiYing's heart sank, and he took a deep breath, closing his eyes to concentrate, as if an ancient and mysterious power was awakening within him. He slowly raised his hands, palms facing each other, and a faint glow began to circulate between his fingertips, the unique dark luster of the swallowing sky magic. As he focused his intent, that power surged forth, transforming into an invisible vortex that twisted the surrounding air. The phoenix evil fire around Ma Xiaotao seemed to sense something. The raging flames began to fluctuate violently, yet they couldn't escape the vortex's pull, being gradually drawn towards BaiYing. The moment the flames touched his skin, it was as if countless tiny tentacles extended beneath BaiYing's skin, greedily devouring every trace of the evil fire's power. He gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his face showed an unusual determination and resolve. BaiYing's body seemed to turn into an endless abyss, swallowing the uncontrollable phoenix evil fire within Ma Xiaotao. Beneath his skin, those tiny tentacles moved like living creatures. Every contact with the evil fire accompanied by the turbulence of his own blood and energy, his complexion shifting from red to purple, sweat pouring down like rain. Yet he still gritted his teeth and persisted. The surrounding space seemed distorted by this power, the air filled with a strange mix of scorching and freshness, like the intersection of the darkest and brightest moments before dawn. Seeing this, Ma Xiaotao's eyes flickered with shock and gratitude. Although she was enduring immense pain, she also felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The evil fire was gradually being stripped away, and her body was slowly regaining some warmth, no longer as unbearably hot as before. She struggled to maintain her composure, her gaze locked tightly on BaiYing, filled with complex emotions, admiration, gratitude, and a hint of barely perceptible heartache. After resolving the evil fire, BaiYing's body felt as if it had been scorched by the blazing sun, the remnants of fire embers within him wreaking havoc, burning him from the inside out. He staggered a few steps, gripping his clothing tightly in an attempt to alleviate the indescribable heat. Sweat gathered on his forehead like a river, sliding down his cheeks and dripping onto the floor, instantly turning into wisps of white mist, rising up. "So hot, so hot," he muttered, his gaze beginning to wander, his body trembling involuntarily, as if he was standing on the edge of fiery mountain, each step taken on scorching lava. The air around him seemed to distort from the heat waves within him, the light becoming hazy, and even breathing became extraordinarily difficult, every inhale feeling like drawing in waves of heat. BaiYing's actions were almost instinctual. He suddenly tore open his clothing, and as his garments flew apart, his sweat-drenched body was exposed, yet the internal heat remained relentless, showing no signs of abating. His eyes were bloodshot, his steps unsteady, each step feeling like stepping on the edge of a blade, painfully and resolutely staggering towards the bathroom. The bathroom door burst open, and a rush of cool steam enveloped him, like an oasis encountered in a desert, providing him with a hint of weak solace. BaiYing rushed into that misty world without hesitation, twisting the faucet open with all his might, and icy water instantly gushed out, pouring down like a torrential rain, mercilessly drenching his scorching body. Seeing this, Ma Xiaotao's heart tightened. She quickly rushed forward, disregarding her own weakened state, using all her strength to pull the swaying BaiYing out of the bathroom. Her arms tightly embraced BaiYing's wet body, her eyes filled with guilt and anxiety. Water droplets slid down both of their cheeks, making it impossible to tell if it was cold water from the bathroom or sweat from the rush. "BaiYing, hang in there. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you risk absorbing my evil fire." Her voice was choked with emotion, but exceptionally firm. "Ma Xiaotao, I was just about to find Yin Xiaozhe for help. Don't go, please don't go. Will you stay with me for a while?" Ma Xiaotao saw the boy's weak appearance and wanted to refuse, but he held on to her tightly. Reluctantly, Ma Xiaotao stepped over to the bedside, lifting him up from her body. Seeing BaiYing like this, she could not bear to refuse. Chapter 186. eating grilled fish the next day. Ma Xiaodao hurriedly took BaiYing to Haishun Pavilion to find old Lin. Xiaotao, what did you feed him? He has food poisoning. Food poisoning? How is that possible? Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao's expression instantly turned complicated, rapidly recalling those colorful yet oddly flavored dishes, her lips twitching involuntarily. And a wave of indescribable guilt and embarrassment surged within her. She sneakily glanced at BaiYing beside her, only to see him frowning, his face pale, yet still holding on without collapsing. That resilience made her feel even more guilty. Old Lin sighed softly, took out a bottle of green elixir from the medicine cabinet, and said gently, "This is a detox pill. Taking it should alleviate a lot." Saying this, he handed the pill to Ma Xiaodao. Ma Xiaodao hurriedly took it, carefully feeding it to BaiYing. The room was quiet. Only the faint sound of the pill going down his throat and the occasional sound of wind from outside seemed to add a touch of comfort to the awkward atmosphere. After BaiYing took the medicine, his brow gradually relaxed, and some color returned to his face, but the weakness still made one's heart ache. Ma Xiaodao stood silently beside him, secretly vowing never to let such a thing happen again. BaiYing's gaze gradually regained clarity under the influence of the medicine. He breathed lightly, his eyes landing on Ma Xiaotao, a complex emotion difficult to conceal. Suddenly, he took a step back, as if afraid of some great danger. His tone filled with disbelief and mockery. "Ma Xiaotao, do you want to poison me? Those things are simply. I will never eat your cooking again. Even if it's delicacies from the mountains and seas, they can't compare to this terrifying moment." As he spoke, he shook his head with a bitter smile, the corners of his mouth curling into a helpless arc, but his eyes sparkled with a mix of pity and helplessness for Ma Xiaodao. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaodao's face instantly flushed red, embarrassment and guilt intertwining. She lowered her head, her hands subconsciously fiddling with the hem of her clothes. Her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "I'm sorry, I really didn't expect it to turn out this way. I just wanted to—" Before she could finish, her eyes had already turned slightly red, the sincerity of her apology making the air around them feel heavy. Seeing this, BaiYing's helpless smile gradually turned into a gentle grin. He walked closer to Ma Xiaotao, his gaze mixed with teasing and affection. All right. I'm not really mad at you." He reached out, intending to pat her shoulder in comfort, but paused mid-air and instead lightly patted his own chest, as if self-mocking. "This cooking skill, well, it definitely needs improvement. However, I have an idea. How about we cook together sometime, and I'll teach you a few tricks." "Okay." Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaodao looked up at BaiYing, her big eyes sparkling with a mix of confusion and curiosity, as if asking, "Are you sure? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned again by my dark cuisine?" But soon, her mouth curled into a stubborn smile, and she huffed, "Is what I make really that bad? Just you wait. One day I'll make you look at me differently." As she spoke, she intentionally puffed out her chest, her serious and persistent demeanor making BaiYing unable to help but chuckle, his heart warming with a sense of expectation. "All right, I want to go out for a walk. To the night market. Come with me." The night was dark as ink, with stars twinkling, and the night market was brightly lit and bustling. Ma Xiaodao and BaiYing walked side by side through the throngs of people, the aromas from various stalls intertwining to create an enticing food scene. BaiYing's stomach let out a timely growl, and the two exchanged a knowing smile, instinctively stopping in their tracks. Not far away, an ancient-style restaurant hung 2 red lanterns at its entrance. The warm yellow light spilled through the slightly open wooden door onto the bluestone pavement, creating a particularly cozy atmosphere. Inside, the voices of patrons were lively, with laughter and conversations rising and falling, clearly a popular eatery. BaiYing gently tugged at Ma Xiaotao's sleeve, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Let's go to this one. It looks pretty good." Ma Xiaotao nodded, agreeing, "Okay, let's go with this one." Just as they were about to enter, BaiYing suddenly spotted a grilled fish stall, where a relatively small boy was busy working. The main character, Hui Yuhao. "I haven't had grilled fish yet. I want to eat grilled fish." "All right, I'll go with what you want." The two strolled over to the grilled fish stall, where Hui Yuhao was focused on flipping the fish skewers. The charcoal fire illuminated his somewhat youthful yet determined face, sweat dripping from his forehead onto the charcoal, creating wisps of fine smoke. His technique was skilled, each flip perfectly timed, the fish skin gradually turning golden and crispy under the flames, releasing an enticing aroma that caught the attention of many diners nearby. Ma Xiaodao lightly tapped the simple wooden table of the grilled fish stall, the crisp sound standing out in the bustling night market. "Boss, 2 grilled fish with extra spice." Her voice carried a hint of cheerfulness and anticipation. Hui Yuhao looked up at the sound, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, quickly replacing it with calmness, a warm smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Got it, please wait a moment. He quickened his movements, sprinkling the freshly grilled fish with special chili powder and scallions. The vibrant colors and mouth-watering aroma instantly filling the air, making BaiYing swallow involuntarily. Look at you, drooling like that. You're embarrassing me. It's not my fault your food is too terrible. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao pouted and pretended to glare at BaiYing, but her eyes held a hint of amusement and affection, as if saying, "You're so unreasonable." She gently pushed BaiYing, the force light, yet carrying a playful reproach. BaiYing leaned back slightly, a childlike grin on his face, his bright eyes sparkling with mischief, deliberately elongating his tone. "Oh, this is what you said. So don't really take it out on me when we get back. My little body can't handle your affection." Ma Xiaotao's face turned red, her cheeks blooming like two gorgeous peach blossoms. She widened her eyes, a mixture of shyness and a feigned sternness in her gaze. "You little rascal. What nonsense are you talking about? You're getting more and more disrespectful." As she spoke, she gently raised her hand as if to hit him, but the tenderness and smile in her fingers were softer than any reproach. Seeing this, BaiYing not only didn't dodge, but instead leaned in closer, his bright eyes full of laughter, as if ready to absorb all criticism. "Oh, I'm just trying to make you happy. Look at you, your face is all red." Even more enticing than the grilled fish. Summary: BaiYing, transformed into a baby, falls from the sky and is picked up by Qian Renxue and QianDaoliu. After a series of events, he becomes Qian Renxue's fiancé. Then the system transports him again to the era of the Peerless Tang men.